Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. Two peasant women communicate with each other. One tells the other that the young master smiled at her. She replied that she thought she imagined it. In response, she heard that she even rubbed her eyes several times to make sure, but it turned out to be young Mr. Curran. On the field, swordsmen hone their skills and communicate with each other. The girls say that there are rumors that he works very hard in training. She asks the first one if she thinks that the young gentleman will go far. He has only been studying for a week, and besides, he is very young. Both ladies are wondering what happened to him. The blonde looks out the window. He concentrates sharply, closing his eyes. Then he opens his eye and mana oozes out of it. The narrator claims that he will train hard and will not allow that tragedy to happen again. We see a man with an aura oozing from his eye, and in his hand he holds a summon book. He says that everything will change in this life. This guy's name is Steelguard. He is 16 years old. In a previous life, at 33, he died at this age. There are dilapidated houses and the wind is howling. A figure behind the curtain is visible in the window. The hero says that in the end everything happened exactly like this. A man with a knife in his hand stands above the protagonist. The hero sits tied to a chair and looks blankly at the floor. We see a huge castle against the background of mountains. In it, in the noble family of Steelguard, who rule the northern Navarre, the main character was born. He lived his entire life under the influence of his grandfather, a huge, stately man with brown hair who was a war hero who stopped the aggressive ambitions of the Feyway Empire, and under the shadow of his father, a tall and well-built man who was an incredible knight. Compared to them, he was a simpleton. He is an ordinary third-class knight. He stands in the shadows with his back turned and his name is Steelguard. He had the title of Lord, but he lost everything he had in just 3 years. People introduced themselves in his head. They surrounded him and laughed at him because his property was taken away from him. He was the case when in a family of tigers, a dog is born, a count who discredited the name and prestige of the family, Steelguard. The hero claims that everyone looked at him as a misunderstanding and always made fun of him. Although he believes that they were telling the truth, he lowered his eyes and looked devastated at the floor, remembering his father again. The hero said that although he was not an incredible hero like his father, he still wanted to be a good lord, but was deceived. He lost all his property. This all happened because of Kuntz, who had been his enemy since childhood. His enemy hired an assassin to kill him. The hero is breathing heavily. The hero says that that scoundrel has always been jealous of him, even after he took everything from him. He wants to take away the life of our protagonist. The killer leafs through a book. He says that he found the notorious Book of Contracts, but immediately after asks why the pages are empty. The hero woke up from his trance and shouted that the killer should not touch him. He punches him in the stomach and tells him to shut up. MC, spitting blood, looks at the book and realizes that there are not just sheets there. This is an heirloom of their family. If you write a contract there, then all agreements are fulfilled. If the hero used it correctly, he would have been able to raise their name long ago. The killer turns over the pages of the book and looks down on the hero, but a bookmark falls out of the book. The killer says that he does not understand the hero who put everything on the line because of some little book, and apparently, society tells the truth that the hero is stupid. The hero looks at him and the falling bookmark with an excited look, and says to give it back, since it is his. The bookmark falls near the killer's foot, and the hero looks at it intently. This bookmark is shaped like a sword with a ribbon. This is a bookmark that makes wishes come true. He got it thanks to that book. The seller appears in the hero's memories and says that this is a very expensive thing, and it will fulfill one wish. The hero thinks about it and understands that it was a deception. This is nonsense and not a wish fulfiller. The hero was so pathetic that he wanted to raise his status with the help of this book and bookmark. He asks if there is someone who is even more unlucky. But here the protagonist is distracted from his thoughts by the fact that they begin to pour red liquid from a bottle into his mouth. The killer asked what he was thinking about. The hero felt much better and was surprised by what had happened. He thought that he had drunk a healing potion. This is a potion that instantly heals the body. The hero asked him why he gave him this potion to drink. The killer laid out the instruments of torture on the table in front of him and said that his client asked him to play with him a little, and the blonde shouldn't die so quickly. The hero picked up the scalpel and said that Kuntz asked him to convey that this was his last gift for him. The hero bared his teeth and, with a look filled with hatred, thought about what kind of creature his enemy was. He took away all his property, and now he wants to take his life. Sitting tied in a chair, the hero laughed out of despair and shouted that the last descendant of Steelguard would end his life in this way. The killer was a little taken aback and asked if he had gone crazy, but added that he understood that it is difficult to remain normal when they are tortured. Splashes of blood fly to the sides. Ma coughs up blood and says that if he had not been stupid, he would not have allowed himself to be deceived. Then everything would have changed. The killer gives him a potion to drink over and over again. The hero struggles in agony. There are several empty potion bottles on the floor. Darran thinks in despair that if he had at least one chance, he would not have made all the mistakes he made. And already with a dead look he looks at the gap in the window. A tear trickles down his face little by little. He only thinks about one thing: if he could turn back time. The hero drooped and lowered his gaze, falling silent meaningfully. But then a bookmark shone. It appeared in front of him and came closer. A notification came out that a man, so desperate, but not letting go of his faith and hope. The person who received the notification meets the requirements. His wish will be fulfilled. The notice required you to say your last wish. The hero sitting in a chair is in absolute silence. The protagonist is broken and depressed. A system failure has occurred. A person is not able to make any guesses about anything. The system is looking for a problem. Analyzes a person's desperation. 3 wishes were found. There is a search for what is most important. No difference was found between desires. Everything is done. A bright, blinding light came on. The hero, completely whole and healthy, young, wakes up in a clean bed. He finds himself inside a clean, spacious room and exclaims, "It's sunny autumn in the window and I see the silhouettes of the mountains." This turns out to be the view from his room. The hero examines the surroundings and the view from the window. The hero breaks out in a cold sweat. He says that he was just there. And to himself he continues that he was in front of the killer who was sent by cunts. A knock was heard on the door. The hero turned to the window. A voice is heard outside the door, saying that it is Ezel, and she asks if she can come in. The hero was surprised that it was Ezel. He remembers that this was his servant who worked for him 10 years ago. The maid comes in and curtsies. She turns to the young master and says that they are looking for him. The protagonist thinks about whether this is really Ezel, and then, looking at the situation in the room, he thinks that this is his bedroom, and does not understand what is happening. He immediately asks the maid how old he is. The maid, shy and blushing, replied that he turned 16 this year. The hero realizes that he has returned 17 years ago. Shouting out the maid's name, he flies into her and presses his face to her chest in an embrace. The protagonist looked with slightly wet eyes at the maid and asked if it was true. Ezel, surprised by the gentleman's tears, asked if he had a nightmare. He, wiping his tears, remembered that even when his family abandoned him, she was always there. He thanked Ezel. The maid was scared and did not understand what was happening. She fell to her knees and immediately said that she apologized and asked to say what she had done wrong, and that she was ready to accept any punishment and would correct herself. The hero, a little surprised, remembers that he was very bad then. He told her that she misunderstood him. And then memories began to slip into MC's head that he had previously been very rude to his maid Ezel. The maid was surprised. The young master asked why she came to him. She replied that the owner was looking for him. He was very angry because he did not come to him yesterday. The hero turned around and replied that he would go right away, and began to remember where he had put his sword. The maid was surprised and asked him what he had just said. He turned around, smiled softly and asked why she was so surprised. He shouldn't go. The maid, dumbfounded, said that of course she should go. The hero in shorts pulls his shirt on and thinks that he doesn't even understand what happened. But he was given another chance. Because of one mistake, the hero remembered his recent torture. He became a disgrace to the family. He won't make any more mistakes. Vic realized that in order to change his future, he will try hard. He will become the new Eren Steelguard. The maid brought the sword to the master. He took it in his hands. The lord put it on his shoulder and confidently said that they should leave now. Then, smiling and flirtatiously snapping his fingers, he said that he was a little sorry that his beautiful abs had disappeared, but this was not such a problem. The maid, with a doubtful look, asked if everything was all right with him. We see the Steelguard gymnasium. The hero approaches the arch behind which the soldiers are training. He thinks that the knights who were the pride of the family still exist. The hero thinks a little, and after estimating by eye, quietly says that there are about 70 of them. Scratching his temple with his finger, he says that he did not understand their value, and ignored them as dirty and sweaty men. The captain of the guard named Halfale stands in front of the young master, and he sternly says that the master has finally appeared. The hero looked guilty, apologized and said that he was a little late. The captain made the most dissatisfied face and in an angry voice quietly asked about that little bit. The protagonist thought that the captain was still the same. The head of the guard, trying to keep a good face, asks if he forgot what they agreed on, because yesterday he missed training. so today there will be an intensive one. The hero stands in line in front of him. Raphael calls the challenge. It's 50 laps, 1,000 swings and 1,000 punches. This time he shouldn't get off easy. The protagonist replies that he understands and will do everything. The captain replied that he was pleased with the answer. The hero, smiling, asked if he could start right now. The knight was surprised by this answer and thought he would start inventing something again to miss training. He wondered what happened to him. There is no longer that Darran who will repeat that worthless life. The protagonist is trying to catch his breath, and the surprised captain stands behind him. The hero returned to the times when he was 17 years old. We see part of him running. Nothing has changed here, the only thing that has changed is him. Everything is in his hands. The Lord accelerates and runs without saving his strength. Now that he knows the future, he will try his best to improve his skills. Darran breathes heavily and continues to run. He swings at crazy speed and counts each one. The captain looks at him in surprise and thinks about how serious he is. The hero thinks about preventing a repetition of those events. He will protect the legacy of his family. The hero makes the last swing of his sword, sweating out. The sun is shining brightly in the sky, and at the 1,000th time he is done. He throws away the sword and falls back to the ground. Lying on the ground, he thinks that for the first time he completed all the exercises to the end. It was hard but worth it. There are both weaknesses and strengths. Let's see what happens in the future. He has good chances. First, he needs to concentrate on endurance. The system notified that a new user had been discovered. He was asked if he wanted to start interdimensional trade. The hero was terribly surprised by this and sharply drew attention to this. Sitting on the ground, he got scared, not understanding what it was, and the captain asked if he was okay. The young master looked at him and asked if he didn't see this floating thing. But he only asked what he was talking about and asked what kind of thing it was. The hero was surprised and asked if he really didn't see her. Raphael just thought that these were the consequences of overwork. The protagonist thought that only he could see her. The captain is holding Mick by the shoulder, and he is thinking about why it is floating in the air, and not in the book. He is about to press confirmation. The summoned book appears. The hero was open-eyed. He thought that this was indeed a transaction with dimensions. But it was an ordinary book. Why does it look like this now? They called him sharply. Mr. The captain looks at him uncertainly, not noticing the book. He looks at him with incomprehension and asks if he has come to his senses. He said something strange, so most likely he needs to be taken to a doctor. But the protagonist only said that he was fine, removing the captain's hand from himself. And smiling softly, he said that now he is not who he was before. Raphael, very surprised, looks towards the Lord and thinks that it is difficult for him to believe in the sudden change. Maybe this is the blood of Steelguard. The gentleman looks towards his teacher and says that since he has finished, he is now going to go. Raphael bows sharply, agrees and tells him to rest. The hero thinks that the teacher is not a liar, but it is still too realistic to be just a hallucination. The hero flips through his book, walking along the corridor. He completes the registration process in it and was looking for an ID and information on it. Then a man with glasses and white hair notices him. He wished him good morning, bowed, and said that the gentleman must be diligent today and asked if it was worth preparing something for him. But he replied that he was too tired today and didn't even want to think about food. He would probably skip breakfast and thought to himself that the butler didn't see this either. The hero's eye lit up blue, but then the butler noticed that in the Lord's eyes there was some kind of light, like a blue flame. And then questions began to pour into the hero's head about what kind of blue flame was in his eye. And apparently the book of interdimensional trade got into his eye. He gets worried and tries to think of what to say to him. He smiled and cheerfully told the butler that it was just mana, nothing special. The butler agreed with this assumption. The protagonist said that he was apparently tired, and today he was going to rest. He quickly ran into his room. He slammed the door, and slowly leaned his elbows on the wall, touching his eyes. He realized that all this was happening in his eye, but thinking again, the question arose that he, who died, returned to the past 17 years ago. He exhaled. The Lord, looking up somewhere, thought that in any case it was good that the butler did not realize that something was wrong. But then Darran receives a notification. He is surprised and looks at it. It says that the account name is user SSS and his nickname is Darran, and the question of whether he wants to continue logging into this account, and there was only confirm button. The hero, a little surprised, wondered why there was no option to cancel. He remembered that the previous ID was user 13 etwa. But thinking that since there was no choice, I needed to continue, I pressed the button. A notification came out indicating that an interdimensional transaction had begun. The connection location was now highlighted. This is System 0, District 1342. His sales level was 0. The description was that he was a man on the sidelines and the number of coins was 10. The hero looks at the book and thinks that he needs to start again from level 0. Supply and demand are completely separated, and since the system is 0 level, nothing can probably be done. But then the eye flashed and the hero noticed something. He wondered where he got the coins from while looking at the monitor. He immediately assumed that they were transferred from his previous account in a past life, and he does not think that this is so, because otherwise the level would have remained. Afterwards, he thought about it and put his hand to his chin, and suggested that the coins could be issued absolutely by accident. He decided to warm up first. His eye grew brighter. The next week he immediately demanded to spar with the knight. The captain reacted very hesitantly to this request, asking how serious he was, and the protagonist with glowing eyes immediately said yes. The captain turned to one of the soldiers, named Fry. He asked him to come and be a sparring partner for the young master, but also asked him to use only his left hand and do without mana. The soldier agreed, and the captain thought that he had certainly trained a lot lately, but it was still too early to spar with the knights. The hero was offended by these conditions and smiled tensely. He thought that fighting a 6th level knight with a handicap in the form of the absence of his right hand would simply hurt his pride. The hero said not to listen to the captain and fight at full strength. Fry was surprised by this turn of events, and the lord grabbed his sword. He stood in a high stance and shouted about the beginning. At the same moment, the protagonist lunged at high speed and nearly injured the soldier. The next attack followed, from which the knight had to defend himself. The soldier, feeling the onslaught, began to retreat and thought that he was going to be gentle with him. But the speed and severity of the blows, the technique, everything worked out much better than he expected, and wondered if it was really the young master. All the knights were sharply surprised and began to discuss the fact that they did not expect that the battle would be like this, and the young master would force Fry to retreat. The boy with a sword behind his neck began to fly towards the knight. The thought flashed through the knight's mind that he probably wasn't training enough and couldn't make him stronger. The knight was being squeezed and not being allowed to breathe. The captain is shocked and shouts that the soldier should not dare to use mana, but immediately followed by a series of sparkling blows, from which everyone sharply called out to the master. The knight fell to the floor. The whole team is shocked, even Half-Ale. Everyone asks how. The hero stands calmly, as if nothing had happened, and softly says that he has won. The knight sits on the ground, and next to him is his sword. He speaks heavily about how he definitely used magic. How is this possible? The hero said, standing over him, just admit that he lost. Everyone calmed down and said that it was incredible that young Master Curran had won. A week ago the following happened. There is a chest of gold in front of us, and the hero says that thank God, everything is as before. The hero looks at his hiding place with pleasure and thinks that this time he will not become a loser, and uses them to the fullest. The hero presses the button. He thinks that now this is his only way to survive. This is a spatial book of transactions. The hero looks at the book with slight dissatisfaction. The hero thinks that the most important thing now is currency exchange. He summoned ghostly scales. He put a certain amount of coins on the scales. The scales returned the answer that the approximate amount is 30 coins. The hero thought that this was even more than he expected. The hero ran his finger over the notification and said that he expected less, thought that there would be about 25 coins. Mick seriously looked at the book and thought that this was the time when gold was more valuable. The basic rule that he learned while using the spatial book of transactions. This is that the value of goods changes depending on the conditions of the store, and the price of the same goods will change in each world. So the only way to make good money from this book is to buy cheap goods and sell them at exorbitant prices. We see the scales on which they compare weight of crystals and gold. The hero made a simpler face and looked somewhere into the distance and thought that the exchange center was not fools. They definitely imposed restrictions and tax fees on certain goods. The lower the rating of the transaction, the more restrictions there were on it. With his hands folded next to his face, he thought that in order to raise the rating, you need to increase your achievements. In order to increase your achievements, you need to raise your rating. In the zero system, it was almost impossible to get high-performance goods. This all forms a hopeless dilemma. At level of the hero noticed something and paid attention to the offer for the sale of mana crystals, and this is exactly what he needs to quickly replenish his mana. The hero opened a chat with a merchant whose name is Home. The hero greeted him and asked if he sold crystals. He replied that yes, and that the crystals from his mine were of very good quality. Darran thought about it and noticed that his nickname was Glowing Red. The hero raised his finger to the screen and thought that perhaps he should press it. and then his profile opened. The Lord thought that this was apparently information about the user's status. For all 3 years of using the book in a past life, he saw a report on transactions for the first time. The hero returned to the dialogue again and thought that it was worth starting to find out the price. He asked how much, and he was told that the low-grade ones cost 5 coins apiece, and the average ones cost 20. He asks if this is the usual price. The housekeeper replied that the price was good and some sellers were asking a lot more, but since there weren't many of them on sale, he asked to decide quickly. The protagonist received a notification that the average price for a low-grade mana crystal is 3 coins. The average price for medium-grade crystals is 12 coins. A low-grade mana crystal is often present on the market, and there are enough medium-grade crystals. He thought that the information window had appeared again, and if the information was correct. Immediately the Lord got angry and thought that the seller, having said that the price was normal, almost doubled it. The hero became slightly furious and said that selling these goods, which cost 12 and 3 coins for such a price, is fraud. The merchant replied that he had the lowest prices and asked for evidence that he was a fraudster. The hero looked at the dialogue and thought that he had the evidence right in the book. The gentleman cheered up a little and, putting his finger to his chin, thought that he was worried and that the status window was telling the truth, and immediately told him that the ban on the exchange center was false. The hero, paying attention to the dialogue, asked him if he wanted to be considered an unreliable seller, and after the question, he asked why he was silent. Without waiting for an answer, he said that he had to report it. The housekeeper remained silent for a long time. He immediately became much kinder and said that we shouldn't do this because the buyer is so smart. The salesman dropped his head and began to sadly talk about how, in fact, the mine's profits had fallen and the miners were going on strike, so he paid them as much as they asked, but now he had almost nothing left. He didn't intentionally want to deceive him. The hero noticed the signature below which stated that he had earned 98 coins, and the transaction report stated that he is a merciless mine owner, and he does not hide his plans and intentions if he can get something, and be careful. The gentleman flew into a rage and thought that this scoundrel was lying again. He wrote to him that apparently Damashni does not stop lying. He wanted to ask how he found out, but the Lord immediately wrote to him and told him to forget, since he was not going to exchange with him. The merchant tried to stop him and was going to reduce the price by half. He would reduce the price only for him, and asked not to report. The hero calmed down and, putting his hand to his chin, thought about whether he should continue to put pressure on him, because he could reduce his price even more. Curran started trading and demanded 2 mana crystals of low and medium grade, and offered 25 coins for it. And then 4 mana crystals appeared in front of the hero. He looked at their characteristics. They said that the crystals could not be reused. He thought that this was not bad, and immediately accepted. The results of the transaction indicated that the deposit was 22.5 coins, and the hero, surprised by this, wondered why 22.5, because he gave 25. This is quite strange. Neither information about the seller nor a transaction report should be shown, and the price should not go down. The hero, seeing that Damashni was still afraid of the report, sharply wondered whether he could squeeze more out of him and smiled sarcastically. The hero, looking carefully into the dialogue, told him that if he continues to sell him crystals at the same price, then he will not report. The seller said that this was a terribly small fee. The protagonist thought about ignoring him and leaving, and then he saw a message that he had received a cashback and received 3 coins. The hero was surprised and thought that cashback was probably a VIP privilege. But the Lord immediately threw up his hands and thought that this couldn't happen. He took the crystal in his hand and thought about whether he should absorb it now. The hero closed his eyes, concentrated, and absorbed mana, thereby realizing that he had not been deceived. Thus, over the next few days, he tried his best and practiced his grandfather's advanced method of explosive mana breathing, called Breath of the Steel. This method has 2 conditions, a strong body and a large amount of mana. He clenched his fist tightly, squeezing the crystal, and he felt how, at the moment where he was sitting in the lotus position, mana was spreading from his heart. For him, who had neither one nor the other, it was impossible. But, remembering his training, he realized that through continuous training and great effort and using the mana crystal that he bought in the book, he was able to hone this breath, and it was an incredible victory. The hero looks forward with a slight grin. The Lord stood up proudly and thought about how cool he was. Everyone is again wondering how the young master was able to win. And someone says that it was not a serious battle, and this guy, Fry, is more of a social worker than a warrior. And already smiling angrily, he hears something that really hurts him, namely that he still has no pride. At the same moment, he thought that apparently he was too soft with these scoundrels and then he must once again show them his strength. The Lord turned to Mihail and told him to fight him with a hot face. He asked if it was addressed to him. The gentleman said yes, this is for him. The hero thought that this guy was ideal to show what he was capable of. This knight immediately calmed down and told him that this was too much, but he was interrupted. A beautiful girl dressed in a tunic and cloak, walking with a maid, approached them. She said it sounded fun. Everyone addressed her as my lady. She is the eldest daughter of Lebanon and her name is Curran Steelguard. The captain wanted to ask her to refuse, but she puts out her palm and says that she understands why he is worried. She turns to him softly and says that if mana battles are dangerous, then hand-to-hand combat should be fine. The captain agreed. The gentleman stood in front of Mihail, and the captain thought that he, a 6th class knight, even in hand-to-hand combat, he would be approximately 5th class and would never lose. Mihail drooped and thought that the basics of hand-to-hand combat came from street fighting. Mihail must win due to his height and long arms and the fact that the master has no chance of winning. But someone suddenly shouted for everyone to look. The cry said that the knight was losing. The protagonist began to crush his opponent and push him back with a series of blows. With his strong blows, the Lord sends the knight flying. The captain is shocked and thinks that it cannot be that this is exactly the same gentleman who was called a weakling just a couple of days ago. Darran makes a strong lunge and knocks out the enemy. Clouds of dust flew to the sides. Everyone stands in complete bewilderment and watches the fight. Shouts are heard that Mihail has lost. Everyone began to rejoice and talk about how cool the Lord is and said that they would greet the young master Darran. And the hero himself is standing in a cloud of dust, only sweating a little. His sister approached him, placing her hand on his cheek and calling him by name. She leaned towards his ear and said that she was proud of him. She had underestimated him before. And then Darran thought that his sister had acted unusually. Curran looked straight ahead and grinned slightly. This was the eldest daughter of Lebanon Steelguard. Curran successfully won sparring against the guys. Curran noted that Lebanon was always sad that he had a daughter, because even though she could not inherit the breath of steel, which was only passed down through the male line, her potential was undeniably enormous. Darran added that the breath of steel is the foundation of the Steelguard family, and according to the rules, women cannot use it, and are eventually doomed to become outcasts. Curran narrowed her gaze and sadly lowered her lips, looking at the floor. Darran noted that despite the fact that she was born with great potential, the rules did not give her a chance. Darran added that therefore, she understood what it was like to endure criticism from the whole world, since she was subjected to it every day. Curran, closing her eyes, put her hand on the protagonist's head, ruffling his hair while he was looking intently at her. Curran told Darran that he must have shed all his blood, sweat and tears to get this far, in secret so no one could see him. Curran frowned sadly, closing her eyes. Curran told the main character that she was sorry, because she didn't even suspect, noting that she was his older sister, and instead of supporting him, she neglected him. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, looking at his older sister in bewilderment. The protagonist thought he was embarrassed, noting that to be honest, from the very beginning, this battle was to gain her approval. Curran turned around and began to leave, while the main character stood next to Raphael and looked towards his older sister. The protagonist imagined the image of his sister, who smiled maliciously, slightly narrowing her gaze. The main character noted that of all the brothers and sisters, Curran is the most impartial and calls a spade, a person with deep understanding and kindness. The main character noticed that she was the first to recognize and accept his new one. Darran closed his eyes and pursed his lips, thinking that his predictions were correct. Darran opened his eyes and looked to the side with a serious look. The main character mentally asked his older sister for forgiveness, noting that this was the only way. The starry night sky stretched above the castle, where the moon shone brightly. The protagonist noted that before this he did everything deliberately, and real problems would soon begin. The table was set with various dishes and decorated with candles. There were many people sitting at the table. It was evening, dinner time. Lebanon closed his eyes, raising a glass of red wine to his mouth. This was the head of the Steelguard family, Lebanon Steelguard. Lebanon said he liked the menu. Curran looked at Lebanon with a serious look as he brought the fork of food to his mouth. Curran noted that she specifically ordered it to be submitted, asking Lebanon that Darran was leaving for the academy soon. Lebanon opened his eyes and looked at the main character. He said it was time. The main character knitted his eyebrows, looking at Lebanon, slightly confused. The protagonist noted that everything is as he thought, and he showed his sister that he is capable, and now she takes care of him. Levatin looked intently at the protagonist, while the main character looked at him with his mouth slightly open. Levatin told the main character that Curran told him that he, in training, defeated the knight. Darran thought his plan had worked. The protagonist tilted his head slightly and looked at Levatin with a slight smile. The main character thought that he had finally attracted his father's interest, and could not miss this opportunity. The protagonist told his father that he had many more knights to defeat, adding that it was only a small battle with wooden swords. Levatin smiled, showing his teeth, and raised his hand to his chin. A young man sitting next to him said that he heard that he was in 6th grade. A young guy in beautiful clothes raised his hand and looked at Levatin. This was Levatin's eldest son, Curran Steelguard. Curran noted that it wasn't even a real sword fight. Curran leaned slightly over the table, looking at Curran, while the main character looked at Curran annoyed. Curran asked Curran if that was the case. Curran looked at Curran indignantly, while he knitted his eyebrows and looked at her with displeasure. Curran noted that he became a 5th-class knight at the age of 18, and the main character is only 16. Curran corrected Curran, saying that at the age of 17, he officially received that class. Levatin lowered his gaze to look at the glass of wine, while Curran looked at his father in surprise. Levatin told the protagonist that this was impressive. Curran opened his mouth and looked at Levatin the moment he stood up from the table. Levatin told the main character that his grandfather first went to fight around his age, asking him that was why he suddenly became so determined. Levatin walked up to his son, looking at him with a serious look, and extended his hand, while Curran looked at his father's hand in surprise. The main character was surprised by the sudden handshake. The protagonist took his father's hand, looking at him with a smile. The main character told his father that it was because he was now 16. Father and son shook hands. Curran realized that this was a fighting handshake. The protagonist noted that the combat handshake is the process of transferring mana from each other's hands to determine strength. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise, looking at his father. The main character thought it was a test. Curran knitted his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, looking at Levatin with wariness. The protagonist thought it was important to satisfy his father, but this might make him suspicious and he needs to hide his power. Levatin closed his eyes and pursed his lips, exhaling with relief. Levatin told his son that he has grown a lot, adding that he was worried that his youngest son might be different from others, but now he is calm. Curran bared his teeth and looked angrily towards his younger brother and father. Levatin told Curran that he thought he would do well when he left Steelguard. Levatin closed his eyes thoughtfully and raised his hand to his mouth. He said that, come to think of it, he didn't pay enough attention to the main character, adding that now he can ask him. Levatin opened his eyes and looked seriously at his son. Levatin asked the main character if he wanted something as a gift for entering the academy. The protagonist widened his eyes in surprise. The main character smiled widely and scratched the back of his head. The protagonist told his father that he had something he wanted to ask him. The main character lowered his eyes and smiled sadly. Curran told Levatin not to take it into his head, as he was not sure that he was good enough. Levatin looked at his son with a slight smile, crossing his arms over his chest. He told him not to worry as he would listen to his wishes. The main character closed his eyes and ruffled his hair, smiling slightly. The protagonist told his father that he didn't want to ask too much because he thought he would refuse. Levatin closed his eyes and sighed heavily, while Curran jumped up from the table, looking at him with displeasure. Levatin told the protagonist that he has a talent for embarrassing people, adding that he would then swear on his mana. Levatin, closing his eyes, raised his hand to his chest, clenching it into a fist, after which blue magical energy formed around the fist. Levatin swore an oath that he is the head of the Steelguard family. Levatin Steelguard swears with all his mana, as long as it does no harm, promising to listen to the wishes of his son Curran Steelguard. The main character widened his eyes and pursed his lips, not expecting this. He thought that the time had finally come. Levatin put his hands to his side, looking at his son with a serious expression on his face. Curran told his father about his request. Levatin walked down the corridor with the main character, while Curran followed behind them, looking furiously at his father. Curran said it was just funny, noting that the protagonist had gone crazy. Curran told his father that he cannot break family traditions. Curran furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, looking at his father with displeasure as he closed his eyes. Curran said that only one person and no one else is allowed to enter there, not understanding what it means that Curran is outstanding. Levatin opened his eyes and glanced at Curran, his mouth slightly open. Levatin said that control of the secret vault belongs to their family, noting that when he was young, he also went there with his father. Levatin frowned and looked at Curran menacingly, which surprised him. Curran told his father that this is completely different. Levitin asked Curran what he was telling him about breaking his mana oath. Curran sighed heavily and awkwardly looked at his father while Levitin glared at him. Levitin told Curran that he should go back as he was only going there with his youngest son. Darran smiled sarcastically, looking at Curran. The main character sarcastically noted that this is exactly how it is done. Curran bared his teeth in anger, his eyes wide. He thought that the main character was going where even he, the eldest son, could not enter. Levitin put the key into the wooden door and turned the lock. Levitin told the protagonist that the rules are very simple. Never enter the inner secret vault, and stay in the outer one. Levitin opened its doors to his son. He told him that no matter what he chose, he could only take one thing with him, adding that he would give him time. The main character looked confidently into the vault, narrowing his eyes slightly. He thought that he could finally take it, the spatial book of transactions. Darran entered a dark vault, where light was slightly shining through from the open door. The main character noted that the spatial book of transactions is the strongest weapon, and in order not to endanger his new life, only he should wield it. The protagonist walked around the storage room, examining various objects. The protagonist noted that before his death, there were only 2 spatial traders in 100 years on land number 1342, Seakan's grandfather and himself. The main character imagined yellow circles with hieroglyphs and drawings. Darran thought that unlike his previous life, in which he discovered a spatial book of transactions, in this life he could also see through it. The main character added that in other words, the book could not exist in a secret vault. The protagonist noticed that he appeared before his sister and got his wish fulfilled by his father, only to take possession of the spatial book of transactions. The main character carefully examined the shelves, looking for a book. He said the book was definitely there. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and pursed his lips nervously. Darran thought that no one but him could find it, and that he should get rid of the book. Levitin crossed his arms over his chest and looked with a serious look at his son who had just left the storage room. He asked him if he had chosen what he wanted. Levitin opened his mouth in surprise when he saw what his son was holding. The main character looked intently at his father, smiling slightly, and held a golden figurine in his hands. Levitin noted that this is a statue of a hero. The main character was holding a golden figurine of a man, with his hand raised, holding a sword. The protagonist noted that Seakan's Hero Award was made to honor Navarro's defense from the Empire. The main character noticed that it is 1 of 1,000 and is worth more than an ordinary gold figurine, and it is most often found in Vigo. Levitin knitted his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly, sighing heavily. He thought that this was just a momentary acquisition, and Darran was blinded by it. Levitin asked his son that he had said that he was going to Vigo because of gold. The protagonist pursed his lips and smiled awkwardly. He thought he could probably guess what his father was thinking. The protagonist looked away and smiled slightly, standing in front of his father. Darran told his father that for him this was the most valuable thing at that time, since with it, even if he bought a sword or mana crystals, he would have money left over. Levitin knitted his eyebrows and looked at his son with a serious look. Levitin told the protagonist that it doesn't matter whether he chooses to buy or sell her, but he had better focus on training. The main character opened his mouth slightly, while Levitin looked at him in surprise. The protagonist told his father that he believes that they should not follow only one path. The protagonist lowered his eyes, looking sadly at the floor, and pursed his lips. The main character noted that if he is as good with a sword as he says, then this will be a waste of time. The protagonist clutched the figurine tightly in his hands, while his father looked at him with his arms crossed. The protagonist noted that this would help him save time. Levitin looked at Darran with a serious look, slightly narrowing his eyes. Levitin closed his eyes and grabbed his neck with his hand, smiling in confusion. Levitin told the main character that he could not understand him. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. He noticed that his father was caught. At that time, Vigo. The protagonist looked straight ahead in shock, his mouth parted. There were a small number of books on the shelf. The main character noted that on the shelf where there should have been a spatial book of transactions, it had disappeared. Darran walked around the storage room, examining every corner in search of the book, not understanding where it could be. The main character was terrified, which made his eyes go wide. He thought the book had disappeared. Darran stood in a daze. He thought that he needed to calm down and start breathing evenly. The main character thought that there were 2 options. The main character presented a book that was moved from one place to another. The protagonist noted that either the spatial book of transactions had moved without his knowledge. The protagonist presented a black silhouette of a man holding a book. Curran noted that either someone is already using this book, adding that it could be either of two options. Curran looked thoughtfully at the floor, raising his hand to his face. He noted that in 17 years, 14 years to be precise, he will become an earl. The main character stood in a darkened vault, looking straight ahead. The protagonist did not understand what happened to the book, adding that he could only hope that someone else did not take it. After that incident, the main character touched the golden figurine, after which he rested his head on his palm. The protagonist noted that the book was not in Vigo, which was a big discovery for him, but in a hurry he took the hero figurine so he could make good money. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist's face. The automatic transaction is completed. Blue notification windows appeared. Eye of Providence. Item gold up to sales limit. Requested trades for next rank. Price subsidy. Up to 50% of your coins will be supported. The amount of money supported will be marked as negative. You received 106.5 coins from a sleeping student. You received 205 coins and a discount coupon. Number of coins, -36, 275.5. The main character looked contentedly at the notification windows, smiling slightly. He said it has advantages. The main character recalled how a notification window appeared in front of him. Urgent adjustment. The effect will be applied. Cashback. You receive 3 coins. The protagonist noted that he discovered them during a deal with Hearthstone. The main character widened his eyes in surprise. His mouth parted, while blue flames came out of his eye. He did not understand what kind of urgent adjustment it was, noting that he had already seen something like this, and this applies to VIP benefits. The protagonist thought that this meant that he was VIP. Iran stood by the window, spreading his arms to the sides and shaking his head. Iran looked to the side in confusion with his flaming eye, pursing his lips. The main character closed his eyes and smiled widely, waving his hand and raising his finger to the book. The protagonist clicked on the blue icon in the book. He said it was impossible and he would only press it once. Iran thought that if there was nothing there, then it wasn't real. The main character opened his eyes and, without expecting anything, looked at the book, after which his eyes widened in surprise. A card appeared with skills such as daily attendance check, inventory expansion, flow rate, promotion profile, and the like. The main character thought that this couldn't happen. Iran noted that all benefits are at the maximum level. The protagonist looked at the book in bewilderment, his eyes wide. He said it was just crazy and there was no point. Iran slightly recoiled from the book, opening his mouth in surprise. Iran suggested that the amount he received for the currency exchange was more than he expected. The main character recalled the moment when he put the coins on the scales. The skill has 0 commission. For all payments, the commission will be 0%. The main character recalled how he conducted a dialogue with the merchant. The Eye of Providence skill provides information and reports on partners' transactions. Iran recalled how he sat back and watched the dialogue with the merchant. Flow skill makes transaction prices and quantities of goods known. The protagonist recalled how he made the exchange and was very surprised by what happened, not understanding why 22.5 coins were sent. The skill of enjoying excess, 10% discount. The main character was very surprised by all this. Skill urgent adjustment. You got 15% of your coins back. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the book with a serious look. Notification window. Urgent adjustment. Cashback is 3 coins. Notification window. Reward for the first day of checking attendance. You received 10 coins. Darran noted that the first 10 coins he started with also benefited from these benefits. The main character looked straight ahead in slight bewilderment. The protagonist jumped up and down with happiness, waving his arms and legs. The protagonist put his hands on his cheeks, smiling sweetly, beaming with complete happiness. The main character thought that this would be enough to hire him. The protagonist thought that it would be faster than he expected. Iran noted that it was time for revenge. Iran grinned wickedly. The main character picked up the golden figurine and looked at it with a serious look. The main character noted that he has enough ammunition. The protagonist placed the golden figurine on the system scales. The protagonist said that first he should sell this figurine. Notification window. Approximate price, 115 coins. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, looking irritably at the notification. The main character was surprised that they offered 115 coins for it, and thought that they were trying to deceive him, since the price of the figurine was about 140-150 coins. The main character activated the VIP flow rate privilege. The protagonist stared intently with his blue flaming eye at the figurine. Notification window. The average transaction price is 150 coins. The quantity of goods is in excess. The main character did not understand how he could deceive him for 40 coins. Darran grabbed the figurine, pressing it to his chest, and looked furiously at the scales, his mouth wide open. Darran noted that 40 coins is almost 400 gold. Darran sat down on the bed, extending his finger to the book. The protagonist thought that even though it infuriated him, he would accept the deal. The protagonist lay contentedly on the bed, spreading his arms to the side, and closed his eyes. The protagonist thought that in any case, it was very convenient. Curran grinned contentedly, looking at the book in front of him. The main character did not believe that he could engage in interdimensional trade while lying on his bed, noting that this was all thanks to the book of transactions that got into his eye. Darran rose sharply from the bed, resting his hands on his knees, and looked at the book in surprise. Darran realized that the book had hit him in the eye. The main character widened his eyes in bewilderment. He thought that this book in his eye was the real spatial book of transactions. The protagonist pursed his lips and looked at the book with a serious look. Darran thought this was good and he wouldn't have to worry about it. Notification window. The figurine deal is completed. You have received 150 coins from Maydust. Number of coins, 425.5. In another window there was the Eye of Providence, in which there were 2 scales with the characteristic of the commodity gold and the class of transactions. Darran rested his face on his palm and smiled slightly, looking at the book. The main character was surprised that he managed to sell so quickly. The protagonist looked at the book with interest, raising his hand to his face, clenching it into a fist. The main character was thinking about the next product that would suit him, thinking about mana crystals. Notification window for a merchant who sells cheap and high-quality mana crystals. The protagonist noticed the merchant, his eyes wide. Darran, with a malicious smile, raised his finger to the book. He noticed that this was the seller. The main character decided to check this merchant. Darran wrote to the merchant, greeting him and calling him a scammer. Hearthstone furrowed his brows, looking at the book with displeasure while blowing smoke out of his mouth. Hearthstone called the main character crazy without recognizing him because he called him a fraud. Hearthstone raised an eyebrow in bewilderment and opened his mouth slightly. The main character looked contentedly at the dialogue window in which he corresponded with Hearthstone. Hearthstone, having recognized the main character, sharply changed its attitude. The protagonist noted that he was looking for more mana crystals to buy, checking to see if the price remained the same. Hearthstone told the protagonist that he was a special case and it wouldn't work this time. Darran crossed his arms over his chest and looked at the dialogue window with a sneer. Darran asked Hearthstone why he wouldn't stop lying to him, noting that it wouldn't work with him, and since he had correspondence from that time, it might cause him problems. Hearthstone squeezed his eyes shut and exhaled in anger. Hearthstone was angry with the main character and thought that if he reported him, he would simply be blocked for a couple of days. But when he thinks about the losses he will suffer during these days, it makes him angry. The protagonist told Hearthstone that it would be best to sell them to him at a slightly lower price. The main character looked at the dialogue window with deceit, grinning maliciously. The main character noted that Hearthstone is rich and has over 1,000 coins, so he does not understand why he is shaking so much over such a small number of coins. Hearthstone closed his eyes and sighed sadly, thinking that the main character was toying with him. Hearthstone asked the protagonist how much he would like to buy. A correspondence window appeared where the main character communicated with Hearthstone on the topic of selling crystals. The main character looked thoughtfully at the notification windows with a successful transaction and cashback, putting his hand to his chin. The main character noted that he bought medium-level crystals for 10 coins and low-level crystals for 2.5 coins. The main character's selling window, where he sold crystals for 12 medium-level coins and 3 low-level coins. The protagonist closed his eyes, yawned wide open, and stretched upward. The protagonist noted that these are the basics of any trading: buy low and sell high for a profit. Meanwhile, in the Hearthstone room, Hearthstone threw his golden hookah at the wall. Hearthstone suddenly stood up from the table, looking furiously at the book. Hearthstone was angry at the protagonist for selling him the crystals cheaply, adding that he could use them himself or sell them in his world. Hearthstone did not understand why the protagonist was reselling crystals on the same channel. Darran rose from the bed, looking at the book with a sleepy look. Darran was surprised at how many messages he received. The protagonist opened a dialogue window with Hearthstone, where he swore angrily at him. The protagonist noted that he had 3 years of trading experience from his past life, and after many deceptions, he remembered a few things. The main character chuckled sarcastically, smiling slightly. The main character thought about what he should do if another person gets angry with him. The main character noted that Hearthstone cannot even travel between dimensions. Darran furrowed his eyebrows and bared his teeth in anger. He decided to answer Hearthstone with redoubled anger. Darran told Hearthstone that he had no right to be angry at him. Hearthstone raised his eyebrows and opened his mouth in surprise. Hearthstone didn't understand what was wrong with his attitude, thinking that he was angry because he was swearing at the main character. The protagonist noticed that in his past life there was an altercation with another trader, and their way of corresponding stood out to him. Darran clutched the dialogue window in his hands, shouting furiously into it. Darran thought that if he remembered correctly, their species was called Azelos. The protagonist told Hearthstone that he had not started yet, noting that he could feel the lightning strike directly to his head. Hearthstone showed his teeth nervously, watching the protagonist's behavior in shock. Hearthstone asked the protagonist to stop acting like this already. Hearthstone thought he had a little problem with his head. The protagonist, with a satisfied smile, extended his finger to the notification window, which indicated a successful transaction. Hearthstone told Darran that he had gone too far. The main character did not understand what was wrong with this, because he did not promise not to resell or anything like that. The protagonist looked displeased at the messages from Hearthstone, who was unhappy that he was reselling them at a higher price. The protagonist noted that this is all because he sells them at an unreasonably high price. Hearthstone crossed his arms over his chest and closed his eyes, turning his head away from the dialogue window with displeasure. The main character wanted to make another deal with Hearthstone. Hearthstone noted that it is no longer selling at that price, adding that the main character can report it and do whatever he wants. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly, looking thoughtfully at the dialogue. The protagonist wanted to buy the crystals at the original price, but Hearthstone did not want to bargain with him anymore. The main character thought that Hearthstone seemed really upset. The main character was lying on the bed with his hands behind his head. Darran told Hearthstone that by doing so he was missing out on his chance to make a fortune. Darran thought that for people like Hearthstone, money is a religion and faith in some way. The main character wrote to Hearthstone that such a big shot like him could not do this. The protagonist noted that even if he just plays along with him, he will soon understand that this is even more important than his feelings. Darran noted that a person who takes advantage of every opportunity to gain benefit. Hearthstone wrote to the main character that this makes sense. The protagonist added that he is also a person who is easily convinced by profit. Hearthstone closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, raising his hand to his face. Hearthstone said that it didn't make sense for him, a big shot, to do something like that. Hearthstone and the main character were discussing the price of crystals. Darran smiled contentedly, looking at the notification window. Darran noted that he has 455 coins, and since he can be supported by 30%, he has 675 coins. The main character looked closely at the correspondence, wanting to buy 50 medium-level crystals and 19 low-level ones. Hearthstone said that he didn't have that much, to which the main character replied that he was talking about the fact that he had a mine. Hearthstone looked at the dialogue in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. Hearthstone told the main character that crystals don't appear in mines out of nowhere, and he has 25 medium and 50 low. The main character smiled slightly, looking contentedly into the dialogue window. The protagonist told Hearthstone that he would buy everything and thought that it would be profitable for him. Description window for the main character about the sale of mana crystals. The protagonist thought that he just needed to sell them cheaper. Hearthstone was furious, baring his teeth and clenching his fist. Hearthstone didn't understand what the main character was doing and why he was selling them at such a low price. The protagonist closed his eyes and enjoyed the hot tea. Darran put the cup on the saucer. He noted that if you look at it from the perspective of an ordinary merchant, then Hearthstone's words make sense. A window with privileges appears. The protagonist noted that everything is somewhat different for someone who has VIP privileges. The protagonist closed his eyes and enjoyed his meal. He thought that he would still benefit even if he lowered prices by 25%. The main character, with a slight smile, extended his hand to the window with scales indicating the limit for the sale of crystals. Curran noticed that especially in the case of mana crystals, there is something special about the high demand for them, and that is that their sales limit is also very high. The main character closed his eyes, moving his hand to the side along the dialogue window, ignoring the Hearthstone message. Darran noted that his hands are already full of making a profit, so he has no reason to respond to him. There were blue mana crystals on the table. The main character turned his head, looking seriously at the crystals lying on the table. The protagonist thought that he needed to practice mana breathing as soon as he got the chance. The protagonist sat on the floor, crossing his legs and palms into a fist, and then closed his eyes. Darran thought that if he finished training his body, he would not lack in anything. Curran added that at that time his initial rate of progress was higher than usual. On the wall hangs a picture of the menacing Seakan. The main character thought that he was not a genius. The protagonist sat with his eyes closed, after which he suddenly opened them. The protagonist noted that if he continues like this, he will soon reach his limit, and if this happens, he will not be able to survive in this place. The main character noted that he was not so far from going to that place. Curran bent down slightly and splashed water on his face, closing his eyes and pursing his lips. Curran looked in the mirror, looking closely at himself. The protagonist noticed that everything was going according to his rough calculations. The protagonist clenched his fist and leaned against the table, slightly wetting it with water. The protagonist thought he should start. A notification window appeared saying that the main character had reduced the price of crystals. The protagonist noted that he would reduce the price of mid-level crystals to 9.5 coins. Notification windows about a successful transaction appear. The protagonist looked contentedly at the notification windows, grinning slightly while water flowed down his face. The water left splashes on the table, flowing from the protagonist's face. Darran noted that in his past life, in order to get to that place, he had to devote a whole year to this after becoming a lord. Darran looked at his reflection in the mirror with a serious look. The protagonist noted that in this life, only 8 days have passed since he began large-scale trading. A huge palace with a gray sky above it. The protagonist noted that it took over a year, even when he was the head of the Steelguard family. The main character grinned maliciously, staring straight ahead. A notification window about the Eye of Providence appeared, telling about the fulfilled conditions. A notification window appeared above the book, which told about completing the requirements and moving to level 1. A new channel appeared in the book, called System 1. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that he had finally moved to System 1. A bright blue light appeared from the protagonist's eye, which transformed the book. A red scroll appeared in front of Curran, which he looked at with a joyful face and a wide smile. The system congratulated the main character on his promotion. The protagonist stared at the scroll, and the flame in his eye changed from blue to red. Curran noted that this is where the real business begins. Notification windows appeared. The sponge in the head privilege is unlocked. The speed of skill absorption will be increased. The main character presented the fighter in a fighting pose. The protagonist was glad that he had advanced to System 1, because in it even the errand boys and service personnel are as strong as the knights. Curran noted that it is also known as the world of Murim. The main character said that that's what they call her, but he didn't understand what kind of disgusting manner of communication it was. A 2-Hyo card appeared, saying that he lacked the artistic tools to depict it. There were unscrupulous comments above 2-Hyo's card, saying that he did not understand spatial trading. The protagonist looked at the window with the card in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. Darran noted that this is not surprising, and a completely expected reaction. A window appeared with the sponge skill in the head. The side effect of absorption was reduced to 80%. The absorption rate increased to 300%. The protagonist looked at the skill window with a thoughtful look, raising his hand to his chin. He was surprised by the suddenness, not understanding what the requirements were to unlock the privileges. Curran thought that since he doubted, he could only activate the Eye of Insight. The main character widened his eyes, causing his red eye to shine. The protagonist looked at the skill window, waiting for a description. Curran was surprised that the skill didn't work. The main character tiredly closed his eyes, raising his hand to the bridge of his nose. The protagonist said that this was a setup, and the exchange center employees were of no use. Curran noted that they should have at least explained where these privileges came from, or, at worst, allowed him to see the information using the eye. The protagonist sat down on the sofa, resting his hands on his legs and looking at the scroll. The protagonist said that one can only guess, suggesting that most likely they open with a new level. The main character drew attention to the scroll, which contained a notification of the event. Many notification windows popped up about events, such as a week of special sales, low prices, and VIP privileges for professional promotions. The main character was shocked by what was happening, holding his hand in front of the notifications. The protagonist did not understand what it was and why there were so many of them. The protagonist raised his finger to his lips and grinned maliciously. Darran noted that if you look closely, it looks strange. Darran widened his eyes in bewilderment and pursed his lips. He noted that even if this is a special sale, since the discounts are based on the market price of the exchange center, the price will still be high. The main character added that since all his privileges are at the maximum level, the lack of commission on transactions does not bother him. A red envelope icon appeared in front of the protagonist's face. Darran thought about paying for taking part in the event. From the envelope came a letter congratulating him on his transition to System 1, which also stated that he was given 3 gift coupons that he could use at the exchange center. The protagonist was surprised by this message, being in a slight daze. Darran assumed it was some kind of customer service thing and hoped they didn't send some kind of snack as a reward. Darran received a thing, Danshin formation and 3 years of spiritual energy, martial arts, rapid development of body and sword skills, and 500 coins. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, extending his hand to the received objects in surprise. He didn't understand what it was all about. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly in bewilderment, and a red scroll opened above his head. A notification about the activation of the sponge skill appeared in the head and with its characteristics. A notification appears indicating that the takeover is complete. The protagonist closed his eyes and covered his face with his hand, slightly feeling a slight pain. Darran opened his eyes in shock, causing his mouth to open slightly. Darran was amazed that the body and sword skill had actually been absorbed. The main character smiled insidiously, looking at the things he received. The main character presented the mana crystals and the item he received. The protagonist noted that in this world, martial arts use mana as fuel, but in System 1, they use spiritual energy. The protagonist presented a blue and gold silhouette of a person in meditating poses. Curran thought that if someone asked him where martial arts was best, he would answer without hesitation that in System 1. The main character imagined the image of Seakan holding a golden sword that used the mysterious blade skill. Darran thought that the strange, out-of-world sword technique that Seakan used came from the world of martial arts. Darran noted that the martial arts of the 2 systems are similar in that they are based on the forces of nature, but mana is a more natural state, and spiritual energy is a refined form of it. The protagonist sat in a meditative position, which surrounded him with golden energy. The protagonist thought that although the rapid development of body and swordsmanship obtained was compatible with a mana lord, he still needed to open his meridians and veins. The main character closed his eyes, saying that this way he could better hone his skill. Darran suddenly opened his eyes in anticipation as a red aura surrounded him. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly, clutching his chest with his hand. He noticed that producing Danshin while learning sword techniques at the same time was a better way than he thought. The protagonist was in slight shock, looking straight ahead. He didn't understand whether there was a limit to spatial trade. Darran thought that he could buy anything as long as he had coins and even abstract valuables. The protagonist imagined 500 gold coins in his head. He thought he should use the coins a little more carefully. Darran noted that when he finished his preparations, he should start tracking down his first target, thinking of starting with that guy first. Spatial exchange subject, Hoja House. There was a slightly visible red light in the dark, deep cave. Hyoja was having a conversation with his client, who asked him to stop talking about love. Hyoja sat cross-legged in the cave. Hyoja told his customer to think of it as love for the human species. The buyer said he needed martial arts scrolls. From under the hood a slight smile was visible from Hyoja, who was holding a red book in his hands. Hyoja told the buyer that he had a lot of things and asked him to refrain from such an informal tone. The buyer didn't care. Hyoja sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes slightly. Hyoja noticed that he had another terrible buyer. A window appeared in front of Hyoja with a description of the main character. Hyoja said that the protagonist is like a small one from the lower system. Hyoja smiled insidiously, resting his head on his hand. He said that he shouldn't complain since he lives off people like him. Hyoja bared his teeth in a malicious smile. Hyoja said he should be grateful. Blood began to drip onto the ground of the cave. Hyoja asked the main character which one he needed. Hyoja noted that he has the balance, crouching tiger, and 3-volume techniques. The main character bared his teeth, smiling irritably. Darran noted that no matter how many times he heard this, he could not get used to this manner of speech. The main character noticed that this was in the style of a scammer. The protagonist noted that his specialty is selling various cheap battle scrolls at an inflated price. The main character introduced a little man who looked like Hyoja. Hyoja said that the 3-volume contains all the sword techniques, and of course, at first, progress will not be noticeable. However, the potential is there, and if you succeed in skill, you can become the strongest fighter in the world. The protagonist noted that he was targeting System 0 people who dreamed of System 1 martial arts. The protagonist imagined himself drooling at such an offer. The protagonist noted that, for example, people like him, who in a past life were complete losers. Darran recalled how dejected he was because he had come across a scammer again. Darran noted that the 3-volume sword technique is a common technique that consists of 3 movements: cutting, piercing, and blocking. The protagonist smiled displeasedly, closing his eyes. He thought about stopping Hyoja from talking nonsense about how he could become the strongest fighter in the world. Hyoja told the protagonist that one technique will not be enough, and he has the lightning technique, endless cultivation, hitting and kicking, and many others. Hyoja noticed that the main character fell silent, thinking that he had not yet decided what martial arts he wanted to train. Hyoja narrowed his eyes and grinned maliciously. Hyoja told the protagonist that he could give him some advice if he paid 20 coins for the consultation. The main character narrowed his eyes and smiled slyly, showing his teeth. Darran agreed to the deal, thinking that his real name was Hakchial. We were transported to the 5th Murim world, Juxin sect. It was a small Japanese town in which shouts were heard that someone was calling for a leader. The highly angry gaze of the Bamboo Mountain sect leader named Juseong was directed forward. Juseong asked Darran if he was really able to find the scoundrel Hakchial. Juseong hit the table with his fist in anger, because he did not understand where Darran got information about this person and how he could even find him, thinking that he could be being deceived now. The manager of the spatial trade in Bamboo Mountain sect looked at his boss, who was very angry about the situation, in bewilderment. Darran sarcastically asked the manager through the spatial window whether Juseong had said everything. Darran crossed his arms and gazed intently at the red window screen. He replied that Juseong asked too many questions and he couldn't answer them all at once. The manager said that Juseong was a little busy right now. Darran frowned slightly and looked disdainfully through his spatial eye. He noted that in any case, he should be given a reward for taking care of Juseong's enemy. Dijuka did not calm down and angrily pointed his finger forward at the screen. Juseong said that he found it difficult to trust Darran because he might also be a fraud. Now Darran heard what the Bamboo sect manager conveyed to him. Darran casually spread his arms to the sides and began to carefree sing along to the melody. He ironically replied that it was bad if Juseong didn't trust him, because Hakchial was Juseong's enemy, not his, so he added that in case of mistrust, he could simply let his enemy go. Juseong raised his fist in the air and started shouting angrily about how Darran even allowed himself to mock him, especially through the call. Darran closed his eyes with a satisfied look and drank a cup of tea. He told Juseong to review his information, after which he should understand everything. Juseong put his hands on the table and looked forward with disdain. Juseong noticed that Darran was from the lower system. Darran opened his eyes slightly and looked forward as the sun illuminated his room through the window. Darran noted that Juseong was right and also asked him a question about how a person from the lower system could know about the secret book of techniques of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Juseong frowned slightly and was puzzled. At the same moment, he abruptly crossed his arms in front of his face and rested his hands on them. He replied that Darran might have heard about this book from Hakchial. Juseong mused that Hakchial could also sit in the spatial trade. Darran looked forward slightly dumbfounded, holding a white cup in his hands. Darran noted Juseong's intelligence and explained that for a fugitive like Hakchial, spatial deals are the best plan B. Notification: Darran received 200 coins from the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Darran choked on water from such generosity. Darran received a message from the manager about whether he was satisfied with the fee. Curran widened his eyes and looked out of the spatial window in surprise. The manager, not hearing an immediate response, thought that this was a small amount for Curran, so he asked him to enter into their position. The main character understood that in fact this was too much. The protagonist recalled how Hyoja asked him for only 20 coins for advice. The main character looked puzzled, thinking that he only wanted to earn the 20 coins he spent on Hyoja. The main character represented Hyoja, who was peeking out from his hood. He understood that despite Hyoja, who in fact was Hakchial, he would never know that those 20 coins became decisive in his life. Over the connection, the manager conveyed a message from his boss that he should not think of deceiving him, because he was simply not allowed to do this. However, it was noted for him that if the main character still gets Hakchial, he will receive even more coins. Darran clenched his hands, crossed his fingers, and frantically looked forward. At the same moment, Darran looked ahead in shock, his eyes wide. For him it was an unexpected and pleasant moment. Darran thought about Hyoja, whom he could let slip away from the case. Darran wrote to the Bamboo sect that the name of the person they were interested in was Hyoja, adding that he was supposed to have a scar on his face. The Bamboo Mountain sect thanked him for his cooperation. Darran realized that he had lost some money compared to that scoundrel Hakchial. The main character realized that his number one reason for coming to System 1 was Seakan, a first-class war scroll merchant. Seakan Purple Book. Darran had many old books, including abstract philosophy and ideology. He also had books about Buddhism, Taoism, and the basics of Confucianism. The protagonist knew that he would not be exaggerating at all if he said that Seakan was the harbinger of the end for the Steelguard family. The main character met Seakan while looking for war scrolls to continue his grandfather's work. The main character signed documents with a pen while sitting in a large office with panoramic windows. At that very second, he suddenly got scared and widened his eyes, realizing that he had to kill Seakan. The protagonist knew that Seakan gave him false information and tricked him into spending a lot of money. The silhouette of a blue bookmark hovered in the images of the main character. The point of no return for the Curran family was the wish bookmark he bought from the guy from system number 2. The main character noted for himself that nothing could pacify his anger at Seakan. The protagonist looked angrily and frowning through his red spatial eye. The main character looked at the red, straightened scroll with slight surprise. The shame and pain that the main character went through should have been taken out on Seakan since he caused it. Curran decided to add himself to the chat with Seakan, who accepted his request. Seakan welcomed the new guest to himself and asked him what exactly he was looking for. Seakan offered theses and a book of changes, adding that he had a lot of interesting things. Curran smiled sarcastically, looking at the correspondence through the red system window. He replied that he learned about Seakan from Hyoja. Seakan replied that the unfamiliar guest should wait a second, as he needed to verify this information. After a couple of seconds, Seakan noted that everything was fine. Curran said to himself, since Seakan came to him from Hyoja, he understood that Seakan already understood a lot of things. On the other side of the screen was Seakan in the form of a man wearing round glasses and a black Panama hat. His card with characteristics came out. Seakan was a man and his location. System 1, 5th Miram World. The transaction rank was 1, and his spiritual status possessed useful martial arts techniques. The amount of money is 11-0. A system notification about Seakan's activities appeared. He was the librarian of the Heavenly Sword Library and secretly copied and stole the contents of the martial arts technique scroll. He sold them to regular customers cheaply, and to newcomers from System 0 at an inflated price. The system notified Curran to be careful with this man, because in this way he earned a large fortune, which he did not spend much. The dissatisfied Seakan wrote several messages about Hyoja at once, noting that he was fraudulently selling 3-volume equipment. Seakan added that it's unlikely that anyone would buy such nonsense, except perhaps complete idiots. The main character smiled ironically, closing his eyes and crossing his arms, standing in front of a transparent red chat window. Seakan grabbed his head and closed his eyes in displeasure. He noted that people from the lower system often suffered because of him, and Seakan added that this scoundrel Hyoja would never get rid of his bad habit. Curran thought sarcastically to himself that Seakan wasn't much better. Curran asked Seakan in correspondence whether he would cheat like Hyoja. Seakan closed his eyes in disdain, looking ahead through his glasses. He replied that it would be very rude to compare him with Hyoja and asked the main character not to go too far. The protagonist bared his teeth in a malicious smile, realizing that Seakan was trying to pretend to be a holy man. Curran pretended to apologize to Seakan for his rudeness and asked to see the martial arts that Seakan had in his arsenal. Curran noted that he was particularly interested in sword techniques. Seakan on the other side of the screen immediately exclaimed, placing his hand on his chest. He said that he had similar techniques that the main character needed. Seakan suggested a book with a drawing of a flowering tree. It was a plum blossom technique that released a sweet plum scent, the intensity of which depended on the skill of the practitioner. The protagonist widened his eyes with delight and understood that this was a pretty good option. He replied that he was satisfied with this technique and asked the price of the book. A notice came out through his spatial eye that the market price of the plum blossom technique was 15 coins. But Seakan decided to go his usual way and replied that the market price for this technique was 50 coins. But since it was his first purchase, he decided to give him a discount of 15 coins. Curran realized with displeasure that Seakan wanted to deceive him again. The main character looked at the screen with a small amount of disgust. He wondered if Hyoja was selling a 3-volume technique that wasn't even worth half a coin for 5 when Seakan calmly raised the price by 20 coins. Seakan was a little puzzled by the long response from Curran and asked him if he had changed his mind about buying. The protagonist frowned slightly and looked at the screen with enthusiasm, realizing that he should teach Seakan a lesson. Darran replied that, after all, he was taking the book for 35 coins, which supposedly sounded quite cheap, so he ordered the deal to begin immediately. Seakan smiled maliciously and rubbed his hands together, thinking that his evil plan to deceive and make a profit would succeed again. Seakan noticed that the unfamiliar buyer must have had a lot of coins and had a great interest in military equipment, so he decided to ask him about what the buyer was doing. The main character opened his mouth slightly, being right in front of the correspondence. He replied that Thoja should have mentioned that he was doing business and added that they would meet more often from now on. Seakan tilted his head forward and smiled very sarcastically, showing his teeth slightly. He replied that this news could well please him, although in fact he was making a sarcastic joke about an acquaintance of Thoja, who was supposedly doing business, but did not know the market price and the guarantors of the techniques. Seakan smiled maliciously again and rubbed his palms, clearly realizing that he should not let such a stupid customer go, as he thought. Seakan still replied that he was always happy to have customers like Curran, and noted that they should become friends. The protagonist noted that it sounded good. Curran clicked on the screen and accepted Seakan's friend request. He understood that the fish was hooked since everything was going according to plan. On the screen, the main character came across a guy named Jinjayu, who was looking for a mid-level sword technique for his son, so he told everyone to send him a friend request. Darran was going to resell the book at a reasonable price, even though he would lose his money. The main character put his hands behind his head, sitting on the bed, emitting a red aura with an arrogant face. He understood that Seakan would not laugh for long, because soon he would be able to take revenge on him. Suddenly, the main character turned towards the door where the maid knocked and was about to enter. Ezel entered the room and apologized for disturbing the peace. At that same second, Ezel sharply widened her eyes and looked at Darran in shock, addressing him as if he were a young master. The main character turned around with slight dissatisfaction and asked what was the matter. Darran realized that he had not hidden his thirst to kill and grabbed his face in indignation. He knew that once he saw Seakan, he wouldn't be able to control his thirst. The main character turned everything into a joke and looked at Ezel with sweat and excitement. He apologized to her and said it wasn't her fault. Ezel looked anxiously at Darran, who smiled with inspiration and showed his biceps. Ezel asked if the master wanted anything, to which he replied that he felt better than anyone. The main character straightened his white shirt from his pants by raising his hand, exposing his body and showing a small scar. Ezel looked at the main character in shock, realizing that he had recently succeeded greatly in his affairs. At the same moment, the maid timidly moved her head to the side, slightly lost in thought. Darran looked attentively at the maid and did not understand why she suddenly blushed. Small yellow petals flew past Darran's face. He realized that this could be a problem. The main character burst into a smile, waving his hand. He thought that Ezel might see him as a man, despite the fact that he hadn't even shown half of what he was capable of. But Ezel was already looking at him with curiosity. Ezel slowly turned to Darran. Darran broke into a wide smile with his eyes closed. He told her that she could ask whatever she wanted. Ezel looked at the main character worriedly, raising her eyebrows. She reminded him about the morning activities with his brother Curran. The protagonist widened his eyes and sighed heavily. He remembered that if he was not mistaken, then he definitely had plans with Curran. After a moment, Darran looked a little confused at his brother, who called out to him, coming closer. Curran glared at his brother with furrowed brows. It was morning at the training ground. The elder brother Curran came closer to his younger brother and called out to him. The main character turned back to his older brother. Curran glared at his brother from under his long bangs. Darran asked him what brought him here, because Curran usually trained with knights because he considered himself too strong compared to them. Curran asked about when this happened. The protagonist looked mockingly towards his brother. He replied that everyone already knew about it, because Curran never showed up at the training ground, but instead hid around the corner and trained on his own. The main character thought to himself that Curran was just a child in the past. Curran, after hearing an unpleasant statement from his brother, sharply bared his teeth and frowned deeply. He asked his brother what he even said. Darran looked at his angry brother with an ironic smile and said that he was just joking. Darran also reminded his brother why he came in the first place and what he wanted to talk about. Curran was still offended by his brother and bared his teeth heavily. Within a second, Curran raised his fist and tried to punch his brother with all his might, telling him in anger that he must now teach him a lesson. Darran did not expect such a reaction from his brother and widened his eyes. The main character looked down with displeasure, turning away from the blow. He knew that his brother always lost his temper easily, but this time he was already going too far. Curran waved his arms, trying to take revenge on his brother for the offensive joke. The protagonist bent down to the ground and looked angrily at his brother from under his brows. He didn't understand why his brother was so annoyed this time. Curran turned back angrily, frowning at his younger brother. Curran noted that Darran asked for it himself. Curran swung his fist and was about to punch his brother who was nearby in the face. Curran noticed with annoyance that Darran thought he was someone else because their father praised him a little more. Curran's fist emitted bright bursts of aura as the protagonist's brother himself glared at it. Curran attacked his brother and their fists collided in the air. Curran's face changed a moment later and he looked at his brother in shock after the blow. Darran still turned out to be stronger and threw his brother away with his blow. In a sweat, Curran looked at his brother in a slightly bent position. He didn't understand where his younger brother got such strength. He remembered that the last time Darran was a 5th class knight. Curran raised his hand in front of his chest and glared at his brother as bolts of lightning emitted from his sleeve. Curran felt that he had let his guard down. He made a suggestion to his brother that now he would not hold back. It was the aura technique. This was the true essence of refined technique and the basic requirement for 2nd class knights. The protagonist looked in amazement at brother Curran's hand, which was emitting a bright aura. Darran noted that Curran had gone crazy, because for the sake of this he would not have been worth entering using mana. The protagonist understood that in this place he was still known as a 5th class knight, so he could not use his aura. Darran furrowed his eyebrows and glared at his brother, telling him that he had crossed all boundaries. Curran frowned in response, emitting a yellow aura from his hand. He explained that he was taking this opportunity to teach his younger brother a lesson. Curran leaned forward and started running as fast as he could, trying to take revenge on his brother. Darran understood that his brother would attack him with all his might, so he had no choice and had to fight him. The main character sighed heavily and raised his hands, preparing to defend against his brother's attack. The silhouettes of the brothers were about to collide in a duel. In a deft leap, Darran came face to face with his brother, whose auras had crossed. The main character used a blow that destroyed the stone. Curran widened his gaze, looking at his brother in surprise. He did not understand what was happening at all and how his brother could resist him. Curran spread his arms to the side and looked forward in horror. He didn't understand how Darran could be so strong. Curran's foot hit the ground after jumping and a small cloud of dust rose up. After such an impact, a small hole was formed, and Curran lay on the ground while everything around was covered in dust. Darran looked at his brother carefully, trying to gauge his reaction. Curran, lying on the ground, raised his head and looked at his brother resentfully. He asked him how he was able to become so strong. Darran grinned maliciously in response to his brother's similar praise. Darran stood up and bowed his head slightly after such a thrashing from his brother. He noted that he understood that he and his brother were not on the best terms, but added that Curran should have realized that he had clearly gone too far now. Curran found strength and got up on one knee, resting his hand on the ground. He remembered the power from the secret vault that Darran took from there. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and looked at his brother in surprise. He thought that Curran was so angry because he visited this secret vault. Darran asked about this and noted that Curran should have also been in this storage, even if not in the internal one, but at least in the external one. Curran looked at his brother angrily, his brows furrowed. He didn't understand what kind of external storage Darran was talking about, thinking that he was just mocking him, because he didn't even know how he could get there. He also explained that only his father and Darran were in this vault. At this statement, Darran widened his eyes and fell into a stupor. He didn't know that it was really just him and their father in that vault. He knew that his father most likely did not even know about the existence of the spatial book of transactions, because he could not use it therefore in his past life. The dark silhouette of a man studied the blue book. Darran thought that the possibility of someone else using the book was unlikely, but since he himself had never been in the internal storage, there were only two options left. He realized that the book was either in the internal storage or did not exist at all. The maid Ezel looked carefully at the pensive Darran, who was holding his chin with his hand. He was still thinking that getting into the internal storage might be much more difficult than getting into the external one. Ezel tried to find out what the matter was with the master's confusion, to which Darran only made a malicious grin and closed his eyes in response. He explained that supposedly nothing like that happened between him and Curran, because he simply asked to show him the aura. Darran noticed that Curran simply could not control his power. The maid instantly feared for her master's health and looked at him anxiously. She worriedly asked him if he was injured, and if he wished, she expressed a desire to take care of him. Ezel, shyly and slightly blushing, imagined Darran naked and in a towel. She realized that he had already grown up, and he might not like such care. Darran closed his eyes and smiled a little, looking at Ezel, who was clutching her face in concern. The main character understood that he would simply take internal treatment pills from the exchange center, but he told her that he was fine and thanked her for her concern. The protagonist also added that luck was on his side. Darran clenched his teeth slightly, breaking into a smile. He was glad that Curran didn't get too angry. He told the maid not to worry about him and allowed her to have a good rest. Ezel bowed her head in submission and said that everything would be done. After a moment, Curran looked away and thought that now he would need to somehow get into the internal storage. He understood that he needed to do this before he went to the academy, so he didn't have much time. Suddenly, the protagonist widened his eyes and looked ahead in bewilderment, realizing that the time of the incident was about to come, so he was going to use those same guys. Meanwhile, Curran in his room was very angry about the incident with his brother, showing his teeth strongly. He didn't believe it was possible. Curran sat at the table, feeling distraught after losing to his little brother, with his arms crossed as a girl stood opposite him, also with crossed arms and red hair. Curran was very angry that his brother had humiliated him. Darran Steelguard, a girl with red hair, looked at her brother with slight displeasure, telling him that he had disgraced himself. Curran slammed his fist on the table and angrily began to prove to his sister that Curran was a scoundrel, since he most likely hid something in his sleeves and was just pretending to be a weakling. Curran looked anxiously at her brother, who was sitting angrily at his desk and holding the fingers of both hands. Darran noted that no one could know this because you shouldn't underestimate your brother, who could have been a bear cub, but turned out to be a cunning fox. Darran looked at Curran with a malicious smile as he looked down in despair. Darran said that despite all this, Curran was still a child and he could show his true self because he could no longer tolerate his bullying, adding that if she were him, she would have held back for 10 years. With some sadness, Curran noted that the main character he didn't even give it his all, but most likely restrained himself. Darran looked away with a sarcastic smile and touched her chin. She thought that if Curran told the truth and everything was really like that, then Curran would still be just a strong fox. Curran frowned slightly and looked ahead with a feeling of complete confusion, noting that Curran was not a fox or even a leopard, but a whole tiger. Darran walked towards her brother, putting one hand behind her back. Curran decided to find out what Curran was hiding from them and what he was going to do. Darran smiled maliciously, looking at Curran and lightly touching her protruding chin. She wanted to help him deal with this situation and said that she would take on this task and he could rely on her. Darran, with eyes full of courage and ardor, said that she would definitely beat out of Curran all the information that he was hiding from them. General chat of the Interdimensional Alliance of Mana Crystal Traders. Heartstone noted that they couldn't leave things as they were. Stone Henry agreed with the words of his colleague and said that the newcomer Curran had become insolent. A guy named A Lot of Mana noticed that a newcomer took over the market in just 2 days and he caused a lot of problems. Stone Henry became very angry and added that the newcomer had problems with his head because he was trading at a loss. Heartstone frowned deeply and told the guys to stop the farce so as not to quarrel with each other because their common enemy was Curran. All the traders in the chat suddenly calmed down and their avatars gathered together. Heartstone added in the correspondence that internal division is a path to failure, so he suggested that they all come together to fight a common enemy. A guy named Gengistone agreed with the words of the main merchant, and noted that because of the main character, his slaves were divided since he did not pay them the money they earned. A Lot of Mana asked the question, why did they gather then? Heartstone looked forward irritably and told the guys that there was no point in just sitting and watching Curran do whatever he wanted, so he suggested developing a plan to catch this impudent newcomer. There was a notification that the price of medium-grade mana crystals had changed from 11 coins to 10 coins. Another notice regarding the price of low-grade crystals, whose price has also dropped from 2.5 coins to 2 coins. There were treats on the table with cups of tea and pieces of cake. The main character noticed that the price of crystals had already decreased. Curran sat at the table with refreshments and looked up thoughtfully. He noticed multiple price declines and realized the response was happening faster than he thought. The protagonist put 2 sugar cubes in his tea. Sugar cubes plopped into the tea. The main character was selling mana crystals 1 coin below the market price, and it was precisely because of this that the merchants got angry and also began to reduce the prices of their crystals. In other words, destructive competition has begun. Curran drank his tea with his eyes closed, looking contented. He knew it wasn't his problem since he was still making a profit from his VIP privileges. Curran went into his inventory, which looked like a brick room. His items contained 12 low-grade mana crystals and 22 medium-grade mana crystals. Notice with characteristics of inventory level 1. There was available space 32 out of 1000. Interior, door, damp basement. He realized that he should increase the level of his inventory. The protagonist sat at the table and looked into the yellow small spatial cube, which was the inventory. He had 1002 coins, and he thought that he could sell medium-grade stones cheaper as before. The main character understood that reducing the price below 2 coins would bring losses, so he decided to stop selling for now. Darran raised the cup in front of his face and looked ahead thoughtfully. He realized that the reduction in lower grade stones was 1 coin, and that was not bad. There was little tea left in the white cup. The price was falling faster than the protagonist expected, but he knew that he could handle it. Darran picked up the fork lying on the table. He realized that he should have been doing other things instead, so he decided to move to System 1. The piece of cake was divided into 2 parts. Darran remembered Seakan and felt that he owed him revenge for his past life. The main character looked down angrily through his red eye. He knew that he had to take everything from Seakan. The ginseng heavenly sword library worker held a golden scroll in his hands and communicated through a magical yellow spatial window. Ginseng asked Darran if he was looking for mid-level sword techniques and added that the buyer could look at the catalog. He also said that techniques get stronger over time and asked Darran if he had time to familiarize himself with the products. The protagonist looked out the spatial window, where he examined various sword techniques. He realized that it was all very expensive, and realized that getting into the affiliate market was not so easy. Darran looked in bewilderment at the spatial window, where sword techniques were described point by point. The main character noted that these techniques were not enough and they were weak. Darran asked Ginseng if he had something more expensive and stronger. Ginseng immediately perked up and exclaimed. Ginseng offered the buyer 1,000 swords complete unique skill, which was the main complete unique skill they were selling. The card with the characteristics of this 1,000 swords lock unique skill came out. Its components were the destructive blow of despair, the Sanchin technique, the work of the ruler, the heavenly divine technique. Darran tilted his head to the side in disgust and closed his eyes slightly, realizing that the prices were very high. The main character presented a huge red castle in a Chinese province. It was the Castle of 1,000 Swords, a sect that had enormous influence even in the 5th Murim world. He knew that the size of the castle could not be compared to the Bamboo Mountain sect. Also completed, the unique skill is a martial art that was only passed down within the 1,000 Swords Castle sect itself. The protagonist looked forward, puzzled, touching his chin. He explained that he would like to clarify something with Ginseng. On the other side, the librarian enthusiastically asked about his customer's clarification. Seakan at the same time looked curiously at his golden scroll, communicating along the way through a small spatial window. He greeted his old customer again, noting that he was looking forward to him and wondered whether he would appear again. Seakan noted that he had found the techniques he needed. Darran looked forward dumbfoundedly, looking at the 2 book tags with the 8 Cloud Dragon martial arts techniques and the Green Cloud and Scarlet Dawn technique. The protagonist looked with delight at the red spatial window through his red eye. He was glad that Seakan got the techniques he needed so quickly. Seakan raised his eyebrows and looked out the glowing window optimistically. Seakan added that he had a whole team and they couldn't afford to keep their customers waiting. Seakan asked if his good customer needed anything else. The main character looked forward with a malicious grin and gaze. He exclaimed joyfully that he needed something else. Curran closed his eyes with a satisfied smile and raised his hand, sitting on a large and comfortable sofa. He remembered Hafael, the rich man he worked for, and explained that he was a fan of martial arts. Curran explained that Hafael was difficult to satisfy with intermediate-level martial arts books, so he said that he was desperate for help. Seakan said with malicious joy that they would definitely help him. Darran smiled sarcastically and looked away, touching his protruding chin. He noted that he wanted to surprise his boss and intended to show him something more. Seakan's eyes widened and he stared ahead at the screen, dumbfounded. He asked again about what exactly the buyer meant by something more. Darran noted that he was thinking about completing the 1,000 Swords Lock unique skill. In response, Seakan sighed heavily and asked to wait a little. Seakan sat in his dark library among large shelves of books. The main character realized that even for Seakan this would be very problematic. Seakan explained that the buyer understood everything wrong, because martial arts from 3 and 4 of the Murim world system were also good. Red card describing Seakan's characteristics. With a bit of shock and sweat, Seakan said that he would try to find this technique. Seakan knew that everything would work out if he was careful and didn't get caught by the ginseng librarian. The protagonist frowned contemptuously and realized that Seakan had taken the bait. Seakan looked ahead at the spatial yellow window. He noted that he was still risking his reputation, so he asked Darran for a deposit. The main character replied that he understood everything perfectly and agreed with Seakan's condition. Notification that Seakan received 200 coins from Darran. The protagonist added that he would transfer the rest of the amount when he received the book. Seakan was immediately inspired by such an impressive amount and put his hand to the glasses. He was surprised by the 200 coins deposit and said that he would contact him in 5 days. Seakan held the book in his hands like a spy and looked around the dark library and noticed the head librarian Jinsing. He knew that it was just the two of them in the library and he just needed to avoid getting caught. He understood that as long as he didn't get caught, nothing bad would happen. A few hours earlier, the main character turned to Jinsing through the spatial window, wanting to clarify something. The protagonist looked through the red spatial window and asked what would happen if someone sold a completed unique skill somewhere else. In response to such a question, Jinsing laughed hard and said that this was impossible. He said ironically that only a madman would steal a martial skill from the Library of Heavenly Swords. Jinsing continued to communicate with Darran when Seakan hid behind a shelf and overheard their conversation. Jinsing noted that he guarantees with all his honor that if someone steals the book, then he is better off dead. In response to such a confident statement, the main character smiled maliciously. He realized that the first point in capturing Seakan would be accomplished. The only problem was that he had to get the 1,000 coins that Seakan promised for the book. The main character sighed carefree and stretched his arms. He understood that he shouldn't worry about it, because he still had a daily reward, so 5 days would be enough. The spacious front garden in front of the 2-story house was illuminated by clear sunlight. Darran was sitting on a bench in the park, carefree. The protagonist poked his finger at the blue spatial screen, examining the catalog of objects. He saw that the price of medium-grade crystals continued to decline. Darran entered into a correspondence with the seller of Mana Plus crystals and wanted to buy medium-grade crystals from him in bulk. The seller replied that he was selling and was about to ask about the required quantity, when he suddenly sensed a catch and ended the chat. Darran frowned slightly and was confused, not understanding what had happened. He received several messages from various merchants who were very unhappy with his appearance. They wrote him angry messages saying that the end had come for him and why he was deceiving ordinary people, forgetting about humanity and compassion. Darran watched this stream of messages with confusion. The protagonist looked at what was happening with apathy. He realized that their responses were much more aggressive than he expected, and this could affect his work. He tried to wonder if there was any point anymore. Suddenly, the main character's attention was caught by the maid's conversation with another person. Darran stood in an angry mood opposite the maid, who looked at her with a feeling of shame. Darran told me to tell her everything. Darran looked in amazement at the girl's conversation, seeing Ezel in it. Darran hit Ezel in the face with all her might. Darran watched in shock as his sister hit the maid. Ezel's eyes filled with sadness and frustration, and a mark from the blow remained on her cheek. Darran looked arrogantly forward at the maid, not having time to return her hand to its original position after the blow. The two daughters of the Steelguard family had opposite personalities. The images of Curran and Darran stood with their backs to each other, depicting the opposite elements of their internal states. Curran was endowed with warmth from the spring sun, and Darran, the second daughter, was cold and mean. It was not surprising that all the servants were afraid of Darran. Darran looked at the maid contemptuously and embitteredly, crossing her arms. The maid replied that she did not know anything, so she said that there was nothing to ask of her. Darran said that this was not the answer she wanted to hear, so she asked again what her brother Curran was hiding. Tears were flowing down Ezel's cheeks and she was at a loss. Ezel grabbed her cheek and looked pitifully at Darran. She explained that she was just an ordinary maid who took care of the young master Curran, and she did not know what her master's plans were. Darran angrily swung her hand at Ezel and was about to hit her, to which Ezel immediately held her hands and prepared to strike. Suddenly, a response from the elder sister from her brother Curran was heard from the side. The main character walked out into an open clearing, where Darran and the maid turned their gazes on her. Curran told his sister to move away from Ezel. Darran threw a mocking grin towards her brother, who greeted him with irony. She called him her dear little brother and asked what brought him here to them. Curran looked slightly tensely at his sister and asked her exactly the same question, and noticed with interest what Darran was trying to do with his maid. Curran came closer to Ezel with an arrogant look that was directed at Darran. She was surprised that Curran tried to take care of the maid so much, and she wondered since when they had such a relationship. Darran asked if it was because Ezel was responsible for him, and added that she was bad at her job. Curran responded coldly to his sister and told her to leave Ezel alone. Darran looked arrogantly at her brother at such a statement and frowned slightly. She told her brother not to interfere in their conversation, because she was only teaching her how to do her job correctly, so he should actually be grateful to her for that. Darran raised her hand again and was about to hit Ezel, saying that she was doing a favor in training his servants. The maid widened her eyes and looked in shock at what was happening, realizing that she was about to be hit again. Ezel closed her eyes tightly and expected a blow to the face. Suddenly, Darran's hand froze in front of Ezel's face and she opened her eyes anxiously. The main character managed to grab his sister's hand, and thereby protected his maid. Curran told his sister that if she had any comments about his maid, then let her express them to him personally. Darran did not like this moment, and she closed her eyes and looked at her brother with displeasure. Darran asked how Curran dared to touch her, and she told him to let her go immediately. The protagonist looked angrily at his sister, holding her hand along the way. He added that this is why he ordered Darran to leave the maid alone. Curran let go of Darran's hand and she fell back, resting against a tree. Darran sat on the ground and glared at her brother, noting that Curran had truly gone crazy. This behavior was incomprehensible to her, and she asked her brother whether the maid meant something to him. The main character looked down on his sister arrogantly and told her not to touch his people if she was still in her right mind. Curran also noted that Darran should apologize to Ezel before it was too late. Ezel looked ahead at her protector, stunned. Darran looked forward pitifully with annoyance. Ezel stood next to Curran and looked in surprise as Darran sat on the ground and hit herself in the face. Ezel, in shock, asked why Darran started beating herself. Darran looked at Ezel with contempt and told her not to act so arrogantly, adding that her father would definitely not be happy that she would come to him to complain like this, as if something had been done to her. Curran looked at his sister worriedly, exhaling heavily. Darran intriguedly asked if he would be interested when she said that his youngest son raised his hand to his eldest daughter. Darran's exhausted face was directed upward at his brother. Curran noted that Darran has always exceeded his expectations. Darran asked about Curran and his thoughts. Curran leaned against his sister and whispered something in her ear, which made Darran flinch. The main character also added that Darran would remember what he just told her, and then do whatever she wanted. Darran became agitated and shouted that she was not involved in anything. Curran looked arrogantly at his sister and asked if she really thought so. Curran looked coldly at his sister, who at that very second became angry and bared her teeth. Curran added that in that case he would go to their father and inform him about it, if she did not mind. Darran bared her teeth and sighed gloomily, not understanding how her brother found out this incriminating evidence on her. Curran looked in bewilderment at his sister, who with a dissatisfied face put her hands on the ground in front of her and admitted her guilt. The protagonist breathed a sigh of relief as the maid looked dumbfounded at Darran, who added that she promised that this would not happen again. Curran cast an inspired glance at Ezel and asked her if everything was okay with her. Ezel said everything was fine. The maid began to cry tearfully and became pitiful. She explained that she did not deserve to have her master go to such lengths to protect her from Darran. After hearing such a phrase from his maid, he suddenly became angry and clenched his fists. He said that Ezel was one of his people, and he did not care who dared to touch his people, but he would protect them at all costs, even if it was the Emperor himself. Darran watched carefully as Curran tried to calm down his maid, who was crying. Curran told Ezel not to lower himself too low. Darran understood that there was something wrong here. Darran watched as Curran touched Ezel's hand, trying to calm her down. Curran noted that Ezel was very important to him. Darran still did not understand how Curran could find out about this compromising evidence. Darran raised her eyebrows and the realization dawned on her that Curran could have been leaked information by those same people, not understanding how this could be possible. A few days later, the interdimensional alliance of Mana Crystal Merchants, with Hearthstone as the leader, was still divided among themselves. Hearthstone lit his cigar painfully, turning his head to the side. The chat of crystal traders was filled with angry messages about the newcomer Curran, who was selling crystals too cheap, thereby destroying the connections of other traders. Hearthstone grabbed his head, realizing the bitterness of the situation because the newcomer had confused everyone with his appearance. Suddenly a new message arrived from the stone seller, who wrote that there was a way for those who desperately needed coins. Hearthstone was suddenly puzzled and looked at this message carefully. Hearthstone widened his eyes and looked at the chat in surprise. He noticed a stone seller and didn't understand if this guy was always in their chat. A notification popped up that this guy had a level 1 transaction rank and his spiritual status was an expert merchant. Hearthstone noted that the name seemed very familiar to him and his level of expertise indicated his experience. The black silhouette of the stone seller noted that having 10 coins now would be more valuable than having 100 in the future. Hearthstone smoked his pipe with his hand on his head. He realized that the stone seller was right and he understood exactly what the stone seller meant. Hearthstone also added that he sometimes makes flash trades when he is desperate for coins. The stone seller looked ahead contemptuously, realizing that because of such suppliers there would be no problems. Hearthstone looked at the blue spatial book and wondered what the stone seller was proposing to do then. The black silhouette of a stone seller showed 2 fingers. He noted that you need to choose only 2 options. One of them is to buy everything before others do. Hearthstone frowned sharply and tensed, realizing that this was impossible, and asked about another option. The stone seller grinned sarcastically. He said the second option was to lower the price of mana crystals even further. The Merchant Alliance reduced the price of crystals and they were sold out at the same moment. Buyers of crystals in the general chat tensed up and began to look for money for all the crystals, noting that they need to buy everything while the price is low. The main character lay on his bed and looked up at the notification through his magical red eye. The price of medium-grade mana crystals has decreased from 6 coins to 5.5. Darran was already falling asleep and yawning, covering himself with his hand. He thought that a war for the lowest price would soon begin and demand was increasing wildly, which would make him even busier. Hearthstone became very angry and clenched his fists angrily. He told the stone seller to explain that the drop in prices for crystals should have brought good results. However, they did not feel it. The stone seller ironically replied that he did not remember him talking about such a thing. He explained that he meant that if they wanted to stop one person from buying crystals, then they needed to lower the price. Hearthstone grabbed his head and sweated and anxiously looked out the spatial blue window. He explained that nothing had changed in the end and that newcomer continued to sell them as before, so he replied that his words no longer meant anything. The stone seller opened his mouth and said that they could think of him as they liked, and he admitted that his guesses might be wrong. He added that his guesses would remain wrong if the entire gang of crystal traders allowed a newcomer to win them. Hearthstone suddenly became agitated and exclaimed. Hearthstone clenched his fist and raised it in front of him, becoming very angry. He was screaming about how they would never lose to that guy. The seller bared his teeth strongly when he heard that the stone seller asked to trust him again. The black silhouette of the stone seller smiled sarcastically, saying he had a secret plan on how to stop this impudent newcomer. The unknown stone seller continues to communicate with the Overlord's account, believing that he is slowly losing his position. The gray-haired man does not understand what he is talking about, because this newcomer does not even show a hint of it. The interlocutor continues to discuss with him the scheme that the newcomer used. He recalled that they folded 1 coin, after which the newcomer folded 2. The man got angry when he saw a message saying that as of yesterday, a newbie had the same prices as them. He, thoughtfully, took his chin when his interlocutor suggested that this overlord had reached his limit. The man doesn't understand how they can know that he didn't have something else in store, because the newbie is one of those who hides everything to the last. Looking at the messages, he made a surprised face, because he did not understand why the newcomer was suffering losses. The unknown man smiled as he wrote to the man that the overlord was most likely planning to take over the entire market for mana crystals. The gray-haired man exhaled heavily, as he believes that it is impossible to take over the entire market due to the sales limit. His interlocutor put his hand to his chest. He thinks that the newcomer will hire assistants who will sell goods instead of him, or create an alliance, which will solve the problem with the limit. The man, sitting at the table, was surprised when the unknown person said that they created alliance for the same reason. A sly smile appeared on the guy's face when he said that the man found himself in a position where he was able to control the price, thanks to the fact that, having increased the number of sellers, he increased control in the crystal market. The gray-haired man became excited, which is why he began to sweat profusely when the interlocutor allegedly guessed what the man planned to do after becoming the head of the alliance. In turn, the man never even thought about it. The man smiled, putting his finger to his mouth when the unknown person wrote that he admired him. At that moment, the man realized that this plan was not so bad after all. The gray-haired man, crossing his arms, said that this is exactly what he planned to do in the future. A smile appeared on the guy's face. The blonde became so angry that one eye began to burn with fire when he repeated the man's words. Curran takes a close look at the stone seller's profile. He believes the man just wanted to be called boss. The blonde man is registered in the system under the earthly number 1342. A system sign appeared informing him that he had used the maximum level of information asymmetry privilege. Curran's gaze falls on the red screen. This is how he started selling mana crystals, although he only wanted to get information about this alliance. Now he is able to change information about the user, and will also be able to configure it publicly or privately. because he now has VIP privileges. The guy noticed that they have a level that users from the lower system cannot even imagine. Curran, holding his chin, considered that these privileges gave too much power. Information is considered an important aspect in trading, so the guy understands why those who control it receive huge privileges. The guy became a member of Alliance from the very beginning, although he was not very present in the group. A sly smile appeared on Curran's face when the man remembered that he planned to create competitors on whom he could make money. He believes that there are only two types of people in this competition. A man on his knees is one of those who cannot live without quick income. And also there are distraught people with bloody eyes who believe that in any case they will all die together. A photo of Curran appeared on the screen, because it was to him, first of all, that the leader of the Alliance decided to show all his strength. Hearthstone stares intently at the blue screen in front of him. He decided that after Curran showed his limit, Alliance would strike, so he needed to come to a common agreement with him. Meanwhile, the blonde believes that the gray-haired man is thinking about something very predictable. Hearthstone frowned as he remembered his ideal plan, in which he planned to successfully get rid of Curran, thereby taking the lead in the mana crystal industry and being able to control the price. Alliance will also immediately get rid of those sellers who decide to challenge them. A smile appeared on Curran's face because he was able to convey to Hearthstone the course of action, and this is precisely the beginning of the blonde's plan. The main character believes that ordinary Alliance members have not yet understood anything. He glanced at the diagram when he realized that, despite the recent start of the competition, some were already in defensive positions. A man sits with his arms crossed around a huge amount of mana crystals. Curran knows that after watching the battle between him and Alliance, people were planning to use a third party to take all the crystals for themselves. The blonde put his hand to his face when he decided to hold on to the crystals for now in order to sell them at a higher price. The main character believes that now is the time to relax and wait. Meanwhile, Darran, drooping, sits at the table in his room. She grabbed her head, not understanding how Curran found out about everything. The girl remembered how he was drawn to her, naming the exact company. At that moment, someone knocked on her room. Darran asked who was bothering her because she asked not to be touched. Drops of sweat began to run down the red-haired girl's face when she realized that Curran was standing behind the door. She looked angrily at the blonde man standing near the aisle. Darran asked him why he came. Curran's eyes sparkled when he invited his older sister to talk about this. The girl became agitated because she did not understand what he was talking about. The blonde said that he wanted to talk about the Damian company. Hearing this, Darran made a face and invited him into the room. The main character introduced the mansion. He believes that Damian is a relatively reliable and good organization because they provide houses with everything you need. Curran knows that Darran has a very warm relationship with this company. After all, after he became Count, Damian used investment money to demand the same relationship. But at the same time, the guy decided to use this information against Darran, although he does not know how it was before. They were sitting at the table when the girl asked him how he found out about everything. Darran said the company has undergone very visible changes since she joined. An angry Darran carefully watched the blonde. She asked him if he had any evidence. The guy asked her to calm down because he came to tell the girl that he understood her situation. Curran became more serious when he admitted that he would not receive anything from the family because he is the youngest child. The blonde thinks that, like the son who mastered the breath of steel, he can live out the rest of his life as a swordsman. Darran became wary when her brother said that he completely understood that she was trying to figure out how to move on with her life. The red-haired girl grabbed her knees. She realized that her brother was planning to use her for his own purposes, since he hid his real self until the very end. Darran asked her to listen to him to the end. After all, he expected that his sister would not fall for it so easily. The blonde leaned over and told his sister that he was only interested in one thing. He asked her whether she had bribed the company from the very beginning or asked for help. Hearing this, Darran felt embarrassed. The girl said that Damian found her first, doing her a favor. She remembered how a man in a suit stood in front of her, leaning against a tree. The red-haired one told her brother that she had to repay him for his help. Curran frowned when he realized that his sister was lying. He believes that such a large company as Damian could not have found it first. Darran started screaming at her smiling brother, asking him if he was happy because she told him everything. Curran grabbed his head. He doesn't understand how to earn his sister's trust, even though they are in the same boat. The girl became tense when she strictly asked her brother what he wanted from her. At that moment, the guy remembered that she had a strong character. To the girl sitting opposite him, Curran suggested that they work together. Hearing this, Darran was so surprised that her eyes widened. The blonde looked closely at his sister. He believes that this will be difficult for her to refuse. Meanwhile, an iridescent sunset appeared in the sky. The girl left her room to see her brother off. She promised him that she would tell him the specifics later when he said that he was leaving the rest to her. The red-haired girl closely watches her departing brother. Curran realizes that his agreement with his sister is full of lies. The guy looked at the girl standing behind him. He thinks it doesn't matter at the moment. Darran headed to her room. In turn, the blonde understands that for now he is forced to work together with his sister, deciding to see what it will lead to later. Darren's eye sparkled with red flame. He believes the time to watch is Hearthstone. The guy began to carefully look at something in the profile. He assumed that he had received a message. In front of him was a system sign stating that he had received 800 coins from the Bamboo Mountain sect. Darran saw a message from Hakchial, which said that he would never be able to fully thank the sect. The blonde assumed that he had been caught. The decorated box contained a bamboo life tablet. The guy received them as a gift from Hakchial. The main character believes that users of the spatial transaction book have a gold mine. A halo appeared over Hearthstone when he decided to reduce the price by 4 coins. The hero believes that all this happened because of the bloody war between him and the Alliance. The man, dressed in a robe, drooped because he learned that you can buy no more than 5 crystals of medium quality per day. Curran believes that Hearthstone had its own plan. The blonde began to look at the book when he thought that this man was trying to minimize his losses. But the guy doesn't understand why Hearthstone threw off 4 coins. The blonde raised his hand to his face when he remembered that he had information asymmetry. He believes that he only needs to change his nickname in order to buy everything in any quantity. Sitting in a darkened room, Curran decided that he could pay approximately 3 coins for a mana crystal. His inventory contains 480 medium mana crystals, as well as 10 bamboo life tablets. A smile appeared on the guy's face when he realized that he could get another 500 crystals. The blonde man started buying crystals from Hearthstone. Curran thinks that this nonsense needs to stop, because he is already too rich. Meanwhile, at night, the Damian mansion is surrounded by guards. An unknown man in a raincoat approached the guard. He began to cover his mouth when the guy forbade him to go further. The man with scars on his face looked at him menacingly. He told the guard that he needed a manager. Drops of sweat ran down the guy's face in surprise. Meanwhile, another guard passed by them. The man asked to tell the head of the company that Yulaf had come to them. A smile appeared on the face of a passing guard, because they were just waiting for him. He asked the man for forgiveness and said that Miss Darran was waiting for him inside. The guard escorted Yulaf into the office. The red-haired woman, holding a mug in her hand, was very surprised when they announced that the man had arrived. Damian approached Yulaf while the girl did not understand what was happening. The man said that he is the director of this company. The girl began to look closely at Yulaf. She doesn't understand how Curran knows him, doubting that he really sells mana crystals. The scarred man looked back at the girl watching him. Darran remembered how, smiling, Curran told her that a serious seller who could be trusted would come. Yulaf sat down at the table next to the girl. He asked how much they were willing to pay. Squinting, Damian gazed at the sample. The man raised his head and said that it would be difficult for him to determine the quality from only 1 mana crystal. Meanwhile, the seller took out a huge bag of crystals because he expected Damian to react like that. An hour earlier, Curran was happy that he saved a lot of coins, because the affiliate market is damn expensive. The guy, holding 2 mana crystals in his hands, decided that he would put on a mask of human skin, thanks to which no one would recognize him, and also use a pill to change his voice. Behind the blonde stood huge bags of mana crystals as he carefully searched for something in a book. He touched the screen with his finger, deciding that he would take 5 voice-changing pills. Meanwhile, in Damian's office, the main character decided to try to finish this case in 30 minutes. Taking the mana crystal in his hand, Damian admired its high quality. Yulaf demanded 100 gold from him. Damian was embarrassed because he thinks it's expensive. He offered the man 90 gold, saying that no other company would offer him more. Hearing this, the scarred man remained silent and became angry. Yulaf stood up from the table and then announced that he and Darran were leaving. The man decided to throw a cloak over the girl when he told her that he could not trade with those who did not understand the goods at all. He touched the girl's shoulders. Darran said that she was hoping for a serious conversation with them, since they trade with the nobles. Hearing this, the main character was glad that his sister understood the hints. As they began to leave, the man slammed his fists on the table. Darran suggested that Yulaf contact another company. At that moment, the scarred man remembered that Crite was located nearby. Concerned, Damian jumped up from his seat and asked them not to leave. The man smiled and agreed to 100 gold coins, calling Yulaf a persistent person. The red-haired woman and the scarred man looked seriously at the head of the company. The hero demanded 120 coins from him. Hearing this, Damian's face turned blue. Yulaf looked at him menacingly, asking if he was deaf. He demanded 120 gold pieces from him for each crystal. A bead of sweat ran down Damian's face as he realized that he wouldn't earn anything by buying them for 120 gold. Yulaf looked back at the man standing behind him. He told him that he knew the real prices. The scarred man looked at him menacingly, reminding him that this was a negotiation. Damian doesn't know what to do. Having sat back at his desk, the head of the company invited them to sit down first. He said that he would think about 120 gold coins, so he did not refuse the deal. Hearing this, Yulaf asked him again. Raising his hand awkwardly, Damian agreed to buy the crystals for 120 gold. Darran was very surprised by this, while the main character was happy that everything worked out for him. The girl looked at him, because she still doesn't understand the meaning of the sharp increase in price to 120 gold. Darran, standing next to Yulaf, lowered her head. She thinks he doesn't have a plan at all. Damian began to rub the back of his head when he said that he could raise the price to 130 gold for such high quality. Yulaf looked at him very seriously when the man said that he would only have 10 gold left. He asked him, "Is this a joke?" Damian lowered his gaze, looking at the drooping seller, while he told him that he definitely needed to earn at least enough money to pay for his labor. He believes that the man will not provide him with enough crystals. Meanwhile, Yulaf threw a huge bag on the table. Damian was surprised when he saw him. The man with the scars said that he was underestimated and asked the buyer about the contents of the bag. Showing 3 fingers, Yulaf said that he has 300 crystals. Looking at the worried Damian, he promised him that he would not suffer losses. Beads of sweat ran down the man's face as he realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He knows that the price of Mala crystals is based on their availability. That is why, even with a huge amount of money, you will not be able to buy them if they are not in stock. Damian looked closely at the bag, believing that it no longer mattered to him whether he would lose in the negotiations. Stretching his arms to the sides, the man said that this deal was beneficial for their company. Placing his hands on the table, Damian admitted that he did not expect much from this seller, but Yulaf completely turned his expectations around. The man smiled when he said that he knew the market quite well, even though he had few connections. But at the same time, he had not heard anything about such a merchant as Yulaf. The scarred man looked at him intently. He asked him if Damian thought it was strange that someone he had never heard of or seen was selling such expensive crystals. The head of the company began to deny, saying that he could not suspect the one whom Miss Darran recommended of anything. Looking at the salesman, who had his arms crossed, the man asked if he could find out more about him. Yulaf looked back at Darran, because the head began to irritate him. He hopes that the girl will help him. Looking at the uncomprehending girl, the main character suggested that she looked more interested than Damian. Exhaling heavily, Yulaf said that they did not need to know about him. He felt uneasy, causing them to stare at him. The scarred man clenched his teeth as he realized that 30 minutes had already passed. He started coughing deliberately throughout the office. Yulaf took the pill in his hand because his voice began to change. With a dissatisfied face, he put it in his mouth. Meanwhile, the scarred man shouted loudly. Seeing this, a worried Darran asked if he was okay. Yulaf covered his mouth with his hand, after which he apologized to them, because due to his illness, he had to take medicine. At this point, Damian stood up from the table, suggesting that it was quite difficult for the seller to stand on his feet for so long. He said that he would pay him right away. Smiling, Yulaf exhaled to the side, because he was able to avoid difficult questions. All this time, Darran was closely watching him. They left the company mansion. The girl said she was glad that they were finally alone. Yulaf followed her when she said that because of the deal, she acted as if they were together. She asked him how he knew her younger brother. Darran looked at him seriously when the man replied that it was none of her business. In turn, the red-haired woman believes that she deserves to know. Yulaf lowered his head and asked her if he thought Damian was a grocery store around the corner. He also asked her why Damian acquired mana crystals of unknown origin. Darran, proudly raising her head, said that because of her guarantee they purchased them. Yulaf looked at the girl with his mouth open, because he didn't understand where she got so much confidence from. The red-haired woman turned her head to the scarred man, asking him to inform her. She worries that the company will blame her if something goes wrong. Yulaf was still standing with his mouth open, looking at the girl. After all, she said that he had an awkward behavior that she couldn't ignore. A bead of sweat ran down the scarred man's face as Darran asked him why he was trying so hard to hide his identity. The main character believes that she is, as always, very insightful. The red-haired woman demanded that he tell everything. Raising a finger, Darran assumed that it was Iran's trap. Hearing this, Yulaf drooped, because he didn't understand how she could find out so quickly. The scarred man laughed loudly at her words. Darran sternly asked him what made him laugh so much. Yulaf scratched his eye when, smiling, he asked the girl what kind of crazy person would burn 36,000 gold before messing with her. Darran looked at him seriously, tilting her head. The man asked her if she considered him a criminal, since those crystals were stolen, in her opinion. Standing opposite the red-haired woman, Yulaf said that he would have to rob the royal vault to get 300 crystals. Darran said that she thought so, because she doesn't understand where he could get so much more. The man put his hand on her head when he admitted, as Curran told him, that relatives are much worse than enemies. The girl tried to push his hand off her head, asking if he was crazy. Looking at her intently, Yulaf said that she could only rely on her family. Holding the surprised Darran by the head, the man advised her to get along with her brother. At that moment, she imagined Yulaf sitting alone at a huge table. The man turned away from her, asking her to wait in the carriage. The girl closely watched the departing Yulaf, who said that he would transfer compensation through Curran. Darran decided to fix her hair, not understanding what happened. Watching Yulaf leave, holding a bag, the girl continued to think about who he was. The darkness of the night fell on the mansion, in the windows of which all the lights were burning. Curran was lying on his bed with his hands behind his head, and the red window system was burning in front of him. He was thinking that the Damian company offered 120 gold for medium-grade mana crystals, and in coins this is 12. Rummaging through his portable storage, he read information that in his inventory there were 10 bamboo life tablets, 690 medium-grade mana crystals, 2 voice change tablets, 620 kilograms of gold, and a mask of skin men. The guy with the glowing red left eye smiled, mentally noting that by buying crystals for 3 coins and selling them for 12, even without taking into account the 1% Darran, he would earn a lot of money. He recalled how, in the guise of Yulaf, he patted the girl on the head, saying that only as he grew older did he realize that the only ones you can rely on are your family. He noted that she should try to get along with her brother so as not to regret it later. Holding his hands behind his head, Curran thought. He walked in the back, placing his hand on his knee, and thought that he had to pretend to be Yulaf to say that. He thought that since he was in disguise, the guy lowered his gaze and smiled sadly, thinking that Darran would never know about his true motives. He muttered that it was ironic. Images of arrogant Curran and Darran appeared in his head. The blonde thought that at least his current life was different from the previous one, and he did not intend to tolerate childish antics from his siblings. He thought that he didn't feel hatred towards him either. Sitting in front of the red system window, his eyes were drawn, thinking that this was enough. He thought that he should focus on something else now. He thought he was getting close. The guy grinned contentedly, mentally telling Seakan that he was already close. An image appeared in his head of 2 stacks of mementa, in one of which they were golden, and in the other dark, and had a square hole in the center. Curran talked about how the main currency on the continent of Jayan is gold moments, and in the world of Murim it is gold pieces. He presented a mountain of gold coins and bars, noting that gold was thus a rare metal that was often used as currency. 2 notifications popped up stating that several gold limits would be applied. Sitting on the sofa in his room, the blonde pointed his finger at the red system window, saying that the night before he had lost a lot of gold, which means his account should have 2,752.5. He grinned contentedly, clasped his hands together, and said that all preparations were completed. He received a notification about one unread message. He saw that user Seakan sent him a message request. Curran's eyes immediately lit up and he mentally rejoiced. The guy reached his finger towards the accept button, but then hesitated. He held his hand in the air because he thought that not enough time had passed, and therefore he might seem desperate. Lowering his hand to his knee, the blonde sighed, thinking that he needed to act as naturally as possible. Squinting his eyes, he began to slowly count from 3 to 1. By pressing his finger on the screen, accepted the request for correspondence. In the dialogue, Seakan thanked the user for waiting, and he replied that he was just in time. The guy in the kimono adjusted his glasses with a smile on his face, exclaiming that it is always better to show up on time, especially since trust is the main thing in business. Sitting in front of the screen, he lowered his sad gaze and put his hand on his forehead and waved with the other. He said that he had to try hard to obtain the secret art of the poisonous sect in the Heavenly Sword Castle. He said that as soon as he mentioned poison and the poisonous sect in a conversation, everyone left the chat. Curran grimaced with irritation when the merchant wrote that even with his connections, this was not easy to do. The guy wondered what kind of connections he was talking about, realizing that he was being deceived. He He wondered what kind of connections he needed if he was just copying books from the library. The blonde put his chin on his hand and smiled maliciously, feigning gratitude for the hard work and asking if he did it. Seakan replied that he would show everything now. Darran received a notification with a description of the book Cultivation of Chaos. Imagining the dark figure of a fighter in his head, the guy read that unlike the celestial cultivation technique, which everyone in the Castle of Swords can master, only a select few can practice the chaos cultivation technique. He read that this technique contains not only the laws of nature, but also the laws of the universe. Leaning his head on his hand, the blonde smiled contentedly, thinking that, judging by the description, he had gotten the right book. With a smile, he closed his eyes and said that Half-Ale would definitely be pleased. Seakan, with a satisfied face, began to actively gesticulate with his hands, asking him to give him something. The blonde raised his surprised face and asked what needs to be conveyed. The man sent a message that he would be completely honest with him. The merchant clasped his hands and leaned them against his indifferent face, saying that the amount of 25 O coins still did not correspond to the value of chaos cultivation. He sat in his office in front of the system screen, saying that in official stores it costs 2,000 coins at a premium, and it cannot be resold. He said that the value of the chaos cultivation technique cannot be compared with the value of the heavenly cultivation technique. Waving his hand, Curran smiled irritably with his eyes burning, having received a message that the market price of the book was approximately 5,000 coins. He thought it had finally begun. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and smiled wryly with a gloomy face, mentally noting that the merchant makes customers worry and then sells the goods at an inflated price. He thought that he had done this to him a bunch of times in his previous life. Seakan then noted that he was apparently in a bad position. Curran sat at the table in his office, running his hands through his hair. He replied that it was so, and if he didn't become an expert, he would get caught. He asked if they could help him. The man grinned contentedly, noting that human life always comes first, and he can be trusted. He said he would provide everything you need to become an expert. Hearing these words, the noticed blonde raised his eyes, round in surprise, asking if this was true. Seakan replied that their meeting must be destined. The trader, with a predatory smile on his face, pulled the strings, saying that he could not bear big losses, but could offer better prices. Darran was like a puppet tied with strings. He listened to the man's words that he could ask anything and he would answer any questions. The man thanked him from the bottom of his heart. Pursing his lips, the blonde grimaced, remembering all this in detail. He thought it was the stupidest thing he had ever done in his life. Having come to his senses, he sighed noisily, asking how much did the merchant want. Seakan adjusted his glasses with a smug smile and replied that he wanted 4,000 coins, adding that he decided to give a discount of 1,000 coins. Sitting on the sofa, the guy grinned and closed his eyes, reading the message that this was a good offer. He thought that he was 1,000 coins short, but with the pleasure of excess and the price subsidy, he would be able to cover the expenses. Opened his mouth wide and waved his hand, saying that in this case he owed him 38 O coins, since the last time he gave him 200. Hearing these words, the merchant smiled slyly and began to wave his hands, saying that this is not so. He noted that this seemed to be the user's first major transaction in System 1. Pursing his lips, the blonde tried to contain all the anger within himself when Seakan wrote that he had already spent those 200 coins to get the equipment. Putting a nervous smile on his face, he laughed and replied that he was a little excited since it was not about 1 coin, but about 17 O. The merchant with a gloomy face adjusted his glasses, asking if this money was his client. He suggested that the guy take everything easier if he is not the one paying. Looking at the burning red screen, Curran said that he first needed to talk to the client, and the man replied that he would wait. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and sighed loudly with a grin on his face, mentally sending curses at the merchant. He thought that he was acting as if he would lose if he did not agree to the deal. Touching his chin with his hand, the blonde looked at the state of his account, which contained an amount equal to 2,752.5 coins. He began to think that even after using all the privileges, he was still missing 25 coins, and he would rather throw them away than exchange them at the center. A blue exchange scale with a bowl on top appeared, and a mark came out that the estimated exchange amount was 25 coins. He thought that he didn't have much time, especially since he had limits, and there was no choice left. Looking away irritably, the guy connected his index finger and thumb, imitating a coin. He wondered how much he would lose. Darran grinned smugly, mentally noting that it didn't matter. He thought that he would have to restore them anyway. He He wrote a message to the merchant saying that he had spoken with the client. Lifting the corners of his mouth, the blonde said that 42 coins is a Korea deal, because this is an unusual martial art technique. After these words, Seakan immediately became inspired, noting that the user's client was simply incredible. He replied that in that case they would start a deal. I'll send the guy a red notice about a trade deal where he was offered a book of the chaos cultivation technique. He clenched the hand on his knee into a fist. Looking closely at the system window, he thought that it had finally begun. Darran pulled his index finger, touching the accept button. He smiled predatorily with a crazy look, imagining little Seakan standing on a big trap. The guy cruelly noted that his prey had taken the bait. When the deal was completed, the trap slammed shut. Looking at the system screen with anticipation, the guy mentally noted that his trap had finally worked. The guy looked at the red icons, reading that after purchasing the chaos cultivation technique, he received a cashback of 540 coins, and the total amount of his account was minus 307.5. He noted in his mind that his score had gone negative. However, with a crazy smile on his face, he began to bite his finger, thinking that now he knows what revenge tastes like, and it's just wonderful. With his hand on his chin, Curran looked at the screen, wondering if this was why the Bamboo Mountain sect had been chasing after Hakchial for over 10 years. He thought what was even more incredible was that he didn't feel sorry for Seakan at all. He thought he was excited about what the future would bring. The blonde looked at the screen with a puzzled look, reading the gratitude for the deal and the request to convey these words to the client. The guy thought that someone seemed excited. He lifted the corners of his mouth and grinned, saying that the merchant looked happy. Seakan was also grinning in his room, confirming his words. He noted that it's not every day that he sells something worth 4,000 coins. The blonde put his hands on the table and rested his head on them. With a smile, he said that he wondered how long the man would be happy. The merchant asked what he meant. I wrote a message. He asked the interlocutor what now. Seakan adjusted his round glasses with a puzzled look, asking if he really ate something wrong today. Holding his hands clasped to his face, Darran grinned contentedly, saying that he was wrong. He wrote in the chat that Jinseok Hyun is a scammer. After reading this message, the man froze with shock on his face. Blazing a red flame from his left eye, the blonde grinned predatorily, wondering if the ginseng librarian knew what he was doing. The merchant rose from his chair. He buried his hands on the table, looking at the screen with a shocked face, and wondered how the guy knew about this. Who he was. A bead of sweat ran down his face as the man raised his hand to the screen with trembling lips, thinking that he needed to be more calm and that he would have to improvise now. He replied that he had no idea what we were talking about now. Curran smiled wryly and asked Jinseok to stop embarrassing himself. The man suddenly jumped up in place with a frightened face when the guy suggested that he call a third party to make sure, and said that the ginseng librarian could be suitable for this role. When he shouted in response that this could not be done, they asked him why if he was not ginseng. Lightly covering his mouth with his hand, the blonde with a satisfied face began to mock, warming up the scene of the conversation with the librarian. Seakan asked him to stop and replied that he was Jinseok. Curran exhaled noisily with a smile on his face, noting that he would have received recognition in any case. The merchant in his room imagined a huge gloomy guy towering over him with his arms crossed over his chest. He wondered who he was and whether he was a rich man with a martial arts hobby. He wondered if this deal was a trap. He began to read information about the user Curran and saw that he was an ordinary trained person from System 0. With round, frightened eyes, the man pursed his lips, noting in his head that his eyesight did not fail him, and System 0 was indeed indicated here. While the man squeezed his hand fist, the blonde thought that the fact that he stole martial arts from the library and his nickname Seakan. The merchant looked at the golden screen, and the guy mentally noted that he never said that he was engaged in spatial trading. And this book of transactions also decorated, so there are no records anywhere. Standing in front of his desk next to the screen, Seakan wondered how the brat from the lower system could pull this off. Curran smiled contentedly, noting that he would now tell a few rules and therefore advise you to eat carefully. The man froze in fear when the guy said that the moment the rules were broken, he would become the main enemy of the Castle of Swords. Baring his white teeth, the merchant grinned as an idea popped into his head after speaking about the enemy. Adjusting his glasses with his middle finger, he noted that Curran would also become their enemy, after which he asked if he thought such threats would work on him. He jerked in surprise when he read the response message that this was exactly what the guy thought. Bent over, the blonde exhaled noisily with a smile on his face and said that it didn't matter to him how big the Castle of Swords was, because they wouldn't move between systems. Seakan opened his eyes wide and asked indignantly what about the suspension of the deal. He added that it would be so easy to leave. Sitting on the sofa, smiled contentedly and waved his hand, asking if he really thought so. He muttered that he would soon start to feel guilty. The guy asked what if he was going to immediately return the equipment and report to the library that they had a corrupt employee. Hearing these words, the merchant was horrified and his eyes widened. The blonde looked at the screen with a predatory grin on his face, saying that with the right people you need to act decisively. He noted that he had heard that in the Sky Sword Castle, thieves of completed skills were treated like criminals. Seakan shook in horror and froze in a silent scream after reading the message that it was a pity, considering the time for torture. His end was already near. Looking at the screen with a smile, the blonde waved his hand, noting the man's courage. He said that if it were him, he would never pursue completed unique skills. The man began to tremble in fear, unable to utter even a word after reading messages praising his strength and ambition. Curran rested his chin on his hand with a soft smile on his face, thinking that he would definitely be scared after hearing this. Looking at the screen with an insidious gaze, he asked him if he wanted to live. Seakan, trembling with fear, with frightened eyes and a trembling voice, answered that he wanted to. The guy told him in this case not to do anything stupid and remember. Standing in front of the golden screen, the merchant read messages from the rules, the first of which said that he would die if he responded for more than 5 seconds. The second rule said that he would die if he closed the dialogue, and the third was that he would die if he did not do what he was told. The man twitched, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek after asking whether he was a glade or not. When he answered, the guy started saying that 2 seconds is a good answer, however. Sitting in front of the system tab with a predatory darkened face, the blonde showed the number 4 with his fingers and said that he would also die if he answered disrespectfully. Touching his hands with the pads of his fingers, Curran grinned as he gave the order to return his money. Scratching the back of his head with a puzzled look, he asked what he meant. Seeing such a reaction, Curran became furious, and a terrible grin appeared on his angry face with wide eyes. He indignantly asked what was incomprehensible in his eyes, and on the fly came up with the 5th rule, which said that he would die if he pretended that he did not understand. The merchant reacted quickly and replied that everything was clear to him. The blonde received a notification that he had received 3420 coins. The guy looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what it was, noting that he did not give 3420 coins. Startled, Seakan began waving his arms and making excuses, saying that it was because of the tax not transferring coins, which is 5%. After these words, the blonde man, with interest on his face, hit his palm with his fist, saying that he had completely forgotten about the tax and that the exchange center, it turns out, had taken 580 coins for himself. He added that the total was 4,000 and asked if everything was correct. The man froze with fear on his face and waved his hands when a guy with a gloomy face and a sly smile raised his finger up and asked who would return his 580 coins to him. He asked if the librarian would do this to repay his student's debt. Seakan started muttering that he would do it for him. The man handed him 580 coins. Resting his chin in his hand, Curran looked at the screen with a satisfied face, seeing that his balance had replenished to 3,692.5 coins. He praised the merchant. Suddenly the guy started up, his mouth parted, and his eyes widened. He thought that after returning, his account had 1,000 more coins than it had before. He thought that even with the transfer tax he had a lot of money. Looking at the red system windows, he wondered if he was mistaken. The blonde thought that the exchange center couldn't be that stupid. Imagining the blue holographic book in his head, Curran thought that they must have already thought of all the possible ways to abuse people, and he still doesn't know why he received privileges. He thought that if he did something suspicious, he would lose all his money. Thoughtfully touching his chin with his hands, the guy looked to the side, thinking that he needed to check this later. When Seakan asked in the chat if that was all, the blonde added that he owed him another 200 coins for the deposit. Closing his eyes, Curran sighed, quoting his words about wages. The merchant trembled, and, opening his mouth wide, loudly said that he had actually spent money to get the equipment, bribing the guards with coins. He read messages from a guy asking if he was sane. The blonde man with a glowing red eye and a crazy look asked if he still thought he was a fool. Hearing the user's tone, Seakan pulled away in fear and muttered that this was not what he meant. He sent another 200 coins to Curran's account. The man was stupefied when the guy continued to write that since the chaos cultivation technique was finished, then they should move on to the green cloud and scarlet dawn technique and the 8 cloud dragon martial arts. The blonde received a stream of notifications that the merchant had sent him first 100 coins, then another 135. He sat at the table, burying his face in his hands, asking if he needed anything else. There are 215 coins left on his. The blonde man sat on the sofa with a satisfied face, looking at Seakan's characteristics. He said he thought he still had to pay him for the time he spent on him and then he would let him go. Removing his hands from his face, the man's eyes widened in shock when he read the message that he had to pay him another 215 coins, and that was it. The merchant looked at the screen with a discouraged face, wondering how he knew how much was left in his account. The man suddenly perked up and his jaw dropped when he had the idea that Curran was a VIP. The blonde raised his hand, his index finger sticking out. With a wink, he put it to his lips and asked to be quiet. Seakan continued to sit in front of the monitor with his mouth open, trying to understand why VIP would do such a thing, and isn't he on a completely different level than him and Muhyoja? With a sweaty face and frightened eyes, he asked the guy, stuttering, what he needed. With an arrogant grin on his face, Curran replied that he was repaying an old debt. Having become gloomy, he exhaled noisily and asked the man if he really did not understand the seriousness of the situation. Flashing his crazy eyes, he seemed to hover over the little merchant and said in an eerie voice that he had no right to ask him questions. A trembling ran through the man's body, and veins began to bulge on his frightened face. Putting his hands on the table, he decided to ask the user what he wanted from him, because there were no more coins left. Arching his back, Curran moved towards the screens and waved his hand. He asked Seakan not to lie and noted that he had already accumulated mountains of coins by deceiving people. He asked what happened to them. The man hesitated to answer. The blonde man grimaced with irritation when the merchant wrote that he had spent it all on alcohol, gambling, and his 2 wives. The guy asked if he really was taking everything, to which he received an answer with an apology. A drop of sweat dripped down the man's puzzled face when Curran wrote that he must have something else besides coins. Seakan asked what does he mean. Curran replied that the speech was about martial arts. The merchant waved his hand and said he could make some money by selling them. He said that if he sells his books, he can easily earn 1,000 coins. A satisfied smile stretched across Seakan's face as he thought that he was sorry that he would have to get rid of them, but then he could get more. He thought that he might not even sell all the books, but only enough to last a month. Resting his head in his palm, the blonde looked away and exhaled noisily, asking what books were we talking about. He said he was referring to the martial arts themselves. The merchant asked him again with a blank face. The 2 of them sat at their desks in different systems, and Curran talked about internal energy techniques, internal cultivation, and body illumination. He noted that since the sword is his main weapon, he must be proficient in various sword techniques. Seakan's face contorted in horror, and his lower jaw moved down when the guy ordered to give them all to him. The man with round eyes trembled and, stammering, asked if he was really telling him to die. Resting his head on his palm, Curran grinned, noting that this is not how they die. He asked if he should talk to the librarian in this case. Looking at the screen with his glowing red eyes, he asked in a low voice what was more important, life or martial arts. He said he was giving him 10 seconds to decide. Imagining several warriors in the fog, the blonde thought that he had always wondered if those who live in System 1 really live and die with their martial arts. The guy received an enlightenment notice from Seakan, consisting of Heavenly Cultivation Technique 8 stars, Dark Sword Technique 8 stars, 1000 Sages Footwork 6 stars, Despair Breaking Fist 6 run, Golden Wheel 6 stars, and Internal Storage 50 years. Putting his chin on his palm, Curran looked at the screen with a soft smile, thinking that this one incident was enough for him to understand that this was a lie. He mentally noted that the merchant had nothing left of value except his life. Averting his emotionless gaze, the blonde said that there was still something left. Seakan hit the table with his forehead after reading the message about whether he has no basics. He raised his tear-stained face onto the screen, and then the guy asked if he thought well. He sat in a dark room in front of red screens, noting that it was clear to him that the chaos cultivation technique and the fingers were a little lame since they were not used. He asked why his body lighting technique was so bad. The tear-stained man opened his mouth wide and indignantly asked what difference does it make to him. He asked the guy what else he needed from him. Seakan folded his hands on the table, buried his head in them, and began to ask to be left alone, since he had nothing left. He started muttering that the money had run out, the martial arts too, and because of the commission, his balance was now in minus. Looking away, Curran smirked and asked him to stop being dramatic. He pulled his finger towards Seakan's status information icon, thinking that he was the kind of person who could get out of even such a situation, so it was better to check for himself. Several pop-ups appeared with information about the user, at the end of which it was stated that their spiritual status was one who had nothing left, and the balance was -800. The blonde froze with surprise on his face. The merchant continued to cry as the guy smiled and ruffled his hair, noting that he really had nothing left. Looking at the screen, he grinned and began to say that he would not report on her for now, so he should continue to do what he was doing. After these words, Seakan sharply raised his head with fear on his face and indignantly asked, "Didn't the guy promise to leave him alone?" The man froze, looking at his screen in shock and reading messages that he had understood everything wrong, and now must carry out his instructions if he wants to live. Resting his chin in his hand, Darran pressed on the red screen, thinking that he was not going to kill him, because then the fun would end. He thought that because of the memories of his past life, he would not let him leave just like that. The blonde looked at the tab with the received techniques, thinking that although the revenge was over, he wanted the merchant to fully feel all the consequences. Baring his teeth, he smiled widely with a crazy smile, and the capillaries burst in his predatory eyes when the guy thought that Seakan would suffer and regret that he did not die. Raising the corners of his mouth, he looked down at the red screen, saying that he would keep in touch with him, so he should check his messages more often, and not forget that his life is in his hands. The merchant shouted loudly with a shocked face, asking him to wait. After that, Darran waved his hand, ordering the system to end the conversation. He closed his eyes and sighed loudly. Clenching his hands into fists, the blonde raised them up. Making a grimace, he smiled smugly and began to loudly rejoice at his victory. Putting a jubilant smile on his face, Darran thought that everything had gone like clockwork, and Seakan was now in his hands. He once again opened the list of enlightened items, thinking that now the merchant techniques that he so dreamed of in a past life are now his too. Raising his index finger, he smiled widely with a stupid face, saying that now we need to study each of them in more detail. He pressed the absorb button. The soft morning sun began to peek out from behind the mountains, illuminating the forest with its rays. Darran quickly ran along one of the paths. He circled the forest trees at great speed using the step of 1,000 changes, which was a body lightening technique. The guy continued to run with a confident face, remembering the information about the technique, which stated that it makes the user almost invisible due to constant changes. However, it is not mobile and is not suitable for moving long distances. With his eyes wide open in surprise and joy, the blonde mentally noted that everything was exactly as in the description, and had its pros and cons. Continuing to head towards the dense trees near the mountain, he thought that the ability to run quickly could not be compared with anything. Pushing off from the ground, Darran jumped up. With sudden movements, he began to jump along the mountain, and eventually pushed off from its top. With his arms outstretched in different directions, the blonde man watched from a bird's eye view the endless forest, not far from which a city could be seen. As he began to descend, he smiled widely, thinking that this was simply incredible, and it was as if he had become a bird. The guy landed on the ground and touched his chin with his hand. He noted that it was worth the work. He said that at that moment, he thought that he would die, because he had absorbed this skill, relying only on the special privilege of the sponge inside his head. He remembered sitting on his knees with his mouth wide open and his eyes burning, while everything around him was blazing with a red aura, and the pages of a book were turning over his head. Darran muttered that without the privilege his brain would have melted. As he unsheathed the sword, he said that he had sufficiently tested the technique of lightening the body. Swinging the long blade with blue light sparkling around it, he mentally noted that the starting position of the technique of the dark heavens was made in the manner of a peaceful water wave. Waving the weapon, the guy began to make many sharp attacks, thinking that her strength was enormous. Freezing in place, the blonde tightly grasped the hilt of the sword, concentrating the flow of energy. Its blade glowed with a bright blue light. As he struck, the guy smiled contentedly. With a wave of his hand, he released a powerful stream of water. He mused that the secret technique that made the Seakan Steelguard into a mythical knight, called the Mysterious Blade, was thought to have gone missing after his death. A huge wave of water headed towards the crowns of tall trees, while the blonde thought that after 10 years, being in a fighting stance, he froze with a surprised face, continuing to hold the sword, and steam rose around him. A stern image of his grandfather appeared in his head, folding his hands on the hilt of his sword. Darran mentally noted that the skill was recreated in his homeland in the land of Steelguard. Frozen, the blonde looked at how a huge stream of water covered the mountains and trees and began to slowly evaporate. Darran stared forward in surprise with round eyes and thought that he had overdone it. There was a mountain of debris ahead, and the guy thought, Half-Ale is responsible for this. He is a first-class knight, so it would be his style to do something like this. He imagined how a sword covered in blue light was able to break a sword covered in purple light in half, and thought that the Kai sword would never compare to Aura. The guy imagined Half-Ale with a sword standing with his back to Seakan with a book, and thought that the sword technique from Combat System 1 could not surpass that of the country's greatest knight, not counting his father. Curran folded his arms across his chest and asked, looking displeasedly to the side, why he often neglects and ignores him. It's sad. Suddenly he opened his eyes with realization and said that perhaps he was mistaken. He looked at his palms and decided that it was better for him if he was skilled, because they were his now. With a smile, stretching his shoulders, the blonde said, should he test the other techniques? Curran sat with his legs folded and his fingers crossed, surrounded by a blue glow that lifted his hair. This is a heavenly divine technique. In comparison, the Breath of Steel internal cultivation technique seems outdated. The guy was holding a sword in front of him that glowed blue. This is the Xuantian sword technique. He didn't know what to say except that he was completely satisfied. Curran ran through the forest using footwork of 1,000 changes, but came to the conclusion that maybe he did not understand something in System 1. But this skill was broken. With a sharp blow of his fist, he destroyed the ground, scattering fragments of stone, and decided that breaking Fist of Despair would do. Curran clenched his outstretched fingers in concentration, and decided that Golden Wheel was the worst skill, but it showed various pressure points, so it might come in handy. He tiredly wiped the sweat from his face and thought that all 5 techniques were compatible with continental martial arts. Then he frowned in displeasure, clasped his hands and thought, is he really wasting his mana by training internal cultivation? He thought discouragedly that no, he wouldn't think about it and said that martial arts attract too much attention. This is not the time to stick out. The guy smiled slightly and thought that for now, he imagined himself sitting in a meditation position, a blue fire blazing near his heart, and himself surrounded by a red glow, and thought that the internal cultivation of Danshan, the mana of the heart, could be very useful in some situations. He scratched his head in confusion, thinking that he should train twice as hard then. Darran chuckled thoughtfully, putting his fingers to his chin and said that these 2 techniques are very different. Can he do it? Because they use the same points. Reaching out his hand, he decided he had to try. The young man closed his eyes and thought that the mirage was not yet close. A bright shining ball appeared in the darkness, surrounded by round sparks. The guy thought that he still couldn't see the wondrous light. A weightless glow appeared above the guy's palm when he said the command the silver aura. Under a clear sky stood a large white castle. Curran walked through the open doors and walked towards the stairs, thinking that no matter how much he thought about it, there were more questions than answers. He looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that it was harder than he thought. Revenge and content are the best outcome of events. Curran was walking up the stairs and turned around when a man ran up to him and called him. The servant came closer and said that he had searched him. Where had he gone since the morning? In response, Curran said that he was walking and asked what happened. The man said that the Lord was looking for him, and the guy looked at him in surprise and asked again, Father. The man with glasses looked pitifully, saying that he had been looking for him for a long time, and asked to go to his office. Curran looked at him, wondering why his father would see him so early. He rapped his knuckles on the door. The man wrote something with a pen on paper and ordered us to enter. The blonde man entered the office and said that he heard that his father was looking for him. He saw his father sitting at the table and a man standing next to him with long purple hair and a folder in his hands. He thought in surprise that the warden was also here. The long-haired man looked at him calmly. Calloy was a useful character who looks after and rules the land. Although he is not a knight, his sword skills are amazing. The guy imagined Half-Ale with a sword standing with his back to Calloy with a paper in his hand, and thought that if Half-Ale is his father's right hand, then Calloy is his left hand and shadow. Darran looked at him intensely, thinking that he had little contact with the warden, never understood what was on his mind. A complex person. Levatin, without looking up, said that he was wondering where he had gone. It looked like he had been training since the morning. Darran, looking at him, confirmed, saying that he must work hard if he does not want to disgrace the name of the Steelguard lords. Levatin raised his head and said he liked this approach. Darran looked at his father in surprise, thinking that he had a heroic rank, and one glance made him tremble. The father looked at him calmly, and the guy thought that his gaze was not as scary as before. Curran presented a triangular table with a pyramid on top of which was the interdimensional rank and the Feyway Emperor. Next was the mythical rank and grandfather of Seakan. Then came the legendary rank. Next was the heroic rank, like Levatin's father, after the awakened rank. Below the line, at the base, were the general classes from the 1st to the 9th. Curran thought that there was an obstacle that he thought he would never overcome. He imagined himself standing as if against a huge wall, the edge called awakened and heroic rank. The edge that made many knights fall into despair, the so-called Wailing Wall. He looked at it and thought that it was a wall that he could not even imagine. Leviathan sat in his carved throne with a sword in his hands, and at the base of this sword stood a tiny Curran. He thought that she was now in front of him. The guy looked determinedly and smiled a little, thinking that she was incredibly tall. The guy asked in surprise when his father said that this was unexpected, and continued by asking, didn't he say that a guy could choose from many endless paths? Leviathan looked at the young man carefully and said that training at First Dawn was not at all like him. Curran stood with his hands clasped behind his back and replied that there were indeed many paths, but he did not have to choose only one. He chose several at once. Leviathan nodded, clasped his palms in front of him and said that killing 2 birds with 1 stone would not be easy. He opened his eyes and said that both the sword and trade. Curran was surprised to hear his father asking how many more times he would surprise him. He thought that only Darran was good at market relations. The guy was amazed and thought that he knew a secret about Darran. The guy stood silently in front of the table when his father asked him why he was hiding such an incredible talent. Curran, looking at him, said that everything's secret becomes clear, but he prefers to hide it until the last. Leviathan tiredly closed his eyes and, grunting, said that he understood. The father folded his hands on his chest and said that the praise ended there. It's one thing to surprise, another to upset. Looking gloomily at his son, he asked if he knew what mistake he had made. An imaginary family crest appeared behind Curran and he said that he used the Steelguard name for trading. Leviathan, looking at him, confirmed and said that that person's goods were guaranteed by their name, so he should know what kind of person he is. Curran looked at him in surprise. Leviathan looked down on him with folded hands and stated emphatically that tomorrow or perhaps today he would meet Ulaf himself. Leviathan, folding his arms on his chest, asked Curran why he was silent. He could contact Ulaf, right? The blonde thought excitedly that he needed to take care of this anyway before he left the house. Out loud he said that yes, of course he would make an appointment for them tomorrow. The father closed his eyes and said that it was good, and then added that the guy was going to the Knightly Academy in 3 days. He sat at the table and asked if his son was ready, to which he received an affirmative answer. The butler was just making all the preparations. Leviathan pointed with his hand and asked if he could help with anything, or did his son need something. Curran looked at him and thought that this is so, but the problem is that he cannot say about it. With a big smile, he refused and said that no, his concern was enough. The father closed his eyes and said that then the guy could go and rest. He thought that in just a few days he had become a completely different person. Curran said goodbye, standing at the door to go out. Closing the door, he closed his eyes. As he exhaled, he clutched his heart, thinking he was in shock like his father. The office door opened. Curran turned to Calloy, who called him. Looking at the guy seriously, the warden asked if they could talk. The guy stood in the wide corridor next to the man and thought that what he wanted to talk about was something new, something like this for the first time. Curran looked at him and replied that we could try. About what? Calloy asked how he found out about Darran's connection with Damian. The blonde looked away, thinking that he wanted to talk about this, then it would be clear who ratted him out to his father. Looking to the side, he thought that if his father got down to business seriously, even Darran would be in trouble. Turning to the man, he said that his father never ceases to amaze, and when asked what he meant, he replied that he always thought that he would never allow his sister to rig the cards. Calloy waved his hand and said that it was something like a silent agreement. The Lord highly appreciates his sister's talent. Closing his eyes, the long-haired man explained that instead of prohibitions and punishments, he decided to let her act on her own, although this situation would not teach her much. Darran, looking at him, remained silent. He stood there and thought what it meant. Darran's weak point had just disappeared. Calloy opened his eyes and asked to answer, did someone from the company tell the guy about this? With a stupid smile, the guy spread his hands and said that he guessed it himself. Calloy asked in surprise, what? With a wave of his hand, the blonde explained that if the matter is about something commensurate with their possessions, then it means that this is a big client, and the merchants will do everything to lure buyers to them. He simply threw the bait, and the sister swallowed it. Calloy gasped in confusion, saying that's what happened. The blonde asked with a smile, is there anything else the warden wants to ask? He, closing his eyes, replied that that was all, to which the guy said that then he needed to contact Ulaf. The man bowed and the guy walked away down the corridor. Squinting his eyes towards the man looking at him, the blonde thought that a small problem had arisen and he needed to deal with it quickly. He walked forward and resolutely thought that there was something he had to do for the academy, something for the family. It was dangerous, but the current one he had to cope with. As he walked down the corridor, he thought that you never know for sure what will happen next, so you should start investing. The system opened an orange affiliate market window. The internal cultivation information for 1 year said that Sacred Heart Sect 400 coins, Tisan Sect 370 coins, Bamboo Mountain Sect 355 coins, Quanjin School 350 coins, Yunnan Sect 345 coins. Darran looked at it angrily. His eye was burning with a transparent red fire. He thought that they were crazy. What kind of crazy prices? He said that this is why no one likes the affiliate market. The information in the red window said that the current price for 1 year internal cultivation is 300 coins. Currently, internal cultivation is not actively being sold. The guy sat on the bed in front of the system notifications and thought that the average price was so high. But a year of internal cultivation costs 300 gold, which is the entire salary of an ordinary first-class knight. He decided that this price was not supported by any meaning. He exhaled thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand, and said that what is even more important is that a year of internal cultivation is not a year of its implementation. He introduced a man in traditional costume, sitting in a special position. I thought that the time when ordinary martial arts users can master cultivation techniques through training is called the year of internal cultivation. He thought that many years had passed since users from System 1 had set a price for it. What was it like now? He imagined Seakan holding on to his glasses while sitting thoughtfully on the bed, and thought that if he has 50 years of cultivation, then there is nothing to talk about. An ordinary librarian cannot train for half a century in a row. The blonde looked thoughtfully at the red information windows in front of him and said that it was expensive, but he thought he could find it cheaper. He just had to try. He requested a search for internal cultivation with a maximum price of 300 coins. Several offers appeared with different avatars. Someone offered a huge discount in honor of the anniversary of 299 coins. Another offered internal snow mountain cultivation for 299 coins. The next one is a reliable internal cultivation for 298 coins. And the other is a fresh internal cultivation that is not even a week old for 295 coins. Curran looked at this in amazement with his burning gaze. The next sentence from the yellow dragon girl said that her king husband and fox children were starving. Having sold internal cultivation, she wanted to save them. 250 coins for each year or 23 for 10-year equipment. The system offered quantity 1 and a buy button. Curran pointed his finger, saying that this one was the cheapest, although it cost half his money. The system reported the result of a purchase for 2070 coins, a product 10 years of internal cultivation. The next window reported a cashback of 310.5 coins. The guy looked at the bottle illuminated by the blue fire on his palm and thought that it would be more profitable to buy fermented cultivations or potions and absorb them, but he did not have time for that. He placed the blue flask in front of him on the bed and, sighing, thought, should he try to absorb it? He closed his eyes, illuminated by the blue light. The oval fire in the vessel glowed blue. Curran hovered in the air in a meditation pose, closing his eyes. The wind rose and shook his hair and the curtains on the windows. Blue smoke came out of the narrow neck of the vessel. Blue rays spread from the guy. The curtains stopped fluttering, and papers from the table fell onto the floor. Curran closed his eyes. His hair fell back into place and he exhaled. Opening his eyes, one of which was glowing red, he thought with a triumphant smile that he had completed 60 years of internal cultivation. He clenched his fist, thinking that 63 to be exact, in System 1 is almost nothing, but 60 years of cultivation is just something. He turned in surprise at the notification window that appeared next to him. The notice said that a new achievement had appeared. After absorbing 60 years of internal cultivation, he received 5 more as a gift. The guy read the information thoughtfully, thinking that at this rate he would soon be in System 2. The notice reported the achievements required to move to the next level, 1 out of 5. An increase in spiritual status. This is a martial arts seller or one who has shed his own skin, or a master of spatial martial arts, or a martial artist. The guy looked at the notice floating nearby about the spiritual status of a martial arts seller with the task of selling 30 martial arts and obtaining 15 martial arts or more. He exhaled, thinking that in his previous life he was only able to get to System 2 by pure chance. The guy said that he planned to sell all his martial arts and stop spatial transactions, but he doesn't think it will work out. He leaned on his hand, imagining his past self in a purple coat, and thought that in his previous life, he could not even try to obtain spiritual status, but in this one, he should specifically target it. Curran thought that in just 2 weeks he was able to surpass his previous self. Pointing his finger at the menu, he thought that he needed to decide what to do next and buy something now. He rested his chin on his hand and said that they were definitely on the partner market. They were expensive, but they were only sold here. His eyes got wider and he said that he had found it. There were 2 slugs, a light one and a dark one. They were the yin and yang bugs. The system window provided information about the yin-yang beetles, a pair of parasites that have amazing compatibility with each other. Their souls, feelings, thoughts, emotions, and even life and death are one. When used correctly, the user will be able to control their target. Curran read carefully and then said what kind of description they were. He thought that it was better to find out everything about them first, because he didn't want to screw up. He opened the window with the avatar of a smiling man, which was called the Blood Demon Reverend's exciting black magic room, and pressed the send request button. Holding his chin with his fingers, he asked if the other person was online. He wanted to ask something. The system reported that Curran has joined the chat. The Blood Demon Reverend wrote to ask, and the guy wrote a message that he wanted to know more about the yin and yang bugs product. A man with long red hair said that this is not a product but a living organism. The guy scratched his chin in surprise, asking what he was talking about. Didn't he include them in the product category, and apologized out loud. Sitting on the bed, the blonde said that he wanted to learn more about how to use them. Not everything was clear from the description. The man replied, "Doesn't he understand the meaning of the name? He's the only system." The guy said yes, but what exactly does it mean? The interlocutor replied that in fact, yin and yang symbolize loneliness. The red-haired man lay on a carved bench and, pointing with his hand, said that these parasites cause extremely interesting symptoms in the human body, a very entertaining couple. With a sly smile, he asked if the guy knew what the worst thing could be heard from his enemy, and then laughed disgustingly. Curran stared with displeasure, thinking what kind of nonsense he was talking about, that he was sick, but he himself said that he was not. The Blood Demon Reverend replied that the words meant that he had just eaten bugs, and then, pointing his fingers, he laughed like a madman. With a crazy smile, he said that his heart would freeze the moment he heard this. He would lose all faith and think about the meaninglessness of life. In response, the blonde asked if he was serious, and the man confirmed. Curran listened in amazement that the yin-yang beetles will simply turn the most honest and decent person into a sad and greedy one, and the parents of those who are planning to take revenge will instantly turn into cattle. Then the interlocutor said, if only he could see his face now. There was a message box in front of the confused guy where the salesman laughed many times, and he asked himself what is wrong with him. Is he crazy? Who is he? The guy's eye flashed red when he used the Eye of Foresight skill. The system reported that the Nick room of the Blood Demon Venerable Black Magic. Kind of person. Location System 1, Third World of Murim. Rank Transactions Level 2. Spiritual status is the one who has fallen. The amount is 54,000. The system reported that due to his peculiar fascination with black magic from an early age, his character had changed greatly. The next window contained a synthesis of personal information. This person is the founder of the Blood Demon sect, sacrifices all believers in the name of black magic, the common enemy of the Murim world, and belongs to the evil sect. He imagined a red-haired man who was laughing greedily and had red spiked lightning around his arm. Curran thought that this was an evil god of cruelty, deprived of all humanity, a demon with the face of a man. The guy read the information, thinking that in his world he would be perceived as a notorious black magician or as an accomplice of the devil. The man, smiling, asked, "Isn't it clear?" With a wicked smile, Curran thought that this actually only made him trust him more, and said out loud that he was right. The man frowned and said that he would not recommend using bugs on your family or loved ones. Curran asked in surprise why, and the seller replied that they completely take root on media, and side effects cannot be avoided. Sighing, he waved his hand and said that someone always comes to complain and asks them to remove them. And if the guy wanted to win a woman's heart with their help, then he can't even imagine how tired the exchange center was with these complaints. The guy asked in surprise when he heard the words that he should remember that it is almost impossible to remove them from the body, so let them use the beetles at their discretion. Curran laughed with a very insidious look and thought that isn't this great, he couldn't even dream of such a thing. Looking away, the blonde thought that if this was so, then there was nothing to worry about. Let's see who will eat these bugs. The gray-haired young man standing with the ball turned around when the guy called him by the name of Javis. He was surprised to see Curran smiling with a glass in his hands. The knight bowed and greeted. When asked if he had finished training, He replied that he had just finished. There were many tired men sitting on the steps. Javis said that Captain Halfale's training was exhausting almost all the knights to death. Curran smiled broadly and said that the interlocutor was not even out of breath. It is not surprising that he is an ace among the knights. Javis thanked him with a smile and said that he was flattered. The blonde handed the knight a glass and offered him a drink, because after training he was most likely thirsty. The young man asked again in surprise, taking the glass from his hands. He thanked him, and he himself thought why he gave it to him. They had never spoken before. Nodding with a smile, he thought that this was the Lord's son and there was no point in quarreling with him. The contents of the glass were dark gray and clearly somehow ominous. Javis smiled embarrassedly and asked himself what it was, and he should drink it, or maybe he shouldn't drink it. He frowned and thought that something definitely bad would happen to him if he drank. Curran looked at him with the most honest, shining eyes with a wide smile. The air between them simply shone. The knight thought what was wrong with him. It was so oppressive. When he looked like that, he couldn't refuse. Then, experiencing obvious displeasure, he drank the contents of the glass in one gulp and thought that the guy still couldn't give him something that he couldn't drink. After drinking, the knight wrinkled his face and thought it was an abomination. With a smile, Curran asked him how he liked it. He prepared this drink especially for him. With an exhausted smile, the young man replied that it was very great. His body immediately became healthier. Curran smiled and said it was wonderful, held out his hand to the glass and asked if he could take it, to which Javis agreed and said thank you. The guy looked at the empty glass and thought it was great. The knight bowed to him with a smile and thanked him for his concern. Curran asked with the same smile if he was really grateful. Javis, who was caught off guard, looked away and said sure. With a wide smile, the blonde asked, if so, could he ask him for a favor, because you have to return kindness for kindness, right? The young man asked in surprise what he wanted to ask for. With an embarrassed laugh, Javis said that he was listening, but thought to himself that he should not have prepared such an abomination for him and could have just asked. Scratching his head in embarrassment, the blonde said that he didn't think it was worth talking about here. The knight was extremely discouraged. There was a clear blue sky with white clouds above the castle. Javis asked the guy in surprise, what is he saying? That he wants to create an aura. They stood in the forest among the trees, and the knight said that by following a certain procedure, step by step he could achieve this. The guy asked if he could show him his aura. With a smile, clasping his hands, Curran repeated that he wanted to see his aura. The knight exhaled with a smile and thought that this is why he brought him that drink. What a cute child. He doesn't really like to show his aura to others, but since he did him a favor. Javis took his sword out of its sheath and asked the guy to take a step back. The tip of the blade touched the ground. The knight closed his eyes and bowed his head, concentrating. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. The air around him turned gray, and the sword glowed blue and was covered in swirls of radiance. Curran covered himself with his hand, protecting himself from the rising wind. The young man with the sword stood next to him, and the hero thought that everything was as expected from the ace of the knights. He looked at Miriam carefully and thought that the color quality and density could not be compared with his brother's aura, but he didn't have to worry about such power. The guy smiled. His appearance was very insidious when he thought that his affairs seemed to be going as they should. Curran, with sparkling eyes and a wide, delighted smile, said that he expected nothing less. Smiling embarrassedly, Javis sheathed his sword and said that he was flattered. Compared to the count and even the captain, he was nothing. He opened his eyes, remembering, and thought, what apt. Standing among the trees next to the guy, he asked, there are many other aura users, why did he choose him? The blonde replied that it was because he was the youngest. Raising his index finger, he asked when the guy got the aura, if he did it like everyone else. He probably spent about 4-5 years. Even if he received it earlier than others in his 20 seconds, then even 10 years have not passed. Javis looked at him in surprise. The blonde put his hand to his chest and, closing his eyes, said that the feeling of overcoming a wall and knowing how to surpass oneself. Who else could feel this? The knight smiled embarrassedly and scratched the back of his head, saying that this is why. But was it really necessary to come to such a place? There is no need to be ashamed of your passion for the aura. The guy remained silent in surprise. The smiling knight thought that perhaps teenagers felt differently from adults and began to speak, but was interrupted. The blonde clapped his hands. The knight opened his eyes, not expecting this. The guy applauded and asked if he finally understood. Looking at his interlocutor with an insidious look, Curran asked, finally caught him, huh? The young man stared at him in surprise, not understanding what was going on and what was more important, is this the same person? Curran looked at him calmly and thought that the atmosphere had changed. His calmness was gone. Standing opposite the knight, Curran asked, "Overcame the wall, surpassed himself? Nonsense. He doesn't think it will hurt if everyone finds out about this." The knight asked in surprise what he was talking about. The blonde stated that it was about his personality. Javis asked about personality. Looking away, Curran insidiously asked how the weather is in the south. The young man was amazed to hear that he was an imperial spy. He asked excitedly what. Then he smiled awkwardly and said that he didn't understand. Spy, he thinks it's too much. Curran exhaled with a smile and asked why everyone behaves this way when they are under pressure. He looked attentively at the young man and said, he thinks he just called the knightly spy. He's not some kind of maniac. Isn't he, Javis? The guy looked at him silently, and the blonde continued that no, he called him by another name, Harv's Durkle. The knight was amazed to hear this and thought that the mission had failed. He froze in fear, looking into space. The blonde said with a smile that he said it would be bad if everyone found out. He deliberately brought him to a quiet place, but he still suspects him, an ordinary spy. Javis frowned and thought, on purpose, is this a trap? He turned away, telling the guy to stop. Even he has the pride of a knight. If he had evidence, it wouldn't be here. The blonde looked at him calmly. The knight continued that if he had told the count or the captain, they would have taken care of it. With a smile, Curran asked, so he admits that he is a spy. To which Javis said that no, he explains to him that the guy is lucky that he is not a spy, because he would not have left the forest if the young man was one. The blonde narrowed his eyes and asked, is this a threat? Javis told him that of course not. He was just saying that he was careless. Curran laughed, waved his hand and said that it was true, because he alone knows who he is. He looked carefully at the man and continued that there were only the two of them here. An ominous silence hung over the guys. The blonde asked, they could kill him, right? The elder looked at him, thinking that he didn't understand what he was thinking at all. Was he stupid or was he trying to intimidate him? He turned around, thinking that there was no need to worry about it. He knew his name, that would be enough. Suddenly he quickly attacked the guy, and he froze in surprise. Pulling his sword back, he looked forward in defeat. His eyes were widened in surprise. He thought that the guy had disappeared. Looking around, sword in hand, he did not understand what was happening. The knight was sure that he had cut him. Suddenly he listened sharply, realizing. Javis felt movement. He looked back, wondering if it was really him. The man barely managed to parry a sharp blow with his sword. Curran smiled insidiously. Javis's face was concentrated. He clenched his teeth. With effort, he flew back, landing in the distance. He looked up in shock and thought, is it Aura? Looking at the blonde, who confidently held a sword in his hand, glowing blue with flares. Javis frowned, noticing that his sword was broken. With a smile, Curran asked mockingly, obviously attacked and exposed his back, how did he even become a spy? Javis sat on one knee away from the guy and mentally called him names. He never worried about the youngest son of Steelguard. Nothing changed when they found out that he was hiding his talent, because the island is full of geniuses and talents. He looked at the guy excitedly and thought that Aura at 16 years old was completely different. He imagined the guy standing with a smile against the background of the family coat of arms and thought that the blood of Seakan and Lebanon had really awakened in him. He threw away his broken sword and thought that this was scary. Now was not the time to improve the situation. Javis clenched his fists and resolutely thought that his life was at stake. Curran looked at him calmly and said that this was a fist fight. With a smile, he threw the sword back. The knight stared at him in shock. The blonde put out his hand and said with a grin that it was great. The spy clenched his teeth, thinking that his sword was gone and Aura too. How stupid. Screaming, he ran with his fists towards the guy, who stood calmly with his hand forward. The blonde closed his eyes, exhaling, and then he resolutely took a fighting stance. Javis raised his fist, which was covered in lightning bolts. He quickly approached the blonde, attacking. Curran was extremely focused. He used the World Breaker ability. The space was illuminated with a bright blue light. The place among the hills shone brightly blue. Among the rising dust, the silhouette of a guy appeared in a fighting stance. The dust receded and this guy was Curran. From his blow, a deep mark appeared in the ground, crushing the ground. The blonde exhaled in surprise, thinking that this was much better than he had expected. Javis, sitting in a pile of earth, spat out blood. The guy growled and thought, what is this? He watched Curran approach him and wondered how he could hide such skills. The guy said he didn't think he would get internal injuries. Is Mana's heart okay? Javis tried to get up, but only hiccuped. The blonde calmly told him not to try to resist. This time he wouldn't get away with it. The spy clenched his teeth in displeasure. Looking at him angrily, the young man thought that the man was clearly not joking. He looked at the guy standing calmly, who seemed to tower over him, and thought that they had an obvious difference in strength. He He tried to get up and, holding his forearm with his hand, thought that this was the end and asked out loud, "Who?" He reached out to the guy and asked, "Inspector or security agency," which Puppy told him. Javis was surprised to hear that he didn't seem to understand the situation. Looking at him seriously, the young lord declared that it was not for him to ask questions here. Standing next to the defeated youth, he said that he had always wondered, this island is only known for being the land of Seakan, who stopped the Empire. It is not a research center, not a strategic point. Does the information department really have that much free time? He looked at the spy carefully and asked what they wanted to achieve by sending spies to Steelguard. Javis looked at him silently. With a smile, the guy said that he should look at himself. He thinks you need to choose a devotee if you are sending him to a foreign country. He looked attentively at the enemy, thinking that he had all the skills of a spy, so he was also a knight with an aura. Javis looked at him and the guy thought that this was a class, no S-class spy. He reasoned that the fact that they sent such a person meant that they were worried about them. Steelguard. Curran said that silence is much more suspicious, but the guy remained silent, just looking at him. The blonde man standing next to him said that he was nothing more than a replaceable tool. Did he think the Emperor would notice him because of this? Javis replied that it doesn't matter, even if not, then what? The Lord said that he makes him cry, but he knows that it only makes him worse. The spy frowned decisively, saying that he could tear off his nails or limbs, do whatever he wanted. The blonde waved his hand in front of him, asking if he was a savage. He didn't even think about it. He exhaled with a smile, asking what he thought. He doesn't know that torturing a trained spy is a waste of time. Darran looked at the small bottle he held in his hand and asked what he should do now. This one is a little different. At the bottom of the jar lay a small black beetle. Javis looked at him in surprise and asked again, "Is it a larva?" The blonde exhaled tiredly, saying that some people would lose their temper if they heard that. "These are yin-yang bugs." Darran calmly continued that this is yin, and the one he ate is yang. Javis stared at him in amazement and asked in fear who he ate. He fearfully remembered how he looked into his glass today, and the guy asked if he didn't remember. He himself said that it looked safe for health. Suddenly the spy vomited. In response, the blonde told him to calm down, it was already late anyway. Pointing to his temple, Curran said that the beetle was probably already in his brain. Wiping his mouth, Javis turned around in shock and asked what this meant. Introducing the two larvae, the guy said that yin-yang bugs share feelings. Of course pain too. Yang is especially worried about yin. Closing his eyes and pointing with his hand, Curran calmly explained that if yin dies, then yang will lose the will to live and begin to devour his brain. Then the owner and the beetle will die. The spy stared at him in shock. Down on one knee, he asked if he thought he was stupid enough to believe this nonsense. He had never even heard of such creatures. The guy showed him a long needle and said that it was better to feel it once than to explain it hundreds of times. Then he would try a little. Javis was surprised and thought it was a needle. A long needle pierced the cork lid of a small jar. The white beetle squeaked when the needle touched it. Javis felt pain shoot through the back of his head. He screamed intensely, as if struck by 1,000 lightning bolts. The seller told him that the yang beetle is more painful than the yin, and the owner is even more painful. The man was lying on the bench, saying that it would be a problem if the owner just died, so he would tell him a couple of tricks. Javis screamed, pierced by intense pain. Curran recalled how the man taught him that step 1 was to poke him lightly. The owner will feel pain as if from countless spear wounds. The red-haired man smiled insidiously and said that part 2 was to throw him into cold water. The spy lay on the ground as if covered with snow. The red-haired one explained that it would feel as if his body was frozen, and he wouldn't even be able to breathe. They say it's worse than being tortured naked on a snowy mountain. The knight screamed, engulfed in flames, and the man said that step 3, put it next to the fire. Feelings like being thrown into a pit of hellfire. Pointing to his temple, he said with a predatory smile that they would even be able to feel their flesh burning. But it would all be their imagination. With a wicked smile, he showed the number 3 with his fingers and said that there were a couple more steps, but they were pure evil, so he swore that these 3 steps would be enough. Darran smiled contentedly, rubbing his chin, and thought that this is what he said, and it seems he wasn't lying. He had reasons to be confident. Javis sat on his knees and decisively shouted that he was an agent of Harv's Duracle from the Imperial Information Department. Curran calmly stood next to him and asked why he came to Steelguard. What does the Empire want? Looking at him, the spy replied that the Empire was afraid of the second Seakan. Only the Payway Emperor is of superior rank. He introduced 3 knights who stood with their swords raised against the background of the silhouette of the Emperor wearing a crown. Since even mythic ranks were lost to history, legendary rank was said to be the final level of mastery. A knight with a huge sword in his hand stood opposite the horseman running towards him with weapons. The man who destroyed this faith, the knight who stopped the empire from taking over an entire continent. Navarro Guard, Heart of Steel. Levitin stood proudly with his hands folded. The son became a knight of heroic rank. Curran stated that he did not want to hear what he already knew. Of course the heroic rank is amazing, but surely the empire has nothing to worry about. Harves looked at him and said that he was right, since the empire has a couple of heroic ranks and a legendary rank. He waved his hands and said that something else was important. Heroic rank, son of mythical rank, does he think it's just a coincidence? Harves looked attentively, saying that of course they began to think about it. The reason must be Steelguard's blood. He introduced Seakan to Levitin standing next to him and finally Curran. The blonde stood calmly and asked, "Is this what the emperor predicted?" Harves bowed his head and remained silent. The guy looked at him and thought that his silence said everything, and asked out loud, "So what does the spy presented to them think?" He remembered the fair-haired youth and said that among his grandchildren, Curran stands out the most. After all, reaching the second rank at his age is an achievement. Looking at the guy, he said that if he reaches his grandfather's level or even reaches his father's level. The blonde closed his eyes and declared that this was impossible. Harves thoughtfully said that yes, he will be glad if he reaches at least the awakened rank. He truly thinks that power runs in their blood, but it weakens over the generations. The spy added excitedly that this was what he thought until that day. Curran looked down at him resolutely. The spy leaned on the ground and said that just think, he inherited the most from Seakan. He hid it well. Curran frowned, seriously thinking that he was not only wrong, he was completely wrong. It's not that strength weakens over generations. He imagined himself standing on a red book, red notification windows floating around him. He thought that he could use aura because of the dimensional transaction book. This has nothing to do with the investigation. He leaned over and thought that what was more important was that the empire was still watching them. He stood amazed at the idea that it was even possible for his father to disappear. White Castle towered near the mountains. This was the fall of Steelguard. The family coat of arms was cracked. It all started with the disappearance of his father. His appearance was a dark silhouette. It became known about the disappearance of the hero, and this was called the biggest Navarro mystery. The guy stood thinking that he could not find out the truth in his past life. Just think that the goal of the empire is not just to monitor them, but to prevent the emergence of a second Seakan. He frowned, thinking that he did not expect this. This could be a new story. A scream was heard. Levitin closed his eyes, clenching his teeth. Sitting indoors among the arched columns in a meditation position, he thought that this was happening more and more often. He wiped the corner of his mouth and his glove was stained with blood. He mused that he didn't know when it all started, but he was starting to get headaches when he trained. The Lord looked at the blood on his hand and thought that it was dangerous because he could not get rid of it, and he did not recover while he rested. The man sadly wondered if this was an internal enemy that he had not yet encountered. Levitin gloomily thought that it might be a demon of the mind. The Lord heard Calloway calling him. He got down on one knee, turned and ordered us to enter. The man looked at the bowed guard. Entering the room, the long-haired man apologized for disturbing him during training and said that he thought that the man urgently needed to know about it. Levitin stood up and asked what happened. Well, the man replied that his youngest son brought Ulaf. The fair-haired one asked him, "Is this something to worry about?" Calloway replied in alarm that it was all because of the man who came with him. The father was amazed to hear that the younger one had brought an imperial spy. The White Palace rose among the clouds. The Lord and the Warden stood on the steps. Below stood Curran, a man in a white cloak, bowing, and another man lay on the floor. People, including the brother and sisters, looked at this in surprise. Harves was lying on the ground covered in blood. The man looked at it and declared that he was dead. The son bowed and apologized to him and said that he tried to save his life, but it didn't work out. The father replied that there was no need to apologize and sent him for treatment. The guy looked at him and said that he was fine. Then his father demanded an explanation from him. The guy turned to the hooded man sitting next to him and said that this was Ulaf, the seller of mana stones. The hooded man sat with his eyes closed. Levitin replied that the warden had heard about him. Without getting up from his knee, Curran looked at his father and said that he flew to Lehite to meet Ulaf, explained his situation, and the two of them left. But something was wrong. The men heard someone say that this was strange. What was the point of following the merchant? To this the guy replied that he lured the spy to a quiet place and asked who he was. He glanced sideways at the lying Harves and said that then he pulled out his sword. The man towered over him, asking how he knew it was a spy. The guy handed him a folded sheet of paper. The blonde called to the butler, pointing to the paper. The servant handed over the Levitin envelope. The man looked at him carefully, humming thoughtfully. Everyone present stared at him in surprise. Darran looked calmly. Finally, the man looked up and said that, just like his son said, he believed that the knight was a spy. Curran exclaimed in shock, "Is it true what is written there?" He was shocked to hear that his father didn't know and asked again. The man looked at him carefully and explained that this was some kind of code. The Imperial Information Department often does this. He has seen this a couple of times. Curran extended his hand in surprise, asking what if it was just a copy. His father looked at him displeased. The blonde fell silent in surprise. Levitin looked at the elder carefully, asking that it looks like he doesn't want this to be sent to the Empire. Curran looked at him excitedly and hastened to justify himself that of course not. The Empire is a problem that needs to be removed. The man looked at him sternly and asked, "Is this the real reason?" The young man said of course. Levitin thought about his eldest son. There were many people standing in the palace. They all listened carefully that when something happens, there are people who believe in the best no matter what. Thinking that it will rain tomorrow because it didn't happen today doesn't always mean that this is a bad way of thinking, but you can think that way if you are a pawn. The man looked carefully at his son and said that the lords did not think like that. If there is no rain, we must prepare for drought. This is how the leader thinks. He looked at Curran and asked if he understood. The son exhaled, lowered his gaze and replied that he understood. A man standing on the stairs told Darran that this was a good job, to which the guy replied that he accidentally caught him. The elder brother looked at him and heard the doctor called. He clenched his teeth in anger. Curran frowned and angrily clenched his teeth thinking about Darran and mentally scolding him. Yulaf, with furrowed brows, cast a sidelong glance towards the guy and asked if he was reacting too violently. Darran sat on the bed, his back pressed against the pillow, and his eyes turned white with shock. He muttered that he knew, but did not expect to be locked up here. He smiled wryly when the man in the white cape noted that he only had a small scratch and was being treated with all sorts of potions. He asked if he was well now. The blonde's face darkened as he recalled the moment when one of the courtiers came to him with a tray of various potions, telling him that his father had ordered him to be tested after every meal. He thought that they really were focusing on healing, although the regeneration rate of the owner of the aura was much higher than that of an ordinary person. He cast a slightly arrogant glance towards the man and asked how long this would all last, noting that the spectacle was pitiful. Yulaf looked back at him and asked if this was really bad. Darran responded by inviting him to look in the mirror. The man in the cape touched his cheek with his hand and began to pull back the skin, noting that he himself had ordered it not to be removed. Taking off the mask from his face, Harves ruffled his silver hair with his hand, asking the guy if he was happy now. The blonde put his hands on the blanket and asked him to tell him what his father said, and if anything happened. The knight looked towards the lord and said that the lord asked ordinary things, and it seemed that because of the spy he didn't care about Yulaf at all. He looked at the leather mask he was holding with his fingers, noting that it was really well made, that even the lord believed it. He added that he could also tell that he was wearing a wig because of the scar. The guy looked at Darran puzzled when he asked him to take care of the mask, since he would not be able to make the same face again. The knight asked why this was so. Darran smiled arrogantly, turning his cunning eyes to the side and replied that this was because the same face of the nation would be impossible. Harves, with his mouth slightly open, looked at him with frightened eyes and asked what he meant. He seemed to look at the mask with scars on the skin, which he clutched with his trembling hands. Jerking in his chair, he unclenched his fingers, after which the mask fell to the floor, and he grew wildly dark with horror. Hesitantly, he asked if this was. The blonde looked at the frozen guy with a frightened face, repeating that he needed to treat it with care since this mask was his salvation. A drop of cold sweat ran down the knight's cheek as he cast a close, narrowed gaze at the master. He thought about Darran's incredible skills and things, not understanding where he got it all. He wondered who this guy was, noting that the most important thing was. Harves turned towards the blonde and asked if he could ask him a question. Darran looked ahead with a calm face, giving a positive answer to his question. The knight arched his back, guessing his hands on his spread knees, and asked why he was hiding his abilities. Covering his eyes, the blonde waved his hand, in response asking what's good about showing them. He noted that he was only a 5th grader and people were already uncomfortable with him. He met Harves's gaze when he said that there was a limit to which a chisel could remove a clogged stone. He added that in his class she would simply break down. Looking at him with gloomy eyes, he said that he was a descendant of Seakan and a true Steelguard. Looking into the eyes of the gentleman sitting on the bed, he noted that he did not think that anyone would object if he told everything. Darran and Harves fixed their gazes on each other, and silence hung around. The blonde furrowed his brows and narrowed his eyes, ordering the knight in a low voice to stop being insolent. Hearing these words, the boy with silver hair was completely confused. Darran, still looking askance at him, asked if he really wanted him to become a walking billboard and attract the attention of the Empire. Waving his hand, Harves muttered with a puzzled face that that was not what he meant. The blonde grinned, squeezing the bottle with the larva between his fingers, and asked if he really didn't understand yet. He noted confidently that he was already in his grasp. As the white slug slowly moved along the bottom of the jar, a drop of sweat rolled down the knight's stunned face. Curran smiled widely, pointing his finger at the bottle in his hand, asking if he wanted to take it from him. Harves turned pale and grimaced with dissatisfaction, wondering if he really expected to deceive him twice. He replied that this was not true at all, noting that he should not have asked in the first place. He held out the document with both hands when the blonde asked if he had written the report. The knight replied that he did everything as he was told. Curran unfolded a white sheet of paper and began to study the contents. He began to read the special agent's report on Steelguard's progress, which stated that Lebanon Steelguard had not undergone significant changes and was supposedly hiding his rank, and Curran Steelguard was a regular Class 2 malevolent fighter with possible Class 1 potential. Also in the report there was a mention of a young man with dark gray hair, who was Jason Steelguard, going to 4th grade and now trying to study his body. The note about Curran stated that he had no signs of progress and was a non-entity. He sat on the bed, still holding the piece of paper in his hands, reading that the communications manager Gilbert had died of unknown causes and the guard level had been raised. Harves gave the guy a surprised look when he noted that this was not bad. The blonde looked away with his feigned upset look, slapping his hand across his open palm, saying that calling him a non-entity was too cruel. He added that this report is very biased and infuriates him. Hearing these words, the knight immediately became alarmed and began waving his arms, exclaiming that he did not consider him a non-entity at all. He noted that he wrote this only because he himself asked to belittle him as much as possible. Frowning his eyebrows, Curran exhaled noisily, asking the guy why he was apologizing. He noted that this made him suspicious. Harves pursed his lips in frustration, wondering if he was playing blue. The blonde waved his hand and calmly noted that he needed to hide the lie inside the truth, and if he was too straightforward, he could pay. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest as the knight said that he would correct the report, and the index that he was approximately 6th or 7th grade. The blonde looked at the guy and asked how he would contact them without a communications manager. Staring back at him, Harves revealed that he knew an agent at Acadio. Curran rubbed his finger under his chin, noting that it looked like they were going on a trip soon. He closed his eyes and said that the guy could go and asked him to try not to get caught. Rising from the chair, the spy nodded his head, saying that then. The blonde followed him with a sidelong glance when the sounds of footsteps were heard in the room. Holding his arms crossed over his chest, he looked away, wondering if he would be a good double agent. He thought that he needed to keep an eye on the Empire and find out their plans. Imagining the face of a guy with silver hair in his head, Darran lowered his chin. He mused that if Harves started working with the Empire again, he might just kill him with a bug, so it was worth the risk. He cast a surprised glance at the closed door when he heard footsteps behind it. Levitin with disheveled hair entered the room and asked his son about his well-being. Darran was very surprised by the appearance of his father, so he asked him with round eyes what he was doing here. When he put his feet on the floor, the man asked him not to get up. The guy replied that he was fine. The father looked down a little sadly and asked if everything was really okay with him. Waving his hand, Curran smiled widely, noting that it was all thanks to his care. He added that he was given potions and that is why he feels much better. Without ceasing to smile, the blonde put his hands in front of him when the man by the bed noted that he was pleased to hear this, since he was already thinking about postponing the trip. The guy replied that he was really fine, noting that his father had a long way to go anyway. Levitin closed his eyes, quietly agreeing with his words. Curran looked up at him with a puzzled face. There was an awkward silence between the two members of the Steelguard family. The blonde looked at his father, his mouth slightly open, and thought about whether he came to his room in a past life. Looking at the wrinkles under the eyes on the calm face, he mentally noted that this had not happened, and that personal conversations like this had never happened between them. He pursed his lips with a gloomy face, thinking that he couldn't get used to this at all. The blonde man jumped a little in place with a shocked face as the man with his arms crossed suddenly sat down on the bed next to him. Curran did not understand what was happening and thought that he felt as if he was being shouted at, although he had done nothing. He looked askance with a frightened look at his father's calm face, trying to understand what to do in such a situation. Breaking the silence, the man opened his mouth slightly and began talking about knights. He looked at the floor, saying that they had found the place where the spy was staying. The blonde was surprised at such speed. Levitin noted that they had been looking for it all night, so more time had passed than expected. He lowered his chin and closed his eyes, revealing that the spy was masquerading as a Lehite merchant. Noting that the number of guards should be increased, Curran looked at his father with a smile on his face, thinking that he was very different from his previous life. He thought that he was now aware that the Empire was targeting Steelguard. Continuing to sit next to his son, the man noted that it was all thanks to him. The guy didn't agree with this. He turned a puzzled look at Levitin when he asked him to be careful. The man lowered his head again, noting that although he had done a great service, it did not mean that. The father looked at Curran and added that it did not mean that he could lose his precious son because of a spy. The image of his father from his past and present life appeared in the guy's head, and he began to think that then the man was a strict person with a cold heart, and he was completely different from the one in front of him now. The blonde looked at him sideways with surprise on his face, wondering if this was really the same person. Suddenly the guy perked up as realization dawned on him. Images of his brothers and sisters appeared in his head, and he thought that in the future, during the collapse of Steelguard, he remembered the faces of everyone who was there, but his father was not among them. Putting his hands on his feet, Curran clasped them together, thinking that the disappearance of the hero would happen in 2 years, and when his father disappeared, he was at the academy. He thought that the memories of him remained only from childhood. Looking at the gloomy face of the man sitting next to him, the guy thought that he had misunderstood him. Sitting with his arms crossed, Levitin looked ahead, telling his son that based on the way he had been acting lately, he thought everything would be fine in the capital. But despite this, he again asked him to always be on his guard. Darran cast a saddened glance at his father, thinking that he was the one who needed to be more careful. The man turned to the side and caught his son's gaze. At this moment, the blonde man with round eyes turned away sharply and pursed his lips. He started waving his hands negatively when Levitin asked what was wrong, and asked if his son had hit himself somewhere. Curran replied that he was just listening carefully to his words. He smiled widely and pointed his thumb up, answering what he would mean. The man exhaled and closed his eyes. Silence fell between them again, and the guy began to think that he had almost allowed his emotions to take over and tell everything. He thought that in this way he could prevent the future, but if he told everything, his father would simply consider him crazy. Leaning forward, the blonde frowned, thinking about how he would fix everything with his own strength. Bright light leaked through the opening door. Levitin, holding her, stood next to Curran, saying that he had an hour of free time to look around. The blonde thanked him in return. A satisfied smile stretched across his face as he thought that he could finally get into the inner vault. He mentally noted that, in fact, he could have gotten here anyway, since his father wanted to reward him for his achievements and for entering the academy. He looked over at the man as he asked if he really liked the vault that much. He noted that if he needs benefits, he can simply ask. Walking forward into the room, Curran turned his head towards Levitin with a look of surprise on his face and mentally wondered why he looked disappointed. He stopped and turned to face his father, who stood with his hands in his pockets. The blonde thought it was understandable, and considering that if the Navarro Knights were given the same opportunity, they would all ask for one thing. He imagined in his head the image of a man in armor with a sword in his hands, before whom knights were kneeling. He thought that they would all be asking to be apprenticed to a knight of heroic rank. Curran looked at his father, who stood with his eyes closed, and thought that he apparently really wanted him to ask him about this. He thought about asking him for time to wander around the secret vault instead. The guy smiled and waved his hand, attracting the man's attention. He said he didn't need the gold and just wanted to look around there. He cast a sidelong glance to the side and scratched his cheek with his finger, thinking that he already knew all this from a past life. He thought that he felt as if everything he told his father was a lie. Levitin, looking forward, chuckled quietly. Moving away from his son, he noted that this was very good, and the blonde mentally apologized to him for this. Curran turned around when the man went to the exit, saying that he would wait outside while he looked around. The guy replied that he would return on time. With a smile on his face, he turned his gaze to the vault. Looking at the long shelves in the spacious room, he noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Moving along the narrow corridors, he recalled stacks of coins and defense deposits in the chest, reflecting on the fact that the external secret storage facility contained mainly emergency supplies that could be used at any time. He also noted that the internal storage is filled with rare and unique items. Curran looked at the item to his left with a frown on his face, thinking that just because they were rare didn't mean they were expensive. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy exhaled noisily, noting that he had to be given something like that. He looked at a silver shield with red and gold accents, in the center of which were 2 blue stones. He mused that the commander's shield was a magical item given to the family by the king, and it was said to be enchanted with morale-boosting magic so that it could bolster the spirit of an entire army. Darran folded his hand on his belt, looking at the shield that stood on the table, and wondered why a knight of magic rank would need such a thing. He noted that even a legendary or heroic rank would not be able to use this. Looking at him, the guy pursed his lips, thinking that the king who granted such a gift clearly had ulterior motives. He realized that they were his shield rather than his sword. The blonde imagined a dark image in his head of a man standing not far from the relic and noted that when the king's motives were revealed, his grandfather placed the shield here. Then a figure appeared in my head, standing on top of a hillock with a sword in his hands. The guy thought that having won the war, he could do whatever he wanted because he was a knight of mythical rank, supported by society. He thought that if he really wanted, he could seize the entire Navarro kingdom personally, but decided to remain neutral. Darran, with his hands in his pockets, stood and looked at the sparkling shield, thinking that of all the titles and other awards, his grandfather received a lot from the king. But these awards do not even come close to his achievements. Closing his eyes, the guy turned away sharply and muttered that they couldn't even sell this shield, since it was a gift from the king himself. With a smile on his face, he turned his head to the side and noted that there were real treasures here. On one of the walls there was a black shield with a bird emblem, and under it there was a stand with a kimono, in front of which there was a sword on a table on a stand. The blonde said that this was his grandfather's equipment. He looked carefully at the sword with a narrowed blade and a red and yellow carved hilt, noting that this sword, the Dark Sky, was the best comrade of his business. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and he began to wonder if his left eye instantly glowed red as he thought about the inventory. He looked at the stone walls of the dark storage room, inside of which lay a load of boxes, and the system notified that the capacity of his level 1 inventory was 763,000 full. Curran, his face darkening, scratched his chin with his hand, noting that he thought it would be a little disrespectful to put a sword in such an inventory. He reached his finger towards the button for updating the spatial storage, saying that in any case, it was time to update the inventory. A pop-up notification announced that leveling up would cost 200 coins. The blonde smirked and crossed his arms over his chest. He noted that he had earned a lot from the last exchanges, so 200 coins was a trifle, after which he ordered to increase the level. Stretching a smile across his face, he exhaled loudly as the vault level increased to 2 and the system offered the next upgrade for 500 coins. The guy said that this was not a problem and agreed. He perked up with a shocked face when he almost agreed to the next increase, which already cost 1,200 coins. He was outraged that it was very expensive. Touching his chin with his hand, Darran closed his eyes, saying that even though he has such an amount, he should not spend money recklessly, and should stop at level 3 for now. He looked at the ground level improved room, in which there was now a table and a chair, and instead of a grate there was a large wooden door. A system notification announced an increase in capacity to 4,000 units, as well as the receipt of an interior in the quality of an old wooden door and a cool floor. The blonde man, with wide eyes and a detached look, looked at the musty room, noting that compared to the money spent, it looked too cheap. He said he needed thousands of coins if he wanted things to look civil. The guy walked up from the table and picked up his grandfather's sword from it. He said that he wanted to check something, adding that if he put it in his inventory and looked at the characteristics, a pop-up red notification began to talk about the dark heavy sword, which was made of eternal dark steel, and was created by a blacksmith over 100 days. Its steel cannot be cut, even an enhanced aura, and the sword contains the spirit and tenacity of the master. Curran, his eye glowing with red light, smiled joyfully, noting that he was right. He took the hilt of the sword in his hand and ran his fingers along the steel blade. He said that it is different from the weapons of this system. The blonde added that his grandfather was also good at martial arts, so he assumes that his equipment is their first system. Looking at the blade, the guy grinned, saying that the Dark Sky had been with his grandfather since childhood, which means that the ancestor was originally involved in spatial trade. He chuckled and placed the weapon back on its stand, noting that he had sated his curiosity. Closing his eyes, Curran smiled nervously. His face suddenly darkened and his eyes widened when he realized that he was too carried away, and exclaimed that he had no time for this. The guy walked further along the large racks, thinking that the reason he was doing all this was to try to find the book of measurement transactions, which should be here. A picture appeared in his head of many hands reaching out to the red book. He thought that there should be only one spatial trader from Earth 1342, and if this book gets to his loved ones, then the mistakes of the past may be repeated again. He thought that if she existed. The blonde pursed his lips with a confident expression while his silhouette shimmered with a faint red light. He thought he should have heard first. Looking to the side, he rubbed his chin with the side of his hand and asked the question, "Is she really here?" The guy looked at the shelf, resting his hands on his hips, and noted that the book was nowhere to be found. He slowly walked forward, looking into the shelves, and asked if it could be hidden in a strange place. Darran squatted down and began to examine the cabinet with a puzzled face, saying that if you remember your past life, then perhaps, as he thought. He sank to the floor and looked under the cabinet, saying that he still couldn't see anything. Suddenly his eyes widened when the blonde noticed an object and asked what it was. Gritting his teeth tightly, he lay on the floor, trying to reach the object with his hand, exclaiming that the rest was just a little bit longer. Exhaling noisily, he folded his legs and sat down, holding the find in his hands. The guy was trying to figure out what it was and whether it was too big. Freezing, he opened his mouth slightly in surprise. Holding a black egg in his hands, on which a bright light fell with white reflections, the blonde realized that it was an ostrich. Curran looked with a puzzled look at the find in his hand, noting that it seemed to him as if it were metal. He leaned his face on his hand, the elbow of which had previously been buried in his knee, and muttered that this was not his thing. Lowering his hand with the egg, he shoved it under the shelf and said that it would be better to just leave it where he found it. Rising from the floor, the guy brushed each other. He thought that in any case, this only confirmed everything, and the book of transactions was not in the internal storage. The blonde pulled a smug grin onto his face, mentally noting that only he had this. He put his hands on his belt, thinking that the only thing left to figure out was how he got into the past. He also wondered how he began to interact with the spatial exchange system. Staring ahead, Darran lowered his head, thinking that since the day he returned here, he had only come up with one possible explanation. An image of a blue-violet carved bookmark with a tassel at the end appeared in his head, which was the bookmark of wish. He remembered himself sitting on a chair with his shirt stained with blood and wondered what he had wished for before he died. The dark silhouette of the wounded man hung his head, and the blonde recalled that he was in so much pain that he doesn't really remember anything, but he thinks that he asked for another chance. He thought that he also wished to monopolize spatial trade. The guy thoughtfully touched his chin with his hand, thinking that the bookmark gives only one wish, and based on this, the picture of the vision does not converge. He muttered that he had no thoughts about it. Pursing his lips, Darran closed his eyes and began to think hard. After a while, with a puzzled face, he patted himself behind the ear, saying that he still wouldn't be able to understand. He added that apparently there really was no other book here. He smiled and put his hand on his neck, saying that it would be very bad if he left it here out of ignorance. The guy added that he would take something else instead. Rubbing his chin with his hand, he began to walk along the shelves again and examine the shelves, wondering what he should take. He noted that he did not assign limits to the point. He stopped near the stand where the sword of his cause was kept and said that he would just take it. With his hand folded on his belt, the blonde looked at the weapon with a puzzled face, asking himself if he should take the sword the dark sky. Looking away with his narrowed eyes, he began to wave his hands negatively, saying that this was too much. Looking up and rubbing his chin, Darran thought, imagining various artifacts in his head. He said that there were many magical items in the vault that had previously seemed incredible to him, but now he did not need them. He turned his head to the side and looked at the shelves of books, asking if he should just take his grandfather's notes. A black egg rolled out from under the cabinet and touched the toe of his shoe. Surprise appeared on the guy's face as he looked down at the inset, wondering why it was there again. He picked up the egg from the floor and looked at it with a puzzled expression, saying that he had definitely put it back, and it didn't look like it had legs. Darran perked up when the thought struck him that he might have legs. He looked around the vault, thinking that it personally belonged to his grandfather, the greatest spatial merchant. He realized that strange things could happen and he couldn't just ignore them. The guy looked at the black egg in his hands, wondering if it was also something from another dimension. At that moment, his left eye flashed red, and he thought that he should put it in his inventory and check the information. The system notification contained many spaces, not showing information about the item. The blonde, looking at the vault, grimaced, muttering that it would have been so successful not to show anything at all. He stood in front of the red icon with an egg in his hand, wondering if the information was not shown because he was only the first level. He noted that if most of the basic information services do not work, it means that it is from a higher dimension. The guy raised the object just below his eye level and said that this ball was not from the second and third systems, and now, apparently, he would need to deal with it. He pursed his lips as lightning flashed from his left eye, signaling the activation of his Eye of Providence skill. A red light reflected in his surprised gaze. Looking at the egg with a shocked face, he realized what it was. The guy walked past a group of servants, who then began to whisper. He thought that he clearly remembered the day from his past when he went to the academy. One of the men quietly noted that now they were finally free. The servants laughed sarcastically, wondering if Curran would grow wiser there. Two girls with unpleasant faces looked at each other, and one of them said that people like him don't just change. And the second added that Steelguard would be better without him. The guy with a gloomy face felt many contemptuous glances on him and thought that for them it was like a holiday. The blonde stood in front of a crowd of disappointed servants with sad faces who asked him to be careful and take care of himself. He thought that this time everything was completely different. Curran smiled widely and waved to them all, thanking them for their concern. He thought about what he thought from his past life. Looking at the many sad people in front of him, he thought about how a couple of weeks ago he was the one everyone hated, and now he became the hope of Steelguard. The blonde smiled softly, thinking that he was proud of himself. He glanced to the side. His sister came up to him and asked if he was happy about his departure. Curran looked at him with tenderness, noting that he was leaving for 4 years. Curran laughed quietly in response, answering that he would come home during the holidays. While the rest of the people were putting things into the cart, the brother and sister stood aside. The girl asked him to write to her when he got there. The guy fell into a stupor when Curran started jabbering, giving him instructions that when traveling to foreign islands, first of all you need to think about your health and kick well. She also said that he should always wash his food well, not throw laundry around, be polite to friends and be careful. She asked if he understood everything, and the blonde answered with quiet agreement. Looking down, the girl smiled softly, saying that she knew he would be fine, but she still couldn't stop worrying. She asked if it was because he was the youngest. Darran began to extend his palm to her when the sister asked for his hand. She placed a small bag tied with gold thread into his palm. The guy looked at the contents of his palm with a puzzled look, asking if this was. Raising her index finger, Curran smiled broadly and replied that it was a small gift. The blonde smiled nervously, wondering why he needed money at the academy. Looking at her brother, the girl replied that she heard that they could come in handy. Curran tilted his head to the side, continuing to smile nervously, holding the bag in his hand. He replied that he had a good allowance, but at the same time he thought that if he exchanged all his coins into gold, he would be able to remember a group of knights. They continued to stand opposite each other when the blonde realized what he wanted to say. He thanked his sister and said that he was using them correctly, to which the girl replied that it was all nothing. Suddenly the guy's eyes widened in surprise as realization dawned on him. He thought that this was very strange, since his sister should not have money. A bead of sweat ran down his cheek and his eyes were filled with shock when Curran noticed that he was missing. Clutching the bag in his hand, he looked at the calm Curran with a puzzled look, remembering the large red stone on the gold chain. The blonde thought that the ruby pendant that his sister always wore was no longer there. A black carriage with gold ornaments stood on the street. There was a bag on the sofa. Darran looked at him silently, sitting opposite. The guy thought that there was nothing stopping his sister from selling the ruby pendant, because it didn't look like it belonged to their mother or was passed down from generation to generation. He sat back in his seat, crossed his arms and said that he still knew how much she appreciated him. He opened his eyes slightly and wondered if maybe she felt pressure. He imagined his sister standing in front of the crest and thought that Steelguard didn't have a master, so his sister became one, and she might not be able to help, but she felt like it was her duty. The guy exhaled heavily and thought that these should be his feelings, not hers. He looked ahead, deciding that he did not have time to grieve, because he had to be more prepared than ever before leaving. The guy activated login number 1. A red scroll appeared in front of him. He looked out of the corner of his eye at the system windows that appeared, saying that he had received 30 and 22 coins from Seakan. He read the inscription with displeasure and was indignant. In the chat window, the guy asked Seakan if he thought the guy was joking, to which the other guy responded with a question, asking what he was talking about. Curran looked at the chat menacingly, saying that he had already told the guy that there was no time and asked him to get it as quickly as possible. Seakan awkwardly replied that he was working on it. Curran exhaled heavily and frowned and said sarcastically that he was confident that Seakan was working, and that he seemed delighted. The guy with the glasses listened in fear as Curran asked if he had found a useful idiot. The hero listened with displeasure as the guy justified himself by saying that this was a misunderstanding and an automatic exchange, after which he asked whether scammers use this and whether they are trying to fool him. Seakan turned pale and asked the guy to stop while he began to calculate the new interest rates of -1%, -2%. The guy closed his eyes and stopped at -3%, after which he asked what he wanted to say. Seakan raised his hands awkwardly and said that the truth is that he suddenly received a call from a client, adding that it doesn't mean that he forgot about Arun's words, because he was watching him while he was doing the register. The guy answered displeasedly that he was sure that he had already told him. He raised his hand, in which a red scroll appeared, and told him not to try to fool him. A system window appeared saying that Arun had changed the interest rates. It was 80% to 20%, and now it was 83% to 17%. Seakan touched his face in annoyance. Arun added menacingly that if he says to do something, then he must forget about everything and do it. His interlocutor apologized with annoyance and said that he would immediately check and contact him. He looked contentedly at the contract with the new interest and thought that it worked as a matter of course, because it was a contract guaranteed by the exchange center. He looked at the Secret Service contract, which stated that merchant Arun, now portrayed as a client, and supplier Seakan agreed to follow the Secret Service contract. The guy mentally called it a spatial contract. He imagined holding the slave contract scroll in front of Seakan with an evil smile, and thought that in exchange for protection and keeping the secret from the guy, he had to follow his orders and give 80% of all profits for a whole 100 years. In other words, he agreed to be his slave for 100 years. He then introduced a lot of jewelry and added that Seakan had already enjoyed luxury and fun, and even if he took 80% of the profits, he would not stop selling because the regular salary would no longer satisfy him. The guy held his chin with an evil smile, thinking that Seakan was just like a candy that didn't melt, and that he would milk him forever. Suddenly a message came into the chat from the interlocutor that he had obtained what he needed. The guy closed his eyes and said that he could whenever he wanted, and that it didn't take long. Seakan apologized. The guy put his head on his hand and decided to take a look. The system window with the picture of the book Evangeline's Breath said that Evangeline is a sword master from Earth 3884. And this is the breath created by the master who subjugated the entire world. Besides, she never liked that all martial arts were created for the male body, due to why she decided to create art for women. And during the creation, he found something amazing. The guy looked at the inscription with interest, wondering what she found and why the explanations ended. He activated the Eye of Providence, but no further information could be found. The guy leaned thoughtfully towards the system window and thought frustratedly that even this way nothing was working. He opened the chat and asked Seakan if he had found what they needed, adding that even if she was a sword master on Earth 3884, it couldn't be said that it would all work out as it should. Seakan adjusted his glasses and said with a smile that he also studied the book, after which he asked if the gentleman said that he needed a third-level person. The guy unwittingly asked if he was crazy and who he called the third level. Seakan said in surprise that if a person cannot use the sword Kai, then he is probably the third level. The guy fell silent in frustration after Arun told him to shut up and that his internal energy was level 3. Tears streamed down his face and he opened his mouth and thought about who was to blame. He wearily clasped his fingers together, deciding that he needed to endure, because he could not risk his life because of this, after which he said that theoretically it could be said that this is the highest martial art. Arun asked about stability, saying that this is the most important thing. The guy frowned and said that she was pliable and tender, so there was little risk of internal wounds. Darran sat with his arms crossed and listened to the guy tell him that he could barely get it when he wrote to his friends, and that it would be very difficult to find something better now, after which Darran asked if it was true. The guy raised his hand and answered in the affirmative, asking why he chose the O system, because if he needed methods for studying internal energy for women, then he had a couple. Darran closed his eyes and said that it was none of his business, and then asked what happened to the others. The guy calmly replied that he was still waiting, although he had found sellers, but they had not responded yet. The gentleman looked at the chat window and told the guy to send them to him when they answered. Seakan folded his hands and awkwardly said that he would do so, then turned the conversation to interest rates. Without listening to him, Arun left the room. The guy looked upset at the system window and insulted Arun. The gentleman held a book in his hand and said with a smile that he did the right thing by sparing him, because he was useful. He looked thoughtfully at the open book, saying that this is a good book about martial arts and it is translated excellently. He closed the book with a smile, having decided something for himself. Curran looked at the book in surprise, asking if it was for her. The guy stood opposite his sister and held the book in his outstretched hands, saying that he thought it would be more useful for her, to which the girl asked if he bought it for her and gratefully said that it was not worth it. The guy looked at his sister with a smile and said that perhaps now it seems strange, but there is a reason why he is giving this book to her. The girl asked what it means. Darran, without taking his eyes off her, said that she would know about it after reading it, and that he would be grateful if she read it at least gladly. Darran smiled widely and, closing her eyes, promised that she would do it, after which she thanked him. Looking at his sister, he thought with a smile that she had one talent and that she was definitely better than he himself was before. He imagined Curran in armor and with a sword, thinking that if she learned Iron Breath, perhaps the Steelguard would not fall. But it was impossible to say for sure, because becoming a special knight is difficult. The girl calmly looked in front of her. Darran thought that he was sure of one thing: his sister would not miss the chance to cultivate her talent. Standing opposite his sister, Du continued to think that System 1 martial arts or supreme mana stones. He can give her everything if he wants, but now is not the time. The guy smiled, deciding that everything was ready now. He raised his hands, striking one into the other, and realized that he had almost forgotten something. He turned to the crowd of people. Darran looked at him incomprehensibly. The guy pointed 2 fingers into his eyes, saying with gestures that even though he was leaving. Then he turned his hand and pointed his fingers at her, ending the sentence with the fact that he was still constantly watching. He made a threatening face, ran his finger across her throat, telling her not to be a fool. Darran turned pale. The cavalry accompanied the guy's carriage, followed by another carriage. Darran thought that in a past life, a trip to the academy was the road to hell, but now a lot has changed. He remembered his father, his brother and sisters. He thought that now he had a good relationship with the people who hated him. He remembered Calloy and others, and the guy decided that now the positive views of others were looking at him. He imagined himself from a past life, standing back to back with his current appearance, after which he thought that this was what was most unlike his past life. His eye lit up with a scarlet flame, and the guy decided that this would create even more differences in the future. Suddenly he received a message from Seakan. He said that the seller he was looking for had responded. The guy crossed his arms, asking if they were still selling. Seakan responded in the affirmative, adding that he thought they should discuss the details. Curran looked at the system window and asked to connect him with the seller, to which the guy agreed. The guy mentally rejoiced at this with a contented look. He raised his hand and a black egg appeared in it, after which he thought that he would begin to find out something. The information window said that this was a Bulgasari egg, and from it a popular werewolf would appear in System 4. The silhouette of a beast with glowing eyes appeared to the guy, and he began to think that at birth he was incredibly weak, but later grows into an uncontrollable beast that eats metal, and that an adult Bulgasari is so strong that it is capable of causing natural disasters, but is also recognized for its loyalty to its owner, so a well-trained beast is an excellent companion. Curran examines the egg with a smile, saying that it is a living natural disaster, and such a monster is right in his hands. A file named Henry appeared in front of him, which Seakan sent him. The guy reached out to the system window, praising Seakan, and then said that he would call him if he needed him. Darran looked at the file in surprise. In the window that opened there was a photo of a man whose name was Henry. Below it was written that he was an animus who came from System 4, that he had a 4th level of trade, his spiritual status was that of a wonderful warrior, and that he had 418 coins. The guy looked at the sign, asking why someone from System 4 was on Channel 1. He put his hand to his chin thoughtfully. With a grin, he opened the Exchange Center report, in which it was written that he was a warrior of rank 3827, participating in competitions and also obsessed with championships, and that he wasted all his winnings on gambling. The guy pressed the call button, deciding that everything might be simpler than he thought. A chat window opened. The guy said hello. Henry asked who he was, to which the guy replied that he was the one who wanted to buy the taming guide. The man sat bare-chested and held the horn in his hand, saying that the guy from System 1 had finally shown up. Darran asked with a smile if he could see the object. The man raised the horn to his mouth and asked for a second. An information window opened. The item contained parts 214-227. The description said that it was a tamer who was more monstrous than the monsters themselves, and that it was a manual containing the tricks of Emperor Granduit. Below were the titles of the parts: 214 Hypnosis of the Cyclops, 215 Bulgasari, and 216 Ghost Crow. Looking at this, the guy said that he wanted to buy part 215. The man looked back at the dialogue and asked if he had heard his words, adding that he had already told his slave that he could not sell it. The guy languidly asked if he wanted to sell all 14 parts at once, to which Henry said with a grin that he did and offered a price of 2,000 coins. The guy fell into a stupor from his impudence, thinking that the man wanted him to throw away 2,000 coins for an egg hatching allowance. The man looked at the dialogue in surprise after the guy refused him. Henry leaned on the table and said that this book made the Emperor of Beasts such, and that it was very inexpensive. Darran did not look away, telling him not to lie, because the books were written after he became emperor. The man looked away and chuckled in annoyance. The young man put his hands on his knees and offered 150 coins for part of 215, because this is 8 coins more. The man raised his hand, looking at the book of dialogue, and told the guy to use common sense, because the complete collection of 666 pieces is worth more than 300,000 coins. Darran exhaled irritably, saying that it works when they are all at once. Henry frowned and said that this is a pattern, because 14 books in a row is a premium class item. The guy thoughtfully put his head on his hand, after the man's words that he couldn't find this book in System 1, after which he thought that it really wouldn't be possible to find one there. He grinned mischievously, adding that this did not mean that the seller could push him around. Henry was horrified by the guy's words that he could sell him a copy of part 215 for 100 coins. Curran looked blankly at the system window when the man asked him how he could say that. Henry angrily waved his hands and yelled at the guy, asking if he wanted to use the licensed item without paying the full price, then urged him to think about how much blood and sweat the author shed creating it. Curran scratched his neck in surprise and wondered if he was on drugs and what these sudden instructions were. Suddenly the guy realized something. He scratched the back of his head in confusion when he saw the copyright sign and thought it might end badly. He imagined a copyright logo above an open book and began to remember that copyright is marks on books, managed directly by the exchange center. And if they are caught selling copies with such a mark, they can be banned forever and all the coins will be taken away. The guy looked guiltily at the dialogue, thinking that what the seller said was not surprising, after which he apologized and said that he did not see the mark. The man scarily pointed his finger at the chat and told him to be careful, because they are going crazy about these tags. Darran thoughtfully put his hand to his face, saying that, in this case, copying would not work. He lowered his hand and with a smile offered 200 coins for part 215, urging the man to be wiser, because this was his last offer. Henry silently considered his words. The guy waved his hand, dismissively saying that he didn't have to accept it if he didn't want to, and then closed the chat. He smiled slyly, saying that now it remains to understand who is more desperate. An invitation to chat from Henry appeared and the guy said with a grin that this was expected. The man sadly said that 200 coins were not enough and offered 250. Curran calmly said that he needed to think rationally, because this was his last offer. The man desperately grabbed the book, saying that the price would drop if part of the middle disappeared, to which the guy asked if he would sell the goods. Henry clenched his teeth in irritation. The guy smiled in delight after the man irritably agreed to 200 coins and thought it was as easy as he thought. He crossed his arms smugly, thinking that the man only had 400 coins, and he was so desperate that he came to System 1, and it looked like he was trying to raise money that he lost gambling, so he didn't have choice. 3 system windows appeared. The first said that as a result, 180 coins had been spent on the purchase of 215 parts. The second that 27 coins had been received as cash back. And the third was a message from copyright stating that the acquired knowledge can only be used in the exchange center, or they can be absorbed. Curran said with a smile that now it is worth seeing what the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. Part 215 of the book opened. It was written that Bulgasari was a werewolf of a regional threat level, and that a well-trained beast could reach a national or even continental level, and in theory, depending on training, could become a planetary level. The difficulty of obtaining was also described as D when hatching and A when taming. The difficulty of the training was rated C for effectiveness and S for specialness. Darran looked at this in shock, asking what the level meant. He looked back at the egg, thinking that he had thoughtlessly dragged it along with him, but he did not foresee much. He looked at the egg with interest, saying out loud a phrase about the planetary level. The egg glistened in the sun. Suddenly, Curran recoiled in fear, deciding that this was very scary. Suddenly, a system window appeared above the surprised Curran, saying that the absorption of the book was completed. He looked at the open windows, thinking that the Emperor of the Beasts was nicknamed for a reason, and that this knowledge was worth it. He smiled softly, thinking that hatching was just the beginning, and that daytime and nighttime rearing methods were different, but essentially, it would be almost impossible for someone in System 1 to raise him. He looked at the egg, imagining the DNA strands, and added that since Bulgasari is an imperfect organism, it would require genetic information from another organism, such as saliva, mucus, or other bodily secretions such as blood, to hatch. He imagined a deep iceberg, The guy thought that at the very beginning the most important thing is the potential. In order for it to become larger, powerful genetic information is needed as a basis. Curran thoughtfully held his hand to his mouth, repeating in his head that he needed a strong body. Suddenly he realized something. The guy raised his head, saying the word beast. He imagined all kinds of beasts as he thought about the fact that they exist even in systems 0 and 1, although it seems that users call them spirits. He opened the store, adding that not a single piece goes to waste, and that they are actively sold in the store. He thoughtfully said that judging by the description, the levels were divided into human, earthly, heavenly, and heavenly, after which he said that he did not know what to take. Suddenly he said with a smile that he had someone. A chat opened in which the guy turned to Seakan and asked if he knew about perfume, to which the interlocutor replied that he knew, asking what he needed. Suddenly the guy asked in fear if he didn't want. Curran awkwardly asked if he meant that he would force him to tame some kind of beast without internal cultivation. Seakan exhaled with relief after the master's words that he was not so stupid. The guy leaned closer and asked Seakan how much he knew about them, to which he replied that he knew as much as the others. Seakan looked at the file that appeared, which Curran sent him with a request to evaluate, to which the guy asked what exactly he needed to evaluate. Curran raised his hand, telling him to appreciate their combat power, and in his opinion, high healing skills did not mean high strength. The guy opened the file and said with delight that God put together a good list, adding that healing skills really are not related to combat power. He introduced a large turtle and began to explain that the blood of a 10,000-year-old iron mouth is good for cultivation, but in the end it is just an old turtle. He held his hand up and said with a smile that the blood of a bloody fire dragon and the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear were much more difficult to deal with. Curran looked at the chat with interest and asked if these two were the strongest and what was better to take. A photo of a large serpentine dragon writhing among the flames opened. Seakan said that, of course, you need to take a bloody fire dragon, and that this is what a snake becomes like, which has been trained for thousands of years, adding that this is what they should do, because a dragon is a dragon. The guy listened thoughtfully as Seakan said that the big bear was no match for him. Darran asked interestedly how martial arts users hunt such beasts. Seakan awkwardly replied that incredible people live there. The guy scratched his neck a little upset, thinking that this was true. Seakan fussily put his hands out and tried to stop the guy who thanked him and wanted to buy a dragon. Darran annoyedly hurried the guy who wanted to say something. Seakan raised his hand and sheepishly said that he bought Evangeline's breath with his own money, and although they signed a contract, The guy interrupted him, smilingly asking if it hurt his wallet. Seakan turned pale and scratched the back of his head, saying that he didn't mean it that way. The guy put his hands on his knees, asking how much the book cost, to which the interlocutor replied that he bought it for 300 coins. He raised his hands when the guy asked in surprise why so much, and explained that he was in a hurry and did not have time to bargain. The guy grinned and asked if he was lying this time, thinking that he had already used stream recognition to check the price. Seakan answered upset that he couldn't lie under threat of death, because the guy wouldn't buy it anyway. Curran opened the contract by saying that he would reward him for his honesty. The interest rate changed back to the previous one, and the guy said with a smile that he was very generous, asking if they were now even. Seakan sadly lowered his gaze, agreeing with him, after which he thought that he had been abandoned. Curran crossed his arms and said with a smile that he would call him if he needed him, and, having received no answer, added that if he did not answer within 10 minutes, he would receive a warning. The interlocutor agreed, upset. Curran left the room. He raised his finger to the system window, saying that he had chosen the blood fire dragon. He pressed the buy button. Suddenly, a bottle with 10 milliliters of blood appeared in his hand. Holding it in his hands, he looked at the eggs and wondered if it would work, since it had been in storage for 10 years. He poured a couple of drops of blood onto the egg. They hissed and evaporated. Curran picked up the bottle and said in surprise that it looked like he was pouring it into a hot frying pan. Suddenly, something caught his attention. The eggs emitted a scarlet light. The guy watched this with delight, thinking that everything had worked, and that they called him a beast for a reason, because he was alive after so many years of oblivion. He continues to look at the egg, wondering how it came to be in his grandfather's vault, and if he traded with someone from System 4. He turned away with displeasure, saying that he knew nothing about him. Sounds come from the egg with Ollie. The guy turned to him in surprise. The egg calmed down, and the guy said with relief that everything was fine, because he was afraid that he might not like someone's blood. He crossed his arms over his chest with a satisfied look and said that the only thing he could do was wait. The cavalry and carriage passed next to the lake, and high mountains were visible behind them. Not a sound came from the carriage. The hair on the guy's head began to move. He sat in the lotus position with his hands on his knees and meditated, an aura surrounding him. Suddenly something brought him out of his trance. The egg began to move. He looked at it in surprise, asking if the time had come. Cracks appeared on the egg, and smoke poured out from under the shell. The guy looked at it in delight, waiting for it to hatch. He imagined the silhouette of a menacing beast with shining eyes and thought that it was the infamous werewolf from the fourth system, in planetary level theory, and called it the living disaster Bulgasari. He looked at the egg in surprise. A cute little animal with big eyes hatched out of it, and the guy delightedly called it Cutie. The animal squeaked joyfully. The guy blushed and showed class with a wide smile. Deciding that he didn't care about his danger, he drew the blade of the sword directly across the skin, leaving a mark in the form of a wound. The blonde removed the sword from his hand, where the wound was bleeding. The animal was attracted by this action. The young man extended his cut hand to the pet, because Bulgasaurus do not have mammary glands and they feed their babies with their blood. He took the animal in his arms, looking at it contentedly, for children remember the taste of blood and will in the future treat this as their own. The pet began to lick blood from the wound. Aggressive behavior should disappear. For this it is better to feed them with their own blood, to make it easier to control. Curran Steelguard observed his Bulgasaurus, stating that it was actively drinking blood. He watched him calmly. The next moment he was alerted that he had drunk too much and he told him that that was enough. The young master took the beast by the scruff of the neck, and he awkwardly stated that he would die from loss of blood this way and he needed to find a way to feed the pet in order to train it well in the future. He calmed down for a moment, for he remembered that he had to give the animal a name. The guy leaned back and closed his eyes, thinking about a name for his pet. The next moment he had an insight and his eyes opened wide. The beast was perplexed, looking at its owner that he proposed to name it Sorry. The pet squeaked displeasedly while the young man tried to find out if he liked his new name. Harves worriedly pointed his finger at the gentleman's hand and asked what happened to his hand. The blonde raised his bandaged hand and said nonchalantly that everything was fine. The greenhead was indignant, asking how everything could be okay if there was blood flowing from his arm. The young man still resignedly and calmly replied that he was bored in the carriage, so he accidentally cut himself as a result of playing with a sword. There was suddenly an awkward silence between the guys. The servant sighed indifferently and stated that he would not believe such a thing after the young master demonstrated his abilities on him. The young man excitedly looked away, pointing a finger at himself, thinking that he really should try harder. Harves held the hilt of the sword and looked at the blonde man picking at his ear, asking him to be more careful, because he is responsible for the safety of the young master and protecting him is his job. They stood not far from the men who were lighting a fire and unloading to eat, which the blonde clarified, receiving an answer from the servant that after eating they would continue on their way until sunset. The green-headed man looked at the young man, pointing his finger towards the carriage, which answered the question about the need for something by asking him to take something to the carriage. Harves turned and headed towards the carriage, not having time to finish his sentence. His surprised gaze darted to the side. Something caught his attention in the bushes, where he looked. The greenhead grabbed the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. Suddenly, someone else's hand fell on the handle and prevented him from taking out the weapon. It turned out to be Curran Steelguard, who looked at the surprised servant, preventing him from taking out his sword. The blonde looked at him, saying that everything was fine. The greenhead looked at him indignantly, not really understanding what he was talking about. There was some movement in those bushes that attracted the guy's attention. Sorry jumped into the young man's arms, attracting their gaze. He sat contentedly in the pet's arms while the servant wondered what kind of animal it was, suggesting that it was a weasel. The blonde man held his healthy palm over the pet's head, declaring that it was his animal. They stood opposite each other. The green-headed one asked since when the gentleman had this pet, to which he received the answer that quite a long time ago. The blonde said upsetly that the escort was not interested in him at all. He sarcastically asked the surprised Harves if he had been watching them diligently, causing the servant to fall into a stupor. The young man looked at Sorry, who was caressing him, and urged him to say hello to the green-headed one, introducing them to each other. The pet looked at the servant with interest, his eyes sparkling. This picture touched the flushed Harves, who stretched out his arms a little, asking him to pet the animal. The young man grinned, intending to check something. The servant reached out to the pet while his opponent removed his hand from the animal's head, also saying that it was quite cute, specifying the pet's name. Sorry looked at the green-headed man with displeasure as soon as he touched his head with his hand. The servant became upset, immediately removing his hand, assuming that the animal hated him. The guy mockingly replied that this was not surprising, because Harves practically pointed a sword at him. The greenhead raised his hand in frustration, saying that he understood everything. The drooping one walked away, saying that he would bring them food as soon as it was ready. The angry Bulgosaurus was preparing to attack while fire burned in his eyes. They are quite ferocious animals. They are getting stronger. When metal is consumed and can take other forms, it can be good, but it is also dangerous if left unchecked. The young man will not be able to keep him close if he gets angry with someone. The blonde raised his hand to the animal. The pet put its front paws on it and smiling at each other, the guy realized that the blood was worth it. A slightly cloudy sky hung over the mountains and green forests. The crew moved on, heading along the path adjacent to the coast. The young master sat in the carriage with his arms crossed, remembering that based on the Emperor's theory, the potential strength of Bulgosaurus is the strength and energy of the body provided in childhood. He recalled the various components of the bloody fire dragon with green scales and, by choosing which, he was able to solve the first part of the equation, understanding. To solve the next part, he will need elixirs. At this time, the pet was chewing something, while its owner was thinking that they were quite expensive. He looked at the animal in tears that he ate the bamboo life pill that the leader of the mountain bamboo sect gave him, which cost 150 coins, which is why he did not eat it. He leaned over, resting his head on the hand that rested on his elbow, and thought that he needed to act again. He looked thoughtfully at the floor, realizing that there were 53 days left before the mana limit was reset, and he needed to choose the next product. Many things appeared around him, and he persistently pondered what would be desirable in each system with a large margin of maintaining balance. He stated that the base price must definitely be high in order to get high profits. As his chin rested on his hand, realization dawned on him and he opened his eyes wide. He jumped up, standing up and joyfully declaring to himself that he understood what product would be next this time. The vessel that contained something of a blue flame was an internal cultivation. It sells well, because everyone in the system wants it, and besides, it can be bought for a large sum. Holding his hand under his chin, the blonde grinned as the number showed the quality of cultivation. The red board told him that the exchange was complete, showing him the profit and the current number of coins. He used the book, thinking that if he bought and resold for 250 coins, he would receive some of the amount on top, thanks to some skills. He imagined himself among the gold coins that fell from the sky, while he spread his arms and laughed, realizing that if he simply resold them, he could earn thousands or even tens of thousands. It was difficult for him to imagine how much he could get. The guy looked contemptuously at the panel, realizing that the exchange center would not allow this. He saw a red board in front of him that showed restrictions on sales for as much as 500 days. He became upset and thought about it, realizing that he could not wait. The waiting time would be more than a year in order to get such pleasure again. He looked away with some thought. In front of him was a notification about receiving the achievement of the King of Gold, realizing that this would only make him feel better. The guy crossed his arms and extended his index fingers, smiling sarcastically, thinking about increasing the price, since he had money. Many notifications for purchasing various items popped up in front of him, while he himself was buying them at breakneck speed. He bought items that improved elixirs, and they had a different category, so there was no limit on sales. As if maddened, he told himself that he should prepare to earn coins. A sign indicating the end of the exchange appeared. The blonde leaned over as multiple notification windows were open in front of him. Sitting in the same position, he turned to his pet. The animal responded to the name. The guy showered his pet with multicolored elixirs, which made sparkles fly off his eyes. He was as if he was in heaven. Darran Steelguard pointed to his mouth, opening it. The pet repeated all the same actions after him. He held the pet's mouth with his fingers, examining the fangs, assuming that everything was working. Bulgosaurus sat contentedly, his mouth open. He had changed a lot in a couple of days. The color of the fur depends on the creature of the first blood, and when the animal grows, its fangs and fur completely change. The baby stage ends at this moment. The blonde exhaled with relief, closing his eyes, realizing that since the pet had reached its limit, there was no point in feeding it with elixirs. The stage of the coin eater was already over. He charted his expenses, realizing that a third was spent on the animal, another third on reinvestment in the exchange, and the remainder on internal nurturing and other items he needed. His hand was preparing to touch the blue piece of paper. This was the most used item, called the second circle of daytime healing magic. The young man immediately tore it up with a smile on his face. At that moment, a magical symbol of blue light appeared above him, and he himself dropped pieces of torn paper. Magic began to happen around this symbol. The guy closed his eyes. The magic over him kept growing and gaining greater power. He smugly touched his hand to his forehead, declaring that if Kai breathing is good for the soul, then there is nothing better than this item for cleaning the outside. Those present admired the gentleman holding a glass of alcohol in his hand, remembering that he used to be called the social star Navarro. He awkwardly put his hand behind his head, correcting himself because it didn't last long. He touched his cheeks with his hands, thinking that looks are also powerful, and he will do everything in this life to look good. He turned his attention to the doors of the carriage, from where he was told that Michael had arrived. The main character looked to the left, asking what was the matter. The man, riding a horse on the same level as the carriage, said that there was still half a day left to his destination, and Harves wondered if he needed a rest. The blonde confidently asked me to tell them to continue moving in order to rest upon arrival. He looked out the carriage window, looking at the setting sun, realizing that while he was trading, he had not noticed how quickly time had flown by. The guy used the book again, intending to continue. The last rays of the setting sun were shining over the city. Acadia was the second city. A crowd of surprised guys stood and marveled. In front of them was a luxurious 3-story mansion. Behind the satisfied men, the blonde stood next to the green-headed one who asked if this was too much for them. The guy looked at the escort, saying that this was nothing, because they had come this far because of them. The greenhead was interrupted when he wanted to say something about the hotel. A young man turned to him and said that they needed to rest and asked him to look after them. The satisfied men discussed something among themselves, but the servant asked what they would think about his family. The young man ordered his subordinates to be taken to wash themselves. A bag of coins containing 200 of them was thrown into Harv's hands. While the sun was shining on the young master's face, he repeated that a hot bath and expensive food were needed, asking whether this would be enough. Confused, Harves looked at him, holding the bag in both hands, saying that this was more than needed. He looked at the surprised servant, saying that there was gratitude there too. However, subordinates should also enjoy it. The blonde looked at him with a smile, rhetorically asking that they were not here for games. He clarified about the meeting place. The greenhead began gesticulating. Tables and chairs were visible behind him. He said that he left a mark near the castle walls and they would contact them as soon as they noticed it. The blonde confidently crossed his arms over his chest while the attendant looked at him and stated that in this case he should just wait. Dead night hung over the city. The men fought with their mugs, shouting to pour them more. They feasted to the fullest, being very pleased. The guys sat separately from them, watching their subordinates. They approached the table of the main character, and the captain, wondering what they were doing here. The guys looked at them and the green-headed one, holding a glass of water in his hand, refused the offer to drink. The men dragged him along with them, under the pretext of trying the local drinks, while the young master watched all this. The captain turned and looked at the young man, succumbing to one glass of drink. The blonde looked at him like crazy and threatened him with death if he drank. The man with green hair was shocked by this statement, turning blue with fear. The frightened captain tried to politely refuse his subordinates, who again tried to persuade him. With feigned pride, he pressed his fist to his chest and declared that one glass would turn into 2, and 2 into 3, saying that they could not fool the captain. The upset men went home, asking the worried captain to join them if he wished. He shrugged it off, thinking what a shame it was, but it was stupid to risk his life over liquor. Then a girl accidentally flew into it, holding a tray of drinks in her hands. The upset girl apologized to the captain, to which he looked at her and asked her to be careful so that she would not get hurt. He then sat back down next to the blonde as the girl walked away. The green-headed man with his eyes closed drank water under the silent gaze of the young man. Harves looked at the blonde as he called out to him, holding a glass to his mouth. He put his hand on his head and looked up, asking if the man had lost something. The captain began to rummage in his inner pocket with a smile. He took out the necessary thing, looking away, saying that it was the first time he had seen someone bump into him on purpose. A dark cloudy sky hung over the city. Where else was the light on? It was dark in the alleys between the houses. A blonde man walked through one such alley with his escort, saying that they needed to remember the map, and then divide the city into parts. He unfolded a piece of paper with inscriptions on it, explaining that the letter T stood for Trevor, the man he had told him about. They stood opposite each other. The blonde asked if everything was going according to plan, to which the captain responded positively. He looked at the young man, telling him that he was an agent with whom he had worked before, so he thought that everything would go smoothly and was going to go to him right now. The young master also looked at him, asking whether he would go alone. The captain gestured with his hand in front of the young man, declaring that it was always like this, but the guy objected, saying that they could go together to the meeting place and he would hide there. The greenhead raised his hand, explaining that there were a lot of extra eyes in the city and if someone saw them together, something would happen. The blonde frowned, realizing that his interlocutor was right. The problem was whether he could be trusted. He remembered the captain sitting by the fire with the rest of his subordinates, thinking that they had become close while traveling, but it was not close to trust. The guy asked for his progress report without a second thought. The captain was surprised by these words, asking if the gentleman didn't believe him. He calmly asked him to understand everything correctly. The blonde looked at him indifferently, asking if he thought there could be anything like trust between them. The young man peered thoughtfully at the piece of paper. He glanced at the captain, realizing that he was not lying. He actually changed the part he said. Harves raised his hands up, covering his eyes, declaring that if he finished reading, he could search it to make sure that the report was not a fake. The blonde looked at him. He remained silent for some time, then asked if the captain was offended. The greenhead stood in the same position, saying that he knew his place and simply could not do that. The blonde looked calmly at his escort. Harves frowned, saying that his life was important to him and he didn't want to go through all that hell again because of some remaining suspicions. The young man looked seriously at the captain, remaining silent. He handed the attendant a piece of paper with the report, telling him to go. The blonde looked at his subordinate. The captain looked at his master. Afterwards, the report was handed over to him. The greenhead bowed to the young master, saying that he would return soon. He turned around and walked away from the young man, who, upon reflection, realized whether he was trustworthy or not. It was impossible to understand the true intentions of someone. He used the book and took out a scroll tied with a red ribbon. The blonde tore the piece of paper. He activated the ability of invisibility, the third circle of transparency magic. He looked down seriously. He spread his arms out to his sides before the skill began to take effect. A stream of magic swirled around his hand. The next moment she became invisible. Soon it became completely transparent. Looking at his hand, he realized that it was better than he thought, wondering what would happen if he also used the light body skill. The blonde moved across the rooftops of the city, thinking that he would easily become the stealth itself. He moved above the people who were on the street, above the glowing windows. With light jerks, he jumped from roof to roof. The young man stopped and sat down, leaning on one hand. From the heights, he had a beautiful view of the city at night. He looked down at the captain, understanding that he's a professional. The greenhead did not walk quickly, but also immediately, adapting to his surroundings without creating the impression of a stranger. However, the young man noticed 3 men in identical uniforms behind him, realizing that if he went with him, that would be bad. The main character smiled. The captain still confidently walked on. Harves came to a house in which all the windows were burning. The greenhead knocked on the door. Door opened. The man came out to Harves' doorstep. He looked around suspiciously, letting the captain inside. The blonde stood on the roof of that very house, looking at everything that is happening. He understands that the captain is doing everything that he told him about. The blonde closed his eyes, wondering if he should activate a new martial arts ability, such as 100-step perception. The young man stood and listened to unremarkable everyday conversations, but quickly realized that this was a lie. His eyes widened when he heard the actual dialogue. The fire in the fireplace burned brightly while the interlocutors exchanged business. The captain stood in front of his interlocutor, who wondered why he became a bodyguard. He reported that Gilbert was dead, surprising everyone present with the information. Trevor opened his eyes in shock, asking how this happened. Harves calmly asked in response whether he thought it was an illness or an accident. The man grabbed his head with his hand. He removed his hand and asked his interlocutor about his condition. The captain closed his eyes and replied that he owed him his life. Trevor closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest, feeling sorry for the deceased, suggesting that he was silent until the end. Suddenly a realization came to him. His face darkened and he turned to Harves, saying that the academy is located in the capital, which is quite far from the city. He frowned as he addressed the captain by name. The subordinates tensed, turning their gaze to the green-headed one. The blonde became nervous when he suggested something. However, Harves was still calm. Trevor furrowed his dark brows. He and his 2 assistants looked at Harves with grim faces. The boy with silver hair looked back at him with a calm face. Darran, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation all this time, widened his eyes in surprise. He wondered if something had gone wrong. Harves narrowed his eyes and asked with a dissatisfied look, was he really having fun? Trevor and his comrades froze with puzzled faces upon hearing these words. The guy pouted his lips and started laughing loudly. Putting a smile on his face, he began waving his arms, asking Harves to calm down and not get angry over a stupid joke. He looked at the guy with silver hair who stood opposite with an indifferent face, saying that he was sorry about Gilbert's death, but they couldn't do anything about it because that's life. The run on the roof exhaled noisily, touching his chin with his hand, hearing the words that it would not be possible to do the job properly if you were sad about every death. He realized that everything seemed to be fine. Trevor, keeping his elbow on the table, waved his hand, asking Harves how he got here and if others suspected. He added that the journey took much longer. The spy closed his eyes and said that he had used the younger one and mentioned the visit to Acadio, after which he happily agreed. Darran grimaced with inability when the guy with silver hair said about his stupidity, and that the agreement was as easy as shelling pears. His eyes turned white, and, pulling an irritated grin on his face, he wondered why his words hurt him. Trevor clasped his hands with a smile on his face, asking what could he do in this case. Harves put a folded sheet of paper on the table in front of him and said that this report needs to be encrypted and sent to the Empire. The man with burgundy hair smiled and asked if there was anything else. The spy with his eyes closed briefly replied that that was all. He immediately turned around, heading towards the exit, and said that he was leaving. Pursing his lips, Darran lowered his head, mentally noting that now it was clear to him what the life of a spy was like. He thought that all this time they had been talking about business and had already finished. Watching Harves leave the building from the rooftop, the blonde mentally congratulated him for passing the test. He turned his head in the other direction, thinking that then he should start. The guy, who was about to leave, suddenly froze when he heard a man's voice who asked the captain if it was strange that the agent was alive, and the messenger was dead. The numb blonde with a frightened face wondered if this was not all. Gloomy Trevor turned to his assistant and asked what he was talking about. He asked if he really thought that Harves could change sides. The guy with brown hair waved his hand, saying he thought that was true, and technically, he had been demoted too. The captain replied that this was not the man who would betray them. Darran's eyes widened in surprise when the guy with burgundy hair said that he values his family very much, and would prefer to die than cause trouble. The assistant, with a disappointed face, exhaled noisily, saying that you will never know. Trevor pointed his finger at him and interrupted, asking if he really didn't like him. He asked if there was anything else he didn't know about. The assistant perked up and began stroking his neck, trying to wriggle out. The captain ordered him to stop making noise and focus on his work. Darran stood on the roof, looking after the departing Harves and listened to the words that everything would be decided by the top management, and they would simply pass on the information received. Pursing his lips, the blonde thought. Watching the spy walking along the dark road, he realized that he had his own personal reasons. The darkness of the night completely enveloped the city. Curran returned to his place, after which his body began to glow red, causing him to become visible again. He looked at his palm with a smile on his face, noting that invisibility and perception at 100 steps worked perfectly, and was definitely worth the money. He walked along the stone road, saying that he would use them more than once. The guy with a puzzled face stopped and glanced to the side when he heard loud screams. One person indignantly asked whether they really had no social hierarchy at all, and another responded by ordering him to shut up. Darran turned towards the noise and asked if some kind of fight had started. Looking to the side, he saw a crowd of people in the shadows, after which he asked why make noise in the middle of the night. A group of angry men showed their fists with angry faces, displeasedly asking how dare an ordinary Baron Knight contradict them. In response, the knight with dark hair, surrounded by his comrades, waved his hand with an angry face and called his opponent, saying that the Marquis was his master, not himself. Darran opened his mouth in surprise when he realized that his guys were there under the influence of alcohol. A team of men with angry faces shouted at the knights, asking if they had finished talking their nonsense already. The knight in front crossed his arms over his chest and replied indignantly that he was not finished yet. He began to say that if it weren't for Steelguard, his mighty Marquis wouldn't exist. Hearing these words, the blonde perked up and opened his mouth slightly when he realized that he was talking about the Marquis Albert. His face darkened, and his eyes were filled with shock from the realization that this was the same person. A man from a group of opponents bared his teeth and clenched his trembling hands into fists. He said that he was a complete fool for thinking that he could communicate normally with crazy northerners. He leaned forward and, with his mouth wide open in anger, shouted that he would now show the village slave what dignity is. The knight, frowning his eyebrows, also jerked forward, asking him not to be scared and not to retreat back. He shouted to his comrades to defend the honor of Steelguard. Two teams of people rushed headlong at each other. A blonde adult man in uniform opened his mouth wide and shouted indignantly, asking what they were doing here. At this moment the crowd stopped abruptly. They all looked at the man with puzzled faces. Looking at a man in a blue uniform with a red cape, who had a sword hanging from his belt, one of the men exclaimed that this was the second captain. Darran's hands began to tremble, and the guy bared his teeth with fear in his eyes, thinking that even now he felt as if his body was being torn apart when he closed his eyes. He remembered himself tormented, screaming in pain and stuttering blood. The flooded room was littered with various instruments of torture. A large pool of blood had accumulated under his legs, tied to a chair. He recalled sitting on that chair in bloody clothes with his head hanging, thinking that this man had taken everything from him. A human shadow appeared behind the second captain. Loud footsteps were heard as the man began to come closer. Darran saw a young guy with shoulder-length ash-colored hair and recognized him as Kuntz Albert. Immense anger appeared on the blonde's face along with a grin, and he thought that he had not at all expected to meet him here. A negative aura hung in the air around the frozen guy. He looked at Albert's indifferent face with a gloomy face and a nervous gaze. When Darran began to strain his arms, everything around him literally began to boil. He was wondering if he should kill him. Veins began to bulge on his angry face with a predatory grin. The blonde perked up, trying to calm himself down. He thought that now was not the time, and he could not afford to kill him quickly and without pain, just to satisfy a sudden desire. The guy furrowed his brows on his gloomy face, and confidence and cruelty flashed through his eyes as he thought about how he wanted to return all the pain to him. White boots hit the ground. The second captain approached the two instigators, who stood in a stupor. The knight looked up at the man with frightened eyes, noting his height and massiveness. The second captain, with a darkened face, looked at the guys and in a low voice reminded them that Aaron had told them not to make a fuss. The guys under his command immediately changed their faces, not hiding their fear. They all bowed their heads at the same time and cried out loudly that they were very sorry, and this would not happen again. The second captain turned his gaze to the knight, causing him to jump on the spot. Looking down at him with a menacing look, he said that he was the second captain of Albert named Darran, after which he asked where they were from. The guy raised his head with sweat on his face and said that they were from Steelguard. The man, looking at him, asked what this family was doing in Acadio. The knight paused as all his comrades behind him cowered with grim expressions. Darran thought he would answer this question himself. Darran, two crowds of knights and Albert turned their surprised faces to the side when they saw the man. Clenching his hands into fists, the blonde approached them with a confident gait. The second captain furrowed his eyebrows, thinking that his gaze, although calm, was sharp like a dagger. A smile spread across Darran's face when he saw the surprise. He thought that this must be the case, and this might be the first time he heard a voice caused by cultivation. As he got closer to the scene, he thought that he was definitely able to intimidate him. Darran looked down at the guy, not understanding what kind of child he was, and asked who he was. Squinting his eyes, the blonde looked back at him and said his name. Putting on a confident expression, he said his full name. Darran at the same second turned his stunned gaze to the Marquis, but he only exhaled noisily. A drop of water ran down the grown man's face as he began to think that since there was a family member present, things might become more complicated. He looked at the guy again when he asked Darran if he was, and answered yes. The blonde stood next to his knights, noting that he had heard a question earlier about why they were here. He asked if there was any reason why Steelguard couldn't be in Acadio. The man looked at him with a puzzled face and began muttering that he didn't mean it at all. Darran closed his eyes and spread his arms to the sides, saying that he wanted to stop here on the way to the academy, as he was interested in seeing the second city of Navarro. Suddenly he looked from under his brows at the second captain and asked why Albert was here. Darran, who was standing in front of his master, said that the reason was the same, and he just wanted. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he would like to apologize for the past trouble. The man glanced back, puzzled, when his master asked what he was apologizing for. Albert indignantly put one hand on his belt and pointed his index fingers at the Steelguard with the other. He said there was no need to apologize because they were the reason for everything. The second captain turned to the guy, at the same time thinking that the Steelguard family could not be suppressed with the title of Marquis, and if you did this to them, there would be a backlash. He noted that it was already evening and suggested that the gentleman finish quickly and come back. The guy with squinted eyes raised his eyebrows in confusion and replied that he didn't want to. He asked why they had to leave. Darran looked at the indignant Marquis, who put his hands on his hips. He said he thought there was a misunderstanding and they could discuss it in the morning. He looked over at the blonde as he waved his hand, saying there was no point in waiting. Darran smiled sarcastically and looked at the man with a gloomy face, asking permission to ask a question. He asked if they even knew what happened here, noting that they had just arrived. Lifting the corner of his lips, Albert sighed and waved his hand. He said that this was not at all important, after which he added that the Baron was lower than the Marquis. Hearing these words, the Steelguard knights immediately tensed up. Lowering his head, the blonde smiled softly and laughed. He closed his eyes, asking if he really wants to say that since his title is higher, then they are to blame. Albert looked at the guy with a grin, noting that he finally understood. He added that it seems like every detail needs to be explained to Northerners so they understand. Curran's lips stretched into a smile. Smiling widely, he began to wave his hand, noting in a cheerful voice that the Marquis was talking complete nonsense. Dismayed by the insult, Albert leaned forward and his face turned slightly red. He pointed his finger at the blonde, who stood there with a straight face, and ordered him to take back his words and apologize. Curran, who stood with his eyes closed, replied that he would definitely do it if he was really mistaken. The guy turned his head and looked at the Marquis's squad, calling out to the man who was shouting about titles. He responded immediately. Throwing a sidelong glance at him, the blonde asked him to tell him what happened here. The man, sweat dripping down his face, raised his hand and hesitated for a moment. He began to say that it was all started by the Steelguard, who began to shout and then started a fight. After these words, the indignant Marquis jerked forward, shouting the question of whether he had heard everything. He ordered the Baron to kneel down and apologize. He suddenly froze and was taken aback when the blonde told him to calm down, because he was no longer a child. Curran added that both sides of the conflict need to be heard. He turned his head and looked at the knight named Mihail, asking if this was true. The guy with brown hair lowered his head guiltily and replied that it was so. However, those people were the first to laugh at Steelguard. The Baron immediately narrowed his eyes, noting that they were making fun of them. While he was imagining the image of his deed in his head, the knight stood, clenching his shaking hands into fists. He said that they asked how much longer they would milk Seakan's achievements, and that for the past glory they behaved too proudly and considered themselves somewhat important. He apologized to the gentleman for making a fuss, after which he added that he was not sorry for his actions. The guy closed his eyes and screamed loudly, saying that they wouldn't be able to call themselves Steelguard Knights if they listened to this in silence. Curran remained silent, lowering the corners of his lips. The guy from the Marquis's squad perked up when the blonde called him and asked if it was true. He, with a puzzled face, began waving his hands and muttering that they didn't really say that. But, hearing these words, Darran sharply turned a shocked look at him and clenched his teeth tightly, saying in his thoughts that he was a complete cretin. Curran lowered his head with a gloomy face, noting that this was indeed true. Mihail's eyes widened in surprise when the gentleman turned to him and asked him to raise his head. With his back to the knight, the blonde praised him for his excellent work. The guy and his comrades looked at their master with sad faces. Curran waved his hand, throwing his cloak off his shoulder. He said that as a member of the family who inherited the Heart of Steel. The Marquis's squad looked at the Baron with surprised eyes, and Albert himself and the second captain froze in anticipation. The blonde man with a grim face and stern gaze revealed the black shield crest on the shoulder of his shirt and said that he could not ignore what had happened. The guy proudly showed the emblem on his shoulder, saying that the Steelguard family is the Steelheart protecting the Navarro. They have protected, are protecting, and will continue to do so. His knights stood with their heads held high, listening to the words of their lord that they would fight for the sake of those who remembered them. Looking at the puzzled Darran and the displeased Albert, Curran noted that they will shed the blood of those who laugh at them. The blonde furrowed his brows and gave them a stern look, saying he would ask again. Standing at the head of his knights, he asked if they still thought they meant nothing. The Marquis's detachment was confused after these words. Albert and the second commander looked at him with gloomy faces, and Darran wondered if this child was really the same age as his master. Turning his head, he looked at the blonde, thinking that he thought that this guy was using his grandfather's fame to say standard political nonsense. The man pursed his lips and a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. He mentally noted that, however, to think that he could hold his own with such elegance. Looking at the blonde's confident profile, Darran noted the anger backed by the strength of family. The second captain, with a tense face, thought that this means what? Looking at the confident young Baron, he felt like a small fry with a giant looming over him. He mentally noted that this was the blood of Steelguard. As silence fell, Curran looked at his opponents. Albert bared his teeth and furrowed his eyebrows, sending curses at the blonde. Darran looked at his master with a puzzled face, realizing that provocations would only lead the situation out of control. The man raised his fist and knocked out one of his knights. At this moment, Curran was closely watching what was happening, and the other knights and the Marquis were discouraged and opened their mouths slightly. Then another knight flew to the side. The second captain continued to punch his subordinates in the face. Bent over, the man froze as the last of the knights fell to the ground. The guys began to slowly get up, emitting painful groans. Without turning to them, Darran noted that they had done a great job in discrediting Albert's name. The guys sitting on their knees with bruised faces asked for forgiveness for their behavior. The second captain became gloomy and, despite the knights, said in a stern voice that they needed to tell this to the young master, and not to him. With a darkened face and a twisted look, he turned to the guys, saying that they started it all and also embarrassed Albert. The subordinates, with frightened faces, perked up in horror. They immediately bowed their heads to the Marquis, who stood with his arms crossed on his chest, and began to loudly apologize. Darran looked askance at Darran, thinking that this man, apparently, was not joking. Pursing his lips, he frowned, mentally noting that he had created an atmosphere in which it was safe to replace ridicule with provocation. He thought that by making them ask for forgiveness, he was pretending that the quarrel was only between the knights, reducing the size of the situation. Looking at the calm profile of the second captain, the blonde noted in his mind that he had retreated, but had not ruined his reputation. Curran looked at his wide back, thinking that he needed to be looked after. Albert pursed his lips, irritated. He turned sharply and walked away with a dissatisfied face, shouting that he was going to bed. The blonde stretched his lips in a sly grin, noting that he felt like he had received nothing. However, the Marquis, who was walking quickly, waving his arms, suddenly stopped abruptly when he heard from the Baron that he accepted his apology. The guy began to turn his angry face in his direction, on which the veins began to bulge. Seeing his reaction, Darran smiled contentedly. He began to look back at Albert with a confident gaze. The guy jerked sharply and turned away again. Everyone present watched as the Marquis left the scene. Darran lowered his head and said that then, a couple of moments later, he went after his master and his knights followed suit. At that moment Harves arrived and looked with surprised eyes at the dissatisfied faces of his comrades. Waving his hand, he smiled broadly and asked what they were doing here. He asked if there was anything funny. The guy twitched when the guys simultaneously turned their irritated glances at him. The spy with a gloomy face raised his hand and, stammering, asked them for forgiveness, although he did not know for what. A rich blue sky stretches over the city. Holding a fork and knife in his hands, the guy cut a piece of meat on his plate. Having thrown a piece into his mouth, Albert began to chew it with a dissatisfied face. He turned to Darran, who stood on his right side, and asked if that child of Curran was not known as the worst of the worst. The man replied that it was so. He sighed and closed his eyes, starting to say that the sons of Steelguard are nothing compared to their father, and the youngest cannot even catch up with his brothers. He said that's all he heard, but rumors are just rumors. The Marquis waved his fork with his mouth full, asking what do you mean just rumors? He muttered that they had not seen his sword skill, so there was no need to exalt his sharp tongue. While the second captain stood with his head down and his eyes closed, Albert gave him a sidelong glance, noting that he didn't like him at all. He asked why the man told the knights to apologize like that. Darran, without opening his eyes, replied that retreating was the right decision, and there were also still people afraid of Steelguard. The Marquis froze with a look on his face and a drop of sweat on his cheek as the man added that continuing the situation could anger the Lord. Albert touched his chin with his hand, telling the second captain to watch him. He added that although there was no choice but to retreat, he made him pay for yesterday's embarrassment. The guy waved his palm, turning to Darran with a displeased face, and said that now that he thought about it, he realized that he hadn't seen a single Steelguard rat. He asked where they went. The man, standing on the right side of the gentleman and holding his hand on the sword, replied that they left early in the morning. He said that he suggested that they travel together since they were also going to the capital. However, they said that they could not be late and set off. Albert furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, indignantly asking why he was doing something that he was not asked to do. He added that it sounded like they wanted it. The second captain, with a calm expression on his face, replied that there was nothing strange in increasing the number of protection, because the safety of the Marquis was the most important task. Albert, whose thoughts were confused, noted that this was too arrogant. After putting the cutlery on the plate, the guy said that he was finished and didn't want to eat anymore. The veil of night covered the city. The Marquis was sleeping in his room, snoring. He was lying on the bed, arms and legs spread out in different directions. Not far from his bed there were two large windows without curtains. With a quiet creak, the shutters of one of them opened. Without reacting to what was happening, Albert slept with his mouth open. He opened his eyes when suddenly an invisible man grabbed him by the face. The guy began to flounder, making inarticulate sounds. He felt a hand on his face, covering his face, and after a second he saw its owner. Darran loomed over the Marquis with a crazy face, holding his hand on his face. The blonde man, with a gloomy look and eyes glowing with a bright yellow light, put his index finger to his lips, hinting to be quieter. Grabbing the night guest by the hand, Albert tried to understand what he was doing here. Looking at his gloomy dark face with narrowed eyes, he wondered how he did it. He endured the grip on his face and mentally asked where he got such strength from. Darran's lips curled into a smile as he said he was looking for the best way to take revenge. He continued to hover over the Marquis in the dark room, saying in a stern voice that he wanted to give him back his senses so he could watch him break down. The blonde man with crazy eyes smiled widely, looking at Albert's frightened face, and asked if he understood him. Staring at the guy with his creepy gaze, he noted that when he saw his face that night, he changed his mind. Remembering how he turned around with the veins bulging on his face, Curran said that his eyes then burned with envy. Looking at his frightened face, he noted that everything would be the same in this life. He recalled the Marquis lounging on his throne in the reflection of the nights, saying that he would pursue Steelguard and try to take everything he had. The blonde, with his mouth slightly open, did not take his crazy gaze off the guy, noting in an eerie voice that he would apparently die that night. In the past, Curran grabbed 2 swords that blocked his path and indignantly asked why he was doing all this. Albert grinned slyly, resting his head on his chin, and asked if he really didn't understand the reason. Sitting on the throne, he crossed his legs and smiled widely, saying that he hated him from the very first meeting. The blonde froze with a puzzled face, holding his hands on the stove when the Marquis said that he simply hated his name. He looked at the guy who was sitting on the throne, asking if this was the only reason he took over their lands. Albert replied with a detached look that the Baron was not at all better than him. Looking at Curran with a narrowed gaze, he noted that although he had learned Steel Breath, he himself was also good, but because of his appearance. The blonde with shocked eyes opened his mouth when he heard the guy's dissatisfaction that he was welcomed everywhere with a smile. The Marquis smiled widely with a crazy look, revealing a terrible grin, saying that there was nothing in him that would be better than him, because he was broken and pitiful. Curran stood silently and listened to the words that he was just a failed lord without land. The guy on the throne proudly spread his arms in different directions, saying that he, in turn, is the great Marquis of Albert. Looking at the blonde with an arrogant gaze, he noted in a low voice that he had finally won. In a cramped room, Curran sat on the bed of the young Marquis, covering his mouth with his hand. He, in turn, did not stop twitching and making sounds, trying to understand what this psycho wanted from him. Pursing his lips, Curran looked at him with wide, creepy eyes, and the guy answered him with a frightened look. He realized that the Baron was serious and was really going to kill him. With his trembling palms, he squeezed the hand of the night guest. The blonde's lips curled into a satisfied grin. When he removed his hand from the Marquis's face, he perked up. Opening his mouth wide, he closed his eyes and loudly called Darran, begging him for help. The guy froze with shocked eyes, and a drop of sweat ran down his face. He wondered what happened to his voice. Waving his hand, Curran smiled and said that these were called pressure points, and when he pressed one of them, it blocked his mouth. Albert pursed his lips, and capillaries began to burst in his rounded, frightened eyes when he heard that he would not be able to say anything until this was unblocked. Sitting on the bed, the Marquis looked dumbfounded at the guy who said that unfortunately. The blonde smiled widely, and his eyes again acquired a shade of madness when he noted that he could not put his face in a frame and hang it up. Trembling with fear, Albert lost his teeth trying to understand how this happened. He thought that there were guards around his room, and Darran was in the next one. At that moment, the guy froze with his mouth wide open, and inspiration came to his head. He abruptly grabbed the blanket with his hand, thinking that if it was here. The Marquis waved his hand and threw the blanket at his night guest. He jumped out of bed and ran to the door, holding out his hand to it. With frightened eyes and an open mouth, he walked around the room, thinking that if he opened it. A moment later, Curran was next to him and kneed him in the stomach. Albert began to cough and saliva began to flow from his mouth. Frozen, the blonde looked at him with cruel eyes. He lifted his leg over him as the boy winced in pain and dropped to his knees. Feeling the blow, the Marquis trembled, clenching his teeth through which saliva oozed. His body sank to the floor next to the Baron, and he tried to crawl to the exit. Watching this spectacle, Curran noted his efforts. The Marquis jerked sharply and froze when sharp blows hit 3 points on his back and neck. The blonde with a slight smile on his face stood with his arm outstretched, 3 fingers stuck out. Albert felt as if he was in a thick, sucking swamp, realizing that he could not move at all. The Baron approached him and grabbed him by the collar of his nightshirt, telling him not to move and not to create unnecessary problems for himself. Looking down at the guy, he added that he promised that if he listened to him, then nothing would happen to him for it. The Marquis, with a gloomy face and stunned eyes, tried to understand what was happening. Curran dragged him across the field to the desk. With one jerk, he put the guy on a chair. Albert opened his mouth wide when suddenly several blows hit his back again. He waved his right hand with a puzzled face, realizing that he could move again. His eyes widened in surprise when the blonde placed a blank piece of paper in front of him and ordered him to write. Gritting his teeth, the Marquis raised his evil eyes to him. Curran with a calm expression told him to take the pen. The guy sat motionless, with his hands on the tabletop. He wondered whether the Baron really expected him to listen to him. He understood that as soon as he did what he asked him to do, death awaited him. They looked at each other with gloomy faces. Brown hair flew up as the blonde swung his sword sharply. At this moment, not a single muscle moved on Curran's stern face. The Marquis looked at him with a blank look, and several scarlet splashes flew next to him. The blonde stood with his bloody sword raised, and a severed hand landed in the center of the room. Shocked Albert still did not understand what was happening. He lowered his head, looking at what was happening with round eyes. Then the guy turned and looked in the direction where his limb flew off. He screamed loudly when he saw a severed hand on the floor. Curran, with a gloomy face, again loomed over the Marquis and in a low voice ordered him to take the pen. Albert fell to the floor and, clutching the severed limb, screamed silently. Curran looked down at the guy sternly and said that he told him not to complicate the situation, and asked why he continued to create problems. The guy with the square raised his eyes, full of hatred, from which tears flowed. Albert flinched in fear as Curran brought the blade of his sword towards him. The blonde guy held a sword in his hand, around which white magical energy appeared. Albert's mouth opened in shock as his eyes turned red and the veins on his face bulged with envy, wondering if Curran really had an aura. The guy raised his sword, about to swing and strike, cutting off his right foot. Frightened, Albert raised his hand with a pitiful look, meaning that he would do as he asked. The guy got up from the floor and moved a wooden chair with a blue seat. Sitting down at the table and taking the pen in his hand, he bent over a sheet of paper and looked at the guy with horror on his face, asking what he should write. Looking at his sword, Curran lowered it and indifferently told the guy not to stain the paper with blood. Looking at Albert with contempt, he said that if even a drop fell on the paper, his head would fall to the floor. The guy, white-faced and dripping with sweat, nodded. Standing over him and holding a sword in his hand, Curran began to dictate to him a letter to his father on behalf of his pitiful son. Albert, with horror on his face, his mouth open, moved his pen over the paper, writing down what the guy was dictating. Looking at the text he was writing, with his eyes red from tears, he thought that everything was fine now, because he could just put on a prosthetic arm, and the servants would still take care of everything. Tears flowed down his cheeks again. Clenching his teeth from tension, Albert decided that the most important thing now was to stay alive. Remembering how he fell from his chair when his hand was cut off, he thought that he had made a splash at that moment. Introducing his knight of the first rank with light brown hair and beard, Darran, Albert thought that he should understand that something was wrong. The sounds of a pen sliding across paper were heard throughout the room, and the gentleman stood over the guy, holding a sword behind his back. The guy wrote symbols in ink on paper, wondering why nothing was happening. Gritting his teeth in fear, he became gloomy, asking himself what Darran was doing when he realized that he was already at the last sentence. Albert looked warily at the guy, who was carefully looking at what he was writing. His eyebrows lowered in fear. He thought that he needed to gain time by deliberately making a mistake or dropping ink on the paper. Suddenly, the blonde guy's face was next to his, and with a crazy smile, Curran creepily said that he had heard his thoughts from the very beginning. With his eyes flashing, the guy asked why he was trying to gain time. Albert's face turned white with panic. Leaning on the table, Curran, looking at the guy, told him to finish the last sentence. Albert looked down at the paper and trembled all over. The hand began to move across the paper again, making writing sounds. Grabbing a piece of paper, Curran looked at it with a smile. Albert looked warily at the guy, who thoughtfully said that he did a good job. Albert's face tensed with thoughts of what would happen now, because he would not be able to hold out for long due to the bleeding. It was necessary for Darran to understand what had happened. Darran opened his mouth slightly, and the smile disappeared from his face. Suddenly something hit Albert in the throat, and he looked down in fear. The guy put his hand to his throat and began to cough. He suddenly opened his eyes, realizing that his voice had returned. Looking at him contentedly, Curran twirled the sword in his hand and, asking what was unpleasant for him, said that now he could speak. Letting go of his throat, Albert looked up at him warily. He clenched his teeth in anger, and the veins on his face bulged. Jumping up from his seat, the guy opened his mouth wide and screamed, calling for Darran and saying that there was an intruder. Grinning, Curran tilted his head to the side, asking if this was all he came up with on the verge of death. The guy stared at the gentleman in puzzlement when he told him to shout louder, not understanding why he was so calm, because he would be killed when the guards came. Rolling his eyes, Curran asked with a grin if Albert really thought he hadn't seen this coming. The room was in a blue space on a seal consisting of circles and triangles, and the blonde guy said that he used silent scroll as soon as he entered the room, so not a single sound or vibration would come out of this room. Albert opened his eyes in shock. His body shook again and, stammering, he asked why Curran had taken his voice then. Picking up a piece of paper with a letter to his father, the blonde guy with a feeling of victory asked if he would have written this if he had not had a chance to survive. The shocked guy flew down. He fell to the floor. His body trembled in horror as he stared confusedly into space. Lowering his head and looking at the guy, Curran said that he agreed that it was hard to accept the fact that Albert lost to the Steelguards, and he himself was the reason for this. Looking at the frightened guy, Curran said that he still doesn't deserve all the money and wealth he dreams of, and Albert, stammering, asked what he was talking about and what he had done. Raising his sword, surrounded by an aura, Curran said that it was all because of his inferiority complex. Raising his hand, wanting to stop him, Albert plaintively shouted for him to spare him, and said that he would never forget this night. He grabbed the gentleman by the leg and, looking at him pitifully, shouted that his family was damn rich, and he would give him whatever he wanted. He just needed to name what he wanted. Curran, looking at him with a thirst for revenge in his eyes, said that he should not have killed him. Tears flowed from Albert's eyes again, and he screamed, asking him to stop. Curran swung and his eyes glowed red. He swung his sword, his black cloak rising into the air with the sudden movement. On Albert's face, the mouth and eyes were wide open, and the blood vessels on the whites were red. Curran turned around, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. The guy's dark hair lay spread out on the floor next to drops of blood. Albert's body, from which blood was flowing, lay on the floor separately from his head. Curran turned away and, putting away his sword, said that this was the best expression on Albert's face ever, and he would have congratulated him. But he still has things to do. The guy's head lay on his side with red eyes and narrow pupils. A red flame flashed in Curran's eye. A small brown jar containing bone acid, which melts the body on contact with blood and is good for hiding bodies, fell into his palm. A yellowish liquid poured out of the open jar, and the guy thought that everything should be done as if Albert had disappeared and not died. Looking down at the body with the red flame of the system in the eye, Curran thought that Albert needed to disappear from Marques's reach. The body on the floor had disappeared, and the remaining white pajamas were emitting fumes. Remembering the red-haired man's mad laughter, Curran uncomfortably thought that it was terrible. But in any case, Marquess often reveals something unimaginable, although, thanks to him, he took revenge on Albert so easily. Turning his head, Curran smiled, thinking that now he needed to deal with the dead man's things. The guy opened his inventory. He moved the remaining pajamas, thinking that the Steelguards were traveling on horseback and were now in a city 1 day's ride away. Opening the chest of drawers in search of things, Curran reflected that it was impossible to return here overnight. He looked in surprise at the black and gold-hilted magic sword he found, thinking that the Albert family might have suspected him. But he had an excellent alibi. Shaking off the dust from his hands, the guy said that everything was fine and now all that was left was to leave. He tossed 4 scrolls. Red streams of energy surrounded his body, activating the abilities of invisibility, stealth, speed, and time reduction. Having become invisible, the guy looked to the side and grinned contentedly. He stood in a half-empty room with a sofa, bed, and table. Nodding to himself, he smiled, saying that everything was fine. Suddenly, he disappeared from the room. A letter was written on a piece of paper to his father, saying that his pathetic son had been thinking for a long time, and as a result, he thinks that he will not be able to lead the Albert family, and if he gets the responsibility for the family, then it will definitely perish. He came to this conclusion after a few years of thought. Besides, he plans to escape to a place where he can live not like Albert, and asks not to look for him, since his father will not find him anyway. In the dark room, a luxurious bed stood neatly made. The window above the sofa was open. The empty drawers of the wooden chest of drawers were closed. On the desk were 4 scrolls, a bottle of ink, and a quill. The room looked deserted. A black and gold chariot with horses and riders holding red flags rode among green trees under a brightly glowing sun. The windows of the luxurious chariot reflected the sun's rays. The peach-colored cat looked forward sadly, meowing questioningly. Tired, Curran lay exhausted on the sofa inside the chariot opposite Sari. Looking down in disappointment, he thought that the revenge he had so dreamed of had come true. Looking down in frustration, he told himself that he should celebrate now, and asked what was bothering him then. Remembering the look of horror on Albert's severed head, the boy reflected that he had felt satisfaction with joy and then the accompanying depression, wondering if it would have felt different if he had planned everything more carefully and caused him the same amount of harm. As he did, throwing his legs on the seat opposite, Curran decided that no, after all, everything has its time, and, probably, he would never have had a better chance to exact revenge. Remembering his past self desperately holding his head, he thought that it was enough that he regretted the countless things he had done in his past life. Closing his eyes, he realized that he still could not control the feelings that were overwhelming him. The blonde boy sighed heavily, trying to calm down. He opened his eyes slightly. Raising his hands, Curran looked at his palms, asking himself what he was doing. He suddenly slapped his hands over his face. Sorry meowed, scared. Remembering how his family's red flag was pierced by arrows and swords, he thought that the family's downfall happened independently of Albert, the decisive factor being the disappearance of his father, and also a red tiger with burning eyes, from whose mouth steam came, a Steelguard who once commanded the northern Navarro, and a pack of wolfhounds with sharp fangs that roamed around the declining family. The pack consisted of many animals with eyes glowing evilly in the dark, and Albert was only one of this pack. With his eyes flashing, Curran decided that he needed to come to his senses. His eye became covered with the blue flames of the system as he thought that he still had a long way to go. The guy opened the book of interdimensional transactions, and he received several notifications about receiving coins. He said that precious metals and jewelry are quite expensive, and, as he thought, this is a family whose gold is rotting in their basements. Curran looked sideways at the blue window, saying that now there was only one thing left to do. On the system window was the Albert Magic Sword, a multi-purpose magic item, and its characteristics. Looking upset at the item, the guy said that he could assume that the exchange attached a name to the name of the item because it was not on the channel, and thought that the description and name were rather rude. Suddenly a message box appeared in front of him. There was a message on the blue board where a man said that he was ready to buy a sword for 500 coins. Scratching his chin, the guy thought that this was a pretty good offer. The magic sword with the symbols on the blade and the black and gold hilt, although it belongs to a low circle, still has magic that knights can use to advantage. And what's more, it is not a disposable trinket. It can be used many times. Holding his hand to his mouth, Curran said that if a person fights against a knight with similar abilities, this is enough to influence the outcome. He looked ahead thoughtfully while a blue flame burned in his eye. Remembering the knight with short brown hair and beard, he wondered if he could win, thinking that Javis said that only special knights are stronger than Dyraka. Resting his face on his hand, he thought that if his strength was assessed, then now he would not have any problems dealing with the first class. He could be proud that he was the best at this level. Darran is the heir to the mystical blade shrouded in aura. He has second-level mana surrounding the heart, and by cultivating deep inner cultivation, he has already passed 1 year out of 60, so considering his age, he has achieved crazy achievements. Tilting his head to the side, he thought that it was also true that this was not enough, and it was unwise to engage in a duel with a special knight just yet. The guy looked up thoughtfully. He suddenly removed his hand from his face as an idea came to him. Looking to the side, he asked himself if he should use the Albert sword himself. He became gloomy and, smiling awkwardly, realized that this was a bad option, because if he carried it around in vain, he would only incur unnecessary suspicions. Curran, with a puzzled expression on his face, raised his hand, reaching out to the screen, and said that the best solution would be to sell the magic sword. The guy suddenly stopped his hand at the button to answer the message. He removed his hand from the screen as a new idea occurred to him. He took the sword out of the window and took it in his hand. The guy looked at Sari, turning to the cute animal. Slinging the sword over his shoulder, Curran smiled and asked if he was interested in what its potential value was. The rocks towered under the blue sky. Sari happily chewed the bitten parts of the sword. The guy smiled with tenderness, looking at the beast, and said that he was gobbling it up on both cheeks, asking if he could imagine how many coins there were in one such bite. Getting serious, he thought that 500 coins was by no means a small amount, but compared to the coins invested in Sari, it looked like a mere trifle. Looking thoughtfully at the cat eating the sword, he thought that meanwhile, if it was not yet possible to use the coins, he still needed to try to raise the one he had tamed. The Beast Emperor divides Bulgasari's potential into 5 categories. At the lowest level, it can absorb some types of metals and has a simple form. At low, it has a greater variety of metals and the ability to partially change shape. At medium, it can absorb almost all known metals in various forms. At the highest, it can absorb the magic and powers of all metals and objects and transform into a wide variety of forms. And at its highest, it has excellent absorption and growth rate, being able to reproduce all swallowed objects. Folding his arms across his chest, Curran smiled, thinking that since Sari does not give up metal, he is sure that he has an average level or higher, But if he reaches the highest level, then how many coins will he reproduce that he has eaten? Suddenly the guy looked up in surprise, opening his mouth slightly. Sari looked at his owner with huge eyes, standing on his hind legs. Grinning, the guy was dumbfounded and asked if he had already devoured everything. Raising his index finger in front of him, he asked him what he thought, whether he had absorbed magic and whether he could use it. Raising his hand to his chin, he asked in confusion if Sari says he succeeded, or is he just purring because he's full. Frowning, Sari raised his front paws and meowed. The guy clenched his fists happily and asked if he was full of self-confidence, and shouted at him to show what he was capable of. Raising his hands with his palms facing the pet, the guy told him not to try to demonstrate a lightning strike, since if the carriage flies up into the air, they will have big problems. Sari meowed menacingly, closing his eyes and pressing his paws to his chest. He shook with tension. Curran opened his eyes, looking at the beast expectantly. Suddenly Sari's eyes flashed. He raised his front paws up, creating a purple field around him. Curran opened his mouth with joy and clenched his hand into a fist, realizing that he actually managed to create a shield, which means that its potential value is at least the highest level. He pursed his lips, swallowed, and raised his fist. Sari responded joyfully, standing under the magical shield. Blushing, Curran raised his hand and with joy on his face, asked if Sari could take the form of the sword he had eaten. The blade of the sword glowed brightly. The information reported that the tamed Bulgosaurus turned into a sword, which it absorbed. Congratulations, Bulgosaurus has been grown to its maximum potential. Curran looked at this in admiration, exclaiming to himself, what is the highest level? A long red tail wagged. The guy looked at him in surprise and asked where the wagging tail came from. The sword lay in front and instead of a hilt it had a long red tail. The guy looked at this in confusion, sitting in the carriage. Suddenly a red pet appeared on the seat. He looked at his tail in surprise, making a questioning sound. Curran raised his hand to his mouth and praised him, saying that he had done a good job. With a smile, he showed one finger and said that the beast had done this for the first time. Maybe he would try the same thing again. The beast resolutely clenched its paws into fists. A sword with a tail appeared on the seat again. Curran clenched his fists, saying that everything is fine. This is only the second attempt, so he might be wrong. The tail appeared again. The guy's smile became more exhausted. He suggested relaxing and trying again. The sword again had a red tail. The blonde widened his eyes and said that now was really the last time. The beast transformed into a sword with a tail. Curran looked at him confused. He looked very upset. Bulgosaurus looked at the guy with the same expression. The guy thought that before this there was no such Bulgosaurus. What level is this? The highest or highest? The guy and the beast sat opposite each other and looked at each other in disbelief. Sari was very upset, hiding his muzzle in his paws. Curran tried to cheer him up with a smile, saying that everything is fine, he's doing well, at least take the fact that he was already able to absorb the magic of the sword. Sari raised his head upset, looking at him with a tear-stained look. The guy looked away, as if thinking. He thought that before he completely lost heart, he needed to somehow console him. The guy reflected that such a case was not described in the complete collection of the Beast Emperor. Suddenly he opened his eyes, amazed by the guess, and thought that it was for sure. Pointing his finger decisively, he stated that the pet is of the highest level. In the upper class it is the best. He happily showed a thumbs up and said that there is no need to be so upset. Pet number 1. The beast looked at him silently. Then he beamed, closing his eyes and smiling widely. The guy stood in front of him with a cool pose, which the beast copied, and told Sari to smile because he is the best in the world. Standing in a cool pose, the blonde thought that now he could breathe easy. He was very worried that the pet might completely fall apart. He remembered the dark egg he had found and thought that he had decisively rejected the valuables from the inner secret vault and chosen Sari. Although the Eye of Providence helped him a lot, the truth is that the result was close to a gamble without any guarantees. The animal was spinning quite contentedly on the seat. The hero thought that he had tried to paint a rather large picture, and although it was not flawless, he still returned with good results, well prepared for it. Curran looked determinedly with his red gaze, thinking that everything is different in this life and he has a good feeling. The system reported that the current coins were 10,083. He thought that the account already had a 5-digit amount. This was no longer a level that could be ignored at the first stage. The blonde smiled and said that if everything is going so well, is it really worth stopping there? He sat in the carriage in front of many red system windows. They reported that they bought big recovery pill of the heavenly level, 3 pills, bought taking pill, heavenly level, 3 granules, human-looking snow ginseng, heavenly level, 3 pieces. The guy thought that the earth level had been skipped and the sale of heavenly level elixirs had immediately begun. The system window showed information about the sale of heavenly level elixirs. These are big recovery pills, and taking pills human-looking snow ginseng. This is good for his internal cultivation. No need to talk, just contact them. The guy's finger pressed the download button. The sun rose over the neat, bright houses in Midium. There was a tavern sign with a beer mug and cutlery. There were people in cloaks sitting in the establishment. One of them said that although the forced route was difficult, they were now closed to the gate leading to the capital. The dark-haired man told Harves that if you work hard in advance, it will be easier later. Everything is exactly as he said, to which the guy with a mug of beer replied that this is true. The brunette turned and asked what the young master was doing. As soon as they arrived here, he immediately went to his room and never came out of it. The young man sitting at the next table turned to him and said that he thought he was a little worried. Tomorrow they would be at Thero's, to which the brunette asked, "Is he joking?" The guy pointed with his hand and said that no, everything is very logical. Didn't he notice how gloomy the gentleman's face was? The guys from the squad sitting at the table were chatting, saying that even though he looked smart beyond his years, he still seemed to care about the academy. The rest agreed, saying that this was quite possible. This was an academy after all. Someone asked, does it make sense for the young master to worry too much about this, given his abilities? Harves and the brunette sitting next to him simultaneously shook their heads and said that he had absolutely nothing to worry about. They looked at each other in surprise. The brunette asked why, as the one who fought him officially. Harves asked what, as the one who fought him unofficially. They were sitting at the table and an argument could be heard. The guy said that the second nodded his head and looked at him. The second said that so what? The man assumed that the interlocutor considered him pathetic, to which he received the answer that why would he think about such a thing? To which the brunette said that he had already seen the young gentleman hit him first, to which he received the answer that Harves understood him. He asked what other understanding was there, to which the guy remained silent, and he asked whether the young master and the commander too. But he replied that in no case. The guy tried to say that he was late with his answer, to which the commander replied that he was just in such a mood today. Harves took the mug in his hands and offered to forget about the bad things and just drink a glass of beer, to which the young man, drinking from his mug, agreed. The guy took the mug away and exhaled, wondering if he was behaving this way because of the academy. Something in this situation was haunting him. On the second floor there were doors to living rooms. Curran sat with a gloomy look, in a nervous breakdown, and thought about why the elixirs were not selling. He sat on the bed, surrounded by red notices. On the other edge lay sorry, stomach up. Darran looked at the notifications carefully, wondering that a lot of time had passed and there were no changes. Was it really because the heavenly level elixir was an expensive item that cost about 2,000 coins each? He rested his palm on his leg and thought that nevertheless, this was not part of his calculations. This is a whopping 100 coins cheaper than the average price for transactions. But not that there is no flow of orders, but even one single request. The guy's eye glowed red. He thought that this was not just strange, but very, extremely, very strange. He sat surrounded by red notifications and thought that no matter how much he looked, there was no one who sold elixirs cheaper than him. There was no problem with the function to update every hour. Suddenly a realization struck him. The guy looked at the fix and delete buttons and saw 37 reviews. Spiral Ghost wrote not to buy elixirs here. The effect is 0, money wasted. Yochiakdu wrote not to buy the elixir here. She collected a month's salary and bought it with high hopes, but they did not come true. Simple Hell wrote that the worst quality among heavenly level elixirs, so don't buy anything here. Min Jongshik talked about cheating. Juxicking Liquor Maniac wrote that the quality is disgusting. Should he do this? Ham Tejal called the seller a fraud. Darran looked at this in shock, his mouth open. He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, what is this? He hasn't sold anything yet, so what's going on here? He thoughtfully held his chin, remembering that he seemed to have heard about this. There are forces that act to mislead public opinion. He imagined silhouettes of people who laughed at him. Darran thought he didn't know where the term came from, but these guys are definitely part-time workers. He sat thoughtfully, touching his chin with his fingers. The user Spiral Ghost was a salesperson at the Tisan Medicine Center. Yochiakdu pharmacist at Chunggang Medicine Center. Min Jingshik was an administrator at the Great Bear Medicine Center. Ham Tejal was a monk at Qingjin Taoist Temple. User Simple Hell was a massage master at White Cloud Hall. Darran carefully read this information in the system windows in front of him. He thought, saying that he understood. He decided to check just in case, but everything turned out exactly as he had expected. Red buildings of Tisan Medical Center. Round traditional building of Chunggang Medicine Center. White buildings with dark roofs the Great Bear Medicine Center. Red Palace Qingjin Taoist Temple. Building with large white arches White Cloud Hall. The guy thought that all 5 were first-level affiliate stores. He imagined the elderly men who were frowning at him and thought that the 5 main elixir producers, who are the personification of each Miram world, had united against him. Curran pondered in confusion, sitting on the bed. Why? Because he did not start selling elixirs yesterday or today. He remained silent thoughtfully, then said, "Okay, did they think he had crossed the line?" Scratching his cheek thoughtfully, the guy thought that until now he had only dealt with wages and deposits, so he was left alone. If you think about it, because of one annoying little gnome, big players like them are unlikely to act. His eye glowed red. He thought that if this little annoying dwarf was selling heaven-level goods, such a thing simply could not be ignored. He imagined how someone's palms were reaching out to him from all sides and thought that they needed to crush a possible competitor in advance. Scratching the back of his head in confusion, Curran said that this is something new. He has never been so furious. They apparently behave like true gentlemen. Wrinkling his face angrily, he thought that since they settled at the top of the system, they were throwing mud at others as a special favor. The system reported that the current coins were minus 2379. Darran grinned wickedly, clasping his hands, and said that he accepted the challenge. He would mix dirty water with slop and all sorts of sewage and pour it on them. The look was a little crazy with a wide smile. He angrily thought that they had messed with the wrong person. The red buildings of the center were illuminated by the sun. A man with the nickname Tisan Medicine Center shouted what was wrong with this crazy person. Did he dare to complain about them? A man in a traditional suit with the nickname Chingang Medical Center threw up his hands and shouted that he better tell him what to do. Stop wasting time on useless chatter. It was as if they had been bitten by a mad dog. A man with the nickname Qingjin Taoist Temple put out his palm and said that he warned not to do this. It was noticeable that they used part-time workers. The system window showed a chat from Tisan, who asked Qingjin if he was now shifting all responsibility onto him, because they made the decision unanimously. To this, the interlocutor replied that he was not sure and did not think that anyone would complain about this. A bald man with the nickname the Great Bear Medicine Center, resting his head on his hand, stated that whatever concerned him, he agreed to it. The man with the nickname White Cloud Hall exhaled and said that he also agreed. But what was written was not at all what they agreed on. The man angrily shouted at them that who knew this could happen, but since they had already done it, now they had to decide how they would settle the problem. The man in the blue suit asked what was wrong with them. There would be no benefit for either of them if they fought. There would be a MK meeting soon, so countermeasures must be taken immediately. The man shouted angrily, asking what measures should be taken against this bad person. Then he said that he would deal with it himself and let them play along with him. He clenched his fists and clenched his teeth angrily, saying that he would show the person from the lower level what the general state of affairs was in the first system. Tisan Medicine Center, White Cloud Hall, Qingjin Taoist Temple, the Great Bear Medicine Center, and Qingang Medicine Center have entered the chat. Messages poured in. Why bother people so much? Why should he waste time on some idiot? Everyone gathered. Yes, he is here too. Curran sat on the bed with a smile, folded his arms on his chest and looked at the chat window. The interlocutor asked. All 5 people gathered, calling busy people like them. What is he going to do? Can the young man be held responsible for this? The blonde smiled widely and asked why he suddenly called him a young man. What would he do if he said that he was much older than him? The man shouted angrily, asking how he dares to treat him so disdainfully. He is 67 years old. How old is he? Curran looked away and exhaled, saying that he was embarrassed to listen to him. Is age the only thing he can boast about? The old man hatched angrily, asking what? Other interlocutors said that he was ignorant because he was from a lower system. The man said that he was poor and did not know basic manners. The man with the mustache said gloomily that this was terribly unpleasant. The next one tisked gloomily, saying that these are representatives of the lower system. Curran shook his head with a smile, saying that they decided to attack him all at once. He was so offended, so he would deal with the mentioned transactions alone. The stranger folded his hands in front of him and applied the command to complete silence. A symbol of a crossed-out speaker appeared on the chat window, saying that there was complete silence. Everyone was blocked. The men stared at the chat in surprise. Curran calmly looked and thought, is this one of the MK controls? A window appeared thanking everyone for joining the conversation, despite their busy schedules. A pink-haired guy with long ears sat among the windows of the system and said that he was the master of the Myome channel. MK said that this meeting was prepared to listen to the explanations of the 5 of them regarding the suspicions expressed by a trader at the Iran exchange. The channel master said that they were not here to argue, so they should refrain from sarcasm or profanity. The man winced in anger. Darran smiled slightly. Myom said that if the silence regime were to be enforced again, they would be deprived of the right to speak out. He stared sternly at the chat, asking if they understood him. The complete silence mode was lifted. The image of a bullhorn appeared and the chat was resumed. All interlocutors wrote that they understood everything and wanted to get to the point because they are busy people. Myom asked if they had anything to say about the accusation. Seakan shouted that he wanted to speak out. He claimed that they brought in part-time workers. Frowning angrily, he shouted that he had heard such nonsense so many times that he was already tired of it. Darran exhaled, thinking, what does it mean? Like when he read that those who jump in over their heads and then get burned definitely do something like that. To be honest, if his product was of good quality, would it have received such a rating? The man shouted that everything here is different from the lower system. In the first system, quality is trust. Darran smiled upon hearing this. The man continued to shout that instead of wasting time on pointless complaints, it would be better to improve the quality of his goods. This is the attitude of a real merchant. An attached document appeared in the chat called The Contents of Transactions from Iran. The enemy looked at him in surprise. With a smile, Darran suggested checking, as he saw there were no records of the sale of heavenly-level elixirs. The sales history was empty. Other chat participants also wrote about this, which is serious, no doubt. Darran sat in front of the open chat and said with a smile that people who did not buy anything are complaining about the product of poor quality. If these are not part-time workers, then who are they? Seakan shouted that he didn't even know if it could be a document he had changed. Myom looked at them with his fingers clasped and said that a history query had confirmed that the document contained valid information. The man said dissatisfiedly that in this case, maybe there really were part-time workers there. He furrowed his brows, asking if there was evidence that they were the ones who bribed them. Darran calmly replied that MK would confirm this too. Myom, sitting at the table, replied that suspicion alone could not reveal the information of other exchanges. Darran waved his hand, asking why. He was simply asking for confirmation of his affiliation with the organizations. Myom gloomily replied that this was impossible because customers' personal information was very valuable. Darran looked displeased, asking how they were going to grab the part-time workers in this case. Didn't that mean he would just watch and do nothing? Myom said that he doesn't even know what to say, he's just in charge of the channel. With a grim smile, he said that justice was not his job. The company employees smiled triumphantly. The man thought with satisfaction that this was exactly the case. Curran imagined that the space in front of him was covered with cracks. He angrily thought that he was aware of the dark conspiracy between the master and the partner store, but he had little hope because Myom seemed legally neutral to him. He imagined the pink-haired man smiling wickedly along with the men he was arguing with. Grimacing angrily, Curran thought that they were all in the same boat. Curran thought, how do cartels unite? He introduced the merchants sitting at the table. He thought that the answer was a lobby, an appeal to influential people to provide assistance in order to gain benefits. He presented chests of gold, figurines, vases, and coins. The men shook hands. Partner stores offer bonuses, and MK provides them with comfortable conditions. Curran frowned, poking himself with a finger, reflecting that despite the fact that he knew about the close relationships between those who adhere to this scheme, essentially no different from dimensional transactions, he was a fool who still expected some kind of justice. Myom asked in chat if there is anything else to say. The men wrote that no, it's okay, if they finished, then let them finish quickly. Another confirmed that he still had a lot of things to do. Myom said with a smile, in this case, we can finish. Curran stopped him, asking what he meant, that there must be some evidence, not just suspicion. Myom looked questioningly and confirmed, asking, so what? The blonde frowned and asked what if he had them. Myom stared at him in surprise. Seakan thought what a bluff and rudely asked what he might have. Let him not invent a problem out of nowhere, but rather try to find his way. Curran attached a new file and said with a smile that he doesn't even know if they will be able to lecture him in the same way after they see this. All interlocutors stared in amazement at the attached file, including Myom, who thought, how is this possible? The attached file was called a report on an exchange with 4 people, including Spiral Ghost. The guy said with a smile that he had saved reports from exchanges that left bad reviews on his product. They in turn belonged to Tisan Medicine Center, Changgang Medicine Center, the Great Bear Medicine Center, Chingjin Taoist Temple, and White Cloud Hall. The man shouted angrily that this was a falsification. Where did he come up with such nonsense? Curran asked with a smile what Myom thinks about this document. Does he also consider it a falsification? Myom looked at the file in surprise, began to speak, and thought in fear, what is this? Where did he get such a report? The pink-haired man's face was distorted by a grimace of fear. He thought, really? Darran asked him mockingly, did he activate the silence mode? Myom waved his hands, saying that no, nothing like that. Saving the screen content provided by the exchange cannot be edited. The 5 merchants were shocked to hear that the attached file was real. Darran said with a smile that if he confirmed this, then the level of suspicion has increased. Myom smiled awkwardly and said that's right, there are 5 important guests. Or rather it's true that the elixir sales companies used part-time workers. Thiessen shouted, angrily asking, MK couldn't do his job properly until today, how much did they bribe him? Myom screamed in fear, turning on complete silence mode. The Great Bear Medicine Center shouted, asking what he was doing. Myom shouted, looking at him angrily. Chunggang Medical Center demanded an answer. White Cloud Hall asked, does he want to leave them now? But none of them could be heard due to the complete silence. Chungjin Taoist Temple raised his hand in silence and said that he didn't say anything. Darran raised his finger with a big smile and asked Myom if they were getting too excited. Myom looked at him confused. With a smile, the guy continued, asking that part-time workers are an action prohibited by the exchange, right? MK confirmed, and he asked what sanctions would follow. Myom said that when a violation is first detected, trading is suspended for 30 days, the same for exchanges that made such an order. Curran said with a smile that this is enough. Myom said that they then process reports from the Curran exchange. All the traders listened in shock as the 5 companies used part-time workers. Since this is the first such case, they will be punished by a 30-day trading suspension. With a satisfied smile, the blonde stopped him and asked if they could come to an agreement. He was also not particularly interested in the administration of justice. Myom asked in surprise, how? Darran looked through his folded fingers and said, aren't the most important things for someone who exchanges coins? He looked insidiously and told the important guests to choose. Do they want them to be removed from trading, or will they decide to pay compensation and continue to do business? Baldy thought that a delay of 30 days was a very long time. Longhair thought that he would most likely lose a huge amount of coins. The next one frowned that he would not want to provide a favor to such a bad person. The man in the traditional suit thought that if an agreement could be reached at a reasonable level, then the other party would benefit. Darran asked MK if he could lift the silence regime from those people. Myom caught himself and said in surprise that yes. The system reported that the complete silence mode had been lifted and the chat had been resumed. The seller was angry, saying that in the end the guy reveals his true nature, so this is what he started all this for. He angrily shouted that compensation was not profitable for them. Darran thoughtfully asked him, since he twists everything so much, does that mean he will accept the suspension of activities? The man shouted that wherever they were, let them try to do this. Does he think they won't be able to trade if they lose the ability to deal with dimensions? He yelled angrily that his medical center is located on the top of the mountain. However, it is crowded with people who buy their elixir. It's not a year, but only 1 month, just wait. Curran rested his cheek with his palm with a smile and said that he should do exactly that. What do the others think? Do they agree with him? The man with a gloomy smile thought that it was not for nothing that they were called the largest producers of elixirs. Did he think such a joke would undermine their solidarity? Everyone else wrote that they disagreed and thought differently. The last one wrote that he applauded the company from the mountain, but did not agree with him. The man was deeply shocked by this and mentally swore at them. Baldy said that didn't mean he would pay unconditionally. The man in the suit said that he must first find out the exact amount of compensation. How much does he want to receive? Curran looked with his red eye and reflected that with the help of the Eye of Providence it was impossible to accurately determine the damage they would suffer during the period of suspension of trade. He presented a mountain of coins and thought that if the settlement amount was too high, they would simply say that they were ready to suspend operations. And if you call him too low, he will be caught by the tail. He imagined dark silhouettes with sly, wide smiles, and he thought that they would accept it as if they could not help it, screaming in pain. But in fact their mouth would stretch into a wide smile, and they would internally rejoice. Darran smiled predatorily and thought that this would only happen through his corpse. He leaned into the chat with a smile and said that he had accumulated some money, and the problem was not that he was unable to sell elixirs. He winced in confusion, saying that the fact was that they had ruined his reputation. They had branded him as a seller selling low-quality goods. He said that just thinking about it makes him furious. He looked at the chat with a smile and continued that apparently he would not be able to get rid of the oppressive feeling of anger if they did not receive punishment in the end. The men asked if he changed his mind so suddenly, what was he going to do in the end? The guy thought with a smile that after all, each company's monthly income would be different. It would be stupid for him to offer a settlement in such a situation. He showed 2 fingers and stated that he would agree to resolve the issue with only 3 companies, and the other 2 would be punished. The man was amazed to hear that one company had already refused to go to peace. The other 4 were shocked to hear that it turns out that one of the remaining companies needs to be excluded. Curran folded his arms across his chest with a wicked smile and said that they were starting an auction for the amount of the settlement. The men listened to this in surprise, sitting at the table. Darran waved his hand with a smile, saying that the rules of the auction are very simple. Unlimited bids. The one who offers the lowest bid gets a card to suspend trading. The bald man shouted that this was some kind of nonsense. The long-haired man angrily asked MK if this was permissible. Myom frowned in surprise, thinking that with the authority of the channel master, he could press the stop button and end this dispute. But if he interfered, he might find himself in an even more difficult situation. The best solution for now is to play the role of observer. The men were surprised to hear that in fact there was no problem. The method of agreement was at the discretion of the applicant. Curran folded his hands with a satisfied smile and said that then they can start, because everyone is a busy person. Traders were amazed to hear the question, who will make the first bid? Bets rained down, 1,000, 15,000, someone put 2,000, the next 3,000. Curran watched this with a satisfied smile. He imagined men who had a rift between them and thought that they were a group that united for profit, so they might betray each other for profit. Curran looked attentively at the chat, smiling, and thought that this was a good start, even if they continue to raise the stakes little by little. He waved his clenched fist like a cheerleader and cheered them on with a big smile. The man with the mustache excitedly offered 8,000. The long-haired one said 85,000. The monk offered 88,000. The bald one, no less excitedly, said 9,000. Curran looked at this insidiously and thought that it seemed that they were slowly approaching the estimated amount of damage that would be caused by the suspension of trade. The trend was upward powerful. He read the rates 92.0, 92.50, 93.0, 93.50, and then the man fell silent. The blonde opened his mouth in surprise, thinking. He stopped. Will the auction be closed? The monk winced and shouted 93.60. Another pointed his finger, asking if he could end things by raising the bet to 10,000. The long-haired man shouted that in this case they would all die, let them just finish it. The monk shouted angrily, asking that they were only suggesting that he should suspend his activities. This was simply unacceptable. The bald man shouted at him, saying that he was a monk, which means he was a hermit. Why was he so greedy? The man with the mustache shouted, confirming that a selfless life, the absence of any property, is this not how a monk should live? In response, he shouted angrily that if property is bad, let him give it to him. Where did he see a merchant who does not know what greed is? They shouted at each other, asking what about himself. He was an empty-headed charlatan. A doctor should first think about saving lives. To this the doctor shouted that this was being said by a bad person who was filling his stomach at the expense of the believers. Darran scratched his cheek, embarrassed, thinking that this was the first time he had heard such ferocious swearing. He thought that they were very interesting to watch. Smiling insidiously, the blonde thought that even if a small crack appeared in the cartel, it could already be called a success, but he already sees that it has broken into small pieces. The monk pointed his finger fiercely and shouted that it was 10,000, asking if they were satisfied. The doctor stared in shock and yelled, asking that he was suggesting they all die together. Baldy said tiredly to 10,010, he is afraid that he will fall behind. The long-haired man angrily asked him why he decided to raise the bet. As a result, the doctor, holding his head, waved his hand and said that this was madness and insanity. He gave up. If it goes on like this, then it's not worth it. He refuses and will simply suspend trading for 1 month. Myom stared with enthusiasm, saying that it seems the decision has been made. The exchanges that will suspend their activities are. He was outbid by a bet of 12,000. The man from Tisan Medicine Center gloomily said that he was betting 12,000 coins. Curran looked at him in surprise. Myom opened his mouth in shock. Everyone else also stared in surprise. The man was asked why he suddenly decided to place a bet, to which he, closing his eyes, replied that he had thought it over well and came to the conclusion that this was the right decision. He sat at the table and explained that he could not think about monthly income so lightly. He meant that the position of his outlet would fall greatly during the downtime. Given the time and cost of restoration, he decided to go for a settlement. The long-haired man thought in shock that in this case he would be the one to stop trading. He asked if this medical center could participate in the auction. Darran with a wide smile lightly said that nothing will change from this. If they want to trade, let them bid higher. Whoever gives a lot of coins is the best. The long-haired man froze in confusion upon hearing this. He reflected in amazement that when the amount exceeded 9,000 he was already at a loss, but 10,000 was definitely too much. Darran summed up with a smile that it seemed that a decision had been made. Myom tensely hurried to say that in this case he would announce a 30-day shutdown of the White Cloud Hall and Chingang Medical Center. The losers were very upset when they heard that the two exchanges would be banned from all channels for the next month, and should pay special attention to future trades as the punishment would become more severe as the disciplinary actions accumulated. The system reported that White Cloud Hall and Chingang Medicine Center left the chat. Darran asked the others with a smile, those who should have left, and those who should pay him, right? The monk closed his eyes gloomily. The system reported that he had received 10,000 coins from Qingjin Taoist Temple. The bald man clenched his teeth. Holding the bridge of his nose, the system reported that the guy received 10,010 coins from the Great Bear Medicine Center. The man frowned with displeasure, and the system reported receiving 12,000 from the Tisan Medical Center. He clenched his teeth angrily, saying that Darran had made a big mistake and he would remember it. To this, the blonde calmly exhaled, saying that as he wishes, since he understood something, thanks to the situation that had arisen, he would give advice. Looking into the chat with a smile, Darran said that if they have time for stupid antics, then it would be better to spend it on improving the quality of the product. The blonde laughed, asking who said that. This is the attitude of a real merchant. The enemy turned red with anger, growling and clenching his fists. The system reported that the remaining participants left the conversation. Darran smiled contentedly, exhaling, and thought that they fled with lightning speed, probably felt the bitter taste of defeat. He raised his finger to the red window in front of him and thought that he, too, needed to slowly leave. Suddenly Myom asked if he could talk to him a little. Darran froze in surprise, wondering why he suddenly offered to talk. Maybe. Darran froze in fear, imagining the red book behind him, and wondered if he suddenly found out that providing coins legally is not a privilege. He looked ahead in fear, thinking that this was simply impossible. He had already checked this aspect before writing a complaint against the Big Five. Just like he cannot verify MK's information using his highest class eye of insight. He looked at the red notification window, which said that MK Myom, position master of Channel 1 system. He could not access additional information. Darran's information window said that he was a human, null system hotspot, 113 Earth, transaction level 1, soul phase cold-blooded big merchant, current coins 153,000. Myom looked at the guy's open information window and said that he was a rich man of the null system. He has a lot of coins. Why bother with the elixir industry? Darran thought that the room master could not see his data, which was changed to information asymmetry. He sat thoughtfully in front of the red screen and thought that this meant that the topic of conversation should be related to the disclosure of the cancellation report. He had no choice but to avoid mentioning the Eye of Insight and carefully look around. Darran pointed with his hand and said that he was listening to him. Myom closed his eyes and said that the guy knew that he was condescending to him, to which the blonde replied that it was convenient for him. The pink-haired man opened his eyes and said that he would then ask a direct question. Darran said excitedly regarding the report. Myom clapped his hands with an awkward smile and asked him, "He is Mr. Inspector, right?" Darran froze in surprise, thinking what? He heard that it was useless to pretend that he didn't know anything. He was very insightful. With an embarrassed smile, MK clasped his hands and said that although he had decided to take care of the convenience of the exchanges entering local retail outlets, he was very conscious and moderate in his actions. Even if one single manager was fed, would he eat much? Darran listened with a surprised smile to the excuses of Myom, who asked him with a chuckle whether he already understands everything. Myom smiled awkwardly, asking if he would really report this incident to his superiors. Darran thought in surprise, what else does this mean? He opened his eyes with a surmise. The guy sat thoughtfully, and the words auditor, manager, report, boss appeared in his head. Is this really it? Darran smiled. He smelled it. The blonde smiled wickedly, thinking that he was caught. Anyway, the channel masters have good taste, right? It was the smell of stunning opportunity. The guy was sitting on the bed, crossing his legs and thinking that a crisis is an opportunity. In this situation, is there an even more suitable expression? He remembered the 5 angry traders and thought that he had won the confrontation with the 5 largest manufacturers of the first system. Myom smiled embarrassedly, folding his hands, and the guy thought that MK was mistaking him for an auditor. In fact, he was a little unsure whether he should file a complaint. Curran sat thoughtfully on the edge of the bed. He thought that the maximum level privileges that were granted to him were like luck. The system window reported VIP privileges, all of which were at the maximum level. Today, 2. Presence checking, inventory expansion, flow recognition, promotion master, price support, enjoying discounts, 0 commission, head spinning calculations, eyes of providence, information window. Darran frowned, reasoning that he was always worried that they could be taken from him at any moment. What if, by sending a useless complaint, he would only begin to question his privileges? Such anxious thoughts haunted him. Darran put his hands behind his head with a smile and thought that it was stupid to refuse honey for fear of being stung by a bee. The system reported that the current coins were 29,631. He looked at the balance of coins and thought that he had paid off all his debts, and this was the balance. A little more and it would be a huge sum of 30,000. He imagined the family coat of arms and open chests of gold and thought that it's crazy to make Steelguard's annual profit overnight. With a wide smile, he said contentedly that he scooped up a spoonful of honey once. He jerked up on the bed, thinking that easy money had come to him. With an admiring smile and sparkling eyes, he wondered if he should bet on anything. A carriage with a cart behind was driving among the trees. Curran sat in the carriage with his arms folded across his chest and read the notifications of many incoming messages. He said that as soon as he posted an advertisement about his desire to purchase methods for increasing the technique of internal cultivation, he was immediately inundated with messages. He exhaled sadly, thinking that everything was going wrong. Where did they get this nonsense from? Curran sadly rested his head on his hand, thinking that maybe he should have changed the profile to the first system first, and then post a question. Do those people see him as a fool when it is written that he is from the 0 system? He dissatisfiedly brushed away the notifications, saying that this would not work. It would be better for him to personally find what he needed. Search for internal cultivation technique. With his hands folded across his chest, the guy looked at the window that appeared and clarified that the seller was first class without limiting the search. Limit the search to less than 10,000 coins. He looked with his red eye and thought that although he got easy money, this does not mean that he should squander it left and right. He imagined himself standing in a long cloak and thought that, in fact, an unpleasant situation had arisen due to those recent restrictions. Even if he absorbs energy at a certain moment, the amount of energy absorbed is still not the same as before, and no matter what he does, his fighting skills do not increase. He clenched his teeth with zeal, and red rays emanated from his folded fingers. He thought about the so-called saturation phase. His profound strength had reached the maximum that an 8-star celestial cultivation technique could hold. He imagined himself at the top of a mountain, among even higher mountains, and thought that he could increase his level of achievement and cultivate his internal energy. But a first-class wall was not so pliable that he could climb it at once and immediately study it. He imagined himself walking in the dark, leaving light footprints, and thought that the only way was to think slowly, practice until you can, and move forward, slowly but steadily. The guy smiled and thought that it was like this before the measurement transactions. He imagined an hourglass with gold dust inside, and thought that this was something that could save a lot of time, which was the special beauty of measurement transactions. Curran scratched his head and added that this is provided that you have a thick wallet. He looked closely at the list in front of him, which included Psychic, 8-star, Northern Lights Technique, 7-star, Blood Magic Technique, 7 stars, Spiritual Yang, 7 stars. He said that he had already chosen approximately. Wouldn't it be better to check it with a professional? He sent a document to Seakan asking him to look at the file. The man looked at the window sent to him and said that he had chosen good techniques, and the achievement was also high. The man raised his finger and said that although he had made a good choice, he needed to remove the magical technique. Curran looked surprised and asked why. Because of the extraction. The interlocutor replied that yes, this is the internal standardization policy of the exchange. The more evil the energy, the greater the losses in the purification process. Seakan spread his hands and explained that of course this is also an important reason. But the big problem is that if he absorbs magical power, his capabilities will decrease. Curran looked thoughtfully, folding his hands on his chest, and asked, the deeper you dive into magic, the more difficult it is to master martial arts. Seakan confirmed that this is the case. He imagined a drop of black paint in the water and said that the principle was the same as the difficulty in purifying water that had become cloudy with ink. Pointing his finger, the man said that times have changed since interdimensional trade became active. In the past, choices and opportunities were limited, but now is an era where everyone can learn and master martial arts. Curran nodded, listening carefully. He imagined the long-haired warriors, listening that because of this, the perception had changed a lot. Did he really need to learn magical techniques with obvious weaknesses? A similar question arose. Seakan continued waving his arms, which naturally, the amount of mana also decreases, so there are great limitations in improving achievements. Curran listened carefully while sitting in the carriage and said that he understood, and then said that if he wanted to reach a high level, he should expand his capabilities with pure martial arts. He turned his gaze to the red window in front of him, opening the list, and thought that then magical techniques were in flight. He looked at the description of the skill Psychic, 8 stars, a unique martial art that allows one to extract spiritual energy from the body, and thought that this was also out. He imagined golden lightning bolts flying around from his sword and thought it would be fun to hit someone with lightning instead of ore. But if a simple knight started throwing lightning bolts, he would attract the attention of the entire continent, even if it was a magical swordsman. Yoon thought that moreover, the fact that an 8-star martial art was displayed on the 7-star page meant that its limit was extremely low. He was looking at the open windows of the Northern Lights technique, the secret art of the Forgotten Clan, or the spiritual yang technique, a method of enhancing extreme intelligence. He thought he had to choose one of the two. With a smile, he looked at the information and decided that he would opt for spiritual yang. Seakan asked in shock why. Darran asked him what he was talking about, to which the man pointed with his hands with a smile and said that it was nothing special, but in his place he would have made the opposite choice. With a smile, he stated that the Northern Lights technique is the essence of the purest martial art. Darran waved his palm in surprise and asked what was even greater than the heavenly cultivation technique he had. To this the man said with a smile that, of course, she was much higher in purity. Seakan introduced the ancient red temple and said that the heavenly cultivation technique is known for its rapid achievements and gentleness, but if you look closely, you can see that this is a martial art, just a common technique of the heavenly sword castle sect. Curran thoughtfully said that there was some truth in his words. He even began to doubt it a little. He then continued with a smile that no, as he thought, it would be better to choose spiritual yan, because the description said that secret recordings would be sent as an additional service. Seakan was shocked to hear this and said that if it was all because of the secret recordings, then he could give them to him. They are in the library so he can take charge and copy them and send them to him. Curran was very surprised to hear this and thought about the secret recordings of the Northern Lights technique. His eye glowed with red fire, and he himself thought that, under such conditions, the Northern Lights technique was much more profitable. He imagined himself in a meditation pose with a light blue aura, and below he was sitting with a dark red aura, and thought that the spiritual yang technique was a method for increasing extreme intelligence. Having chosen this path once, he will not be able to even look towards the highest point of darkness of the Earth's energy. If the price is the same, then it is better to choose the option from which he will get more benefit. The blonde frowned thoughtfully, wondering why this nasty man was acting so strangely. He would never try so hard for him. Seakan was surprised to hear the question whether he knows the guy's character. If he decides to do something, then he firmly goes to the end. To this he replied that, of course, he knew about this like no one else. Darran looked sternly at the screen and asked if he doesn't want the profit share to be halved. Then let him quickly answer his questions as long as he speaks well. Why is he so desperate to recommend the Northern Lights technique? The man was very embarrassed. Darran seriously and gloomily asked him what he was up to. Seakan looked at him worriedly. Then he lowered his head, his shoulders shaking. The man picked up a yellow chat package, and then his palms hit the floor loudly. The man looked at the open chat, bowed to the ground and asked to be spared. Darran looked at this in surprise, asking incomprehensibly why he was behaving this way. Did someone really say that they would kill him? Seakan began to cry and cry. The blonde waved his hands, saying that no, he won't kill him because they signed a contract. It confuses him. Seakan fell to the floor again and said that he doesn't need to kill, so surviving doesn't mean living. Raising his eyes, full of tears, he plaintively exclaimed that if the guy helps him just once, then the man will be devoted with all his heart for the rest of his life. Darran was surprised to hear a request for his martial art, a plea to transfer back to him the technique of heavenly cultivation. Against a background of mountains, on the roof of a building, stands a man with long dark hair and a towel in his hand. Near him is a twisted world that is crazy about martial arts. A man stands holding out a box of dumplings. His name is Choi. The girl holds out a plate asking for coins. Her name is Kim. The boys run around together with rosy cheeks. An old man with a bent back trudges slowly. Each of them has at least 1 or 2 low-level talents. Everyone is standing in a fighting stance, and the dumpling seller is holding a bunch of boxes on both hands at once. Seakan stands completely dejected and thinks about what the life of a first-class warrior who suddenly became a novice could be like in such a place. But everything is obvious, and without words. Everyone stood up in the form of predatory animals, and the man with glasses became a chihuahua. He burst into tears and said that he had no excuses left, and if he made even one wrong move, his wife would beat him to death. The hero sits and touches his chin with his finger, thinking that he perfectly understands the situation he finds himself in. He lowered his gaze down and said that if he extracts, his status will fall, so why should he bear such a loss? The man in the cap sat down on the floor and said that's why. The hero looks at the book and he recommended using the Northern Lights technique. It is similar to the celestial cultivation technique and has the same direction. He goes on to say that although there will be some losses, he guarantees that they will quickly cover them. Seakan is distraught and says that when he provides the secret records, the Lord will be able to reach an even higher level. The gentleman thought carefully and realized that without a doubt his words were true, but somehow it turned out too much for an easy transaction. He didn't have to obediently follow this man. The hero, moving his hand to the side, thought that taking a risk once would not be problematic. He said that the man with glasses believes that the hero does not know what is going on inside him. But after that, the hero, becoming more confident, says that he has known him even longer than he thinks. The man in the cap was surprised by this, and the hero asked if he now felt some kind of internal discomfort, and then added what he meant, that it is difficult to pretend to be invulnerable in front of someone from a lower system. This shocked his interlocutor. The Lord made a slightly crazy burning face and said that Seakan was just waiting for him to let his guard down. The interlocutor drooped even more and mumbled quietly. The hero was a little surprised and asked again. The man in the cap was very discouraged and said that this was not at all the case, that he was mistaken and that he knew exactly what would happen if he behaved incorrectly. The hero was a little taken aback and said what he asked just in case, but apparently his guess turned out to be correct. The interlocutor immediately said that there was a misunderstanding and he was really sincere and serious. The hero made a disappointed face and said that this was the expected reaction, and that he would pretend that he had not heard anything, which essentially meant that he would be lenient. This crushes the interlocutor, and he only said that he was very grateful. The hero fell into thought and began to think about what to do, but then it dawned on him and he suggested doing it in a certain way. The hero with a serious face said that since he was also engaged in exchange, he should not appeal to his emotions, but only follow the basics. He with a frightened face only asked what he was driving at. The hero, moving his hand away and slightly perking up, said, if the celestial cultivation technique has 8 stars, it means it costs around 5 minutes 6,000 coins, then shouldn't we start by indicating the price? And becoming even more inspired, he raised his finger up and said that if he wants to return the technique of cultivating internal energy, then he should come to him with a worthy offer, and that he gives him 1 day. Seakan was very surprised by this and he asked again about the time. But the hero, taking a proud pose, said that he should have expected something like this when he said that he was truly devoted to the Lord. We see in front of us the residence of the Albert family. Darran stands in front of the table on bended knee. A gray-haired man sits in a chair. There are many rings on his hands. He is silent at first, and then asks why Kuntz ran away from home. The brunette, looking down, says that it was too arrogant, and he is not sure that the young gentleman did the right thing by leaving his home. The head said that he saw that the letter was written by his son's hand, but his servant, still not taking his eyes off the floor, says that even if it is written by his son's hand, this does not mean that you can believe everything written. Darran became more serious and asked if he thought his son was being threatened, but the subject remained silent, sweating slightly. The head, still with the same inexorable face, agreed. He propped his head on his fist and said that his eldest son shouldn't have been too greedy to take everything and throw it away. The servant said that this was not what he meant at all. He sank lower and said, if he really ran away, he should have left at least some traces, but there are no eyewitnesses who saw the young master, and none of the servants noticed that he was preparing for the trip that day. The Marquis slightly moved his fist away from his head and said that in this case, if he believes that someone helped him or he was kidnapped. But then Darran added, looking up, that they could also want revenge on him. Here Darran was suddenly surprised, and opening his eyes even wider, falling into despair, he asked in what sense to take revenge, and what he meant. The servant lowered his head again and prepared to say something. We see the two of them from the side and he continues to say that 4 days ago, in the arcade, A vase is sharply broken and a cry is heard asking whether he has brains or a head just for decoration. The Marquis is in a wild rage. He shouts about how he understands why their squad of knights is assessed as a senseless squad of wasters. Does he have no dignity at all? And even if they wanted to offend someone, then why did they have to go to Steelguard? The servant hid his eyes in shame and asked for forgiveness. But the head, standing up to his full height, pointing his finger and being at the peak of rage, shouted even louder and asked why he was even paying money to the knightly detachment. He cheered and shouted that if they appreciated someone, then it was time to leave him alone. He kicked a vase with scrolls and shouted that if we continue to evaluate, everything will only get worse. He throws things around the room and shouts that now they are about to end up at the very bottom. Having calmed down a little, the Marquis sat down on the table. He exhaled heavily, swearing along the way. Without turning to his servant, he asked if the younger Steelguard was still a surprise. The servant, hiding his face, replied that everything was correct. He was completely different from what was said about him in the reports received. And immediately after, with fear on his face and presenting the coat of arms of the Steelguard family, he said that perhaps he could be the true successor to Seakan. The Marquis frowned and said sarcastically that it was a heart of steel protecting the Navarro, and at that time, if they had not continued the supply, cardiac arrest would have occurred. He stood closer to the family coat of arms and asked a rhetorical question about thanks to whom this heart still beats. The subject agreed to this. Darran became thoughtful and said that in any case, it is strange that Steelguard appeared in Acadio. The head turned and said that nevertheless, he went too far when he said that it could be revenge, because they have no reason to harm cunts. Darran, on his knee, said that although this was true, the situation was too unexpected. A memory surfaced in his head of how Mick threw a cold look, and maybe it wasn't even their knights who insulted him. But as soon as he left, the master disappeared. The subject remembered how he stood near the walking cunts and looked at the Calderon, and he is sure that there is some kind of connection here. The Marquis Knight looked up menacingly and said that he believed there were good reasons to investigate. The Marquis looked at his subject and said that it seemed like something was haunting him. His servant looked at him with an inspired look, and then the head, raising his hand, said that he should try to conduct an investigation, and he should do whatever it takes to find his son. The Marquis looked at his subject and said that he should not make any rash decisions because the enemy is Steelguard. And then the knight looked with all his seriousness and said that he was putting his life on the line. We see a city located in the mountains, very similar in architecture to China. A man is running quickly through the alleys. This man is very out of breath. This man runs around the corner and thinks to himself that he is crazy, and that he is doing real crazy things. The face of the man with glasses is covered with fear, and he thinks to himself that in any case, a lot of time has passed since his situation became irreversible. And no matter how hard he tries, he doesn't care. He grabs his chest in a hurry. We see a man from the back as he runs forward along the street, and he thinks to himself that this is right. The protagonist trains to smile, and trains a smile with 32 teeth. The hero, covering his mouth with his hand, thought that he shouldn't laugh. The hero tries to hold back his laughter. He thinks that he can't restrain himself while looking at this picture. The hero receives records of the Lost Soul's celestial sword. This is the secret heritage of the Skyball Castle sect. We see a man with long hair and Tao. We are drilling in the 5th world. This martial art is one of the top 3 attack techniques with a sword. It is an ascension martial art that contains the secret to reaching the highest peak. If anyone achieves great success in mastering this technique, he will be in no way inferior to the so-called great sword masters. The hero, again trying to hold back his laughter, thinks that this is the #1 official technique that brought the Heavenly Sword Castle to its current position. The hero, smiling with joy, realizes that he now has in his hands the martial art of ball control, which even babies know about in the 5th world of Darran. The man in the cap, expressing wild indignation, says that he really put his life on the line by choosing her. The hero, raising his hand, said that this was not bad, and he valued it at 5,000 coins. But that seller was very indignant and said that he was demanding much more for it, because he could not find this item anywhere else. The hero, touching his chin, thought that he was right and, first of all, they don't sell this. If you get a chance to get something like this, then whatever the price, it's worth it. The heroes, sitting in their carriage with interest, told him that in any case, he tried hard and proved that he was sincerely loyal to him. The hero, resting his chin on his hand, said that the celestial cultivation technique had already been extracted, and he would deliver it to him as soon as he received the Northern Lights technique. Seakan said a little excitedly that he was thinking of getting it done by tomorrow night. The hero, filled with joy, said that he agreed and asked to contact him immediately. and then the hero received a notification that the user had left. The hero, breaking into a smile, said to himself that it seems that he is in a hurry to do such reckless things. This is completely different from the situation with the rewriting of the chaos cultivation technique. The hero lowered his head slightly and said to himself that he had finished cooking. Notifications about the contents of the purchase pop up in front of us. It says that the 7-star Northern Lights technique is the secret art of the forgotten Quanjin clan. He is also offered the skill of weed removal and Kai energy healing, which removes dirty energy from the body. The hero laughed and said that he even earned achievements as a bonus. The achievement states that a person is awarded the title of King of Gold. To obtain this achievement, one had to use 75,000 in the system. One reward for this is 5,000 coins. The hero looked to the side with a smile and said that after the settlement cash auction, he felt more and more relaxed. Memories of how he could not withstand the onslaught of technology surfaced in the hero's head. I thought that the Northern Lights technique was one level higher than the Celestial Cultivation technique. If he overestimated himself again, he might fall ill for a long time and go to bed. The hero, a little succumbing to doubts, thought that although it might take a long time, he had no other choice but to deal with everything using a divided absorption. The hero, hanging his head a little and getting upset, thought that he did not know the method of cultivating internal strength, so the energy of the lower abdomen became the fifth wheel in the cart. For some time he should rely only on the mana of his heart, and he thinks that he needs to try to spend a few days peacefully. A voice was heard from outside. It was Michael. The hero immediately became distracted and asked what happened. He immediately reported that they would soon be there. Huge castles and houses could be seen in the distance. The knight said that they would soon be in Theros. The hero, sitting in the carriage, said that he and Sir Davis would go straight to the academy. The knight and his squad should go to the inn and rest a little. Submitted said it would be executed. The hero, with a raised finger and a sovereign face, said that he was going to finish. The hero raised his finger to the reject button. A huge gate appeared in front of us, which is the gate of the Royal Knight Academy. The hero crossed his arms and thought to himself that he was here again after 15 years. Harves, standing next to him and looking up, said that this building has a very high quality appearance, and that this was to be expected from the academy from which Seakan Steelguard himself emerged. The hero, looking at his comrade, asked him if it was his first time here. He replied that yes, before he wanted to visit here at least once, but he had to serve in another place. Smiling, he said that, however, thanks to him, he was still able to get here. The hero, with a little wariness, turned his gaze towards him and asked him how he liked it here, compared to the Imperial Academy. The green-haired man put on a disdainful smile and said that this academy is not so impressive. First of all, the scale is very different. The hero looked unpleasantly towards his comrade, and he, putting his hands forward and frightened, said that this was just an ordinary comparison, and he sincerely considered the Royal Academy to be majestic. Smiling and spreading his arms, he said that thanks to this place, the great empire is considered a knightly power, and he said that symbolically this nuance means much more than the entire Imperial Academy as a whole. The hero told him with his little smirk that he was afraid that he was far from being a spy. After all, speaking well is also an art, and he smiled tensely with emotion. The green-haired man, trying to change the subject, began to look around and ask where the admissions committee was. The Lord did not appreciate such an act. The sunlight falls softly on the castle walls. A man is stretching at a table in one of the offices, and then Artusum comes to the tall man. The spy looked closely and asked if the admissions committee was here. The bald man exhaled, said yes, and asked for their letters of recommendation. They handed him an envelope, but the bald man had a question. He saw the Steelguard family seals on the envelope. Seeing this seal, he was taken aback and thought about it. He immediately stood up and addressed them with the words that if they really were from this residence, then it was a great honor for them. He immediately began to talk about how he accepted applications from their two older brothers, and they rightly say that blood is not water. He recognized them at a glance, but they both just looked at him intently and thought about the fact that he never even looked at them. The man from the commission also broke into a smile and asked how the Count was doing now, and about whether they had any achievements during this time. Next we see the young master's father. His father is one of the masters representing Navarro. However, despite his remarkable achievement, he is always compared to his grandfather, who reached a higher rank, and is assessed as having failed to live up to expectations. Also, the same question always remained, shouldn't he at least rise to legendary rank? The hero, exhaling, thought about what about his brothers and himself. Not to mention heroic rank, they couldn't even reach awakened. Young Master Othello looked to the side, and this surprised the man a little. He raised his hands and raised his eyebrows and said that he asked for forgiveness. He showed unacceptable tactlessness, and they will be enrolled on the basis of a letter of recommendation. Moving his hand to the side, he said that if they go to the next building, there will be a small training ground there. The spies were a little misunderstood and asked that the entrance exam didn't end a few months ago. As far as he knows, Steelguard has the right to special selection. The bald man, smiling and raising his hands, said that this is just an entrance test, and their academy does not provide special privileges just because you are from an influential family. The protagonist, exhaling and smiling, asked whether special selection is not a privilege. The men from the commission, raising a finger and a little sternly, said that he sees this as simplifying the process, because a family member cannot fail the entrance exams. But he also said that the distribution into groups is no exception. The green-haired man, looking intently at him, asked what kind of test it was. Instructor Zirkle disdainfully looked at everyone and said that the first test was to leave a handprint on the back of the stone wall. Standing in front of the guys and near the target, he said that they should not strike, but feel how the stone is pushed, and not think about showing off their strength, because he wants to see the overall control of mana. And having completely changed his face, making an angry grimace, he said that he should do this only if they do not want to get the lowest score. Our hero, smiling, asked about the extent to which the stone needs to be pushed in order to get the highest score. The instructor, having calmed down a little, thought that usually children from famous families only wrinkle their faces when they address him in a formal manner, and his brothers were the same. And then, when the red-headed man smiled, he thought that an interesting specimen had appeared. They approached the stones. He told the little guy that he couldn't clearly outline the boundary and asked him to show as much as he could to the maximum. The hero replied that he would try. The self-confident hero smiled and looked at the wall. He thought that in his previous life he didn't even know what this test meant. Stretching his hand forward, he thought that depth is the output of mana, and brightness is control over mana. The hero began to look at the prints and thought that all the prints looked the same and not a single one was real. But then one of them caught his attention. A very clear handprint was visible, and he thought that this one was not bad and immediately wondered who had left it. We see the white smoky silhouettes of the hero, thinking that he was among those arriving. The instructor with crossed arms immediately called out to him and asked why he was just looking at the wall and asked him to start doing it. The protagonist agreed. The spy looked at his master and wondered if he was worried. With his abilities, this task was easier than ever. The Lord immediately put his hand to the wall. I took a deep breath. He concentrated and closed his eyes. Everyone looked at him impatiently from behind. The instructor and the green-haired man fixed their gazes on him, and the hero concentrated. Whirlwinds of deception began to fly out to the sides. Finally, the action ended, and only smoke remained. Red Nose was taken aback and wondered if he was really from the Steelguard family. He looked at the trail left by the little gentleman. He thought that the trail was indistinct, not blurred, neither deep nor superficial. Why are these brothers one after another? He crossed his arms, frowned and said 5 points. Curran was surprised and asked if this was the highest score. But that sign of the sea eyebrows even stronger and, exhaling, said that 5 points out of a maximum of 10. The spies of this turn of events turned pale. We see wooden swords crossing. The instructor blocks the boys' blows one after another. During this, he thinks that her fencing is also strange, and he, having no talent, tries to look like an ace in other matters. The hero, slightly out of breath, continues to strike. The redheads parried the last blows and said that enough was enough. The hero tensed a little and heard a phrase from the instructor that 73 cadet. The red-headed one threw the ball over his shoulder and said that he had normal mana control too. And this is the middle class. The sun falls softly on the castle walls again. The green-haired man is indignant and follows his master, asking about what other middle class is, and this possibly means that the plans they were talking about will be disrupted, because he said that in 2 years he was going to graduate from the academy early. The green-haired man approached the master, and he replied that he had reported that he had approximately rank 6-7, and first he needed to live up to this information. The spy became a little wary and said that his master was magnificent. If he were in his place, he would have long ago. He was already bursting with indignation and asked how long he was going to hide his abilities. The hero lowered his gaze and said as seriously as possible that until he was sure that they could cope with the Empire, he would continue. The gentleman's words alerted the spy, and he was a little scared. The green-haired man looks at the back of the evil master and realizes that this does not look like empty chatter. The master's potential is no less than that of his grandfather. And presenting the word of Mr. Supreme Horse dressed in armor and holding a family flag in his hands, he thought that it was quite possible that the family could once again tie the empire hand and foot. The protagonist drew attention to his subject's review. He looked at him softly and asked why he had such an incredulous expression on his face. He, a little worried, said that there was nothing like that. At this age, it is common for the heart to beat wildly in anticipation of new achievements. The Lord said with a smile that he would have to work hard for the next 2 years without any respite. The green-haired man appeared in the form of a man standing on a yin-yang symbol and surrounded by haze. I heard words from my master that he needed to constantly report on the state of the empire and the situation of the family, and then, dressed as Yulaf, retain the Steelguard strongholds. If he copes well with his task, then after 2 years he will be freed from forced life alone. The green-haired man's eyes filled with hope, and he said to rely on him. The protagonist, smiling gently, said that he was looking forward to this. Hero handed him a bag of money and thereby surprised him a little and told him to have a good rest with the members of the nightly detachment and carefully return back. But he asked if he would go with them, because the admission ceremony was only tomorrow. The Lord looked at him gently and said that he could not endlessly waste time on days of fun. He needs to cut the semester in half. The spy, a little upset, said that everyone would be very upset. The gentleman exhaled and said that in any case he would not part with him forever. Just ignore it and enjoy a well-deserved rest. He took the bag offered to him in his hands and said that he obeyed and gratefully accepted it. He bowed to his master and said that he wished him great success and that he would always be in good health. He began to slowly walk away from his master and down the stairs with a blank face. The hero, perplexed, looked at him and thought that he had made all the preparations that he was capable of right now. Now he just has to prepare for the collapse of the family, which will begin 2 years later. He looked around and the sun was shining at his back. He looked at the coat of arms and thought that he was going through the path to the Knightly Academy again. He put his hands in his pockets and, looking at the sky, thought about whether he should try to do everything in his power. The students began to take their seats around the classroom as the semester began the next day after the commencement ceremony. And at the same time, the Academy's training program called Hell Race began. A voice was heard that addressed the hero. A guy named Dmitry Tolobriman, who turned out to be the protagonist's neighbor, raised his finger up and said that first class is a fixed match against each other. He continued to broadcast alarmingly, because this is called the Battle of Internal Ratings. And the hero, with a disinterested look, said that he knew about it. The hero, turning his eyes to the side, thought that this furiously infuriated him in his past life, although even in the lower class he was at the lowest level. His neighbor continued to enthusiastically broadcast, thereby irritating the hero. He said that the internal ranking battle shows the uniqueness of the academy, and all cadets have the right to apply for a duel with any other students, and it is impossible to refuse a duel. You can only fight one enemy 3 times, and if you win 2 out of 3 fights, then you can take a person's place in the ranking. The hero, hanging his head slightly, thinks that his neighbor is a guy who cannot remember the details, even if he tries to strain his memory. And he really doesn't want to get close to him and generally pay attention to him. But for 2 days now he doesn't even think about closing his mouth. He also continues to broadcast to his neighbors and says that the cadets who do not know about this are called suckers. The hero, being almost at the peak of his rage, realizes that he really screwed up with the choice of a roommate, and he does not understand why there is still no instructor, because his appearance may shut up this chatterbox. Circle enters the game room very loudly and asks why it is so noisy here. The hero, smiling softly and exhaling, thought that he had finally arrived. He looked menacingly at the students and told everyone to quickly take their seats. Students began to rush around the audience and quickly take their seats. There was deathly silence in the audience, everyone took their places, and the lecturer stood behind the podium. The teacher stood up and shouted loudly that he was the one who would be in charge of this class from now on, and what kind of person he was they would find out step by step. He frowned deeply and said that first of all he was going to start the fight. He looked around the audience and said that the format was a full-fledged tournament in which the entire class participated. Opponents will be determined by drawing lots, and they should not even think that the purpose of the fight is reconnaissance of the situation. If they lose in the first round, they are guaranteed to go down lower in the ranking. He made a serious face and asked everyone if they understood. The whole class looked at him enthusiastically and loudly answered yes. And then the teacher, raising his finger up, shouted that everyone would gather on the training ground. A wooden sword flashed sharply. One student punched another in the stomach. He grabbed it and fell to his knees. The student raised his sword up and began to rejoice. The teacher shouted that Holland was winning. After that, he rather indifferently says that numbers 33 and 34 are next. Slowly, looking very tired, the hero began to climb onto the stage, and behind him his neighbor tried to encourage him. The lecturer looked at them and thought that Curran was very unlucky. A blue-haired and self-confident guy comes onto the stage, throwing the sword over his shoulder and smiling broadly. The teacher continued his thought and thought that France's overall fencing score was above average. However, when it comes to swordsmanship, he is so good that he can stand in line with the highest level. If he could improve his mana control level, he could easily advance to the upper class. On the other hand, our protagonist is at the average level, no more, no less. The hero stands with a blank face and looks at his opponent, and the teacher looks at both of them. He looks away from them and thinks that the family of heroes cannot be at the middle class level. Our hero's opponent stands extremely confident and the lecturer looks at them both. He thinks that they will now see an extremely pitiful sight. The teacher looks at the fight with a calm face and thinks that his judgment cannot be wrong. Our hero parries his opponent's attacks. The red-haired man looks at the fight from the side and thinks that he is good at blocking the enemy's strong attacks, but with great difficulty finding gaps in the defense for a counterattack. The heroes are in some excitement. He blocks flying attacks with the most insecure face. He thinks that this is a fiasco, and he imagined that the middle class would not have such personnel. And that hero with a disappointed face, holding a sword above his head, thinks that they are not just weak, but not at all. The hero with a stupid face begins to block his opponent's attacks and thinks that even pretending that they are on the same level with him is not an easy task, and he must win in a way that looks like an accident. Blue Salmon is furious, thinking about what a stubborn idiot he is. The enemy swings his sword over his head and shouts for him to try to parry his blow. Our hero is delighted at this chance and looks at it with confidence. The hero deftly dodges a strong blow to the side. The opponent is perplexed, looks at him, and then they ask why he is dodging. The protagonist smiled, looking behind himself. The lord swings his sword and hits his opponent's knee. The instructor watched this and then opened his eyes wider. He thought that this pure attack was quite good. Apparently, he strives for something more. The enemy fell to the ground, screamed loudly and grabbed his knee. The hero was surprised at this turn. He began to howl in pain, and the hero thought that he was faking it, because he didn't even put a drop of mana into the attack. The instructor crossed his arms and said that Curran won. France looks at them angrily while lying on the floor and, swearing, says that it is still unknown who will take whom. The hero made a surprised expression on his face and thought that the 6th grade was telling the first one that he wanted to defeat him. The hero left the stage and thought that low class is too annoying, since occupying low status continues to challenge. So it is better to just stick to the middle. All he needs to do is win round 2. In this case, 3 can be safely abandoned. The protagonist turned to the stage and thought about who the next pair of duelists would be. The names turned out to be Varan Darius and Dmitry Tolibreman. They stood opposite each other and the red-haired man rose above the first. Our lord is sadly thoughtful and thinks that here from the very beginning the outcome is obvious. We see a sword swing. A sharp blow lands on the neighbor's hand. He immediately goes to grab his hand and screams. The tall one continues to hit him with his ball from all sides with a series of blows, and he continues to scream. But he interrupts them, the teacher, and says that the redhead has won. The winner looks at his teacher unpleasantly. He smiles, and he sharply continues to hit him even harder. He strikes with his knee. The hero's neighbor tries to cover himself with his hands, and he with a smug face continues to beat him. But that sword is suddenly grabbed by a hand. The teacher intervened in the duel and grabbed him by the sword. The teacher, looking as irritated as possible, lowered the smaller one a little lower. He asked if what he said was funny. The redhead disdainfully took and twirled his sword and said that he was asking for forgiveness, since he was excited and did not hear. But he looked at him very menacingly and said that this was a training match. They are in a fight to the death, and he gives the first and last warning. He just exhaled dismissively, smiled and said that he would take note. He walks away smugly behind him. The teacher approaches the loser and tells him to go to the asylum and get some rest. But that winner sharply notices something. He saw a calm protagonist. The redhead touched his shoulder and told him that he could relax. He didn't need to worry so much about his skin. And smiling evilly, he said that for him it would end with one blow. The protagonist only remained silent meaningfully. He smugly walked away from the hero and told everyone that it looked like the protagonist had already shit his pants out of fear. The whole beaten and crippled neighbor looks at the hero. He notices this, but he turns away abruptly. The hero, frowning slightly, thought that he remembered the past. Seeing his beaten neighbor in front of him, he thinks that he sees his former self, who is angry at his own incompetence. The hero stands thoughtfully while the winner of the last battle stands talking with his comrades. The collection thinks that he is going to do something not for the sake of his roommate, and they are going to call this action payment for making him remember moments from the past. The heroes will begin to smile evilly on their faces and think that today he should give him a good whack. The second round took place between the redhead and the young master. Darran swung his sword and flew into battle. He began to make a sweeping series of attacks, which the hero easily dodges. The lord puts on a sly smile and is also about to attack. He makes a clear shot into the opponent's window. This greatly infuriated his opponent, and he swung his sword over his head and immediately told him that he was infuriating him. He makes a lightning strike with great force, but the hero dodges and ends up behind him. The hero with a villainous face slaps him on the butt with a sword, which makes him very angry. Holding on to the place where he had been hit, he said that, apparently, it was for him. This fight was child's play. The young master looked at him and thanked him for the compliment. Red lifted the ball behind his head and told him that he wanted to see how long his tricks would work. But the hero immediately interrupts him with a blow from the handle of the ball to the stomach. Absolutely everyone was shocked by such a maneuver, the teacher and the guys. Someone stood with his mouth open. Someone stood gritting his teeth. The impudent man wrinkled his face in pain. He leaned his elbow on the ground, holding his stomach. The hero, with a satisfied look, without changing his pose, says that he apparently needed to wait until he finished his sentence. But the redhead opened up so successfully that he unconsciously lunged. The teacher is in complete shock. They don't think that his eyes are deceiving him now, and he doesn't understand how the average run defeated the top Darran. He again examines everything that is happening, watching the hero standing in front of the curling redhead. He thinks that he does not know whether this was a victory of fortitude after a fierce struggle, but from the outside it looked like he was just having fun with him. The teacher declared victory, but the loser began to be indignant and said, "So, why do you want them to wait a little? Because he can continue the fight." He got impudent and got very angry. He loudly told the hero that he was a cowardly little rat and that he should fight hard and stop using cheap tricks. The losers had already turned to the instructor and told him that he wanted to apply for a duel, but he only exhaled softly and asked if he was mocking him, because there could be no duel in the midst of a tournament, and you cannot challenge the same person to a fight 2 times in a row, because he can submit an application no earlier than next week. The loser became wildly angry and cursed. The impudent man raised his gaze to the hero and asked what his name was and asked how he dared to lower him in the ranking. He promised that they would see each other in a week and see who would laugh last. Curran exhaled and looked away. He thought to himself that he could do this as much as he wanted, let everyone watch. Having played with a furious face, he shouted that he was the son of Count Darius, Baron Darius, and told him to remember his name well. A quiet chuckle was heard. Then the lecturer laughed loudly, and the impudent man turned to look at him. But he became even more furious and asked if he was making fun of his family. But he just waved it off and said that under no circumstances could he ridicule the Count's family. He also said that he found it funny that Darius was trying to rise at the expense of the Steelguard family. And this, of course, shocked the redhead. Everyone suddenly perked up and began asking if this was really his family. Everyone was shocked after the professor added that although this is also a Count's family, unlike them, it is on a completely different level. Everyone became even more excited when they heard that this was truly a family of heroes. The loser was dumbfounded and asked if he was really from this family, and he asked why he didn't say this from the very beginning. The protagonist looked at him with the most disinterested look. Then, against the background of the smiling lord, they imagined the coat of arms of his family, and he only said that he did not ask him about it, and he threw the sword over his shoulder. Meanwhile, night fell in the city. Seeing the empty bed, Curran wondered where he had gone so early. The blonde decided to fix his tie. He believes that the defeat in the first round was a good motivation for his partner, although at first he seemed like an annoying guy for the main character. Remembering how he cried while hiding under the blanket, Curran realized that his neighbor was much better than him, because he was not upset after receiving the last place in the lower class. The blonde scratched the back of his head, realizing that it was time for him to slowly move out too. The cat looked pleadingly at Curran from the bed. The guy asked him to eat, after which he quietly waited for him. He promised that he would play with it when he returned. Rizhik, smiling, bit off a huge shield. Meanwhile, the surrounding forest is reflected on the rocky mountain. On the first day, an academy cadet is required to climb onto it. This workout is also called the Hell Race due to the fog-covered peak and steep slope. The area is completely covered with diverse vegetation. The main character rushed so fast that he raised all the dust on the path. Darran strives to achieve its goal with confidence. A smile appeared on his face because he was surprised that climbing the mountain was easy for him. The guy didn't even sweat a bit, making it look like he was running across a plain. Something surprised the blonde so much that he opened his mouth. He braked sharply, bending his legs. In front of him, near a tree, stood a blue-haired guy. Darran suggested that he was the one he fought in the first round. A bead of sweat ran down the blue-haired man's face until the blonde couldn't remember his name. The guy told Darran that he was waiting for him. The main character looked at him incomprehensibly because he did not understand why they were waiting for him. France got excited and, waving his arms, asked Darran to go somewhere with him for a while, adding that this concerns his friend Dimitri. The blonde did not take his eyes off his former opponent. He told him that Dimitri was just his roommate, which surprised the blue-haired man. The guy got all emotional when he told Darran that his friend was caught in a rockfall, which is why they had to rush to him. In turn, the blonde believes that in such a situation they should call an instructor. The blue-haired man's eyes widened when he said that Dimitri continued to call the main character, even though someone had already gone to help him. Hearing this, Darran's face turned blue, thinking that his former rival was laughing at him. After all, the blue-haired one said that if the blonde one came to his friend, he would feel much better. The main character felt uneasy. He believes that France should have dug deeper when setting the trap, because his words did not convince him. The guy, holding his chin, looked thoughtfully at Darran. The blonde thinks that they will start to pester him even more if he ignores this offer. The whole sky was already covered with purple light when the main character decided that now it was worth getting rid of everything. Darran told the guy to go ahead. A huge variety of trees grow in the Rocky Mountains. A devilish smile appeared on France's face when his guesses were confirmed. He knew that the blonde would fall for his trick. Smugly stepping on Dimitri, Darran told the blue-haired man that he did a great job. France clenched his fist and began to smile. He told Darran that he was finished now. The neighbor lay trembling, face to the ground. The blonde looked down at Dimitri. Darran was still bending over and pinning his neighbor to the ground. He asked how Darran felt when he saw his friend being beaten like the last mongrel. The main character looked at the guy with a serious face. He decided to ask him just one question, because he was interested in something. Watching how the guys continue to mock Dimitri, the blonde believes that something serious happened yesterday, because of which Darran decided to stoop to such a thing. The guy got so angry that he brutally asked him what he had just blurted out. He reminded him that it was because of a run that he dropped in the rankings yesterday. Darran's face tensed as much as possible because he was angry. The guy said that what infuriated him most was that, having beaten him with a primitive blow, Darran voluntarily withdrew from the next round. The blonde looked down when Darran said that, having avenged his friend, he decided to wash his hands of it. At this moment, the main character once again reminded that he does not consider Dimitri his friend. Darran, closing his eyes, exhaled to the side. Darran asked not to make him laugh because he thinks that the blonde fought with him out of resentment. The guys were very surprised when the blonde said that they could feel more confident if they put together a group of 5 people. The drop of sweat ran down Darran's face. He doesn't understand how the guy found out that they needed to recruit 5 people. Darran advised him to do everything more carefully since they decided to hide. Meanwhile, the others, hiding behind the trees, came out. When 2 of them began to approach, the main character asked Darran if he could cope with the consequences that would arise if he touched him. A sly smile appeared on the red-haired guy's face. He admitted that he is not afraid of the Curran family because he heard about them from his older brothers, adding that they are very familiar with the main character's brother, who is the second oldest. The blonde looked at Darran with displeasure because he believes that Curran has no right to call himself Steelguard. Putting his hands in his pockets, the hero remembered that Jason was also studying at the academy, but at the same time he did not know what Curran had become. The red-haired guy is confidently preparing for a fight. He quoted Jason as calling the blonde an errand boy, saying that they could do whatever they wanted with him since no one in the family would take care of him. Hearing this, Curran looked at the guy emotionlessly because he did not understand why he said such a thing. Darran felt as if he had been electrocuted when the blonde reminded him that he had been beaten yesterday. He believes that the guy should have lain in bed and not persisted. Spit flew out of the redhead's mouth. He threateningly told the main character that he would soon go to bed, after which he asked the guys to hit him. His companions surrounded Curran from all sides. The guy closed his eyes and exhaled heavily. He looked ominously at the attackers. The blonde slapped each of them in the face so much so that they lost consciousness for a short time. The guys, bent over, flew away from Curran. Seeing this, Darran and Dimitri were so surprised that their mouths opened. Standing among the guys lying on the ground, the main character turned to the redhead. Darran turned his head and informed Darran that the place where he could lie down would be his coffin. The redhead, angry, attacked the self-confident guy. He demanded that Darran shut up. The fist of the enraged Darran was already approaching the blonde, but the main character, looking at him seriously, stopped him with his palm. The towering, broad-shouldered guy was surprised that Darran was able to block a blow with the maximum amount of mana with one hand. The blonde pressed the attacker's hand so that something clicked. Darran, holding his hand, screamed at the top of his voice. Looking at his crouched opponent, Darran said that he was disappointed that he could not extract so much mana from him. The blonde decided to click Darran, taking advantage of the mana he received. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when the redhead flew away due to his blow. A red spot appeared on Darran's forehead and began to smoke. An exhausted red-haired guy collapsed in front of Darran. Meanwhile, Dimitri became uncomfortable with what she saw. The main character looked back at his neighbor in confusion. The blonde called Dimitri, who was sitting awkwardly on his haunches. A devilish smile appeared on Darran's face as he told his neighbor to forget everything. The guys began to glance awkwardly at the main character, because after a good lesson on the Rocky Mountain, life in the middle class became very easy. Sitting next to an interested Dimitri in class, Darran remembered that the level of teaching in the academy's middle class was completely inadequate for his level. The guy leaned thoughtfully on his hand. He thought that maybe he should go to the upper class, but at the same time he believes that the difference between them is small. Putting his hand to his face, Darran considered that he needed to graduate from the academy as soon as possible, for which he, first of all, must return the Kai energy. Meanwhile, a system sign appeared indicating that the weed removal had been completed, thanks to which the guy began to possess the Heavenly Radiance technique. A smile appeared on Darran's face, because all this happened at the right time. The moon appeared in the sky, illuminating everything around. In the capital of Navarro's Theros, like in any big city, light and darkness coexist. The main character in a raincoat watches everyone from the roof of the house. He wishes to be on the dark side of the city. Darran's serious face looked out from under the dark cloak. In order for him to receive guaranteed freedom of action in the academy, he needs to get his hands on a certain person. Meanwhile, the blonde was disturbed by something. He saw an unknown man in a raincoat walking past the residents of the city. This turned out to be the one he needed to find. Watching the man climb the steps, Darran remembered watching him countless times. He can easily recognize him even by his back, because the man has the same height and gait. Under the cloak was a serious bearded man who is an instructor named Zirkle. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face when he realized that he could move forward. The man left the mansion, guarded by soldiers. Zirkle, sad, lowered his head, because he does not understand how long he is obliged to do this. He quickly walked past the residents of the city. The man understands that he is not able to change anything. Meanwhile, Zirkle's eyes widened in surprise. The instructor turned back awkwardly, because he felt murderous energy from someone. In the crowd of people, he saw a man in a black cape. The reincarnated Darran looked at him seriously. A man surrounded by a dark aura stands out from the rest. Meanwhile, he disappeared from Zirkle's sight. A drop of sweat ran down the instructor's face after he noticed that the unknown person had disappeared very quickly. It seemed to the instructor that this man knew him exactly. Frightened, the man began to run away because he had a bad feeling. Zirkle, without looking back, runs away so that his cloak flutters in the wind. The instructor stopped abruptly because he felt something again. The man took a fighting position because an unknown person stood in front of him. He stood menacingly, looking at the frightened Zirkle. A drop of water ran down the man's serious face while the unknown man smiled slightly. He asked what they wanted from him. The instructor was very surprised because the man standing opposite him said that, instead of being a role model, he was fond of alcohol and women. Zirkle felt uneasy because this man found out that he was in love with the waitress. The reincarnated protagonist, lowering his head, suggested that the instructor would become the most famous person in the capital if everyone knew about it. In turn, the man asked who was standing in front of him. Zirkle looked at Darran with a blank look, because he asked to call himself a fateful meeting in a good place. The instructor, bowing his head, felt that he did not feel any energy nearby. The man is interested in the extent to which the unknown person is aware of his personal life, and also why he needs it. Zirkle's face frowned with anger. He unexpectedly attacked Darran, as he decided to find out everything from him. The unknown person bent down and avoided the instructor's blow. The man was able to evade each of Zirkle's attempts. The brunette became very angry, so much so that he tensed all his muscles. He realized that his opponent was not so simple, and also believed that a protracted fight could be dangerous. Meanwhile, the instructor's hand began to sparkle with blue flame. He quickly moved towards him in such a way that he raised dust in the city. The embittered Zirkle decided to smack the unknown person in the face with his fist. His blow was able to raise all the dust around. The fog completely covered the instructor. Frowning, he examined his opponent. Zirkle was so surprised that he opened his mouth. After all, a man was still standing in front of him without a single scratch. The main character, lowering his head, admitted that it was a rather massive blow. The unknown person suggested that the opponent has second class, which is very close to the border of first. Hearing this, the instructor with a surprised face immediately moved away from his opponent. Zirkle's hair was disheveled after the battle. He realized that standing in front of him was a first-class user at the upper body envelopment level. The instructor, lowering his head, asked who was standing in front of him. He believes that the man does not at all look like an ordinary passerby. The reincarnated Arun, looking menacingly, asked Zirkle if the name of the waitress with whom he was having an affair was Sylvia. Sweat began to run all over the man's face, learning that the unknown person knew so much about everything. Approaching him, the instructor asked if he was a knight of verification. Darran asked him to relax, because he does not plan to disgrace Zirkle. Exhaling with a smile on his face, the man said that he wanted to help the instructor keep his secret. The bearded man widened his eyes, not understanding what he was talking about. Meanwhile, they heard guards, who assumed there had been an explosion, searching the city. Pointing to a nearby building, the main character suggested that he go to another place. Near the entrance to the building there is a sign with a mug of beer. Sitting on a hotel bed, Darran asked the man if Sylvia was the daughter of his former lover. The man confirmed his guesses and said that the relationship between them was not at all like that. The bearded man tilted his head as he suggested that life was too cruel to Zirkle. After all, he experienced a lot for the sake of the daughter of his first love, with whom they were not even related. Looking at the floor, the instructor said that Sylvia was now doing a job that she did not like at all. But at the same time, the girl feels a little relieved when a man spends time with her several hours a week. Leaning on his knees, the reincarnated Arun thought that Zirkle had already spent a good amount of gold coins. The man offered him to buy Sylvia's freedom, paying a tidy sum since he was going to continue in the same spirit. The instructor closed his eyes in shame, since with his salary, he would not be able to pay 10,000 gold for the girl. Raising his hand, the unknown person seriously asked him why he couldn't just ruin the Sylvia owner's business. He believes that this is a trivial matter for one who has the power of a knight. Meanwhile, Zirkle remembered a red sign with a viper on it. He told Arun that the Black Snake is a huge group that controls the entire dark side of Theros. Examining the drooping man, the main character said that he knew this group, which even the city guard was in no hurry to deal with. The instructor said that Sylvia works in a drinking establishment run by Black Snake, which is why he has no idea what to do. Curran looked around with his eyes when he learned that the situation he heard was different from the version he knew. Zirkle sat in front of him with his head bowed. The main character believed that the instructor ruined his life by falling in love with the waitress, but now it seems to him that it is more like pure love, which brings tears to his eyes. The unknown person continued to closely watch the night. Darran realized that he had taken the wrong approach when he was going to use his love as pressure on a man. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He decided that he would do Zirkle a favor by leaving him with an unpaid debt to him. The instructor's face changed sharply when he heard that the unknown person had decided to help him. Curran bowed his head and, making a gesture with his fingers, asked him if he was ready to make a deal with him. Zirkle jumped up from his chair and asked the man what he would have to do. The man in the black cape looked at him and asked if he knew Curran. A bead of sweat ran down the bearded man's face and said he was the guy's instructor. Zirkle felt uneasy when he heard that he would be obliged to provide all assistance to Curran. The instructor's face changed sharply, frowning. He assumed that the unknown person had come from the Steelguard residence to carry out the instructions of the Leviathan master. Zirkle looked at the man with his head down. He believes that Leviathan would not have done this. It doesn't matter to him who sent this unknown person, because there's nothing good in his proposal anyway, according to the instructor. Curran's eyes widened, as he was very surprised when Zirkle said that the cadet's achievements are also assessed by other teachers. That is why manipulation with his subject will not affect his overall assessment. The main character looked seriously at the man standing in front of him. He felt that he was misunderstood, because he does not plan to manipulate the grades. The man explained that he only asked to pay attention to Curran's comfort during his stay at the academy. Meanwhile, Zirkle, standing next to a shelf of books, admitted that the unknown person was not the first to ask him about something like this. He said that bribery of instructors from influential families has always happened. The man got angry when he heard such a proposal. He threateningly said that there was no falsification in his dictionary, because he was not that kind of person. The main character exhaled heavily, raising his hand as he reminded that he was only asking for Arun's freedom of action and not to care about his grades. Zirkle was so surprised that he opened his mouth when he heard that the man would rescue Sylvia as payment. Bowing his head, the man in the black cloak confidently said that the girl would become free if Arun gained freedom. The instructor, not understanding, suggested that the man was planning to organize her escape. Concerned, Zirkle looked down at the floor when he realized that Sylvia would have the opportunity to escape from the Black Mamba if he agreed. The instructor looked at the man blankly. He informed him that the girl would not have to leave Theros. Zirkle sighed heavily, reminding that judging of grades is unacceptable. Hearing this, the main character became very angry. He menacingly asked him how many times he would need to repeat that the man would not need to manipulate Arun's grades. Then he suggested that Zirkle needed evidence. The man sitting on the bed looked at his hand while the instructor did not understand what he was carrying. The unknown person asked to wait because the allotted time was almost up. Taking his chin, the man began to draw out the letter A. A drop of sweat ran down Zirkle's face when he realized that the main character's voice had changed. The guy with one hand tore off the mask that hid his true face. Looking at him, the instructor opened his mouth. In front of him, sitting on the bed with a torn mask in his hands, was Arun. Zirkle's eyes widened in surprise. He assumed that the guy had magic. Looking at the blonde with his head bowed, the instructor realized that he controlled his aura flawlessly. At this point, Arun admitted that he was initially faster than the other students. The man, spreading his arms to the sides, considered that he had an amazing growth rate. He called him a genius who would go down in history, because as a freshman, he would not have a high-level aura. Zirkle imagined how the guy illuminates everything around with his power, because at the age of 16 he has first class. Darran smiled, looking at the worried instructor, and asked if he could get the highest score. Zirkle replied that he would definitely succeed. The blonde began gesticulating with his hands when he asked the instructor why he should rig the grades. The man replied that there was no need for that. Raising his finger, Arun looked confidently at the instructor, after which he said that he had only one request for him. He asked that Zirkle allow him to legally skip class from time to time. The instructor watched the guy closely. He agreed, promising that he could help him on his part. The concerned man, looking seriously at Arun, asked why he was hiding his abilities, and also how he could find out about Sylvia. A sly grin appeared on the blonde's face. He advised Zirkle not to be so curious, otherwise he might suffer from insomnia. Hearing this, the instructor leaned back, starting to sweat more. Standing next to the bed, Arun believes that now it doesn't matter whether the man knows the details about everything. The blonde asked him to think carefully and then give an answer. After looking seriously at Zirkle, the protagonist asked if he was ready to make a deal with him. Meanwhile, the full moon came in the city. A young guy sits at a table surrounded by guards. He, leaning on his arm, asked Darran if he wanted to take Sylvia with him. While a girl in a green dress stood behind the man, he firmly replied that he was planning to pick her up right now. The head of the Black Mamba, grabbing his collar, asked the girl if she knew this man. At that moment, the man, using his abilities, told the blonde that he had come at the request of Zirkle to pull her out, after which Sylvia replied that Pilaf often comes to her. The guy, bowing his head, said that the man had a wonderful name. Meanwhile, the main character wilted, remembering how the girl asked his name, and he simply blurted out the first thing that came to mind. The head, dressed in a black shirt, frowned and asked Sylvia whether such guys often come to her when he forgets about her. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face. He said that he would allow him to take the girl if the man brought him 10,000 gold. At that moment, a huge bag appeared in front of the surprised head. Seeing this, Sylvia felt uneasy, and Darran confidently said that there were exactly 10,000 gold in the bag. The guy, having opened the bag, made sure that it was completely filled with coins. He didn't expect that there were people who could bring in so much money. Turning his head to the head of Black Snake, the man said that he was taking Sylvia. The main character exhaled heavily when the guy stopped him. Holding his chin in his hands, he looked at him with a sly look. He believes that one should not leave without listening to the interlocutor to the end. The man in the black cloak turned his head slightly, reminded the head that he had given him exactly 10,000 gold, and then asked if there were any problems. The guy admitted that he asked them in order to weed out all sorts of scumbags, because he never does anything at a loss. Putting his elbows on the table, the head asked him to weigh everything again. He asked the man how much he thought Sylvia could make in a year for their business. Looking at the drooping girl, the guy said that in some ordinary eatery, she would earn about 8,000 gold, but the head receives from her up to 12,000. A devilish smile appeared on his face. He believes that there is no point in giving away a girl for money that she can bring in just a year. Looking at him, the man seriously asked how much he wanted. The head looked intently at the main character. He believes he will be able to use the Sylvia for the next 10 years. Drops of sweat flowed down the girl's face from excitement when the guy said that he would send her as a concubine to some local rich man, because as she grew old, the demand for her would decrease. Sitting at his desk, the head confidently said that he would earn a total of 140,000 gold thanks to Sylvia. That is why, showing a little generosity, he decided to give her to the man for 130,000. While the worried girl was looking at the floor, Curran was closely watching the guy, who asked if he had 130,000 gold, saying that this was the last price. Tilting his head, the head looked at the buyer with a grin. He believed that he had a lot of money, but did not receive a response to his proposal. The bag of coins crumbled, falling onto the carpet. The guy demanded that he take his change and get out. The main character lowered his head onto the crumbling bag without answering. He bent down to take the coins when he announced that he would also show his generosity. Darran said that he was giving him another chance. Hearing this, the head of Black Snake frowned, not understanding what he said. The main character, holding the coins in his hands, suggested that he take them and end it there or fight him. The guy exhaled, smiling. He admitted that he was very surprised, because the man hopes that everyone around him will do everything according to his instructions. Touching a coin between his fingers, the main character said that everyone who moves in the criminal world does the same thing as the head of Black Snake. The guy had a displeased expression on his face when he heard that Curran decided to teach him a lesson by admitting that he was also not a kind person. The girl stood next to Pilaf in shock, wondering what he was planning to do. Using his abilities again, the man asked Sylvia not to worry and also to stand behind him. Waving his hand around, the head asked the guard standing next to him to deal with him, because his blood pressure would soon reach the limit. Meanwhile, the military man began to faint, although the guy did not even have time to finish the order. The head's eyes widened as drops of the guard's blood flew onto his face. Everyone in the office stood surprised, because they did not understand what had happened. A guard lounged behind the table of the head of Black Snake. The man killed him using 1 gold coin. He reminded the guy that he could just take the 10,000 gold, ending this boring conversation. Looking at the head with a blank face, Pilaf asked him why he was so angry. Meanwhile, the man decided to use the remaining coins. Each guard in turn lost consciousness after being hit by the protagonist. The head jumped up from his desk as one of his servants flew towards him. The guy, angry, took out his blade. He thinks the man is crazy. A dark aura appeared around the head when he decided to use Hellfire, thanks to which he would send the main character to the underworld. At this moment, Curran used his abilities again. The head's arm suddenly hurt, causing him to drop his blade. Holding his hand, the guy didn't understand why he couldn't move it. He raised his head when the angry man decided to add to him, because the guy wanted to attack him with his dark magic. The head of Black Snake lowered his head and also opened his mouth, because the main character invited him to talk to him in the language of the underworld. Believing that he understood it, smiling devilishly, Pilaf punched the guy in the cheek with such force that he was thrown back. The man said that he had to hit him one more time since he didn't understand anything. The head hit his face on the floor. A menacing man began to approach the guy as he tried to get up. The main character said that man is truly a complex creature. Having lost 2 front teeth from a blow, the guy promised that he would give him twice as much. Pilaf looked at him blankly. Leaning against the wall, the chief asked how much he was paid to eliminate him. Having received no answer, he repeated that he would pay him even 3 times more. The man's mouth opened, because he was surprised that he would be paid 3 times more. Without taking his eyes off him, the leader admitted that he had a lot of money, reminding him that he was a sneak. A smile appeared on the guy's face. He said that he would pay 4 times more if Pilaf revealed its customer. The man tilted his head to his shoulder, not knowing what to do. Looking at the head, who is squatting, the man in the black cloak thought. Seeing this, the guy offered to give him recommendations for work in their organization. Holding his chin, Pilaf said that he had to get the order first before coming to him. The guy looked at the man awkwardly, realizing that he had come to him without any order. He does not understand why this man came then. The head opened his mouth even more in surprise when the protagonist reminded him that he had come to pick up Sylvia, after which the guy asked him again. Towering over the drooping head, the man said that he should have grabbed the opportunity when it was given to him. Meanwhile, the guy's eye turned completely red and he tried to stop the man, but drops of the guy's blood scattered throughout the office. Standing next to the door, Sylvia watched Pilaf with her mouth open. The man looked back at the girl menacingly as she tried to say something. Turning to the blonde, the main character apologized to her because she had witnessed too cruel a scene. He admitted that, having heard the words of the head, everything boiled inside him. The blue-eyed girl tilted her head in confusion, asking who was standing in front of her. Sylvia stood among the corpses of the guards, not understanding how he could do all this alone. The man, who was frightened by what he saw, reminded her that he was the man sent by Zirkle. Giving her his hand, he looked at Sylvia with a smile. Pilaf said that he would give her freedom. The two-story mansion was illuminated by light from the moon. A pile of gold coins spilled onto the wooden table. The employee turned blue from so much money. A man in a black cloak told him that he wanted to rent the entire top floor, asking him to bring dinner just for the girl. The employee beamed at what he heard, promising that everything would be done. He added that he would arrange everything so that not even a mouse could get through to them. The main character and the girl went up to the top floor. He said that he would be in the room opposite, advising her to get a good rest. Sylvia, standing at the threshold of her room, wished Pilaf good night. Left alone in the corridor, the man remembered that he had erased all traces with the help of a fissionable acid, after which they got out of there without being noticed by anyone. He believes that at least this night no one will threaten them. Finally, the main character looked back at the girl's door. Curran removed the mask from his face and then laid it on the bed. The blonde sat in the lotus position in order to connect with the Zirkle aura. Thanks to the bottom-up method, he was able to channel the Kai energy into gold coins, and also use the 1000-dimensional footwork technique to get to the hotel. When the main character released his skills without any concealment, he realized what a necessary basis was needed to comprehend the Northern Lights technique. Curran, lost in thought, sits with his eyes closed. He knows that the Heavenly Cultivation technique and the Northern Lights technique have the same root. However, he missed the basic principle that exists in the Celestial Cultivation technique, but which is missing in the Northern Lights technique. The guy must understand the intersection of the two martial arts that connect the scattered threads. Meanwhile, the hotel room is illuminated by sunlight. Darran was still sitting in the same place, concentrating. The blonde exhaled heavily when he realized what he had done. A slight smile appeared on the guy's face, because he was able to put together all the scattered threads. Taking his blade, Curran approached the door. He cleared the space, after which he sowed the seed of the Northern Lights technique, which has 7 stars. The main character lowered his head in surprise. Seeing that the blade began to be illuminated with blue flame, Curran realized that everything he had done had finally begun to bear fruit. Now he has the only superior rank of humanity, which the founding emperor achieved at the age of 17 years and 89 days. The main character confidently held the blade in his hand, because he also received this rank at the age of 16 years and 225 days, thanks to which he was able to update the immortal record. The main character was holding a sword in his hands, from which lightning was emanating, and looked at it contentedly. A notification window appears. The Thunder Sword, which had a hilt made of wood struck by lightning and a blade made of wrought iron, had a lightning bolt built into the sword that radiated energy even during normal times, could be strengthened by injecting inner strength. The protagonist smiled with satisfaction, examining his sword in his hands. Darran noted that there are no frills in it, and with such characteristics it can be considered magical. A purchase notification window appeared for the Thunder Sword, cast iron ghost bullets 20 pieces, empty domination secret records, distortion technique 5 stars. Darran said that he had not shopped like this for a long time. The protagonist looked at the red notification windows, throwing up the sword in his hands. Curran noted that cast iron ghost bullets are food for Sari, and the path of domination is exalted dignity and laws adapted to the awakening rank. A window has appeared with the skill distortion technique, which changes the face to the desired one by fine-tuning the facial muscles and bones using internal Kai energy. The protagonist noted that it was an impulse purchase. The protagonist spread his arms and smiled awkwardly, looking away and smiling slightly. The protagonist said that this could be useful, since fiddling with human skin is a bit of a chore. This was a rational explanation for the purchase. The main character began to stretch his shoulder, twirling his hand and smiling sarcastically, bringing his eyebrows together. Darran decided to test the effectiveness of this acquisition. Sylvia was sitting in the room. On the bed, her room was slightly illuminated by sunlight that made its way through the window. Sylvia stared straight ahead, looking slightly confused. Sylvia turned her attention to the door where the sound came from. The main character told Sylvia that it was him. Sylvia opened the door, smiling slightly, and saw a young man with blue hair. Sylvia widened her eyes in horror, not understanding who was standing in front of her. The young guy looked at Sylvia menacingly, pursing his lips. Sylvia, in a panic, suddenly began to close the door, screaming in fear. The young guy put his foot out into the passage to prevent the door from closing. The young guy bared his teeth and narrowed his eyes at the slight pain he felt in his leg. It was the main character in the form of Pilaf. Pilaf told Sylvia that it was him. The main character narrowed his eyes, pointing his finger at himself, and tears slightly appeared in his eyes from the pain in his legs. Pilaf told Sylvia that this is his real face, and last time he used transformation magic, since he could not afford to be exposed. Sylvia looked at Pilaf slightly confused, her eyebrows knitted together. Sylvia apologized to him, saying that she thought it might have been one of the red snakes. Sylvia looked very exhausted, sighing heavily as the protagonist looked at her. The protagonist asked Sylvia why she looked so tired and if she slept at all. Sylvia noted that she could not close her eyes for a second, as she was anxious. Pilaf stood in front of Sylvia, one hand on the doorknob and a wooden bucket in the other. Pilaf told Sylvia that she could come to his room. Sylvia replied that he said that no one should come near him. Pilaf noted that he was talking to the owner of that establishment, not to her. The main character handed the bucket to Sylvia, which made her slightly surprised, her eyes widening. Pilaf told her to take it. The bucket contained all sorts of accessories, in the form of a brush, scissors, and a comb. The main character told Sylvia that she, too, could not walk around the city like this. Sylvia opened her mouth slightly, taking the bucket and looking at it. The protagonist told her that the first thing she needed to do was change her appearance. Zirkle widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, in slight bewilderment. Pilaf stood behind Sylvia, fastening the pendant around her neck, while Sylvia began to look completely different, changing the color and length of her hair. Zirkle bowed his head slightly while the guys looked at him. Zirkle thought he was in the wrong room and asked for forgiveness. Sylvia closed her eyes and smiled sweetly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Sylvia told Zirkle that it was really her. Zirkle looked rather shocked, looking at the much-changed Sylvia. Sylvia put her hand to her side, smiled slightly and pulled one strand of hair to the side. Sylvia noted that she simply dyed and cut her hair. Zirkle was surprised that it was Sylvia, and felt as if this was a complete stranger in front of him. Pilaf smiled slightly while looking at Zirkle, while Sylvia looked at Pilaf with her mouth slightly open. Pilaf told Zirkle that this is simply the magic of disguise. Sylvia drew attention to the pendant that hung around her neck and extended her hand to it. The main character noted that the pendant on Sylvia is a magical artifact. With its help you can avoid being chased by a black snake. Zirkle watched everything that was happening in bewilderment, still not coming to his senses. He didn't understand where Pilaf got such a thing from, and thought that the main character had also changed his face. Zirkle's clothes began to move. The guys looked in surprise at Zirkle's chest, where the movement was coming from. Something was sticking out strongly from under Zirkle's shirt, which made Sylvia terrified. Zirkle's shirt tore and something jumped out, leaving him dumbfounded. Sylvia pressed her hands to her face and opened her mouth wide, screaming in fear. It was Sari who ran into the protagonist's arms, looking slightly upset, while Pilaf smiled happily at the sight of Sari. Sari jumped on the protagonist's shoulders and climbed onto his head, while Pilaf smiled widely at Sari's actions. Pilaf noted that he was surprised that he did not come home to spend the night without any warning. Sylvia and Zirkle were despondent, not understanding what was happening. The protagonist looked at the upset Sari with a sweet smile. The protagonist thought that he recognized him, even despite the change in appearance. Sylvia leaned over slightly, looking curiously at Sari, wondering who it was. Pilaf told Sari to greet her and said that her name was Sylvia. Sylvia approached Sari, smiled sweetly and extended her hand to him. Sari looked at the new guest and tried to read her mood to see if she was friendly. Sari smiled widely, showing his small fangs, and brought his paw to his mouth. Sari struck Sylvia and Zirkle in the heart, which made them look at him with emotion. Sari jumped from the protagonist's arms towards Sylvia, who looked at him with enthusiasm. Pilaf told Sari to play with Sylvia a little. Sylvia took Sari in her arms and began to stroke his head, while the main character approached Zirkle. The protagonist looked at Zirkle with a serious look, raising one eyebrow. Pilaf asked Zirkle about his request. Zirkle looked intently at the main character, lowering his eyebrows. Zirkle told the protagonist that he signed him up for a private training session. The protagonist presented the silhouette of a man holding a sword. The main character noted that the closed training was held in a training room prepared taking into account the achievements of geniuses. Pilaf slightly knitted his eyebrows, looking at Zirkle with a serious look. The main character thought it was great and would make a passable excuse in many ways, asking Zirkle about the period. Zirkle raised his hand, slightly opened his mouth and looked at the main character. Zirkle told the protagonist that until the next full moon, The protagonist was surprised at such a short interval. Zirkle raised his hands, his eyes widening in surprise. He said that the number of days that the middle class can get at one time is very limited. However, according to the rules, closed training can be completed up to 3 times. Pilaf lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He said that nothing could be done about it, and he would have to think about what other options there were. Pilaf began to walk towards the closet standing next to him. The main character said that to begin with, they will stop at what they already have, inviting Zirkle to make an accurate calculation. The protagonist approached the closet, pulling out a shelf, while Zirkle watched him intently. Pilaf looked behind him, grinning maliciously. Sylvia sat on the sofa with Sari, stroking his chin. Pilaf put out a huge bag of gold coins, telling Sylvia that this was her share. Sylvia opened her mouth wide, completely bewildered. Zirkle widened his eyes when he saw a huge bag of coins, while the main character closed his eyes and smiled widely, standing in front of Sylvia. The protagonist told Sylvia that she could consider this as compensation for exploitation, noting that when he covered his tracks, he managed to empty their safe. Sylvia noted that this was too much. Pilaf extended his hand with the bag towards the surprised Zirkle. Zirkle looked at the protagonist in confusion, his mouth slightly open. Zirkle noted that it could not accept them. The main character lowered his eyebrows slightly and grinned maliciously, looking at Zirkle. He said that Zirkle can consider that he is getting back the money that he spent in Black Snake establishments. Zirkle was holding a huge bag of coins in his hands, looking at it slightly confused. Zirkle noted that he was embarrassed to appropriate the entire amount to himself, alone. Zirkle stared at the bag, becoming more serious. Zirkle thought that everything had been resolved so easily, and the shackles that seemed to shackle him forever were shattered in just 24 hours. Zirkle, looking very serious, opened his mouth slightly. Zirkle told the main character that for his kindness, he will definitely repay by any means. Zirkle bowed his head in front of the protagonist, closing his eyes and opening his mouth wide. Zirkle noted that he will do this no matter what. Pilaf smiled contentedly, watching Zirkle. The main character told Zirkle that he hopes that they will work together in the future. Pilaf turned to the side, looking at Sylvia, who was holding Sari on her lap. The main character asked Sylvia what she was going to do and if she had any thoughts on this matter. Sylvia looked at the protagonist slightly confused, raising her eyebrows. Sylvia said that everything happened so unexpectedly for her. The main character narrowed his eyes, looking slyly to the side and smiled sarcastically. Pilaf smiled happily, raising his hand, and looked at Sylvia. The protagonist invited Sylvia to help him for a while. The protagonist put his hand to his side, looking at Sylvia with a slight smile. He invited Sylvia to work for him officially and do a little business with him. The safe's shelves looked empty. One of the guys was unhappy with Hayab because he thought that he had pushed back the date of handing over the bribe because he was going to pull off a similar trick. 2 guys stood by an empty safe in the wall. One of the guys said that to some extent he understands him, because after Kamazan, having defeated his older brother, absorbed the boss, he often had to blackmail and rob. A guy with spiky hair was staring at the safe, which looked serious. It was Vest from the Black Snake. Vest said Hayab was not the one who broke the safe. The guy with the short hair looked displeased, which made his eyebrows furrow. It was the Black Snake Titan. Titan told Vest that he was pretending to be reasonable again, suggesting that one glance was enough to understand that he had grabbed all the gold and left. Half of the door to the safe was missing. Vest told Titan that the safe did not appear to have been opened with a key, noting that the door had been broken down. Titan's eyes widened, slamming his fist into his palm. Titan suggested that then it could be his subordinates. Vest put his hands in his trouser pockets, looking at the safe, while Titan looked thoughtfully to the side, raising his hand to his chin. Vest asked Titan if there was anyone among his subordinates who could cut iron plates so accurately. Vest looked angrily at the safe, narrowing his eyes slightly and knitting his eyebrows. Vest said that he has no doubt that there was an aura there. Vest turned away from the safe, looking to the side, while Titan looked intently at Vest. Titan did not understand why the owner of the aura would rob Hayab. Vest began to walk around the office, examining different shelves of cabinets, after which he noticed a shine from under the cabinet. Vest was sure that there was something wrong there, and did not understand why everything was so clean. Vest leaned over, looking at the object under the cabinet. Vest furrowed his eyebrows, looking slightly furious. Vest told Titan that Hayab was indeed attacked and that the room was visited by a character unknown to them. Titan widened his eyes in bewilderment. His mouth parted. Titan didn't understand what he meant. Vest held a gold coin in his hands, looking displeasedly towards Titan. Vess asked how many aura owners there are who can kill people with a throw of a gold coin, noting that moreover, this is such a secret place that no outsiders know about it. Vess bent over slightly, looking at the coin, while Titan looked at him. Titan didn't understand who it was. Vess replied that it doesn't matter who he is. Vess grimaced his face with anger, clenching his hand into a fist with a gold coin. Vess noted that the most important thing is that he dared to disturb them. A white aura emanated from the protagonist, and 3 blue buds appeared in front of him. Darran closed his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, looking concentrated. Darran thought, in order to expand the concentration area of Kai energy, a 1000-level elixir was poured out without a trace, and if he could gather 100 years of Kai energy, he would awaken the Northern Lights technique. The blue bud gradually began to open. The main character sat in a meditative position, emitting white energy, and 1 bud opened in front of him, shining brightly. Darran furrowed his eyebrows, grinned displeasedly, and thought that this was all he could do. The white energy around the main character died down. Darran rose to his feet, closing his eyes and resting his hand on his leg. Darran said that at that time this would be quite enough, because hoping that he would immediately reach the peak stage of Kai development was thereby showing excessive greed. The protagonist walked to the window, from which sunlight was shining through, and began to pull himself upward. The protagonist noted that he had achieved certain goals and that he should rest a little. The bright rays of the sun illuminated a huge mansion, in front of which stood a small fountain. The main character thought that he would have to live in the form of pilaf longer than planned, so he decided to buy a mansion for 50,000 gold coins. The protagonist noted that it is sold in the capital and this is a reasonable price, which is neither overpriced nor underestimated. Curran looked out of the window at his green garden, in which there were gazebos. He noted that it was worth the money spent. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side, looking there in surprise. Sylvia was sitting in the garden having fun with Sari. The protagonist noted that after observing Sylvia for several days, he came to the conclusion that she was much more capable than he thought. Sylvia stood in the office among books, holding papers in her hands. Curran noticed that to the point that she also completed all the work assigned to them, and in addition, she knows how to read and write, and is also trained in etiquette. The protagonist presented a black silhouette of Sylvia against the background of the castle. He thought that she probably belonged to some fallen aristocratic family, but he did not inquire about it. The protagonist lowered his gaze, pursing his lips. He thought that if his guess was correct, then perhaps his questions could touch upon some painful memories. The main character remembered a moment from a past life, how he stood opposite a young man sitting on a throne. The protagonist noticed that it was similar to what he had to experience in a past life. Curran turned away from the window, closing his eyes and smiling slightly. He thought that there was no need to interfere in her affairs, and he only had 10 days of closed training left. A blue book appeared in the protagonist's hand, which he looked at with a smile. He thought that not a minute should be wasted on all sorts of useless things. Curran said that he needed mid-level comprehension of the Mana Stone flow. A system window appears. Flow comprehension, Mana Stone average level, average price 25 coins, exchange level, rare. Curran widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. The main character happily imagined the image of Heartstone, who crossed his arms and was in a circle of Mana Stones. The main character told Heartstone that he had grown noticeably, and no matter how the Alliance promoted its policy of high prices, he thought that it would be limited to 20 coins. The protagonist smiled maliciously, raising his hand to his chin and looking out the system window. Curran noted that he turns out to be much more cunning than he expected. The protagonist smiled maliciously, baring his teeth and knitting his eyebrows. The protagonist said it was time to cast the bait. The main character published his offer to sell Mana Stones for 20 coins, with a defiant description in which he belittles other merchants, including Heartstone. The buyers, one after another, began to rejoice at such an offer, saying that it was unthinkable to pay 25 coins for a stone, and recognized the main character, noting that he had a conflict with the Alliance. Buyers noted that the quantity is limited and this chance should not be missed. Darran broke off a small piece of cake with a fork. Notification windows for purchasing mid-level stones began to appear in front of the main character. The protagonist looked at the notifications contentedly while chewing cake. The protagonist noted that, as he thought, this was the ideal time to sell. A notification window appeared saying that Heartstone had sent him a message. The main character extended his hand to the window with an offer to join the conversation. He noted that his reaction was too fast. Heartstone furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth wide, showing his teeth. Heartstone displeasedly asked the main character what he was up to again. Darran smiled confusedly and raised his hand, telling him that he was glad to see him too. Darran smiled sarcastically, looking at the dialogue with Hearthstone. He noted that his business was booming, and thanks to this, he was able to sell mana stones, which cost 4 coins at most, for 20. Hearthstone widened his eyes in surprise, finally realizing that it was the protagonist. Hearthstone called the main character the same shameless scoundrel. The main character leaned against his hand, closing his eyes and smiling sweetly. Hearthstone asked him how he did it. The protagonist replied that this was a trade secret. Hearthstone was furious with the protagonist's behavior. The protagonist laughed at Hearthstone's behavior, closing his eyes. Hearthstone angrily swore at the main character, calling him bad words. The protagonist told Hearthstone that he didn't come for a fight and doesn't have a grudge against him. Darran opened his eyes, raised his finger up and smiled insidiously. He said he would just earn 10,000 coins and leave. Hearthstone furrowed his brows in furious indignation, raising his hand in front of him. Hearthstone yelled at the main character to stop talking nonsense, and that he would not sit idly by. And with his advertisements he slandered them and gave them a bad reputation. Hearthstone told the protagonist that this was an excellent reason to file a complaint. The main character closed his eyes and exhaled nervously. Hearthstone told Darran to wait and he would file a formal protest soon. Darran thought he went a little overboard with his ad writing. The main character looked away, grinning wickedly. He noted that he did not do this without a ready-made plan. The channel manager provided the main character with a restriction on trading mana stones, which he asked about. The channel manager was sitting at the table, looking with a smile at the open dialogue window with the main character. The channel manager noted that he has a junior comrade among the channel masters of the Zero system, so he will entrust him with this matter, and in the future they will provide him with more comfortable conditions for his activities in the Zero system. The protagonist looked at the dialogue window with a malicious smile, throwing his hands behind his head. He told the representative he was in his debt. The channel manager closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly. The channel manager noted that there can be no debt in their relationship, and if he continues to say that, he will be upset. The channel manager opened his eyes and knitted his eyebrows, smiling in confusion. The channel manager said that there is such a phrase as hello, so is the answer. The main character lay on the bed with his hands behind his head and looked at the dialogue window. Curran noted that everything is exactly like that, and he does not doubt it at all. The channel manager told Curran that he could always count on him from now on. These were the memories of the main character, from which he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist, smiling sarcastically. He mentally wished Hearthstone good luck. The protagonist smiled slightly, looking at the system window, raising his hand to his chin. The main character was thinking about what gift to give him. The main character looked in surprise at the message that he received, thinking that an official protest had already arrived. The letter was from the jade-faced golden dragon, Go Gyumyhui, saying that he wanted to talk to him for a minute as he had an offer for a part-time job. The main character did not understand what kind of part-time job he was talking about, thinking that he was sent by the 5 main producers of the elixir. The protagonist focused on the letter, knitting his eyebrows and using the Eye of Providence. Darran widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly in bewilderment. Darran was in slight shock, staring at the message. He didn't understand where this man came from, since he is an influential person. The main character presented an image of Gyumyhui standing in a battle boss and holding a sword in his hand. He smiled slightly. A summary of the exchange report came out. Nickname: Jade-Faced Golden Dragon. Go Gyumyhui. Species: Human. Access point: First System, 5th World of Murim. Transaction level: First. Soul Phase: Human with Transcendental Innocence. Current coins: 50,000. Darran noted that he is the owner Trade Guild, the only grandson of King Jo Junam. The protagonist noted that even the Golden Dragon would envy his skills and wealth, and the Jade prominent beauties admired his face. The protagonist added that the Golden Dragon with the Jade face is a combination of beauty and wealth. The protagonist noted that the level of inaction that threatened ultra-advanced players, due to the desire to avenge their parents, does not reveal their abilities. The main character looked at the report in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Darran thought that even a short summary shows that he is an outstanding person. Darran looked at the report thoughtfully, raising his hand to his lips. The main character suggested that revenge for his parents had something to do with part-time workers. Gyumyhui sent a message to the protagonist saying that there was a dispute regarding the hourly rate, and that he would take a chance and send him another note, adding that the detailed terms would be announced later, ensuring that it would be beneficial for him too. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at Gumihui's proposal, knitting his eyebrows. He didn't understand why Gumihui was beating around the bush, and that even by looking at the report, he could tell that he was a person who had no regrets. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and grinned insidiously, baring his teeth slightly. The main character decided to play hard to get with Gumihui a little. Night had fallen on the street, a dark sky strewn with stars stretched over the mansion. The main character stood in the middle of the room, raising a cup of tea to his mouth. The main character noted that 4 hours had passed since he received the note, and that he had taken his time, adding that he could slowly get in touch with him. The main character opened the system window, looking at it with a serious look. The protagonist logged into the first system and requested a conversation with Gumihui. Darran wrote to Gumihui that he had just checked his mail, wondering what business he had with him. Gumihui thanked Darran for contacting him. The protagonist held a cup in his hands, looking at the dialogue window. He was surprised that Gumihui answered him in a second, thinking that he was really in a hurry. Gumihui looked at the dialogue window in confusion, raising his hands. The main character said that he had business, but now he is free. Gumihui told the protagonist that everything was fine and that he didn't want to disturb him while he was working. Darran looked at the dialogue with a serious look, his mouth slightly open. Darran wanted to get straight to the point and asked Gumihui where he learned about the part-time job. Gumihui looked at the dialogue window in confusion, his mouth slightly open. Gumihui noted that he was in a hurry, so he simply demonstrated the urgency of the matter without really preparing and asked for his forgiveness. The main character put the cup on the saucer while looking at the dialogue. Gumihui told Darran that he had heard about a recent conflict with an elixir merchant, and it is said that the head of the Great Mount Yang Healthcare Center was seriously insulted. The protagonist looked at the dialogue carefully, smiling slightly. The main character noted that apparently they are well acquainted with the head of the Great Mountain Health Care Center, adding that apparently Yang loves to talk too much, and therefore could not cope with him on his own, so he involved him in this matter. Gumihui looked at the dialogue in surprise, his mouth slightly open. Gumihui said that he and the head of Yang had only crossed paths a couple of times and were just acquaintances, adding that this story was passed down from mouth to mouth, and thus it was his turn. Darran looked at the system window with a serious expression on his face. Darran told Gumihui that it was not that important, wondering what business he had with him. Gumihui lowered his eyebrows, becoming more serious. Gumihui told Darran that he had heard that he had 10 reporting tickets. The main character knitted his eyebrows in surprise and smiled maliciously. The main character noted that apparently the words of the channel manager had some weight for them, and he did not think that anyone would believe such nonsense. The main character looked away, raising his hand to his chin and smiled insidiously, remembering the image of the channel manager. The channel manager noted that he would say that the stock report was dropped by drawing from a random box. Darran thought that if he adhered to this legend, he would not lose anything. The protagonist narrowed his gaze and knitted his eyebrows, smiling insidiously. He thought it would be worth adding some spice to this. Gumihui smiled with relief, his eyes wide. Darran asked Gumihui how he knew about this, since he did not share this information with anyone. Gumihui thought it was true. The protagonist held his hand to his chin, looking at the dialogue window. Gumihui noted that sometimes it happens that he gets the information he needs by asking if he still has those 10 tickets. The protagonist watched Gumihui's reaction with curiosity, smiling slightly. Darran said that he had them, but he had already used them. Gumihui was perplexed by what he heard, after which he immediately sank, lowering his head. Gumihui told Darran that nothing could be done and thanked him for his time despite his busy schedule. Gumihui held his head with his hand, covered one eye and looked at the dialogue in shock. The protagonist said that he did not have 10 tickets, but the right to provide a report remained. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking intently at the correspondence. Gumihui asked the main character how many pieces he had left. The main character noted that he had 5 left, since he used the other 5 to catch part-time workers. Gumihui looked at the dialogue warily, his eyes widening slightly. Gumihui asked Darran if he was telling the truth. The protagonist told Gumihui that there was no point in deceiving him. Gumihui grinned maliciously, his mouth slightly open. The protagonist was slightly shocked by Gumihui's behavior, causing his eyes to widen. Gumihui started laughing loudly and throughout the entire chat. Gumihui smiled widely, baring his teeth and closing his eyes. Gumihui said that he will finally get his chance to take revenge and these scoundrels will burn in hell, adding that heaven has turned against them. The main character looked at the dialogue in bewilderment, as if he was talking to a bloodthirsty demon. He was surprised that it was the same person. Gumihui suddenly came to his senses, looking awkwardly at the dialogue. A dialogue window appears. Yumihui apologized to the protagonist for being rude, noting that he was too excited. Darran said it was okay because he met all sorts of people. Yumihui presented 3 black silhouettes of people with lightning flashing behind them. Yumihui noted that in that world there are those with whom he cannot live under the same sky, the enemies who killed his parents. Yumihui furrowed his brows, looking at the dialogue with a bloodthirsty gaze. Yumihui said that he had lived with the idea of revenge all his life, and finally saw a ray of hope. The main character raised his hand, pressing it to his chest, looking intently at the dialogue. Curran noted that apparently he wants the right to provide a report, and therefore his enemies are those who are engaged in the exchange. Yumihui furrowed his eyebrows and opened his mouth slightly, looking slightly annoyed. He said there is someone he suspects the most. The main character raised his eyebrows and smiled slightly, while Yumihui looked at the dialogue with understanding. Darran noted that he understood his circumstances, but he could not cede his right to provide reports. Yumihui said it was okay and he would be fine with just handing over the contents to him. The protagonist looked straight ahead, thoughtfully raising his hand to his chin. Yumihui told the protagonist that he wants to buy 5 pieces for 50,000 coins. Darran lowered his eyebrows, pursed his lips, looking thoughtfully at the proposal. He thought that judging by his soul phase and the fact that he was calmly willing to pay 50,000 coins, it could be concluded that he was not from an ordinary rich family. The main character imagined the image of the mighty Junam, thinking that he could not judge how great a person the king of trade was. The protagonist noted that he had never heard his name in a previous life, adding that seeing the lack of information about him on the exchange, one can conclude that he does not engage in transactions. Darran smiled sarcastically, frowning his eyebrows. He thought that Yumihui had exactly 50,000 coins in his account, and he must have thought that this would be quite enough. Darran thought it was worth making his move. Yumihui looked at the message from the main character in surprise. The main character asked Yumihui if this was all he could offer him. Yumihui raised his hand and opened his mouth in bewilderment, while the main character grinned wickedly. Yumihui noted that 50,000 coins is more than 200 grams of gold, and that this is a supply that will not be exhausted even after 3 generations. Yumihui added that he knows that the main character earned 30,000 coins by using the report 5 times. Yumihui said he thought it was a good offer. The protagonist bared his teeth in a wide smile, raising his palm up. The protagonist said that the amount earned with 5 tickets was exactly 32,010 coins, and in fact, he benefited from this much more than it might seem at first glance. The protagonist stood in the middle of the room, looking at the notification window, while it was deep night outside the window. Curran said that by suspending 2 of the top 5 elixir companies for a month, it was able to strengthen its position in the elixir market. Darran added that considering the coins that were earned after that incident, it cannot be said that he only earned 30,000 coins. The protagonist smiled insidiously, knitting his eyebrows. He noted that although he cannot say that everything turned out this way only thanks to the report, its presence increased his chances of success. Yumihui opened his mouth in surprise and widened his eyes. The protagonist noted that, however, depending on how and who uses the report, its value will vary greatly. The protagonist recalled an image of himself holding a sword, looking furious. He told Yumihui that he too had taken revenge and was filled with emotions that words could not express. The main character slightly tilted his head, looking from under his brows at the dialogue. Curran approached Yumihui, asking that revenge only cost him 50,000 coins. The main character smiled insidiously, his eyes sparkling, while Yumihui was horrified by the words of the main character. The protagonist said that if this is really so, then his words that he lived all his life with the thought of revenge are a lie. Yumihui bared his teeth in anger and furrowed his brows, pressing his hand to his chest. He said that this was not so, and that he had been looking forward to this day. Darran smiled with satisfaction, narrowing his eyes. He thought that this was the reaction he expected, adding that he needed a little more prodding. It was as if lightning struck the main character's head, which left him stunned. The protagonist turned his head towards the window. The main character began to look very serious, looking towards the window with apprehension. The protagonist asked Yumihui to continue the conversation later, as he had something urgent to do. Yumihui was surprised by such suddenness. The main character swiped the dialogue window with his hand, closing it. The protagonist pulled out a sword from the air, shrouded in lightning. He noted that suspicious energy was gathering outside. Lights were burning in several rooms, and deep night stretched over the mansion. The mansion suddenly had ill wishers. One of the guys asked the other if he was sure it was there. A bunch of angry guys gathered in front of the mansion, looking at him with displeasure. The guy narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He looked slightly unhappy. He said he checked several times. The menacing guy grinned maliciously. Vess stood with a bloodthirsty smile, while a bunch of angry guys stood behind him. Vess said that the invasion will begin in a second. A crowd of warriors from the Black Snake squad entered the main character's mansion to take him by surprise. The squad moved closer to the room, from which bright light seeped into the entire dark corridor. One of the fighters raised his hand and motioned for the guys to stop and he would check the situation himself. The guy walked closer to the door like a spy and was about to open the door to create the effect of surprise. The guy looked through the crack of the door with a contemptuous look and walked out into the light, feeling blue bolts of lightning from there. A bright core of blue lightning released its energy aura throughout the entire space. The fighter widened his eyes and was stunned, as he did not expect such a turn of events. They were waiting for this fighter and sent this magical bolt of lightning at him, and he immediately flew away. The other fighters, who watched their leader being roasted, were horrified and opened their mouths. The leader of the squad was lying on the floor and a cloud of smoke was coming out of him after such a thunderclap. When the other fighters held their swords at the ready and looked in fear at their fallen comrade. They did not expect such madness and did not understand what it was all about. Suddenly, the protagonist burst out of the room and the fighters were even more surprised and froze in the moment from numbness. Darran, in an angry, bent position, looked menacingly at the fighters, holding a sword in his hands and emitting a blue aura of lightning from himself. The squad members immediately became angry and sharpened their swords, realizing that their attack was clearly awaited and they were going to go ahead. In response to this, Curran only smiled sarcastically. The main character made his way through the crowd with deft movements, bringing down the entire flow of the aura of lightning and a sharp sword on them. The protagonist with sparkling blue eyes headed straight towards the squad of fighters, unleashing an attack on them. Curran grabbed onto one of the fighters, who was trying to swing his sword, but whose reaction was clearly not enough. The fighter tensed up and bared his teeth, causing a vein to bulge on his face. The main character began to emit blue bolts of lightning from his aura, causing the fighter to immediately let go of the sword and scream in pain. The fighter practically died from such a discharge and opened his mouth, looking soullessly upward and emitting smoke from himself. The main character looked at the fighter with contempt and asked him with irony whether he was in pain. He explained that if the fighter answered his question, she would kill him without unnecessary suffering. He wondered who exactly they were interested in. He first pointed at himself, and then transformed into the appearance of Pilaf with blue hair, and pointed a finger at himself, asking about this image. From the main character's mansion. From that very room, a bright blue light came from the window onto the dark street. Vess and Titan watched in bewilderment at what was happening. They realized that something was wrong and their plan was not being implemented as they expected. Vess frowned deeply and became angry when Titan looked at him with a dumbfounded look. Vess explained that he didn't like all this happening, and he realized that the guys were in trouble. Titan noticed that their enemy could have been expecting them and anticipated the attack. Vess tilted his head forward and fell slightly into a stupor. He replied that it was unlikely that such a thing would be possible. Vess realized that this scoundrel was in possession of an aura and now realized that there was no point in them dividing the powers at his disposal into parts. Vess tensed up and told all the guys that they needed to go inside together since there was no other option. Vess walked forward and raised his hand up for his squad to follow him. He shouted to the guys that now they would kill that scoundrel with one blow. The gates to the mansion began to open and a bright blue light appeared in the dark space of the corridor. The Black Snake squad led by Vess and Titan went inside and looked around. Vess looked to the side warily as the squad behind him also looked tense. Vess felt complete silence, from which goosebumps could appear. Vess told the guys to be on their guard, because it was unknown where their common enemy could suddenly attack them from. One of the soldiers noticed some movement and anxiously pointed his finger forward, indicating to his commander to pay attention. Pilaf appeared on the stairs with an imposing gait, throwing his sword over his shoulder and ironically noting that there were too many fighters. He explained that because they launched a frontal attack, he was even more puzzled. Titan looked ahead dumbfounded, his eyes wide, and asked the newly appeared man who he was. Pilaf put one hand on his belt and looked at the guys with a malicious smile, throwing his sword over his shoulder. He sarcastically replied that if someone heard such a phrase, they would think that it was he who snuck into someone else's house, and not they into his house. Vess frowned slightly and looked up at Pilaf. He asked if Pilaf killed Gabe. Pilaf looked carefully at his uninvited guests and replied that after all, the other guys called that guy Big Brother Gabe. Vess frowned deeply and bared his eyes when Pilaf realized for sure that this was the boss of the Black Snake. Vess pointed his sword at Pilaf and ordered his squad to attack their enemy, who was standing carefree on the stairs. Pilaf indifferently took out his sword and joked that Vess was impatient, so he suggested leaving their introduction to each other for later. Titan flew up first and towered over Pilaf, swinging his huge and sharp sword. The protagonist, in the form of Pilaf, deftly dodged Titan's blow when their intense battle took place on the stairs. The protagonist widened his eyes with enthusiasm, realizing that the Titan fighter was not bad, but he was sorry that such abilities were wasted in a criminal organization instead of useful actions for the world. Two more fighters tried to attack Pilaf from behind, swinging their blades. The main character raised his leg and, with lightning-fast reaction, dodged both fighters at once, whose blades cut through the air right in front of him. Pilaf took out his sword and looked sarcastically at the fighters, emitting small bolts of blue lightning from himself. Both fighters closed their eyes tightly, receiving sharp blows from a sword with lightning discharges on their bodies. Titan put his sword in front of him, trying to hide from the magical aura discharges from Pilaf. Titan bared his teeth and looked forward bloodthirstily, continuing to cover himself with his sword. Ves looked with anger and contempt as Pilaf deftly fought with everyone, defeating his warriors. Ves realized that the enemy was stronger than he thought, because the subordinates he brought with him were selected elite, and moreover, they were joined by Titan, who is the leader of the advanced group of their organization. They were simply losing to one fighter. Ves was clutching a paper scroll in his hands, very angry at the situation. He hoped he wouldn't have to use his trump card. Ves raised his hand to his face and whistled, giving the signal to his fighters. He knew that if their enemy did not die, he would at least lose consciousness. Titan heard this signal and, still angry, glanced back. All the exhausted and wounded soldiers looked at their boss in shock when they heard a certain signal. The leader of the Black Snake, grinning heavily, tore a piece of shining paper. The guys understood that they should have run and saved their lives. Pilaf looked at Ves in surprise, his eyes slightly widening. Ves stood in the middle of the room and a blue glowing aura appeared in front of him in the form of a circle with a hieroglyph. When Pilaf tensed slightly, Ves raised his arms to his sides as a blue magic circle hung in front of him. He used the Ice Blast skill and blue aura fragments flew forward towards Pilaf. The main character looked at what was happening with indignation, frowning deeply. A bunch of fragments were moving directly towards Pilaf's location, trying to destroy it. Ves turned sharply back and began to run away, shouting to his guys that there was going to be an explosion and therefore everyone should run for cover. The entire squad hid behind stone pillars and tensely looked out at what was happening. The ice shards stuck together, forming sharp shards in the shape of a dome. A powerful stream of icy wind swept through the large corridor. Cold air enveloped the entire space of the mansion and the entire corridor froze. Ves hid behind a pillar and turned towards Titan, which was nearby. Titan noted that this attack was amazing. Titan added that this scroll cost 1,000 coins, so he asked if it was a pity for him to use this technique in this way. Ves tilted his head and smiled sarcastically. He explained that it was a pity, because it was magic of mass destruction that could be used on the battlefield. But he noticed that there was an enemy with an aura. Ves shuddered and fell into a stupor when he heard that their enemy remained conscious and was worried about the fact that he bought the mansion less than a week ago. Pilaf, with a tired look, icy steam emanating from his silhouette, asked the hidden guys if they were ready to cover the costs of repairs, which would cost a tidy sum. Titan looked back in horror, his eyes wide. He didn't understand how Pilaf didn't receive any damage. Ves was also puzzled and looked forward angrily at their enemy. He also did not understand how this was possible, because he was sure that the enemy was at the center of the explosion. The main character grinned mockingly, emitting a blue aura from himself. He knew that the highest limit was great because he could block magic and self-defense. Pilaf grabbed his bangs in bewilderment and began to examine them, realizing that they were a little frozen. He was sorry that he had not been able to completely nullify all the cold energy and that some of it still attacked him. The protagonist held his hand in the air as part of his shirt and hair became icy, and he appeared violently. The main character got very angry and started screaming about how much time he spent taking care of them every day. Pilaf soared into the air and swung his sword, emitting strong bolts of lightning from himself. He warned the guys that they would be responsible for his damaged hair. Titan and Ves opened their mouths in horror, realizing that their enemy had become enraged because of some hair. The entire mansion was covered in bright light and powerful lightning bolts, which were caused by the anger of the protagonist. The Black Snake Squad didn't understand why he got angry because of such a ridiculous reason, and not because of something more important. Ves will take this damage first and looked exhausted, his mouth open and emitting smoke from his silhouette after the lightning bolt. Titan and Ves were defeated and lay on the floor as smoke emanated from their silhouette. Pilaf sighed heavily and looked out contemptuously from under his long bangs. After the blow, Pilaf continued to hold the sword in his hands, looking at the lifeless bodies of Ves and Titan, which were lying on the floor. Pilaf knew that if he had not restrained himself, he would have destroyed the entire house without looking back. The protagonist grinned sarcastically and looked away, realizing that his precious hair was at stake. A pile of corpses from the Black Snake Squad lay on the floor. Pilaf realized that there were far fewer corpses than there were originally people, so he realized that he had missed several enemies when dodging the ice blast. Pilaf's attention was drawn to the open door of the room. He tensely rushed to run into this room, thinking that the rest of the remaining fighters were hiding there. He suddenly flew into the room in a tilted position, his sword ready to attack. At the same moment, Pilaf widened his eyes and looked forward in surprise. He stood in the middle of a huge room and saw the remaining bodies of warriors who had somehow died. Pilaf looked at the bodies of the warriors in shock and noticed that there was a hole in their chest. He realized that all the warriors had a pierced sternum, the hole of which did not look like the mark of a sword. Pilaf, sweating, looked to the side and thought about who could have left such traces. Suddenly, the main character's attention was attracted by a noise at the end of the corridor. In the long corridor, he saw the black silhouette of a unicorn. Immediately, he came to his senses and took out his sharp sword, emitting blue bolts of lightning. The clatter of hooves was heard in the room, and the unicorn began to walk forward. Pilaf realized who it was and widened his eyes in shock. He saw a red unicorn in front of him and looked at it in amazement, realizing that it was his pet Sari. Sari, in the form of a unicorn, smiled contentedly and straightened his silky mane. The protagonist looked at his beast with admiration, realizing that he was able to transform into such a form. Pilaf pointed his finger to the side at the bodies of the guys and asked Sari if he had dealt with all these villains. Sari began to nod his head in response. Sylvia suddenly opened the door to the room where Pilaf and Sari were. Sylvia entered the room and exclaimed when she saw Mr. Pilaf with the unicorn. The main character asked Sylvia if everything was okay with her. Sylvia replied that she was fine, but noted that Sari's health was much more important to them. The protagonist proudly stroked his unicorn, which broke into a satisfied smile, pointing it out to Sylvia. Pilaf enthusiastically explained that this unicorn was Sari, who managed to transform. Sylvia held her arms and chest and asked about the transformation with a little confusion. Sari, in the form of a unicorn, smiled mockingly towards Pilaf, who joyfully raised his hand and began to explain the situation. He explained that there was no point in carrying an ordinary marten with him when Sari could take other forms, adding that now Sylvia will often see a similar phenomenon and will soon get used to it. Sylvia raised her eyebrows and was a little surprised, realizing that for this reason Sari seemed unusual to her. Sylvia raised her eyebrows in alarm and asked Pilaf what happened to them, because she heard a loud noise. Sylvia looked back at the perforated bodies of the fighters and asked about these suspicious individuals. Sylvia clutched her chest and became very alarmed when she heard about the Black Snake's invasion. Pilaf immediately tried to calm Sylvia down and told her not to worry, because he had already dealt with them. The protagonist stood next to Sami and looked at her worried appearance. Pilaf noted that he was anyway glad that Sylvia was safe and sound and advised her to stay in her room with Sari. Pilaf raised his finger up and looked to the side maliciously, noting that he was going to arrange an interrogation, because he had a lot of questions about the situation that happened. Ves was still alive and began to come to his senses, opening his eyes slightly. Ves became suddenly alarmed and began to scream, having come to his senses completely. He lay on the floor, resting his body against the wall and examining his body for wounds. He realized that he was alive and really hoped that he did not have a wound on his stomach. Ves got very angry and bared his teeth when he tried to move his hand. He didn't understand why he couldn't move his arms and legs. Immediately, the main character approached Ves with a malicious grin, carrying a chair with him to arrange an interrogation. Pilaf noted that Ves had already woken up and asked about his well-being. Ves became very angry and began to shout unpleasant words towards his enemy, simultaneously asking him what he had done with his body. The main character grinned in response and looked away, realizing that he should be thanked for leaving him alive. Ves sharply cast his gaze to the side, when he noticed that Titan also came to his senses and began to fuss and clear his throat. Ves lay humbly on the floor, looking at how Titan was angry because he also did not feel his limbs and did not understand why this happened and how he even survived. Titan began to look around in a panic and noticed the indifferent look of his boss nearby. Ves told Titan not to waste his powers in vain, because they were trapped by some kind of magic. Pilaf began to clap his hands at such a scene. He ironically noted that he was forced to interrupt such a sentimental scene and suggested that they finally introduce themselves to each other. The protagonist sat down on the chair in front of them and said his name with a sarcastic smile, resting his hands on his knees. He explained that he introduced himself in advance because he believed that they would simply not tell him anything and would waste his time. Pilaf looked sarcastically at the guys who looked with fear at their superior enemy. The protagonist explained to the guys that he had the power to bring them back to life again and again, or to burn them and revive them again and again. The main character laughed hard, breaking into a malicious smile. He added that he could taunt them all night. Vess and Titan's expressions suddenly changed as they looked at Pilaf in shock, sweat dripping down their faces in horror. Pilaf looked with satisfaction at the guys who presented their names and noted that this was an excellent start to a dialogue. Pilaf raised his hand to his face and enthusiastically began to talk about the guy's plan. He noted that, come to think of it, this was not an incident that their boss would be personally involved in, so he assumed that they were not the most important, but were somewhere in the middle. Vess closed his eyes with alienation and noted that they were not in the middle at all. He responded with a question, asking whether the senior management would behave like a hunting dog and would risk their lives by engaging in a duel with the owner of the aura. Pilaf was puzzled and crossed his arms when he heard the guys say that they were just a group that was thrown out by the new boss. The main character looked carefully at the guys who were sitting on the floor without any movement. Pilaf explained that these two were quite up to 3rd class, and the other fighters who came with them were up to 4th class, so he hypothesized that a group consisting of guys of 3rd and 4th classes could not be thrown to the mercy of fate. Pilaf sarcastically explained, holding his hand in front of him, that in this case the organization should have had the status of at least a royal order of knighthood. Vess lowered his head with a feeling of depression and said that in the case of the Pilaf hypothesis, they at least understood why such a situation happened to them. Pilaf listened with curiosity to Vess' explanation that their boss, Kamazan, was a scoundrel and threw talented people into the deep end just because they didn't side with him. Pilaf lit up with a bright aura as he sat on his chair in front of the guys. He realized that the guy named Kamazan was their new boss, and asked the guys if they had a tense relationship with him because they took the other side. Titan answered with confusion that, in general, that was how it was. The protagonist frowned slightly and looked disdainfully towards the guys. He explained to the guys that they were simply expendable, and if they win, it will be good, and if they lose, it will not be a pity. Pilaf sat on a chair opposite the guys and continued to dialogue with them. He added that their new Kamazan boss would benefit from both their deaths and their return with the stolen money. Pilaf spread his fingers in the air and continued to look at the guys with curiosity. He asked the next question about how they were able to find him. Vess closed his eyes and began to explain. When everyone told him that this murder was committed by other organizations, he paid attention to one nuance when on that very day one of the waitresses disappeared. Vess, with his eyes closed, continued to explain that if someone took this girl and ran away, then there were only 2 options. The protagonist listened with enthusiasm to the logical chain of reasoning from Vess, who added that either the guys left the capital together, or they were hiding somewhere in Theros. Vess presented the Pilaf mansion from the outside, which was shrouded in the cover of night. Vess said he looked at several possible routes and even looked at real estate deals, and that's how he came up with this mansion. The main character leaned over slightly and realized that they meant Sylvia and asked the same question. How could they recognize her? Vess, without opening his eyes, explained that even if the voice and appearance were changed, it would be very difficult to get rid of old habits and gestures. He added that since Sylvia was their main asset in their establishment, he often looked closely at it. Pilaf lightly touched his protruding chin and looked at Vess with a drop of respect. He realized that this fighter was a professional in his field, being very insightful and meticulous for a member of a criminal organization. The main character looked at Vess, who felt confused, and at the same time at Titan, who looked worried. He realized that one of them was the head and thought of everything, while the other was the physical force and destroyed everything, noting that this was not a bad combination of fighters. Pilaf at the same second looked maliciously at the fighters, with a bit of playfulness, realizing that these people could be useful to him. The silhouette of Pilaf sat on a chair opposite 2 immobilized fighters. He explained that he had found out everything he wanted and was now thinking about what to do with these guys. The main character leaned forward and looked gloatingly at the horrified faces of Vess and Titan as he said that killing them would be the most prudent decision. Vess frowned and asked offendedly what the meaning of their death would be. Pilaf looked at the guys with an ironic smile, answering them that at least he would get rid of restless thoughts in the future, although in fact he understood that he would not be able to receive compensation for the renovation of the mansion. Vess looked at Pilaf angrily, imagining the area of his organization with the silhouette of a black snake. He confidently explained that regardless of the fact that they were outcasts, their organization would not turn a blind eye to this incident, because they had connections throughout the capital, and there was no place that would not feed them. Vess tilted his head and glared at the protagonist, asking him if he could weather the storm by disturbing their black snake organization. The protagonist thoughtfully looked away, lightly touching his chin. He realized that Vess' words made sense, despite the fact that their organization did not pose a big threat to him. But he did not want to ignore the possible consequences. Pilaf sat on a chair opposite Vess and Titan, who were still under the influence of magic and could not move. The main character began to argue that the guys wanted to live, and he himself wanted to get rid of worries about the future, and thought that there had to be some way by which all three of them could get what they wanted for themselves. Vess looked sharply puzzled and lowered his head down as Titan looked at his comrade in numbness. Vess wondered if this was the ideal way to solve the problem. Titan worriedly told his friend to tense up and think about solving the problem, because otherwise he had no options. Pilaf held his chin and grinned slightly. Pilaf opened his palm in front of his face and looked cautiously at the guys, noting that he still had one option. The remaining surviving comrades opened their mouths in horror when they heard about the plan that Pilaf wants to get rid of Kamazan. The main character sat on the stairs as the entire room was surrounded by icy air, at the same time as Titan and Vess explained the plan to their guys. Vess reiterated that they will allow Pilaf to capture the Black Mamba. Vess raised a finger to his face and turned to his friend Titan, noting that they had failed in their mission and asking him if they could kill Pilaf again even if they tried again. The entire squad of fighters suddenly froze and widened their eyes at what they heard. Pilaf, apparently having heard their conversation, looked bloodthirstily and maliciously at the guys, thinking that he could fry them over low heat. The soldiers fell into even greater shock and horror, realizing that if they did not carry out Pilaf's order, they would all die together. The fighters exhaled sharply and began to argue that it would be quite difficult to capture the Black Mamba. Vess and Titan closed their eyes and noted with a calm face that it was not just difficult, but practically impossible, even if all those who adhered to their line came. One of the fighters looked arrogantly at the guys, raising his hand. He asked how they could even take that man's word for it. Vess looked angrily at the fighter and reminded him that the main character brought them back to life when they were dying. He also added that even if they could not believe him, he asked about other possible options, which in fact they did not have. Vess raised his hand and began to explain to the guys that they themselves had seen that he was able to withstand the ice explosion with his bare hands, so their faces immediately looked confused. Vess stood next to Titan, who explained the plan to their guys standing opposite. Vess explained that although his words may seem strange, Pilaf was the first to make such an offer to them, adding that if they refuse, they will never have such a chance again. Vess tilted his head and frowned at the guys. He suggested that they might be lucky enough to end their discrimination, and if Kamazan remained at the head of the organization, they would continue to be used as expendable. The squad of fighters listened with concern to the reasoning of their leader, who added that Kamazan would try to get them out of the case quietly at any cost. Titan suddenly perked up, clenching his fists. He noted that since they had already died and risen again, they should try to do something grandiose in their lives. The squad of fighters were confused and said that dying here or dying there sounded like the same thing. Pilaf watched with a sense of admiration as Titan and Vess tried to inspire their fighters to feat. He felt that Vess and Titan had great teamwork and good cohesion, just as he thought. One of the fighters was sharply puzzled and widened his eyes from the realization that he could not risk his life for the sake of a person unknown to him. Vess and Titan closed their eyes and looked puzzled, realizing that this argument sounded plausible. The fighter at the same moment added that he believed in his commanders, and Titan, along with Vess, bulged their eyes. The fighter, who had recently doubted this idea, sharply clenched his fist and shouted with enthusiasm that he agreed to such an adventure. This inspired fighter turned to his comrades and began to encourage them to take risks for the man who saved them. He noted that Vess and Titan were absolutely right, because they were ordered to capture the owner of the aura, whose abilities were completely unknown to them, which sounded exactly like certain death. Another fighter from the team decided to look at the situation from the other side and added that they were the most important link in this operation. So while they were alive and well, their new boss Kamazan could not be called a boss until he was able to express words of protest. All the fighters were sharply inspired and intended to change power, saying all this to the faces of their commanders Vess and Titan, whom Pilaf was watching from the side. Pilaf was watching the guys when Ves turned back and looked at the main character. Ves looked carefully at the main character and nodded his head to him as a sign that they agreed to such a plan. The protagonist joyfully raised his hand and told the guys that today the boss of Kamazan of the city of Theros will be replaced that night. The entire city was shrouded in the cover of night. Kamazan at this time was drinking wine from a glass and looked to the side in bewilderment when he heard that Pilaf had been captured. Kamazan's assistant with white hair looked at his boss in alarm and added that Pilaf was indeed caught, and he was on the first floor of their palace. Kamazan looked forward with contempt, realizing that the squad he sent to certain death were scoundrels, like cockroaches that continue to live after they were supposed to be crushed. Kamazan held wine in his hands and asked his assistant about the condition of the owner of the Pilaf aura. The assistant with a satisfied face replied that the main character was on the verge of life and death, from which they made a bloody mess. Kamazan looked intensely at his assistant. He realized that since his exiled fighters Ves and Titan managed to catch him, then this owner of the aura must have had the third rank. He ordered the assistant to place restraints, chains, and handcuffs on the enemy so that they would tie him tightly and bring him to him. Kamazan stood with a glass of wine in front of his large table, opposite which stood his assistant. Kamazan ordered his assistant to take a couple of guys with good skills, just in case. The assistant replied that everything would be done. The assistant turned around and began to leave the room as Kamazan took a drink. Kamazan raised a glass of wine to his mouth and looked arrogantly to the side, thinking about how all these guys would die despite the good outcome of events. He understood that since this Pilaf, who had cleaned out the Enterprise, could not dodge the guys, then he was a weakling. The protagonist was handcuffed and walked down the corridor. He looked exhausted and was completely chained. Titan and Ves brought the tied-up protagonist into the office of their nasty boss. Kamazan, in the presence of his fighters and assistant, looked arrogantly at the newly arrived guest. He said that his face was not familiar, so he asked where he came from. Kamazan sat in his place as the entire squad of fighters watched as Titan and Ves stood near the chained Pilaf. Pilaf made a sad face and said his name as two strong fighters stood next to him. Kamazan frowned sharply and angrily asked the protagonist where the stolen money was. The exhausted-looking Pilaf was bound in iron chains. He explained that Kamazan should not consider this money as their own, because it actually belonged to Gabe. Pilaf looked out from under his bangs and sharply replied that now it was still his money. Kamazan glared at the protagonist and called him a crazy scoundrel. Kamazan raised his hand up, standing in front of the silhouette of their Black Snake organization. He explained that it was the property of the Black Snake organization, and the organization belonged to him. Ves and Titan stood near the chained Pilaf when Kamazan looked at them. The boss asked Ves about the money he was supposed to take with him. Ves nodded his head, signaling that he did not take anything with him. Kamazan suddenly became angry at such an unexpected gesture, and called Ves a cunning man, not understanding why he was shaking his head as if he had gone crazy. Kamazan hit the table hard with his hand and shouted for Ves to be able to stand at attention and report everything to him properly. Ves looked at his previous boss with a small grin, saying that he never did anything pointless, because there was no point in talking to a corpse. Kamazan fell into a stupor and looked angry, asking to ask Ves again about his words about the corpse. Ves indifferently looked away, ignoring Kamazan's commands. The fighters began to look at each other, realizing that their plan would now be implemented. Pilaf closed his eyes as Ves looked away, noting that there was no one in this room who should be left alive. The protagonist, seemingly exhausted, grinned and added that this was very good news. A second later, Pilaf was surrounded by his magical aura. With a quick movement of his hands, the main character broke the chains from the handcuffs. After a moment, he immediately freed himself from the chains and looked forward disdainfully. All the fighters opened their mouths when they saw how Pilaf quickly freed himself from his shackles. Kamazan immediately froze and sweated with horror. The protagonist looked at his primary target Kamazan with a bloodthirsty gaze, emitting his magical aura from himself. He shouted to Ves and Titan to leave the room if they wanted to stay alive. A strong swing of the chain was enough to chop the brown-haired man into two parts with large splashes of blood. Another man was also fatally shot. The dark-haired boy screamed in pain as the chain left a huge gash on his chest. The blonde guy deftly wielded the chain, hitting all his opponents. He pulled the chain down, crouching slightly as the chain continued to hit those present, not giving them a chance. Pilaf opened his eyes in surprise. The man with a bandage on his left eye looked at all this with alarm. From the very beginning he had some strange premonition, not understanding who the owner of such an aura was. He attacked the guy from behind with a dagger in his hand. Pilaf looked at the attacker in alarm. Kamazan smiled ominously, thinking that he had every chance. The blonde boy dodged, preventing the man from stabbing him. He looked worriedly at the chains that surrounded him. The young man looked nervously at his opponent. The chains wrapped around the neck of the man who was reaching for his opponent. Pilaf tightened the chains on him, causing the attacker to grab onto them, unable to breathe. The guy looked mockingly at the trembling man, talking to him with a smile. Like a madman, he looked at him, saying that, thanks to him, he would be able to absorb the black mamba. Kamazan, shocked and out of breath, could barely ask him to wait. The guy did not listen to him, sharply tightening the chains on his neck and dealing with him. The two men stood there in shock, their jaws dropped. They looked at the guy who was wiping off blood while sitting in a room full of corpses. Rubbing his face, the fair-haired one noticed someone's presence. Looking at both of them, he told them to go inside. The young man threw off his towel, asking them what happened to the lower floor, to which he received the answer that all the people loyal to Kamazan were dealt with, and the controversial gang members were tied up and thrown under lock and key. The guy calmly praised them, saying that everything needs to be finished before sunset. The alarmed subordinate answered his question positively when the young man clarified that brothels, gambling establishments, a trade association, and the organization of smuggling are not the most important. Pilaf put his hand on his bent knee and said that he had made a sufficient contribution by dealing with the senior management. He raised this hand, asking if his subordinates could win over the remaining opponents to their side. The weaker man raised his hand and replied that the smuggling organization still adhered to the previous boss, and the Titan was once in their ranks. Most likely the negotiations would go favorably for them. Pilaf touched his chin with his hand, hearing that the trade association also had an unkind attitude towards Kamazan due to the unreasonable demand for repayment for a long time, to which the young man replied that half was already on their side. The subordinate gesticulated, alarmedly saying that their main problem was justifying their actions, otherwise it would be treason. The young man grinned sarcastically, saying that a justification could simply be invented. He sat down relaxed and raised his hands, ordering to spread rumors that Kamazan was guilty of the murder of Gabe, and that it was he who hired the owner of the aura, and they found out about this during the investigation of the case, and drew their sword. The subordinate was surprised, agreeing with this theory, adding that by doing this they would be able to win over the brothels. The fair-haired young man replied with a smile that in such a case, gambling establishments would be isolated and they would have no choice but to hang out a white flag. A well-built, dark man raised his hand to ask if they were sure the organizations would believe such a story. The youth asked how they thought he was caught in this manner. He looked at his interlocutor, answering that there were probably already those who were spreading rumors blaming him for the incident in the brothel. The subordinates were surprised by such a guess, continuing to listen, because therefore they had no reason not to believe in what was said, if, as they themselves said, they were the basis of the Black Mamba. The young man stood up, continuing to say that the two of them should come to the fore when it came to resolving issues with other organizations. He put his hand on the shoulder of one of the guys, urging him to take this opportunity to properly influence public opinion in the crime-ridden area. He looked at them with a trusting smile. The men cheerfully replied that they would try. Pilaf moved away from them, putting his hand in his pocket, declaring that he was waiting for their report at the mansion when they finished. Darran dried his wet hair with a towel. He walked to his room, wondering what kind of riot had been staged in the middle of the night, but nevertheless he managed to get the Black Mamba. He used the book to see what decision the Golden Dragon made. He wrote to his interlocutor whether he could speak. Almost immediately, he received an answer in less than a second and was surprised by it. Realizing that he was burning with impatience. He was surprised when he heard that he had read that his grandfather, the King of Trade himself, would speak to him. A rather elderly old man introduced himself as the King of Trade, calling his name Jo Jeomnam. The blonde tensed, thinking that this was not a good sign. He looked at the red panel, explaining that it was not that he did not know what to expect, but because he was now dealing with an experienced trader. Frowning, he imagined this Jo Jeomnam, realizing that the Trade King did not conduct interdimensional transactions directly, so he could not see information about him with his ability. He calmly greeted the head of the Gold Trade Association. Closing his eyes, the old man replied that he assumed that he knew him, to which he received the answer that his fame was due to his celebrity all over the world. He sat calmly next to his worried grandson while the young man said that he had conducted an investigation into his surroundings. He told him that he knew the head of the Great Mountain Health Care Center. Jo Jeomnam lowered his head and replied that this was not bad. He had avoided interdimensional transactions all his life, but he could not even think that a person from the Zero System was aware of him. He was sitting, He placed his hands on his knees while his grandson was in front of the control panel, explaining that he was a trader and an expert in both buying and selling. And from his point of view, the young man's request seemed excessive. The blonde sat on the chair, leaning over, looking at the messages, which said that if you add up the profit with the 32,000 coins that he received for resolving the conflict, the amount will be more than 50,000 coins, to which the guy responded positively. The old man opened his eyes slightly, explaining that heavenly level elixirs are expensive because their production costs are also not small, clarifying whether he had earned about 20,000 gold coins during all this time. He watched carefully as he expressed the complexity of the whole situation, because even the head of the great mountain could not earn so much. His grandson became a little nervous while Nam explained that even though he knew nothing about interdimensional trading, the young man had gone too far. The blonde fell into a stupor, seeing his balance, which contained 52,131 coins, realizing that he had calculated everything. He now cannot even argue with him in this regard. The old man objected when the young man said that he was going too far because he underestimated the value of 5 tickets, answering that he did admit it. The long-haired brunette worriedly looked at the floor while his grandfather said that he was amazed by his grandson's words that the cost of revenge was only 50,000 coins. The guy touched his chin thoughtfully, answering that he was right in asking how he could set a price for avenging his parents. The old man clenched his hand into a fist, answering that he was a merchant, so even revenge would be considered from this point of view, believing that 50,000 coins was enough. The young man sat thoughtfully at the table, realizing that it was difficult to anger him, and he knew how to calmly assess the situation. The blonde chuckled, thinking that the king of trade had made a mistake. He excitedly invited him to play a game of chess. The young man, also a merchant, sat calmly in the room, declaring that perhaps the old man considered this amount quite reasonable, although for him it was quite a decent amount. He tried to convey the point to him and make sure that the king of trade would not regret it. The old man clarified what he might regret. The blonde clasped his fingers together, remembering a saying that children bury their parents in the ground, and parents bury their children in their hearts, asking how he could live his last years if his attempt at revenge suddenly failed. He confidently quoted that a merchant must and take revenge as a merchant, asking if he could find solace in such words. Nam was surprised by these words. The old man could not say a word. The young man smiled triumphantly, realizing that with the appearance of the king of trade in the conversation, it became clear that revenge is much larger and is the cherished desire of the whole family, so they are the party that can regret, not him. Nam closed his eyes and remained silent as the young man wrote that he was the only one who could give them what they needed. The old man still reluctantly asked what his conditions were. The young man clenched his fist, smiling victoriously, realizing that he had achieved his goal, and for this he just needed to insist on his own, so that there would also be a holiday on your street. He folded his hands like a house, realizing that his goal was not objects, not coins, but trust. Nam stroked his beard, reflecting on the fact that the blonde seemed to him to be a simple guy, thirsty for profit, so he was going to listen to what he had to say, but he continued to make inflated demands. The old man turned to his grandson. I asked him to convey his words, to which he received a positive response. With his hands on his knees, he began to dictate that the Gold Trade Association was not in the dimensional trade and he would not open a new business for the sake of report tickets. That was his word. Nam closed his eyes, thinking that this stock trader was too greedy, wondering if he couldn't just be satisfied with a heaven-level deal. He sat confidently and thought how impudent he was to offer a contract for exclusive trade with the Gold Association. If they entered the dimensional trade, that fact alone would cause a stir. He imagined a chest of gold coins falling from the ceiling, realizing that he wanted to become the only intermediary and profit from the conclusion of transactions. For him, this was unheard of impudence. He could not even imagine how influential a person he would then become. The grandson looked at his grandfather, stating that the stock trader had made a different offer and was asking for a condition to be kept for a certain action to be performed. Nam closed his eyes, allowing him to continue. The grandson showed 2 fingers in alarm, declaring that the merchant asked to invest 200,000 coins. The old man asked the amount in shock. The long-haired guy continued to speak, declaring that he would pay the entire amount back and even with interest. But the king of trade did not understand why he should believe him. The grandson worriedly told him that the blonde was simply asking to sign a contract that provides a guarantee of the exchange. The old man raised his hand, wondering what kind of trading ability this guy had. He couldn't blindly invest everything just anywhere, otherwise he might lose everything. The grandson pointed at the screen in surprise. The blonde said that he knew a solution to a similar problem in order to eliminate such a risk. Jo Nam indignantly asked him what he was talking about. Many red windows with notifications about acquiring the skill of communicating with clients popped up above the young man, who closed his eyes. The young man admitted that this still made him uncomfortable, as if someone had forcibly shoved knowledge into his head and then returned it all back. The notification window showed that the takeover was complete. Wiping the sweat from his face, the blonde declared that he had finished, and then asked whether the person in this field from whom this knowledge had been extracted could no longer work. The old man seriously replied that this was the knowledge of one of his subordinates who was nearby when he took his first steps in the trading field. Curran, sweating, said that he should at least convey words of gratitude. The old man closed his eyes and answered in peace that there was no need for this, because he kept him by force while he wanted to go to the village to raise his grandchildren. The merchants seemed to be sitting and talking opposite each other. The gray-haired man continued with regret that subordinate would now do just that, and he was sorry that he would become an ordinary villager. But if his abilities remained in other dimensions, he would only be grateful and happy about it. The old man said that in any case he would take care of his people, urging them not to worry, for he would treat him with respect so that he would never feel the bitterness of regret. The guy agreed with everything. He gestured, clarifying his own words that the trade association was not involved in the measurement trade, asking how he was able to organize the shipment. The sitting blonde man received notifications that there were no restrictions on individual transactions, thinking that transactions of this type were possible, just without using the association name. He touched his chin with his hand contentedly, rejoicing at the knowledge he received directly from the king of trade. The agreement on the transaction, as well as the balance, was displayed in front of the young man. The old man closed his eyes, repeating that he had fulfilled all the demands and even made concessions, so that he was now obliged to help his grandson. The blonde responded positively, promising to supply the goods needed for revenge over the next 3 years. The gray-haired man frowned, thinking that the young man was an ordinary stock trader, and it was unclear how he, the king of trade, had concluded a deal with such concessions. The old man stood under the incomprehensible glances of his grandson, saying that in such a case they had agreed, and the contract would definitely help his grandson if used carefully. The blonde replied that he hoped for further cooperation. The old man remained silent to such words. He walked away from the long-haired guy who stood up when his grandfather left, declaring that someday a good day will come for them. The grandson looked after his grandfather. He said he would immediately provide the merchant with a list of what was needed. A notification appeared with a pinned list of required items. He sat in front of a bunch of open windows, realizing that all 5 of them were objects of the 5th world of Murima. They all had one thing in common. He placed his hand on his cheek, reading that their phase is the owner of transcendental martial arts. He imagined the silhouettes of his opponents behind him, remembering that Joe Gum HWI had reached the same level, not knowing whether the young man could resist them. His finger reached out to the window with the attached file. He was about to send him a report. The blonde raised his hand, declaring that he sent the report and asked to check. The young man was surprised when he received an incomprehensible message that he was now joking. Joe Gum HWI upsetly did not finish talking about something connected with something more or another condition. The customer frowned with irritation, urging him to admit whether the young man had fabricated the data. The blonde with a sparkle in his eye listened carefully as the head of the great mountain said the same thing. The grandson of the trade king visibly drooped and remained silent when he received the message that the report could not be falsified. The guy thought that something had gone wrong and asked if there was an enemy among those people. The long-haired young man replied by correspondence that there were 2. He clenched his teeth angrily, declaring that the main culprit was missing. He asked again, uncomprehendingly, if the young man had made any changes. The blonde calmly replied that his answer would remain the same. Joe Gum HWI clenched his jaw. He said goodbye to the pen pal. Then a notification appeared indicating that the customer had left the conversation. The blonde understood that the sensations that make one feel anger and expectations are transmitted extremely rarely. He sat on his sofa in front of the panel, reflecting on how great his despair was, as well as his disappointment, realizing that it was sad. He frowned, wondering what if there were 2 enemies among the 5. He received complete information about his target, realizing that they had something in common. The blonde touched his chin, realizing that they had played a role in the massacre. Someone's sign in the form of a snake was drawn on the hexagon. The guys still couldn't believe what had happened. They stood in front of the snake sign. One of them told about the Night Master of Theros and what nonsense he was talking about the first time. His partner agreed with his opinion with a smile. Titan pointed his hand at the table, telling his partner that he should take this place because he does an excellent job with paperwork, and he can only use force. He raised his hand and gestured, grinning, declaring that if he settled in this office, it will be no different from existing furniture. Base looked at his partner and thanked him. The dark man looked at him and asked if he had learned anything about it. He frowned, menacingly telling that he was told that neither healers nor magicians would have the courage to do such a thing. If there was no magician who had never seen them, then there was no point in even trying. Titan asked with interest if he would then leave everything as it is, to which he received a positive answer. He was embarrassed by the words that he also worked here and endured this pain. However, when he told them to drink slowly, the guy had a bad feeling. Pilaf held 2 glasses in his hands, saying that they had become one team, offering to raise glasses of cocktails that he had specially prepared for them once. The contents in the glass looked very dubious. Pilaf, as if distraught, said to drink to the bottom. Frightened, the guys drank the drinks without thinking and remembered it with tears, swearing at the guy. The bright sun was shining on the city. Pilaf sat with his arms crossed in his mansion, asking the guys opposite how they feel. Base shared that the mood is worse than he expected, because he has no idea what his demands will be. The young man asked with a smile if they were going to take the reins of the organization into their strong hands, which is why they were so worried, urging them not to worry, calling himself a sane person. He clasped his fingers together and laid his head on them, promising to give him more freedom in combat, because he was not interested in criminal matters. This fact surprised my partners very much. The fair-haired man pulled out a white envelope, saying that there were his conditions, and if they were not violated, the fate of the previous chapter would not affect them. Base unfolded the envelope, reading with interest. They were very surprised to see the point about beetles. He understood everything. The guy looked at them with a malicious smile. Then they talked about declassifying his identity and a percentage of the organization's income. The partners were perplexed by the clauses of the agreement, comparing them with threats. Base clutched a sheet of paper in his hand, calling them more or less acceptable. They were afraid of the young man, who menacingly repeated their words, frantically convincing him that this was a generous offer. Pilaf, with a kind smile, reiterated that he was sensible. The frightened men doubted this a little. Base frowned, realizing that this was not the worst scenario. He asked the guy who crossed his arms over his chest what kind of trading company Flip was, to which they received the answer that it was the personal company of the protagonist. The partners were surprised by this fact and Base asked if he was a merchant. The young man gave them a high five with his finger, telling them about his 50 years of experience. The guys looked at each other in shock. An almost cloudless night hung over the fortress, a huge dark room where no one was. The door opened momentarily, then it quickly closed back. The blonde walked inside, wondering if it was necessary to use invisibility with such weak security at the academy. He looked away nervously, realizing that if he was found, he would be immediately expelled. He sat down on the floor, realizing that he had accomplished a lot in 15 days. The blonde closed his eyes, realizing that he had achieved superior rank. He remembered the king of trade with whom he entered into an agreement. Then he mentioned his trading company, which he bought out. I also recalled Base, who was put in the place of the boss of the Black Mamba. Sitting in a dark room, he remembered that he had even managed to make a sketch, glad that he did not give up his studies, realizing the limitlessness of his possibilities. He smiled contentedly, realizing that even dimensional trade exists to improve reality. Feeling confident, I realized that I needed to ask for another closed training session. Circle was surprised, relieved to realize that the blonde had returned on time. The young man looked at the coach with a smile, admitting that he was going to visit him. He stood up, about to say something about the closed training, but he was interrupted, saying that there was a serious problem. The main character was surprised when he asked him about the problem. Zirkle spread his arms, saying that the prosecutor from the Knight's Corps had come, saying that he needed to talk to the young man. The blonde was very surprised when he asked the coach for an answer. The man was worried. He replied that he asked to come next time, asking about the guy's guesses. The blonde answered anxiously that he had no guesses. The coach touched his chin with his hand, realizing that this was not because of a small thing. He removed his hand, saying that he had a companion with him. The young man opened his eyes wide when he heard the name Dyrika. The main character made a serious face, understanding what was going on. Dorian clearly suspected the young man of something. A dark dungeon corridor, 2 guards stood at the door. The blonde was sitting at the table, there was a candle and no one else. The guy thought, realizing that there was nothing to imprison him for and there was no basis for accusations. He grimaced with displeasure, realizing that he could not refute the alibi. Soon an unknown person came in and called the guy by his full name. The blonde responded positively. Genitz introduced himself to him as the commander of the Knightly Corps. The main character, shocked, tried to ask what the reason was, but he was interrupted. "Commander, don't be afraid. After all, he only needs to ask a few questions." Janet sat down at the table in front of him. He clasped his fingers together and rather intimidatingly asked if he would mind the main character starting. The main character sits in a lit dungeon. Janet's informed him that they still had not been able to find Kuntz. The blonde stared intently at his interlocutor when he realized what had actually happened. Hearing this, the man was surprised, because he did not expect that the guy did not know about this. Curran began to close his eyes and turn his head around. The commander looked down at the table. He realized that there was no way the blonde could have known about this, since the Steelguard guards had left the day before and the incident had occurred between midnight and dawn the next day. Blue-Eyed sharply raised his head, looking at the main character, and asked him if it seemed strange to him that Kuntz was absent from the academy. Curran thought that they were in different classes, but at the same time he was puzzled by the fact that he had never seen him the whole time. The table in the dungeon was illuminated by a burning candle. The blonde told Janet that he wasn't really familiar with Kuntz. This guy constantly did as he pleased, which is why the main character assumed that he returned to Albert's residence. The commander, closing his eyes, turned his head when he heard the guy's confession. Sitting opposite Curran, who did not really understand anything, the man said that he had no more questions. The blonde's face became more serious because he did not understand why Janet called him into the interrogation room. He expected that they would ask him more about everything. Meanwhile, the man removed his elbows from the table when the guy asked him if he could go already. The commander, stopping him, said that there was another person who wanted to ask questions to the main character. Janet turned to the door, informing some man that he could already enter the interrogation room. The door opened at the same second, while Curran watched it carefully. Seeing a serious Darran enter the room, the blonde realized that the real interrogation began now. The bearded man, frowning, looked at the main character. He reminded him that they had not seen each other for a long time. It seemed to the guy that his face became very drawn. Janet watched the interrogation, leaning against the wall. The man confirmed Curran's guesses, saying that in such a situation it would not have been different. The commander looked blankly at the guys who were staring at each other. The knight, moving his head forward, asked why the guy did this. The main character, dressed in a shirt, was very surprised, because the man, having skipped all the foreplay, asked him directly. The blonde asked him what he was talking about. Curran listened with displeasure to Darran, who told him that young Mr. Kuntz disappeared without a trace a day after Curran left, reminding him that the day before there was a fight between the knights. The guy lowered his head while the angry man said that this all happened too strange. Hearing this, the blonde considered this base to be too weak. The main character looked closely at Darran when he told him that he only suspected him because the guy happened to be there. The man's face changed, thinking. He said that until today he had thought about this tens of thousands of times. He believes that if Kuntz had left of his own free will, they would have discovered him, since his disappearance occurred more than a month ago. Meanwhile, Janet was still in the meeting room with his arms crossed. Darran suggested that if the young gentleman had been kidnapped for profit, the criminals would have already demanded a ransom. The man sitting in the illuminated dungeon lowered his head. He said that what happened was not an escape or a kidnapping at all, because there were no traces anywhere, and no one was making any demands on them. The knight looked furiously at his interlocutor. Leaning his hand on the table, he said loudly that when all impossible possibilities are erased, only the truth remains. Darran believes that the protagonist had the motive and opportunity to do this. Looking at the dissatisfied man, Janet recalled that the guy sitting opposite him was the son of a count, as well as a descendant of a hero, so he asked to show respect to him. After which the knight apologized to him. Turning his head to the commander, Curran asked him if Darran had the authority to interrogate him, reminding him that he was not a prosecutor. Janet looked intently at the main character when he said that this man had come with him at the request of Darran, asking him to show understanding to him. The knight looked back at the commander, who told the blonde that they could stop the interrogation if he had any objections. Curran refused, saying that he was also curious. The main character raised his hand, asking the men what his motive was, in their opinion. He reminded them that they live in a world where even murders sometimes happen just because they looked at someone the wrong way. The guy frowned and looked at Darran. He asked him if they could show him any evidence, not just guesses. The knight looked at him displeasedly, telling him that, on the night of the young master's disappearance, the Steelguard security detachment stopped in the village of Thane, which was only a day's drive from the academy. The man sitting opposite raised his gloved hand. He believes that everything that day looked as if Curran was trying to get to the village no matter what. The main character exhaled heavily, explaining to the knight that this was so, because sleeping without a roof over your head is extremely inconvenient. Meanwhile, Dairaka looked back at Genitz, who was standing behind him, who confirmed that sleeping on the ground was not the most pleasant pleasure. He said that he also did the same thing as the blonde, because a soft bed is much better. The knight frowned, but eventually agreed with them, saying that now the fun begins. Sitting in the illuminated interrogation room, the man said that residents reported that the arriving security detachment was in the village from night until the morning of the next day. Genitz looked at Dairaka sternly when he said that such evidence was not enough to convict, because there were dozens of similar evidence. The knight admitted to him that the residents firmly stood their ground, but at the same time he noticed a decisive gap in the testimony of eyewitnesses. Turning his head towards Iran, Dairaka reported that there was a person in the squad who used the room alone, who did not leave until dawn. The man looked at the serious blonde and said that eyewitnesses said that about him. The main character hunched over, bowed his head. Now he believes that the knight was well prepared. Curran even wanted to applaud him, but still the information he provided was not enough to sink the guy. Leaning against the wall, Genitz asked the man if Curran had returned to the academy, causing Kuntz to disappear, and then headed back to the village. Dairaka, turning his head towards the commander, confirmed his words. The commander exhaled heavily, crossing his arms as he reminded him that Curran was a middle-class cadet. He believes that even he cannot do this himself. Looking carefully at Genitz, the knight admitted that after conducting the experiment, he barely managed to pull it off. The commander turned his head to the side. He believes that it is physically possible to do this, but does not understand how to deceive the guards. Dairaka told him that the academy had a low fortress wall, making it easy to get in and out after midnight. Genitz closed his eyes, suggesting that Curran even managed to deceive Kuntz's subordinates who were in the next room. The man looked at him menacingly, confirming his guesses. Meanwhile, the commander began to turn his head around, realizing that Dairaka had only conjectures and assumptions. He advised him to rest a little, because the knight was too carried away. The man stood up from the table and, looking at the main character, asked him why he didn't ask for a favor. He pushed the table aside as he announced that he needed to check something. Curran sat in front of Dairaka without taking his eyes off him. The knight is interested in whether the blonde is hiding his true abilities. The guy looked at the angry man in disbelief. Looking carefully at the main character, Dairaka understands that at the age of 16 he cannot have the first rank, considering this complete nonsense. But at the same time, he remembered that, from their first meeting, he felt some unique energy from this blonde. The man became wary, looking menacingly at Curran. He believes that the guy should have first rank, thanks to which all their questions will be answered. A bead of sweat ran down Genitz's face. He does not understand whether the main character is a suspect, because Dairaka's accusations against the Steelguard family seemed absurd to him. Blue Eyes looked at the knight again as he decided that it was worth stopping him, suggesting that this situation could escalate into a conflict between the two noble houses. The commander informed the man that he could not put mana into someone else's body. The protagonist bowed before Genitz, asking them to check on him. But first he wants to make one thing clear. Closing his eyes, Curran told them that they had insulted him by accusing him of being involved in Kuntz's disappearance. The guy raised his head sharply, looking intently at the knight, and asked him what he would do if he found out that Curran was not to blame for this incident. Dairaka said that in this case he would do whatever he wanted. With a grin on his face, the main character suggested that he quickly finish this interrogation. The men, holding hands, looked into each other's eyes. Using his abilities, Dairaka glared at Curran. The knight, drooping, let go of his head, because he felt that the blonde had only the fourth rank. A bead of sweat ran down the man's angry face. He doesn't understand where Curran's excess mana went. Meanwhile, Dairaka's eyes widened in surprise. Using his abilities, the main character informed him that he would never be able to find his mana if he did not know about the existence of the first system, as well as the various martial arts techniques that are used there. Curran stared at the man while his rank 1 mana was blocked in certain blood vessels. Being in another space, the guy stands in front of Dairaka. He knows that the 100-year-old internal energy Kai accumulated in the lower abdomen cannot compare with the mana of the heart. While the knight placed his mana into Curran's body, Genitz watched what was happening. The men, watching each other, let go of their hands when the commander asked about the results of the check. Standing with his back to Genitz, the knight said that the main character has 4th class, which is close to 3rd. Hearing this, the commander was surprised, his eyes widening. He asked Darran how he managed to get into the middle class of the academy. A slight smile appeared on the man's face when the blonde said that he had recently been able to acquire several achievements. Genitz admitted to him that he was initially puzzled by the fact that a freshman in middle school had a closed practice. Looking at Curran standing near the wall, the commander hopes that his father will be proud of him. after which he advised him to also try his best. The main character looked blankly at the man who had been watching him all this time. Bowing his head, Darran asked the guy for forgiveness, admitting that he was mistaken. Meanwhile, the knight was still staring at the protagonist when Genitz explained to Curran that the captain did this because he was desperate. In turn, the blonde was glad that the doubts that had arisen were now dispelled. Standing opposite the worried Darran, the guy exhaled heavily. He believes that the man's worries were unfounded from the very beginning. The knight bowed before the main character. He said he was very ashamed of his actions, adding that he felt as if he had been possessed by a demon. Curran felt awkward. He clenched his fists. After all, the man again began to ask him for forgiveness. The main character raised his head and looked at the drooping captain. He hopes that Darran will be able to find Kuntz, despite the fact that he doesn't know him well. Genitz grabbed his collar when the main character announced that he was going to class. Finally, the man thanked him for his cooperation. Looking back, the guy left the interrogation room. A sly grin appeared on his face. After him, Darran and the commander supporting him came out of the dungeon. Curran realized that he had completely closed the Kuntz case. Meanwhile, at the academy, Dmitri was pointedly offended by the main character. He asked him how he dared to do this to him. Leaning on his arm, the guy felt uneasy because he didn't understand what he had done wrong. His neighbor began waving his arms while he, sitting next to him, sighed heavily. The brunette reminded him that he had left for a closed training session without saying a word to him, which made him worry. Hearing this, Curran replied that he could check with the Zirkel instructor about his whereabouts. Dmitri burst into tears in front of the whole class, which made the blonde feel awkward. He said that he did not sleep at night, waiting for his neighbor. Everyone in the class began to whisper, looking around at the uncomprehending main character. They looked at him without looking away, because they did not understand how a middle-class student could get into a closed training session. One guy suggested that Curran received a special privilege due to the influence of his family, although the others think that this is impossible to pull off in the academy. Hearing what they were discussing, the blonde exhaled heavily. Meanwhile, a blue-haired man approached the main character from behind and called him by name. Curran turned his head towards the stranger because he wondered who it was. The guy remembered how the blue-haired man fought in the entrance test so that he distinguished himself from all the students. He is a master who never came down from the top until graduation. The main character remembered that his very existence was, in a way, an amplifier of his inferiority complex in a previous life. In front of him stood a serious blue-haired guy whose name was Cassian Tross. Sitting next to the shocked Dmitri, the blonde wondered why he spoke to him, after which he asked what happened at Cassian. Looking intently at the main character, the guy challenged him to a duel. Hearing this, all the students in the audience opened their mouths. The guys carefully watched what was happening in the back rows. They don't understand why the first place from the top class should challenge the middleman from the intermediate class to a fight. Curran turned his head to the blue-haired man standing next to him. Students believe that, on the contrary, the blonde should have challenged the strongest to a duel. The main character turned away from Cassian, saying that he did not want to fight him. The guy, frowning, asked him why he didn't want this. The student continued to glare at the blonde, who explained that he simply didn't want to fight him, which wasn't a good reason according to Cassian. Leaning his hand on his knee, Curran asked him why he suddenly decided to challenge him to a duel, assuming that the guy knew him. Blue-eyed, looking sternly at the main character, said that, according to the rules, he cannot refuse the fight. Meanwhile, the blonde put his hand on the back of the chair. The main character said that the rule given to students in the lower classes was created so that those at the top would not become fixated on their ranking. Cassian bowed his head as he stated that he too could exercise this right. But Curran told him that this rule was not given in order to feel superior by brutally killing other people, after which he advised him to have fun with those who are at the same level as him. Lowering his head, the guy said that the Zirkel instructor allowed him, agreeing to be an observer. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face as he sorted out his thoughts. Curran realized that he couldn't refuse since the instructor decided everything for him, and there was also talk everywhere about the closed training. The guy exhaled heavily, realizing that he had no other choice. He asked Cassian when the fight would take place. The student looked seriously at his opponent and announced that now. The main character looked at him displeased, while the other guys were shocked by what was happening. The blonde stood up from his chair, leaning his hands on the table. He believes that in any case he will not spend much time on this fight. Curran, looking at the high school student, asked him to go first. The students left the classroom with their heads down. The students who remained in the office continued to watch the leaving guys. They don't understand how a duel can take place between freshmen ranked 1st and 72nd. After which we decided to go and look at Cassian's skills, knowing that he is very talented. Meanwhile, students gathered in the duel hall. The rivals, armed with copper swords, are watched from the side by Zirkle. The main character looked at the instructor menacingly, which made him feel uneasy. The man was embarrassed, asking Arun for forgiveness because he could not do anything. The blonde, upset, exhaled heavily. The guy turned sharply to Cassian, asking about the reason for his action. Behind the student stood the guys, waiting for the battle. He said that Arun, being a freshman, was at a special training session that no one had ever attended before. The main character looked intently at Cassian when he confirmed his words, believing that he had set an absolute record. After all, only a week has passed since entering the academy. The senior student lowered his head, not understanding how the blonde managed to do this, because his application was rejected. The hero looked at him blankly, assuming that Cassian did this because he stole the opportunity to become first from him. Hearing this, the student became so angry that he began to shake his hand in front of the main character, who realized that he was greatly hurt by what had happened. Cassian asked him not to talk nonsense, admitting that he was only interested in the reason why Arun would be able to get permission for special training. Taking his weapon in hand, Arun called the best freshman's argument unconvincing. He reminded him that training room assignments were based on potential, not ranking. Cassian felt awkward when the guy looking at him admitted that, thanks to the closed training, he was able to deal with his arrested development, which is precisely the purpose of special training. The student told him that he knew about it. While the other guys were watching what was happening, Arun asked the guy if he thought he should be the first in everything, since he entered the academy with the highest grades. Cassian was so angry that he frowned. He doesn't understand what this blonde guy is talking about. Looking at the student who had lost his temper, the main character felt that he was overreacting to such a minor provocation. He realized that Cassian was still a child, despite the fact that he shone in Arun's past life. The freshman grabbed his copper sword tightly when he announced that he, too, had stagnated in his development. A smirk appeared on the protagonist's face as the student looked at him seriously. The guy hopes that he will work hard and one day overcome this wall. Hearing this, Cassian asked not to go too far, deciding that he himself would check how strong the blonde was. He is aware that the middle-class student has improved his skills. The student swung the weapon while standing in front of Arun. He believes that the main character had no right to attend a closed training session. The rivals clashed swords, watching each other intently. Seeing how Cassian began to use his abilities, those around him were shocked. The guy was able to jump away from him, realizing that his opponent was a real genius. Meanwhile, Cassian jumped up, armed with a sword. Darran remembered that in a past life this boy, until the end of his days, sported with his head held high. The main character looked at him seriously. He remembered all those whom he was able to defeat in battle. Darran believes that today Cassian has chosen as his opponent someone who is too tough for him. Covering his face with a copper sword, the blonde considered that this student would be an insignificant speck in his path. When the blue-haired guy attacked the main character, he was able to deflect his blow with his sword. A bead of sweat ran down Cassian's angry face. He asked how long Arun would continue to defend itself. The blonde frowned and looked at his opponent. He regrets that he cannot deal with him with one blow, because the guy is already very annoying to him. Raising his sword, the main character remembered that he would not be able to defeat Cassian, because in the eyes of other students his level was not high enough for this now. He ponders whether he should lose so that his opponent crushes him to smithereens or arrange a draw. Meanwhile, Arun's eyes widened as he realized what he should do better. He saw a mark left by Cassian on the cracked wall behind him. The main character realized that his control skills were noticeably weak, although he released mana perfectly. The freshman swung his sword furiously again. The guy hit Arun, but he was able to jump at the same second. The main character flew to the side, continuing to watch the out-of-breath enemy. Darran, clenching his fists, lowered his sword. Seeing this, Cassian's eyes widened, because he did not expect this. Looking at his opponent, the student asked what he was doing. The main character slung his sword over his shoulder when he said that a knight who has reached heights controls strength with gentleness. He overcomes heaviness with lightness and speed with slowness. Meanwhile, the concerned student kept his eyes on Arun, who said he had quoted his father's words. The guy assumed that he was talking about Leviathan. Observers, seeing how the opponents stopped fighting, felt that the main character had uttered an all-too-common phrase. They think that it is better to be heavy, strong, and also fast. Arun lowered his head while the uncomprehending Cassian asked what the continuation of this instruction from Leviathan was. The blonde reported that his father said nothing more. The freshman again armed himself with a sword when the main character said that Leviathan showed him everything by his own example. The guy suddenly extended his sword in front of Cassian's face. The tip of his weapon almost reached the shocked enemy. The blue-eyed man instantly became angry at what had happened. He threw away Curran's sword with all his strength, informing him that he was being frivolous. Cassian frowned, not understanding what was happening. Holding the sword in his hand, the guy realized that he did not feel the sensation of the blow, although he was sure that he had definitely touched the main character. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. He pointed his sword at the shocked opponent. Cassian got so angry that he clenched his teeth. The guy attacked Darran, who at the same second raised his hand. The main character, moving his sword to the side, looked intently at the enemy. The blue-eyed man opened his mouth in surprise. Throwing a copper sword over his shoulder, the blonde asked the shocked student how he liked this spectacle. Cassian imagined the protagonist towering over him when he asked him if he was still ineligible. Curran smiled devilishly at the worried guy. The copper sword for battles was well sharpened. Meanwhile, the blonde looked displeased at the shocked Zirkle. Raising his finger, the instructor loudly announced that, seeing no desire to fight, the battle ended in a draw. All the academy students became angry, demanding that the battle continue. They believe that all the fun has just begun. A bead of sweat ran down Zirkle's face. He angrily demanded that everyone shut up. Reminding them that the fight was over, he asked the students to return to class. The guys still continued to discuss the fight, which ended in a draw. One guy suggested that the two had become friends, but the brunette reminded him that Cassian was dumbfounded by what was happening. Students began to file out of the battle hall while the top freshmen stood there, deflated. Guys, I think that Curran deserves to attend a closed training session, because his fight with first place ended in a draw. The instructor approached Cassian, who had his head down. The main character, standing next to Zirkle, watched the departing enemy. The guy smiled at the worried man, saying that the duel ended well. The instructor asked if this was how the blonde planned to finish it. As Curran tried to lean in, Zirkle asked him if he thought he had gone a little overboard, reminding the blonde that this art is beyond the control of even an instructor. The main character, grinning, confirmed Zirkle's words. He compared it to leaving the door of a special rank open after the man had mastered everything. Introducing the armed warrior, Curran said that he demonstrated the magic of the Dream of Darkness technique of 8 stars, which is first-class enlightenment or higher. And also, he only showed the tip of the iceberg. Concerned, Zirkle raised his hand and suggested that a child who is striving to achieve 2nd grade is confused about demonstrating higher-level skills. The blonde, closing his eyes, admitted that he did this on purpose. He believes that the fight ended this way thanks to the instructor. The man looked at the student blankly. He thinks that the guy could have lost without going too far, since he plans to hide his skills anyway. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face as he revealed that he was trying to annoy Cassian a little without losing to him. The blonde raised his head and, looking at Zirkle, said that today after classes he would need to leave the academy for a while. He asked whether the man could prepare a pass for him. The instructor was confused, not understanding why this guy even entered the academy. Then he asked Darran where he planned to go this time. Meanwhile, the sky was covered with an orange sunset. But at the same time, the workers continued to work hard. They are moving huge wooden boxes. Seeing this, the reincarnated protagonist crossed his arms, wondering if all this belonged to him. While people were working hard, the guy admired the beautiful view. Pilaf turned around awkwardly, because someone was happy about the arrival of the head of the trading company. Looking at the smiling deputy, the guy asked if there had been any incidents. The man said that nothing of the kind happened. Holding the documents in his hands, Marcus said that things were going so well that there weren't even any problems. This man is now the deputy of the Pilaf Trading Company. The man held the tablet in his hands while the head looked at him blankly. Marcus told the head that he had come just in time, because the decision needed to be approved. The main character began to examine and detail the document indicating that they would have 15 porters, 10 merchants, and 3 clerks. After reading it, he asked that the deputy double the number of new employees. The man felt uneasy while Pilaf was handing him the tablet, because he believes that they do not need so many employees. The head told him that even twice the amount would not be enough. Then he said that in the future, as deals are concluded, they will increase the number of employees. Marcus was so surprised by what he heard that he opened his mouth. He still cannot believe the volume of transactions that the head of the trading company requested. Pilaf smiled at the worried deputy because he didn't understand why he was so surprised. He admitted that he planned to increase the staff by 4 times, but believes that now there is no need for them to rush. The main character, raising his finger up, said that from now on they will have a lot to do. After all, he is confident that in a few years Pilaf will become the largest trading company of Theros. Standing next to his deputy, the CEO said that while he was cautious, the first priority was to grow the company. The guy looked at the man intently when he asked him to call carpenters to renovate the old building to expand the warehouse. Marcus opened his mouth at what he heard, because he believes that this is unnecessary, since Pilaf only recently opened his own commercial business. Then I reminded him that there was still enough free space in the warehouse. The man felt awkward when the head reminded him that he had recently told him his plan. Marcus asked if he was talking about sizes, to which he received a positive answer from Pilaf. Standing among the wooden barrels, the protagonist asked the deputy how customers would look at them if their trading company used a dilapidated building. He asked Marcus not to try to save money somewhere, but to spend as much as he needed. The man, with a drop of sweat running down his face, said that he would carry out all the instructions. Looking back at the deputy, the guy began to think about this situation, like an old man who had been trading for half a century. Looking at the awkward man, the head realized that he was a pretty good option for the position of deputy, because Marcus is not greedy, diligent, and also has good practical skills. But Pilaf believes that he is too phlegmatic and timid in making any decisions as his main drawback. The main character, bowing his head, considered that the man would not stab him in the back. He thinks that when the need arises to appoint someone to a leadership position, the choice falls primarily on someone who is trustworthy. Smiling, the head asked Marcus where the secretary was. Meanwhile, the table in the office was full of various books. The guy knocked on the door. Hearing the sound, a girl with sari looked out through the stacks of books. Standing near the passage to the office, Pilaf asked if she had any complaints. The secretary and the cat were very happy that the head decided to visit them. At that same second, Sari flew into the arms of the smiling guy. The red cat began to lick the main character while he reminded that they had not seen each other for only one day. Looking at the embarrassed girl, Pilaf suggested that he had put too much work on her shoulders, because she had to do the counting and also keep an eye on Sari. The secretary touched her chain when she said that she was glad to help the head, because under his leadership, she could easily get used to everything. The guy was petting the cat sitting on his arm when he admitted that the secretary was doing better than he expected. Then he asked her to immediately tell him if any difficulties arose. Looking carefully at the manager, the girl said that the order had been fulfilled in the workshop. The main character did not expect that they would cope so quickly. Looking at the smiling head who was playing with Sari, the secretary said that in the afternoon the deputy personally picked up his order, and then took it to the backyard. The guy believes that he didn't have to bother so much, because he could go himself. The girl was very surprised when she asked Pilaf where he planned to use it. While the head continued to caress Sari, the secretary looked at him blankly. He told her that he had made an order for a cat. Meanwhile, in the backyard there was a luxurious carriage. Holding the delighted cat, the guy said that he could eat exclusive food that had been prepared personally for him. The delighted Sari blushed. The cat quickly ran away from the owner, who wished him bon appetit. Looking at how Sari eats the carriage, the main character suggested that the same would happen if a person saw a carriage made of sweets. He thinks that the cat won't eat her instantly, because she is huge. The head sat down on the bench, figuring that there should already be some result, and decided to check the mail. The guy's eye glowed red as he entered the first system. A system sign appeared in front of him, informing him that from now on he can manage the partner store menu. He was glad that what he had planned was actually working. This store has a variety of functions, thanks to which the protagonist believes that this is a real place to invest the coins received from the King of Trade. He thinks that, compared to this, the money that Arun spends on the trading company Pilaf is mere pennies. A red system screen appeared in front of the guy. He learned that 1 million coins were required for the entry fee. Despite the fact that the price is an astronomical amount, the main character believes that it is worth it. Curran remembered the embarrassed Myom as a channel master who is very useful in many ways. From now on, the guy plans to make the most of their relationship while he can. Looking intently at the screen, the main character decided that he should, first of all, change the name of the store. His store is called All Kinds of Murama Goods, where customers can purchase everything they need at one time. Holding his chin, Curran suggested that it was too pretentious. The guy spread his arms to the sides, considering that he had such a concept. Leaning forward, the protagonist remembered that partner stores have one specialized field, due to a limited number of places. However, he knows that specialized stores are already crowded with representatives of the first system. Curran, putting his finger to his mouth, realized that he could not sell a better quality product in bulk using some trick. After all, he is not a manufacturer, but an intermediary. Imagining that he was sitting around a huge amount of money, the guy decided that the main advantage of his store would be the variety of goods. While observing the warehouse through the system, Curran remembered that many products were not yet in stock. He is ashamed to call the organization Everything Stores based only on what he has in inventory. Having sent an invitation to the conversation, the guy decided that first he should replenish his stock of martial arts records. At the same second he received a response message. Darran inquired about the situation. Seakan was glowing with happiness when he told the guy that everything was just wonderful. Thanks to the help of the main character, he gradually began to buy and collect internal energy. The saddened Darran exhaled heavily, saying that he was not interested in this at all. The guy said that he was interested in the security of the library, because security had recently been strengthened. Standing in the office, Seakan excitedly replied that now it's even difficult to pick up a single volume from the library. He believes that this practice will continue for some time. With his chin resting on his hand, Darran admitted that he planned to provide the man with a reliable business partner. Seakan uncomprehendingly asked him what he was talking about. Smirking, the guy believes that there is no point in telling the man about this. After all, due to the increased security of the library, he cannot do anything. Seakan began to laugh loudly, explaining to Darran that his words did not mean that it was impossible to make a hole in the security. The man reminded him that he was a legend who was still alive even after putting his life on the line in the Heavenly Sword Castle. Meanwhile, the guy sitting on the bench got angry, thinking that Seakan was talking too much. He asked him if it was possible to bypass the security. The man's eyes widened when the main character said that he would pay him 3,000 coins a month. He realized that, in just 1 year, he could regain half of the internal energy that he had in the past. Looking at his hands, a joyful Seakan asked the guy who would become his business partner. Sitting in front of the red system screen that appeared, Darran replied that it was a partner store. The man was so happy that he clenched his fists, realizing that the money would definitely not fly away somewhere. He asked the main character what the name of his store was. Meanwhile, the guy crossed his arms contentedly, saying that his store was called All Kinds of Murama Goods, Darran Store. Hearing this, Seakan felt uneasy. Blushing with embarrassment, the main character demanded that the man not laugh, because otherwise he would destroy him. After seriously looking at the screen, Seakan said that he would have to undergo a very strict test after opening a partner store. Darran lowered his head when he said that he would sort it out somehow. He asked the man to prepare martial arts tapes that would be priced 10% below the average cost. A drop of sweat ran down the man's face. He thinks that this is too much, because then his income will be less. The guy asked a worried Seakan if his problem was that the recordings were left or that there were not enough of them. Then he said that among the stock traders ready to make a deal, he chose the stupidest one and began to implement his plan. After all, he believes that it is better to sell goods in full at a discount than to expect some kind of miracle. The man's eyes widened as he told the chief that he was right. He also thinks that he benefits from a large sales volume. Leaning on his knees, Darran told Seakan to prepare the martial arts notes since he understood everything. The man said that he would do everything. Meanwhile, the guy pressed the button to end the conversation. He is glad that he was able to understand the martial arts records. Smiling widely, the main character crossed his arms. He decided that it was time to replenish stocks of other products. Night fell on the academy. Darran walked down the wooden stairs. With a slight smile, he thought that the outing had been useful, albeit short-lived. The yellow notification window said that these are all kinds of Murama goods, Darran store, selling various items. Buy elixir here, magic stones there, and martial arts records here, and go there to get weapons. Aren't you tired of going back and forth? Buy everything you need in one go at the Darran store. The red notification said that he had received the achievement King of Trade. Use 250,000 coins in the first system channel. The reward for achieving 15,000 coins. Darran thought with a smile that he had opened his partner's store, stocked the product shelf, and even made progress in the necessary connections. He reflected intently that Sari's ability to transform, which had been questioned up to that point, had also been confirmed. There was a red carriage in the square in front of the building. Darran pointed his finger at her in surprise and said that this is amazing. The pet took into account everything, even the smallest details. The guy came closer, looking at the carriage, and thought that the reason why the transformation of the magic sword was not ideal was because he was still too small back then. As the guy thought, the last transformation into a unicorn was not an accident. Darran folded his arms across his chest with a satisfied smile, and thought that he was now finally convinced that Sari is a Bulgasari of the highest level. Opening the door to the room, the blonde thought that besides combat assistance there are many other uses. From now on it is worth feeding him with different things. Darran opened his eyes in surprise. He entered the room where no one was and thought that Dimitri must have gone to training. The guy smiled contentedly, closing the door, and said that this was great. He just really wanted to know how things were going with the partner store. The young man's eye glowed red. The system reported that the golden dragon with the jade rod Jojiomhui sent a request to talk, and the guy was surprised. He reached his fingers towards the red notification, interestedly saying that he had finally made a decision. Curran sat on the bed in front of the open chat window, in which it was written that they had not contacted for a long time, to which he asked how the interlocutor put his thoughts in order. The man replied that yes, after much thought, he finally decided. The long-haired man frowned angrily and clenched his teeth, saying that even though the revenge would be incomplete, he was ready to take it. Curran calmly replied that he made the right decision. Jiomhui closed his eyes and said that nevertheless, it took a lot of time to think. The man sat on a colored bench with his head down and said that although he also hated those two, he did not hate them as much as the main culprit of what happened. However, if he gets rid of them, then the main culprit will guess about the existence of the Avenger. The man frowned, saying that if the culprit hides, he will forever lose the opportunity to take revenge. Darran looked with a red eye and asked if he thought they were still in touch. It had been a long time. Turning gloomy, Jiomhui replied that they are masters, so even after decades, some news about each other can reach their ears. Darran smiled, touching his chin with his finger, and said that indeed, they have a special relationship, because they are accomplices of Nanju bloodshed. Jiomhui froze in surprise. With his eyes widened in shock, he asked, "Does the guy know?" The blonde calmly replied that in general terms, and thought that he sent Seakan to Nanju and he had difficulty obtaining some information about this incident. About Nanju bloodshed. There were bodies lying on the floor near the stairs. This was a tragedy that occurred after dimensional transactions appeared in the world of Muram. There were many people lying on the stone platform covered in blood. This is a terrible case of abuse of the basic characteristic of dimensional transactions that allows the exchange of internal energy. On that day, the internal energy of hundreds of people was drained, after which every one of them was deprived of their lives. Red blood stains appeared. Curran sat on the bed and reasoned that Jiomhui's parents were also among the victims. The blonde was surprised to see messages in which it was written that the interlocutor was going to wait a little and find the main culprit, and then capture the whole gang. Gritting his teeth in anger, he said that when he finally managed to find the enemy, he realized that he could not wait. The brunette looked furiously, gritting his teeth, and angrily said that he was burning from the inside with the desire to make them feel in their own skin what he had to go through to repay them in the same coin. Darran, sitting on the bed, said that he was thinking in the right direction. According to their agreement, if he needed anything, the guy would provide support. He looked at the chat, adding that he could contact him at any time. As a bonus, he was also willing to be his interlocutor. The man was very surprised. Bowing, he said thank you very much. Then a little later, the system reported that the jade-faced golden dragon Jojiomhui has left the conversation. Curran touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that revenge. Both opponents were at their peak. He would be able to take revenge easily. The guy closed his eyes, exhaling, and decided that this was the responsibility of Jiomhui himself, and he just needed to perform his duties well. He fingered the menu in front of him, wondering what the reaction would be to his partner store. He looked surprised. With a surprised smile, he opened the window and said that he was in shock. He thought that opening a retail outlet with a varied assortment instead of a specialty store was the right decision. No, it even caused a much greater reaction than expected. People shouted in surprise that it was cool, everything was there, and it was of good quality. The man joyfully exclaimed that now he doesn't have to search all over the channel in search of the right product. And at the same time, he doesn't have to deal with bad sellers who are trying to deceive in every possible way. The man said in surprise that the prices were really reasonable. The long-haired man raised his finger, saying that the prices are actually a little high, but compared to other partner stores, everything here is fair. Commenters asked how many promotions he was running, if there were any coins left, and thanked him for the coupon. Curran sat by the stairs and, resting his head on his hand, thought that things were going so well that it was even a little scary. He scratched his cheek with a smile and said that at this rate everything would be sold out in a week. There would be no need to think about leftovers. He sat in front of the notice and thought that the minimum plan was to achieve heroic rank and enter the second system of dimensional transactions. At first they set the bar at 2 years, but in this situation, he can already move on to the next step. Footsteps were heard on the stairs. Curran listened. He turned his gaze, listening, and said that this energy was familiar to him, so they would meet like this. He heard the man say that he was still lazy. The man stopped behind and asked why he was sitting here at such a time. Darran turned around and said with a smile that he came to him quickly. Only a month had passed since he was enrolled in the academy, and so much had already happened. The young man clenched his teeth, saying that if he had been quiet, they would not have had to meet throughout the year. Darran stood up, saying that this is true brotherly affection that moves you to tears. He turned around and asked, "Isn't it, big brother?" Jason looked at him carefully. This is the second son and third child of the Count, a knight of the rank of 4th class. He looked at the younger one and asked what happened to him during this time, to which the blonde asked in surprise, "What was he talking about?" Jason said in surprise that he was sure that he would be in the lower class, but middle class, and even 72nd place in the ranking. How is this possible? Darran exhaled, asking, "Is this so surprising?" Jason frowned, answering that, of course, it was about him, not anyone else. Darran stood silently, thinking that, indeed, such a reaction should have been expected from his brother, because he only remembers him as he was in a past life. Darran calmly asked what is it that is why he is so alarmed. He understands everything perfectly well. Jason asked in surprise, what was he talking about? The brother was clearly dissatisfied, and the blonde thought that, looking back, it could be said that Jason also did not live up to his father's expectations. Even Curran, who graduated from the academy as a knight of the 2nd class, often heard exclamations of regret. Jason generally only has the 4th rank. He imagined his brother sadly bowing his head on his knees and thought that, fortunately, in his past life he simply did not have any outstanding skills, while Jason was completely broken when he could not overcome the wall of aura owners. The dark-haired man looked at the younger man in surprise, which is why a slight feeling of anxiety was always visible in his gaze turned to him. Darran looked at him with a smile and thought that ironically, he was the one who ignored him the most and the one who watched him with the highest wariness. The blonde imagined Jason and Curran standing behind him, and thought that the elder's thoughts were that he would never defeat Curran. But if he tried his best, he could take a position in the middle and then no one would reproach him too much. Enough be simply better than a run. The elder brother looked gloomily. The blonde's gaze was calm. He thought he didn't know about it at the time. He turned to his brother standing on the steps and thought that now, looking at him, he realized how pathetic Jason was. Jason stood on the stairs leading from the tower, and Darran stood below and looked at him. He closed his eyes, exhaling, and said that he did not think that his brother came here for the sake of a tearful connection with the younger one, and if he had something to do, then let him speak. The elder remained silent, looking at him in surprise. Then he looked at the blonde and asked about the fight with Cassian. How did it work out for him? And the blonde asked what the question was and said that it was all a matter of calculation. The dark-haired man exclaimed, repeating that it was in the calculations. Don't let him make fun of him. The fight with Cassian could never end in a draw. The fair-haired man looked at him carefully and asked if he couldn't have done that. His brother looked at him carefully and said that this is not the case, as 72nd and 1st place can be. Darran turned to him and said that there will always be a way, to which his brother replied that regarding that method, they want to see him. The blonde looked at him in surprise and asked who. The brother frowned, saying that it was Thane. Darran opened his eyes in surprise, asking Thane, which Thane Carlson? The brother nodded silently. The blonde exhaled, saying that he was a funny fool. If he had something to say, then he should have come himself. Why did he send him? Jason fearfully put his finger to his lips and told him to watch his tongue. The younger one looked at his clearly frightened brother and asked, his words were too rash, but is there anyone else here besides the two of them? The blonde sighed and asked if he should just go now. Where would he like to meet him? The brother gloomily asked where he was going in such an outfit and did he really think that Thane would meet him in person. The dark-haired man took out an envelope sealed with wax and told the guy to come in the evening to the address written here. The envelope landed at Darran's feet, and he heard the question of whether he had a formal suit, and the words that he should put it on. The guy looked at the envelope in surprise, recognizing. The brother frowned, telling him to remember what part he was given, because an invitation to the freshman club was something out of the ordinary. Darran bent down, picking up the envelope, and asked what other honor he gave. After all, he gave a simple invitation to a puppet show. Jason angrily wondered why his brother was making him angrier with every word. Turning away, he waved his hand and angrily said that he must not be late under any circumstances. The blonde watched the guy walk up the stairs. He looked at the envelope in his hands and chuckled, thinking maybe he should go if the opportunity came up. The number 21 was written on the red seal of the envelope. The guy said that there would be those with whom he would have to face sooner or later, and those whose faces he sincerely wanted to see. The symbol for the number 21 is in a triangle enclosed in a red circle. This is Club 21, the unofficial high society club of Theros Academy, and since the number of members is 21, Only students from high-ranking and noble families are invited to participate. The guy introduced the ladies, who stood near the guy with a glass in his hand, and thought that the connections created here last a lifetime. So many strive to be among the chosen ones. The guy was talking to a girl in a ball gown. Curran thought that in a nutshell this means a gathering of the rising stars of the current generation of Navarro, on whom high hopes are pinned. In the ballroom there were girls in beautiful dresses with fans. Young men in suits were holding glasses with drinks and talking. The youth smiled and laughed. Footsteps in white boots were heard in the room. Everyone noticed in surprise and looked there. Curran entered the room with an indifferent look in a formal suit with a dark tailcoat. Those present chatted, asking each other who he was. This was the first time he had seen him here. Wasn't he a freshman? Some said that they didn't remember anyone particularly standing out among them. Others said that they thought that Cassian was in the lead in the first year. Is he really better than him? The following asked to look and concluded that it looked good, but lacked polish, and someone even called it cute. Curran smiled and thought that their wariness was quite natural, because in front of them was a body with the tag of a Navarro high society star. The blonde literally shone in his suit, smiling contentedly. He opened his eyes and noticed someone in the distance. The guy looked at the girl in a purple dress who stood in the corner of the room. She smiled flirtatiously and straightened her long hair, and the guy recognized her as Selena Lupever. He looked at her carefully and thought that she really was also at Club 21. This fact completely flew out of his head. He resolutely turned away, which greatly surprised the girl, and thought that in this life he should not get involved with her. Selena stood, looking at him in confusion, and her friend asked what he thought of himself. Had he really ignored the girl? A friend with a short haircut said, "What disgusting manners. Who is he?" Selena frowned, angrily thinking that he dared to humiliate her like that. He thinks that since he has a pretty face, he can get away with it. With a smile, Curran looked back at her, remembering that in a past life he could not see through the girl's true nature, so he was simply fascinated by this beauty. There's no benefit to having him around her, so it's best to avoid it. Two red-haired twins approached the blonde and called his name. He looked at them, asking, "So what?" The guys were surprised and angry, asking again, "In what sense and what?" One of them shouted gloomily that he must have gone crazy if he couldn't distinguish who was on top and who was on bottom. This was Hilan Darius, the eldest son of the Darius family. The second one angrily folded his hands on his chest and said that it was all because of Darran. This bad man beat him and now even dares to ignore them. This was said by Darran, the second son of the Darius family. The guy introduced the smiling young man and thought that these turned out to be Darran's older brothers. Taking a closer look, he realizes that they are really similar. Apparently he complained that he was beaten. The guy looked at them carefully and wondered what to do. There are too many eyes here to make a fuss. The twins looked at him. He stood calmly in front of them, wondering if he should politely ask them to move out of the way. The thoughts were interrupted by Jason's voice, who told them to stop. Everyone looked at him in surprise. The brother announced that he had arrived. Darran looked at him and replied that yes, he thought about him, so he decided to appear. Hilan angrily asked Jason what exactly they should stop. Did he decide to protect his so-called younger brother? The second twin supported, shouting that he himself said that he did not consider him his relative. That brotherly affection had unexpectedly manifested itself. The elder sighed and remained silent. Darran looked at him. The dark-haired one told the surprised twins that he was not protecting him, because the guy was here at Thane's invitation. The twins looked at each other in confusion and decided that they would go then. They deliberately turned away from the guy standing in front of them. Then they left, the blonde watching them go. He turned to his brother, who was standing with his back to him, and asked where Thane was, to which he received the answer that he was there, inside, alone. Curran exhaled, looking away, and asked who he was trying to pretend to be. The future Duke doesn't want to hang out with mere mortals. Jason turned to him angrily and said that he warned him to be careful with his words. During the time that they did not see each other, he completely lost his sense of fear. The blonde followed his brother and asked if anyone else was listening to them. To this the elder replied that whoever needs it will hear. Let him remain silent and follow him. Curran lowered his head, thinking that the brothers Darius and Jason seemed to be very afraid of Thane. He followed the eldest, thinking that he could quite understand them. Behind his shoulders was the aura of a noble family, unsurpassed fencing skills and icy charisma. He imagined a young man sitting in a high chair, but his face was hidden in shadow. The guy thought that such qualities made not only students, but also teachers tremble with horror. Therefore, in his previous life, he also tried his best not to go against this gentleman. Curran smiled decisively and thought that he was very curious about how Thane would now look in his eyes. There are 3 nobles in Navarro, grouped by similar nicknames. The first of them is a tall man with brown hair, wearing a white cape, who is the Leviathan Steelguard Steelheart. The blonde man in a red jacket with stripes on his shoulders is the ardent Marquis Dorian Albert. And the third of them is a man with blue hair named Luther Carlson Cool Duke. Curran noted that these were the so-called three major lords. Imagining the face of each of them in his head, he noted that they all represented the real strength of the Navarro, or the appearance of a great aristocrat who could boast of glory on a continental level. He said that among them, the eldest son Carlson stands out, being the embodiment of unconditional influence on all areas. Looking at the guy with blue hair sitting on the sofa, who folded his legs on the back of his subject, the blonde noted that this was their Carlson. Curran pursed his lips, glancing down. He looked at the guy who was sitting on his knees, resting on the floor, and his back was being used as a footrest. The Baron raised his irritated gaze to the man who invited him. There, with half-closed eyelids, grinned slightly and said that he was very pleased to meet you. Leaning back on the sofa, he looked up at the guest, noting that his appearance was not bad, but he was not tall enough. He shot a sly look at the guy and added that he was still a young man, and, most likely, he would grow up. Darran, with a calm expression on his face, opened his mouth slightly and replied that it was probably so. He thought about why this guy immediately gives him an assessment. There was silent for a while, and then, looking dissatisfied, questioningly repeated the last words of his guest. The blonde with narrowed eyes sighed distantly when his older brother bared his teeth and began to whisper to him, ordering him to stop. Pursing his lips, Curran lowered his indifferent eyes down again. He looked at the guy who was resting on the floor and did not dare raise his head. The blonde froze in place, thinking that he was seeing a similar picture again. He wondered if their head was okay. The guy with blue hair slightly raised the corners of his lips, noting that he was extremely surprised that Steelguard had been hiding the pearl all this time. The blonde looked back at him with an indifferent look and asked what kind of pearl he was talking about. He noted that there is no sandbank in the north. Their face relaxed and laughed at his words, noting that the guy was very funny. The older Steelguard jerked in surprise when his name was called and asked if he should start to get nervous since his younger brother was starting to look better than him. The young man with warm hair indignantly pointed at himself with his hand and asked why this fool is better than him. There, with a sly grin on his face, put his hand on his knee, noting that if one fool calls another a fool, in his opinion, it is better to carry his younger brother around as decoration. Jason froze with surprised eyes, his mouth slightly open. The guy with blue hair lowered his head and waved his hand, offering to end this idle chatter. He said he wanted to see the abilities. He shoved his boot at the guy at his feet and ordered him to get out of here because he no longer needed the footrest. He just whined in response. Curran watched him rise from the floor, rubbing his chin with his hand. The servant fixed his pink eyes on the Baron. The blonde looked with pursed lips and an indifferent face. Hunched over, the young man walked towards the exit, and Jason followed him with his gaze. Curran turned his head slightly, looking at the leaving servant. He watched as those present at the banquet began to talk among themselves, noting that thanks to the arrival of a newcomer, this guy was quickly released today and must be very happy. One of the people wondered whether he really wanted to live his whole life as an errand boy, and another noted that if he were in his place, he would have long ago acquired a tongue and choked in blood. The blonde looked at there when he asked if he thought he was going too far. Looking at the Baron, he grinned and began to say that his attitude towards people is like a footstool. He asked if he thought it was inhumane. Curran, with an indifferent face, replied that to some extent, yes. The Duke leaned back on the sofa with a sly face, noting that he, in any case, did not care about his opinion on this matter, because in the current situation he could very well see everything from exactly that angle. His face darkened, and his eyes acquired a dissatisfied squint when he began to say that, however. Throwing his hands behind the sofa, there looked at the Baron with a dissatisfied face, asking why he doesn't show due respect. While Curran was completely calm from the situation, his older brother behind him was trembling in fear. Standing opposite the Duke, the blonde asked if this was the cultural level here originally. The guy with blue hair asked what he meant. Rolling his eyes a little, the Baron waved his hand, noting that this was how the Duke and the Darius brothers behaved. He also added that although there is a third-year student, he does not show the least bit of politeness towards Jason, who is in his senior year. Looking at the guy with a look full of confidence, the blonde said that he also decided to adhere to a similar line of behavior, and then asked if there were any problems. Hearing these words, Jason was horrified, and the Duke's face showed confusion. He grinned, causing drool to fly out of his mouth. There, sitting on the sofa, began to burst into laughter, noting that the guy, it turns out, was also tongue-tied. He added that the longer he looks at it, the more he thinks of it as a useful thing. Looking at the blonde, he put a smile on his face and said that he hoped his skills weren't as good as the art of speaking. Darran was silent, looking at the Duke in response. In his head, he noted that recently he had only started talking about abilities. He wondered if he was really going to have a fight. There, with a sly smile on his face, pointed at himself with his hand and noted that the guy had a duel with Cassian. The blonde turned his head as the Duke waved to the side, saying that after the duel with him, he continued to remain in this state. Darran looked from another corner of the banquet hall, watching a guy in a suit who was sitting separately from everyone else on a small sofa. There noted that it is generally known what happened. However, everyone is burning with curiosity and wondering why Cassian shrank. Watching the guy who was looking into emptiness, resting his hand on his chin, he continued, quoting the question, "Could this happen because of the colic of throne phrases?" He added that people are saying that there is definitely some other reason. Closing his eyes, the Duke exhaled noisily, saying that they were all fools. He added that winning or losing is not important at all. Curran perked up and opened his mouth in surprise when they said that the words about the enlightenment of the Steel Earl were truly important now. Hearing these words, the blonde grinned with satisfaction and wondered whether he really threw bait to the carp to catch the Crucian carp. He mentally noted that the Duke might well be interested in such a secret. Imagining there in his head, dressed in the academy uniform, the guy mentally noted that he was a third-year ace and one of the best students. The Duke interrupted the thoughts of the blonde man standing opposite him by asking if he had heard anything else. Holding his hands on the back of the sofa, he began to tell with a confident face that he was at a crossroads. However, having heard the words of the Steel Earl, he thought that they could become his guiding thread. After his words, Darran grinned and became thoughtful. Sprawled on the sofa in front of the two Steelguard brothers, they asked that if he was wondering, could he suggest that there was something else? He added that this is a very rare opportunity to leave him in debt. The blonde with a satisfied face raised one corner of his lips, thinking that even though the guy is in the position of a supplicant, he speaks as if this is a gesture of goodwill. He stood there with a smirk on his face, wondering if he should do the same to him as he did to Cassian. He thought that even if it seems that an incomprehensible mystery is now hidden, the more you savor it, the deeper you get into the labyrinth. Standing opposite the seated Count, he said that there was something else. He asked him to tell. Curran looked away and began to say that a knight who has reached heights controls strength with gentleness. He said that also overcoming heaviness with lightness and overcoming speed with slowness, noting that these words were spoken by Cassian. He said that the last thing. The guy raised his hand, spread his fingers, and in a low voice noted the fullness in the emptiness. There looked at him with a puzzled face, asking what does this mean? The blonde smiled confidently, explaining that it means to pretend that there is nothing, even if there is, and to be full, but look empty on the outside. He added that in a state where you feel sorry for outstanding achievements, you look like an ordinary person more than anyone else. Jason looked at his brother with a surprised face, and delight was visible in the Duke's eyes. He smiled, not seeking admiration, noting that now the meaning was clear to him. He noted that he felt as if his creation had instantly opened up. Hearing these words, Curran grimaced and exhaled noisily, thinking about his ego. He thought that he seemed to think that he would become the founding emperor. He thought that if enlightenment could be achieved with a few phrases, he would not have to go through all the difficulties. Jason perked up when they looked at him and asked why his words were different from what he had told him. The guy asked what exactly did he mean. The Duke grinned with a narrowed eye, saying that the third son knew more nuances than the second. He asked who should be excluded in this case. Looking back at him with surprised eyes, Jason tried to mumble something. He immediately turned gloomy, standing behind his calm brother, when the blue-haired guy noted that he believed that Curran was the only useful person in this family. A sly smile spread across their face, and he said that earlier, the words that he should start to get nervous were a joke, but now he wants to talk about it seriously. He sat on the sofa and tapped his foot, saying that he liked to run. Looking at the blonde man standing opposite him, he said that he could not let him into the club, since all the seats were taken. He said that this is their symbol, because they cannot just increase the number of participants. The guy, with a cold but at the same time mysterious look, bowed his head, saying that he was sorry to just let him go. He asked Jason's opinion. The stunned guy's face darkened and he looked at the blonde with a puzzled look when the Duke suggested that he make room for his brother at the club. He started waving his arms with an indignant look, asking if he was serious about saying this now. Lifting the corners of their lips, they exhaled noisily, noting that Jason had nothing but the big name of the Steelguard family. He added that it was not at all necessary for him to have two offspring with him. The blonde pursed his lips with a dissatisfied look, and his brother was confused. The Duke raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that he simply turned it off. He said that thanks to Seakan, he can also enjoy all the benefits in peace, so he should be grateful. Jason continued to stand with a stunned face, and Curran remained silent all this time. Looking at the guy with an indifferent gaze, he thought that all his words sounded like nitpicking. The older brother twitched when they asked him not to worry, because he would always remain a member of Club Number 21. Then, hesitantly, he thanked him in response. The guy with blue hair stared at the Baron, asking if he would fulfill one of his requests. Jason smiled nervously and waved his hand, answering that he would do it with pleasure. The Duke, with a gloomy face, grinned and extended his hand towards the guys, saying that he just felt something. He invited them to have a trivial duel. The older brother's eyes opened in surprise, and he asked why here. Curran remained silent with a calm face. There was a predatory smile on their darkened face, and he noted how the guy cowered in fear. He repeated that the fight was trivial, and they would only measure their strength a little to test something. Jason flew to the side when the Duke's fist hit him in the face. With a loud cry, he fell to the floor, and spectators gathered around what was happening. The guy with blue hair looked at his fist with a satisfied face, asking if this is how to overcome speed by slowing down. Darran, who watched this with a dissatisfied face, thought that he was just demonstrating the difference in their abilities. When Jason got up from the floor, wiping his bruised face with his hand, there put his hand on his hip and asked him to try his best. The guys watching looked at each other and laughed at who got it today. The role of the punching bag. The girl also looked at each other, saying, "The guy is also a simple parasite, and without a family he is nothing." One of the guys looked at his friend with a satisfied face and said that he knew this would happen. Jason rubbed his wounded face, turning to the sound of conversations in the crowd. There smiled and pointed at himself with his index finger, inviting him to attack again. The son raised his eyebrows and bared his teeth. With a loud cry, he rushed at his opponent, clenching his hands into fists. He hit the guy directly, but he managed to move back. The Duke looked at him intently, asking if this was the control of power by gentleness. Jason jumped to the side with his eyes closed and clenched his teeth tightly. There approached again and hit him in the face with his elbow, uttering words about overcoming heaviness with lightness. He froze in his stance as the guy with gray hair began to rise from the floor, clutching his face. He said it was harder than he thought. The Duke struck the cheekbone again, asking if it would be better to do so. When his friend immediately hit him on the other cheek, he thought out loud that it might be better that way. There turned out to be in front of the guy, resting his back on his stomach, and sharply grabbed his hand, thinking about whether his actions were correct and what methods he needed to try. Darran watched what was happening with an indifferent face, and the guests watched with genuine interest and cunning eyes. Jason flew to the side, hitting his back on the table. The Duke walked towards him, saying that he only hit him a couple of times, and he was already exhausted. The blue-haired boy smirked as he waved his hand and glowed with a red aura. He ordered him to quickly rise, noting that he seemed to begin to understand the essence of the words spoken. The beaten Jason looked back at him with evil eyes, clenching his teeth tightly. There was a look of surprise on his face when suddenly a male figure appeared in front of him. Curran stood between his brother and the Duke, suggesting that they stop there. Those present in the room were dismayed by this turn of events. Cassian and Selena also looked at each other with wide-eyed, surprised faces. There, with a smile on his face, looked at the Baron with crazy eyes, asking if he just told him this. The blonde looked back at the Duke with a confident look, asking how such a spectacle could be called a duel. He noted that he sees only a unilateral beating. The guy with blue hair came closer to him and waved his hand, saying that he couldn't get enough. He asked if he should not comprehend the truth step by step, without stopping for a second. Curran's lips curled into a grin when he said that if it were a wall that could be overcome by doing nonsense, then even a cow could use the aura. The Duke furrowed his brows, causing the bridge of his nose to wrinkle. In a dissatisfied voice, he muttered that it had been a long time since anyone had been insolent to him, despite the condescension shown. He put his hands on his hips and lowered his head, asking if he really thought that people from the Steelguard family would cause any problems. There stood opposite the Baron, raising his chin, asking how he could prove himself without having anything. He asked how long they were going to cling to their grandfather's achievements, and what they had done for the Navarro anyway. With a satisfied face, he turned his head towards the interested people hanging down and asked if they were interested in the answer to this question. Some people began to grin and exchange phrases with each other, saying that Steelguard were hillbillies from the north who only knew how to hang on their necks, and themselves had neither education nor skills. The blonde looked at the gathering crowd with a calm face, thinking that this was the case, and even though the blood was boiling in his veins now, this was a reality that he needed to come to terms with. Remembering the image of his grandfather standing with a sword on top of the years, he thought that his family was no longer the same Steelguard who were revered as heroes. Jason looked at the hand extended to him with surprised eyes. Curran extended his palm, inviting his brother to leave here. The guy with round eyes was taken aback at that moment. He lowered his head and pursed his lips. He then placed his hand in his younger brother's. Bear stood with his hands on his belt and looked at them with a smile on his face, asking if they were just going to leave. While the guy was rubbing his bruised face, Curran turned his head towards the Duke, asking if they really needed to get his permission. Hearing these words, Bear grinned, noting that he did not mean it at all. He noted that they could leave, but they had to remember one thing. The guy with blue hair looked at them with a predatory look, saying that he always pays off bills with both benefactors and enemies. The two Steelguard brothers listened to the words that in light of recent events, they belonged to both. Darran looked at the guy with a satisfied grin on his face, saying that if we are talking about charity, then payment is not required, since he does not need gifts. The Duke was shocked, and, with his mouth slightly open and round gloomy eyes, questioningly repeated the words about beneficence. The blonde looked at him with a grim face as the aura thickened around him. He asked if he hadn't given him what he desperately wanted. He stood opposite there with his brother, saying that he knew the ball and the enlightenment of the Steel Count. Hearing these words, the guy with blue hair opened his mouth in surprise, and Curran grinned and exhaled loudly, looking at him and scratching his right. He said that even knowing the essence, he was not able to comprehend it. Curran turned away, leaving the Duke alone and hiding a satisfied grin on his face. Looking at the backs of the two departing brothers, he laughed and exclaimed that he simply had no words. The people behind him laughed while there stood with a sly face, hands on his hips. He noted that if they shit their pants out of fear, then they should have said so directly. Curran and Jason left the banquet amid loud laughter, without reacting to the mockery. The blonde walked with his head down and grinned maliciously, thinking that now they could laugh a lot, but soon a lot would change. He continued to walk out with a confident look, in his thoughts saying that soon the ingrained humiliation of the Steelguard family would be shattered to smithereens. The darkness of the night covered the academy. Two brothers walked silently along a dark path. Pursing his lips, Curran grimaced, thinking that he had restrained himself in vain, and now feels a bitter aftertaste. He turned his head back in interest when a voice behind him said that it was all because of him. Jason, his face covered in bruises, clenched his teeth, trembling a little. Waving his arms, he began to shout angrily that because of him, he would now be kicked out of the club and made an outcast in the class. The blonde man looked at his brother with an indifferent face, who at that time was seething with anger. He calmly looked into his eyes and asked if he was really so afraid of there. Leaning forward, Jason opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that it was so. He added that he is the one who doesn't pay attention to Steelguard or anyone else. Standing opposite the alarmed guy, the blonde noted that you couldn't look at him without words. He asked why such a fate befell his family. The elder brother was puzzled by this question and looked at him with a surprised face, trying to mutter something. He froze in place when Curran opposite him said that it was all about them, and if Curran had been in their place, he would never have been treated like that. A bead of sweat ran down Jason's shocked face. Looking at him in response, the blonde lowered the corners of his lips, thinking that based on the expression on his face, his brother was thinking the same thing. He stood tensely with a dissatisfied face, thinking about what to do. In his thoughts, he noted that he had been restraining himself for a very long time, and he had enough excuses and witnesses. Seeing the expression on his brother's face, Jason perked up. Looking at him with disgust, Curran exhaled noisily, thought that he could not show leniency, and he needed to go back and teach everyone a lesson. Putting his hand in his pocket, the blonde turned away and walked forward, saying that he was overcome by doubts. But thanks to Jason, he made a firm decision. The elder brother looked at him with complete misunderstanding on his face, and, raising his hand, indignantly asked why he was going in that direction again. Without turning around, the Baron continued walking, noting that the guy himself knew that he did not have any special feelings for him. He noted that despite this, he is still his brother, even though they pretend not to know each other. The blonde turned his head at him and shot him a dark look, saying that with his actions and words, there. Jason froze with a shocked face, and his eyes widened in surprise. Curran, looking at him with a crazy look, said that their actions had definitely insulted the Steelguard family. When he returned, the Darran brothers invited the guy on his way, asking why he had come, and what business he still had left here. The Baron waved his hand with an irritated face and asked what was wrong with them, noting that they got in his way every time. Two red-haired young men were indignant at his words, and with angry faces, breaking into a scream, they asked if he really couldn't see who was standing in front of him. There, glass in hand, turned to the side with an interested look when he was loudly called with the question of whether he still had business with Steelguard. The Duke closed his eyes and began to raise the drink to his lips, answering that the brothers could do with it whatever their hearts desired. The two of them grinned contentedly upon hearing these words, while the blonde stood there with a puzzled look. While Hillan and Darran stood and warmed up, one of them asked Curran why he returned without Jason. A second one also chimed in, saying he must have felt uncomfortable because his older brother was beaten. Looking at them in response, the Baron grinned contentedly and asked if their brother really hadn't told them anything. Hillan and Darran gave him predatory looks with smug, forced smiles and said that they had heard that he used sneaky tricks during the competition. Closing his eyes, the blonde smiled and sighed, noting that they were both as pathetic as he was. Hearing these words, the guys became alarmed and with indignant faces ordered him to repeat these words. In one swift move, Curran was right next to them and hit each of them in the stomach, causing them to be taken aback. The faces of Hillan and Darran turned pale, and the guys froze in a silent scream. The blonde held his fist, looking at them with a satisfied face. He noted that they suffered such a fate only because the younger brother kept silent about many things. A moment later, the two boys hunched over and fell to the floor. There, Cassian and the rest of those present were shocked by this turn of events and looked on with dumbfounded faces. Looking at the Duke with confident eyes, Curran invited him to have a trifling duel. The guy with the hair, who still could not come to his senses from what he had seen, asked him again. The Baron, with a slight smile on his face, beckoned him to come to him with his hand and repeated his previous words, saying that he cowered in fear, even though the duel was trivial, and they were just measuring their strength. The banquet guests began to look at each other with fear in their eyes, noting that this middle-class freshman was now provoking the Duke. One of the guys, eyes wide with shock, looked at his comrade and said that he had a draw with Cassian, and, apparently, that's why he lost his fear altogether. Another stunned man turned to him and said that although the Darius brothers were of the highest class, this guy killed them with one blow. Other discouraged people noted that they did not understand what was happening at all. They all stood behind there and wondered whether he would accept the challenge, because even if he won, he would not receive any benefit from the fight, and if he refused, then his reputation. The Duke hunched over and said in an irritated voice that he considered Curran a strong guy, but it turned out that he is just an idiot who has no idea about relationships in society. Looking at the Baron with a darkened, angry face, he asked in a low voice if he had gone crazy. Seeing the state the Duke was in now, the banquet guests were horrified. He perked up, puzzled, when the blonde sighed and waved his hand, asking what he was muttering there. He noted that during the conversation with Jason he did not hear any excuses from him. The indignant there began to squeeze his fingers and, with his pupils contracted with anger, exclaimed that he agreed to the duel. He shouted that if the guy wants to be beaten, then he will fulfill his wish in the best possible way. Darran grinned contentedly and beckoned him with his finger, telling him to attack first. He added that what he talked about earlier will be demonstrated as an added bonus. Leaning forward, the Duke clenched his teeth tightly in anger. Clenching his hands into fists, he approached his opponent and shouted that he realized that he had completely lost his mind. There swung and struck, but at the last moment there was no one in front of him. The young man froze in shock when he realized that he had swung through the air. He began to look around with a puzzled face, wondering if the guy had just disappeared. He jerked and turned his head back when a figure appeared behind him and said that he was here. The Duke clenched his teeth again in anger and raised his fist, asking what kind of stupid tricks are these. However, this time his fist only cut through air again. The guy with blue hair froze with horror in his eyes. He perked up and turned back when Curran smiled behind him and jokingly asked what was wrong with his vision. The blonde turned gloomy and, with a forced, self-satisfied grin, asked him to try harder, because he would start the demonstration only when he matched his tact. After these words, there was beside himself with anger and began to send curses at the Baron. His eyes turned white as the blue-haired boy bent over and a magical aura began to swirl around him. He said threateningly that he was holding back as best he could, but his opponent asked for it. He furrowed his eyebrows, causing the bridge of his nose to become wrinkled, and with a look full of hatred, he shouted that he was going to beat the crap out of him. In a split second, Curran was next to him and hit him in the face. There was complete indifference on the blonde's face at that moment. All the people in the banquet hall froze with shocked faces, and their mouths slightly open. Selena and Cassian looked at what was happening with stunned eyes. There, who had a red abrasion on his cheek, looked at his opponent with a discouraged look. He couldn't find words, touching his beaten face and looking at the blonde. whose hand hung in the air. Darran swung and struck again, only this time on the other cheek. He began to swing his arms left and right, alternately slapping him in the face. Swinging his hand once again, the blonde man with half-closed eyelids asked if he was beginning to understand. There flew to the side when a heavy palm touched his face. The Duke fell onto his back at the same table where Jason had recently landed. Trying to get up, he whined quietly while the Baron froze with his hand raised. Breathing heavily, the guy with the hair looked at his opponent with frightened eyes. All the appropriators of the banquet froze with dumbfounded faces. Raising the corners of his lips, Darran noted in a satisfied voice that he had such an expression on his face, as if he was not at all aware of what was happening. He asked if he should hit him a couple more times before he finally felt something. The Duke, with cold sweat pouring down his frightened face, clenched his teeth tightly, saying the name Arun Steelguard in his head. Looking at the wild-eyed blonde with a grin on his face, he wondered if he had always been a hawk hiding his talons. The blonde stood opposite the Duke, who was still sitting on the floor. He looked at him with a satisfied look with an arrogant grin while he clenched his teeth in rage. Rising from the floor, he wiped his wounded face with his hands, wondering what was wrong with this guy. He wondered if he really thought he could afford to disturb his family and get away with it. There, with wild eyes, opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly, calling his minions, ordering them not to leave even a wet spot on the guy. The path began to part as a tall, large man began to walk among them. Then two more came out from another part of the hall. Three guys stood next to the blondes and began to separate their hands, asking what kind of crazy daredevil was here to stir up trouble. One of them noted that one day he should be taught wisdom, and, apparently, that day has come. Curran looked at them with a grin on his face and asked if this was a one-on-one fight. He asked if the three of them were embarrassed to play against a freshman. Hearing these words, the three brown ones froze with discouraged faces. The blonde raised the corners of his lips, wondering if he should forget about the fight. He thought that he was even better, and he would be able to go on a rampage. Looking at the three guys crowded around him, he wondered whether it was worth looking at the abilities of the future knightly detachment of the royal family. A vein bulged on the face of one of the big men as he raised his fist with a loud cry. Darran made a sharp lunge to the side, causing him to go through the air. Frowning his eyebrows, the guy looked at him with an angry face. Grouping himself, the blonde swung his leg in an instant. Making a lunge, he hit the guy on the head with his boot. Freezing, Darran began to loudly swallow air, and sweat flowed down his face. A moment later, he landed on the floor with a thud. There, Cassian and Selena froze in shock with dumbfounded faces, and the Duke wondered how this was even possible. The invited guests also stood with a discouraged look, not understanding what was happening. They looked at how Curran stood in the lead of his three beaten henchmen lying on the floor and wondered how he single-handedly took down the most talented students of the upper class that he had personally selected. Suddenly, the blonde turned his indifferent gaze towards the Duke. The guy with blue hair perked up and, with frightened eyes, backed away. Frowning his brows, he began waving his hand and shouting loudly, calling for a man named Faris. He indignantly asked if he would continue to just stand and watch. The guy with long purple hair smiled widely, saying that this was very entertaining. He asked the blonde if he was striving to reach the second grade threshold as soon as possible. Curran turned towards the man who had appeared, thinking that he had a very keen eye. He thought that since he was not allowed to kill anyone, he released just enough force to correspond to the second-class threshold. There was a loud sound of approaching footsteps. Pursing his lips, the Baron watched the man unknown to him, thinking that there was an outstanding Cassian in the first year and Faris in the third. As a tall guy with long purple hair hovered over him with an interested look, Curran thought that after all, he should graduate from the academy next year. Faris smiled contentedly, noting that with such abilities it was permissible to behave arrogantly. He added that, however, he should restrain his ardor until they all graduated from the academy. Looking up at him, the blonde sighed, asking if they were the first to get to the man who didn't touch them. Faris, who was several heads taller than the Baron, looked at the guy, noting that he was much better than Cassian, because he had a good family, outstanding abilities, and reckless self-confidence. His pupils sat down, taking on a crazy look, when the guy began to say that even with all this. Bent over, he bared his teeth and tensed his hands, after which a red aura began to come out of them in a stormy stream. He said that they are not a club where a freshman can dictate his own rules. Noticing what was happening, the rest of the guests instantly caused a commotion, shouting with frightened faces that this was that same red aura. Watching this, the beaten there smiled contentedly, thinking that this time the guy would definitely not be able to get away without injuries. Curran looked at his opponent's burning red hands with surprised eyes, thinking that there was something to see here. Forrest raised his hand with a crazed smile, and the blonde mentally noted that these were the famous red moonlight orbs. The Baron raised the corners of his lips, thinking that he was interested in looking at his strength. Seeing this reaction, Forrest with crazy eyes asked how he could laugh. Rising from his seat, the guy exclaimed that now he wouldn't be laughing. Swinging his arms, he began to attack Curran, and red spinning orbs began to emerge from his aura. While the blonde was covering himself from the attacks with his hands, the rest of the guests with frightened eyes began to run out of the hall, shouting that they could be hit too. Forrest surrounded his opponent with magic spheres, but he stubbornly continued to hold the block. He loudly exclaimed that although he was very strong, he would definitely not be able to withstand its effects for long. Crossing his arms over his face, Curran shielded himself from the red orbs with a calm face. He looked at his opponent indifferently, thinking that he seemed to be disappointed. He thought that he was still a long way from calling himself a famous warrior. Changing the position of his hands, he continued to withstand the attacks, trying to figure out what to do. He thought that if he used internal energy, he would easily suppress the attack, but if he defeated an aura user without using it, it would leave everyone in shock. The blonde narrowed his eyes and thought that since everything turned out this way, it would be better. Forrest, with a crazy smile on his face, swung his right hand, shouting that he was finished. The third year jumped up, delivering a fatal blow to his opponent. Standing to the side, there covered his face from the magical flow, and grinned smugly, thinking that he was finally finished. A moment later, his eyes widened in surprise. Forrest grabbed his broken right arm, screaming loudly in pain. The banquet guests froze in horror, clenching their teeth. Selena and Cassian froze in a silent cry of surprise with their mouths partly open. They froze with a shocked face and lower jaw moving down, trying to understand how a freshman could do this. He looked at Curran, who stood in a stance with clenched fists, around which a white aura fluttered like light smoke. The Duke was trying to figure out how he could already use his aura at this level. Grabbing his hand, Forrest fell to the floor and began to scream loudly in pain. The blonde glanced at him and brushed his hand off his jacket, wondering if his opponent was overplaying his hand. He thought that since he used auras, then within a week everything would be fine with his bones. Pursing his lips, the guy with a stern face turned to the side. Catching his gaze, the rest of the people in the room froze in horror. Looking at their frightened faces, Curran noted that when he saw them, he felt as if they were all getting seasick at the same time. His face darkened and his gaze took on a hint of madness as he ordered in a low voice to stop staring at him. Hearing these words, the banquet guests could not move for a moment and looked with frightened faces. A moment later, they all averted their gaze from him and began to look in different directions. The blonde turned his head when he heard loud clapping from the Duke, who said that even though he watched everything with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe what he saw. He noted that a freshman possessing aura was truly amazing. They continued to clap, looking at the Baron with enthusiastic eyes and saying that since he was able to defeat someone like Forrest, then the Steelguard family still has frost in their powder flasks. Curran cast a narrowed glance at him, asking why he suddenly spoke to him like that. The Duke, with a smile on his face, began waving his arms, saying that he was simply amazed and suggested ending this senseless psychological war. He began to extend his open palm to the guy, saying that this time he could make an exception. Standing with his arm outstretched, they smiled broadly and invited the blonde to become a member of Club Number 21. Looking at him with sly eyes, he noted that Forrest was right when he said that if he had waited another 2 years, his era would have come. Curran looked at him with an indifferent face, asking what nonsense he was talking about and why would he do this. The Duke looked at him with confident eyes with raised corners of his lips and replied that because the world is outside the academy. He spread his hands, pointing to the appropriators, and said that they, gathered here, are talented people who in the future will lead the political life of the Navarro people. He asked me to think carefully about what could be best for him. The blonde was silent, pursing his lips. With slight smiles on their faces, those present, Selena and Cassian, looked at the guy, waiting for an answer. There, with a squint and a satisfied grin, also waited for what the Baron would say to this. Curran smiled wryly, and, rubbing his finger under his nose, grinned, noting that all this was very funny. Thane, with his eyes bulging, standing in the crowd, asked about what he had just said. A hero with a cheeky smile. Exhaling a little, he said that he did not see anything difficult to understand in this, and he said that his interlocutor was funny and boring at the same time. But he also added that this would only benefit him. The blue-haired one immediately clenched his teeth, looked angrily and said that he, despite the mercy shown. But then the hero interrupted him, and he asked with a soft smile, about what mercy, and said that this is said by the one who ends up holding on to his father's pant leg. and then he added that, apparently, he essentially had nothing to boast about except his position and his family. Thane immediately took out a knife from his bosom and shouted for him to close his mouth. Everyone was shocked, and some stood with their mouths open. The blue-haired man immediately attacked the hero with words about how he dares to chat as if the Dash knew about him. The Lord looked at him contemptuously, remained silent meaningfully, and said that he had crossed the line. He put 2 fingers forward. The weapon in Thane's hand immediately flew out. The young master threw his hand forward. He grabbed him by the neck, and then he lifted the attacker up by the throat. He looked at him angrily. In their hoarse voice he said that he wouldn't get away with it, and he said his name. The hero looked at him self-confidently, and told him that he was always special wherever he went from birth until today. The young master lowered his head a little lower and asked in a quiet voice if he knew. And finally, going down to his ear, he said that for him he was nothing more than a worthless fool, and did not see anything special in him. Everyone surrounded them, and the hero continued to talk about the fact that he built a fortress called Club 21. And in fact, this fortress is just a sand castle. The arrogant aristocrat wrinkled his face and asked what he was carrying. Meanwhile, the young gentleman with a serious face told him to be careful, and then the insolent attackers heard a phrase that frightened him. The Lord said that this was necessary so that he would never have the thought of destroying the castle. Mick turned his body slightly. The boy with blue hair was dumbfounded. The protagonist threw it. Everyone around was shocked by what was happening. Selena was speechless, and Cassian opened his mouth wide. The guy abandoned by the hero fell a few meters away from him, and then he lost consciousness. The protagonist turned his head towards the crowd and with a serious face said that they all shouldn't cause him problems either. People began to look away in different directions, but then the hero, appearing before them in the form of a predator and looking at them angrily, said that he was waiting for an answer. Everyone was suddenly scared, and some gradually began to mumble. Someone looked away to the floor, and they quietly said that they would not. Darran looked at them again intently. They looked away again in different directions, covered in cold sweat. Cassian was dumbfounded. Selena smiled slightly. The hero moved his head to the side, and slowly he began to move away from the crowd. We see a large building with windows burning in it. The protagonist swings the door out. He looks away. He looks intently from there and turns to his brother. We see Jason slowly walking away. He turns back, a little worried that there is a mumble. Jason turns around completely, and the hero, turning to him, asks if he will continue to pretend that he did not see anything, although everything was exactly the opposite. And he, in turn, tries to nervously deny. The hero looked at him intently. Jason, in turn, did the same. We see the two of them standing opposite a friend. Jason, with his head slightly lowered, stood motionless, and the hero, turning to him, asked why him. He came back because he could have just left. And he, in turn, replied that he simply could not leave. The hero looked at him impudently and asked why not, or he thought that when he would fall out of favor with Thane, and his life would become unbearable. The younger Steelguard, exhaling innocently, asked that apparently it was not enough for him that he was beaten, but he also came to ask for forgiveness. His brother started mumbling again, and the hero looked at him gently and said that he had changed a lot. The elder brother, with his eyes wide open, asked what he meant. And he, in turn, replied that the Jason he knew would never give up his pride. The older man frowned and asked what he even understood, and also that, apparently, he thinks that he will bow his head in front of junior school children, simply because he likes it. The hero looked at him intently and thought that he understood perfectly, like no one else. He imagined Thane, who looked greedily at his hands and thought that Thane's tentacles were destroying the Steelguard with the help of their suction cups, and he was a scapegoat for merits that no one, including the Carson family, could earn. And that asshole was him and Jason. And that elder brother, raising his hand out of emotion, began to say that the one who changed was the Lord, not him, and he also asked about what he was doing. How did he use the aura? The protagonist, smiling softly, said that he was just training a little in secret. But the brother, not appreciating such words, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The protagonist again sighed innocently to the side and said that even if it was hard to believe, he was telling the truth. And the blue-eyed man remained meaningfully silent. And then the beaten man, looking seriously at Curran, told him that he would ask only one question. And he asked him why he did this. We again see the brothers talking to each other. The descendant of Steelguard asked what he meant, and he only asked that he was deliberately pretending not to understand. He looked at the Lord in even more surprise and said that he could not help but turn Thane against himself. And he asked why he went so far. And the hero, lowering his head, addressed him by name and asked how he and he, being brothers, could come to this. The brothers looked at each other, and then the younger one again said that he had always shown him only a hostile attitude. both at home and here. Memories from his home surfaced in the blue-eyed man's head, how he called the protagonist a disgrace and how he said that he did not even consider him to be his brother. The young master looked at him confidently and said that at least his elder brother was like that. However, he will remain his older brother since blood is not water. And immediately lowering his head and closing his eyes, he continued to say that if he was going to hit him, then he should be the one to hit him. And then he asked what right that impudent person had to do something like that. The interlocutor only remained silent, opening his eyes wide. The elder clenched his teeth. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, but he raised his head to his brother and asked him if he could give him a good whack. And he just grinned, raised his hand and asked if he really was watching everything properly. Jason was stunned face and asked that it not be too strong, at least so that he would not die. The protagonist exhaled innocently and smiled. The elder looked at the floor, smiled softly and thanked him. Curran had a doubtful face and thought that Jason had really gone crazy and he didn't understand what was wrong with him, and now he was scaring him. The elder brother spread his hands and asked, what is he going to do? Because Thane is not one of those who will leave the stage with his tail between his legs. Faris is also not one of those people, and at all costs, he will try to repay the humiliation. Mick smiled sarcastically and said that he already had an idea, but he didn't want to tell him. Blue-Eye was surprised, and he asked why he also assumed that he was afraid, because he thought that he would run to report this to Thane. The hero lowered his head down, closed his eyes and said that is it really interesting to watch a play when you already know the ending. The brother was surprised, looked at him and asked why he suddenly started talking about the play, but she immediately added that, of course, it wouldn't be the least bit interesting. The protagonist said he was talking about the same thing. The Lord slowly walked away and said to just enjoy watching. A loud cry is heard that some group of people is a useless non-entity. Dishes begin to fly in different directions. The angry guy with blue hair shouts that there were 3 of them attacking, and none of them could win. And he immediately asked if they thought that he would accommodate them in his circle after such an outburst. The guys looked down, one closed his eyes. Immediately the loudmouth turned to the crowd and said that they were all good too. And if one of them manages to muddy the waters, we need to rally together and teach the insolent a lesson. And he also asked, can they really only suck a finger? The entire crowd again looked away in different directions and broke out in a cold sweat. A guy with purple hair and a bandaged hand came up and told the leader to calm down. But he immediately turned around with a serious look, told him to shut up, and that he also showed himself not at his best. The bandaged man began to get angry, and he continued to talk about how even being the best in the stream, he does not feel any shame for what happened. Both became terribly angry and looked at each other. Having calmed down a little, the head exhaled and asked how his hand was. The bandaged man lowered his head, also having calmed down a little, and said that it was tolerable. They looked at each other and TNT asked him if that bastard was really so strong. But he only answered him that he was simply careless. And he, in turn, replied that caution is also a skill. Violet brought his eyebrows together and said that he was the owner of an aura, and he hid it, and his aura was very powerful. Even with such a flawless attack, he is only at the beginning stage of 2nd grade. He went into a state of rage and said that next time he would definitely be able to defeat him. The head looked at him cautiously and said that he was glad to hear it. If he fails, he will have to turn to senior students for help, and this is humiliating. And then Thane turned to the crowd, pointed his finger at it and said that although everything was clear without words, however, everyone must remember to keep their mouths shut. He held the treasure up and angrily said that if there was a leak of information about what happened today, he would definitely find out who exactly spilled the beans. The hero observes all this and hears that no one should tell this to family, friends, or distant relatives. This problem must be solved in a narrow circle. Darran smugly rested his hand on his knee and propped up his chin and thought that it was all because of pride. And he asked himself how he managed to act exactly according to his plan. It turned out that the hero was sitting on the edge of the roof and looking at the same building. And he again told himself that everyone would be silent for a while, as if they had filled their mouths with water, so he had nothing to worry about for now. After the hero looked away and thought that it was probably time for him to move forward to the meeting. And then he added that it was time for him to move towards the true purpose of his visit to 21 clubs. We see just simple 4-story houses with lights on in some places. A guy in a long coat stands under the house and executes. He holds a knife in his hands and trembles. A tear runs down his cheeks. He bursts into tears and points the knife at himself. But he is sharply stunned by phrases from the side, which were about whether he wanted to make a bet. A guy with short-cropped blue hair turned around and saw the hero there. Our protagonist smiled slyly, crossed his arms and said that he would not be able to stab himself. The unlucky suicide was very surprised and told him that he had recently been there, but he was interrupted by the main character. He smiled softly, looked at him and introduced himself and asked if he remembered him. Briefly, Hare said that Steelguard. The Lord leaned on the wall and asked him whether this was suicide or self-torture. The protagonist looks as self-confident as possible and says that, whatever it is, he understands it perfectly because his older brother went a little too far. And even though they have different mothers, he really did the extra thing. And then he asked about what kind of footrest. After all, this is truly overkill. The boy was wildly surprised. He opened his eyes wide, and he asked how he knew this. The hero with the most serious face stood opposite the frightened boy, and he said that there is not a single cadet who does not know that they are brothers. But he immediately said that he didn't ask about that. He also looked as surprised as possible and said that he was an illegitimate son, and that he had not shared such information with anyone. The hero snorted slightly and said with a smile that he would not say. And I thought to myself that everything was thanks to knowledge of the future. Shortly his hair became cold in surprise, then he remained silent meaningfully. The hero extended his hand a little forward and said that in any case, he should not continue to stand in this position, since he was not going to pierce himself, and asked to give him the dagger. But he just clenched his teeth. He raised the dagger above his head. He practically hit himself in the stomach and closed his eyes. His hand was suddenly grabbed. He opened his eyes in surprise. The fort made a quick move to a long distance and grabbed his hand. With a small smile, the protagonist said that, to be honest, he was a little surprised, and he could not even think that he would actually strike. The blue-haired one, with slight irritation, told him to remove his hand. Chief Junior Steelguard lowered his head a little, looked from under his brows and said that his elder brother was too strong. This problem and the fact that the younger brother is too weak is also a problem, and it would be good if the forces were mixed in moderation. And then they prayed, looked at him in surprise, opened his mouth slightly and asked what he was talking about. They looked at each other. The hero immediately said that, nevertheless, one look at him, he can assume that he has a rather hot-tempered character. The unfortunate suicide lowered his head slightly and told him to let him go. But the hero looked at him confidently, and he asked him what if he threw his hand. This time he will try to slash himself with a knife, and he told him that if he answered in the negative, he would loosen his grip. The suicide looked at him very angrily, and he looked at him with a calm gaze. They relaxed a little, calmed down, and then the shortwave said that he would not do this. The hero looked at him, and he looked at the floor. Darran removed his hand from him. He looked at his reflection in the blade. His eyes began to fill with tears again. He dropped the knife to the floor. He clenched his hands, cried harder and said in a crying voice that he really didn't want to die. The Lord looked at him and told him to just live and asked why he should cry so much. He burst into tears more intensely. Tears flowed down his cheeks, and he said that even if you continue to live, you will be no different from the deceased person. The protagonist looked at him uncertainly and thought that the one in which the dash is right, because that scoundrel Thane is good at bullying others. The hero looked at him again, but he didn't even look up at him. And then I continued my thought and realized that there was no certainty. He has an uncertain expression on his face and an attitude of weak impression without a grain of dignity. The failed suicide was eaten away by his own thoughts, and he continued to cry. The hero looked away and thought that if he tried to fashion something out of it, he would probably have to work hard. The hero looked at his new acquaintance, and he said that, nevertheless, his family most likely treats him more tolerantly. The tearful boy turned his head slightly to the side and said that his father was in no way belittling him. The protagonist looked at him softly and said that it is very similar to the Duke. Being cold to everyone means saying that everyone is equal. The Lord put his hands in his trousers, and he asked if by chance that was why Thane hated him so much. He, bending over, replied that it was possible. But then he looked down and said that, however, during his stay at the ducal residence, he to some extent had to adhere to certain boundaries. But after they ended up at the academy here, a picture of how the older brother humiliates the younger brother, putting him at his feet. And he says that he built his own kingdom, and he is a prisoner receiving the king's hatred, surfaced in their memories. Darran looked at him uncertainly and asked if he was thinking about escaping. But the unlucky suicide just looked at his feet, continuing to cry, and said that this would happen recently, because he was still not considered a person. And then he felt the hardship of everything that was happening, lowered his head and said that now they were only pointing a finger at him, because he was no better than a beast. And he added that his father would also leave him. The hero slightly raised his head and asked why, apparently, Thane is mocking him so much, because he knows it all, and also asked him whether it was because of this that he decided to take his own life. The protagonist looked at him, but he remained silent meaningfully and nodded. But then the main character said that he still believes that he is too young to die. The addressee was very surprised by these words. The Lord gave her thumbs up and said, since they met. The young master looked at him confidently and said that he would help him. The descendant of Steelguard addressed him by name and said that he would make him the head of the ducal house. Such words greatly shocked the failed suicide. The guys are standing opposite each other, and the boy asks him again about what he was going to help him with. Briefly, his hair, alarmed, flowing with cold sweat, told him not to talk nonsense. But he just looked at him confidently and said that he was serious. The failed suicide began to slowly walk away, and, leaving, he said that even if he was serious, so what? Because his words were complete nonsense. But then the younger one stopped abruptly. He turned around and thanked him for saving him, and he also added that he would definitely pay him this debt. But the short wave one, bending slightly, turned to the hero, and he tried to carefully ask him, well, he is not a duke, how can he help him? But he paused and exhaled, and he said that, first of all, he would turn out to be no duke. And he also added that this is simply ridiculous. The hero, turning slightly to the side and looking at him, said that he would like him to laugh, having learned that it was he who created Thane. The short-haired man slowly turned to him and with a questioning look asked him what he had done to him. The protagonist turned, starting to leave, and said that, having heard such a thing, he would not believe it anyway. He asked to find out everything on his own what happened in his absence. The main character, slowly moving away into the dark street, told him to find him as soon as he decided. The failed suicide was very shocked, and Darran looked at him over his shoulder and thought that whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to become a duke. Immediately he imagined this boy sitting on a throne in front of a large number of people. A few years later, Thane will die from an incurable disease, and he will have to become the head of the Carlson family. The hero, smiling slyly, thought that he just needed to make a small contribution to the ongoing process. There is one large castle, in which the lights are on in places. Everyone in the dorm is asleep, and only one main character is looking at the ceiling with his legs crossed. He has his hands behind his head and is looking at the ceiling. He thinks that Club 21's policy is to form bonds with cadets who are most likely to succeed in the future. The more he thinks, the more tempting this idea seems to him. But the smile left the hero's face a little, and he thought that, in all likelihood, this venture would be hardly half successful. He was not satisfied with such a situation. Curran looked ahead confidently, smiled and thought that he needed to choose only those who would succeed. Besides Hugh, there are many more promising students who will turn from ugly ducklings into beautiful swans. He began to imagine in his head the places occupied by those whom he had chosen. The future duke head of the family, the protagonist of national songs, a loser who would become the future owner of a magic tower, or a brilliant official. He quietly stood up from his bed and thought that all this time he had been too frivolous about the academy. His creation of a trading company and taking control of the underworld will certainly help them move forward. But the cadets gathered at the academy are the future of the Navarro itself. He imagined a group of people standing near the wall of the academy. He thought that he needed to collect these diamonds, make them his people. He grinned cheekily and looked to the side. He said that first of all he needed to increase his own fame. The next morning begins. Her sun covers the walls with its light. The sleek students of the academy looked at the hero's side. Some of them asked a question about who it was. Someone opened their eyes wide, and he said that he knew him. He fought with Cassian. And the participant in that battle opened his eyes wide when he saw him. The main character stood in the middle of the class and looked at everyone. Everyone immediately called his name. He looked around, and I thought that the atmosphere in the upper class is quite ferocious. He walked slowly, but he was immediately stopped by a bald cadet. She asked him what business he was here for and why he was visiting from the middle class. The protagonist made the most dissatisfied face and thought that he was already fed up with this. Wherever he went, a gatekeeper appeared along the way. The bald man got very angry, crossed his arms and shouted loudly that he had asked him what he had forgotten here. The hero calmly asked him his name. The bald man looked at him with displeasure, but then Darran looked at him impudently and said that this is true, there is no use in the name, and he asked him for his rating. The gatekeeper immediately became nervous and said that his place was 30. The lord smiled impudently and said that this was a rather weak minko, and that it did not suit him. The bald man got very angry and asked him how he dared to talk to him since he was in the middle class. The hero continued to calmly look at the evil bald man, and I thought that if he is in 30th place in the ranking, it means that he occupies the last place in the top class. If he defeats him, he will automatically move into the middle class. He feels sorry for him, so he will show leniency. The hero looked around again and thought about where the suitable target was. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Cassian. He, seeing the hero's gaze on himself, was a little taken aback. The protagonist lowered his head slightly and thought that he should not shake with fear, because if he overcomes him, he will attract too much attention to his person, and this is unacceptable. Darran turned his head in the other direction and noticed that it was interesting, and she thought that there was someone else. The hero turned his head as calmly as possible and said that he was addressing Max Jr. and asked him if he was in second place. The dark-haired one, whom the hero addressed, asked him about that, and so what? Does he have something to do with him? The Lord put his hands in his pockets, looked at him and told him that he didn't need anything from him, because he was just pathetic. The one to whom he turned only with great bewilderment asked him again. Max looked at him aggressively and asked if he was in trouble. The hero looked at him smugly and asked what he thought and asked if he would like to try to fight with someone of a different rank. Everyone in the class was immediately dumbfounded, just like the person in first place. The one who was challenged to a duel immediately gritted his teeth and agreed. The dark-haired man raised his hand and said that he was going to have a duel right now. The whole class was shocked, and Cassian looked very unhappy. The duelists deftly parry each other's attacks. The hero's opponent can barely hold back the blows. Lord makes a clear swing, and the same one hears the designer's cry to stop. Immediately, the protagonist sharply slows down his blade. The person in second place feels the blade near his neck, and the protagonist smiles softly. Before us appears a picture where two duelists stand opposite each other and one of them has the very edge of a wooden sword near his neck. The red-haired instructor shouts that victory is for Curran Steelguard. Everyone suddenly started whispering. Someone said that this is unimaginable, since this is only 72nd place. Someone was still whispering and started talking about how this was not just a victory, because he was far ahead in points. And someone said that he couldn't even see what was what. And the guy with long blue hair looks at them very seriously. He thought about what the true essence of the main character is. And before us is a picture of the amazed Max and Curran standing above him. Everyone is whispering and talking about how our protagonist will now move to the upper class. The crowd continues to whisper and stare at each other. And who in the crowd remembered that a person in 30th place will end up in the middle class, and then baldly remembered that the main character told him that he was not suitable. And he also thought that if he fell into the middle class, he would lose the advantage of the upper class that he had received so far. The bald man also raised his hand and said that he needed 2 victories, and he said that 2 victories are needed to move to another class. The bald gatekeeper was very happy and said that he still had hopes, and he asked a rhetorical question about how Max would lose twice. The instructor looked at him, addressed them by name, and asked if he was accidentally blinded. The instructor looked at him uncertainly and said that after what he had seen for days, he needed to stutter that Max would win in a repeat fight. If there is a fight, then another will take second place. The dumbfounded bald man said that this couldn't be because Max was very ferocious. But the instructor immediately added that this is not a difference that can be narrowed during training. And the protagonist continued to stand over the vanquished. Baldy was immediately taken aback, and he was told that he had better prepare for the worst, because he would not be able to defend his place. The instructor has his arms crossed and looks at them confidently. He thinks that the Steelguard family still has gunpowder in its flasks. So, in my head I continued to think about what it means that the power of the Iron Guard was concentrated in the youngest member of the family, and I thought that this was for the best. He imagined Curran standing in front of his family's flag. The protagonist walked out the door and saw a huge crowd. He asked them why they were all crowded here and asked if they had heard that there had been an outstanding duel. But he noticed something in the distance. He saw the failed suicide standing leaning on a column. He immediately approached him and said with a smile that he had come to him faster than expected, and asked how he knew that he was here, and also clarified what the others are doing here. He quietly lowered his head and said that it was all because they came here. The Lord at first assumed a questioning look, but then the whole Club 21 appeared before him. He said that if it was interesting, they would go inside and asked what was the point of staying outside. But the short-haired one, looking away, said that most likely they already knew what the result would be, and he was about to add. He quietly leaned towards the young master and, in a whisper, said that he had been told that he was the owner of an aura. The hero looked at him softly and told him that he found out everything pretty quickly and asked him if that was why he decided to come to him. He hesitated a little, then said that he had not really thought carefully about what he offered him. The Chief Junior Steelguard turned around and said that this was not the best place for such a conversation. The hero slightly tilted his head to the side, otherwise they should go further away from him, and said to follow him, because he knows one quiet corner where no one will disturb them. We see a high wall and stairs going down to the water. They stood on a small pier, and then the failed suicide said that he heard about what happened yesterday, and I asked him what his plan was. After all, his older brother will not turn a blind eye to what happened. The Lord, looking as relaxed as possible, extended his hand a little forward and asked what the short-haired man was happy with. And then the failed suicide with a very animated look said that. Pausing for a bit, he smiled widely and said very loudly that, of course, he was incredibly happy about this. And he asked rhetorical questions about what was going on. After all, he was even able to shake Thane by the collar. The Lord was greatly taken aback. And then the failed suicide continued to talk about how he also humiliated and ignored his older brother in front of everyone. And he immediately said that he was very disappointed that he was not there. He should have seen everything with his own eyes. He grabbed the protagonist's hand with both of his own, thanked him, and said that he would never forget his kindness. The suicidal man, all blurred with joy, stood and shook his hand. And the hero thought that the members of this family were still cotters. He was more grateful for the fact that he had defeated his older brother than for saving his own life. Shortwave, having calmed down a little, said that it would be stupid to believe that in this way he had gained the upper hand, because his brother was a real madman. He spread his arms to the sides and said that once he even tried to poison him. The Lord asked, and what happened after that? But he leaned over slightly and frowned and said that he was about 5 years old at that time. The main character was dumbfounded and said that, apparently, his older brother had spoken too much, and he was really crazy. Then, with a slightly indifferent look, I asked him that it turns out that he is still afraid of his older brother, and he answered him that, naturally, he was afraid. However, even if so, he still came to meet the hero. The failed suicide, a little apprehensively, stretched his hand forward and asked why he said those words then and was it serious. Curran looked at him with a cheeky smile and said that he was, of course, serious about the next duke. Briefly, he cautiously raised his finger to his mouth and asked him to speak more quietly. Nick looked at him calmly and asked why he was so excited, because they were not even at the riot meeting. And he, in turn, replied that he thought how he would be laughed at if someone found out about this. He looked down and said that he doesn't understand how someone like him can do it. But then the main character interrupted him. He raised his finger up and said that naturally it would be difficult, since he had decided to engage in self-flagellation. Then maybe he should list everything one by one. The failed suicide looked down, and the hero began to list its disadvantages. Firstly, he said that he has no legitimacy, since he is an illegitimate child. He went on to say that his fencing skills are significantly lower than those of his older brother, and he also lacks charisma capable of leading others or reputation. The Lord extended his hand a little and said that then perhaps he would receive special love from the Duke. But then he added that perhaps this was also missing. The short-haired man became very excited, looked down and said that everything was exactly like that, and he described it correctly. The failed suicide spread his legs apart and spread his arms and said that this is why he does not understand how he can even lay claim to the ducal title. The young master put his hands in his pockets and said that, without a doubt, it would be too hard on his own, which is why he said that they would prepare the ground for him. The hero moved his hand to the side, smiled softly and said that this is a kind of investment in undervalued shares. This is not the basis of commercial activity. He went on to say that his rotten thinking needs to be fixed first. The short-haired man was very surprised by these words. The protagonist still calmly told him to think carefully. The gentleman looked at him confidently and said that even if things went wrong, he would most likely be completely lost. And the boy looked at him uncertainly and said that if his brother found out that he had teamed up with him, it would not go unnoticed. The hero exhaled softly. Mal clearly continued to talk about the fact that even if he is not able to resist Club 21, and then he asked him about whether he should endure the relationship like an insignificant dog and just grovel. The failed suicide just looked down and said that at least the situation would not get worse. Darran extended his hand a little forward and said that he had a different point of view. He imagined his impudent older brother, who would stand with his arms crossed with a cloak on his shoulders, and he said that he would most likely graduate from the academy with flying colors, thereby absolutely strengthening his position as the successor to the ducal title. And then he asked the question that if a few years later he becomes a duke, then what will happen then? The hero looked seriously in front of him and said that then, most likely, he would be treated as nothing more than an ant, and as a result, the rest of his life would be filled only with regrets. Such words frightened the short-haired man very much. He was already very scared. But then the protagonist added possible words from him in the future. He said that in the future he would regret that he did not take the risk then, about the fact that perhaps in another case his life would have turned out differently. And he also added that similar regrets would haunt him. They both looked at each other carefully. The failed suicide clenched his teeth tightly, and he said that the young master was right, because until today he only ran away, and gave in every possible way. He lowered his head down and shouted loudly that this was why he had turned into such a non-entity. The protagonist smiled softly, and he squeezed his hands tightly and said that for the first time he thought that he needed to try to do something. He became very inspired and raised his head, and he asked loudly what he should do, because he would do whatever he said. But the hero put his palm forward and calmly said that first of all he should wait. But immediately after, he looked at him gently and said that, nevertheless, he had learned one very important thing, as it should be, namely, that he cannot defeat 21 clubs alone. These words calmed the short-haired man a little. The heroes, still smiling softly, looked around, thought that, more precisely, those families that are included in the 21. The failed suicide spread his arms to the sides and with the most incomprehensible face, asked, what should he do then? And the hero enthusiastically told him to try to create his own club. He imagined many significant figures under the coat of arms of the Steelguard family, and raising his finger up, he said that then he would soon inform him about the details because he already had a full list of potential candidates. The sun was shining brightly above the academy building. The 3 academy students smiled maliciously, mocking Darran. One of the academy students said that he heard that Darran lost again, noting that he has no wins and 64 losses, adding that he hopes to have at least 1 win before he graduates. Darran stood with his eyes downcast, listening to the attacks of his fellow students with a sad expression on his face. Classmates discussed Darran, saying that he would drop out of the academy before reaching graduation, or hoping that he would have time to accumulate 100 defeats. One of his classmates slapped Darran on the shoulder with his palm. He wished him luck in the lower class. Darran was completely bewildered by the attacks of his fellow students, standing with his head bowed. One of the guys said that no matter how talented a candidate for the academy is, it's still not worth hiring commoners. A classmate noticed that even the instructor who recommended him gave up. One of the guys noted that Darran has a fear of swords, and that it makes no sense that a cadet who has dedicated his life to fencing would start trembling at the sight of a sword. Darran slightly knitted his eyebrows and widened his eyes in shock. One of the cadets said that even the people who supported him, believing only in his talent, probably gave up the idea long ago after seeing how his grades slipped, adding that if he was thrown out of the academy, he would again become a man from the street. After all, they said that Darran was an orphan. Darran clenched his hand into a fist, pressing it to his leg. Darran thought that he couldn't go back like that. Darran stared straight ahead. The main character called out to Darran. Darran turned behind him, looking at the one who called him. The protagonist approached Darran, smiling slightly and extending his hand, while Hugh stood behind. The protagonist noted that everything turned out quite well, because he was just going to meet there. Darran looked at Curran in surprise, his mouth slightly open. He was surprised that the main character wanted to meet him. Darran looked slightly confused as he looked around. Darran thought that he followed the main character as if enchanted. Darran was sitting at a table with other guys at it, and the main character was sitting in the center of the table. Darran did not understand what kind of gathering it was. Hugh looked at the protagonist, opening his mouth slightly and raising his palm up. Hugh asked Darran if anyone else would come to them. Darran replied that everything was already assembled. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the guys, and grinned maliciously. The protagonist thought that these were ugly ducklings, which would later turn into beautiful swans and put the whole Navarro on their ears. Darran and Mita, sitting at the table, looked intently at the main character, who introduced them in the form of knights. The protagonist noted that Darran and Mita are knights who represent the next generation. Arcadio sat with an indifferent expression on his face, looking at the protagonist, who introduced him to the outstanding and youngest mayor, Benjamin, who would be called a genius by the administration. Damian sat at the table with his arms crossed over his chest, looking straight ahead with a cold gaze. The protagonist imagined Damian riding a horse, noting that he was an invincible warlord who was said to have expanded the horizons of military science. Damian and Benjamin turned their attention to the protagonist, looking at him with indifference. Curran noted that they are geniuses who were overlooked by the academy because they both have talents that cannot be measured by the institution's rating system. The protagonist turned his attention to the other cadet, smirking slightly. The protagonist noted that it was a bit of a pity that no one followed this man. Sharpel was sitting at the table, concentrating on writing something in his book. The protagonist introduced him as a magician, noting that he is the second son of the Count Klaus family, a famous knightly family with a 100-year history, as well as a dissident of the Count House of Klaus. The main character noted that this is the wandering magical genius Sharpel. Hugh looked at the main character, slightly widening his eyes, while the main character smiled maliciously, looking at him. Hugh suggested to Curran that he should say something to them since they were all gathered. Curran crossed his fingers with each other, looking at the guys from under his brows, with a malicious grin. Curran said that they had probably all heard about the purpose of the meeting in general terms, adding that as previously said, he was going to create a prestigious club that would not be inferior in anything to Club 21. The guys looked at the protagonist with serious faces, listening to him carefully speak. The protagonist said that each of them is a butterfly pupa waiting in the wings. The protagonist noted that he was willing to bet that soon they would be proudly fluttering on beautiful wings. The main character looked at the guys with enthusiasm, presenting the emblem of his club with purple wings. The main character said that their club will be named Soar. Darran raised his hand slightly, drawing the protagonist's attention to himself, who looked at him with a serious look. Darran looked at Curran in confusion, hesitating slightly. Darran said that from what he had heard, it sounded like a pretty good idea, but he doubted it would take off. Curran smiled happily, feeling completely confident. Curran told Darran that he has both confidence in his abilities and a strong belief in success. Darran looked away, looking sadly at the table. Darran said that he has some gaps, both in his skills and in his family. The guys looked closely at Darran, with serious expressions on their faces. Darran noted that among them there is not a single person who has declared himself. Darran raised his hands in confusion, slightly panicking. Darran said that he did not say this because he was trying to ruin their mood, adding that there was nothing to take from him at all, since he was the most hopeless case. Benjamin closed his eyes, turning his head away, noting that such a statement could not spoil someone's mood. Benjamin noted that Darran was simply stating facts. Benjamin opened his eyes, looking at the main character. Benjamin said that Club 21 is a dream club because all the elite gathered there. But when it comes to Club Soar, then without any words a completely different association arises. Hugh looked slightly displeased at Benjamin, while the main character listened carefully to Benjamin's statements. Benjamin noted that there is nothing here other than the opportunity to make connections with Steelguard and Carlson. Curran narrowed his eyes slightly, looking displeasedly at Benjamin. Curran asked what was the only thing that made them feel so insecure, saying that it was because the club had no advantages. Benjamin looked at the main character indifferently, his mouth slightly open. He asked if there was any point in focusing on this. The main character looked at the guys from under his brows, crossing his fingers with each other. He told them that he would then demonstrate a clear advantage. The guys sat at the table, looking at who was the table and who looked at the main character. Curran told the man behind the door to come in. The door opened slightly into the room where the guys were sitting. Marcus walked into their room, smiling widely and brightly. Marcus greeted the guys, saying that he was the deputy head of the Pilaf Trading Company. The guys looked at Marcus in slight surprise, not understanding what was happening. Marcus sat down at the table, closing his eyes, and slightly spread his arms to the sides. Marcus said that they were just a small company with a few businesses, but due to the favorable market conditions recently, business suddenly went well, and he even got to hold gold bars in his hands. Marcus noted that it was time to get to the point. Marcus smiled broadly, turning to the guys. He said he would like to provide regular sponsorship to students. One after another, the guys opened their mouths, shocked by Marcus's words. Darran stared at Marcus, perplexed. He didn't understand why he should even provide financial assistance to cadets like them. Marcus presented the image of the main character, behind which was the emblem of the Soar Club. Marcus said that this question is very easy to answer, adding that this is because their company is under the tutelage of Curran, noting that the Soar Club is also owned by Curran. The main character looked at the guys sitting at the table, addressing them. The protagonist asked them if everything suited them now, adding that this did not end the series of what he could give them. The protagonist with a malicious smile looked at the guys, resting his chin on his hands. The night sky, shrouded in stars, stretched above the academy building. The protagonist was in his room, sitting on the bed, closing his eyes. Curran noted that things have been settled with the club, and now all that remains is to get that little thing. The system windows and a scroll were opened in front of the main character. Curran decided to enter the first system. Curran looked at the system windows with a smile, extending his hand towards them. He was wondering if the original had appeared instead of the fake ones that had been put into circulation recently. A window with a letter appeared in front of the main character. The main character was delighted, his eyes widening. A message window appears. The sun god wrote to the main character, noting that he had heard that he was going to buy the Art of Rebirth, adding that it was quite expensive. The main character was glad that he had found the Art of Rebirth. The sun god furrowed his brows, resting his head on his hand, and looked displeased at the dialogue window. The sun god said that he hates those who begin to boast of their merits in order to impress. The protagonist looked at the dialogue indifferently, while the sun god was slightly annoyed. Curran noted that he does not intend to do this. The sun god said that then he would name his price. The main character looked at the dialogue with a serious expression on his face. A window for describing the art of rebirth item appears. It transforms the entire body into a superhuman one, optimizing it completely for martial arts. Darran noted that this is one of the best things you can get in the first system, which is why it is always at the top of the price range. Darran opened his mouth wide in surprise and narrowed his eyes slightly. The sun god demanded 150,000 for this item. The sun god widened his eyes in anger as he watched the dialogue. He said that what he hates most, after he says the price, is the people who ooh and ah, trying to get the price down. The main character was despondent, pursing his lips, not knowing what to do, since he only had 59,827 in his account. The sun god told him that if he offered a lower price, he would be out of luck. Darran noticed that he was quite short of coins. Darran extended his hand to the system window, wanting to know about this man and what he does. A summary of the exchange report appears. Nickname: Sun God. Species: Human. Access point: First System, First World of Nurim. Transaction level: Second. Soul phase: One who wields a divine weapon. The main character was surprised that he owned such a weapon. The protagonist introduced various warriors standing in fighting poses. Curran noted that he is the most excellent, above the first class, the highest in front, soaring above the peak, the border, having reached which one looks down on everything, equal to God. Curran presented the image of the sun god, who towered above the others, looking at them with a malicious smile. The main character raised his hand, looking at the dialogue in confusion. The sun god asked the main character where the one who wanted to make a deal had gone, noting that he hated waiting more than anything else. Curran asked him to wait a little. Curran looked thoughtfully at the dialogue, raising his finger to his mouth. He did not understand why the equal of God was so poor, adding that it was the first time he had seen someone who was about to make a deal not have a penny in his account. Curran will reach out to the system window, clicking on the exchange account. He thought he needed to do a more thorough check. The main character imagined the sun god attacking the ice warrior with a bloodthirsty smile. Curran noted that this is Lee Jeham, the sun god, the supreme ruler of the Sun Palace, the young master of the first world of Nurim, who emerged victorious from the confrontation with the ice warrior of the northern sea, Seal Jinwook, which lasted for 50 years. Jeham was hit by an ice attack, causing blue lightning to envelop his body, and he bared his teeth in pain. The protagonist added that Jeham, who received the honor of the winner, was also not alright. The protagonist imagined Jeham sitting in the middle of the hall, shrouded in cold. He noted that the extreme strong ice energy that hit his body was destroying blood vessels, so he was in critical condition. Curran thought the big picture was emerging, noting that he put everything on the line for one fight. Curran leaned slightly, peering thoughtfully at the system window. He thought that he was missing more than 90,000 coins, and even if he used all the new privileges, he would still need more than 45,000 coins. The main character raised his hand to his chin, narrowing his eyes slightly. The main character noted that in order to create a body that will support reaching the level of an awakened one, he urgently needs the art of rebirth. Jeham furrowed his brows even more, who looked even more fierce. Jeham asked Darran what he thought he hated. Fourthly, the main character squinted and opened his mouth in bewilderment. He said he had no idea. Jeham suddenly looked surprised, opening his mouth slightly. The main character added that he still knows the answer, saying that Jeham does not like to repeat himself twice. Jeham thought that the main character had simply guessed right. The protagonist grinned maliciously, bared his teeth and raised his hand. Curran sarcastically asked Jeham what he doesn't like when others hit the bullseye, and that comes at number 5. Jeham tilted his head slightly to the side, looking dejectedly at the dialogue window. Jeham told the protagonist that if he is not going to make a deal, then he is leaving the conversation. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, resting his hand on his leg. The protagonist told Jeham that he was ready to make a deal with him. He thought, it's either hit or miss, and he needs to try to benefit from the information received. Curran narrowed his eyes, looking seriously at the dialogue. He told Jeham that the reason he was rushing to reach an agreement was because he needed to extract the ice energy from his body quickly. Jeham widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly in bewilderment. Jeham removed his hand from his face, warily looking at the system dialogue, while the protagonist smiled sarcastically. Jeham did not understand who he was and how he knew all this. Darran asked Jeham if there was a person on the channel of the first system who would not know about the battle of two such powerful titans. Jeham looked at the dialogue in confusion, clenching his hand into a fist. Jiham noted that everyone really knows about this because there were quite a few observers. Jiham suddenly furrowed his eyebrows, looking warily at the dialogue window. Jiham noted that, however, there was something really strange that he learned about the ice energy that was causing him torment. The main character smiled insidiously, raising one hand. The protagonist said that there are rumors that the Sun Palace has turned into an ice residence, adding that others say that it has become as cold as the North Sea Ice Palace. Jiham sat about the palace, which was shrouded in ice. Jiham told Darran that apparently he knows how to listen to what people are talking about. Darran grinned wickedly, showing his teeth. The main character flashed his eyes, smiling widely. He told Jiham that he thought he was in no position to charge double the price. Jiham looked furiously at the dialogue, his mouth wide open. The protagonist raised his hand, looking at the dialogue with a slight smile. He thought that the situation was so serious that he even decided to sell such a valuable art of rebirth. Darran assumed that Jiham was completely engulfed in icy energy. Jiham was furious at the words of the protagonist, baring his teeth. Darran noted that if he wanted to extract it completely from his body, then he would need a high-grade base essence or many heaven-level elixirs. The main character smiled wickedly, while Jiham was overwhelmed with anger. The main character noted that Jiham seemed to be in a hurry, asking him if he had enough coins. Jiham widened his furious eyes, opened his mouth wide and furrowed his brows. The protagonist said that he could see how the lord of the palace was trying to get money, noting that apparently the giant clan bearing the name of the Palace of the Sun was currently undergoing difficulties. Jiham angrily responded to the protagonist, asking who he decided to loosen his tongue in front of. The protagonist, full of confidence, looked at the dialogue with a slight smile. He noted that Jiham really has an explosive temper and that he trembles with anger over such a small thing. Jiham was in a frantic rage, his eyes widening at the dialogue. The protagonist looked at the dialogue window with a crazy look, smiling insidiously. Darran noted that he walks with his head held high every day, being an overlord, so he views those who make deals as his subordinates, adding that he is greatly mistaken, since status, power, and honor are an interdimensional trait it does not matter. Jiham looked at the dialogue in shock, and icy sparks flew around him. Darran asked Jiham that being equal to God, he can cross space. The protagonist appears to appear above Jiham, floating in the air, looking at him sitting on a throne. Darran said that in such a case, the seller is the one who has the least chance, and the buyer is the one who has the advantage. Darran asked Jiham to answer which of the two parties would regret the deal's failure more. Jiham glared at the dialogue window, baring his teeth. Jiham asked Darran what he was hinting at him and says that he will have to regret. The protagonist looked at the dialogue with anticipation, smiling slightly, while Jiham slightly panicked. The protagonist said that he will not die unless he receives the art of rebirth, but Jiham is on the verge of life and death. Jiham opened his mouth in confusion. The main character turned away from the dialogue window and laughed joyfully, opening his mouth wide and looking insidiously to the side. Jiham asked for forgiveness from the main character, noting that, apparently, all because of the damned ice energy, he froze his brains. A dialogue window appeared in which the main character wrote that he accepted Jiham's apology. Jiham asked the protagonist what he wanted from him. Jiham raised his palm up, looking uncertainly at the dialogue. Jiham noted that he has never reduced the price in his entire life, but is willing to make a discount of 10,000 coins. The protagonist raised his finger up, looking intently at the dialogue window. Curran noted that this was not necessary, proposing to change the terms of the deal. Jiham's eyes widened in bewilderment, causing him to open his mouth slightly. Curran asked Jiham that isn't it funny to value the life of the sun god at some miserable 150,000 coins. The main character smiled confidently, while Jiham pursed his lips and widened his eyes. The main character told Jiham that he needed a rebirth technique, and for him a way to get rid of ice energy. The protagonist invited Jiham to satisfy each other's desires. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled widely, showing his snow-white teeth. The protagonist asked Jiham how he could help him. It was still deep night over the academy building. Curran stood with his arms crossed over his chest, looking at the system window. The system window said that the main character used the item, and the sponge effect in my head was applied. The process of loading the art of rebirth began. 1%. The protagonist wondered how long the absorption process would take, noting that he spent several days removing the weeds. The main character seemed to be struck by lightning, which made him slightly surprised. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, sticking his finger inside. He noted that unexpected itching appeared in the molar area. The protagonist widened his eyes when he saw his tooth in the palm of his hand. The protagonist looked at the palm in bewilderment, his eyes widening. He thought that the process had already started. The main character's entire body seemed to be enveloped by lightning. The protagonist opened his mouth wide, feeling unimaginable pain in his body. The main character bared his teeth, clenched them, and widened his eyes, suffering from hellish pain. Darran did not understand what kind of pain this was, because it seemed to feel as if all his bones and muscles were made into a cake. Darran fell to his knees, bending towards the floor and clutching his stomach. Darran thought that his internal organs were also no exception, adding that one could go crazy not understanding what kind of person Jiham is. The protagonist bared his teeth, furrowed his eyebrows, and pressed his forehead to the floor. The protagonist thought that since Jiham had gone through this, he could have warned him what awaited him. A system window appears. The process of downloading the art of rebirth is 35%. Hair began to fall out of the main character's head, while the skin began to peel off from his face. A system window appeared saying that the boot process was 47%. The protagonist experienced severe pain, which made him widen his eyes, clenching his teeth tightly. He thought that if he lost consciousness from this unbearable pain, he would die. Loading progress 63%. The protagonist bared his teeth, enduring hellish pain. The main character sat on his knees, after which he arched his back, spreading his arms to the sides, and spat blood. The sun was shining brightly above the academy building. The main character walked through the academy yard. The academy cadets looked at the main character in surprise. The cadets were completely bewildered, noting that the main character was the same freshman who rose to 70th place in the rankings after just one fight. The protagonist closed his eyes and walked with a satisfied smile among the cadets who recognized him. The cadets looked at the changed protagonist with their mouths slightly open. They noted that a completely different energy really emanates from him. The protagonist grinned maliciously. The main character opened his eyes, keeping his hands in his trouser pockets. The protagonist noted that it couldn't be any other way, because even he wonders if this is really his body. The main character recalled how he trained hard with his sword, swinging it in different directions, changing stances. The protagonist noted that last night he tested his new capabilities and was able to understand how natural geniuses see the world. Curran thought that if in his old body he needed to apply 10 times the force to get 10 times the impact. Now the ratio has changed to 1 to 10, adding that this is a crazy efficiency of 20. Curran closed his eyes, smiling slightly and heavily sighing. The main character thought that if he had been born with such a body, then everything would have been easy and simple for him, noting that this was a terrible injustice. The main character slightly knitted his eyebrows, grinning maliciously. He thought that at least from that moment on, natural geniuses, glancing at him, would consider that fate had treated them unfairly. The blue sky stretched above the mansion. The protagonist was sitting in the room on the sofa, in a meditative position, enveloped in blue energy. The protagonist closed his eyes, slightly opened his mouth, exhaling in relief, thinking that he had succeeded. A system notification has appeared. Achievement unlocked. Internal cultivation. Absorb 120 years of internal cultivation. Reward 10 years of internal cultivation. The main character smiled contentedly, looking at the system window, which said that all achievements and required soul phases had been achieved. The protagonist noted that he completed the last achievement to increase his rank in the field of transactions. System notifications have appeared. The rank of transactions has been increased. You have reached the second level. You have access to enter the channel of the second system. Curran sat on the sofa, cross-legged, and looked at the system window in surprise. He noted that from that moment he had access to a new channel, which he himself did not know well. Curran knitted his eyebrows and pursed his lips. Curran noted that even in the first system things were not going well, but only bitter memories remained from contact with the second system. The main character turned his attention to the system notification, slightly surprised. The notice stated that a new privilege had been opened, a privilege check. The main character looked dejectedly at the system window, his mouth slightly open. The system notification said that this is a VIP privilege. The heart tone, the psychological state of the person with whom you are talking is displayed in detail, and all the ins and outs of your interlocutor will be shown. The main character noted that this is another fraudulent privilege, adding that it is something like mind reading. The protagonist swiped away the system window with the privilege, looking into another. The protagonist said that he would try to use it later, and then he would understand what was what, adding that he had a much more important matter. A system window appeared, showing the 0, 1st, and 2nd systems. The protagonist said that he needed to activate the channel selection window. The protagonist raised his hand to the button of the second system. The red scroll changed to a white book with inscriptions, right in front of the pleased protagonist's face. Curran knitted his eyebrows, grinning maliciously, telling the second system that they had not seen each other for a long time. Above the castle there was a magical circle, shining with a bright blue light from which energy emanated. Curran noted that this was the beginning of magical education, collecting a collection of magical countries, a magical world. Curran reached out to the system notification with a letter saying that the coupon had been delivered. Curran thought it would be worth checking out the events page first. The main character crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the system alert with a malicious smile. The message welcomed the main character, and wrote that he was sent a gift for entering the second system, wishing him unlimited profits in his trade. The protagonist noted that they were going to give him the coupon again. A system alert appeared where the main character received an ancient mana enhancement pendant, a mana ring seal, an introduction to hermeneutics, a lightning massager. The main character was shocked that he received a lightning fast massager, and did not understand how such a similar thing ended up in the second system. The main character opened his inventory. The inventory consisted of a heavy-duty steel door with a dedicated storage room that was heated and cooled. The capacity was 2,763 8,000, level 6. The protagonist extended his finger to the system window with new items. System windows appeared with descriptions of items. An ancient mana enhancement pendant that has the effect of enhancing the wearer's magical power. The main character noted that his name has not changed at all. Mana ring print, one ring and a base outline. Imprint the first ring on the heart, an additional base outline is a service one. The main character noted that this is similar to the formation of a core of internal energy, adding that this is not bad. An introduction to hermeneutics, which introduces one of the pillars of magical science. The protagonist noted that this would also be useful to understand the basics. Curran looked at the other notification in bewilderment, knitting his eyebrows. In front of the protagonist's face appeared a description of a lightning-fast massager, a panacea that cures everything. The protagonist noted that a glance at the first line is enough to understand that this is complete nonsense. The protagonist pressed the button, read more under the massager. The protagonist presented the image of Othello, who was smiling madly, holding a massager in his hands, to an angry crowd of people raising their fists in the air. The protagonist noted that this invention was developed by Othello, a monster in the field of magical engineering. And it is said that there are approximately 15 symptoms that can be cured and improved with the help of this machine. Darran added that the healer wizards, who were afraid of being left without a piece of bread, put up fierce resistance, so mass production was never launched, and this product can be found on the interdimensional trade channel only from a few entrepreneurs. The main character grabbed his neck with his hand, nervously twitching his lip. The main character noted that this is complete nonsense. The main character looked thoughtfully to the side, raising his finger to his mouth. The main character noted that trade in dimensions should not be based on common sense. Besides, this is, after all, a second system. The main character extended his hand to the system window, looking at it with a serious look. The protagonist decided to leave it for now and start with what is right before his eyes. The protagonist sat in a meditative position, closing his eyes, and a white aura emanated from him, forming a white circle above him. A system alert has appeared. Beginning of absorption, applying the sponge effect in my head, loading the seal of the mana ring, and an introduction to hermeneutics. The protagonist thought that the knights accumulate mana in the heart and the wizard creates a ring of mana around the heart. The protagonist noticed that the mana heart interferes with the installation of the ring, and the mana ring interferes with the accumulation of mana. The protagonist thought that this is a complex process that requires 5 times more effort than using one thing, so it is impossible to predict whether at least one such person will appear once every 100 years, a magical sword master. The main character presented an image of himself, shrouded in lightning, and holding a sword in his hand. Notification: the absorption is complete, the seal of the mana ring is installed. Darran smiled insidiously, his eyes sparkling with joy. Darran said that he is now qualified as a magical sword master. Darran looked at his hand in confusion, in which he formed an energy magic ball. Darran stated that he only had one ring and was ashamed to be called a magical sword master with such a meager amount of magic. The protagonist clenched his hand into a fist, dissolving the ball in his hand. The protagonist decided to try to increase his level. The main character examined the cards with offers of magical items. Babe's card said he was selling a magic staff, and Hurst was selling fortification scrolls. The protagonist imagined people sitting at tables and many bottles on the table. The main character noted that most of the representatives of the second system are scientists and researchers, but there are even people there who are obsessed with magic. The main character noted that he had heard that the wizards who dealt with dimensional transactions were the most sociable among them. The main character noticed a more profitable one among the offers, after which he smiled slightly. It stated that the seller was going to sell 3 circles in an extended mana circuit. The main character noted that this was a pretty good offer. A system dialogue window appeared, saying that the main character saw an offer on the bulletin board and wanted to purchase it all. The main character was surprised by the quick response, suggesting that he was waiting for someone to write. The main character smiled slightly, deciding to look at the information about the seller. A summary of the exchange report appeared, which stated that he was a person of the second system, a student of a wizard, real name, Sherlin, a student of the 8th University of Magic, Faculty of Theory and Magic. The main character thought that he was more of a theorist than a practitioner. The main character focused on the dialogue window, enveloping himself in white energy using the heart tone privilege. Sherlin sat at the table with a downcast look, crossing his arms and looking at the dialogue window. Sherlin told the protagonist that from his announcement, he must have realized what situation he was in. There was depression in his words. Sherlin said that he was going to give up everything and stop practicing magic, so he had to understand that he would not sell anything individually. There was bitterness in his words. Curran looked at the dialogue window in bewilderment, his mouth slightly open. Darran became angry, furrowing his eyebrows and opening his mouth wide. Curran thought that this was a terribly useless privilege, and that without any clues it was clear that he was sad and depressed. The protagonist bared his teeth, clenching them, thinking that he needed to calm down. The protagonist noted that the ad only talked about the sale of rings and additional circuits. Sherlin looked slightly exhausted. He looked at the window with indifference in his eyes. Sherlin said that he was going to sell just this, but in the end he decided to sell all his knowledge, but he had not yet edited the ad. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the dialogue, raising his hand to his chin. The main character was wondering whether there would be anything useful there, because he didn't want to buy something unnecessary. The main character widened his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise when he saw Sherlin's thoughts. Sherlin was going to sell advanced runes, intermediate illusionary technique, advanced hermeneutics, one-ring craft scroll. Sherlin thought that selling all this would be the same as throwing away 10 years of his life, adding that he really needed the money now, so there was nothing he could do about it. The protagonist was in a slight daze, sitting on the sofa without moving. He was surprised that this was also there, and it turns out that he saw what was in his soul. Curran widened his eyes and raised his hand, looking at the dialogue window in confusion. He thought that he would try to use it later, and then he would understand what was what. Curran asked Sherlin what kind of knowledge he was selling. Sherlin sighed heavily, narrowing his gaze, noting that magical knowledge. The main character opened his mouth wide in surprise, showing his teeth. Sherlin said that he was going to sell advanced runes, mid-level illusory techniques and the like. The main character was surprised that the privilege really works. The protagonist smiled broadly, in anticipation. He thought that although all VIP privileges are fraudulent, this one is literally a shield. The main character presented himself with a golden shield and a red cloak. The characteristic tone of the heart privilege was written on the golden shield. A system window appeared about the result of the transaction, in which the main character bought a mana ring, a mana circuit, an introduction to hermeneutics and the like, cashback 121 coins. Sherlin smiled contentedly, closing his eyes and scratching the back of his head. Sherlin told Curran that thanks to him, he can now be treated as a person. Curran smiled contentedly, looking at the dialogue window. He noted that he was also completely satisfied with the deal, and if so desired, they would meet again. A notification appeared that Curran has left the conversation. The main character furrowed his eyebrows and pursed his lips, looking at the floor with a serious gaze. He thought that heart tone was indeed a worthwhile privilege, and just because it was the second system did not mean that there were no liars. The main character presented the image of the treacherous Seakan, and the image of a man in a cloak. The protagonist noted that since the first system has Seakan, then this one, of course, will also have a similar frame. The protagonist looked displeasedly at the floor, frowning his eyebrows. Curran thought that the moment he showed up, he would pierce his soul with a pair of daggers called the Eyes of Providence, and the Tone of the Heart. The main character presented the image of Sherlock, standing in the middle of the room, with his head turned away. Curran noted that Sherlock should wait a little longer. It was already getting dark in the city and purple clouds were floating in the sky. The protagonist walked down the corridor with a satisfied smile, thinking that last weekend had been very successful for him. Curran imagined himself in a magical blue space with an aura. He imagined himself as a full-fledged 3-ring wizard, because he had 3 rings of mana surrounding his heart, 1 extended circuit, and 3 important wizard manuscripts. The main character skipped along the corridor with delight and joy. His immediate plans were to quickly finish his morning training and begin honing his new strength. Suddenly Darran stopped and widened his eyes when a voice was heard from the side. Selena asked Darran if he was so happy to train early in the morning with such diligence. Selena stood in the corridor, her back against the wall. Selena closed her eyes smiling, radiating radiant energy from herself. She asked Darran to give her some time. Selena walked closer to the main character, who rolled up his sleeves into his pockets. Selena asked Darran to tell her something. Darran asked what exactly she wanted to hear, to which Selena explained that she wanted to hear about different things in his life. Selena smiled tremblingly at Darran and shone with her beauty against the background of flowers. The protagonist felt that Selena was behaving very strangely, as she could have been deliberately waiting for him. Darran sighed heavily and closed his eyes, moving his head to the side. He realized that this time Selena did not behave as usual, and noted that she was all neat and radiant, so no one had any idea what exactly was included in her plans. So he added, "Is this really the style of communication today?" Was in fashion. Selena tilted her head to the side and put her hand to her chest, looking at Darran with a puzzled look. She pretended that she did not understand what exactly the main character meant, so she asked him to clarify. Darran pronounced the name Selena Luperver in full. The main character smiled sarcastically and looked at Selena's confused appearance. He explained that he was talking about her true nature. Selena's face immediately fell and she looked at Darran with anticipation of discovery. The protagonist ironically joked that he might lose his grip. Selena immediately grabbed her head and smiled mockingly, realizing that she had been exposed. She replied that she didn't think that an ordinary freshman could figure it out, so she asked him a question about how he understood everything. Darran understood that he could not help but know about her, because in a past life he happened to fall into her tricks. The main character presented Selena in the image of a beautiful girl, where she radiated beautiful feminine energy. He knew that Selena was a woman like a drug. She had a beautiful appearance, an impeccable pedigree, and as a knight, she was not deprived of talents. And in addition, she was cunning and perfectly mastered the skill of manipulating other people's hearts. The main character rolled his eyes with annoyance and disgust, remembering his past life. He spent many years in torment, trying to get out from under the influence of this spell, which dragged him in like a swamp. Realizing that this was a shameful page in his life, Selena asked her question again because she wanted to know how he found out about her. Having heard no answer, Selena covered her mouth and smiled sarcastically. She pretended that she understood everything and came up with the answer for him. Darran, with an indifferent face, his hands in his pockets, stood opposite Selena, who with crossed arms pointed a finger at him. She noted that most likely they were simply very similar. Darran continued to remain silent as Selena immediately began to come up with other options, continuing to keep her arms crossed and looking ironically at the main character. She thought she had made a mistake with the first option, so she asked him where he was going to use the talents he was hiding. Darran continued to look coldly at Selena, who did not stop talking at all and continued to chat. She mentioned his club called SOAR. Darran stood opposite Selena and continued the dialogue with her. He asked her if Thane sent her to him specifically to find out something about his club. Selena responded with dissatisfaction that if Thane had asked her for something, she would not have followed his order and he would have sorted it out himself, explaining that she came to him with a completely different proposal. Selena walked closer to the main character, keeping her arms crossed, and smiled maliciously, looking into his eyes. She replied that she initially planned to slowly build communication with him, but realized that there was no point in the players dragging out time and hiding something among themselves. Selena walked even closer to Darran and playfully placed her hand on his shoulder. Her goal was actually to ask Darran to date and start an affair. Without thinking at all, the main character turned around contemptuously and walked away from her, to which Selena immediately became angry. He realized that he had wasted the time allotted for training on such a useless conversation. Selena raised her hands in despair and tried to stop him in order to find out at least the reason for the refusal. Selena angrily put her hand on her chest and said her full name. She said that if Darran started dating her, then everyone would envy them, and there was no need for any other arguments. The protagonist rolled his eyes with displeasure and walked away from the angry Selena, whom he refused. She shouted after him that nothing was over yet and she would make sure that he himself crawled to her on his knees. Darran thought to himself that Selena could do whatever she wanted, because he didn't care, but these screams even hurt his ears. Darran immediately introduced his guys from the club with a slightly angry face. He wondered how Selena could have found out about his club and its name, thinking that there might have been an information leak. Hugh raised his hand when Darran gathered the entire club and began to figure out the situation about the leak. Hugh replied that he could have spilled the beans. The main character was sitting at a large table with all the guys. Hugh sat next to his leader and began to explain the situation, saying that he informed Thane of his departure from the 21 Club, and the name of the club and the list of members were ready at that time. Hugh looked down with a shameful look, beginning to apologize for the situation, adding that Thane continued to question him, so he spilled everything to him. Curran asked Hugh to go out with him for a while. Darran and Hugh went outside and sat on a bench under short, dense trees. The main character asked Hugh why he behaved this way. Hugh immediately began to apologize, thinking that he had made a serious mistake. The protagonist looked down with a sense of humility and closed his eyes as Hugh looked confused as he sat next to him. Curran added that this was not the case at all, because there was nothing secretive about the other guys finding out about the name of the club and its members. Hugh was immediately puzzled and asked Curran what he meant then. Curran looked at Hugh with a sad look and raised his hand in front of him, spreading his fingers. He explained that there was no higher name in Navarro than the royal surname Carlson, so he added that since Hugh was a member of the Carlson family, he should behave accordingly. Hugh sat on the edge of the bench and looked down pitifully, resting his hands on the bench. He replied that his last name didn't really change anything, because he had neither skills nor talents, and if you take away his name, then he doesn't stand out from the crowd. Darran looked arrogantly at Hugh and waved his hand. He understood that, if possible, he would like Hugh to realize the situation on his own and change, but now he could not do anything on his own. He knew that he would have to take care of Hugh's equipment first. Darran clenched his fist and looked intensely at Hugh, who looked back dumbfounded. Darran asked Hugh for a hand, which made Hugh not understand what he wanted the hand for. The protagonist explained that there was no time for chatting now, so he told him to just give him his hand. The main character took out his gold ring with a red stone. Hugh asked what kind of ring it was. Hugh immediately put this ring on his finger. It was a ring of courage, when fears and apprehensions were suppressed, and the wearer of the ring felt less embarrassment. A kind of product recommended for wizards going into their first battle. The main character looked carefully at Hugh, who was dumbfoundedly examining his ring on his finger. Curran asked Hugh how he felt after putting on the ring. Hugh explained with slight confusion that his soul had suddenly become calmer. The protagonist smirked slightly and lowered his head, sitting on the bench next to the lost Hugh. Hugh asked what exactly was going to happen, to which Curran pretended that nothing was going to happen and said that they needed to go back to the office. Curran and Hugh walked along a long corridor, which was lit by lamps with fire. Curran understood that it would be better to slowly move Hugh in the right direction, because if he pressed him in vain, he would only cause him even more harm. He knew that instead of trying to change Hugh's disposition too quickly and in a hurry, it would be better to change him slowly but surely. Darran came closer to the office door when they suddenly heard gossip about Hugh. One of the guys noted that Hugh turned out to be very narrow-minded, because he did not realize what was worth saying and what was not. Davin and Benjamin were chatting about Hugh, where Davin was sitting on a chair and Benjamin was leaning against the wall, standing next to it. Benjamin explained that Davin was right, because compared to what he heard, Hugh looked even weaker. Davin added that it was difficult to even call it a weakness of character, because the problem could lie entirely in Hugh's intellect. Davin raised his index finger, looking at Benjamin. Davin wondered how the cold-blooded Duke could produce such an offspring as Hugh. Benjamin agreed with his colleague's words, noting that the older brother Hugh could get all the best, in particular his appearance, abilities, and intelligence. Benjamin began to add about Thane, whom they also could not call insane, and mentioned his composure, when suddenly Hugh grabbed Benjamin sharply. Hugh angrily grabbed Benjamin's clothes and pinned him against the shelves, causing him to shrink tightly. Hugh became very angry and glared at Benjamin, pushing him against the wall. He told Benjamin to repeat his words about his older brother Thane, who, according to them, took away all the best. Hugh angrily asked Benjamin about how Thane could be better than him. The main character looked at Hugh's aggression with encouragement, thinking that everything was so simple that Hugh would become more courageous. Curran introduced Hugh's older brother, Thane himself, who enthusiastically held his hand in the air. He realized that the enemy that Hugh was afraid of was his brother. The protagonist at the same time saw an angry Hugh with bared teeth. He realized that Thane was the key to Hugh's transformation. The main character looked down thoughtfully, holding his protruding chin. He thought that if he used this nuance correctly, he could achieve the highest effectiveness from the Ring of Courage. Curran sat on the bench with his hand on his knee as Hugh sat on the ground next to him and cried. He noted that Hugh lost his fire and energy too quickly. Hugh looked down sadly, throwing his arms to the sides. He regretted that he had shown aggression and did not know what to do, because such actions could have caused all the club members to leave. The protagonist looked reverently towards Hugh. He explained that Benjamin and Davin bowed their heads and apologized for their behavior, and Hugh himself accepted their apologies, recognizing that there was a misunderstanding, and in return also asked for forgiveness for losing his temper. Hugh thought he might have lost his temper for a moment and flared up. Hugh's eyes widened sharply and realization dawned on him. He looked sharply at his ring, noting that he had felt a sense of aggression the first time he put it on. Darran sat on the bench and looked towards the stunned Hugh, who looked at what was happening in horror. He thought that he shouldn't have worn this ring after all, because he felt as if he was becoming something other than who he was, and he had never been so angry about something like this in his life. The main character sarcastically looked up at Hugh, noting that this was, on the contrary, good, and that Hugh should wear this ring a little, because there was a small grain of truth in Benjamin's words. Hugh, looking dumbfounded and sweating, introduced the rest of the guys, who also looked confused by his behavior. Curran told Hugh to remember the faces of the guys, their manner of speech and looks when he behaved in such an aggressive manner. The protagonist threw a sarcastic grin towards Hugh. Curran explained that if Hugh has such a hard time accepting what happened, then let him consider his opponent Thane, because he could be harsh towards his older brother. Hugh stood with his back to Curran, cowering slightly as he replied that it was entirely possible. Hugh suddenly became angry and clenched his fist, shouting that he would do his best, because he was a Curran and would live up to his last name. Curran looked at Hugh with joy and clenched his fists. He was very glad that Hugh was able to find courage in himself, and in a very simple way. Curran was sitting at a large table with all the guys from the club. He explained that although they had some bad moments, he suggested that they put what happened in the past and take care of each other, and asked if everyone agreed with his decision. Sharpel and Benjamin were immediately inspired by this decision of their leader, and were the first to answer that they agreed. Curran looked at the surprised looks of Darran and Mita and asked them about this. Curran placed 2 bags on the table, noting that the smell was disgusting, but told them to take 1 pill after each workout. The guys asked about the contents. The main character opened the bag and there appeared blue bamboo pills, which were intended for fatigue of the first system. Mita and Darran looked away in disgust, asking if it was possible to eat it, to which Curran immediately reassured them and told them to take it, because it was good for the body. Curran turned to Benjamin and Davin and threw 2 tokens onto the table. The 2 guys looked at the table in surprise. Davin and Benjamin took passes to the Royal Library and went wide-eyed, asking their leader how he could give them something valuable. Curran looked at the guys sarcastically. He explained that if this library also did not have the books they wanted to read, he suggested that they send a request to the Flip Trading Company, because he had already given the corresponding order. He added that he would get them all the books that could be brought from abroad. The main character cast a questioning glance to the side. Sharpel was anxiously awaiting what Curran would provide him with. Curran crossed his fingers sarcastically and looked towards Sharpel. He asked why Sharpel was staring at him, and if he wanted to tell him something. Sharpel timidly looked down and touched his face with a finger. He said that he also wanted to read some books from the library, and therefore asked if he could also get a library pass. Curran continued to look at Sharpel sarcastically, keeping his fingers crossed. He explained that there was nothing complicated about it, but added that there simply might not have been any need for it. 14 Magic Tower. The main character looked questioningly at Sharpel, who covered his lips with his hand and addressed him in a whisper. He asked why they suddenly headed to the Magic Tower. The main character happily looked at Sharpel and told him not to worry, because he would introduce him to a very good mentor. Curran approached the tower together with Sharpel, and a mentor in a black cloak was waiting for them in front of the entrance. Sharpel asked about the mentor, to which Curran replied that he was already on his way to meet them. Sharpel looked forward in surprise, realizing at first glance that this was a high-class magician. The mentor looked arrogantly at the guys and noted that they had not seen Curran for a long time. Curran looked at Sharpel, who bowed his head in greeting to his mentor. Curran introduced Sharpel to his uncle Kendall Lisker. The protagonist looked puzzled at Sharpel, who suddenly opened his eyes. Sharpel looked at Curran with horror and shock and asked him to repeat the mentor's name again. Sharpel presented Kendall against the backdrop of a magic circle in a dark space. Sharpel knew that this was the youngest owner of 6 rings, and the first in the ranking of applicants for the position of the next Archmage. The same Kendall Lisker. A small white teapot hovered in the air and poured hot tea into a small cup. Kendall looked at the guys in shock, using his hand to use magic to make the kettle pour tea on its own. He noted that this was impossible, what the guys told him. Sharpel sat next to Curran at the table across from mentor Kendall. Kendall realized that Sharpel aspired to become a wizard, even though he was a direct descendant of the Klaus family. Sharpel asked in surprise why it sounded strange. Kendall was slightly shocked and raised his hand in front of him. He did not understand how it could be otherwise, because a direct descendant of that same Klaus family wanted to study magic under his leadership. Curran joined the dialogue and raised his hand, spreading his fingers. He explained that his request was not for him to take Sharpel as his student, but only to allow him to use the materials of the magic tower. The main character looked with enthusiasm at Sharpel, who was confused. Darran understood that although Sharpel had wasted 20 years of his life, it could be said that he still had talent worthy of the Archmage's chair. And if from that moment Sharpel began to practice in the magic tower, he would have greatly succeeded and could well have become the youngest Archmage in history. The main character presented the image of Sharpel in the form of an Archmage, who floated in the air, surrounded by a blue aura. It was already getting dark in the city and Kendall stood opposite the guys with his arms crossed. He told Darran that the magical tower was a haven of truth and a beacon of wisdom, and it was not a place that opened doors to everyone, so he wanted to make sure that Sharpel was worthy of receiving the right to such an event. Kendall looked closely at Sharpel while in his office the very next day. He turned to Sharpel, noting that since the main character vouched for him, he would give him a chance. Kendall turned to his nephew and said that he was going to do a little checking on Sharpel, so he asked him to leave his office for a moment. Darran closed his eyes with a small smile on his face and agreed to his great-uncle's condition as Sharpel looked at him in bewilderment. Darran stood over Sharpel with a smile on his face and put his hand on his shoulder. He encouraged his friend, saying that now was a good opportunity for him, so he told him to try his best. Sharpel looked at his leader with delight and passion, realizing that he could not let him down. The main character left the office and looked around, thinking about what he could do in the near future to brighten up the wait. Darran walked forward and heard some dissatisfied exclamations and drew attention to it. One of the blue-haired mages sat at the table and looked at the scroll in puzzlement, holding his head. He was indignant because he could not find the answer and did not understand where exactly the problem was hidden, because of this problem he had not been home for a week. The main character looked dumbfounded at the magician's student, who continued to sit over the problem, trying to solve it. The student held his head and said out loud that if this time he too could not correct the mistake, then their mentor would not get rid of them. Darran looked at the problem and realized that there was a simple formula, so he did not understand why the student was so worried about it. Darran was about to put his hand on the shoulder of the magician's apprentice, who managed to notice this. The student put his hands on the table and turned back to the main character, asking what was the matter. Darran asked to take a closer look at this magic circle and the task. The student looked at the protagonist with a tired look and noted that he had seen Darran recently talking to his mentor, so he thought that the stranger was a wizard. The protagonist laughed at this statement and broke into a smile. He explained that this was not entirely true. He just had some basic magical knowledge. The mage student extended his hand and pointed at the other students in their office. He explained that he was a senior magician, the second most important person in this laboratory, so he ironically said that a stranger could hardly simply solve a problem that even stumped him, just because he had picked up some then magical knowledge. The main character looked at the magician with enthusiasm and began to explain to him that if he slightly increases the T value and removes all the messy parts there, he will get a good magic formula. Darran looked anxiously at the magician, who called out to him displeasedly. The high magician student looked angrily at the protagonist, noting to him that he would not tolerate everything, since the new guest was an acquaintance of mentor Kendall. In anger, the magician ordered Darran to leave while they spoke to him in a friendly manner. Darran looked with bewilderment at the offended magician, whom he really wanted to help. He had the feeling that in front of him was not a wizard at all, whom they wanted to tell, and he was immediately offended, because the only thing he really had was pride in the knowledge that he possessed. Darran turned his back to the wizard and waved his hand to him with a smile as a sign of farewell. He apologized for disturbing the magician. The main character walked forward through the large office as the wizard sat at his desk. Darran thought that since he met with the elder magician, he must have at least 4 rings, but realized that he did not see what Darran himself saw, as the owner of 3 rings. Darran sharply widened his eyes, thinking that he should take up this idea and take on solving similar problems in this laboratory himself. The main character walked up to a shelf of books and examined them, thinking about which book to take on. Darran stood behind the cabinet and began solving problems. These were wizard exam questions where there was a high difficulty and a time limit of 90 minutes. One of the questions was that the wrong path of the circuit had to be corrected so that it became correct. The next task was to note all the shortcomings of the following magic circles. The protagonist looked at the assignment forms with enthusiasm, holding his outstretched hand with his head on the desk. He realized that these tasks were too easy for him. Darran sat at his desk and enthusiastically solved the problem, starting to write with a pen on paper. He was finally convinced, just as the released internal energy of the first system crushed the owners of the continent's ore, and the third ring of the second system should not be considered as the same as the third ring of the continent's magicians. Darran turned to the side at the dissatisfied cries of the High Magician, who shouted about whether there was any sense in Darran's actions. The magician jumped up from his desk and put his hands on it when everyone paid attention to it. The angry magician pointed his finger at the main character and angrily asked him how Darran could lie at all, because he said that he was not a magician. At the same time, Kendall began to leave his office along with Sharpel, and their faces looked puzzled. Kendall turned to his nephew and told him that he had finished testing his friend Sharpel. Sharpel and Kendall widened their eyes when they heard a showdown between Darran and the magician, who was shouting throughout the laboratory about where the main character came from and how he came to this magical tower. Kendall watched as the High Mage stood next to his nephew and chastised him for his actions with his hand raised. The magician noted that Darran must have enjoyed tormenting people, asking his bully a specific question about whether he would have fun torturing him himself. Sharpel stood next to Kendall, who angrily called out to the High Mage named Raphael, who immediately dropped his head when he heard his name from his mentor. Kendall asked Raphael what kind of commotion he caused in the laboratory. All the guys watched as Raphael pointed his finger at the perplexed Darran and began to make excuses for his actions, blaming the main character for everything. Kendall menacingly asked Raphael that he had already managed to correct all the magic formulas and that is why he staged such a performance. Raphael immediately dropped and became confused, not knowing what to answer. Sharpel stood next to Kendall, who crossed his arms and glared at High Mage Raphael. Kendall explained that, in fact, if the senior magician did not have the slightest bit of responsibility, then he should be kicked out of the laboratory. Raphael immediately clenched his fist at such an unpleasant statement from his mentor. Raphael closed his eyes and shouted to the entire Kendall laboratory that he had gone too far with such a statement. All the other guys looked in surprise at Raphael, who began to explain the whole situation. Raphael talked about having the mentor look at how he had actually worked up to this point, because all you had to do was look at his appearance, which no longer looked human. The protagonist also looked stunned at Raphael, who screamed hysterically and explained the situation. Raphael said that because of this task, he had not been able to go home for a week, and because of his hard work on research, he could not even sleep, wash or eat properly. Kendall looked at Raphael indifferently and explained to him that he should have studied the rules better when applying for a senior wizard whose fate was so unfair. Raphael put his hand on his chest and shouted menacingly to his mentor that he understood everything perfectly. He also added that if Kendall forced someone to work hard, then he is obliged to bear responsibility for this person until the very end, not realizing that his mentor instead decided to shamelessly recruit a brilliant magician in order to later give him a leadership position. The mentor fell into confusion and became sharply puzzled. Kendall looked in bewilderment at Raphael, who continued to be angry and spread his arms to the sides. Kendall explained that if Raphael was talking about Darran, then he was just the son of his old friend, but not a wizard. Raphael ordered not to lie to his mentor. Raphael angrily grabbed the scroll and showed his mentor a magical formula in the form of a circle and several symbols on a sheet. Raphael explained that if Darran is not a magician, then how can he explain to him what is written on Darran's sheet? Raphael held a scroll of paper in his hands as Kendall carefully examined the magic formula. Kendall thought that if Raphael fixed everything, then he should tell everything right away, when suddenly Kendall stopped abruptly. Kendall lightly touched his chin and looked enthusiastically at the scroll of paper. He appreciated Raphael's amazing solution and asked him how he came to this conclusion. Raphael turned back to Darran with contempt and explained that it was Darran who wrote the magic formula. Kendall glared at Raphael, who continued to be angry about the situation. Kendall didn't believe Raphael's words and asked him about what nonsense he had been saying recently. Raphael shouted that this was not nonsense at all. Raphael looked angrily at his mentor and took up the paper on which Darran was solving tests. Raphael told his mentor to look at the tests that the main character had just solved, because they all had the highest difficulty. Raphael continued to talk about how Darran completed this test in a measly 5 minutes and didn't make a single mistake, so he asked the logical question of his mentor about whether he could still claim that Darran wasn't a wizard. Kendall exhaled heavily and calmly looked at Raphael. He pointed out to him whether Raphael knew the surname of Darran, who was from the Steelguard clan, adding that if he did not know, then shame on him. Raphael put his hand to his chin and looked away, suddenly puzzled. He tried to remember the lineage of the Steelguard family. The realization hit him immediately and he widened his eyes in shock. Raphael was dumbfounded when he imagined the head of the Steelguard family of his father holding a sword, realizing that it was the Steelheart bloodline. Raphael's eyes widened and he fell into a stupor when Kendall asked him if he needed any more evidence or explanation. Kendall looked at Raphael, who drooped and fell into despair, not knowing what to answer. Kendall glared at Raphael and asked him what he was prepared to say in response to such a statement. Raphael looked pitifully at his mentor and emitted small bolts of lightning from himself, hesitating in answering. Kendall, along with Sharpel and Iran, watched as the guys took the tearful Raphael away. Kendall apologized for the behavior of his student who acted inappropriately. He explained that they were currently working on a very important project, so everyone was very overworked. Iran was not at all embarrassed by this situation and he extended his hand forward with anticipation, remembering how Sharpel passed the test. Kendall exchanged glances with Sharpel. At the same moment, the two of them smiled sharply. Sharpel pulled out a golden library pass from his pocket. Sharpel held the pass in his hands and broke into a smile, indicating with a gesture that everything was fine and he was accepted. It was already night in the city, but light leaked from the building everywhere. Thane furiously beat up his subordinate from the club, shouting about how he dared lose a duel to such a worthless brat as Darran, noting that he had dog paws instead of hands. Forrest frowned at what was happening and told Thane to calm down, otherwise at this rate he would create unnecessary trouble for himself. Thane didn't stop and continued to swing his fist in anger. The guy with gray hair closed his eyes convulsively and bared his teeth in fear. He began to apologize and explained that he had no idea that Darran was able to overcome his fear of swords. Thane looked at the poor fellow angrily and sighed heavily. Thane put his foot on the guy's face and pressed on him. Thane continued to keep his foot on the face of the guy who was lying on the floor. Thane angrily told the guy to shut up, because it didn't matter to him whether he lost to Darran or not. After all, they were Club 21. Thane looked at the guy angrily, frowning deeply. He began to explain to everyone that they were a group of winners, whom the entire academy looked up to, because this was the situation until now, and this was how it should be in the future. Thane looked at the guy in anger and raised his hand in front of him. Thane threatened that they would smash the Sword Club to smithereens and become the best of the best. Thane turned to Jason and asked him to challenge the Sword Club to a series of fights, where they must win an unconditional victory. The entire city was shrouded in night and the residential buildings with the population were still awake. Jason stood under the bridge waiting to meet the main character. Jason sighed heavily and closed his eyes, crossing his arms. Jason's eyes widened sharply when he heard Iran say that he was joking about his loud sigh. Jason, continuing to keep his arms crossed, entered into a dialogue with Iran, who was standing above. The main character asked his brother if he was having a hard time lately. Jason answered with irony that the question was stupid, because as expected it was not easy for him. Jason ironically noted to his brother that due to stress, he had aged 10 years. Jason lowered his head and became slightly sad with annoyance. He noted that before they treated him without much cordiality, but now they looked at him as if he were some kind of spy. The main character stood across the bridge wall opposite his brother, who noted to him that everything should go according to his plan. Jason looked sarcastically to the side as Iran waited with a slight grin for further words from his brother. Jason explained that Thane decided to offer his club a series of fights. Jason was a little worried and looked to the side in bewilderment. Jason asked his brother if everything would really be okay, since Iran didn't try very hard to show it. Jason also noted that his brother must have been worried about the other club members as well. Jason also asked the main character not to worry, because not only Darran and Hugh, but also others also showed stunning growth. Jason looked to the side anxiously, trying to address his brother. Jason asked the main character about it. Was he right in his reasoning? Through the wall, Iran replied that his brother was absolutely right, so he explained that Jason should not worry too much about this. Jason crossed his arms and looked away sadly. Iran told his brother that he had to prepare for the fight, so he was going to leave, because he would contact him later and asked him to take care of himself. Jason hesitated slightly and told his brother to be careful. Jason sighed heavily and put his hands on his belt. He understood that it was not easy for him to rely on his younger brother. Jason joked ironically to himself that he was in a ridiculous situation. Jason stood frozen in the moment with a sad grin. At the same moment he smiled, because he understood the irony of the whole situation. Jason began to climb the stairs and intended to return back. He understood that this arrangement was also quite good. The next day the sun was shining brightly. Darran gathered his club in a large and spacious office. The guys began to talk among themselves about how this couldn't have happened and they shouldn't have heard it. The main character explained that they heard everything correctly. Darran sat in his chair and grinned slightly while all the other guys sat at the table with downcast faces. Darran said that it was decided to hold a series of matches between clubs 21 and SOAR, and whoever loses will close the doors of the club. The protagonist closed his eyes and explained with a slight degree of skepticism that the name of the club and even the possibility of holding meetings would disappear. Darran raised his hand and shouted in alarm that this was unacceptable. Davin was also horrified and said bitterly that there was no point in taking such a crazy step. Benjamin also did not stand aside and sadly said that he did not want their club to cease to exist. Hugh raised his hands and exclaimed for the guys to calm down first. Hugh added that their leader Curran had to have a certain idea, so he decided to take this step. Hugh looked alarmed at the malicious grin of his leader, who sat next to him and stroked the kitten. Hugh asked when the series of fights would take place, suggesting that it could be in a year. Curran grinned mockingly and showed 5 fingers on his hand. Hugh sat next to Sharpel and they both looked at their leader with concern. Hugh thought that 5 months was too short a time frame. Curran again showed his 5 fingers and laughed with his eyes closed, explaining that the fights would start in 5 days. All the guys widened their eyes when they heard the news. Benjamin and Sharpel were also confused. Curran watched as Hugh opened his mouth in hysterics. Curran did not understand why the guys were so surprised, because he explained that it would be better to deal with the problems as soon as possible. Hugh became very angry and shouted angrily that their leader was talking nonsense, like a crazy person, and asked him what he had done. After 5 days, Thane and his club were also shocked by this information, realizing that Curran turned out to be a cunning one. Club 21, led by Thane, entered the training area where many people had gathered. The guys wondered what it was, to which one of the guys noted that the guys from the SOAR club were meticulous in preparing for the fight. Other students looked at each other and asked who bet how much. The other guys were impressed by the scale of the event. A bunch of influential people gathered in the stands to watch the fights. The disciples understood that the people gathered were rich and noble, whose names were well known to everyone. They did not understand how they all managed to be invited to this event. Forrest looked anxiously at Thane, who was looking around at the people. Forrest noted that it all seemed strange to him. Thane lowered his head and explained that the outcome of the battle would not change in any way, and the SOAR club wished to be humiliated in front of everyone. Thane bared his teeth and frowned, raising his hands in front of him in anger. He said that they would smash their enemies with great success. Hugh stood in the company of his friends and turned anxiously to the commander standing nearby with his arms crossed. Hugh asked Darran if everything would really be okay, since he himself had no idea that so many nobles would be present at the fights. Darran closed his eyes with a satisfied expression on his face and noted to his worried guys that everything was going according to plan and they shouldn't worry. Kendall raised his index finger and acted as MC, explaining that everyone had been waiting for this event for so long. The presenter continued that today Kendall will be responsible for the live sound, process, and broadcast of the match. Kendall pointed his finger at himself with enthusiasm as he introduced himself as the mage of the 14th Magic Tower. Kendall looked sarcastically at the embittered Mello, who was angry that the magician was going to voice him differently. Kendall introduced his assistant as the commander of the 2nd detachment of the Imperial Knights Melotanian. The elite guests began to look at each other in bewilderment, realizing that this was not even a royal tournament, and the hosts were a magician of 6 rings and a knight of heroic rank. The SOAR Club, led by Club 21, confidently stood opposite the equally confident Club 21. The commentators explained that a series of matches would begin between the SOAR and 21 clubs. Kendall Lisker announced the start of the first match, wondering who would have the honor of opening the competition. A member of Club 21 walked up into the arena, holding a wooden sword in his hand. It turned out to be there, and he raised his hand to greet the audience. A member of the Takeoff Club stood in front of him. The blue head frowned with displeasure, cursing the blonde, but still recognizing his sense of humor. His opponent turned out to be Hein, his brother. The elder looked angrily at his opponent. The younger one was a little scared, trying to control himself. He pursed his lips, worried, but at the same time realizing that he only got here thanks to the main character. He presented himself as a short man in front of there, realizing that he was unable to put aside his fear of his older brother. The elder called out to the younger, suggesting that he had clearly entered the arena against his own will. He seriously asked how he felt. Hein was shocked when he was called a toy in the hands of the main character. There frowned, offering his brother a chance. Junior was perplexed when his opponent invited him to abandon the fight and join his club back, promising not to take revenge for the betrayal or impose any punishment, returning everything to its original course. The Takeoff Club member did not believe these words, turning them over in his head. He recalled how his brother literally put his feet on him, using him as a stand. The guy darkened, remembering this picture. The sword was at rest. The next moment the tip was raised. The young man pointed the sword at his opponent, looking ominously and telling you to go to hell. Club 21 member raised his hand up, looking at his opponents. Then he sharply lowered it down. The young man began to attack, lifting himself off the ground. The brothers fought each other furiously. Each of them attacked, sparing no effort, swinging his sword again and again. The younger one swung, still not believing his eyes. The elder spoke angrily about him, also holding his weapon at the ready. They successfully attacked his younger brother, striking him, not understanding what he hoped for by opposing him. Hein fell to the ground trembling, clutching his stomach as his brother looked at him victoriously. He groaned in pain, closing his eyes as he continued to tremble. The elder smiled sarcastically, telling him that he should have known his place. The younger one, holding his stomach, was asked if he would admit defeat, since silence would automatically be counted as a loss. The guy frowned angrily, determination visible in his eyes. He clenched his teeth in aggression. He ran screaming towards his brother, shouting his name. They turned around, puzzled, when he heard his name. At this moment he receives a good punch to the face. The audience gasped in surprise at such an action. The elder retreated, keeping his feet on the ground. The brothers stood opposite each other in a fighting position. They rubbed his face, looking aggressively at his opponent. The club member gloated, giggling with joy that this day had finally arrived. Blood flowed from the elder's nostrils in a stream. He angrily told his opponent that he would not leave the arena on his own 2 feet. However, the younger one raised his hand. As if nothing had happened, he called out to the instructor and admitted defeat under the perplexed glances of the elder. The instructor was indignant, as was there, but granted the request. The elder did not understand what was happening, continuing to bleed, but he was recognized as the winner. Hein sarcastically congratulated him on his victory. The young man still did not realize what was happening. The younger one turned around, after which he left the arena satisfied. The guy covered his nose with his hand, realizing how he had just been disgraced. His gaze fell on the Takeoff Club. The blonde grinned evilly at him, covering his mouth with his hand. Their expression twisted his face angrily, realizing that everything was set up that way from the very beginning. The younger one sat down on a chair, looking at the main character, thanking him for such a chance. The blonde replied with a smile that there was no need for gratitude, because he himself decided to become independent from the elder. He announced to the next participants to get ready. Raising his index finger, the young man asked if they had forgotten his words. The guy and the girl indignantly asked whether it was even possible to do this. The main character smiled broadly, answering positively. The sun shone brightly on the battle arena. The guy left the arena, rubbing his chin. The opponent was declared the winner. Kendall Lisker looked at the next member, announcing the exit of the 4th member of the club to take off. Darran threw the sword over his shoulders and walked, holding it with his hands. The instructor's hand dropped and the fight began. The guys immediately fell on each other after the signal. Each repelled the opponent's attacks. The commentators were shocked by such a fight, as if there had not been 3 more fights before. Their swords clashed against each other under the pressure of their master's forces. The difference in ratings turned into nothing. Mello thought about this, calling the situation absurd, even if the second year improved his skills, because the blue-haired one was much higher in status. They barely held back the attacks, holding the sword above his head. He grimaced, worried how the situation had even turned out this way. Darran attacked the enemy furiously until he understood how a person could change in such a short time. The young man could barely stand on his feet. At one point there lost his vigilance. The red-haired one swung with all his might. He dealt a crushing blow to his opponent, causing the member of Club 21 to fly to the side. The blue-haired man opened his eyes wide in shock, unable to say anything. The enemy looked at him angrily. There fell to the ground. The blow was called significant. The young man was in pain and trembling, unable to get up. Darran wiped the sweat from his face, looking at the loser. The blue-haired man trembled, grimacing in pain. He took out a small bead, thinking that he did not want to resort to such measures, but he had no choice. The green head asked the young man rising with the sword if he could continue. He barely stood up, answering positively. Darran looked at his opponent in bewilderment, regretting something greatly. With an angry face, he mockingly declared that if he had not been a homeless orphan, he would have invited his opponent to his club. The redhead widened his eyes, surprised by the words. They soon straightened up. The next moment he disappeared in front of his opponent's eyes. Approaching him, he swung sharply to hit the discouraged enemy. They flew away from such a blow. He looked on excitedly as he held back the sword strike. The blue-haired man looked at him disapprovingly, calling him a small bug. He got into a fighting position, intending to show the Takeoff Club member his place. There barely held back the attack with his hand and sword. Then he barely held the sword with his palm, making considerable efforts. Afterwards, the red-headed man barely held the sword with both hands, closing his eyes. There recoils after another failed furious attack. The redhead was worriedly thinking about the fact that the shockwave was knocking him down, despite his pumped-up mono level, not understanding how a person could change so quickly. The enemy leaned on his leg. The next moment he attacked in a jump, swinging his weapon at him. The red-haired man barely restrained the shockwave, moving away a considerable distance. His foot slid along the ground. Soon she stopped. The young man sat down, leaning on his hand. Suddenly he coughed up blood that came out. The enemy tried to catch his breath, realizing that he had no strength left. He was very surprised to notice the following. The opponent stood up, trembling, holding his sword. He stood up with difficulty. His shortness of breath did not stop. The blonde smiled, mentally cheering for his club member. He recalled training with him, slashing with a sword, and how the red-haired man managed to hold back the attacks. He managed to confidently defend himself against swings of weapons. Darran presented the main character as if he were some kind of huge red monster with a cleaver. There was a sudden flash of light. The red-headed man confidently held the sword. There was an incomprehensible light behind him. The opponent was shocked by what he saw. His face darkened. The Takeoff Club members also gaped in shock. Club 21 members also had their jaws dropped. The spectators were as perplexed as they were. Darran stood in a fighting stance with a white aura around him. Commentators were also surprised to notice the owner of the aura. The enemy turned pale with fear upon witnessing what happened. Darran was approaching the guy opposite. He tiredly approached him. His face was covered in bruises. Their eyes opened wide, unable to put together two words from surprise. The guy staggered a little. The next moment he fell unconscious in front of his opponent. Mello shouted to the instructors to take the student to the healers, calling him a treasure. The instructors panicked as they ran towards the arena. The men brought a stretcher, carefully shifting the unconscious young man. Behind the blue-haired man there was a crowd of spectators. He himself looked at this picture in shock. He was clearly nervous, because he realized that having won, he was not a winner in reality. There drew attention to commentators who suggested returning to the competition. A blonde man, the leader of the Takeoff Club, entered the arena. The guys looked at each other, one with anger, the other with a grin. They addressed the main character, calling it funny that he had set his younger brother against him. Frowning angrily, he asked how his opponent knew that he was going out first. The young man exhaled and replied that it didn't take much intelligence to guess. He looked confidently at his opponent, declaring that it was obvious that he was the last to leave. There was surprise when his opponent said that he had accurately calculated 4 victories in his pocket, attracting attention to himself, but he would have an excuse if he lost to the blonde. He calmly quoted that if it weren't for his last strength, he would definitely have won, checking this with his opponent. Bear grimaced with displeasure. The blue-haired man took the hilt of his sword, saying that his opponent's words would not have changed anything. He took a fighting stance, declaring that the club's rise would come to an end. The blonde grinned at him slyly. The main character raised his hand with the sword and threw it to the ground. The instructor was surprised to ask if everything was okay with the weapon, to which he received a positive answer. They looked in shock at the blonde, explaining that it was worth moving on to a fist fight out of courtesy to his opponent. Like a madman, he covered his fist with his palm, declaring that this was a joke and this way he could beat him much longer. The opponent was seriously worried, insulting this guy in his thoughts in shock. The wooden sword broke in half and splinters flew from it. The blue-haired boy's pupils shrank in horror. Darran looked at him with contempt. The sword broke in his hand. Darran put his right hand forward, making his palm straight, and there clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly Darran's hand reached out to the guy with his index finger extended. He touched their chest. The blue-haired guy suddenly grabbed his throat and began to cough heart-rendingly. His eyes suddenly widened in shock as he opened his mouth and realized his voice was gone. Darran, with a smug smile on his face, rushed towards him, pointing 2 fingers forward. There raised his hands and clenched his teeth when something hit his shoulders. He bent over sharply, dropping his hands and staring ahead, not understanding what had happened. The guy looked down at his trembling hands, wondering what happened to them. They looked up at Darran in shock when he asked if he was planning on throwing a couple of punches and giving up. Smiling maliciously, Curran said that he had lost his voice and his hands were not obeying him, so it turns out that even if he wanted to, he would not be able to refuse to participate in the duel. They stared at him in horror, his mouth open. Raising his fist, the blonde with a malicious smile asked if the only thing left was to beat him half to death. Blood sprayed from the guy's mouth from the blow to the face. The head was thrown back by a blow to the chin. Darran delivered lightning strikes from all sides, which inspired terror, but they held firm. A blow landed on his cheek again. They thought that everything was not going according to plan, and something was wrong here. The guy's body bent back from the new blow. He thought that even if he tried to simply fall under the onslaught of blows, his body did not obey him. It was independent of his will. The blonde smiled evilly, and air currents swirled in his palm. Their body rose again before it could fall. He got into a fighting stance, and Curran put his fists in front of him as those watching marveled at their remaining on their feet, wondering if he had been left indelibly impressed by Barian's fighting spirit. His face flew to the side again, and blood sprayed from his mouth, and he, having heard the words of the people, wanted to answer them that everything was not like that at all, and that he wanted it to stop. Curran struck the guy on the chin with a smug smile. The blue-haired boy's face was swollen from the blows, his nose was bleeding, and his body was trembling. Two guys took there, putting him on a stretcher, and Kendall shouted that although they're lost, he showed a truly amazing fight. A man with dark green hair and a beard in a black cloak with a green brooch with a gold trim stood next to a man with purple short hair and a red vest and, carefully watching the fight, said that this was a very valuable first victory for the Soar Club, and that he burning with anticipation in the hope that such a tense atmosphere will remain until the end. He looked at the field where a new knight had appeared and shouted that while he was talking, the next member from Club 21 entered the arena. A guy with long blue hair walked through the arena holding a wooden sword while Kendall said that it was Cassian, occupying the first place in the freshman rankings, and that he thinks this fight will also be exciting for the spectators here. Kendall pointed his thumb at himself and joyfully shouted that the participants in today's fight will fight for the title of the best in the ranking, and he will become the first year's Karsum. The blonde looked at his opponent with an arrogant smile. Cassian looked at him displeased. Darran looked at him in surprise when he addressed him. Cassian, remembering their last fight, cautiously asked if he could repeat what he did then. Pointing a wooden sword at him, the blonde said that he saw no reason why not. The blue-haired guy looked at him intensely, and Kendall asked what it was. Was it really a war of nerves between first and second place? And said that it seemed that they had already begun to test each other's fortitude. Darran, holding the sword in front of him, smiled at the enemy. Cassian closed his eyelids. Concentrating with his eyes closed, he grabbed with both hands. The tip of the sword dropped. The end of the sword hit the ground, creating waves of vibration around it. Suddenly Cassian suddenly opened his eyelids. He moved his foot away. Raising his hands, the guy swung his sword. He struck, and powerful currents of wind formed around them. Kendall raised his hands to shield his face from the flow, and, admiring the enormous pressure of the wind, shouted that this was Cassian's magnificent response to Curran's provocation. The blue-haired guy looked at his opponent, breathing heavily, while Kendall asked how he managed to reach such heights at the age of 16, and said that Cassian once again proved that it is not for nothing that he takes first place, and it is no wonder that he is called a genius. The wooden sword was pointed forward. Cassian frowned, breathing heavily, and, gritting his teeth, said that he could not get even a centimeter closer. Raising the sword upward, Curran said with a smile that he saw significant growth, and this time the guy definitely felt the power contained in his hand. Lowering his head, Cassian exhaled and said that he managed to get at least some comfort from the one who is a real monster. The guy turned away from his opponent. Looking down upset, he left the arena, and Kendall asked in surprise what happened this time, and, turning to the cadet, asked if he was really refusing the fight. Forrest, angry, shouted at Cassian, asking why he suddenly decided to give up. The guy walked up to his club, and Forrest chastised him in frustration, saying that they should attack according to their strategy, then asking how he could do this in a situation where he had the opportunity to force Curran to expend a little more power. Cassian, lowering his head, was silent for a while and said that he, too, would soon understand why he made such a decision. He remembered the movements of his legs in the arena. Imagining the arrogant face of the smiling blonde, Cassian said to himself that that strategy would have absolutely no effect on Curran. The blue-haired guy, looking down, walked away from his team, who was dissatisfied with him. Raising his hand to his chin, Kendall said with a puzzled expression that Cassian's refusal to participate was a rather strange turn in the fight, and everyone present was extremely puzzled by his decision. Remembering the dark-haired guy leaving the battlefield upset from Curran, Kendall said that Hurton and Vice Captain Radial both admitted defeat despite only defending themselves, so it is obvious that Club 21's strategy is to exhaust the leader opponent's club. Glancing displeasedly at the man next to him, Kendall wondered with disappointment whether the best third-year cadets had a complete lack of pride, and asked what Sir Mello's thoughts were on this matter. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man with purple hair closed his eyes and said that there are times when, in order to achieve victory, one should forget about pride, and this is the special appeal of fights where strategy plays the main role. Opening his eyes slightly and looking at the arena, Mello thoughtfully said that, however, whether this method works or not is another matter. Looking at him in surprise, Kendall asked what he was talking about now, and Mello said that during the final fight he would understand everything himself. Suddenly clenching his fists to his chest, the man with dark green hair turned to the arena, realizing something, and joyfully shouted that the Soar Club was winning its 4th victory, and the moment was coming for the final match. The guy with the long purple hair put his hand in his pocket as Kendall said that any minute they would witness the final battle, a confrontation between the best fighters from the 2 clubs. Forrest took a small red ball from his pocket. He popped the pill into his mouth and, frowning angrily and gritting his teeth, thought that he would crush that arrogance of Curran. Bent over, Forrest held a wooden sword in his hands, while a voice was heard saying that if you do not take into account the 4th years who went to undergo nightly practice, then he is certainly the strongest among the remaining students of the academy, and asking if this will be the end of his finest hour Soar. Looking at his opponent with hatred in his eyes, Forrest said that, as he had expected, they met in the finals. Waving his hand in front of him, Curran said it looked like his broken wrists had healed completely. Frowning, Forrest looked at him angrily and said that he would soon wipe that infuriating smile off his face. He clenched his teeth and tensed his face. A red aura suddenly appeared around his swords. He crossed his swords, surrounded by red energy, and Mello said that a red aura is very rare, and he also personally sees such an aura for the first time. Darran smiled contentedly. The blonde tensed his face, eyes wide. Streams of wind rose around him. Suddenly, a shining silver aura surrounded the sword. Kendall and Mello stared in shock at the silver aura. All those present opened their mouths in surprise. The men's faces contorted in shock. Darran blushed in embarrassment as Kendall stood up and shouted, asking if the guy was an aura user. The guy with gray hair turned to his neighbor and asked if he knew that Darran was an aura user. He answered negatively. The boy with blue hair opened his eyes in admiration and said that although he knew about it, he never expected his aura to be so amazing. The guy pushed off the ground. Forrest swung his sword with a red aura with anger on his face. Curran smiled with excitement and swung his shining sword. The blonde dodged the sword. Red and white waves of energy hovered around the guys. Forrest, sweating profusely, looked angrily at his opponent. Curran smiled, holding the sword in front of him. Kendall opened his mouth in surprise, shouting that the fierce struggle between 2 aura users was breathtaking. The guys, standing opposite each other, waved their swords. Beads of sweat ran down Forrest's face. He enviously wondered how Curran managed to achieve such a result, thinking that the guy stood like an impregnable mountain, and he could not move him even an inch. Forrest raised both hands, swinging his swords wildly. Curran blocked both swords. They crossed themselves, trembling from the force exerted by both boys. Suddenly blood started flowing from Forrest's nose. Curran smiled arrogantly and said that now he had finally lost. Standing opposite the guy and holding a block, he said that even during the fight between Thane and Baryan, he suspected something was wrong here, but still drove away such a thought until the very end. Because even if thoughts are clouded with the desire to win, there is a line that should not be taken step over. The smile disappeared from Curran's face, and his eyes sparkled with hatred, and he said that, for example, you shouldn't take a prohibited drug that enhances all the indicators necessary for fighting, something like a hidden power simulant. Blood continued to flow from his nose. Forrest was horrified at being exposed. He frowned and, stammering, asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. Looking at him seriously, Curran asked the question, doesn't the guy know that if he calculates the dosage incorrectly, he will have serious problems? Angrily swinging his sword, Forrest shouted at him to shut up, asking how dare he slander him. Curran jumped to the side, avoiding the attack. The guy with purple hair looked at him in surprise. The blonde frowned with displeasure and said that this was a meaningless struggle. He waved his hand and Forrest flew back. Raising his hand in front of him, Curran said with anger in his eyes that he originally planned to fight with half his strength, but he pissed him off. The thrown guy with purple hair stopped with difficulty, his feet rolling on the ground. He opened his angry eyes, and blood stained his teeth. The blonde appeared in the air above him, leaving behind a silver trail from the aura of the sword. Looking at his opponent with contempt, Curran called him a fucking brat. Fear appeared on Forrest's face. Curran, with glowing eyes, pointed a glowing silver sword at him and said that he would teach him to admit his mistakes. There was a huge explosion in the arena. Streams of smoke flew towards the people watching the battle. They closed their eyes and covered their faces with their hands, trying to protect their mouths and noses. By covering important organs, people did not see anything that was happening in the arena. Kendall cleared his throat, and Mello folded his arms over his chest, looked at the field. Opening his eyes, Kendall opened his mouth in shock. The smoke cleared, and it became clear that Forrest was lying on the ground. And Kendall, stuttering, said in surprise that it seemed that the winner of the final match had been determined. The club members stared at the arena in surprise. Those watching widened their eyes in fear. Everyone froze in confusion. Forrest's eyes rolled back. He lay unconscious with his mouth open and bloody skin under his nose. The blonde, with smoke clearing around him, stood proudly over the defeated guy with a smile, holding a sword in his hand, shrouded in a shining aura, when Kendall announced that the winner was Curran from Soar Club. The spectators raised their clenched hands into fists and shouted joyfully. The men in suits had their mouths wide open in glee, raising their hands and shouting that this was amazing and Soar were the best. The Soar Club members joyfully ran towards Curran. Darran threw his arm over the blonde. Hugging him, everyone laughed, congratulating each other. In the arena, where a blackened trace of the explosion remained, a voice was heard announcing that the Soar Club was becoming the winner of the series of fights. Curran stood in front of the bed on which Thane was sitting and, placing his hand on his chest, said that Club 21 was disbanded and club members were prohibited from being members of other private organizations on the territory of the educational institution, and any acts of retaliation against the Soar Club were also prohibited, after which he swore using his mana as a witness that will govern the members of the dissolved club. The guy closed his eyes and finished the oath by saying that he would do this in order to ensure compliance with the above. He chuckled irritably and, frowning, asked if he was satisfied. Curran stroked the pet and said with a smile that now everything is dotted and crossed, because there is no place for trust in their relationship. The guy looked at Thane and said that, as he promised, he would keep the use of illegal drugs a secret, to which Thane called him a walking thorn. The guy began to leave him, adding that he confirmed the existence of an oath, after which he wished him all the best, asking that they not intersect again. Curran looked at someone in surprise, thinking about where this person came from, and that he did not remember inviting him. Jennets crossed his arms and said with a smile that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guy, standing opposite him, awkwardly said that he was glad to see him, after which he asked why he complained, to which the man said that this question was stupid, and he came because he heard that the match of the century would take place within the walls of the academy, so I couldn't help but come and have a look. He introduced Darran and Darran. They stood in a fighting stance, after which the man said that this was the birth of a new aura user, and then the birth of another. Jennets, with a serious expression on his face, interrupted himself, saying that it would be more correct to call this not a birth, but an open demonstration. He looked the guy in the eye, asking if it could be called a miracle that a student who until recently was a 4th class knight. Curran listened to him calmly. The man finished his sentence by saying that in such a short time he became an aura user. He smiled and wanted to say something. He was presented with a shield with a coat of arms, and he said that the breath of steel is a method of concentrating mana that works wonders. Raising his hand, he added with a smile that as a 1st class knight, the man should have known that aura is not created, but given. Jennets, with a calm expression on his face, thought for a moment, then asked if there was any special reason. Curran replied with a grin that it was a sense of urgency, a desperate desire to protect the people he cares about. The man crossed his arms, standing opposite him, and sarcastically asked if he had a desperate desire. The guy replied that the audience might not know, but the survival of their club depended on this series of fights. Jennets said incredulously that even if such a condition was put forward, the word despair still did not suit him at all. Without taking his eyes off, Curran asked if the man thought he was hiding his abilities. The man remembered the moment when the guy shook hands with the knight, after which he thought that this was an even more absurd assumption, because in order to deceive Sir Darran, you need to reach one of the special ranks, and if he managed to reach a special rank at that age, then he should be called a genius who broke the record of the founding emperor. Holding his hand in the air, the guy interrupted his thoughts, saying that he guessed what the man was thinking about, but he had not class 1, but class 2, to which Jennets said that such accidents happen, But this does not change the fact that what happened looks suspicious. Darran looked into his face as he said that in such a short time he became an aura user and, moreover, did not send him an invitation to a series of duels. The young man raised his hand and with a soft smile asked if there was at least one person who did not know how busy the inspectors of the prosecutor's nightly detachment were, after which he said that Genitz was also the commander of this unit and he did not want to once again distract him from business because of for such a trifle. The man raised his hand, bending his finger, and sternly said that even the fact that he cared so much about him looked too suspicious, to which Arun laughed it off, saying that, as it seemed to him, there would be no end to it. Kendall approached them and said that he had already searched him. He raised his hand and said displeasedly that he himself asked for mediation and disappeared without saying a word. Genitz bowed to the smiling man, saying that thanks to him he had enjoyed watching a series of fights, to which Kendall replied that he was flattered and that he was only glad to discover such a rare talent. Everyone looked at the hooded man who came with Kendall, and Genitz confusedly asked who was next to him. Suddenly, Purple Eyes looked at the man intimidatingly. He fell into a stupor for a second, recognizing this look. He fearfully put his hand to his chest, bowed and greeted Sierra. Darran looked at them in surprise, asking himself who the man had just spoken about. Kendall pointed his hand at the girl in the cloak and told the guy that he should also show respect, because this is the 14th head of the Magic Tower, the only Archmage of the 7 Rings of Navarro and the 7th Mage of the Sierra Felgas continent. The girl took off her hood. Darran looked at her in shock, thinking that she was an Archmage whose glory pierced the heavens, not like the nobles. Even the imperial family dare not show her disdain. He imagined a girl, enraged, enveloped in an aura, and thought that in front of him was the same crazy maiden of the south. Sierra stood with an indifferent expression on her face, crossing her arms over her chest. The guy put his hand to his chest and bowed, saying that it was a great honor for him to meet her, after which he died. Kendall coughed demonstratively. Genitz drew attention to him. Genitz began to awkwardly leave them, saying that he had one important matter and therefore he had to leave them. Kendall wished him a good trip. Darran looked the man in the face and calmly asked what business he had with him, to which Kendall asked if he remembered giving Raphael advice regarding the magic circle. The guy raised his hand and said that this incident seemed to be over, adding that it was like a cow backing away and killing a mouse, after which he asked not to attach much importance to the incident. The man put his hands in front of him and with an awkward smile said that he understood everything perfectly well, and that he should not worry, because he had no intention of interfering with the bright future of his nephew, after which he added that today he simply saw amazing things and many relationships are a spectacle. He raised his hand, putting out his finger, which had a magic circle, and added that, however, the magic circle is an area that cannot be explained by the word chance. The image of a man in a cloak with a scarlet pattern around his eye appeared above Arun, and the man asked if he knew about the gift of the beautiful eye. The guy imagined a golden magic circle and hands folded into a triangle, and thought that this was an eye that could see the beauty of the brevity and effectiveness of magic formulas. Darran, with a wary expression on his face, thought that he certainly did not have anything like that. He remembered the moment when he bought knowledge, and he thought that this was just knowledge of the second system, obtained through interdimensional trade. He sat awkwardly in the carriage opposite Sierra, next to Kendall, interrupting himself to wonder why he was in this carriage. As the carriage sped down the street between the citizens, he continued to think that they had suggested they talk in a quieter place and wondered where they were going to go. Sierra crossed her arms and said he was very excited and asked what he kept staring at. Kendall looked at him. The guy asked in surprise what this meant. The girl raised her hand to her face and with a smile asked if he thought why she looked like that, after which she said that when she reveals her identity, everyone looks at her with exactly the same eyes as he does now. Curran, with relief, timidly replied that that was exactly what he thought, after which he began to think that he was really interested in how a person who was already over $50 could look like he was not even 30. The girl presented a magic circle and, raising her hand to her chin, said that her heart had not fluttered so much for a long time, after which she admired what a creative, laconic, and beautiful magic circle it was, and that only someone like genius. She spread her hands a little. A magic circle appeared in front of her. She asked if they could do a little check, since this topic had already been touched upon. With a sly smile, she took out a red crystal, saying that if he found an ineffective section, he would have it, then asked if he knew what kind of stone it was. The guy with an indifferent expression said that he knew, thinking that it was his store's product, so he couldn't help but know. Holding the stone in her hand, Sierra asked if that was all, and the guy added that the stone had a nice color. The girl said with interest that his behavior was quite strange, because 100 out of 100 knights who see this crystal immediately fill their eyes with a thirst for possession. Curran fell into a stupor for a second, thinking about why he should passionately desire a thing that costs only 200 coins, and he has more than 100 of them. The guy pointed his finger at several parts of the circle, thinking that if she was going to give the crystal for free, then he saw no point in refusing, after which he said that there were ineffective parts in several places. Kendall looked at him in shock, saying that it was amazing, and that he really has the gift of a beautiful eye, because while he found 4 inaccuracies, the man only found 1. Sierra calmly said that there were no 4 inaccuracies. The men looked at her in surprise. Kendall asked what this meant. The girl looked at them sternly, repeating again that there were not 4 of them. Curran watched in surprise as the girl pointed at part of the circle and asked why this section was ineffective. She frowned and said that although this part reduces the effectiveness, this ineffective section is extremely important for activating the magic circle. Curran said with a calm expression that, be that as it may, the fact that he is ineffective remains unchanged, because there is no point in leaving as is what can be improved. Sierra raised her hand, a glowing pencil began to appear in it, and she told him to try to correct this defect. The guy thoughtfully corrected parts of the magic circle, thinking that continental magic was far behind in theory. And yet, it was surprising that there were 7 archmages. Sierra looked at the guy's face in surprise as he handed her a pencil, and said that the magic circle looked better after the adjustments he made. She looked at the circle with admiration and called it amazing. Curran listened with a satisfied smile as she said that the gift of a beautiful eye was truly hidden in his eyes. The girl threw 2 crystals to the joyful Curran for his work. The guy enthusiastically thought that he had saved 400 coins. The girl, in anticipation, created a new circle, and, calling the guy a prodigy, asked him to improve this circle too. Curran petted the cat, looking at it, and asked if they said they wanted to talk in a quiet place, so he went with them. Sierra agreed. Looking into her eyes, he asked if it would be better to say what they wanted from him first. Sierra closed her eyes, saying that there was logic in his words, and as expected, he was truly gifted. Several magic circles hovered over the girl, and she said that she had a difficult problem that needed to be solved, because she had been fiddling with it for a long time. But it seemed that she had reached her limit, so she needed the help of the owner of the gift of the beautiful eye, and perhaps then a breakthrough will be made. She looked at the guy, asking him to help, after which she promised him a reward that would not disappoint him. Her image, manically looking down at the guy from behind, said that she, the Archmage of Sierra Felgas, would become his guardian. Hearing this, Curran went into shock. Curran sat silently while Kendall, raising his hands, awkwardly said that his nephew had chosen the path of the sword, and, as it seemed to him, there was no need to make a different decision. The girl suddenly frowned in anger and asked why he thought that. Was it because he was from the Steelguard family, and that if the people born into this family were so good at fencing, then they should all ignore magic? She looked at the man sternly, asking him if it looked like she had blinked an eye when she saw that his father had brought the entire knightly band with him, and then said that if it had been his grandfather who had returned safe and sound, then maybe he would make her a little nervous. Curran sat silently in shock, wondering what was happening, and why the atmosphere suddenly began to look like a kidnapping, after which he wondered if they were really heading to the magical tower. He imagined a large castle, and he thought that the tower is a place with practically unlimited sweet mana, the home of wizards, and that the moment his foot sets foot on that land, he will never be able to get out of there on his own. And if he is dragged away like that, then he may be left working with magical formulas in Magic Tower for the rest of my life. He raised his hand and smiled awkwardly and, asking them to calm down, said that the point was not that he did not like her proposal, and his uncle also did not give a categorical refusal. Kendall looked back at him while he said that, as she herself knows very well, he is from the Steelguard family. Sierra interrupted him, asking if there was any point in turning his attention to wizards, since he was from this family. The guy exhaled, saying that he didn't mean it that way. He was presented with a shield with a coat of arms and a castle, after which he said that living as a member of this family is not an easy task, because there are regular high interests, expectations, and constant pressure from the outside, reacting sharply to the manifestation of any weakness, and even if through incredible efforts will achieve unprecedented growth, this is just a story about the thorny path of humiliation, covered with the aura of family or blood relationship. The girl looked at him displeasedly and asked what he was driving at. Curran looked down, saying that it would be great if she, the Archmage, became his patron, because she is one of the 2 giants protecting Navarro. Looking into her face, he added that, however, she herself knew that the larger the tree, the wider the shadow, and since sunlight does not penetrate through the crown of the tree, it is difficult for the grass under it to grow tall, after which he said that his life under the name Steelguard is burdensome. But if he has to live under the shadow of someone who has much more significant prestige. The girl smiled widely and joyfully said his words about who has more significant prestige than the Steelguard family, and then asked if he really thought so. With a satisfied smile, he raised her hand to her face, saying that she understood him perfectly, because no matter how prodigal he was, her prestige could really be burdensome for him. Kendall and Curran looked at the girl in surprise when she asked the guy what he wanted. She put her hand to her face and, blushing, said with a smile that Navarro's guardian angel, Sierra Felgas, does not hire people for nothing. The guy lowered his gaze and thoughtfully replied that he did not know what to say to her. After all, he was also a nobleman, and therefore did not particularly lack anything, after which he asked instead to give him a little time to think about this conversation. Darran looked at the girl in shock after she said she would give him 10 minutes. He smiled awkwardly and said that his life was actually at stake, after which he asked for time to think about everything alone in a quiet and calm place, and in return he would improve the formula that she had previously shown him earlier. Sierra looked at him in surprise. She smiled slyly, showing 2 fingers, and said that if he really improved that formula, she would give him 2 hours, making a promise on her behalf. The guy swallowed hard, thinking that he had to escape from her clutches. He imagined the moment of their battle, and he thought that he had to do this, even in the worst-case scenario. The guy came out of the carriage door. He looked back out the window at the girl, who called him a prodigy and said that she would wait for him there, adding that he should think carefully about the appropriate place and return back, otherwise. The guy nodded and answered with a smile that he would definitely return, because the promise made head of the magic tower, this is not a joke. The man held the reins of the horses while the guy moved away from the carriage step by step. Darran looked back at the carriage out of the corner of his eye, petting his pet, flying over the roofs of houses. He thought that this was a hard-earned 2 hours, and during this time he must find a way to get rid of that crazy woman. Then, removing wooden boxes on the street, Curran sat on the window, waving his hand happily. Marcus exclaimed in shock, asking why he was there, before interrupting himself, saying that what was more important was that he should now engage in a series of duels. The guy with the pet in his arms came down from the windowsill and said that all the fights were completed brilliantly, because they were perfectly prepared for this confrontation, after which he added that he did a good job. Marcus said that he was exaggerating, in the form of he was only carrying out orders received from him. The man held out his hands in surprise when the guy said that he didn't need to be modest and asked him to keep an eye on Sorry for a while. The guy took out the letter and, holding it in his hand, asked the man to sort it out, adding that there was a carriage at the crossroads, next to the market, and this letter needed to be delivered there in exactly 2 hours. Curran climbed onto the windowsill again, waving at the man with a smile and wishing him a good day, adding that he would stop by a little later. The 2-story building stood in the sun's rays. The dream machine was lying on the table. The guy with a confident smile thought that with the help of the dream machine he had managed to find Sierra's weak point, and by making a deal, he would be able to fully turn the situation in his favor. One by one, system windows appeared above the guy about acquiring internal energy, rescuer spirit, 20 enhancement pills, Thunderbomb, 10 lightning strike, 200 milliliters divine elixir, books on dragon studies, books on memory technologies, books on the general theory of truth. He sat on the sofa in front of the table, looking at the system windows. Toreros, wild hills facing the sun's rays. The guy exhaled tiredly, wiping his chin from sweat. He stood among the stone structures, saying that he barely managed to finish in the time allotted to him. The carriage was still standing on that street. The girl's hand, trembling with anger, held the guy's letter, in which it was written that no matter how much he thought, the path of magic was alien to him. He added that grandfather had reached the mythical rank, and miss only the legendary, and, it seems to him, he made it clear in which direction he intends to go. Sierra held the sheet in front of her, reading that no matter how outstanding the Archmage is, he is truly great only in the magic tower, after which the guy offered to prove the opposite if she didn't think so. Then he wrote that he would wait for her in the wild hills beyond outside the capital, and if she is not confident in her abilities, then let her calmly return to the magic tower. The girl clenched her teeth in anger after reading that the guy wrote that since she couldn't look over 30, then maybe they should switch to you. After which he added that if the age difference is so small, then, as it seems to him, The use of respectful speech is somewhat inappropriate. The girl's aura flared up in rage, sternly saying that this yellow-haired brat dared to make fun of her. A purple light came from the carriage. Suddenly, the girl found herself in the air above the wild hills. She, while in the air, screamed angrily, asking where he hid, after which she told him to quickly crawl out of his hole while she spoke to him in a friendly manner. Looking at the mountains, she shouted that every time she crossed these damned mountains in a carriage, she thought that this road was extremely inconvenient, and since everything had turned out this way, perhaps it was worth turning this piece of land into a plain. Suddenly, the voice of Curran was heard in the head of the surprised girl. He told him to stay on the mountainside for 7 hours, adding that she should stop looking around and come down from heaven to earth. She gritted her teeth in anger, asking if this was not a messaging spell. Curran covered his ears with an awkward smile while she shouted that he knew how to handle magic, but still babbled about the torment of the burden. After which he said that this was not a spell at all, but a so-called whole tone. But, interrupting himself, he said that he should leave it, and if she wanted to believe that it was a spell, then so be it. The girl looked back in rage after his words that no matter how much he explained, she would not understand in any case. She quickly turned to Curran. The guy, standing below, waved his hand at her with a smile. Sierra quickly flew towards him. Curran covered his face from the dust. The girl hit the ground with great force, creating a dusty haze. Her silhouette was visible behind this smog, and she said that she was not just angry, she was shaking all over with anger, from head to toe, but she suddenly became interested. She looked at the guy with a manic smile, asking what this man believed in, that he had gone so crazy. The guy raised his hands and said with a smile that he didn't know what to believe. Suddenly he looked at her sternly. Once next to her, he used heavenly protection. Curran took up his sword, saying that perhaps the answer would come to him after a little testing. The girl put her hands in front of her with a smile, thinking that this was funny to the point of tears, because it was just an unhappy aura. Sierra looked in front of her in shock. A voice in her head said that the flow of mana was unstable, that the magical power had weakened for unknown reasons, and that an unknown energy was blocking the flow of mana. She looked down in fear. The mana between her hands behaved chaotically. Sierra thought that her mana was not circulating. The guy turned a menacing look at the girl, activating the heavenly sword of the initial stage soul chain. Sierra watched his actions in shock. The guy struck with lightning, creating strong shock waves and cutting the crowns of the trees behind the girl. The trees burst into flames, cut in a straight line. He looked at the girl with a nervous smile, thinking that it was not in vain that she was awarded the title of Archmage, because even despite his careful preparation, the girl held her hands in a stance, holding the purple barrier. The guy finished the thought, thinking that she was able to complete the protective spell at the last moment. Sierra looked him in the eyes, telling him in a voice trembling with anger that he had done something that even his father could not handle. Suddenly her barrier shattered into pieces, and a wound appeared on her arm. Curran smiled nervously, deciding that the jokes were over. The girl bent down. Her eyes shone and lightning began to emanate from them. She angrily said that she would not leave a wet spot behind him. Fireballs flew towards the guy. More and more burning spheres appeared in the air. The girl, raising her hands, hovered over the flame, saying that not only did he decide to play with her, but he also dared to injure her. Furious, she shouted that she would never forgive him. She put her hands in front of her and created a magic circle. She created a firestorm, and in an instant the entire space was engulfed in flames. Flames raged all around. The guy had difficulty making his way through the burning masses. Looking back, he thought that this was truly an impressive scale of attack. He held in his hand a scroll with a magic circle that protected from various attacks and spells. Darran thought that if he did not have the scroll, he would really be in great danger. The guy stood behind the treetops, looking at the girl soaring in the sky, and thought that, one way or another, he had to do something about it, because since she was in the air, objects would also be ineffective. Holding his head up, he said that it looked like there would be a fight in the air. Suddenly the guy found himself in his inventory. The room was filled with 2,763 units out of 8,000, and from the interior it had strong steel gates, special storage rooms, air conditioning, and heating. He thoughtfully extended his hand in front of him, and a system window appeared in front of it. There were scorched trees all around. While in the air, the girl called him a little rat and asked where he hid. Suddenly, the girl looked back in surprise. She noticed an object flying towards her and asked what it was. The girl looked at him in horror as two system windows appeared, saying that an unknown flying object was approaching at great speed, and supermassive energy had been detected. Without taking her eyes off the object, she thought about what she could understand if it was a simple flight spell. The guy's hands were dressed in metal armor. The legs were also dressed in armor. Looking at the guy flying at her with a smile, she wondered what this whole appearance meant. The girl looked at him in confusion, asking out loud what he was doing and what this armor was for. The guy stopped not far from her, and with a satisfied smile said that, as it seems to him, even the Archmage is surprised by his appearance, but, raising his hand, he showed her his middle finger with a smile. I'll continue the phrase by saying that he won't tell her anything. This infuriated the girl. The girl giggled evilly and then asked if that was his answer. She smiled maniacally, raising her hands, and said that, in this case, she would have to extract information from him using force. Sierra put her hands in front of her, creating a magic circle, and used a network of lightning. The girl was floating in the air opposite the guy, holding an activated lightning network, but the attack did not even reach half the distance. Suddenly, the magic circle and lightning began to disappear. The girl again poured strength into them and the attack almost reached the enemy. The next time the lightning and the circle disappeared again. The girl looked at him in surprise with her mouth open, thinking about what the hell this was. She looked down at her hands in shock, wondering why she continued to fail after failure. The guy watched as she waved her arms, trying to summon lightning over and over again, and said that throwing lightning was a fiasco. He raised his hand and looked at it, saying that it seemed like the performance of the magic armor was up to par. He presented his armor, thinking that it was a type of magical armor that could be obtained in the second system. He imagined 3 men standing in combat stances, after which he thought that as long as even the weakest wizard wore armor, his physical abilities would be in no way inferior to the best warriors of the first system. The image in his head changed to a shining sphere, and he added that in addition, various spells and multi-spells are possible. In fact, this is an item that in theory is called the strongest combat weapon. He grinned awkwardly, thinking that he had not bought the armor for use in battle, but why not? Darran put his hand out a little to the side and a sword appeared in it, after which he decided that if everything turned out this way, the guy, being at a distance, struck the girl, and a shock wave began to approach her. Darran finished his thought by saying that now he turned to strike. A scarlet sunset illuminated the sky. The young man again cut the air with his blade. The girl, gritting her teeth, held the barrier, thinking that this was some kind of curse. Trying to keep the barrier active, she wondered why things had turned out this way. The girl remembered how Kendall, sitting opposite her, said something, raising his hand, and thought that she was overjoyed when she heard that Kendall had found the owner of the gift of the beautiful eye. She imagined the image of a guy standing behind white sheets of paper against the background of a shield with a coat of arms, after which she thought that she was a little confused by the fact that he was a member of the Steelguard family, but his rare abilities were undeniable. Sierra introduced the purple magic circle, adding that she wanted to grant the one wish that she couldn't make happen on her own. Keeping her arms crossed, she quietly asked why. The next second she looked at the guy, shouting loudly why he was doing this to her. She imagined a magic tower surrounded by a blue magic circle, and she loudly said that she only wanted to complete the spell in the magic tower, after which she asked if there was anything wrong with her actions. Surprised, Curran held the blade in his hands, shrouded in air currents, and listened as Sierra asked why they had to fight to the death. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy lowered his sword, asking if she still didn't understand what she did wrong. Sierra asked what he was talking about. Darran raised his hand, pointing to himself, and said that this was his gift of the beautiful Akka, his eyes. The young man looked menacingly at the girl, asking why he should complete her magic spells, because her desire is not his concern. Sierra lowered her hands, timidly asking if he was fighting with her for such a trivial reason, after which she said that if he had any objections, he could simply express everything in the carriage. The guy raised his hands and grinned indignantly, asking that if he had raised this issue, she would have listened to him, and if he had refused, she would not have grabbed him in a vice and taken him to the magic tower. Jet fires poured from the guy's boots. Suddenly he took off, leaving behind only a trace. He angrily swung at the frightened girl, saying that he was sure that she would have done exactly the opposite. Sierra tried to hold the barrier. She looked scared and mentally denied what was happening. The girl imagined herself standing on a mountain of corpses and thought that she, Sierra Felgas, the 7th Archmage of this great continent, and an invincible legend, would lose to some child. A golden aura swirled behind her, and she thought that such a situation was unacceptable for her. Darran stopped in surprise in the air, looking at the light emanating from her. Sierra thought that she might be allowed to do this. The guy looked at her in bewilderment, saying that she was wasting mana again, and, in any case, she was powerless against magic armor. Without finishing his sentence, he stopped. The armor on his arm did not work. The guy wondered in surprise what was happening. He looked in fear at the approaching ball and thought that his dispel was not working. The outskirts of Toreros, people walked along the street illuminated by the sunset. The girl was sitting at the table with a pen and paper, saying out loud that everything had sold out last week, and now there were about 20 left in stock. She was writing down some data. She imagined the moment when Marcus gave her sorry. She worriedly asked out loud if everything was okay with him, because from the words of the deputy, it can be assumed that he had some difficulties. She looked back, asking sorry if she was worried about him. Suddenly the girl's face changed. She looked over her shoulder in surprise. There was an empty pillow on the floor. The girl called out to the animal. The sunset appeared over the forest. The main character, dressed in equipment, began to fall, screaming at the top of his voice. With his eyes wide open, he noticed that the display had stopped working. He suggested that the magic of the 7 rings was to blame for everything. Meanwhile, the blonde remembered the dark-haired girl. He believes that this could not have happened, because the dream machine confirmed that it was defeated. Imagining how the drooping girl looked at her opponent, Curran remembered that she did not use the magic of the 7 rings in the battle with the head of the 5th magic tower. Drops of sweat ran down the blonde's wounded face. He realized that the head of the 14th magic tower had no restrictions. But at the same time, she doesn't understand why she didn't go beyond the magic of the 6 rings. Meanwhile, the forest into which the main character was flying was blazing with a bright flame. He believes that he will break if he falls to the ground. A creature with bright red eyes began to fly towards the main character. The guy reluctantly closed his eyes tightly, not understanding what awaited him next. Landing on something red, Curran grabbed the back of his head. He doesn't understand what happened, because before the collision with the ground the guy had to fly for a couple more minutes. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as the creature was glad that he made it in time. The blonde began to turn his head around in puzzlement, not understanding who was talking to him. The animal greeted its owner, adding that it had long wanted to address him in this way. Curran, bowing his head, saw that he was saved by the snake. The red-scaled creature was spitting fire. The main character noticed that blood-like scales covered a huge body, and tongues of flame enveloped it. Widening his eyes, the guy remembered that since we were talking about a creature he was familiar with, he realized who this monster was. Sitting on the head of a fire-breathing snake, the blonde suggested that it was sorry. Meanwhile, the flames around the smiling creature disappeared, after which the blonde realized that it was indeed a reincarnated cat. Confused, Curran began to wave his hand, not understanding how things turned out this way. He told the creature that it had turned into a crimson fiery beast that could talk. Looking carefully at his owner, he said that he also did not understand anything. He said that after getting a good night's sleep, he felt changes in his body. The main character remembered how the cat sleeps sweetly on a blue pillow. He did not expect that his sleepiness would be a prerequisite for awakening. The guy began to stroke the snake, making fun of the fact that it had become very big. After which Sari turned to the owner. The beast flew forward sharply so that Curran fell back. He believes that, in the current situation, they cannot waste time on empty talk. Sitting on the creature's head, the main character began to control it. He ordered Sari to duck the blow. The guy stood on the head of the beast. He believes they would have been in big trouble if there wasn't a barrier. After which he praised the kite for its excellent maneuver. The blonde looked at the hands surrounded by flames. He asked Sari why he did not feel the heat, because the flames were wrapping around the body of the beast. Darran became embarrassed when the creature sitting under him explained that he did not feel this, since he was his master. The reincarnated Sari became so long that it filled the entire forest. The guy remembered that he was originally a monster from trade between dimensions. That is why he believes that the current situation should not be assessed using common sense. Meanwhile, the blonde's eyes widened in surprise, because he did not expect to see this. In front of him stood a woman in torn clothes, standing tall so that he would not look. The guy could not even imagine that he would encounter something much more shocking. The head of the 14th tower transformed into a worried old woman. Seeing this, Curran realized that she acted this way because she wanted to look young. Looking at the embarrassed woman with wrinkles, the main character, laughing, asked her if this was why she used the magic of the 7 rings. The head demanded that she stop laughing. The blonde laughed at her so much that tears flowed from his eyes when the woman said that she did not want to keep one of her rings in restrictions, because she had a lot going on in recent days. Darran apologized to her for his nervous chuckle, believing that anti-aging care was a serious issue. The guy suddenly became more serious and, pointing his finger back, invited her to continue the conversation downstairs. He wants to tell the woman something regarding what happened earlier. A bright flame flared up around the head when she asked the main character not to make her laugh. She decided that she would not leave him alive after he saw her true appearance. Confidently standing on Sari, the blonde realized that the woman wanted to fight with him for life and death. He called his beast, which immediately responded to its owner. The fire serpent surrounded the shocked Sierra. She saw how the main character was planning to attack her, commanding his creature. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy said to the chainmail that the Archmage's mana is not limitless. The guy smiled devilishly when he asked the head if she planned to fight him. A bead of sweat ran down the face of the drooping woman in fear. The sky is illuminated by an iridescent sunset. The tree trunks of the forest began to break due to the burning flames. The guy handed the woman a black cloak. While Sari lay on Iran's shoulder, the woman looked at him in surprise. The blonde asked the head to put on a cloak, because all her clothes were torn. The cat looked at his embarrassed owner as Sierra thanked him. He himself is grateful to her, because he would have to use another expensive magical armor if they had a second battle. Putting on a black cloak, the woman gazed at the main character. She asked him why he suddenly became so caring towards her. While the fire continued in the forest, a smile appeared on the blonde's face because the reason for their confrontation had disappeared. Remembering how he almost attacked the head, he told her that she didn't really want her secret to be revealed. He also admitted that he did not want his cards to be revealed. Sierra looked back at Iran, not understanding why he needed unknown equipment, as well as a transforming monster. In front of the head stood the confident protagonist, on whose shoulder Sari sat. She remembered that this guy was able to reach the awakened rank at a young age. Without taking her eyes off the blonde, the woman opened her mouth in surprise. She realized that Iran was able to awaken earlier than the founding emperor. Then she asked him if he got his abilities from Reborn. Meanwhile, Sari fell asleep on his owner's shoulder. The main character, noticing that there were many questions between them, suggested placing them all on the table. Looking at the uncomprehending woman who asked the blonde what table he was talking about, Darran reminded her that he wanted to tell her something. Without taking his eyes off the old woman, he said that they were now on equal terms. Believing that there was no reason for a fight between them, the main character invited the woman to show her cards to each other. He extended his hand to the shocked head's face. While Sari watched what was happening in surprise, the blonde suggested starting negotiations. Meanwhile, sheets with signs were scattered on the wooden table. A man leaning on a shelf watches the students in the 14th Magic Tower. He had a worried face because he realized that a lot of time had passed. He assumed they were in trouble. The bearded teacher opened his mouth in surprise when they announced that the head had returned. While Iran walked into the office with her, a man ran up to them. He is glad that the master has finally returned. The girl looked at him seriously, asking if anything had happened in the magic tower in her absence. The teacher's eyes widened when he realized, seeing the calm woman, that they managed to resolve everything safely. He told her it was okay. Seeing that a snotty guy was standing behind the head, the man asked her who it was. The head turned the doorknob, saying that the main character could enter. Entering the room, the guy stood pressed against the door. The girl told him that he could use the room, which had everything he needed. The head, lowering her head, said that he had nothing to worry about, because no one could go to the top floor of the tower without her permission. Darran began to tear off the mask from his face after realizing that he could easily return to his original appearance. Surprised, Sari looked out from under the blonde's cloak. Looking closely at the guy, the girl admitted that she was constantly amazed when the main character uses a transformation spell, which can be cast without wasting magic rings. Darran believes that the head is also capable of doing something similar. Raising a finger, the smiling guy said that the training would take about 10 years, since she would need to use more than just mana. He decided to refuse her, leaving this option as a last resort. Near the door in the room, torches burned with a bright flame. The girl said that this room was located at the end of the corridor, and also allowed the main character to use any room in the 14th Magic Tower. The head suddenly turned around to leave the guy alone. She said he could do his indoor training. Looking at the girl leaving, a sly smile appeared on the blonde's face. In the room next to the bed there was a window from which you could see the starry sky. Darran thinks this is a pretty good place to stay for the night. Meanwhile, interested Sari climbed onto the bed. A huge pink sign appeared on the wall in the room, because Darran decided to help Sierra with research in the field of reverse aging magic. In exchange, she signed a contract with him for the supply of magical items between the Manga Tower and the protagonist's trading company. Their negotiations culminated in an agreement to provide various amenities, such as a closed training space. Looking at the building of the 14th Magic Tower, the guy remembered how he experienced some inconvenience in the Steelguard castle and in the academy because he had to constantly hide. He realized that he had the opportunity to completely focus only on interdimensional trade. The blonde's eye glowed with blue flame. A sign for the entrance to the second system appeared in front of him. The guy immediately decided to get down to business. Diligently understanding the system, Curran remembered that he plunged into closed training in order to carry out the final revenge associated with his past life. The main character remembered a man in a green cloak, whose name is Shylock. While Sari fell asleep on the bed, the blonde remembered that he had become close to this guy, expressing a desire to buy magic armor. And now that they're dating, the guy only wants to do one thing. Curran's inventory has already reached level 6 with a capacity of 8,000 units. Diligently understanding the profile, the main character decided that, in the remaining time, he, at all costs, must bring Shylock to the very bottom. A few days later, a system sign appeared indicating that the transaction was completed. The blonde, seeing his balance of coins, realized that today he was also able to earn 10,000 from daily sales. Having presented a huge amount of gold, Curran remembered that in the 0th and first systems he had already earned recognition, thanks to which he managed to maintain a certain sales volume. But since the guy was in the second system quite recently, he had to start everything from scratch. One of the newly acquired statuses turned out to be very useful for him. Holding his chin, the main character realized that he was still far from achieving Shylock's balance. He noticed he had 330,000 coins the last time he checked his account. Curran decided to click on the icon, thanks to which he will sell a magic scroll. He suggested that there were still some worthwhile advertisements on the stock exchange. While the blonde was considering the proposals, he received a new message. The main character opened his mouth in surprise because he was sent a new request to conclude a deal. A drop of sweat ran down the worried guy's face. A system sign appeared in front of him, informing him that the channel master of the second system wanted to talk to him. Having examined in detail the profile of an unknown person, Curran suggested whether he really is the master of the channel. The guy doesn't understand why they wrote to him, because he didn't create any problems in the second system. Sari began to creep up to the blonde, calling for his master. The main character asked him to wait, since he still needed to deal with one thing. Curran asked Seakan why he contacted him so unexpectedly. Meanwhile, a message from the blonde appeared on the man's screen. He remembered that this guy ignored a huge number of messages. Sitting among the scattered papers, Seakan was angry that Curran had terrible manners as he immediately responded to the message from the channel master. The main character's face turned blue because this man started shouting at him from the first sentence. He asked Seakan what he was talking about, explaining to him that this was the first time he had received a message from him. The angry man stuck his finger in his ear as he reminded the guy of what he had said. When I saw a message from the channel master, he suggested that Curran's ears were blocked. Grabbing his chin, the blonde realized that the man had to introduce himself as the channel master to get his answer. The main character remembered receiving messages from a person who advised him to keep a low profile for a while. These letters from an unknown sender continued to arrive to him before the battle with Sierra. Curran felt awkward and, holding his neck, realized that those messages were sent by the channel master at a time when he was very busy. The guy asked the man for forgiveness, explaining that he didn't know everything well yet, since he was still adapting to the second system. Seeing the message from the channel master that Mayom had been kicked out, the blonde was very surprised. Curran remembered that he is the channel master of the first system. He believes that this guy is outwardly strong in spirit and also pretends to be private, claiming that he runs the channel fairly. The main character imagined Mayom being among a huge number of gold coins. He knows that, in fact, he is a greedy guy who gives out privileges to merchants by taking bribes. Darran also managed to benefit from the fact that the guy mistakenly took him for an auditor. He believes that if you leave a tail that is too long behind you, someone will take it and step on it, which is why the channel master was fired from his position. Remembering how Mayom smiles, the blonde does not understand why this brings him a problem, because he misled himself. An angry Seakan slammed his fists on the table when he said that the channel master of the first system had told him everything. He stated that the main character, being an auditor, only took care of his own benefit, after which he left Mayom. Pressing his finger on the system plate, the man decided that he would do the same with Darran. He invited the user. Magic was my everything. Meanwhile, the blonde understood everything, which is why he opened his mouth. The guy imagined how a worried man was trying to figure something out. He remembered that his name was Charlene. A devilish smile appeared on Seakan's face as he told Darran that he should do the job correctly and conscientiously by doing the monitoring. The man reminded the guy that he, using a shady company to employ part-time workers, dared to allow the market. While the main character sat sadly in his room, Saem declared that he too would be finished. Imagining the exhausted blue-haired guy, Curran remembered that he had destroyed public opinion by hiring part-time workers. He does not remember if they contacted Shirlene after the deal with him took place during his transition to the second system. The main character wrote a message to the guy, asking what he had to say about a company that hired part-time workers. He said that he was promised that things would improve. Seriously looking at the screen, Curran admitted that he doesn't care what they do because this is their life. But at the same time, he asked why they dragged him into such a fraud. Concerned, Shirlene, spreading his fingers, said loudly that he had never tried to involve the main character in his affairs. The guy carefully examined the system screen. He believes that there is something fishy in their plan, but Shirlene is not going to tell him anything. Curran decided to take advantage of the privilege, thanks to which the psychological state of the interlocutor will be displayed in detail. After all, he thinks that he should figure out what happened himself. Saem, holding his chin, told Shirlene that he would not be able to hide his close relationship with the main character, because he was faithful to him. He recalled that Curran provided him with most of the money for his venture. Grabbing his beard, the angry man asked if the guy did part-time work in the Mana Stone and magical items trade that make up Curran's core product line. Shirlene felt so ashamed that a drop of sweat ran down his face. He admitted that he helped the main character, not understanding why Saem continues to drag him in. A bearded man jumped up from the table, telling Curran that he was using part-time workers to eliminate competitors. A devilish smile appeared on Shirlene's face as he asked him if he had anything to say. The main character's eyes widened, because he can see the psychological state of his interlocutor. Lowering his head, the blonde decided to use the second effect on the channel master, since the heart tone worked on him. A system sign appeared, informing that all the ins and outs of the interlocutor will be shown. Darran, sitting on the bed, looked attentively at the screen. Using his abilities, the main character learned that Saem does not understand why Shirlene cannot admit that he is a false leader, because it took him a lot of effort to train him. A devilish smile appeared on the blonde's face when he learned that the man was thinking about how he would push him into the grave dug for him. Meanwhile, the bearded man turned blue when the guy admitted that he knew why he was doing this. Joining his hands, Curran smiled as he texted the man with his guesses. He believes that the channel master is trying to tarnish the reputation of the monitoring agent by installing it, after which he asked Saem whether he had prepared many accusations against him. Seeing the messages from the main character, the worried man frowned. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. Having figured out Saem, he decided to watch it beyond the action. The main character asked Shirlene to leave the chat for a while. Seeing his message, the guy felt uneasy, after which he immediately complied with the request. The blonde smiled, because a sign appeared that the user with the nickname Magic was my everything had left the chat. He invited Saem to talk honestly about everything, because they were left alone. The mustachioed man drooped, because Curran believes that he would still not be able to find words even if he had 10 mouths. But Saem stopped his speech. With his hands folded pleadingly, the man invited the guy to talk seriously. The bright moon was visible from the open window. The main character realized that the gift received upon entering the second system was given to him by the channel master. Folding his hands, the guy assumed that Saem was trying to warn him that he should stop. The man, raising his index finger, embarrassedly admitted that he gave the gift in order to win over the main character. A drop of sweat ran down the smiling man's face when he said that he spent a lot of time looking for a lightning-fast massager that Curran liked. But at the same time he is annoyed by the blonde, who does not understand sarcasm. The main character became more serious, because he had an approximate picture of what was happening as the conversation continued. He realized that, unlike normal users, the channel master's intentions were only activated when they were disturbed by something. He also realized that Saem was just a coward who was afraid of being an observer agent. Meanwhile, the man, continuing his conversation with Curran, became increasingly emotional. The guy believes that the channel master planned to take revenge for Myom by sending a bribe to him when entering the second system. He realized that this man was more concerned about himself than about friendship. Looking at the system screen, the main character decided that he needed to take advantage of the current situation. He said he regretted Myom's failure, admitting that he had planned to turn a blind eye to the incident, but senior management noticed a discrepancy in the reports. The bearded man, frowning, answered his interlocutor. Curran did not expect the mid-level agent of the second system to directly take care of the current situation. Saem asked if he was talking about the administrator. While searching for the person Shylock in a search engine, the main character reported that he was not in the database, although he was active in the second system. While the guy persistently searched the system, He wondered whether the channel master's powers include searching for users. He told him that this was no longer his nickname and, moreover, not his real name. Holding on to the selections, Seakan guessed that it was some kind of code name to hide his identity. The man realized that he had to get rid of the mid-level agent in order to survive. A sly smile appeared on Curran's face when Seakan believed that he was connected with Shylock, not understanding why this guy decided to help him. The blonde asked the man if he was curious to know why he started such a conversation. Agreeing, Seakan admitted that he did not understand his intentions. Sitting comfortably on the bed, the main character declared that he was of no use. He asked the channel master where it was possible to use an auditor whose identity was hidden. The angry Seakan calmed down when the guy said that he, too, needed to find a way to survive. Meanwhile, a system sign appeared indicating that the conversation was completed. Darran, sitting on the bed, stretched. He is glad that everything turned out so well. A smile appeared on his face as he was able to channel Seakan's fury towards Shylock. He believes that he showed pretty good ingenuity, even though he was attacked so unexpectedly. Under the blanket, a purring ball could be seen. The main character decided that now that he had the channel master on his side, he could quickly capture this guy. The guy felt uneasy when he saw the purring ball of the blanket. He realized that because of the conversation with Seakan, he had completely forgotten about Sorry. Opening the blanket, he saw an upset cat. Curran began to apologize to him, explaining that he had urgent business. The guy seemed petrified when Sorry said that he hated his master, who should have sorted everything out quickly. The cat looked blankly as the blonde knelt down. A tear ran down the guy's face, as he did not expect to hear something like that from Sorry. The worried cat jumped out of bed and began to apologize to its owner. Sorry wondered if he had gone too far. The main character turned his head when the creature reported that something huge and scary was sitting inside the tower. The torch on the wall began to flare up more intensely. The cat hugged his owner's leg as they stood in front of the door from which the mana emanated. Crossing his arms, the guy raised his head and remembered that the Archmage had strictly forbidden him to enter this room. Sorry asked the owner if that very thing was behind that door. The door from which the mana came was slightly open. Curran suggested that Sierra could not have left it open on purpose. Grabbing his leg, the cat looked pleadingly at the blonde. He admitted that he had done wrong, after which the main character realized that this happened because of Sorry. The guy imagined an angry Sierra strangling him. He told the cat that he had been given a warning, so if the incident became known, a bad ending awaited him. Awkwardly approaching the door with his hand, Curran realized that the closer he came, the more he felt streams of pure mana enveloping his entire body. The main character, smiling, looked into the opening. He believes that nothing bad has happened if he takes a quick look at what's inside this room. The blonde's pupils widened at what he saw. Meanwhile, a variety of dishes lay on the table. Sierra ate her dinner with a displeased face, which made Curran feel awkward. There was a tense atmosphere in the room. Armed with a kitchen knife, the girl told the guy to just tell everything, without trying to hit the right moment. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's face. He realized that she had noticed everything, as Sierra became colder and more reserved than usual. The main character abruptly leaned his hands on the table. He picked up the eating Sorry, inviting the girl to look at this cutie and calm down. Sierra asked him when he would stop dodging the answer. Bowing her head, the girl asked him to simply tell everything. She asked Darran if he had seen much. Continuing to hold the cat in his hands, the blonde realized that he would have to get to the point. He said that inside the room he saw a creature called the Majestic Beholder, who is the source of the endless flow of mana that supports the magic tower. Hearing this, the girl told him that he had seen absolutely everything, asking what this creature told him. While Sorry held tightly to the cube, the guy said that magicians had been using this creation for hundreds of years. Beholder also offered to give up his forbidden power if the main character would help him get out. While eating a piece of steak, Sierra explained that this creature is just an artificial body that controls the flow of mana. The guy imagined mana starting to emanate from the ground when the girl asked him if he knew that magic towers were built in dragon craters located throughout the continent. Curran admitted that he had heard that the energy of nature that erupts from dragon blood is the greatest achievement of the founding emperor. The mana ball began to glow with white light. Sierra reported that dragon blood is still too strong for humans, which is why Beholder is considered a symbolic creature to show humans their limits. Holding his chin, the main character realized that he was interested in this forbidden power. He asked the girl if this creation was really a device that controlled the flow of mana. Sierra began to wipe herself with a napkin when Curran suggested that she was almost not angry at him at all. The girl admitted that she initially planned to attack him with her fists. Remembering the angry guy, Sierra reported that Beholder's voice had magical powers, which is why anyone who encountered it without first using a mind protection spell was possessed. She doesn't understand why Curran is okay after meeting this creature, because every time there was a riot. Sitting opposite the girl, the main character asked her permission to see Beholder. She asked him what he planned to do. While Sari fell asleep on his owner's arm, he admitted that it was funny for him to watch the creature pretend to be something. Putting the cat on his shoulder, Curran turned around and said that he had another interesting idea. Meanwhile, a tile appeared under the protagonist's feet. Raising his hand, he greeted Beholder. In front of him, a one-eyed creature was flying over the abyss. His body shimmered in shades of pink and blue. Darran, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the creature with a grin. Beholder, looking intently at the main character, was angry that he again failed to take possession of him. He doesn't understand why this happens, because the blonde doesn't use a mind protection spell. While Sari looked on in surprise, the guy reminded the creature that yesterday he failed in his attempts to take possession of him. All this time, Curran used the Northern Lights technique, which is the quintessence of spiritual martial arts. The creature lowered its only eye when the protagonist revealed that he was only a control system, conveying Sierra's words to him. The guy spread his arms out to the sides as the creature declared that it was the majestic Beholder. Curran agreed with him, asking him to stop it. The blonde began to search the system for something while he informed the creature that the excess mana from the dragon's blood was dissipating before the flow of mana became unbridled. Beholder began to absorb something, which made him very scared. Curran stood in front of him with a special device that helped him collect all the mana. Holding the device up to the creature's eye, he admitted that he wouldn't have spent a lot of money on a mana stone maker if he was going to stop. Beholder's mana began to be completely absorbed by the device. The main character said that he would gladly eat it all. While the remaining mana was being absorbed by the device, Beholder screamed at the top of his voice, trying to stop it. Meanwhile, multicolored mana stones were scattered on the table. Looking at the room filled with stones, Curran assumed that Beholder's reserves would quickly run out. While Sari carefully examined the red crystal, the main character remembered that for the developed plan he needed 3 things, namely, a lot of capital, users who will help with the work, and a channel master overseeing everything. The guy, remembering the huge amount of mana stones, the embarrassed guy and the laughing man, realized that he had hit a huge jackpot. After all, he has Shirlene at his beck and call, who manages a significant staff of part-time workers, and he even managed to persuade SAEM to cooperate. A smile appeared on the main character's face when he realized that all the best ingredients were sorted into shelves. All he had to do was deal with Shylock. Remembering the man in the green cloak, he decided that he must definitely take revenge on Miriam. Meanwhile, the magical empire of Luanesia was illuminated by a sign located on the tower. Seeing how the knights were trying to help their partner, an unknown person in a green cloak demanded that they not touch him. Holding the book in your hands from which the panel comes, he reported that this works out to 3 million gold a month if interest is included in the unpaid balance. The guy believes that the man will have to pay off the amount of debt within 10 years if they factor in labor costs. The knights held the beaten man's hands. He believes that a person who is a member of the most influential guild in the empire is not allowed to do everything. As the guy closed the pink book, the man loudly declared that they were scammers who were planning to fool him. Hearing this, the magician apologized to him. Miriam, with his hand in his pocket, said that he was not doing as well as he would like. He is the executive director of the Rochester Mages Guild and is in charge of interdimensional trade. He left the beaten man, who continued to swear, with the knights. Miriam said that he would leave them first, as he had work waiting for him. A screen began to appear from the magic book. Putting his elbows on the table, the guy was surprised that he received a message from Curran, who decided to tell him the good news. The user Rochester Mages Guild invited the main character to a conversation. Miriam looked at the screen in surprise as a system sign appeared informing him that he had received 5,000 gold coins from Curran. Taking his chin, the guy did not expect that he would receive this amount for the completed task. A few days earlier, the main character acquired magical armor from him, which turned out to be useful. The blonde confused the guy because he asked if he had thought about investing. Miriam asked him again. Placing his hand in a fist on the table, the magician believed that Curran suddenly spoke about this. In turn, the main character admitted that he was not imposing anything on him, but simply planned to propose to him. The guy imagined a sad man sitting with an empty box. He believes that investments end in a donut hole no matter how close the person suggests it. Looking at Curran's profile photo, Miriam remembered that he had bought the 3rd generation magic armor, and besides, he had never bargained. Pressing the screen with his finger, the guy decided to try investing 1,000 coins. Now Miriam realized that that day he did not take the words of the protagonist seriously. A smile appeared on the magician's face, while Curran assumed that he became silent because the profit was less. The guy admitted that he was extremely surprised that the amount had increased 5 times. Seeing a message from the blonde, in which he said that he was also surprised by this outcome, Miriam was shocked. The magician imagined gold coins flying around the tower when Curran said that the daily income of the Rochester Guild, equal to tens of thousands of coins, really amazed him. The frowning guy believes that he will value even a handful of coins if we are talking about his personal savings. He agreed that the amount invested was small, but at the same time noted that the profit exceeded 500%. Looking seriously at the screen, Miriam realized that he would have invested all his money if he knew that it would turn out this way. After which he asked Darran how much he himself earned from this enterprise. The guy admitted that not so much. A drop of sweat ran down the surprised magician's face when the main character said that he had received about 100,000 gold coins. Miriam, dressed in a green cloak, wilted when Curran said that he had almost nothing left, because he took care of his subordinates. Meanwhile, the guy's brow frowned, because he realized that without connections he wouldn't be able to take such a jackpot. Presenting the blue mana crystal, Miriam remembered that he was very nervous when he first listened to the guy's explanation. He told him that it was worth buying mana stones that had fallen in price in large quantities, and then putting them up for sale as soon as the price returned to normal. Holding his chin, Miriam realized that everything happened as Curran said, because the mana stone, which cost 30 coins, now costs 200 gold again. The magician looked intently at the wall, not understanding how the main character managed to pull off everything. He assumed that the channel master was behind him. Tilting his head, he thought that the one who had appeared earlier was able to help the main character with this. Clutching his face, Miriam began to think harder, imagining the bodies of huge people. He assumed that Curran was above the channel master. The magician asked the main character why he suggested investing to him. The guy replied that he was just trying to collect the required amount. An enraged Miriam began waving his hands as he said that everything was very strange, because, looking down on a 6-figure sum, Curran regretfully said that he needed a measly 1,000 coins for investment. A drop of sweat ran down the mage's dissatisfied face. He suggested that he had spoken too harshly. Miriam looked at the screen in confusion, because the main character wrote who to him. While the magician sat at the table in his office, the blonde said that he was able to see profitable investments while always remaining cautious. He admitted that he would be disappointed if Miriam refused to cooperate. The guy, clenching his fist, was glad that Curran agreed with his proposal. A smile appeared on the magician's face when the protagonist said that the first investment was something of a test. Smiling devilishly, the blonde tilted his head. He asked Miriam if he was ready to play big. Seeing this message, the guy was inspired. Meanwhile, the main character began to stroke Sari. Holding the cat in his hands, he realized that he had succeeded in fooling the magician. A huge number of messages from different users appeared on the screen, offering mana stones. Curran was able to reduce the price of high-quality stones by simply changing his nickname using the information distortion function. While Miriam continued to look at the screen thoughtfully, the main character remembered that, using his hearing, he was able to get close to the magician, pretending to be the master of the channel. He believes that Shylock will now never doubt their relationship. The blonde received a message from SAEM, asking how things went for him. Curran told him that, having smelled the money, Miriam agreed without even hesitating for a second. Looking at the system screen, a worried Shirlene assumed that this magician was monitoring. He believes that the blonde, as a middle manager, should use force in order to expose corrupt practices. Smirking, the main character admitted that even a monitoring agent can be attracted to something that disappointed the blue-haired guy. Shirlene's face turned blue when Curran asked him if he, running an illegal part-time labor agency, had the right to talk about such things. The boy laughed when the blue-haired man decided that he should have put a silencing spell on his mouth when he was selling magic. Holding his beard, SAEM asked if they were moving on to the next step, after which they lured the magician by lowering the price. Pointing at the screen with 2 fingers, the main character said that with the second step he would increase the price in the opposite direction. He asked if the worried Shirlene had any ideas on how to do this. A smile appeared on the guy's face when he suggested that they were bored just watching. He said it was their time to come out. Curran planned that thanks to part-time workers, it would spread the news about the price increase. Meanwhile, a flag with an eagle fluttered in the wind. Miriam confidently entered the establishment with his hands in his pockets. He was greeted by a man waving, who suggested he was in a good mood today. The magician asked him if he looked like that from the outside, to which he received a positive answer. Grabbing his chin, the man thought that it was a matter of interdimensional trade, because he knew that Miriam could not have achieved such success in magic. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's frowning face. He is sure that the guild master will clearly like his actions. Letties looked at him menacingly, crossing his arms. The green-haired guy understands that he is clearly losing to him, because he is a 7th level magician. When the man passed him, Miriam decided that he would not pay attention to him for now, because by using a run he would become rich. Imagining himself sitting on a golden throne, the guy dreamed of becoming a multimillionaire. A message box from Arun stated that everything was going according to plan. Miriam waved his hand and said that he also flipped through the articles about Laftel. An item description window was opened in front of him, which showed a yellow stone, product name Laftel, 100 grams 80 coins. The interlocutor said that the price was 8 times higher than the first time. The guy looked at the chat window with a smile, where it was written that this was entirely his fault, and asked what he was saying. He did nothing. He thought he still didn't know what exactly had caused the price of expensive goods to fall, but getting Laftel's value to rise had never been a problem. He imagined a white castle with brown roofs, next to which a stone shone. Laftel was the main material for the creation of magical armor, which is produced only in Luanesia, and it is also a top-secret material that allowed the Empire to accumulate enormous wealth. He imagined armor covered in cracks, with many palms reaching out to it from all sides. The guy thought that since the production technology of high-end weapons and key parts of the second system was never revealed, users began to want to get their hands on this product even more. Eventually, Laftel on the market became the most expensive material in the entire second system, even if it was obtained from discarded magic armor. With a sly smile, Miriam looked at the message from the users. Rochester Magic Guild wrote that they are considering various options on this issue. Kneelovers wrote that these are favorable conditions or a fleeting flash. Laughed asked, is it really worthwhile? Miriam thought that if in the current situation a rumor spreads that there was an interruption in the production of stone in the Empire, and then he appears on the scene, a representative of the guild associated with this and the manager of a partner store, investors, dazzled by the coins, will have no choice but accept his words as they are. A guy in a cloak with a hood was sitting on a chair at a table. In front of him there was a chat open in which Arun asked how much he invested this time, and the guy replied that taking into account the debt write-off, the 5,000 earned earlier would result in 30,000 coins. Miriam frowned a little as he read that if we subtract what was owed to the interlocutor from the profit received in the amount of 240,000 coins, his share would be 170,000 coins, and he repeated 170,000 in amazement. A message from Arun appeared in the chat window saying that this was not all, and the guy asked again in surprise. Opening his mouth in amazement, he read that if you look at the trend and flow of demand right now, in the message box it was written that it can be calculated that the profit will increase 50 times, so there is a high probability of earning 1,100,000 coins. The guy repeated 1,100,000 coins in amazement. He covered his mouth with his hand in surprise as he read the message in front of him, where it was written that it would actually come out to less than 1 million, because the 45x increase in profit belonged to him. The green-haired man asked if he sold too much, would he be subject to a sales limit? The guy folded his hands in front of him and was surprised to read that he didn't need to worry about this. Soon the supply of goods would be practically unlimited. He wondered in surprise what unrestricted meant, what kind of situation this was where even the sales limit was ignored. He asked aloud if he could find out what his investment was. Miriam stared in amazement at the message, where it was written that Arun could not go into details, but could say that there were 8 numbers. He imagined a huge pile of gold coins and thought that even 1,000,000 coins is a huge amount, because with such money you can live in luxury for 3 or even 30 years. The guy turned away thoughtfully and looked out the window. He saw Letties standing, surrounded by a crowd of smiling onlookers who shouted that they also wanted to be like him, and the guy thought that this was not enough if he wanted something more. With an insidious smile, Miriam set up a high tower and thought that he needed to earn more than 1,000,000, about 5, or better yet, about 6 million coins, then he could easily take over the guild. He smiled awkwardly when he saw a message from Arun asking what he was thinking so hard about, and hastened to say that it was nothing special. The green-haired man opened the window, in which it was written that the Rochester Magic Guild account had 454,637 coins. He thought that the guild currently had more than 450,000 coins in its account. He put his fingers to his chin, reasoning that if he took them and used them, and also exchanged the goods in the warehouse for coins, he would get about 1.5 million. He thought that if he, before a run, withdraws 40 times the increased profit from the account and returns the principal amount of investment, that will receive about 6 million. Miriam imagined himself in a formal suit with a glass of wine in his hand and thought that this, of course, would ruin Irun's whole plan. But if he was asked, would he be satisfied with only 1 million and the title of a rich man? He imagined himself deviously extending his hand over the round tower, and he continued the thought that he would either wish to become a great hand that would rule the world of magic and leave his name in history. The guy smiled widely and thought he would answer that since they only live once, why not take the risk? Smiling evilly next to the open chat window in front of him, he thought that either way, one of them would backstab him one day. This is the beauty of interdimensional stock trading. The blue message box said that Rochester Magic Guild had deposited 180,000 into SOAR 21's account. Darran stared at the message in surprise, covering his mouth with his hand and thinking that he might be going crazy. The notice stated that the current nickname is SOAR 21. The privilege of misrepresentation is being used. He presented a huge pile of gold coins and thought that the idea was to sell the laftel, bought at the usual price, at an inflated price, and, if everything went according to plan, then, according to rough calculations, the profit amount should be about several 100,000 coins. The notification said that there were 1,323,438 coins in the account, and Irun thought that the result exceeded all his expectations. The blonde sat on the bed, pointing at the menu, using distortion to change his nickname to Portia. He said with a smile that people do not change. He reflected that what an 8-figure investment. Coins are being pumped into the channel, so there is an increasing trend. He introduced Seakan, Kuntz, and finally Miriam. The chair in his imagination was covered in blood stains, as was the floor around it, and the guy thought that he continued to wonder endlessly whether it was right to go so far because of the resentment that had accumulated in his soul in a past life. Curran looked with his glowing eye and reasoned that he was tormented by the question of whether everything would be different if they were given a choice, like him. The notice stated that Rochester Magic Guild deposited 300,000 into Portia's account. The guy thought that he would receive an answer to this question in the near future. The young man ran along the sidewalk, shouting that he couldn't go far, let them search everyone. Miriam, sitting in a narrow passage between the houses, swore and thought, how could this even happen? He remembered how he opened his mouth in shock when he saw the statistics. Rochester Magic Guild, laftel minus 1518 kilograms. Current losses 1,360,000 coins. Return rate minus 90.7%. He thought in shock that no matter how you looked at it, such a drop in price was too much. The guy sat on the black bags, clutching his head in his hands, and dejectedly thought that he should not have touched the guild's money in the first place, and even if he had made an investment, he should not have touched the goods from the warehouse. He removed his hands and listened when he heard someone shout that he had found it. Turning around, the guy in the green raincoat ran, thinking that they weren't giving a second to rest. He crouched, holding his head, because he collided with someone and fell to the ground. Talking about his head, he was in a hurry like crazy, and also crashed into something. When he opened his eyes, he was very surprised. 3 guys stood in front of him with clubs in their hands, and the one standing in the center smiled evilly and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, calling him names. The dark-haired man with the scar grinned when I heard the question of how they ended up here and answered that they came to collect a debt for magic armor. How could there be a different outcome for a beggar who coveted big money? Miriam looked at them in surprise, hearing that they knew everything. He could not compensate for even 1% of the losses, even though he had retrieved the magic ring. The guy backed away, covering himself with his hands, and said that everything was right. He would pay them the debt. Let him leave, it would be beneficial for them. The bouncer asked what he was carrying. That debt had already been transferred to the guild. Miriam looked at them from the ground in fear when he heard that now there was no need to beat around the bush. There was a noise at the wooden table. Curran looked into the round glass ball lying on the pillow, which showed the beating of Miriam. He said that his current appearance resembles him in a past life. The green-haired man's face was swollen. The guy thought that now he was finished. He was waiting to either pay for everything with his death, or drag out the life of a worthless beggar. Curran covered the ball with his palm, squeezing it, and thought that it was ready. This could put an end to settling personal scores. Against the background of his dark silhouette and profile, the guy thought that when he took the first steps on the path of revenge, he was breathless with excitement and delight, but over time he began to feel disgust. He thought the problem was that his heart was not resting and he was looking for more and more powerful stimulation, but he felt more and more out of control. He imagined Miriam against a background of gold coins, who said with a smile that he would be satisfied with 1 million, and thought that this time it was the same. What would have happened if he really hadn't become greedy and stopped there? There was emptiness on the stone floor and 3 ants were running. The guy thought that, of course, knowing his character, we can say with 99% certainty that he would not have stopped. But what if that 1% had somehow influenced the result? Darran intertwined his fingers with a smile and thought that, looking back, he realized that his actions were reckless. He said that one way or another, he had already dealt with the revenge. The system reported that the current coins were 1,713,468. He imagined the family crest behind him, and looking at the menu with his glowing eye, he said that now all he had to do was prevent the fall of his family. The system reported the purchase of mana stones, the purchase of magic armor, and the purchase of magic items. He imagined himself surrounded by the windows of the system, among a huge amount of gold, and thought that in an incredible and unexpected change that began with interdimensional trade, the one who just a few months ago was called the disgrace of the family was now a titan, and the true third genius of Steelguard. Sierra looked in surprise at the piece of paper she was holding in her hands. Sorry, with the device stood by the bright one-eyed fire. SAEM was surprised to read the notice that as a result of the audit it was established that MKSAEM acted in a manner inconsistent with its position. Therefore a verdict was issued ordering the return of all profits obtained illegally and to abandon further activities. After that, starting with Iran, signs of change began to appear everywhere. It is said that the small changes in life and changes in decisions that happen to everyone add up to one big change. Iran sat at his desk and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. Oddly enough, his ordinary life did not undergo any drastic changes. He looked at the large academy auditorium. I sat at a round table with other club members. Swung his sword. Darran stood, thoughtfully touching his face with his hand. Lectures at the academy and club activities, training and interdimensional trade in a place hidden from prying eyes. This is how the first year passed since entering the academy. And finally the fall of the next school year has arrived. Powerful flashes appeared from behind the walls, as if from an explosion. The spectators looked at what was happening in surprise. A guy was sitting by a piece of stone. Hearing the question, "What is this?" Curran smiled contentedly, throwing his sword over his shoulder, and asked, did they hope that there would be no unexpected turn of events? He stood on the field among the arched columns, and heard that the winner of the duel was Iran. A majestic white building with blue roofs rose. The man's hands shook as he read the letter, repeating in disbelief that Iran Steelguard was an aura user. Clenching the paper forcefully in his fist, Dyraka said through clenched teeth that he needed to visit the capital. People on the street near 3-story houses were talking, and 2 years later in the capital of Theros. With a sigh, the guy moved his pen over the paper, writing something down. Iran Steelguard, 17, sat at his desk and wrote in ink on paper, saying that the paperwork was stressing him out. He looked at the 2 huge stacks of documents by his desk and wondered why he had even said that he would be serving as CEO. Over the past 2 years, Iran trading companies have become the largest companies that no one could ignore. He imagined men drinking wine from glasses and looking askance at him, thinking that from now on all the materials necessary for the organization would be purchased from the Pilaf Trading Company. A man with a snake on his back was handing a box to another man. Pilaf Merchant Association has achieved steady growth through trading with the huge criminal organization Black Snake. The young man was diligently writing something on paper. In front of him lay blue round pills. These were blue pills and anti-fatigue remedies that are widely used in the first system. The woman clutched her cheeks joyfully, looking at the red round box. It was a cream for beauties, the best skin care product used by the craftswomen of the first system. The Iran Merchant Association hit the jackpot with zero system interdimensional rare item trading. So Iran, who owned both companies, naturally rose to the top, becoming the CEO of the combined business. The girl was choosing apples on the market square with a smile, and the blonde thought with satisfaction that nevertheless he felt inner satisfaction because his business was thriving. The blonde man beamed against the backdrop of a huge stack of papers, and an embarrassed girl entered the room. Blushing, she covered her mouth with her hand. Iran noticed her and asked what. The girl screamed in embarrassment, holding the watering can over the flower, which was already overflowing. The guy told Sylvia that she was already overflowing with water. The sprout bent over, and water dripped from the pot onto the table. Sylvia apologized sheepishly, and Iran said with a smile that everything was fine. He was just a little embarrassed that she was doing even such work. The girl was wiping the table with a flower when she heard the question. Maybe instead of a secretary, a deputy should get this job. She hastened to refuse, saying that she was doing flowers because she liked it. but she thought to herself that in this way she could take care of Mr. Pilaf, that is, Mr. Iran. She blushed as she stood next to the flower pots. The guy looked after her in surprise when she ran out of the room, saying that she would leave him now. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment, thinking that now her look, facial expression and gestures spoke for themselves. He said that even a fool would understand everything. The blonde posed, showing different gestures with his fingers and shining with his eyes, thinking that what if she fell in love with him too much, she might get into trouble. Darran was surprised to hear someone calling him CEO, and thought about that voice. An excited man ran into the office and asked what happened. Marcus said that a big disaster had happened. Frightened, he shouted that the guards had arrested members of the Black Snake organization, to which the guy asked in surprise, "So what? This is a criminal organization, so arrests of its members are not so uncommon." Marcus waved his hand when he heard that they would probably carry out a standard screening procedure and let everyone go home. He shouted in fear that this time the situation was different. A secret arrest had been made. Darran was surprised to imagine the stern men behind him when he heard that not only regular employees were in custody, but even the leaders of Vess and Titan. A carriage drawn by 2 horses was driving down the street. Darran sat in the carriage opposite the man and, thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, reasoned that if the leaders were captured, then this was not about some minor problem. Buildings and towers rose in the city of Theros, the capital of Navarro and the first city of the country. Below was the shadow of the same tower against the backdrop of blood stains. The guy thought that behind the colorful and luxurious picture of the capital, criminal activities were hidden in the nooks and crannies, reminiscent of the shadow of the city. The bandits bared their teeth and looked sternly, and Darran thought that originally criminal groups continue to be created, even if they are pulled out like weeds, so it is more useful to maintain public order by checking organizations rather than catching them. The guy in the vest handed the bag to the embarrassed man in uniform. The blonde thought that moreover, a very close connection is formed in the process. There are many cases where people before they have time to come to their senses, but have already found themselves in the same boat with the criminal world, so trying to eradicate a criminal organization is something impossible. He thoughtfully reflected that Black Snake is a huge organization that has entangled many things here with its networks. Therefore, even if a raid occurs, it all starts with the lower ranks. Marcus looked at him, sitting opposite, and asked that maybe both bosses were in the middle of some kind of dispute. To this the guy replied that he didn't think those people would have the courage for something like that. He imagined the dark silhouettes of the bosses with predatory smiles and thought, who could possibly know what would come into the mind of a representative of the underworld? One cannot ignore the possibility of impulsive actions of bandits, which led to serious consequences. Darran presented the image of Vess and said that if we are talking about Titan, then this is quite possible, but he would never believe that the reasonable Vess would behave like this. He took this nuance into account from the very beginning, and therefore made them co-leaders. The deputy noted that he had made a correct point. Marcus awkwardly folded his fingers in front of him and said that one way or another he wished that nothing serious had happened. Darran closed his eyes, folded his hands on his chest, and said that he also hoped so, but first he needed to figure out how things were at the moment. The blonde looked out the carriage window, which reflected the sky. They drove up to a stone building on which there was a picture of scales, and at the entrance there were 2 guards and the guy said that they were there. He asked the man, who was rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, that he said that he had an acquaintance among the guards, to which Marcus said that he knew the chief of the guard. A blue shining ball flickered in the guy's palm. His hair turned blue, a scar appeared on his face. He reincarnated as Pilaf and said that it would not be difficult for them to enter. Vess and Titan sat behind bars with their hands cuffed and looked at him. Vess remained silent in surprise when he heard that they could talk. The blue-haired man stood in front of the bars and he exclaimed the master's name. They happily grabbed the bars of the bars. Vess said that he knew that he would come right away, and Titan asked that he had come to get them out of here. Looking at them, Darran said that he was not sure that he could immediately rescue them from custody, to which they asked in surprise, why. He introduced the deputy, who was talking with a stately man with a mustache, and said that Marcus met with the chief of the guard and found out something. In addition to the guard, the Knightly Corps also participated in this case. His eyes glowed furiously, and his tongue seemed to turn into a snake's when he angrily asked what exactly they managed to do behind his back. The bosses looked at him in surprise, holding on to the bars. The guy thought that without a doubt, the profit that he was able to make by working with these guys was of great help to the development of his business in the early days. However, now that his company's position has strengthened, not only does trading with them have an extremely small share of total sales, but collusion with the underworld may become his weakness in the future. If, moreover, there was a nightly core here, then he needs to slowly end this cooperation. The man shouted resolutely that they had done nothing. Curran was surprised. Vess began to say that the accusation was completely absurd and made no sense. Titan confirmed that it was all because of Andrade. Blue-haired asked again and was told that yes, at their first meeting he used a scroll of ice explosion. Does the guy remember? Curran remembered and said that there was a thing. But what is the connection? Looking at him seriously, Vess said that that scroll was just bought from Andrade's lair, although in the end they just threw away money to no avail. But one way or another they were connected, this bad person. He imagined the silhouette of a grinning guy with red ominous symbols behind him. Curran was surprised when he heard that he was thinking of conducting a forbidden experiment. Frowning, he asked to be more specific about what he did. Vess waved his hand and said that he heard about it briefly during the interrogation, so he doesn't know much. But the problem is that this bad person put their name in the ordering line. Titan trembled, clenching his teeth in anger, and said that he was suffocating at such an unfair accusation. They often made deals and there was never any conflict between them. Why did he betray them in this way? Darran looked at them with his shining eye. He thought that the trembling in the voice, the rapid heartbeat and breathing showed that it seemed that they were not lying. He asked if maybe they had done something that made him hold a grudge against them. Vess waved his hands and said that no matter how much they thought about it, their relationship was not as bad as Titan said. On the contrary, they always maintained good relations, which made them even more offended. The man nodded, confirming his words. Curran clenched his chin thoughtfully and said that he couldn't hold a grudge against them in that case. The answer is one of two: just shirking responsibility, or someone deliberately targeting Black Snake. He imagined the dark silhouette of the stranger. The large window reflected the sky and the tops of neighboring buildings. Marcus and Curran walked along the light pavement, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. The guy thought that he wanted to hope that this was a simple evasion of responsibility. In the darkness, he imagined a shining line and thought that forbidden experiment. This term is usually used to refer to anti-human magical experiments. And of course the level of punishment is different from the punishment for ordinary crimes. He rearranged his blood-stained hands, which were raised up in the darkness. They walked down the street and the guy thought that if this case was carefully fabricated and even the evidence was tampered with, then the whole Black Snake could go downhill. Several people were walking towards him. He froze, recognizing the man who walked at the head of this group. Marcus asked in surprise what was wrong when the guy turned around sharply. He asked the assistant if he had seen him. Looking at the group of people who were going out through the arch, the assistant asked who he was talking about. Darran introduced the brunette, who looked at him sternly and said that this man who walked in front of the group is the commander of the prosecutor's night corps. The assistant should carefully remember his face. Darran clenched his fists and resolutely walked forward, thinking that the mad dog Zenits had shown up in the city guard department. Now all the ins and outs of these unexpected incidents became clear to him. He imagined the stern face of Zenits and thought that the target of this matter was not just Black Snake. He frowned, thinking that this scoundrel was targeting his trading company, or rather, at him personally. The children looked at him with shining eyes and clenched their small fists with delight. The man in armor and helmet looked at them silently. Curran peeked around the corner, looking at the guards surrounded by children, and thought that this was the very slum where, as he was told, Andrade was hidden. He calmly looked forward, thinking that such a place was not able to provide even basic security. Moreover, if we are talking about the prosecutorial nightly corps and not the guards, he imagined Zenith standing against the silhouette of a dog. Curran thought that it was led by an inspector who continued to dig under him even after the end of a series of matches where the fate of the clubs was decided. Curran thought that there was not a single gap in his defense that he could exploit. But as a result of this incident, employees of the trading house were arrested and pressure began to be put on his entourage. The guards were leading people with their hands tied out of the room, in front of whom were Marcus and Sylvia. The guy thought that in the end, in order to understand the situation for sure, he came to the hideout of the one who started all this. The blonde tore a piece of paper with a round symbol drawn on it, which surrounded it with red flashes. The invisibility skill and the spell of hiding the third magic ring were used. He said there is no doubt that there is something there as they continue to secure this entire perimeter. The people standing in the square did not notice how he jumped high in the direction of the roof. Translucent Darran walked along the roof and thought that it had been a long time since he used the invisibility spell, and the technique of light steps to penetrate somewhere. He wondered what they were hiding. These people from the prosecutor's night corps, surrounded by a red haze. Curran stared forward in surprise. He stood in front of the building and thought in surprise about the smell that came from it. The blonde pulled back the heavy curtain and went inside. He froze in shock and his nose turned red. He stood in the passage. There was a red haze of stench in the room, emanating from the bodies lying on the floor in a pool of blood. The guy thought that, although he had some guesses already at the moment when he heard the forbidden experiment, this was a real disaster. Darran took a step inside the room. People were lying face down on the floor in pools of blood. He grimaced, folded his arms, and thought that all the houses in this area were the same. Frowning, he said that the mutilated corpses and the organs lying next to them were not just an experiment on people. He looked at the silver bracelet on his hand that Sierra had given him and thought he should ask her about it. Standing near the houses, he looked at the pink round symbol that appeared, emanating from the bracelet. Sierra came down and asked why he constantly takes a busy person away from his affairs, to which the guy asked again, in what sense constantly? Curran asked if it was thanks to him that the reverse aging spell was completely completed, and the gray-haired girl in the hat said that he could have just said that he was glad to see her. This was the head of the 14th magic tower. Sari was sitting on the hat. The guy asked what kind of hat it was that didn't suit the girl at all, to which she said that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get her real hair color back, so she tried to hide it. Sorry, with a cry, the owner rushed into the arms of the smiling guy. He sat in the blonde's palms and rubbed her head against his finger. Curran asked how things were. He also played with the ego controller today, to which the pet said that he tore it into small pieces. The blonde thought that after the end of the period of closed training, Sari began to make mana stones on his own, every now and then visiting the magic tower on his behalf. Sierra, folding her arms on her chest, looked at the pet, who was looking at the blonde with a loving gaze, and said that surprisingly, she was not at all able to gain the favor of this animal. He still continues to bare his teeth at her. The blonde replied that everything is quite logical because there is a special connection between him and Sari. The girl asked what business he called her for and what that stench was. The guy turned away and pointed his finger forward, saying, "What about this? Let her follow him. He wants her to look at something with her gift of the beautiful eye." Sierra asked, covering her nose, that he wanted to look at something using the gift of his beautiful eye. The girl's eyes shone with a bright pink light. She said that this was complete madness. They stood together in a room with pools of blood and the guy asked what her verdict was, to which she replied that, as he said, this was not an experiment, but a summoning ritual. The man's hand lay in a pool of blood. Sierra continued that this was not just the call of some cruel creature. Curran, with a pet sitting on his shoulder, thought that if she says so, it means. He asked aloud if this was a ritual to summon the devil. He imagined the sinister smile of a dark monster and thought that the ritual of summoning the devil, one of the most forbidden acts on the continent, is criticized more than treason or war crimes, which is called the substitution of humanity, and is considered a crime with the harshest punishment. Sierra covered her nose and mouth with her hand, saying that this is a common expression. In fact, it represents evil living in another dimension. But why is the prosecutorial Night Court dealing with the issue of the ritual of summoning the devil, which is under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower? Darran looked at her and said that he thinks that the reason lies in him. Using this incident, Zenitz is trying to grab him. So the girl asked again, Zenitz. She raised her index finger, introducing the brunette, and said that although a lot of anger had accumulated about him over the past 2 years, he was not one of those who would fabricate evidence. Looking at the guy who was angry with the question, she asked if he had really never tried to summon a real demon. Darran angrily asked why he would do something like that. Having calmed down, he looked at the girl who said that it was okay, and thought that in general he was not surprised by Sierra's reaction. He imagined the brunette with the silhouette of Andrade standing behind him, and thought that he was not one of those who would act without solid evidence in hand, which means that he clearly must be keeping the first witness in this case alive somewhere. The girl heard the question. Is she now able to use the spell of the 7th ring without any risk? So is she able to find a trace of evil? She replied that if someone came into contact with evil, then a trace would remain on him, like a stench that could not be erased. They looked at the buildings, and she said that if she uses magic of such a high level here, she would probably be noticed immediately, to which she heard that she didn't have to worry about it. Sierra looked ahead in surprise. Next to the guy stood a red carriage with wheels burning on fire, and the name said that it would be enough to simply lift it up. On the outskirts of the capital there was a small stone house. There were guards at the door, one of them was yawning. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. They grabbed their swords, screaming at the intruder. The street between the houses was empty, and the partner asked why he was there. There was no one there. The guard began to say that this was strange, because he definitely saw someone when he was struck by a swift blow. The second guard too. Curran stood behind the lying bodies with his arms outstretched and said that compared to the external protection, the internal one is much weaker. A carriage hovered above, from which a rope descended. The guy thought that, probably, they had no idea that the strike would be delivered from the air. The guy heard the words that the one who performed the ritual of summoning the devil was inside that room, and he replied that he understood. The door to the room opened. Darran came in and said that they had finally met. A beaten man was sitting on a chair, blindfolded, and he heard the question, "Is he Andrade?" Opening his eye, which was swollen from the blow, he asked who he was. The blonde stood in front of them and said that what was more important was that he was the same person who would get others into trouble by talking as he pleased. The tied-up man asked, "Is he a member of Black Snake?" He was shocked to hear that no, let him try to take it higher. What will be the answer then? Darran folded his arms and nodded when he heard the man's assumption that he was an Iran Steelguard. The beaten Andrade asked how the general director of the United Trading House got here. The blonde replied that it was because he had a lot of questions for him. With a smile, he suggested that they first beat him a little and then they would start. The lamp swayed, a man was heard coughing, and a request to stop. He wrinkled his face and shouted at him to listen because he didn't have any grudges towards the blonde. And the guy asked again in surprise. He stared in surprise as he heard that the reason he blamed Black Snake was because that evil person poisoned him, so there was nothing else to do. He was told to testify, and in return they promised to give him an antidote, which is why he did what he did. Darran asked gloomily, "Is this man Zenith's?" He turned around in surprise when he heard the words of a man who said that no, it was him, and the sitting tied man confirmed that it was this bad man. The blonde frowned, thinking that he was sure that the Albert family had finally calmed down, and said out loud that he did not know that he had joined the ranks of the prosecutor's night corps. A man leaned against the door, arms folded, looking at him sternly, and the guy said his name, Darran. Darran stood at the door. He frowned angrily, looking at the guy. Darran looked at him silently in response, while the sitting and tied-up Andrade was angry. The blonde thought he was wondering why the inside was quieter than the outside, and the locking device was activated when an intruder entered. Looking at the man, he said that he has no idea what he is after. If it is about the disappearance of cunts, then didn't they clear up all the misunderstandings last time? Why is he dragging him into this incident by tampering with evidence? Darran seemed to growl, shouting that he still dared to ask why. He glared at him, shouting that it was a knight's duty to take revenge on the one who killed his lord. At that time his reasoning was not wrong. The beaten man tried to free his hands tied behind the seat. He heard words that falsification of testimony using Andrade. Yes, that's right, Darran did this too. The man growled, looking angrily at the guy, and said that the current one was able to go even further. The blonde smiled widely. He smiled when asked why he was laughing, and answered that he was grateful because now he heard exactly what he wanted. The man stared at him in surprise. The guy opened his palm, and a blue ball hovered near the ceiling. Darran asked in surprise if it was really him, to which the guy calmly interrupted, saying that he would guess what he was thinking about. Yes, he wrote everything down. He caught the ball in his palm and said that if it became known that the testimony had been falsified, the use of poison would also be mentioned. Curran looked determinedly, continuing that then he would have to go to death row arm in arm with Andrade. Darran looked at him gloomily, frowning, and swore. He thought furiously that he should have remained calm like a boa constrictor, but in the end he would have to fight. He thought that Curran's skill was so superior that his method of measuring mana would not work on him. Darran remembered shaking the guy's hand and thinking that there was no way he could stand up to him alone. The man was surprised to hear the question of the guard who appeared at the door about what happened. Why were the guards in front of the doors unconscious? He started asking about that man, but heard his name, Guyan. He froze in surprise. Darran stared forward in shock. The guards at the door turned around when they heard a loud scream. They ran into the room and saw Darran, who was holding a lying guard in his hands and shouting for him to come to his senses. He couldn't just leave his wife and children like that. The guards asked what happened. Guyan lay covered in blood. Blood was also flowing from his mouth. Darran looked up gloomily and said that the intruder had killed him. Darran, with the ball in his hand, looked at him in surprise, hearing that as the acting lord, the man was ordering his death. At the feet of the blonde lay a bloody knife. He thought that he was a madman who was obsessed with revenge. If he showed the contents of the crystal ball, then even his comrades would turn their backs on him, but he still had the courage to pull off such a trick. Smiling, he said, turning to the squad of guards, that maybe they would listen to him first, but they shouted, trying to shut him up. They held their swords, shouting how dare he do something like that to their comrade. The guards rushed forward at the absolutely calmly standing blonde, shouting that he should not expect mercy. Darran stood up. The guard's body fell to the floor. He thought that Guyan's death was a good reason to raise the anger and morale of the squad members. He took out his sword, which was covered with blue lightning, and thought gloomily that among the squad members there were a couple of aura users, so everyone with such support. He rushed forward with his sword at his advantage, thinking that with them he could kill Iran. Drops of blood appeared on the floor. The amazed man with a sword in his hands froze among the lying guards and said that this could not happen. Iran stood calmly, throwing his bloody sword over his shoulder, and the man was amazed and thought that this was some kind of nonsense. He was playing with them as if they were some kind of puppets. The blonde looked at him seriously and asked why he was so surprised. Didn't he see what he endlessly claimed? The man said that, as he thought, the guy was a criminal, and he himself thought that in this situation he would also suffer. He needed something that could become a variable, at least some kind. Darran turned around when he felt a man move from behind. He saw a chair with broken legs and a torn rope and screamed. An angry android rushed at him, shouting that they were distracted by the fight and completely forgot about him, vile people, and the real winner was him. Rapid movement. The hand stabbed into the body, drops of blood sprayed out. Darran looked at this in shock. Darran was also extremely surprised. An enraged android sat on the floor, thrusting his hand into the chest of the defeated guard and shouting, calling upon the great being that roams the outer universe. He, a humble servant, has prepared a great sacrifice for him. A cry, "Please accept her," rang out over the small house. Black flashes appeared in the darkness, glowing with purple light. The bodies of the man and woman were lifted up, as if floating surrounded by a violet light. There were many black-purple flashes. Several more people were floating. The black hair of the creature from which these powers emanated appeared. Among the gloomy energy, a nasty laugh was heard. The purple monster with black eyes and sharp teeth squeezed his clawed hand and said that he would gladly accept his sincerity, to which he received gratitude from the almighty evil. Darran trembled, opened his eyes in shock and wondered what this feeling of incredible power was. Android stood surrounded by a black aura with a purple glow, and the man fearfully thought that this was the appearance of the devil. He looked at him with black eyes with purple irises. The sword fell to the floor and a scream was heard. Darran was lying on the floor. His leg was completely broken and screaming, and the demonic android grinned. They say that he is not interested in this fool. Curran was surprised to hear that he looked quite appetizing for a wretched person from the lower world, to which the blonde asked him what he called him. The purple demon approached him, asking him what it was, and whether there was something strange about calling wretched things wretched. The guy calmly asked, "Seriously, why do all the scoundrels from another world behave this way?" The sword in the blonde's hand glowed, and he said that they were just deciding to devour something, and this was terribly infuriating. Android grinned contentedly, looking at him with black eyes, and asked why he had so much hostility towards him. On the contrary, he liked him. Darran looked at him, the bodies of the killed guards lying behind him, and said that he saw perfectly well what his follower had done, so he had no desire to show sympathy. He leaned on his toes, shouting that he was a monster who had penetrated this vile body. Striking swiftly with his sword, he rushed towards the creature, shouting that a warm welcome awaited him. Darran quickly cut the body of the monster standing in front of him several times, leaving bright traces of the movement of his ball. Darran looked at this, trembling, and thought that the aura blade is a skill that is not even close to normal aura. Does it really have a heroic rank? The blonde looked surrounded by a slight light glow. There were red pieces on the floor that looked like pieces of stones or meat. Suddenly one of the pieces began to move, trembling. Darran froze in fear when an ominous ball of purple-red dark light appeared around him. The guy looked back at the monster that people are afraid of, calling him a demon. This is the evil of another dimension. The monster opened its black eyes. The guy thought that although it actively operates while residing in the body of a person or other living creature, its essence is the mental body, so even if the owner of the original body dies, it is able to constantly reassemble through the existing evil force inside the body. The blonde turned to Demon, puzzled, and he asked how such an insignificant person dared to do something like that with this body. In front of him stood a body surrounded by black and purple energy with an ominous smile, bulging veins and legs pointing backwards, and Darran said that he had reconstructed his upper and lower half of his body in the wrong direction. The monster rushed to the guy, shouting that it was none of his business, and he could do whatever he wanted with his body. The guy jumped away from him, raising his hands and placing a block. Smiling with thirst, Demon rushed towards the guy again, pointing his hands with claws towards him. Suddenly, a glowing blue stripe appeared, running along the demon's body in the middle. Blonde, surrounded by a silver aura, he landed, and behind him the monster's body split in half. Bloody pieces of flesh and a black eyeball with a pink iris fell to the floor. The pieces of flesh shook again, and the eyeball moved, becoming embedded in the flesh. The blonde looked at the piece of flesh with the eye that screamed that it would kill him, and thought that at this rate it would shred his body endlessly. His eye flashed with the flame of the system, and he hoped that he's logged in. A system window appeared in front of a guy with dark hair. Azure Eye Black Demon clasped his hands and asked with a grin if the guy didn't say that he wasn't interested in evil spirit sorcery. Darran sent a message that something happened that caused him to be interested. The blonde shuddered, confusedly thinking that Bullseye is right away, when the interlocutor wrote that, apparently, high-level evil spirit must have appeared in his vicinity. Imagining blue eyes with 2 black dots under his left eye and a tattoo on his eyelid, Curran thought that when he talks to the Azure Eye Black Demon, there are times when he feels uncomfortable due to his insight that seems to penetrate into other people's hearts, as if he can see through his interlocutor, as in the case of using the inner thoughts privilege. But this is just a feeling according to his profile that he saw using the Eye of Providence. The profile said that his nickname is Azure Eye Black Demon. He is a person from the dark magical kingdom of Tefer, who became one with the darkness. He is 8th circle black mage and an evil spirit sorcerer that causes the whole continent to tremble in fear by name Lacoriel. Curran thought that if Lacoriel were a knight, he would be a mythical rank, and his soul status means that he has reached the pinnacle of dark magic. He is no doubt very powerful. Looking ominously at the screen and crossing his fingers with red nails, Lacoriel said that since Curran did not answer, it means that his guess was correct. Initially in such a situation he should have paid for a consultation, but since they have known each other for several days, he will consult him for free. Smiling, the blonde thanked him, thinking that he's a gentler person than he appears to be. Lacoriel asked if the guy wanted him to teach him exorcism techniques. Imagining a pile of bloody flesh with a black eyeball, Curran answered in confusion that he didn't think that this demon is that powerful, but it keeps coming back to life, and asked if it was because it was from another world. Placing his hands on the table, Lacoriel looked at the screen with interest, saying that, apparently, we are talking about demon possession, and the body stolen by such creatures is just a shell, so he will continue to live until he absorbs all the power of the soul through which he came into this world. The blonde smiled irritably when the warlock wrote to him to simply kill the demon until he dies, thinking that even a fool could understand this. Looking up at the mountain of flesh with 2 eyeballs in different places, he thought that he could still clearly see that his recovery process had slowed down compared to last time, but he was too angry to let the demon die such an easy death. Remembering the dead bodies lying on the bloody floor, Curran thought that this was about the fun of the otherworldly mental body, and the greedy desire of a black magician, because of which dozens of innocent people were forced to lose their lives. He clenched his teeth in anger. Getting serious, the blonde guy asked if there was any way to turn this creature into a slave, and Azure Eye Black Demon asked if he meant that he was ready to have a hand in necromancy. And Curran replied that yes, because it doesn't matter how much a dangerous object, as long as it can be controlled, it can serve as a good tool. Raising a palm with red nails and gold rings with stones, Lacoriel said that this is exactly what he continued to repeat to him over and over again, and irritably asked why everyone thinks that since we are talking about black magic, it is necessarily bad. Blushing and smiling contentedly, Lacoriel raised his finger to the system window and said that he would make a good discount especially for Curran, since he was his regular customer, and he liked his thoughts regarding the current situation. An icon for a book of acquired knowledge appeared on the blue screen with the caption that it can command evil spirits too, and an icon for a soul-absorbing mirror that doesn't possess any spirits. Curran pressed a button on the screen, completing the trade when Lacoriel said he was out of 2,000 coins. Removing his hand from the screen, Azure Eye Black Demon said that since he can calmly distract himself from the enemy and discuss the deal, it means that this is clearly not a high-ranking spirit, so even knowledge alone will be quite enough, and advised him to play for time while he is busy absorbing knowledge. Looking at the blue window, where it was written that absorbing knowledge you can command evil spirits too, Curran thought that there was no need to waste time. Thanks to max rank privilege, sponge inside his head, a body again appeared in front of the guy, and he said that it seemed that the restoration was almost complete. Pointing his finger at him, the angry demon said that he couldn't believe that he's being ridiculed by a mere low-world being. But if he descended with his full power, Curran wouldn't even be a match for him. Looking at the monster defiantly, the blonde told him that if that was the case, then let him try to hit with all his might. Scratching the back of his head, standing on the bloody floor, the demon in a human body stammered and said in confusion that it would take some time for him to reunite with his true body, and Curran replied that he could wait. The demon stared at the guy, puzzled, when he said that he was curious about what his true body was, since he was so confident in himself, and wondered if he was serious. Raising his hand, from which pieces of flesh were separated, the demon thought that he did not know what this guy was up to. But the soul power of this body is almost at its limits anyway, and his pride won't allow him to just retreat like this. Waving his hand, Curran told him do it right now, and the monster thought that he doubt anything will happen since his opponent is from the lower world. Suddenly tongues of violet flame appeared. The body that the monster occupied threw its head back and opened its mouth, from which purple streams of energy flew out. The body of the guy with brown hair shook. Suddenly 2 red horns emerged from his forehead. The veins on the body are swollen. The muscles have increased several times. The silhouette of a huge, muscular monster with horns, pointy ears, and glowing red eyes appeared as a voice said that he would regret his decision to allow him to reveal his true form. The demon looked back, where a blonde man suddenly appeared behind him, swinging a sword with a silver aura. Bluish discharges of energy from the third technique soul obliterating heavenly sword appeared in the air. Many blue glowing lines appeared around the demon, cutting it apart. The demon with bloody skin opened his fanged mouth and, frowning, shouted that he was a cowardly bastard who was attacking him during the transformation, although this was not what they agreed on. Putting his hand under his black cloak, which was wearing a silver bracelet with a purple cut stone, Curran said that it was strange to hear words about cowardice from someone who only does what he does, steal other people's bodies. He put his hand in front of him, pulling out a mirror from under his cloak and flashing it towards the demon. The monster's body began to separate, and he screamed in fear. Darran watched with a grin as the screaming monster was sucked into the mirror he held in his hand. The last drops of violet energy sank into the mirror surface, and the blonde thought that it was because of his training in necromancy that he had given him the opportunity to reveal his true form. The mental body of the other world in the form of a clot of violet energy is located in another dimension. The spiritual body must let all its soul power into this world, like this demon with horns and red burning eyes. Then it can be completely absorbed. The demon locked in the mirror displeasedly knocked on the surface from the inside, shouting that this was some kind of nonsense, asking how a wretched creature from the lower world could use the technique of necromancy. Looking at the demon in the mirror that Curran held in his hand, the guy smiled maliciously, and said that this is how his arrogance backfired on him. The demon slammed his fists into the surface of the mirror behind which the blonde was located and screamed, asking if he really thought he would get away with this, saying that he would skin him alive and show off his creation in front of his family, friends, and lover. Whistling, Curran asked why does he hear barking. Suddenly a certain space appeared in front of him. Behind the steel sliding door was a level 8 inventory flanked by wooden shelves up to the ceiling and a large window on the brick wall at the end. It consisted of a dedicated storage room with heating and cooling and a small logistics warehouse with a loading dock. Placing the mirror with the demon imprisoned in it on a wooden shelf, Curran said that he thought this place was perfect for him. His eye glowed with a silver flame, and a system window appeared in front of his face. On the window there was a small image of a mirror with a demon, and the text said that if you are a necromancer, then this item must be in your arsenal. An experienced necromancer can keep spirits bound in the space of a mental image, but this space is not infinite, so additional storage is provided in the form of this mirror. However, this item primarily performs the functions of embodiment and control, and then storage. It is an indispensable thing for novice necromancers. Looking at the screen in surprise, the blonde scratched his chin and wondered what Andalusia's shards are, which are mentioned in the description. Are they like evil desires or something? The guy opened a dialogue window with Azure Eye Black Demon and wrote to him. Lecoriel's eyes widened in shock when the guy asked what the 17th fragment of Andalusia was, and the warlock clarified whether it really said that. The blonde raised his hand to the screen and asked why Lecoriel was clarifying whether Andalusia is an important person in the other world, and wrote that the soul power does not exceed 14 units. Remembering the black and purple ominous clot of energy, Lecoriel replied that the fragments were not something grandiose, but before Andalusia was broken, he was a big shot. Blushing, Azure Eye Black Demon wrote happily, asking if the guy could sell the fragments to him, and saying that he would pay whatever he asked. A window appeared in front of him, indicating that Curran had left the conversation. Lecoriel, sitting on a chair, put his hand on his chest and froze in confusion, staring at the screen. When Curran raised his hand to the screen, a voice suddenly came asking what he was doing. A girl with silver hair and pink eyes wearing a dark hat and cloak landed in front of him. Sierra stood in front of him, and the body of a man lay on the floor. The guy asked in confusion if she had seen, but the girl did not understand what he meant. And Curran calmed down, thinking that, perhaps, thanks to the functions of the inventory, she did not feel any traces of necromancy. Knights in armor lay in the middle of the forest. Curran asked how everything went and if the knights were safe, and Sierra replied that while he was fighting, she moved them all away from this place. Placing her hands on her hips, the girl displeasedly asked why did he choose to fight inside and make her go up and down multiple times instead, and the guy said that even if they were on the outskirts, someone could still see her. Raising his hand, the blonde with a serious expression on his face said that besides, even without being a high-ranking evil, he was still a bastard that a normal level might not be able to handle, which is why he thought it was better to send her away than to shut her mouth later to all witnesses. Thoughtfully raising her hand to her chin, the pink-eyed girl said that this makes sense. Remembering how Curran stood in front of her, surrounded by a sword aura, Sierra thought that although she only saw it for a moment, but this aura was amazing, and it was impossible to imagine that at such a young age he had already reached the heroic rank. Silhouettes of old men appeared before her eyes, and she thought that this was still not enough to deal with them, so now she had to protect him no matter what she has to do. Sierra looked up, suddenly interrupted by Curran asking what happened to Darran. The blonde man opened his mouth and widened his eyes in shock when the girl replied that the man was dead. Remembering how Darran's legs turned in the opposite direction, Curran asked if he really died only because his legs were broken, and said that even though he was infected by evil desires, that shouldn't be possible. Suddenly the blonde guy shuddered and fell silent, realizing something. Crossing her arms over her chest, Sierra looked away and said that he's the guy who set him up in a trap. Throwing his hands to the sides, Curran emotionally asked if she was in her right mind, since she killed a member of the investigation night order. The girl replied that the man knew that Curran had a heroic level. The blonde looked at his hands in confusion when Sierra said that he himself understood that in this situation there was no way he could be left alive. Lowering his frustrated gaze, Curran thought that although he had overreacted a little, in reality he knew the fate of Darran, because if there was no guarantee that he could be controlled, then killing him was the right decision. Remembering the knight with short brown hair and a beard in red and blue clothes, Curran sadly reflected that even though it was mutual hatred, if not for him, then Darran would have lived like Albert's Vice Night Order captain, and wondering, is this really what people say about that revenge begets revenge? He thought that he doesn't feel good about this. Sierra stared in surprise at Curran, who apologized and said that she was absolutely right. It was impossible to do otherwise with Darran. The girl said in confusion that he usually throws around caustic comments, but now he doesn't look like himself. Turning serious, the silver-haired girl said that even though she doesn't know what's going on, he definitely doesn't have to worry about the consequences, and soon the magic tower will also join the investigation, and the head of the magic tower is her. Touching the body of the demon with her toe, lying lifelessly on the floor, she said that the blame for what had happened could be laid entirely on otherworldly evil desire. The blonde, after a pause, looked at the body and said that even after he had seen it himself, he still couldn't believe that a demon had been summoned. Darran looked questioningly at the girl, who innocently said that now he will have another nickname. Sierra, blushing, looked away and said that though it's a little ridiculous. At the top of the headquarters of the Prosecutor's Knights Corps, a white flag with a red border and a black coat of arms depicting crossed swords fluttered in the wind. With his hands in the pockets of his black trousers, Curran in a white shirt walked past admiring guys in dark suits who surrounded him. The blonde walked proudly, without looking back, and the guys, looking at him, discussed that not only is he the youngest Curran, he's also a demon slayer, asking if collecting nicknames was his hobby, and said that on top of that, he comes from a reputable household and runs a merchant association at his young age, wondering if he is really perfect in everything. The dark-haired guy said that even if he is not deprived of talent, the eldest son will still inherit the title, and the other replied that he will never. You don't know for sure. The blonde grinned when he heard conversations behind him and learned that he had now become a demon slayer. Looking at the white captain's office sign, the guy sighed and thought that recently he was only jealous of people like them. A man with brown hair in a dark suit and red shirt, standing over the open box, opened his mouth in surprise and looked up. Curran entered his office, furnished with wooden chests of drawers, frames, a round carpet, and a desk. Stopping putting things in a box, Zenitz asked in confusion why the guy came here. Curran said that he rushed here as soon as he heard the latest news, and asked if he really intended to resign. Looking down at the box, Zenitz confirmed this, saying that he did not understand how things could turn out this way. Looking at the sad man who continued to put things into the box, Curran frowned, thinking that he even felt some remorse in this situation. A picture appeared before his eyes as Sierra stood over the bloody body of a knight with her leg in an unnatural position. Remembering the scribbled sheets of paper from the investigation, Curran thought that although Daraka's hostility towards him was sky high, according to Sierra, the knight left a will stating that Zenitz had nothing to do with this incident. And then the results of her own investigation and internal review, the knight's prosecutor's office confirmed that Zenitz had nothing to do with the fabrication of testimony. The blonde thoughtfully lowered his yellow eyes. He remembered the man who had fallen to his knees in front of him. The man knelt in front of him, head down, and apologized, saying that he was wrong about people, both about Curran and about Daraka. Looking down in frustration, Zenitz said that he has no idea what got over him, and that he did not think that Daraka would commit such an outrageous act. Curran remembered how he looked down with sympathy at Zenitz, saying that he had truly lost face as the leader and head of the investigation, and thought that the man seemed to be extremely disappointed in himself. Remembering this moment, Curran thought that it was unlikely that Zenitz knelt down and appeared before him in this form just to survive. The man grabbed the box with his hands. Taking it, he walked past the guy and said that he had to take his leave. Without turning around, Curran told him to wait, thinking that after all, Zenitz was just diligently investigating the matter, so it was too early for him to retire, because nowhere can you find such a strong ally as Zenitz when he stands on the same side with you. Turning to him and looking sternly, Curran said that if he thinks that his current actions are a responsibility, then he is seriously mistaken. Staring at the guy in surprise, Zenitz asked what he was talking about, and the blonde said that Daraka did something that as a knight should never have done. And as a result, one knight was killed and even a demon was summoned, and if it had not been possible to find out that there was falsification of evidence, there would be even more innocent victims. Frowning, Zenitz said in confusion that he has no excuse for that, and besides, he is grateful that the video sphere was not officially made public, so the honor of the prosecutorial knightly corps was not damaged. With his hands folded on his chest, the fair-haired guy, saying that this was not a compliment, asked because he was resigning to calm his conscience. Having received a negative answer, Curran said that in that case, he should take responsibility, and not be cowardly escape from the ship. Holding the box in his hands, Zenitz stared at the gentleman with puzzlement. The blonde looked sternly at the man, who said that he simply wanted to take responsibility for his actions, because he started with an investigation into the Black Mamba, then went to the trading company, and, finally, tried to bring the gentleman to justice. Looking down in horror, Zenitz, sweating profusely, said that now that he thinks about everything, he understands that from the very beginning it was an unfounded investigation. But even so, only the conduct of such an investigation dealt a blow to Curran, but who knew that everything would go beyond reason and turn into a game of revenge. Raising his hand, Curran sensibly asked if all of this wasn't single-handedly planned by Daraka, so why should he be held responsible? Looking up, Zenitz said that he is not some cowardly bastard, and if he already pulled out a sword, then he is also ready to be hit by someone else's sword, so he is also trying to take responsibility. Looking at him approvingly, Curran thought that, to his great surprise, Zenitz was full of nobility, but nevertheless, he could not silently watch a man make such a decision, and in this case, he had no choice but to go trick. With his back to him, the blonde man with his arms folded asked seriously if Zenitz was disappointed in himself. Looking at him, Curran seriously said that aggression, which forces you to attack, regardless of the rank of the enemy, and the obstacles on the way, is why Zenitz is called a mad dog, which, despite all this, never bites without a reason. Zenitz opened his mouth in shock when the guy asked that he did this because he considered him the killer of cunts. Opening his mouth slightly, the man said that it was all at once. Remembering the two families facing each other and the sheet with information about Curran, Zenitz said that all the family conflicts that happened in Acadio, the extent of wanting to get revenge that Daraka showed him, the incredible achievements Curran achieved in the academy, leading a large merchant association within 2 years, and even subjugating a large underworld organization, which gave the impression that he was not living this life for the first time. The man put the box on the table, and when Curran said that he had a purely business relationship with the Black Mamba, he said that even if so, he still did not know whether the guy dared to kill cunts or not. Turning to the blonde, Zenitz said that if we assume that he had intentions to kill cunts from the very beginning, then he would kill him without leaving any evidence, making it seem like the guy disappeared or ran away from his family. The man darkened, frowning. Darran looked back confidently. The guy sighed heavily, kneading his neck with his hand. Darran said that this was ridiculous. Zenitz closed his eyes and bowed, apologizing. And the blonde said that there was no need to apologize. In any case, unlike Dyrika, these are all actions that an inspector should do. The man jumped, eyes widening in surprise when Darran told him to continue to be responsible, and asked what he meant. Giving him a calm look, Darran said that he should continue to investigate him, because he had never made a mistake before, and someone like him couldn't just give up because of Dyrika's wrongdoing. Zenitz, with his mouth slightly open, looked admiringly at the guy who said that he did not want the mad dog to sit still, because the dog must bite someone in order to feel the taste. Raising his hand, Darran said that therefore, instead of resigning, he needs to take responsibility by continuing the investigation so that the innocent and victims never suffer again. Zenitz looked at him in shock, saying nothing and wondering what kind of man he was, since the nights he stripped naked always swore revenge. He remembered the silhouettes of people standing over him, who said that one day they would skin him, cut the flesh and eat it with a lot of soy sauce, and threatened that they would find him when they were released, cursing his entire family and everyone his descendants. Looking in confusion at the fair-haired guy in front of him, Zenitz thought that nobles and knights never forget their offender and always try to take double revenge. But in 20 years of his knightly service, for the first time he meets such a person who, despite being a victim, simply let it go and told him to continue investigating the cunt's case. Looking at the beaming blonde with a soft smile and folded arms, he wondered what Darran was like at 17 years old. A gray-haired charioteer was driving a wooden chariot with 2 horses, and people were walking along the street. Sitting inside, Darran exhaled heavily and said that he was terribly tired of talking nonsense, but in any case, he got a good result. The guy remembered the dark-haired man's serious face saying that Darran would have made it look like cunts had disappeared or run away, thinking that he didn't think his train of thought had gone that far. Marcus, sitting opposite, asked the tired gentleman how everything went. Darran replied that they had nothing to worry about anymore, although they had to work hard, but still he managed to persuade him. The blonde smiled and said that no matter how you look at it, Zenitz himself didn't really want to quit, because a person who gets pleasure from bringing others to clean water would not be able to work anywhere else. Frightenedly remembering how he sat in front of Zenitz at the table, Marcus said that during the interrogation he was merciless and ferocious, despite the fact that he had not committed any crimes. His heart was pounding like crazy. Raising his hand, Marcus asked if he had talked to him about Rayhan, but Darran replied that he had not yet. Raising his hand, the blonde said that Zenitz had just begun to take a closer look at him, so if he immediately asked for a favor, his position would immediately become clear to him. Raising his eyebrows and raising his hands, Marcus said that, however, he did not think it was worth turning a blind eye to those bastards. If the supplies to the royal court were captured this time, they would have big problems. Crossing his arms over his chest, Darran, thinking that even the part-time royal court had an eye, said that he had also learned a lot about Rayhan lately, but first it would be better to wait a little. The coachman turned around and shouted that they were there. Darran opened the door and got out of the chariot. At the same moment, Sari jumped into his arms. The animal sat on his palms, holding a white piece of paper in his teeth. The guy took the sheet and looked at the paper in surprise, thinking that over the past 2 years he had received many envelopes in the same style. In his hand was a white envelope with a red seal with the letter J, meaning it was a message from Javis. A blonde guy was sitting in a bright, spacious office at a wooden desk. On the table lay an open envelope with a torn red seal. Looking at the sheets of paper in his hands, Darran thought that this was a regular report from Javis, which he periodically receives. Javis extracts and transmits only the core of information so that he is able to understand the course of things even from a distance, but the text is always encrypted in case of the unexpected situations. He remembered the celebration where there was a sign congratulating Darran for being the youngest cadet to receive Car Sum at the academy. While he read the letter that said that he was getting more and more out of control, it was not enough to graduate early from the academy, so also get Car Sum. He remembered the faces looking at him suspiciously when he read the lines about how the Imperial Intelligence Service would now monitor him even more closely. And there were also rumors that the Theros organization would thin out, so he should be careful and keep his ears open. Boxes of stones appeared before his eyes when he read that the sales of the Ulaf company, which he had entrusted to him, were very stable, and, as the master advised, he began to accept subcontracts from the Damian trading company. The guy imagined his sister frowning when he read that. Thanks to Mrs. Darran's stubbornness, They seemed to be making a steady profit over the next few months. Looking at the letter, Curran said that he ordered Javis to do this 100 years ago, but although half-heartedly, he did everything that was required of him, so he will be lenient towards him. He continued to read the black symbols on the paper, where it was written that there were no special changes in the personal environment of the VIP. The guy introduced a man on a horse when he read that some time ago the subject left for Trentham, and since he was there unaccompanied, the sender was unable to find out what the purpose of his trip was. The blonde looked thoughtfully at the sheets. VIP was a code name for his father, Levanon. Remembering the empty red throne, the guy thought that he needed to be prepared for the incident with the disappearance of his father and the beginning of the disintegration of the family, so he must collect as much information as possible. Looking puzzled at the sheets in his hands, Curran wondered why his father went to Trentham and not to Lehite. Was there really something special there? Suddenly the guy's eyes widened in surprise. After reading more lines, he learned that his father was going to a banquet. The Steelguard crest looks like a shield with a gray cross, in the middle of which there is an eagle with wings spread in both directions. Steelguard, Guardians of the North. Because the Steelguard family did not participate in politics, it became a symbol of loyalty, despite having the power to usurp the throne. After Levanon received a commander's shield with gold and silver inlays and a four-pointed star in the middle, given to him by the previous ruler, and retired to the castle, this attitude soon became something of a Steelguard family tradition. Looking carefully at the letter, Curran said that his father followed his grandfather's wishes and did not appear in high society unless it was inevitable. In the end, he graduated from the academy, receiving Car Sum, and became the main character of the autumn banquet. Putting his hand to his chest, the guy thought that his heart was starting to beat wildly when he realized that from a useless youngest son he had become the pride of the family. Darran looked up when there was a knock, wondering if it was Marcus. Having created a flame in his palm, he burned the letter, thinking that after this incident Marcus seemed to offer to assign an escort, and told the knocker to enter. A pale guy with brown hair falling over his forehead carefully opened the door, looking into the office. Jenkins walked up to the desk where Curran was sitting. His hands folded, the blonde asked what suddenly happened, and the guy replied that he needed to report something. Curran closed his eyes when Jenkins began to stutter and mumble something about the theft of goods by the Rehan trading house. The brown-haired man raised his hands, trying to get his point across, but he was too confused, and Curran thought that he needed to get him to calm down first. He abruptly placed his hand on the guy's shoulder. Closing his eyes, Curran, with a silver aura appearing around him, activated the Tei manifestation divine art. Jenkins looked at himself in surprise as silvery energy emanated from the master's hand resting on his shoulder. Having finished, the blonde opened his eyes and asked if the guy had calmed down and could talk. The calmed down guy said that it was a little difficult to put the essence into words, so the gentleman would probably be better off going straight to the warehouse. A crowd of people stood in a warehouse near wooden boxes and bags lying in the open air. A girl with brown hair cut into a bob with bangs looked thoughtfully at the yellow object in her hand, holding her hand to her chin, while behind her people were heatedly arguing about something. Raina winced, removing her hand and widening her eyes in surprise when she heard that he was over there. A girl in a blue skirt and white shirt ran towards the general director. Marcus and the others bowed, glad that Curran had come. Pointing to the bags, the guy asked if that was what they were talking about. Something green spilled out of an untied bag, and yellow round objects fell out of another. The guy frowned, scratching his chin and remembering the pink jars of cream and purple round pills, and asked why these products were so similar to their blue pills and beauty cream. The guy in the red suit standing behind him threw up his hands and said dissatisfiedly that he, too, simply had no words, because these were green pills and beauty cream. Turning to Jenkins, Curran asked where all this came from. The guy replied that while checking trade transactions, he discovered that the goods were delivered to the wrong address. Introducing the workers who sell this product, Jenkins said that it seems that the Rehan Trading Company distributes these products, passing them off as their new product, but they sell everything in small quantities. Raising his hand to his chin, the blonde thought that counterfeits had already begun to appear, and said that these bastards dared to lay an eye on their product and brazenly copy it. The guy turned around at the voice behind him, who said that although the situation was not pleasant, he didn't think it was worth worrying about. Jenkins, looking at the green bead in his hand, said that he could not say that this pill has no effect when taken when you are tired. However, if the blue pill is high-altitude whole leaf tea, then this fake is nothing more than low-grade crushed tea. Raina raised her finger, on which she had spread the cream, and said that the cream is the same story. It, of course, moisturizes the skin, but cannot be compared with their cream for beauties. The brunette smiled maliciously, saying that, in fact, no matter how well made the green pills and beauty cream were, they were just a second-rate copy of their products. And the brown-haired man next to him said that because of the difference in quality they would not use them, even if someone starts giving away products for free. People wondered if Reborn Trading Company looked pathetic and if they had lost their trading acumen. Curran looked at the guys and with a calm expression on his face asked why they were laughing. Frowning, the blonde said that even if we are talking about a banal copy, it is not something to laugh at. Curran, standing next to the bags, turned to Jenkins and asked how much the blue and green pills cost individually. The guy replied that the blue pill costs 2 gold and 50 silver coins, and the green pill costs about 80 silver coins. Suddenly Jenkins opened his mouth, realizing everything, when the gentleman said that it turns out that their products cost 3 times more, and asked if this situation evoked any associations for him, and the guy replied that it was similar to the situation when they plunged the industry potions in a recession. Remembering the glass bottles with blue liquid, Jenkins thought that these were potions, which were the main products of the Reborn Trading Company, small in size, expensive in price, and, if the packaging was not damaged, relatively easy to transport. But the main reason for the decline in sales was that potions do not have the effect of treating external damage, and the blue pill is superior to them in all respects, from price to practicality. A guy in a red vest over a white shirt, turning to the director, asked if he wanted to say that if fake blue pills go on sale, then they, the original manufacturers, could be forced out of the market. The blonde replied that it must be what Reborn is dreaming of this, and even if it is impossible to oust his trading company, it is still worth considering an option that may well become a reality. The workers looked puzzled at Curran, who said that blue pills and creams for beauties had already become fashionable among the capital's aristocrats. Raising his hand, the fair-haired guy said that, as a rule, fashion flows from the upper class to the lower class, from aristocrats to commoners. Blue pills cost 2 gold and 50 silver coins. The blonde said that, assuming he is a member of the middle class in the capital, people say that everyone is taking the blue pill, but buying it takes a toll on his wallet. But green pills only cost 80 silver coins. The guy said that he could easily shell out that amount, and his wife and daughters living with him would buy beauty cream, not beauty cream. Standing in front of a crowd of attentively listening guys, Curran said that they are a trading house that deals not only with nobles, they must serve the entire capital, or rather all the residents of Navarro as clients. Clenching his hand into a fist in anger, Curran said displeasedly that they still had no right to copy their items and skim off the cream. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Curran frowned and asked if Reborn was looking at them as an eyesore, and Marcus replied that it was. If this investigation had dragged on, other major supplies would have been taken away. The man with the beard opened his mouth in confusion when the gentleman asked, now that everything has turned out like this, they should meet face to face. Moving away from them, Curran said that they were moving out right now. Walking on the ground, the blonde thought that there was another reason why he had recently paid attention to the Reborn Trading Company. The chariot, surrounded by purple magic, flew across the blue sky among the fluffy clouds. Sierra closed her eyes and extended her arms, palms open, intently holding the purple seal in front of her. Darran, sitting opposite, asked if she scans the capital, she will be able to find Andrade. The girl replied that this is true, but it will not be easy, because the range is too wide. Suddenly Sierra's eyes widened in shock with pink irises. Looking at the girl, the blonde asked what happened. Looking at the guy in surprise, she said that she had found him, asking if there was another place. Darran smiled sarcastically, revealing his white teeth. Raising his hand to his chin and looking up mockingly, the guy wondered if they had really stayed and tried to use him, but could not. An hour later, a 2-horse carriage was traveling across the land past green hills under a sunset sky. Inside, Curran and Meryl sat silently opposite each other, with his arms folded across his chest. The blonde man with the animal on his shoulders stared at the red-haired girl, thinking that, given that Sari was acting extremely relaxed, it could be concluded that Meryl did not dislike him. The girl broke the silence, apologizing and saying that she wanted to ask him something. Looking displeasedly at the guy, the girl with long red hair tied with a bow in a high ponytail asked why he chose her as his bodyguard, although there were 2 other more suitable candidates for this. A carriage with 2 horses harnessed to it moves along the road. The girl turns to the hero so that he allows her to ask something. She slightly tilted her head forward and asked him why he chose her as his bodyguard. Because there were 2 other more suitable candidates for this. The protagonist looked at her and remained silent significantly. Evening is gradually coming outside and a pink sunset has covered the sky. Vic stood next to Marcus with Sari on his shoulder, arms crossed. He asked him who these people were, and the man replied that these were those who applied to join the nightly detachment they created, which he mentioned earlier. There were 3 candidates, a young red-haired girl, a handsome tall and muscular man with stubble, and a flabby old man. He also added that Curran should be assigned what positions they will hold and what duties they will perform. The hero looked closely at them with a slightly puzzled look. He thought that starting from left to right he was dealing with the middle level, and the lower and another lower level of the second class, and 2 of the men were already in years, while the girl was quite young. The girl stood and waited for the verdict. Our protagonist turned to her and asked her how old she was. She told him that she was 22 years old. The thought immediately flashed through the director's head that she was even younger than Curran. The hero looked a little puzzled at the trio and said that she graduated from the academy 3 years earlier than him. But then the bearded man came up and said that Meryl did not study at the academy. Such words surprised him very much. The red-haired woman stood with the most calm expression on her face, and from the side we could hear reasoning from our MC. He immediately pointed his finger at the candidates and said that in this case, about the 2 of them, one would have to take the position of commander, the other vice commander of the nightly detachment of the trading house. This greatly surprised his assistant and he asked who would be part of the escort. The protagonist asked if there was one more person left. Such a question greatly stunned the young lady, and she was open-eyed. The Lord began to climb into the carriage and smiled softly. Marcus immediately turned to him and said that in terms of skills, Sir Thrill and Sir Alfonso would be better. The hero only said that this does not bother him, because from the very beginning he agreed to such accompaniment, only because of persistent persuasion. After this, for some time there were still requests for the general director to voice at least the reason. The hero, hanging his head slightly, said that in general, leaning back against the wall and closing his eyes, he said that this was the reason he chose her. The girl with a serious face said that he was simply creating the right atmosphere, but didn't really say anything. The protagonist smiled sarcastically and thought that she had a funny reaction. He further continued his thought by saying that he himself understands that he would not have made such a choice without any reason. The golden symbol of the Ter family appeared before us, and if a girl is from an aristocratic family, and she applies for a job as a knight of a trading company, then we are talking about fallen nobility. The blonde crossed his arms, tilted his head slightly to the side and asked if she was the eldest daughter in the family. She still looked at him seriously and answered positively. And then he added about what it means she carries a heavy burden on her shoulders. She looked down and remained silent significantly. They both looked down, and the guy thought that the feeling of urgency that cannot be hidden, even if you pretend to be calm, and the feeling of pressure that oppresses you as if you have run out of air in your lungs. He knows these feelings better than anyone else, because he, too, has been in similar situations. But immediately after he added that he chose her as his bodyguard not at all because he felt a kindred spirit in her. The wheels of the carriage clattered loudly on the ground. The protagonist turned and looked at his pet. He thought that it looked like they were there. He looked at him seriously and said that Sari needed to stay in the carriage. She responded with a surprised look asking why. They began to gently stroke her head. He said that her presence would make the atmosphere softer and more favorable, but he did not come here for reconciliation, so he asked for understanding. She just plaintively agreed with him. He looked at his companion. I asked her if she was ready to go out. She took the sword in her hands and agreed. They got out of the carriage, and the young master looked up. A huge castle with golden windows opened before him. He, examining it, said that it was majestic. They slowly entered the building, and he thought that there was nothing surprising in this, because Theros is the main trading city, and Rayan has skimmed the cream of the crop for several decades, making a living in it as a trade. He said that they must have immediately noticed them, which began to slowly grow. Someone came out to meet Cream. They immediately noticed him. The greeter asked if they had come for a visit. They answered in the affirmative and asked in response who he was. A young guy with green hair introduced himself as Zimmer in charge of greeting visitors, and he immediately spread his hands to the side and asked if they had an appointment, or if they decided to pay a welcome visit. But he answered him strictly that their goal was neither one nor the other. He was surprised by this answer and tried to clarify, but he was immediately interrupted by the protagonist and told him to tell the head of the trading company to come here immediately. This beginning of the question already terribly surprised the guy who met them, and then the hero took on an aggressive look. The green-haired boy immediately rushed off and shouted for them to wait a little, and while he was running, he thought that the blonde young man with sharp eyes, he immediately seemed familiar to him. He called the head very loudly. Voices began to be heard from behind the office door. There was a question about whether Steelguard was here. The guy stood bowing before the boss and anxiously said that it was without any doubt him, and his head, sitting in a luxurious chair, said that apparently the demon slayer himself had come here. He looked forward menacingly, and he said that let him come in. In front of us we can see a light green vase standing on a pedestal, and we can hear admiration from the side. Lord touched his chin with a puzzled look, and behind him sat the owner, resting his head on his fist. The young gentleman said that if you sell just this one thing, you can build an entire building. And the head responded with a question about why he came here, because it was not just to examine his collection. A bald man about 30 years old sat in front of us. He frowned and said that he didn't even deign to greet him. The blonde looked at him over his shoulder and said that it wasn't considered rude, because he was speechless for a second. He threw a bag on the table, and he said that in a situation where he had to come to him barefoot, begging for forgiveness, Darran showed leniency and personally came here. The owner was a little puzzled by this. Green peas and boxes began to appear from the bag, and he replied that this was just their new product. And she said that these are pretty good products, because they are effective and cheap. The protagonist also frowned and seriously asked him what kind of performance he was putting on here, since he knew very well the purpose of the visit. But he just said that he had no idea and asked if he wanted to order delivery of their products. This angered the Lord even more, and he continued to say that this would be quite problematic, since he is ready to give this product to other trading companies, even for free, but cannot do the same in relation to the Arun trading house. But that hero said that he, apparently, skillfully knows how to avoid answering. The head looked at him intently and asked if he had become completely stupid with age. And then he added that recently the young gentleman's manner of speech began to irritate him. He also said that, apparently, he does not show respect for his senior comrade in this industry. We see the three of them in a room opposite each other. The blonde said that a person who does not even follow the norms of generally accepted morality apparently wants to be treated as an older comrade. And she also said that, apparently, he turned out to be very greedy. But he only answered that the reason why he eats so well and lives so well is precisely because of his greed. And that young gentleman straightened up completely and with knitted eyebrows said that apparently he had not heard the saying that excessive greed leads to anger. Immediately after, he thought that if he had shown even minimal conscientiousness, he might not have found out about anything. But the green pills and beauty cream were literally a declaration of war on him. He immediately said that by copying his products, he had crossed the line. And the bald man chuckled slightly and raised his hand. And she said that he also had something to tell him. He said that recently a phrase has been circulating among trading companies. This phrase goes like this. It says that a young predator named Darran Steelguard has appeared, and this newcomer will drive out the old iron rice bowls and take all the Thero's money. Some document popped into his head. Lord, this was very surprising. He stood with his hands in his pockets, and he happily continued to talk about how this phrase comes up every time a newbie appears. But it seems that this time too the fuss was in vain. The old man put his fingers together and rested his chin on them. He said that he simply blindly believes in his noble blood, and his arrogance pierces him from head to toe and cannot control his emotions at all due to his youthful spirit. And then he immediately added the phrase that he had come all this way, but now he couldn't do anything and asked how he was going to stop him. The red-haired young lady stood and looked at him with a frown, and the owner, continuing to talk, said that he only cares about his appearance, so he took a beautiful bodyguard with him. And if the head of a trading company is such a person, then the business will end in just a couple of years. The hero grabbed the vase by the neck, and he continued to talk and said that he should simply entrust all the work of the trading company to Sulphur Marcus, and enjoy the undeserved state yourself. The Lord threw the vase at the bald man with great speed. He somehow managed to notice the vase, and at the very last moment he turned his head away so that it wouldn't hit him. The protagonist clenched his fist, and the vase continued its flight. We see the old man through the eyes. He is holding his vase and a purple aura emanates from him. He shouts loudly that this scoundrel is simply crazy and asks if he knows how much this thing costs. The young master's eyes turned black. He used the necromancer eye ability. He said that he thought so. His eyes returned to normal and he stared intently. He continued to stare at him, and he immediately said that he was talking about being an arrogant guy who blindly believes in his noble blood. Only his confidence did not appear out of thin air. He said that he already knows how to block copying of his products, and he has many ways to stop it. The gloomy man, pressing the vase to his cheek, looked at them. The young master said that the bodyguard was accompanying him to create a beautiful picture, and he mentioned that he heads a trading house but has such a poor understanding of people. Rayhan was very hurt by such words. The blonde man, with his face as serious as possible and his gaze directed forward, said that most aristocrats would prefer to advance their family through an arranged marriage, but his companion refused to take such an easy path and chose a truly difficult, thorny path, creating your own future with your own hands for yourself and your family. The girl was very surprised by such words and she was open-eyed, and the protagonist asked a rhetorical question about how it is possible not to highly appreciate such a person, and she immediately thought that he accepted her precisely for this reason. But the young master at the same moment put his hands on her shoulders and began to push her out of the room, saying that he had satisfied her curiosity, and now it was time for her to go to the carriage. She was stunned by such words, and she asked about her duty. But the director simply said that everything was in order and he needed to privately exchange a few phrases with the head of the trading company. He slammed the door loudly. The bald man stood up from his chair and he loudly asked him what he was doing, and he turned and replied that he thought that from now on it was better for them to continue the conversation together. The Lord, smiling, said that firstly, you should withdraw your guards and then everything will be fair. The old man became nervous and asked what kind of security we were talking about. They turned their attention to the ceiling panel, and he asked him if he had decided to pretend to be an idiot, or maybe the one hiding in the ceiling knew his secret. Nick smiled widely and said syllable by syllable that he was a demon summoner. This scared the old man terribly. He jumped up at the same moment, and he shouted to grab this scoundrel. At the same moment, the ceiling panel flew off and someone flew out of it, covered with a hood. A man in armor with a knife in his hand was flying towards the protagonist. He looked at him angrily in response. After the attack of the owner's guards, the Lord began to deftly dodge all the blows. The hero continues to dodge the blows again and again, and the knife flies over his head once again. He notes that his opponent is quite dexterous, has excellent concealment skills and a sword as fast as a ray of light. Despite his fairly high rank, if he had not known about the presence of an escort, he would certainly have fallen under his attack, and his opponent once again tries to hit him with his blade. The hero extends his straight palm, and with a sharp swing, accompanied by a blue glow, he hits him, realizing that he attacked the wrong enemy. The guard somehow braked on the floor, trying to maintain his balance. He looked at him carefully. The Lord took a fighting stance with his arms crossed and used the dark moon technique, covering his hands with an aura. He again rushed into battle at the blonde, who was standing in a fighting stance. He is about to hit him with the blade, but he blocks his blade with his palm. He is trying to strengthen his blade, and a frantic series of blows begins, which the protagonist blocks with his palms. The Lord saw a window in his defense, and as soon as he hit it, his opponent sank sharply down. The security guard sitting below thought that although he was the youngest holder of the Karsam assessment, he had little experience, and even if he wrapped an aura around his hand and used it as a weapon, he was still a wallflower. The blade began to quickly approach the young master's neck, but the blade fell sharply to the ground. The man in the hood trembled sharply and could not understand what happened. He said that his hand suddenly, but he did not have time to finish. At the same moment the Lord approached him and prepared to strike with a loaded hand. The master's servant found himself on the ground, and the blonde stood with his hand charged with an aura and was meaningfully silent. The characteristic of the dark moon technique is that the longer you fight, the more energy and dark moon enters the bloodstream. Curran looked at his loaded hand and said that although it could not be called a weapon, was it not too underestimated? The owner watched all this, and he was very surprised at the outcome, but he immediately asked him how he could in the blink of an eye, and he immediately imagined in his head the appearance of his servant. He thought that even if he doesn't understand people so well, but who, and the bodyguard he chose for himself, the best skills of stealth and surprise attack are at the highest level. And then a clear thought shot through his head that in order to defeat him, a knight must have a fairly high rank. The bald man immediately pointed his finger at him and said with alarm that he was hiding his abilities. But the hero was not taken aback, and with a calm face, raising his finger at him, said that it seemed that he, too, was hiding dark anger within himself. The owner of the castle immediately dropped his head and thought that although he was somewhat worried because he was called a demon slayer, it was not like he had really come to kill him, so evil words poured out of his mouth in an endless stream. The old man began to transform, becoming covered in a purple haze. He said it was amazing, because even magic couldn't notice anything, and asked how a simple knight became aware of him. He reincarnated as a demon with 4 horns, purple skin and black eyes and sharp teeth. He immediately shouted the question of how he knew about it. He abruptly jerked towards the protagonist, but he put 2 fingers forward, imbuing them with aura. He used the dark moon blocking technique and hit him straight in the throat. Curran stood over him, towering and holding 2 fingers saturated with aura, and said that he should not rely only on fortitude but also learn a couple of martial arts techniques. And he kneeled in front of him and said that he was just arrogant scoundrel. The demon raised her head and, bleeding, then asked him if he thought he would be safe. After that, how dare he do something like that to him and Rehan? But the hero put 2 palms forward, creating small spheres, and said that he thought that everything would be fine with his safety. He sent many blue waves towards him. This scared the reincarnated person a little. We immediately watch the sunset and hear his screams. The creature barely raises its hand, and lying in his blood, crawling on the floor, he asks for mercy. And the blonde man, standing over him, told him that in any case, he was the one who summoned the devil, so he was not afraid of death. And he asked why he was asking for mercy. The Lord put his hand to his chin, and the former owner says that if he strikes at least 1 more blow, he will really die. This made Curran think. He also thought that he was not lying because his recovery speed was lower than Andrade's, and he wondered if this was a special case of merging and coexistence without the dominance of evil. We see a picture where this creature lies on the floor and looks pitifully. The blonde uses the necromancer's eyes again and slowly examines him. He thinks that in this way, even if the regenerative power is reduced, the ego is preserved. He looks directly at his face, and we can see that his soul power is 600. The descendant of Steelguard immediately noticed that he had poor camouflage with a 3-digit soul power, which was easily revealed by a detection spell. The hero, continuing to look at him, thought that people associated with a demonic spirit were not welcome anywhere, and this is why it is so important to hide your own energy. He asked him about what would happen if it became known that the guild leader Rehan, who is the model for the small, medium, and large guilds who are said to have amassed an entire tower of gold bars, was a devil summoner. And he immediately suggested that perhaps if he bribed the entire bureaucratic machine, the truth would not come out. The demon, still lying on the floor, groaned that he was in the same position and asked if he thought that if he had the Steelguard family behind him, he could get away with it. And he wanted to say that if he had to die, he would drag him down with him, but then he was abruptly interrupted and surprised. The blonde took out some kind of cork, and, apparently, the creature recognized her. The dark spirit of the 17th fragment of Andalusia burst out of the small pumpkin flask, and the filling of the soul-absorbing bottle was 0. The owner of the spirit told him that he had been driving around for too long. Now it's time to work it out. The spirit from the bottle with a soul power of 14 eagerly looked at the demon with a soul power of 600. The protagonist asked him if he saw that bastard and asked him to deal with him in return. And he just giggled in response and said how delicious he was. The creature on the floor began to ask to wait, and our hero immediately remembered the warlock and said that everything was exactly as the blue-eyed warlock Lecoriel had said. Immediately after the end of the Andrade incident, Darran was contracted with the dark-haired one. He is very interested in collecting all the fragments of Andalusia. Therefore, if Mick decides to put up a fragment he has for sale, Tun will be first in line, and in return he will be given various tips and items. In the darkness, his sharp violet eyes began to glow. The most important thing was the information that spirits lie down like dogs when they see those who have spiritual power higher than themselves. And if they are unlucky and are caught by a necromancer with high spiritual power, then they will be on a leash until the end of their lives. Of his life, and that creature lying on the floor appeared before us in the role of a dog. The spirit in the bottle slowly sucked the soul power out of the demon. First he reduced it to 350, then to 300. His strength decreased to 250, 0, then to 200, and then Rehan began to grunt. And then he was somehow able to shout the word master. The Lord was very surprised by this, and he asked again. The horned one looked at him angrily and said that since he owned his soul and body, he was obliged to call him master. And then he added that now he is his eternal servant. The protagonist looked at him uncertainly, and he again asked him to stop. The blonde told him about how quickly he changed his shoes. Afterwards, the Lord turned to his spirit and told him that if he did not want to return to the cramped mirror again, then he had better stop and return to the bottle. The fragment frowned and said that he would like to feast a little more, but still he made up his mind and returned back to the bottle. Oh, his soul power was currently 17. The protagonist thought that he had sucked out about 500 units of soul, but his own power had only risen by 300 units. Its absorption rate is so-so. Raggedy hit his forehead on the floor and thanked his savior. The hero frowned and asked him if he was exactly the one he saw a couple of minutes ago, because it seemed like he was ready to even lick his shoes. The newly minted servant crawled a little closer, and the blonde asked him what he was doing. Black Eyes took him by the shoe and stuck out his tongue, and he said that if he was ordered, he would really do it. The hero immediately told him to move away from him. After some time, the hero sat and drank tea from an expensive set. The bald man resumed his former appearance, and stretching his hand a little forward, he told him to try this tea, because it was the most popular in the empire, and our protagonist responded by saying that this tea has a wonderful aroma. He took a sip from his cup and continued to watch intently. He asked about what was happening. He called on evil because he wanted to live a long life and stay healthy. He agreed and said that no matter how much money he had, an incurable disease could not be cured with it. But at the same moment they asked him how many lives he had sacrificed for his health. He felt cold, then got nervous and lowered his eyes, and she said that she sacrificed about 10 people. This greatly surprised the young master, and he asked again at the same moment. He thought that he made fewer sacrifices than Andrade did, but in essence, he was no different from him. However, as long as it is useful, he should make good use of it. The bald man looked at him puzzled, became agitated and said that in the future they were going to stop selling green pills and beauty cream. They sat opposite each other and talked. The hero was very surprised by his words. He asked why he would stop it and asked whether the products were in great demand. He responded promptly and said that she, of course, was in demand. He also said that the goods are selling like hotcakes among common people. The hero asked again, talked about how to make this or that product a hit you need to try quite hard, and praised him as a merchant. He smiled happily, closed his eyes and said that he was flattering him, and he immediately thought about whether he could listen to such words in the current situation. This surprised him very much, so he stood up, looked at my new owner and asked him if he was hinting that the best would continue to sell their products, and he answered in the affirmative, but he pushed some paper forward across the table, and with the most cunning face possible, he stood up to his full height. I asked if he would sign. It turned out that he handed him a loyalty agreement from the Arun and Rayhan trading houses. He told him that since he confirmed that he copied their products and made good money from sales, he should now reimburse all costs. He immediately became nervous and scratched his cheek with his finger. I asked about the approximate amount he wanted to receive. In response, he heard the phrase that approximately 20%. He asked if he meant 20% of the profit received. Nick looked at him closely and asked him a question about what he was talking about, and then he said what 20 meant. Such words shocked the old man. He even asked again in surprise. He became nervous, bit his finger, and imagined an image of a commodity and a stack of coins in his head, and thought that one green pill was worth 80 silver coins, and the profit is about 25 silver coins, so you can safely give 20 of this amount. But if he sets the condition for receiving 20% of sales, then he will only have 9 silver coins left in his hands. He got terribly angry and thought that in this situation it would be more profitable to sell other products, and he got the feeling that it was not he who was evil here in the flesh, but Iran, and he looked at him seriously and asked about what he didn't like. The blonde pulled out the bottle again, and he asked him if he should get that brat out again. This one immediately agreed with fear on his face. He signed the contract and left a bloody imprint on it. The Lord looked at the signed agreement, and the old man, completely upset, almost cried. And that young gentleman thought that in this way one goal was achieved. He turned his head a little to the side and addressed his new servant. The guard was still lying against the wall, and he asked how they should deal with him now. The bald man, scratching the back of his head, asked if he was dead, and he added that if it is, then some difficulties may arise. But he seriously answered him that he was alive. And then he immediately asked why he was so worried, and also asked if they were close. But he immediately began to deny it, and he said that he would not make friends with someone like him. The protagonist remembered the manhole cover, and she thought that, in fact, if they were friends, he would not have forced him to hide under the ceiling. And then he asked what the problem was, and suggested that the reason was that he was a smart bodyguard. But he again nervously scratched the back of his head, bleeding with cold sweat, and said that this was not the reason. With caution, he clearly said that Chris was the person whom Albert introduced to him. These words greatly surprised Mick, and he himself opened his eyes wide and asked again. He immediately jumped up from his chair and asked if he meant the ardent Marquis by the case, and the bald man only confirmed this. The Lord took his chin with his hand and began to think nervously, and the newly made servant asked if he had any problems with him. But the hero was busy thinking that he had not foreseen such a turn, and asked himself the question of why the Marquis of Dorian was mentioned in the conversation, and he immediately remembered what he looked like. We again see tall houses with slanting roofs, green pills and beauty cream. When the so-called story of counterfeit products ended, the young master's trading house acquired significant capital, which did not require maintenance or management. And, of course, various guesses appeared in the process. People often whispered to each other. Some said that they heard the CEO scold Rehan, after which he admitted he was wrong and paid all the costs. But others thought it was nonsense and said that they just made a deal. But none of them, of course, came close to the correct answer, and the fact that Rehan could not even harm the Curran trading company boosted the morale of the staff. And we see how the company members raise their fists up to the sky. There is a closed tall wooden door, and behind it, meanwhile, is the protagonist. He takes off his dream machine, which is a complex magical item that allows him to see various dreams. Information about future plans stored in the subject's subconscious can also be verified. He placed it on the table next to him, and exhaling heavily said that he never expected that the Marquis of Darran would turn out to be an investor in Rehan. He thought about news that in the past he would have considered just rumors, namely those that announced that the Rehan trading house points to Kuntz as the successor to the Albert family. The house signed an investment agreement to support 300,000 gold coins for the Marquis Albert. Or Rehan the Golden Demon begins to play a significant role in the political world, fully supporting the young Marquis. And he understands that, looking at the situation from this angle, it seems as if they chose him. But in fact, the Marquis completely controlled the trading house. Immediately after, he said that, moreover, even Luther Carlson, one of the three main lords, was going to the capital. And we see how he, with his eyes closed and his arms crossed, sleeps in a moving carriage. And he also said that everything was clear with his father and Darran. But he had a question about whether this gentleman also had something to do with everything that was happening. He immediately grabbed his head while sitting in his office littered with books and said that since the incident with Darran, the name of his killer in the past keeps popping up. So he has a real confusion in his head, and he also added that perhaps he should engage in interdimensional trade to relieve his head a little. Many advertisements fly in front of your face. They are all from different systems. Some of them look pretty good, and here and there the price is suspiciously low. At some point, a person still can't decide whether he will sell or not. And in some places you can even find amazing things. A notification is displayed in front of the blonde stating that the purchase of the selected items has been completed. His shopping list included deadly poison, the art of dragon poisoning, contradictions, the story of the power of self-defense and overcoming, inner cultivation, shadowless secrecy. The hero's eye glowed red. He said that he now has 360 years of internal Kai. Now he is maximally involved in the process, and he doesn't look away for a second. He thinks that fierce debates and bargaining are what is the beauty of spatial trade, but it is most comfortable when you don't think that you are buying twice at once. He said that with a colossal 360 years of internal cultivation, even when he reached his peak and crossed all boundaries, he would not lack Kai energy. He began absorbing knowledge, and she said that she would first absorb martial arts. Black, smooth fabric is visible. The Lord put on his cloak and twirled around in it. Immediately after, he said that it was a combat cloak. The name of this cloak is Kipo's Battle Cloak. The area covered by the cloak can be instantly switched to void mode and sent into the otherworldly space. The hero lifted his cloak by the edge, and with the help of his voice he activated the void mode. The cloak at the same moment took on a cosmic color. At first the hero was not impressed by what was happening. He only noticed that the color had become a little darker. But immediately after opening his eyes a little wider, he noticed something. His fingers went a little deeper into the cloak. He thought that when they put a hand towards him, it felt as if he was being sucked into an infinite space. And he immediately said that if you put on this cloak and enter into battle, the attacker will not have time to blink an eye. He took off his cloak and held it in front of him. He said that it was very good, because magical armor can cause a lot of suspicion in this world, and such a thing would be a pretty tolerable replacement for it. He also said that the cloak was too expensive for him, but now he doesn't have to worry about saving money. Its current balance at the moment is 5,832,513 coins. But then he noticed a strange notification from the system. Someone wrote messages to him very vigorously, and he quipped that this was a lot of persistence. The young gentleman was quite annoyed and said that, to be honest, if it weren't for this bad man, he could have earned a lot more coins, and he immediately pressed the button to accept the conversation. This persistent person turned out to be Alphaskin. He said that he always ignored him, but today he accepted the application. The protagonist said that he had a lot to do lately. The big-eared man spread his arms, and she asked what he might be doing. He also clarified that the partner store operates on its own and lately they have been doing poorly with sales, so there were rumors that it had lost its original intentions. But Curran said that this is just a rumor that he himself is spreading, and the interlocutor only sarcastically asked that he was caught red-handed. The blonde frowned again. He thought about how annoying he was. Memories that took place 2 years ago, right after the cataclysm at Laftel, also surfaced in his head. The Lord received a letter of greeting. He looked at him and scratched his chin, and she asked if he wanted to buy anything. The cat said that he didn't think he had much to worry about these days, so he decided to share the information. The hero sat down on the edge of the bed. He asked about the exchange of information, and a new acquaintance said that he must be upset, but SAEMMK was thrown out of interdimensional trade. Well done. He immediately asked how he got thrown out. The interlocutor straightened his clawed paw and said that he should not pretend, because in fact it was he who planned everything in advance. And, frankly, he thought that this was just price manipulation. And then he presented a graph, first increasing, then sharply decreasing. So he tried to pull all the strings together and get him excluded from interdimensional trade. But he immediately added that no one could have thought that his plan was only to strike at the Rochester Mages Guild. This greatly surprised the young master. The same one asked the question about who he was, and the person on the other end just grinned and said that as far as he was concerned, he was the person who was interested in him. After all, he is the one who caused the crisis of mana stones in the Zero system and achieved the suspension of the activities of 2 of the 5 main elixir production guilds in the first system. And he imagined 5 chapters. In addition, a person who had direct and indirect influence on the dismissal of MIOM and SAEM. And recently he even managed to bankrupt one of the largest guilds. He also imagined them. But immediately after, he added the words that, nevertheless, he can be calm, although there are some violations. But they are not enough to exclude him from interdimensional trade, so he did not include them in the report. Darran became wary and asked about the report. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed that perhaps he was. But his interlocutor immediately interrupted him and, smiling, said that his guess was absolutely correct. He put his hand to his heart and asked to be allowed to introduce himself. He identified himself as the only one who owns all these rumors. After all, he is an auditor of interdimensional trade. He also assumed that the hero was now thinking that another annoying scoundrel had appeared on the horizon, but immediately said that he also knew how to use the heart tone. Lord, this made me even more angry. He thought that he pretended to be an auditor for revenge and took advantage of those guys, but he never expected that a real monitoring agent would come after him. He immediately asked what he needed. The big-eared man broke into a smile, and then he asked if he would like to work in one vacant position. The young master immediately crossed his arms, clearly said that he was busy now, and I asked him whether he shouldn't deal with his own work. The interlocutor slightly extended his hand forward, and she said that he just needed his help. On the table we see many dossiers with former MK. After all, at the moment 5 microns have been fired. Of these, 3 are excluded from interdimensional trade forever. And he added that, frankly, he should admit that he was not deprived of talent. The hero suggested that it was in monitoring, but the impudent one immediately replied that his talent was used to create problems. The blonde also crossed his arms more tightly, frowned and became angry, and asked if he was being sarcastic now. But he only replied that if he went berserk now, his productivity would drop. And he added the phrase that he just needs to accept his offer, because he is now being oppressed because he managed to earn the hatred of many MKs. They also faced frequent sales restrictions, so mana stones only continue to accumulate in their warehouse. We see many boxes with mana stones standing on the shelves, and he also very sharply added the phrase that he had not made discounts for a very long time. The protagonist confirmed all of the above and told him not to bother him and fail. Ear was very surprised by this answer, and then he said that the boy was very callous, and he asked if he said that the work would be free, because for each service performed he would give points to. Earco are quest points, and the quest is a new category that is added when entering System 2. A task was displayed that you need to sell 10 high-quality mana stones to the channel, and the reward for this is 100 coins and 200 co. The quest is similar to achieving System 1. But feels a little different because the quest conditions are adjusted to the situation on the channel. He began to consider the conditions for promotion, and I thought that in and of themselves they don't mean anything, but they need to be collected because they are needed to enter the 3rd system. But now he loses more than he gains. Therefore, the hero said that he did not need to do this and asked where he thought these quest points should be used. The cat-like man put his hand to his chin and thought, and almost the next moment he said that he was offering to provide him with the missing points to enter the 3rd system. Gold immediately rang in the protagonist's head. He also tried to clarify and asked if he would receive 18,000 right away. The operator spread his arms and said that he was quite capable of doing this. He smiled enthusiastically, opened his eyes and asked if he would refuse this time too. The young master immediately became nervous. He kept trying to look at the AlphaScan questionnaire, but every time it changed its value to meaningless. His anxiety grows more and more with every step. He asked himself a question about what kind of frame this was, and he also said that when he tries to look at any of his information, it changes every time. She persistently interlocutor again asked the question of whether this offer was not tempting to receive 18,000 ko. The hero put his hand to his chin. I thought that, frankly, one glance at the numbers is enough to understand that the proposal is definitely worthwhile. And he also added in his thoughts that it would take him 2 years to earn the 30,000 available cross points. It turns out that he can earn about half of this amount in one sitting. And he immediately, doubtingly, answered him that he didn't even know, because everything depended on what exactly he was going to entrust to him. And he happily answered him that he guaranteed that his task would be a mere trifle. And he immediately announced his tasks. It states that he must be friendly with the people with whom he conducts spatial trade. Such a request put the blonde into a stupor. He immediately thought that this was exactly what he did worst, but still he agreed. The redhead smiled sarcastically. He said that he made the right decision. He needs to slowly start playing in the major leagues. He said that he would clarify the details later and send him a message. And then he left the conversation. Meanwhile, the young master became thoughtful and touched his chin with his hand. He thought aloud about the third system. He thought that no matter how much he delved into his memories from a past life, he did not have any information about the third system. A huge stone gate appears in front of us. He also thinks that although among the conditions there is an incredibly huge amount of cross points, but the biggest catch is that it is extremely difficult to reach the final stage of the soul phase in System 2. He pointed his finger at Phase 2 of the system. And she said that currently it has 3 unique phases, 2 systems. However, if you discard the Servant of Evil of Stage 2, then you will still have 2 more soul phases. One is called who stands before the door of truth, and 2 is called the Master of Magical Engineering. He thought carefully again and realized that both options were inherently complex. With his experience, you can achieve the desired trading volume. The problem lies in the mandatory conditions. Unlike stages 1 and 2 where the difficulty increased gradually, here he was faced with a sharp jump in difficulty. The conditions were to make 5 transactions of magical knowledge with the tag unique, or to make 5 transactions of magic items with the tag unique. He made a dissatisfied face and crossed his arms, and I thought about what kind of system this is. In the end, he has no choice but to ask whoever entered it. And the back of a man in a red cloak stood in front of us. Spirits fly through the ruins. We see a blue-eyed warlock entering the third system. He said that it was somewhat difficult for him to give an answer. The hero simply flew into a rage and asked whether it was really so difficult for them to say what kind of dimension this was. And she also asked that it is forbidden to spread information about System 3 on lower level systems. The warlock slowly sips the drink from his pipe, and he calmly said that that's not the point. But then his eyes lit up sharply. He immediately happily shared his impressions of the taste of the drink. The Lord did not understand him at all and asked again. But he only told him to forget, and I asked him why he was so interested in System 3. This made the answer calm down a little and said that he just wanted to slowly get closer to getting there. The blue-eyed man sat comfortably in a chair and said that it was really worth entering, but also asked if he had enough coins for level 8 rings, and the young gentleman replied that the coin was enough for him. The problem is that level 8 rings are almost never offered for sale, and he only confirmed his words and said that he also would not sell his own, but also told him not to lose hope and continue to look. This made the blonde very irritated. He said that seeing how he constantly evades the question, he thinks that he is just wasting his time, and he immediately added that he would check everything with his own eyes. But that warlock decided to give him a small gift. He gave him a book on mid-level ghost disguise, and she said that this was so that he would not think that he had wasted his time. And the protagonist immediately thought that after such a gesture it was somehow awkward for him to bombard him with questions again. As the blonde walked down the corridor, he became very deep in his thoughts about the system. But suddenly on the way he noticed his companion. He addressed her by name. She shuddered sharply and turned towards him, and I noticed him too. He asked her, not quite pleased, why she was standing here since he had allocated her a room. She, shifting from foot to foot and shyly, said that she was his bodyguard, so she should be prepared for any emergency. Then the hero smiled softly at her, and he said that if such a situation arose, she would most likely be simply in confusion. Such words plunged her into slight surprise. She immediately held out the book and said that she was asking for forgiveness because she had become engrossed in the book that he had given her to practice mana. And the hero noticed that this was a mana breathing technique that was ideally suited for her, found on the channel of the Zero system. He also noticed that she was very talented, since she was able to reach 2nd grade even without attending the academy. He imagined her hard training, but he also thought that her problem was that her family had extremely poor mana practice methods, so in order to overcome the wall, she needed to change her breathing technique. And also the thought sharply flashed through his mind that, in truth, that was why he chose her to be his bodyguard. Unlike the other 2 candidates who just want to make a living, she is desperate to grow. He smiled, closing his eyes and spreading his arms. He just started to deny it and said that her pose was perfect. He will give her time to study, so let her work hard and raise her family. And she, too, blurred in admiration. She thanked him and said that she would definitely repay him for his kindness. And he immediately thought that if she were nearby, it would only add to the hassle. But the girl immediately decided to say that a guest had come to see him. At first the gentleman did not understand who the guest was and asked again. And she only added that recently he had been waiting for him in the room. When he entered the room, Sari jumped at him with a running start. The heroes didn't quite expect this. She immediately rushed into his arms, and he called her name. He holds her in his palms, and then he began to speculate out loud about whether she was here. But she immediately answered him that, as he had ordered, she was watching the main roads. But in the distance she smelled a scent similar to his. The protagonist smiled brightly, and he said that he had no doubts left. After all, apparently his Theros escort had arrived, and we see people with flags of the Steelguard family moving on carts and horses. Near the fortress walls of Theros, we see a high gate. The Lord and his pet look into the distance at moving objects. He immediately asks the question, are they or is it? He begins to worry more and more. It has already been said that they will meet again soon. He thought about being abandoned in his previous life, and he also did not know that restrained fatherly love. He imagined his conversation with his father as they sat together on the bed. He immediately thought that back then he considered his father an insurmountable wall. But then one of the knights noticed him. This someone began to run towards the protagonist, and he said that they had not seen each other for a long time. This knight turned out to be Javis. He knelt in front of him, and then he told him that he was glad to see him in good health. He was terribly exhausted, so the blonde asked him to get up as the knights were watching, and he immediately blurted out the phrase that he was obeying. The knight standing in front of him spread his arms to the side and said that during the time they had not seen each other, he had grown a lot. In a few months it will definitely be higher than him, and he only noticed that his face had become very drawn, and he asked if this road was not easy. He smiled softly, and he said that there were no problems with the schedule and route. He counts everything because he has had a lot to do lately. The young master looked at him with a sympathetic look, and I thought that it couldn't be any other way. After all, he is a knight of the 2nd class Steelguard, and at night he lives as a Ulaf merchant. Someone from the crowd of knights quickly ran to the spy. He asked very loudly what he was doing there, and then he added that he ran so unexpectedly that he already thought about an enemy attack. But he immediately noticed the young master. Curran came closer to the green-haired one and told him that they would talk later. Together they walked closer to the carriages. Where did I hear that they never expected the young master to come out to meet them? Many people welcomed him, and he, in turn, asked them all how they were doing. The protagonist, with a slight change in his face, asked if his father was in the carriage now, but his eyes opened wide. He saw his father getting out of the carriage, and he immediately fell silent. The father also said that, apparently, he was somewhat embarrassed to see his father after such a long time. The hero lowered his head down, and according to the rules of the army regulations, he answered that this was not so. He also noticed that this reunion was filled with great meaning that only he knew. The young master bowed deeply, and he said that his son was greeting him. The father also examined him and asked what kind of animal was on his neck, and he immediately answered him and told him the name of the animal. He said that when he arrived in the capital he came across this baby and decided to raise him. The elder noticed that the animal looked very smart, but then from somewhere a woman's voice was heard addressing Curran. The girl immediately ran up to him and hugged him. It turned out to be his sister Curran. She asked with a sad look that all this time away from home had been hard and lonely for him, and she congratulated him on receiving Karsum. The hero smiles softly and thinks that she has a warm, piercing voice. His older sister has also practically not changed. But then he sarcastically said that this didn't happen. It wasn't hard for him at all. He didn't listen to his sister's grumbling day after day, so time passed calmly. My sister was stunned by this answer, but he immediately explained that it was a joke. She immediately turned her attention to his animal. She picked it up in her arms and began to squeeze it, and also mentioned how soft its fur was. The father smiled softly and stood with his arms crossed, and the main character turned around, noticing something. He saw Darran's sister in front of him, with her hair neatly done, and was surprised that she had also arrived. She stood leaning on the carriage and asked what his strange reaction was, as if he had seen something he didn't want to see. He scratched the back of his head in bewilderment and said that he was simply surprised, because she hated social society, receptions, banquets. But why did she come to the capital then? She said with a serious attitude that it was certainly not because of the banquet. She came here to expand her horizons. The Lord was slightly surprised and asked again. She appeared in the shadow area of the city and said that someone told her that you can open your eyes only when you go to a higher level of activity. And he immediately thought about what this someone was. He immediately elbowed someone in the arm. He pulled Javis by the hand and with a serious face asked him if it was his doing, stories about broadening his horizons. While everyone else was chatting together, they walked away to whisper. The protagonist asked him in a whisper why he brought Darran here, and what about running a trade guild. He also quietly replied that all his subordinates were the kind of people who could be trusted and that for some time there would be no problem with work. Then the blonde added in a whisper that, nevertheless, all the leaders were away. The exhausted spy whispered that he had no other choice, because it seemed to him that the lady was beginning to have some suspicions. They tried to quietly clarify which ones. We see a picture of Javis being divided in half and the other half representing Yulaf, and he says that suspicions fall on the fact that he is a merchant. He goes on to say that during the time he was away, the Scandinavian could not have appeared at the Steelguard residence, so she would definitely have realized what was happening. The hero confirmed that this is so, but he does not think that his sister can be easily fooled by such a cheap trick. Sari shows everyone how she can stand on one hand, and the hero continued his speech that perhaps everything would have been different if he had not gone to the capital, but in fact Yulaf is also absent from the guild. The green-haired one came closer and said something about this, and he asked the hero to help him put on a performance. A crowd of people stood near the Curran trading house, crossing her arms over her chest. Darran stood with a dissatisfied face while an agitated Javis was behind her. The girl muttered that she hadn't even had time to unpack her luggage, and he was already asking her to come to him. The guy replied that the young gentleman just wanted to give her a tour of the trading house. Turning her head, the girl cast a priority glance at him and asked since when did he listen to Curran so resignedly. The guy asked in response what she meant. Darran remembered how two young men stood aside in the crowd and said that he had been acting strangely since the moment they first crossed paths. She added that then he was one of the first to run towards him. It was difficult to see his old friend. Javis shouted that they are not friends and the girl is saying strange things. Curran watched them from the window, hearing his sister call the knight a fool. Looking at them, the blonde pursed his lips, thinking that she didn't even suspect that Javis was a Julaf. He looked at the leather mask in his hand, next to which lay a blue pill. He thought that there was nothing surprising, because a knight does not have two bodies, so it was not in vain that these things were hidden. Turning his head to the side, he said with an indifferent face that one way or another, all preparations were completed, and it would only be enough to make his move later. A smiling Rayan approached him, behind whom stood a tall man with a ponytail. The blonde asked why he came here right now. The man asked if he was in good health all the time. He shouted at the attendant, asking if he was going to say hello properly. After the blow, Chris's bodyguard lowered his head and said hello. The blonde stood up from his chair at his desk and asked if the shadow bodyguard could walk next to him. Rayan replied that it was even more convenient, and that Chris was trained by the Marquis, so no one knows his face. The man with the scar on his head smiled contentedly when he was asked if he would meet the Marquis. He replied that yes, but only at such meetings there is no exchange of information, and such an average trader is nothing more than a wallet to him. Looking at him, Curran crossed his arms over his chest and dissatisfiedly noted that the introduction was too long. He asked if Rayan had come all this way because he had learned something. The man noted the intellectual abilities of the general director. Curran lowered his gaze, imagining the image of the Marquis Albert, while listening to the report that the Marquis and Duke Carlson had a secret meeting, and it seems to him that they are planning something. The blonde thought that at least he had already dealt with his son, but now his father became a lump in his throat. He remembered the Dyrka evidence fabrication incident and thought that it might not have been his personal initiative. Imagining in his head the images of all the men mentioned below, the guy thought that the former deputy commander of the Knightly Order was involved in the manipulation of evidence. He thought that the knights of the prosecutorial corps were putting pressure on the Curran trading house from all sides, and even the Rayan guild merchant was sucking on the trough. He imagined the smug face of the Marquis Albert, who towered over the trading house with a large figure. The guy thought that if he had not figured out this whole story, then this man could have already taken over his trading house. It's good that it's too early to say that the conspiracy has come to an end. With his hand on his chin, Iran reflected that the main problem was that his opponent, the Marquis, already possessed extraordinary wealth in the south. He wondered whether he had hindered the growth of the House of Iran's trade just to expand his business to the capital, or whether this was truly revenge for an insult caused. Remembering the large flask of green liquid, the blonde thought that he needed to know the exact answer in order to use this thing effectively. The man with the scar on his head scratched his cheek and looked down when Iran asked what Albert was talking about him. Rayhan replied that only that the young friend was too brave and persistent. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and with a dissatisfied face ordered him not to lie, noting that the Marquis would only say that he was a little fool who was annoying him. The merchant replied that he was indeed extremely crushed because he could not agree on the same opinion with the Duke, and he was even more furious that even Zenitz was blown away. The blonde sat back down on his desk chair and asked if there was anything else he was talking about. Rayhan replied that that was all he heard. Darran touched his chin with his hand and lowered his head when the merchant added that the Marquis had not shared information with him. The guy allowed him to leave. Several men were outside loading boxes onto a cart. Rayhan placed his foot on the step of the carriage. Holding onto the door, he bared his teeth and swore displeasantly, saying that it wasn't enough for Iran to press him against the wall, so he also decided to clip his wings. Looking at the gentleman, Chris opened his mouth slightly when he thought about it. The guy asked if he wanted to hear his opinion. He thought that for all the 10 years that he had been accompanying him, the man not only did not share information with him, but did not even ask a single question. As the carriage door slammed, Rayhan responded positively, saying that they were now in the same boat. He asked whether they should remain on the side of the Marquis Albert or should side with Iran. The bodyguard lowered his sad gaze, remembering the black larva, and asked if their lifeline was now in the hands of the general director. He thought that the lucky thing that happened to him after he swallowed the bug the blonde fed him was an experience he didn't want to repeat again, even if he was ordered to undergo hellish training. Shaking his head, Rayhan lowered his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. The bodyguard noted that Iran said that there is no way to get rid of the bug, so they have no choice but to obey him. The man replied that he did not think so one-dimensionally. A bloodthirsty image of a blonde man appeared in his head, with a crazy smile on his face and a long tongue out. He said that Iran is much worse than Marquis Albert, and if now they choose a guy for their own comfort, they will become something like his toys. The merchant added that, in addition, he was still young, and he himself was already old, so he only had a couple of years left to live, while Chris would be under his command much longer. Looking at the man, the bodyguard touched his chin with his hand, saying that then they need to find a way to break free from his bonds. Rayhan replied that his intuition tells him that if he is to get out, he needs to do it now. The man began to look out the window, but his attention was attracted by someone when he said that they needed something that could piss Iran off. He saw Sylvia, who was writing down information with a smile on her face. He noted that she was very beautiful, but he felt a barely perceptible mana, suggesting that a magician from the upper world had left him. The merchant's eyeball turned black when he thought that this could not be possible, because this is a very proud, exalted tribe. Looking at the smiling girl, he saw a bright blue light flickering around her. Turning his head back, Rayhan grinned contentedly with a gloomy face, noting that since this happened during the attack, the heavens had not yet turned away from him. Chris asked if he had an idea. Looking at the guy, the merchant with a sly smile on his face said that now they will immediately go to a meeting with the Marquis Albert. The full moon rose in the night sky. Iran strolled imposingly down the street. He smiled, remembering the situation, how he appeared in the form of Yulaf along with Javis in front of Darran's sister, saying that this performance worked. Looking up, he remembered the downcast face of his sister and the puzzled knight, noting that strange currents of air hovered between the two of them. He asked if what the champion was thinking now would happen. The young man turned in surprise when Iran began to approach him, thinking that although he did not dislike Javis, it would be strange for him to see an imperial spy as his brother-in-law. Hearing that Iran had arrived, the guys on the street started making a fuss and walking towards him. About 10 guys with joyful faces surrounded the blonde. One of them noted that the rumors that he had achieved success in developing his own trade turned out to be true. The second one asked how he managed to buy a mansion while studying at the academy. A third noted that it was amazing to achieve such success at such a young age, and another began praising the boy's talents. Holding his jacket on his shoulder, Iran looked at them with a slight smile on his face, mentally noting the familiar voices of people painfully familiar to him. He thought that the reaction was 180 degrees different from the one in the Steelguard residence, and now he could see the changes in 2 years. A short-haired guy with black hair named Fry smiled when the blonde asked where his father is now. The guy replied that he was resting, and Curran was now training. The sharp blade shone with a bright white light. Swinging, the girl with long blonde hair rushed towards the tree. With one swing of her sword, she cut the trunk in half. She stopped and began to breathe loudly, and a short log fell nearby. Curran turned around with a surprised face when a familiar voice asked if she had finished yet, noting that he wanted to watch. Waving his hand, Darran approached the girl, around whom lay many trunks cut into pieces. The older sister noted that she was told that he was busy, and then asked if he had seen the training. The blonde answered positively, adding that if she practices a little, then second grade is guaranteed. Curran said that she was sorry because she wanted to further hone her skills and surprise her brother. Darran pointed his finger up with a smile as his sister smiled widely, talking about the book he gave her earlier. She said that the more she reads it, the deeper the knowledge penetrates into her, and then asked where he got it. The guy replied that it was lying in a dusty corner in an old bookstore. The girl asked in surprise whether such a secret scripture was really lying around in the old bookstore. Lowering her good-natured gaze, she clutched her sword to her chest when her brother said that for those who do not have a discerning eye, even jewels are mere stones, and although she does not know how the book got there, a valuable thing is difficult to find. Who is it in the heap trash? Curran agreed, noting that it is very difficult to assess the value of technology at first glance. With his mouth slightly open in surprise, Darran looked at his sister as she said that. Moreover, this was a practice optimized for women, noting that his brother had carefully learned all the intricacies. The blonde was trying to understand what kind of optimization for women he was talking about. The girl looked down at the purple cover when Darran asked if she took the book with her. She replied that she took it, because every time she reads it, new sensations appear in her soul. When it was in the hands of the guy, he, using advanced speed reading, began to quickly turn over the pages. Stopping at one moment, he opened his mouth slightly in surprise, mentally noting that there really was such a thing. He thought about how all martial arts are optimized for the male body, but this teaching uses or maximizes female strength. The girl looked up at her brother in surprise, while he was thinking that her sister was able to rise to class 4 even by practicing the standard mana breathing technique. And it turns out that he is not just wings, but an engine. Curran asked why he was looking at her like that. She suddenly froze with round eyes when the blonde asked if she had accidentally thought of support from her father. The girl answered in the negative, saying that she was never able to tell him. Darran thought that she achieved such results without any support, and apparently this technique really suits her. Continuing to hold the book in his hands, the blonde looked at his sister with a puzzled face and asked why she didn't tell. Curran replied that she wanted to surprise her brother with her aura. She continued to say that she didn't think her father would have been pleased with her starting to learn breathing techniques from an unknown source. The brother and sister turned to the side with surprised faces when a man approached and said that her thoughts were wrong. Crossing his arms over his chest, Lebanon smiled and said that he believed that she had chosen the right path. When the father began to come closer, the girl turned to him and asked if he really knew everything. The man replied that he could not help but know that his daughter had made a very important decision. Curran's eyes widened in surprise when Lebanon said that when they returned to their residence, he would give her his support. The man smiled widely and put his hand on his daughter's shoulder when she began to say that he didn't have to do this at all. He asked her not to talk nonsense, noting that any day now a 4th aura user would be born into their family. Closing the book, the blonde ruffled his hair as his father looked in his direction, saying that he could see that his youngest son had done a great job. Darran replied that compared to his sister's page and his father's decision, his actions are a mere trifle. The guy thought that they live on the Jayan continent, where the patriarchal system is firmly established, and investing in a daughter is the same as giving other families only good things when she gets married. Looking down, Lebanon smiled and said that he knew that trouble does not come alone, but he did not know that this also applies to good events. Placing his palm on the hilt of his sword, he noted that Curran would soon become an aura user. Throwing up his hands, Darran froze in shock as his father put the tip of the sword to his face and said that his youngest son had graduated from the academy with a Car-Sum grade. Squinting his eyes, the man grinned, saying that he was bombarded with questions about how he was able to raise such children, doing only management. He noted that he was extremely embarrassed and confused. Fixing his gaze on his father, the blonde grinned maliciously at his words that his youngest son, whom he did not devote any time to teaching, was able to achieve the best results among children. The guy asked if he meant that he wanted to see everything for himself. Frowning his eyebrows, Lebanon replied that it was better to see it in person once than to hear anything. putting the tip of a sword to his son's throat in the moonlight. The man said that he wanted to see his incredible growth. Continuing to hold the weapon, he added that he was going to see everything with his own eyes. The blonde raised the corners of his mouth in a pleased grin when his father noted his height. Looking at his joyful face with a soft smile, the thought that although this was unexpected for him, his heart was now bursting with joy because he wanted to show him his growth. Turning to Curran, he asked if he could borrow her sword, and she agreed. Taking the weapon from his sister's hands, the guy thanked her, saying that he would use it carefully and return it valuable and safe. Holding his sword out in front of him, he smiled and asked his father if he was going to fight him seriously. Leviathan lowered his sword, a slight haze appeared around it. He said he would only use basic aura. Taking off, he ran towards his son, noting that it was time to start. The two Steelguard family members crossed their swords, causing a loud metallic sound to be heard. Darran's aura began to appear around his weapon. Raising small clouds of dust, the two rushed from their seats. Continuing to strike, the man pressed on his son, but he managed to parry every blow. Without stopping the attack, Leviathan smiled, noting that the blonde was moving well. Raising his sword to strike, Curran replied that he was simply flattering him. Waving his hand, he attacked from above, but the father crouched, dodging no. Watching the lightning-fast movements, Curran put her hands to her mouth in surprise. Seeing only flashes from the collision of aura, she noted that at first she tried to observe the trajectory, but at some point she lost sight of the course of movement and attacks. The girl added that it was true that it was impossible to follow with your eyes the movements of a knight of a special class. Darran stood back with a focused face as his sister said that her little brother was great, and even though her father wasn't giving it his all right now, she didn't expect him to last this long. Suddenly her eyes widened in surprise. Leviathan, holding a sword in his hands, rushed towards his son. Darran ran back at him, holding his weapon above his head. Their silhouettes were hidden by a large white flash of aura. Running with a worried face into the resulting fog, Curran loudly called her younger brother, thinking that her father had not calculated the strength. She perked up when a blonde man appeared among one of the clouds of dust, saying that he was fine, unlike his father. After hearing this, the girl turned her puzzled face to the side. She saw Leviathan, who was sitting on one knee, leaning on his sword, and blood was flowing from his mouth. The man with a gloomy face looked down at his palm when his daughter began to loudly call him with fear in her voice. He briefly replied that he was fine. While his sister covered her face in fear, Curran furrowed his eyebrows indignantly. Hearing his father's words that he was convinced that his son was truly a master of the sword and graduated from the academy with a some grade only thanks to his work. With his mouth wide open, the blonde exclaimed that his father was not okay at all. Clutching the hilt of his sword tightly with his palm, he quietly wondered why this happened if it was just an aura. Lowering his head, he clenched his teeth in anger, remembering his father's arrival. He thought that he had been stupid and should have understood everything the moment he was told that Leviathan had arrived in a carriage. Remembering how the man always rode only on a horse, he thought about how he always said that if you are a knight, you should ride with your subordinates on horseback, but he couldn't stand carriages. Imagining in his head a tall, light building with many columns, Curran thought that, in addition, his father had recently visited Trensom, a place where priests' live and divine magic is used. He furrowed his brows and lowered his head as a bead of sweat ran down his cheek. Curran wondered why he didn't immediately realize that there was something that no one should know about. Looking at Leviathan, who was sitting on the ground and coughing blood into his hand, and next to him was a worried Curran, the blonde realized that right now his father had some kind of health problem. Bedroom in Curran Mansions. The man sat on the bed, touching his chin with his hand. He said that he was glad that he left the nights to Captain Halfale. His two daughters stood next to the bed, laughing quietly and remembering the captain's upset face. Curran said that it was truly a relief, and Darran noted that she was surprised to see such a giant shedding tears. There was silence in the spacious room, in which, in addition to his father and sisters, there was also Curran. Pursing his lips, the blonde looked with a sad look, thinking that even though his father was trying to joke, his words only made him feel worse. Looking at the shabby man with his hand raised, he wondered if it would be better if he poured out his soul, or at least started grumbling. Leviathan said he was fine and just needed some rest. Hearing these words, Darran began waving her arms indignantly, exclaiming that since he was coughing up blood, he was definitely not okay. The man repeated again that he was fine. Curran put her hand on her sister's shoulder as she pursed her lips with a sad face after her father's words that they could all go. The older sister invited the younger one to go out. Raising his head, Leviathan looked thoughtfully at his son. Looking at his downcast, gloomy face, he noted that he apparently had something to say. Curran responded positively. Remembering Calloy's emotionless face, He said that although the rest did not know anything, it was unlikely that he managed to hide the truth from his right hand. The father confirmed his words, noting that only Kaloi knew since he felt that the others would be too worried, and he decided to keep everything a secret. Continuing to stand with a gloomy face and bowed head, the blonde answered negatively to his father's question about whether he had carried away his curiosity. The guy said he had one more question. He asked to tell the symptoms of the disease and the possible cause of its occurrence. Remembering the healers and the trip to Trensom, Levatin replied that it was useless to play healer. He visited all the famous healers and priests, but no one could find a cure. The blonde's left eye flashed red and a sign appeared in front of his face stating that the takeover was complete. He said he has a slightly different opinion now. The man with a dissatisfied face shivered on the bed when his son asked him to give him his hand in order to check the veins. He noted that he is very stubborn. Touching his father's palm with his hand, Curran said that he would now invest some of his mana, and Levatin said that he could do what he wanted with it. The guy closed his eyes, activating his own energy. After scanning his father, he saw many red spots that were blood clots. He thought that therefore even a slight overvoltage could cause internal damage. The man's eyes widened in surprise, and his lower jaw slid down. When Curran said that his mana flows are confused and he has probably been living like this for about 2 years. Continuing to hold his father's hand, the guy raised his index finger and said that at first he felt only discomfort. Then it became increasingly difficult for him to control mana, as a result of which he lost the ability to fully use it. The man replied that it was so, after which he asked whether they really teach healing at the academy now. Placing the medicine in Levatin's palm, the blonde asked to drink it, and the father asked what it was. Holding a restoration pill in his hands that instantly heals all the insides, the man looked at her with a puzzled face. Curran asked to trust and drink, noting that a better remedy for internal damage could not be found. After these words, the father swallowed the pill. With a slight smile on his face, he closed his eyes and touched his chest, noting that he felt better. He said that potions had not helped him for a long time, so he had managed to forget this feeling of extraordinary lightness. Pursing his lips, the blonde glanced to the side, hearing gratitude. He thought that despite his state of health, his father had come all the way to the capital. Imagining in his head the image of his father holding his arms crossed on his chest, behind whose back was the family coat of arms, the guy thought that no matter what anyone said, he was talking about a cold-blooded count. He thought that he had withdrawn from participation in the politics of the central regions, and that he had never left the Steelguard residence. Remembering the kind man's face during his embrace with his sister, he thought that although he was such a person, he also had a parental heart in which the desire to congratulate and praise his children burned. Traces began to appear before the blonde's eyes when thoughts appeared in his head that in a past life he had no idea that his father, like others, had hot blood flowing in his veins. The guy raised his hand, wiping away tears with his sleeve, and said that he doesn't know what Levatin will think of him in the future, whether it be doubts or reproaches. Putting his fist to his mouth, the man cleared his throat as his son said he would get him back on his feet. He said that although the medicine had an effect, his illness was not a simple matter. Sitting on the bed, he closed his eyes sadly when the blonde said that the flows of mana must be untangled. Levatin responded that this is just one of the symptoms and not the main cause. Curran's mouth and eyes opened wide in surprise as the man revealed that what was destroying him was the demonic heart. A slight, stupid smile appeared on the guy's face when his father asked if he understood what he was talking about. He exclaimed that of course he understood. An image of a large burgundy snake with huge fangs appeared in his head, with which it was biting a human leg. He thought that the demonic heart is a tangled ball of threads located in the depths of the heart, and the internal enemy of the masters, which holds them back the moment they try to cross the wall. Looking at his father sitting on the bed, Curran thought that the fact that he was suffering from this illness meant that he was on the verge of legendary rank. Levatin said that in order to help, he needed a legendary rank, and with his talent, he could achieve it in about 20 years. With his mouth parted, the blonde cast a surprised glance to the side when the man said that then, of course, he would be able to unravel this a ball instead. The guy asked if a person with a legendary rank helps him, will he be able to get rid of this condition? The father looked down and said that if his son intends to ask Darran for help, then he should immediately abandon this idea. Imagining the cramped image of a tall man with gray hair leaning on his sword, the guy thought of Darran Lupever, who was the only legendary knight in Navarro, trying to surpass Seakan. He thought that for unknown reasons, he hated Steelguard with all his soul, and despite his age, heat still radiated from his soul. Raising his hand, Curran pressed the red screen, asking his father not to worry about it. He said that compared to Darran, the one he wants to address would be upset. The guy frowned, pointing at the screen. Levitin asked why his left eye was glowing red, and the blonde thought that he had made a firm decision. The man opened his mouth slightly and his eyes widened in surprise. Darran thought that he would still heal his father, even if he had to show an interdimensional transaction. He asked him to meet the man. The blonde pointed his hands at the red screen. When a tall man with fiery hair appeared behind him, the guy smiled and said that this was the sun god Lee Jeham. Pointing his hand at the red screen, Darran asked his father to meet him. Arching one eyebrow and parting his mouth in surprise, the man asked him what the sun god means. Jeham sat at his desk, scratching his chin with his hand. He noted that since he was called, it means the matter is important, and then asked what happened. Nervously raising the corners of his lips, the blonde reached out with his finger to the icon and began to say that the point is. A loud, surprised cry erupted in the spacious room filled with shelves of books. Raising his eyebrows, Jeham clenched his teeth tightly in anger, exclaiming that he simply had no words. He indignantly asked if he was really disturbed because of something like that. Darran crossed his arms over his chest, reading the message that the man did not intend to share his enlightenment. He replied that he wasn't asking to share it. He just needed something like a hint to increase his rank, because it wouldn't be difficult for him. An angry Jeham began to beat his chest when the guy wrote that apparently even for the mythical rank it was too difficult. He shouted that he was crossing all boundaries. The blonde smiled and connected his index finger and thumb, imitating a coin. He said that he did not ask for knowledge to be shared for free and offered 500 coins for each question, saying that he knew that money was tight for him. Darran smiled widely when the sun god replied that this was just absurd gossip, and the system showed that the user was interested in the offer. To find out, the guy used the tone of heart privilege, and he thought that she would always show her true feelings. Jeham rubbed his chin with his hand thoughtfully. Blushing, he smiled affectionately and closed his eyes, saying that since they were connected, he would grant his request for 1,000 coins. The blonde agreed to the proposal. Watching his son with a puzzled face, Levitin waved his hand and asked what he was doing now. The guy asked not to look at him with that look. He said that although from the outside he looks like he's crazy, he's not. He made a transaction, as a result of which he spent 18,000 coins and purchased 10,000-year-old ginseng, and also received a cashback of 2,700 coins. When Darran looked out from behind the door, he called out to Meryl, who was standing in the corridor with sari on her head. Holding the door with his hands, the blonde asked from now on never to be allowed inside, no matter how much time they spent there, and no matter what happened there. The girl confidently replied that even under pain of death she would not allow anyone to enter. She looked up, embarrassed, when Sari on her head put his hand to her temple, imitating a law enforcement officer, when his master said that if he was with her, they would definitely cope. Darran closed the door from inside the room. Holding the handle, he stopped for a moment and lowered his sad gaze to the floor, thinking that now all the preparations were completed and all that remained was. When he raised his head, his left eye flashed red again. He thought about getting his father back on his feet. After 3 days, every day the sky became more and more transparent, and with the onset of the harvest season, when ripe fruits are torn from the branches and heavy ears of corn are collected from the fields, the man raised high a wooden mug with an intoxicating drink from which thick foam flowed, and exclaimed that they were drinking all of humanity. He stood on a tall wooden box, while around him there were many of the same people with drinks in their hands. When he invited everyone to drink, it marked the opening of the traditional autumn feast festival. During this period, people offered speeches of thanks to the gods of weather and earth, which were depicted for them in the form of large statues. Ordinary people throughout Navarro enjoyed carefree open-air festivities and drank intoxicating drinks. At this time, representatives of the nobility in formal suits drank wine, enjoying indoor parties and with their own kind. The most graceful of them took place in a huge palace, the towers of which were decorated with bright orange roofs. The concierge, wearing a purple cape and cap, named Chamberlain, held the man's hand with a smile on his face, saying that everything had been prepared this year in accordance with his wishes. He asked how was it. The adult red-haired man who is the Navarro king named Days Navarro crossed his arms over his chest and said with indifference on his face that he didn't look bad. The concierge, his face downcast, smiled broadly as the king pointed his finger at the chandelier and said he liked the way it looked. The man was happy that the ruler deigned to at least somehow react to the interior decoration of the hall. He bowed his head as Days sat down on his throne, motioning for the formal reception to begin. He replied that he understood everything. Many people sat in round tables in the hall, and their arrangement was determined by their relationship to the Navarro royal family. A man who was an ordinary guest walked along the red carpet towards the king, and the arrangement of such suits was carried out in order of honor, starting with the lowest rank. A short man with steamy dark hair and an umami above his upper lip greeted the king. This was followed by a count with short reddish hair. Daze yawned tiredly, covering his mouth with his hand when another guest did the same. Removing his hand from his face, he cast a sidelong glance at Chamberlain and asked when approximately it would be the Earl of Steelguard's turn. The man replied that he should be next. The knight in shining armor put his hand to his mouth while the king spoke about how it had been 10 years since their last meeting. The knight began to say loudly that he was next in line. The young guys in the hall began to sigh in embarrassment. When 2 girls in luxurious festive dresses entered the hall, the knight announced the arrival of 2 daughters of the House of Steelguard, namely Lady Curran and Lady Darran. While they were walking along the carpet to Daze, people in the hall began to discuss them, noting that Count Levadin, apparently, not only raises his sons well, but the appearance of girls in dresses makes the heart flutter. Darran touched the hem of her dark purple dress. Coming closer to the ruler, she curtsied a mile away and said that the daughters of the House of Steelguard were greeted by His Majesty the King. Daze thoughtfully rubbed his chin with his hand, asking why only daughters came to the banquet. Curran began to get nervous and a drop of sweat ran down her cheek when the petitioner noted that Count Levadin had stated that he would attend the banquet, so he was looking forward to the reunion of the 3 legends. The girl replied that due to some circumstances he could not come. She raised her eyes and looked at the man when he asked if he really had some health problems. The concierge, in a commanding tone, told her to answer the truth. Throwing an unequal glance at her older sister, Darran whispered that in this situation she would prefer to stay at home. Curran looked down, thinking about the answer. She thought that although she had decided that it would be more correct to appear here, she did not expect that from the threshold they would begin to be interrogated about her father's health. The girl clenched her teeth in irritation, thinking that if she lies here, it will become a problem. And if she tells the truth, it will reveal information about her father's condition to everyone. She whispered that there was no way out. The king perked up and rubbed his chin in puzzlement when he heard that the count had caught a cold. He asked if we were talking about that same heart of steel. Looking at the girls from the height of the podium, Daze asked how did this happen. Curran replied that it is not in vain that they say that even if you are subject to dragon endurance, there is no guarantee that the disease will not overtake you. The king looked at the girls with an indifferent look when the eldest daughter asked him not to worry, since the doctor said that he would get better in a couple of days. The king curled his lips with displeasure. The 2 girls smiled slightly as the king pointed them to the landing spot and asked them to relax with a banquet instead of their father. Curran thanked him for his sensitivity and care. The large sign door with red and gold accents opened again. While the Marquis of Albert entered the main hall, a man in a burgundy cloak stood against the wall, holding his hands on his belt. He noted that it was previously said that the 3 major lords would gather together for the first time in a long time. The legendary knight Darran asked towards the door with his displeased look, saying that something like this is not so easy to do. He looked at the dissatisfied Sierra in the purple cape and said that he heard that she was also looking forward to this and that was the only reason she attended the banquet. Pursing her lips, the girl with silver hair looked around, thinking that she had nothing to do with the 3 lords. And now she was only interested in why Curran was not there either. She looked away when he reached his hand towards her. Darran stood with his hand extended towards the girl, noting that their turn would soon come. He asked if she had given in to him because of her younger age. Sierra asked if he was proud of being old. She asked if he should give in again if he had come in last several times before. Looking into each other's eyes with an angry gaze, the man and the girl bared their teeth in anger, because they personified the sword and magic of Navarro and were the best in the rank of Marquis. If Sierra does not enter first, the magicians present will be unhappy, and the same will happen to the knights if Darran gives up his turn. The cool-headed Duke Luther Carlson approached and intervened in their exchange of glances. He asked why they couldn't just come in at the same time. The man and girl turned to him with surprised faces, realizing that if the higher-ranking duke walked ahead, then there would be no need for an argument. They agreed with the man's proposal. Stepping onto the red carpet, Luther called them to follow him. After the 3 persons had entered the great hall, the knight introduced them to the company, saying, Duke Luther Carlson, Marquis of Darran Luperv, warrior of legendary rank, and the 14th head of the magic tower of the Marquis Sierra Felgas greet His Majesty, the most powerful people of the country. whom even the king himself could not find fault with, approached Days and bowed their heads. Touching the armrest with his hands, the king began to rise. Curran and Darran, along with the rest of the appropriators, also stood up from their seats. Marquis Albert raised his head to Days. Looking at his guests, the ruler spread his arms to the sides, saying that today was the day when they should all enjoy food and drink to their fullest. He began to say that he had prepared the best for them, starting. Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. Two male figures in business suits began to enter the hall. The smiling Count Levitin Steelguard arrived at the banquet with his youngest son. All those present looked in surprise at the approaching people. The knight looked after the men with puzzlement as they stepped onto the carpet, saying that they were late. He wondered whether he should announce their arrival. He opened his mouth wide, thinking whatever it was, and began to speak loudly about the passage of the son of a hero from the Steelguard clan. As the two men walked through the banquet hall with smiles on their faces, the knight introduced the heroic rank warrior Count Levitin Steelguard and his son Reborn Steelguard. The concierge looked at the king's gloomy face with his mouth slightly open, thinking that, as expected, nothing had changed. Imagining a smiling Levitin with his father Seakan in the background, the man thought that although Days says that he values Steelguard, in fact he suffers from a feeling of inferiority due to the fact that Levitin and his father are respected by the people more than the rulers. The naked eye could see that in front of the king was the fit body of a warrior, while his stomach was sticking out. Days was also embarrassed that Levitin avoided aging by practicing the circulation of mana and internal energy, while his wrinkles became deeper day by day. The ruler put a nervous smile on his face and asked the count about his health. Raising his head to him, the man smiled joyfully and put his hand to his chest when the king said that his daughter had been told that he was chained to the bed. The count replied that thanks to his prayers he had already recovered. As the men of the Steelguard family put their palms to their chests, Days waved his hand, saying that he was glad to hear that, before allowing them to take their seats. When they approached the table, Curran and Darran greeted their father joyfully. With worried faces, they clasped their hands and pressed them to their chests. Levitin apologized to them for causing them to worry. Watching their table, the guests began to whisper, saying that this was a historical moment since the three major lords were gathered here. They noted that, apparently, the count decided to go to the capital because his son received Karsum. Watching the man, they gathered in small piles, noting that although Levitin was previously said to be sick, he now appears healthy. Some suggested that he was deliberately late to stand out. She stared intently at the satisfied faces of Levitin and Iran, who were already considered absent. Although many eyes were looking at them from all sides, nothing special happened. After a while, a monotonous opening speech began, after which the blonde knelt down in front of the king, and then handed him a luxurious sword, since he was the Karsum of this year. Then the collision of several glasses filled with alcohol was heard. The banquet guests began to have fun and communicate with each other, eating and drinking alcoholic beverages. The blonde turned around sharply when he heard a familiar voice calling his name. Hugh Carlson, the official successor of the Carlson family, looked joyfully at him with a stupid smile on his embarrassed face. He exclaimed that they had not seen each other for a very long time. The guy twitched when Arun died with his hands on his sides and said displeasedly that not even a few days had passed since the final exam. Hugh replied that after you get used to seeing each other every day, then you feel some emptiness when you can't see each other for several days. The blonde gave him a predatory look with a devious smile on his face when the guy said that it had been a few days, after which he called him cold-blooded. Darran replied that composure is more his thing. He asked what the underclassmen call him there. Hugh, who was a cold-blooded guy inside the academy, jumped in place, and his face suddenly turned red when the blonde, deliberately pausing after every word, said that he knew his name was Ice-Blooded Junior Count. He pointed his finger back with a satisfied smile on his face when the embarrassed successor shouted loudly, asking who he heard this from. Sharpel sat at the table, studying the papers in his hands. The guy with blue hair asked when he already managed to go to him. Darran replied that he understood that he came here on behalf of Uncle Kendall, but still managed to tell him a lot of interesting things. With a smile, looking at the puzzled interlocutor, who called his comrade a fool, the blonde thought that today he learned not only the nickname Hugh, with the image of Barian attacking in his head, he learned that he had held the top spot all year and was a potential candidate for Karsum's next graduate. He also learned that Mita, after grueling training, was about to cross the second-class threshold. Sharpel also told him that Benjamin and Davin were now working hard in their respective fields. Imagining in his head the image of the sorcerer Sharpel, Irun noted in his head that the guy still decided to become a wizard, despite the fact that his family is famous for fencing. Raising his eyebrows, the blonde smiled softly, remembering that now that Sharpel had become a 4th ring mage, he was waiting until he came of age to inform his family and officially enter the magic tower. He thought that in each of them the initial stages in this life are better than in the previous one. He looked at Hugh, who clenched his hands into fists in anger and grinned. He thought that this guy was the one who showed the best result, and now he became the head of the Soar Club, and even without the Ring of Courage, he established himself as a person called Ice-Blooded Junior Count. The guy with blue hair froze and looked up at his friend in surprise when he asked him how things were going with the 2nd generation of Soar. Hugh noted that as stated earlier, they are still unopened buds. Imagining a white shining pearl in his head, the successor said that at first he did not understand why the blonde's choice fell on these guys. But over time it became clear that they were all pearls hidden in the dirt. He added that it was similar to their meeting 2 years ago. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully, asking who should he choose among the freshmen entering the academy this year. Curran in response invited him, after the reception ceremony, to choose more or less passable ones and make a list, and he would look at them during the 2nd stage of selection and weed out those who did not pass. Hearing this, Hugh smiled widely and exclaimed that he would be very grateful. Curran glanced back, noticing several figures nearby watching them. He noted that he seemed to have taken up too much of the guy's time. He waved his hand as Hugh pointed his finger at him, asking if they had come to meet him. The blonde replied that he didn't think that was the case, because even if he graduated from the academy with a some grade, the heir was still Curran. Observing their gazes on their nervous faces, Curran noted that these were not even knights, but most likely influential people from Carlson. He said that he believed that they decided to take this opportunity and get acquainted with the successor of the family. Closing his eyes, Hugh crossed his arms, noting that it was clear from them that they were the kind of people who were just going to flatter him, so he would tell them to wait. He jumped back with his face down when a blonde man with a malicious face reached out to him, asking who was now in the Ice-Blooded Junior Count pose. The guy with blue hair screamed, saying don't call him that. He raised his hands, saying that every time he heard this nickname, his fingers cramped. Curran smiled, agreeing not to call him that, after which he asked to still approach those people. He reasoned that what the Duke needed most was political power. He watched as an excited Hugh was surrounded by a crowd of interested people. He reasoned that leadership skills were also important, so to improve them, he appointed him head of the Soar Club. But he also needed to know how to communicate with the nobles who came and lined up openly. Pursing his lips, the blonde looked to the side with a surprised face. There he saw the head of the Carlson family, who was also surrounded by people. Looking at his calm face with slightly raised corners of his lips, the guy thought that he was cold, and mentally noted that it was not without reason that he was nicknamed the Cold-Blooded Duke. 2nd floor of the banquet hall of the royal palace. Curran leaned on the railing, intently watching what was happening below. Seeing several groups of people surrounding specific people, he noted that almost all of them were trying to attract the attention of high-ranking nobles and royalty, rather than enjoying the reception. He added that he could not judge them, since everyone does as best they can. Turning his gaze to the other side of the hall, the blonde looked at the couple of people dancing, saying that not all of them do not know how to have fun. The guy's left eye flashed with a soft white light when he received a message from Seakan asking him if he was going to work. The guy with red hair waved his hand indignantly, saying that he asked to wait just a little while. But a whole hour had already passed. Curran apologized, saying he didn't think the official part would take so long. Looking at the white screen, he asked whether a group chat had already appeared in his absence. Seakan responded that it was very important to make a good first impression. Imagining in his head the blonde with an outstretched arm, under which blue stones shone, he wrote that the reason he liked Mr. Curran was because of his performance in the null system. He added that this is the impression he has of him to this day. Suddenly the guy froze, and his eyes turned white when the blonde replied that he thought it was all because his intervention smashed the 1st and 2nd systems to smithereens. Seakan replied that it could not have happened without this. Leaning his hands on the survivor, the blonde waved his hand when he saw a message from the guy with hopes that he would not be caught. He replied that it was time for them to stop chatting, after which he ordered invitations to be sent. He received a notification from user Cynernix inviting him to chat. Seeing the nickname, he asked again. Imagining in his head a dark-haired guy with virtual glasses on his face, Curran noted that this is the guy who invited him to the armored group chat when the plan to capture Shylock was still in development, and now he works as a monitoring agent. The blonde reached over to the screen to press a button. When the guy joined the group chat, Cynernix wrote that this was the one he was talking about. And when another user greeted him using a skill, the blonde was able to see that he considered him just a bag of money and did not want to make a statement. Curran rubbed his chin with a puzzled face when another member of the group chat wrote that he was glad to see the new lender. He thought that, apparently, he was not particularly welcome here. He wondered why this team is so angry. A young guy with a scar on his cheek, wearing round glasses with an elastic band on his head, smiled broadly, saying that he was a Huragan engineer, who introduced himself to everyone gathered. He asked a guy named Ronnie not to be silent and to say hello too. After this, Curran received another greeting message from Ole. Leaning on the railing, the blonde looked into the transparent screen, thinking that among them only the leader seemed more or less normal. Lowering his head, Huragan smiled a little, imagining protective armor in his head. He said he heard that the guy was hoping to make custom magic armor. He noted that the skills of those gathered in this chat are not inferior to any workshop. Curran frowned and then asked if he was sure about this. Two of the engineers kept their ears open when Huragan asked if it was possible that he didn't trust them because they weren't from the Magic Empire. The guy with elven ears wrote that although there are few original technologies, after purchasing their products he will understand that they will never become obsolete. The man in the white fox mask noted that Curran must have written to them because he already knew about everything, and if he was just going to chat, then he should leave. The blonde furrowed his brows, thinking that their reaction was much sharper than he expected. He noted that they seemed to be well aware of the Empire. Cynernix, sitting at the table, waved his hand when his friend wrote that they naturally pay attention to her, since they say that everything except their product is fake. The brunette said that now is not the situation to speak in a raised tone, because Mr. Curran also did not pursue such goals when he spoke. The blonde disputed his words, wrote that everything was correct. Looking down at the screen with arrogant eyes, he said that he had doubts since the number of engineers was insignificant, and he was not sure that they would be able to maintain the stated level. Imagining the stack of blueprints in his head, Huragan asked if the blonde had seen the manual they gave him. The guy responded positively, saying they were excellent. In particular, the heavy light model accomplished the impossible task of increasing performance and reducing weight. The Amicat engineer poked his cheek through his mask, puzzled, thinking that the client must be joking with them, because a second ago he said that he had doubts. His left eye flashing, Curran grinned contentedly, thinking that Alphyskin's intentions were not for him to make a deal with them. With dark images of the four engineers in his mind, he thought that his goal was to penetrate the depths of their souls, gradually closing the distance. Imagining in his head a huge building with a blue seal flickering above it, the blonde wrote that he had heard that that model was not inferior to the Imperial one, but he only used their models from Dispeller to Hellfire 3rd generation. The guy with glasses laughed at his confidence in the Empire's weapons. A red-haired, freckled engineer named Ronnie Stork tapped his index fingers together, puzzled, saying that these products were good nonetheless. Huragan wrote that he thinks the Dispeller is a good thing, and the Hellfire, although well made, however. The guy with glasses answered for him, saying that its price does not justify the quality, and for the same cost they can do better. Smiling widely, waved his hand and said that they were right here. Huragan pursed his lips and rested his chin on his fist with a sad look when the blonde wrote that if you take into account the bad environment, it does not go beyond the level of failure and sells well. The engineer wondered why he kept saying something so unpleasant. Looking at the screen with a satisfied face, Darran began to wave his hand when Huragan asked for his final opinion. He replied that he knew that they were the best engineers, and no workshop could achieve such excellent results on such a scale. A guy with elven ears and glasses named Numizitron looked at his screen with concern when the blonde wrote in the chat that he needed something other than ordinary magic armor. He asked what he needed in this case. Opening his mouth slightly, Darran confidently answered that he needed a 4th generation. Hearing these words, Huragan perked up in shock. Looking at the screen with a satisfied smile on his face, the blonde waved his hand, saying that he wanted the 4th generation magic armor. The brown-haired man touched his neck in alarm, fearing that there had been a leak of information. The guy in the white mask with long hair was also perplexed, suggesting that the customer needed a design for the armor. In the engineer's chat, a message from a brown-haired man and a blonde man appeared. The first asked if anyone had told about the development of 4th generation armor. The second denied everything, calling the leader crazy. He touched his chin with his hand, seeing a message from the guy with glasses that they would immediately try to remove them from their leading positions if they found out about their plans. Then the leader suggested something. Ronnie scaredly refused. When they started to suspect him, the guy adjusted his glasses and said that the suspect was too stupid for such shenanigans, and the blonde man insisted on believing him. The leader crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the chat, realizing that this really wasn't Ronnie. The masked guy raised his index finger, remembering the cybernetic guy, suggesting that he was the cause of the leak, but the brown-haired guy replied that the suspect knew nothing. The guy with glasses wrote that he agreed, because such matters had never been discussed with him. The leader with protective glasses in his hands, understanding, the customer simply pointed his finger at the sky. Everyone else agreed with him in the chat. He covered his mouth with the edge of his hand, telling the client that he had understood everything wrong. The blonde looked sternly at the control panel, saying that they took him for an idiot, when they tried to correct him, saying that the third generation of armor was the last. The main character leaned his hand on the railing, explaining that he was aware to the same extent as the others, when they turned to him with bewilderment. Ronnie's answer to the question of why the third generation is better than others in every way is that the branium material is very durable. The young man presented such armor, explaining that magical armor had become the star of the battlefield, because it could be spelled. He also explained in the chat that he was wondering whether armor made from fraudulent metal could be called progress. The guy with glasses tensed, realizing that he was telling the truth, because such a reservation is not even considered the third, because the real one has not yet come out. The blonde spread his arms, there were gears behind him, and he himself stated that success must be in other areas in order to be called progress. He presented a huge magical round sphere, citing the improvement of the power unit as an example. The guy in the mask tensed, touching his chin with his fingers, realizing that his thoughts were similar to theirs, although no one had thought about the fourth generation yet. The guy noticed someone approaching a female silhouette. Standing up straight, he gesticulated that design wasn't the only thing he wanted to do when trying to make an investment pitch. He prepared to leave the chat, calling their reaction a waste of time, but the leader tried to stop him. He received a notification that he had left the chat. He looked at the approaching female figure. It was Selena, a red-haired girl in a black dress with a cutout and blue eyes. She crossed her arms, standing nearby, wondering why the blonde was standing here alone, to which she received the answer that the blonde simply decided to think. She asked him back in bewilderment when he announced that today was her official debut. The main character looked at her, clarifying about secular society. The girl agreed, but clarified that it was not exactly the first. Selena looked at the guy who was looking at the guests from the balcony, declaring that high society was a fun place, especially for him and her. He imagined a picture of how a crowd of suitors surrounded the girl while the guy stood aside, declaring that it was worth giving into the experience at least once, indulging in fun and pleasure. The girl was surprised when he said that she shouldn't get carried away with this. She, of course, asked what it was about. The blonde waved his hand dismissively at her to leave, saying that one day she would understand. She was indignant. She clenched her teeth in anger. Selena turned around angrily as the guy stared after her, clenching his hands into fists, asking if he thought she would leave if he said so. She walked away offended, realizing that he had humiliated her twice. Her face darkened with anger. She thought that she would not tolerate this anymore. The girl in a short black dress and a cloak on top approached with her arms crossed. Her blonde hair barely touched her shoulders. She made the guy turn around, asking about that red-haired Selena. She looked at him sternly, saying that she was very sticky for a simple acquaintance. She saw the red-haired woman among the crowd, suggesting that she regretted what, in relation to the young man, offering to get rid of it. She enthusiastically began telling the surprised guy about hormones and the spiritual connection spell, while he was glad that they had not collided. The blonde stood in front of the girl, his hands at his sides, about to talk about what he asked. He nonchalantly answered her question that he had nothing special in mind. The blonde girl approached him, sarcastically claiming that he was going to do something. The young man denied everything, looking at her disapprovingly. When asked who the redhead was, the blonde replied that she was from the Lupever family. He grimaced with displeasure when she suggested that he wanted to become related to them, to which the guy flatly replied that he hated this family. The girl looked down from the balcony and pointed there with her finger. Selena stood in front of the table with her elbow raised. Darran sharply slammed his glass on the table, shouting. He jumped up abruptly, drunkenly looking at the floor, swearing at the main character's family. He grabbed his granddaughter's hand and pulled him along. Together they confidently walked to the count who was communicating with the guests. The knight attacked him screaming, not understanding how he raised his children. Darran raised the girl's hand, showing the abrasion under the glove. Levitin frowned, clarifying whether his son had actually done this. He tried to explain something to the angry knight who was accelerating at a half-turn. Darran frowned angrily when the count began to ask him to calm down. The gray-haired knight shouted to the whole hall for him to shut up. This clearly attracted the king's attention. The blonde girl also noticed the aura. The blonde frowned, seriously watching what was happening. A clear white aura appeared around the knight. Surrounded by an aura, he stood next to his granddaughter, speaking displeasantly about their family. A white glove fell on the floor in front of the count, which meant a challenge to a duel. Levitin put his hands forward, again trying to calm down the gray-haired man standing opposite him, holding his granddaughter by the hand. He looked away, speaking completely unflatteringly about his family. When he realized everything, he opened his eyes wide. The count was furious, but it was too late to realize that he had misspoken. The blonde girl brought her mouth to her face, poking the boy with her finger. The count's daughters tried to calm the warrior, restraining him from both sides when he raised his glove. The blonde just remained silent while the girl looked at him. He grabbed her wrist as you were about to leave. The girl turned around, not understanding anything, because the young man told her not to act. She looked in shock at the guy who told her to stay and not interfere. The king approached the men. Crossing his arms over his chest, he offered to settle everything here and now. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, thinking that now the king had gone crazy. The last rays of the setting sun were shining on the palace, and the king proposed his candidacy as seconds. Mello jumped out of the crowd, urging them not to let a misunderstanding that arose while they were drunk lead to a duel. He asked Darran if he was drunk, to which he received a negative answer. The knight clenched his hand into a fist, confidently declaring that he would not turn back, since the enemy agreed to the duel. The count angrily raised his gloved hand while his daughters tried to restrain him, and he said that he would not hide behind imaginary nobility. Kendall Lisker also leaned out of the crowd, trying to stop the duel. The king answered his concern that he could simply provide them with protection. All the guests gasped in shock at what was happening. The girl put her hands on. Railing, he looked at the blonde with indignation, asking how he could stand idle. The young man carefully watched what was happening, not paying attention to her words. He looked at the man and woman from the same family, realizing that this is a great opportunity for them to assert themselves. The girl tried to call out, "Die," looking at him. The young man looked at the guests, realizing that no one else wants to intercede. He clasped his fingers together, leaning his elbows on the railing, realizing that this was a good chance. He said with a smile that this way he could find out who a true friend and who isn't. All the guests gathered in the training arena on the first night squad. People looked at the count as he climbed into the arena with weapons. His foot confidently walked on. The opponent's legs also, without hesitation, walked towards place. The men stood opposite each other. The duel should be legendary. Boy, the girl, and she stood on the balcony while she declared that the knight had been out of shape for a long time. She saw a lion behind the marquee, realizing that a lion remains a lion. That's what he different from the graph, so everything needs to stop. Blonde once again stated that everything was fine. The king sat in front of the guards and raised his hand to announce duel. The count stood in a fighting position. The marquis pulled out his sword, saying that he would allow him to attack first. Levitin clenched the hilt of the sword, and there was a yellow aura around the sword. He stood in a stance, showing a golden aura. The count attacked the enemy. He struck his opponent with a blow, but he managed to restrain him. Darran smiled at his opponent. Their swords began to deflect each other's attacks. The marquis swung at the count. The count also swung his sword towards his opponent. A bright light surrounded them. They fought with dignity, repelling the attacks. Levitin swung his sword with a shout. He was confident in himself. He was of legendary rank. The marquis frowned angrily, expecting the blow. Their weapons collided together again, creating powerful shock waves. The men held back each other's blows. The knight declared that he had given him so much freedom in vain, smiling disgustingly. Suddenly a flash of light appeared between them. They were scared. The opponents bounced away from each other a little. Levitin looked at him displeasantly, holding the sword in his hand. He was quite surprised. Suddenly, the tip of the opponent's blade glowed brightly. He used the aura blade with a victory cry. As if maddened, he swung his sword at his opponent. The count put out his sword, preparing to defend himself. Their weapons collided and a strong wind arose. He reached the spectator stands, being quite strong. There were many explosions and flashes of light at the scene of the duel. The marquis dodged his opponent's blow. Levitin bared his teeth angrily, realizing that the opponent would take advantage of the legendary rank by increasing the distance between them. He introduced a pyramid of ranks. The difference between legendary and heroic is not insurmountable. The silhouette of a man fell defeated to the ground. If the rank is lower than the awakened one, then they cannot overcome the aura blade. Next stood a man with an aura blade. He explained that with a heroic rank, it can be used with a certain reduction in quality. The marquis attacked his opponent with a scream. Its shockwave had a huge scope. All spectators were horrified by this picture. The guests screamed, not understanding what was happening. A powerful whirlwind arose in the arena. The wind caused some kind of rockfall, from which the men tried to escape. Several stones fell on the guardsman's shield. He immediately ordered the protection of the king who was behind, who was laughing carefree. The Marquis's feet walked on small stones on the floor. He stood opposite his opponent, warning him that he should have simply apologized. The wounded count was still standing with a sword in his hands. His shoulders and legs were covered in wounds. He sighed heavily, trying to catch his breath. A fresh wound on the leg was bleeding. It was clearly visible through the torn tissue. Darran threw his sword over his shoulder, saying that the time of lightening his family had passed, asking how long he would receive special treatment for his person. He raised his sword. Swinging, he created a powerful shock wave. The wind knocked down one of the columns. The count squinted at the dust that flew straight into his eyes. He stood in front of a large crack in the floor, listening to the threats. The girl still looked at the fierce fight, offering to stop the match. The blonde's question confused her. He asked why stop the duel, crossing his arms over his chest. With a smile, he decided to see what would happen if the younger one won this fight, but she called the words nonsense. He confidently asked whether it was necessary to stop the match, because some kind of pretext was needed for this. He looked at the wounded father who was holding the sword tightly with both hands, saying that it would be strange if it turned out that the elder one was beaten unilaterally by the younger one. Leviathan raised the sword in front of his face and imagined the image of Li Jiham looking at him, thinking that the process of training under the guidance of the sun god had been going on for the past 3 days, and having solved the mystery that had plagued him for so many years, he had finally managed to overcome Wall. The man opened his eyes, thinking that now it was time to let everyone know. He gritted his teeth, swung his blade at the Marquis, and ended his thought by thinking that he had become one more step closer to his father, who was his idol. The Marquis frowned, held his sword in front of him, and activated his aura shield. Leviathan's sword cut through the air with a golden flash. The man from the podium looked down in surprise, asking how this was possible. Watching from the podium as Leviathan smashed the Marquis's shield into pieces, he ended his sentence by saying that the aura blade shattered the shield. The Marquis jumped back with a scream from the man who swung his hand. Thick dust rose in the arena. A human silhouette appeared in this haze. Leviathan held the hilt of his sword tightly. He held the blade slightly out, looking at it with confidence. Darran stood next to the shocked Sierra while the crowd below cheered, saying that, after all, the Count of Steel had finally achieved his goal, and that this was surprising, because he was already over 40. The girl asked if the man had a legendary rank. The young man looked down with a slight smile while the girl asked how it happened. Darran held his bloody shoulder with his hand. He looked at the head of the Steelguard family, saying that he understood why the man was so confident. His blade glowed with a blue aura. The man put the weapon in front of him, the dust swirled around him, and he said that this is why he will not give up so easily. The opponents stood opposite each other. The Marquis, gritting his teeth, rushed at his opponent holding his sword in front of him. He dealt a direct blow, which Leviathan defended against with his blade. The head of the family could hardly hold back the Marquis's attack. Suddenly, with one movement, he threw the enemy several meters away. The man frowned as he moved to attack. The Marquis looked at his approaching opponent. The opponents crossed swords, from which aura emanated in different directions. The king sat on the throne with his head resting on his hand. Chamberlain stood next to him, asking that now that it was known that the head of the Steelguard family had a legendary rank, should they stop the duel. The men moved around the arena, delivering blow after blow. The king replied that until they stopped themselves, no one could force them to stop fighting. With a cry, the Steel Count raised his sword behind his head, towering over the Marquis. While in the air, the man threw a blow, which the Marquis was able to stop. After the balls touched, a shock wave went out on both sides. Both swords trembled a little as they touched each other. Darran thought that the opponent was able to use the modified aura to break through the aura shields, and at the same time, he could use the real aura blade to suppress the modified aura. Looking at his opponent's face, he mentally called him cunning, after which he wondered how he continued to hide the fact that he had a legendary rank until this moment. Leviathan looked in front of him with a slight grin. The Marquis thought that it was in vain to consider him a yellow-throated chick. The head of the Steelguard family remembered how his son handed him the blue book. The man was sitting on the bed, holding a book in his hands. Curran stood next to him. Leviathan asked him what kind of book it was, to which the young man replied that it was a story of destruction and overcoming self-defense. The guy said with a smile that he would like to give him some of the advanced martial arts techniques, but they are not suitable for basic training, and, be that as it may, he can use all the techniques described in this book against the enemy without much difficulty, having a legendary rank. The man came out of his memories and, striking with a blade, mentally thanked his son, adding that thanks to him, he was able to force the Marquis, who had been a knight of legendary rank for 10 years, to retreat and, most likely, would even be able to defeat him. The Marquis had difficulty holding his aura shield, which was covered with cracks from the blow of the Steel Count. Darran jumped back, the aura shield breaking into many pieces. Looking in shock at the crumbling fragments, he thought that he was inferior in terms of young blood and youthful spirit, but also could not maintain his advantage in technical aspects. Sliding along the ground, he thought that no matter how you look at it, he still lived longer. The men stood opposite each other, holding weapons in their hands. The Marquis thought that he had many times more mana reserves. The opponents rushed at each other. They swung at each other in rage. The Marquis shouted the name of the enemy. Their swords collided, causing a strong flash to form, with an aura emanating from the point of impact. Clouds of dust hovered above the arena. The king looked ahead, asking how it all ended. He opened his eyes in surprise. People in the stands looked at the arena in shock. The girl covered her face. The man standing next to her called it nonsense. Leviathan stood menacingly over the defeated Marquis, and the man from the podium asked in surprise how such a result was even possible. Darran covered his mouth with his hand, from which blood was flowing, and asked in shock how this happened. The Steel Earl introduced the medicinal root, saying with a smile that it was all because having a good son is a blessing, after which he thought that the 10,000-year-old medicinal herbs that his son gave him have an amazing effect, and the energy accumulated in his belly is now superior Marquis' mana amount. Standing opposite his defeated enemy, he wondered with delight what progress he could make if he fully assimilated the knowledge he had acquired, and then asked the Marquis if he was going to continue the fight. The man looked down in surprise. After the Marquis refused him, the Steel Earl said that he could not understand what he was saying, and then asked him to say it properly. Darran clenched his teeth tightly after the man asked him to speak clearly and distinctly. The Marquis raised his hand to his chest and sharply shouted that he had lost, and that he had crushed him to smithereens, adding that he no longer had the strength to fight, after which he asked if he was satisfied. He looked up in surprise at the winner due to the fact that the Steel Earl asked him to admit that what he said earlier was a common mistake and for him to take back his words. The Marquis asked what it meant. Leviathan sternly told him that the Steelguard family never acted cowardly. The image of Seakan hung over him, after which the Count said that this concerns not only him, but also his father. The Marquis frowned, clenched his teeth, and, thinking that he had to be persistent, said that he was taking back his words. Leviathan closed his eyes with a smile as he listened to Darran say what a loser could even say, adding that the Steelguard family does not know what cowardice is, and the head is no exception in this regard, after which he thanked him for what he said. The Count of Steel walked away step by step from his kneeling enemy. The Marquis frowned with annoyance and, calling it a curse, thought about how humiliating it was, because he tried with all his might to outdo the Steel Count, but in the end lost to his son. The Marquis imagined himself kneeling, defeated, in front of a shield with the Steelguard crest. Light clouds of dust hovered around the arena. Darran thought that at the end of the fierce battle, victory went to his father, who managed to reach the legendary rank. A girl dressed as a maid was carrying a plate of food. The guy continued to think that after some time, the suspended banquet resumed again. Curran and Darran looked around in surprise, standing behind the smiling Leviathan. A crowd of people at the banquet surrounded them. People greeted the Count. The guy mentally added that the atmosphere was completely different from what it had been before. The guy was standing on the balcony next to Kendall. The man looked down at the banquet, saying that no matter where you look, everyone around is like hyenas, because they understand that we are talking about the legendary rank, so they surrounded the Count to appear in a more favorable light. The young man looked at his father while the man said that if he had lost, he would have been treated extremely coldly, to which he replied that it was their nature. He introduced Kendall and Mello, after which he said that he was grateful that earlier he and his uncle had come forward and expressed their opinion on this matter. The man asked what was the use of being a good friend, because in the end it turned out that this was a duel that was not it was necessary to try to stop, to which the guy responded negatively, thinking that thanks to the situation that had arisen, he had reaped a decent harvest, finding out who was the enemy and who was the friend. The guy remembered Sierra, turned and asked the man if something had happened to her, because she suddenly turned pale and left abruptly, leaving everything else to him, to which the man replied that he did not know and could not say for sure. Leviathan stood in the crowd with a smile and said something. Kendall added that he was glad to see that his father's illness had receded, because when he heard that he was sick, he thought that everything with his blood flow had become even worse. Suddenly the man looked down in surprise. Albert sat alone at the table with a glass of wine. The man asked if it had been 2 years since Kuntz disappeared, after which he said that the Marquis still looked very sad. Albert looked ahead, Iran. He thought about how he thought the Marquis looked sad in his uncle's eyes. Albert stood up, resting his hands on the table. The guy added that he clearly saw that the man was nervous. The Marquis began to approach the guy's father, and his uncle asked out loud, turning to him, what was wrong with him? The Count of Steel turned to Albert, who congratulated him on his achievement. The man said that they had not seen the Marquis for a long time. The guy's father turned to the Marquis while he said that. As he looked, the old saying turned out to be absolutely true, to which the man asked what he was talking about. Levitin listened in surprise as he said that misfortune always haunts happiness, and it seems that the Count is no exception. After which the Steel Count thought that he did not come to congratulate, but to start an argument. The Marquis looked at the man sternly as he asked what he meant, after which he replied that he had raised his child to be a traitor, asking if he knew that his youngest son was hiding a traitor. Darran looked down from the balcony. The guy's father looked at the Marquis in shock, asking what he was suddenly talking about. Albert introduced Sylvia, saying that he was talking about Raina Bailey, who is now called Sylvia, adding that he was informed that the daughter of a traitor is his son's assistant. Levitin turned to the king, who asked what the Marquis had just said about the traitor. The king stood with his arms crossed. The man turned to his majesty. Days menacingly repeated his question about the traitor. The Earl of Steel stood opposite the king walking towards them. Albert said that, of course, hunting down traitors is the job of the royal knights. However, he, as his subject, could not sit idly by, so in the end he allowed himself to take such actions. The royal advisor approached his majesty while he was trying to remember what name of the traitors they were talking about. Saying that it seemed familiar to him, the advisor asked if he had forgotten. A bloody guillotine stood against a demonic silhouette. The advisor said that the entire family was beheaded after they turned out to be possessed by the devil and were preparing an uprising. Albert listened with a slight smile as the king said that it was a family of large merchants, but in the end, it was not possible to find the granddaughter of the head of the family. So, it seems to him, it is urgent to arrest her, to which the Marquis replied that he may not worry. The king struck hand in hand with a smile, while the man said that his subordinates were just leading her here. Days said that his speed was pleasing. Curran watched with concern from the balcony while the king said that it would be better to put an end to this as soon as all interested parties got together, after which he asked where the guy was now. The young man thought that this was not even an interdimensional deal, but they were going to go for broke. Kendall looked at the guy who approached him and said that he could trust him with this. The guy approached them step by step along the red floor. A crowd of people looked at the guy passing by, whispering that if the suspicions turned out to be true, wouldn't it be a huge blow for Steelguard? But if everything turned out to be the opposite, then the Albert family would be under attack. However, taking into account the fact that the Steel Count had risen to legendary rank, certain concerns arise, since simply keeping it under control is not enough. Levitin looked at his son with concern, turning to him while the crowd whispered that thus, all circumstances indicated that the Marquis's words were true. The guy walked past his father, standing opposite his majesty. The door opened slightly, and the face of a frightened Sylvia appeared in it, asking to be let go. The knights led her into the hall. Everyone gathered looked at her. The girl asked not to touch her. The king said that this side had also come. The knights roughly threw the girl to the ground. She stood up, squinting in pain. Suddenly she looked ahead in fear. Curran, Levitin, Albert and Days looked at her. The guy looked at her while she was addressing him, and thought that her whole body was covered in bruises and abrasions. Suddenly the royal wizard walked forward. The guy and girl looked at the king, who said that they should proceed. The wizard obeyed the order. The magician of the 6 rings, Savro, in the service of the royal house, walked up and put his hand on the girl's head while she asked what he was doing. A green magic circle shone above his hand and he said that he would not harm her. The magic circle began to dissolve in the air. The king put his hand forward, pointing at the girl, after the magician said that he could begin the interrogation. His Majesty asked if she was an assistant to the head of the trading house. The girl looked at him. The wounds on her body disappeared. His Majesty said that this fact was probably known to everyone, and therefore they should skip it. He said menacingly that they would move on to the most important thing. The girl sat on her lap while Days asked if she was Raina Bailey, the only survivor of the family. Suddenly her eye turned red. Savro raised his hand, saying that the king, of course, remembers, but he will repeat again that when the eye turns red, it means that the speakers are extremely excited, after which he added that in this case, it seems to him, this can be taken as an affirmative answer. The king raised his hand to his chin and looked up thoughtfully. The Steel Earl looked at him and said that this fact does not mean that she is definitely that girl. The man looked back in surprise at the approaching Marquis, who said that he had a witness confirming this fact. The Count clenched his teeth and looked menacingly at the man standing next to him, while the king told him to quickly call a witness. Albert looked at the magician, asking if he could turn to him for help first. Savro held out his wand, looking at the girl, and said that if he meant a spell that changed appearance, then it would be dispelled immediately. The pendant on the girl's chest rose up to the rod and became covered with cracks while Sylvia looked at it in fear. The pendant shattered and the girl exclaimed in fear. The hair on her head began to change color, becoming blonde, and the color of her eyes also began to change to blue. The girl looked at her hands in surprise after her appearance returned to its original form. Rayhan approached her from behind while she was talking about her appearance. The head of the trading company bowed before the king, after which he introduced himself and greeted His Majesty. Daze looked at him, asking how he knew about this matter, to which the man said that his company had a close business relationship with their family for some time. Savro looked at the girl and said that in her true form she was like 2 peas in a pod like her trader mother, adding that it seemed to him that the merchant's words were true. Rayhan put his hand to his face in annoyance. The girl looked at him angrily. He said that the memories of them still live in his memory, because who would have thought that such people would commit such a terrible act, to which Sylvia shouted that he should not, he was talking nonsense, because he is an enemy of their family. The king listened thoughtfully as the merchant said that in all her appearance she looked like members of the family of those who called on the devil and were mired in evil, after which His Majesty said that in this case, the problem lies in the son of the Steel Earl, who was hiding the traitor. Albert interrupted Day's words about what if he said he didn't know, saying that it would still be tantamount to treason. Darran looked confidently in front of him. The Marquis added that the guy, of course, knew perfectly well who she was. The king looked at the girl, who said that the CEO did not know this, and then ordered her to remain silent. His Majesty turned to the Marquis, asking whether he knew or not, to which the man replied that during his investigation, he heard from a former member of the underworld that a woman with a similar name worked in the organization's brothel 2 years ago. He imagined an image of Sylvia standing sadly behind a guy with a sword, wearing a cloak, and he added that one day she suddenly disappeared, and according to rumors, a mysterious aura user killed the gang members, robbed the chest and took her somewhere. Albert looked back at Arun and said that, however, in the current trading company there is not only an assistant with that name, but also a character who became an aura user 2 years ago. Sylvia was horrified when he asked if it was too weird to just be a coincidence. The king rubbed his beard thoughtfully, saying that everything fits together too perfectly to be a coincidence. He frowned menacingly and ordered the guy to answer. The guards pointed their weapons at Arun and Levadan, while the king asked why he decided to get close to the traitor in the first place. Daze turned to the guy while he was thinking about the fact that on the continent, conspiracy to commit treason is a representative crime subject to the system of determining guilt by complicity. Curran and Darran stood back to back, while the king asked if the guy harbored a grudge against him. Curran fearfully wondered why everything turned out this way. Darran clenched her teeth, thinking that her father had finally recovered. Guards surrounded the frightened girls as they wondered what the other accusations of treason were. Levadan frowned and gritted his teeth, thinking that his youngest son could not be planning treason. And it turns out that this was also a trap set by Marquis Albert. He turned to his son, asking himself what he should do. Arun broke into a stupid smile. His father turned to him. The guy turned to the Marquis, asking if his logical chain was that if you help a traitor, then you yourself become one, to which Albert replied that this is so, and that there is no point in evading answers. The young man raised his hand and said that he also agreed with this, because when it comes to treason, the scope of punishment should be wide to serve as an example. Rayhan listened in surprise as the guy said that if someone who was falsely accused of treason is accused of something similar again, then the whole system will be meaningless, because this, after all, is a deception of the royal house. The man wondered what he wanted to say. The guy stood in front of the guards, asking if this had not been clearly said by his own lips. He imagined how people understand hands against the background of the system window, and thought that the interdimensional agreement in the all-in system is the largest bet that a merchant can make, and after it the inventory functions are blocked, and the losing party promises to delete the account. He smiled broadly, mentally asking if there was any know-how that would allow him to never lose on such a bet. He looked ahead with a confident smile and, thinking that for this you need to bet on yourself only when you are confident in your victory, asked if there would be any mitigation. The doors of the hall opened slightly. The knights of the prosecutor's hall entered the room. Janet said that he would like to apologize for their intrusion into such a wonderful banquet. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. Albert looked at them in shock as the crowd whispered that Sir Genitz himself had come to lead, and then wondered what that meant. The Knights of the Corps walked past the crowd, and the man mentally asked why the mad dog came there. When the king's knights from different directions pointed their spears at Arun and Lebanon, those present in the hall began to whisper quietly, asking what all this meant and who was this traitor. Pursing his lips, the Marquis looked around, listening to the guests' quiet questions about whether Albert or Steelguard were traitors. Remembering a moment from a recent duel, he thought that he did not know what Mad Dog brought. However, a duel between two warriors could have been safely avoided. He looked at the puzzled Lebanon, who had blades pointed at him from all sides. He thought that the fact that the king allowed the duel meant that he viewed them as a thorn in his side. He thought that this was precisely why he wanted to find fault with them at all costs, so that later he would be able to do as he pleased. Zenith smiled and bowed his head as Days noted that he didn't look like someone who was late to the banquet, then asked what brought him here. The man replied that cases involving treason are serious matters that must be reported at any time. Extending his hand, which contained the envelope, he asked permission to report that a few days ago he had received an anonymous letter. The king rubbed his chin thoughtfully as Zenitz added that the sender wished to reveal the truth about the incident that led to the death of the family 9 years ago. Mad Dog clutched the envelope in his hand as Days commented, saying that only the Bailey's family incident had taken place back then. He confirmed what had been said and noted that he had only one question regarding what happened then. The guests began to whisper again when the man asked why they took such a step at the very height of their commercial success. With a sharp smile on his face, Zenitz turned to the ruler as he clenched his hand into a fist and asked how it could know what was on the minds of these demon minions. He added that, for some reason, he still has the feeling that he continues to sympathize with them. The Mad Dog replied that everything was wrong, and treason was a serious, unforgivable crime. Raising his hand to his chin, the king looked at the floor with a puzzled face as the man revealed that after conducting an investigation, he had discovered a truth that shocked him. Days asked him what kind of truth this is. Zenitz glanced at the overlord and said that the whole truth was that there was someone behind this incident. Glancing at the two Steelguard men who were being threatened with guns, he said that the cart was here now. Loud exclamations were heard from the royal palace, which had already fallen under the cover of darkness. Some people were shocked by the man's skills, while others were simply discouraged. One of the men exclaimed in surprise that Zenitz had figured out that a warlock was present, and the guy next to him happily commented that this was simply brilliant. The Mad Dog stood with a satisfied face and smiled widely, listening to the praise addressed to him that one could not count on anything less. He opened one eye slightly, wondering if everyone had this reaction. The man was extremely puzzled when he encountered many indifferent faces in the hall. He turned his gaze to Arun, who stood with a dissatisfied expression and waved his hand, saying that he had already mentioned the false accusations. Gritting his teeth, the king waved his hand indifferently when Zenitz asked if he would allow him to call a witness. He said he could come in. Having stepped onto the red carpet, the man sat down on one knee. Bowing his head, Zirkle introduced himself to the king and greeted him. He looked at the floor with his lips pursed when Days asked what relationship he had with the suspect. The blonde with a calm face listened to the words of the instructor that 2 years ago he was in charge of the class in which Arun Steelguard studied. Raina raised her eyebrows and looked at the man with a sad look while he said that after he accidentally met this girl, he helped him a lot. Looking at the floor with upset eyes, he recalled how in his youth he held hands with his mother Raina, after which he said that she had once been his lover. The guillotine appeared before his eyes when Zirkle said that he could not protect their love, and later the woman was called a traitor and sentenced to death. Remembering in his head the image of Rayhan, next to whom there was a crying Raina, the man said that he kidnapped a young girl and sold her to a brothel, and Arun simply listened to this story and decided to help. He added that therefore, if the crime is treason, then this applies only to the one who hid the truth from everyone. The king rubbed his chin with his hand with a thoughtful look when the instructor finished telling him in words that everything was like this. Days began to say that these were the circumstances. Zirkle, sweat pouring down his face, turned gloomy when the ruler said that even if everything was so, it would still be the same as betraying him. The man sadly replied that he really was sorry. Looking at the floor with sad eyes, he recalled his time with Raina, saying that for the past 9 years he sincerely believed that the Bailey's family had been falsely accused. He raised his hand and stuck out his index finger, saying that the real culprit in all this was. The bald man with a scar on his head jumped back in shock when the instructor said that Rayhan was to blame for everything. Zenitz lifted the black folder as the merchant started pointing his finger at Circle, exclaiming indignantly that he couldn't dare accuse him without any evidence. Mad Dog said that there is indeed evidence. When the king took the black folder in his hand with a surprised face, Rayhan shouted that this was all not true. Daze asked, "What is this?" With a sidelong glance at the instructor standing behind him, Zenitz said that this was the ledger of the Bailey's trading company. He added that at the time they thought the book was lost, but it turned out that it was in his possession, and in it they discovered systematic theft by Rayhan from the joint venture. The merchant stood with round eyes, his mouth slightly open in shock. When Mad Dog said that the following was the official letter of protest from the Bale family, he wondered how the instructor ended up with this book. Looking at the moderate Zenitz with a satisfied face, he thought about whether he could not have noticed that he was sniffing around for something. The man added that at that time Rayhan would have simply gone bankrupt without the help of the Bailey's family. An image of a bald man running away with a bag of money appeared in his head. Mad Dog said he likely saved his business by wasting his investment money. He added that when the Bailey's family saw his real personality and stood in his way, they became a thorn in his side. The Marquis of Albert, looking at the king, decided to enter into conversation when the ruler noted that this was enough to serve as motivation for enmity. The Marquis asked Daze not to forget that the Bailey's family worshipped the devil. The guests, with stunned faces, began to whisper to each other again when the man added that now it did not matter what kind of relationship he had with Rayhan, and they agreed. Watching what was happening with a calm expression on his face, the blonde thought that even if something else was about to appear, it would not be enough, and they had already played their roles. While Meryl was guarding the room with Sari on her head, Irun continued to work hard and help his father for the last 3 days. Standing in front of the open door with his arms crossed, he met the only people who had access to the secret room. The two people were Zenitz and Javis. Mad Dog was needed to turn the tide at the right moment, while Javis, sorting through papers, took on the task of collecting information and recruiting witnesses. Irun looked at the man who had arrived in the hall, thinking that he was his greatest preparation, and this was the last thing left. Putting his hand to his chest, Kendall stepped forward and addressed the king, saying that he wanted to report a serious crime that could not be ignored. Turning his attention to the man, Daze rubbed his chin and asked what happened this time. Kendall said that he was referring to the previously mentioned Rayhan, who treated the concept of loyalty in a treacherous manner by falsely accusing a companion. He waved his palm, after which it was enveloped in a turquoise aura. People began to turn around in confusion as her light enveloped Rayhan, causing him to scream loudly. Saber started pointing his finger and shouting at the man doing magic. Truthfully, how dare he use magic in front of the king? He asked for forgiveness for his tactlessness. The magician looked to the side, puzzled, and froze. Coda Rayhan began to take on a purple hue, and his limbs began to increase in size. A moment later, a huge purple monster stood in the ballroom, which was actually a merchant. Kendall noted that demons are a serious problem that falls under the jurisdiction of the Magic Tower. After Rayhan's appearance changed, the faces of Marquis Albert and Daze became distorted in horror. The banquet guests began to run out of the room in fear, shouting that they needed to hide quickly. Knights with careless faces lined up around the discouraged king after receiving orders for his protection. Daze wondered how this was even possible. While the monster, clenching his sharp teeth, looked at his palms, sending curses, the king asked if all this time he had been summoned by demons. Darran raised his hand behind his head and put it on his neck when the merchant shouted that since he, too, was summoning demons, then they should die together. The guy noted that Rayhan is trying to shift the blame onto him due to the fact that he himself was driven into a corner. Kendall waved his palms, which were enveloped in a bright aura, when Daze turned to him and asked him to check the blonde just in case. The man touched Irun's chest with his hand, and a magical seal appeared under his palm. The puzzled monster was horrified when the magician loudly announced that the guy was not a demon summoner. The blonde looked up at the merchant with a satisfied look and grinned when he began to shout indignantly that this was a fictitious check, since he saw everything with his own eyes. All this time, the guy was affected by the necromancy concealment skill, and he mentally noted that he never thought that the thing unexpectedly received from the blue-eyed warlock would be used in this way. Rayhan stood with his mouth open in fear, and sweat flowed down his cheek when knights began to surround him after he ordered that, in addition to the bodyguards, they should rush to the attack. At this moment, the monster regretted joining Albert. He felt as if he were in a swamp from which it was impossible to get out, and a feeling of defeat enveloped his entire body. He thought that his whole life was maintained through dirty tricks to satisfy evil. He wondered if such a pitiful end awaited him. As knights with guns surrounded him on all sides, Rayhan muttered that he couldn't end up like this. Reyna, who was sitting on the floor, showed horror in her eyes as a huge shadow loomed over her. Stretching out his huge clawed hand, the merchant ran towards her, shouting in anger that he would never accept such an end. A white aura began to hover around the sword blade. Making a sharp lunge, Curran dealt Rayhan several cutting blows that took his life. When the blood gushed in different directions, the monster froze in a silent scream, and his eyes turned black. Reyna, whose dress was covered in scarlet liquid, froze with her face twisted in fear and her mouth wide open. At this moment, one of the knights looked puzzledly at his hands, which should have held a sword, and asked where it had gone. Lowering the weapon, around which a white aura was blazing, Curran said that he would like to spend a long time cutting it into pieces. But, unfortunately, it did not work out. Casting a sidelong glance back, he said goodbye to Rayhan. Blood gushed out in different directions again when the guy called him a demon summoner. The magicians gathered in a large circle and burned the body of the monster on the training ground of the royal palace. One of the magicians stood with outstretched arms, releasing violet flames, while the main one ordered not to let down his vigilance until there was no trace of him left. The two figures watched as the fiery dome enveloped the Raikach's body. One of them noted that this year the banquet was short, and the second person said that it could not be considered a banquet at all. Remembering the battle of the two knights and the accusations of Albert, Mello lowered his head, saying that he would remain in his memory for the rest of his life, and this applies to both the duel and the Marquis. Kendall was also looking at the burning ritual when his colleague wondered why Albert was put up as a witness by the demon summoner. The magician replied that he himself did not understand this. The sun began to gradually rise outside the windows of the royal palace, and he added that he would have to take full responsibility for this step. The Marquis was on his knees, raising his head to Daze and shouting loudly, asking to believe that he did not know that Rayhan was a demon summoner. Holding the staff in his hands, Saber looked at his majesty and said that, according to the results of the check, the Marquis was not a summoner. Daze noted that this meant that he was not at the same time with him. Grimacing with irritation, the king rested his forehead on his hand, thinking that this situation had become his headache, and now Albert had dragged him into his machinations. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. Clenching her hands into fists, Reyna with a terrified face opened her mouth wide and screamed loudly, calling for Daze when he noted that he would stop at the fact that Rayhan and the Bailey's family were demon summoners. A man's hand lay on her shoulder. The girl turned around, seeing Curran's calm face revealed itself. Zenith stepped forward and, waving his hand, began to say that, however, the circumstances were too obvious for this to be the case. He added that there was a clear motive, and if both were summoners, they would not have been harmed. The king hit the armrest with his fist, and the man suggested that he fix everything right now. With his mouth wide open, Daze pointed at himself with his hand and shouted loudly, asking if he was now asking him to confess that he had destroyed an innocent family. Rising from the throne, he looked down at those present, asking if he wanted to say that the king of the country was fooled by some merchant. The man muttered that this was not what he meant. Pursing his lips, he turned his palm into a fist, thinking that faith in justice and truth is the basic principle of the investigator. Remembering the large golden coat of arms and how he took the oath on one knee, Zenith thought that he was already one man's knight. He thought that if the dignity of his master was hurt, he would have to retreat. Looking at the puzzled face of Count Steelguard, he wondered who should come forward in this situation. He then turned his gaze to Curran, who was standing next to Reyna. Daze was surprised when a man in a light suit came forward and said that it was not necessary at all. This man was Duke Luther. The blonde watched the man walk past him. Turning back, the Duke glanced at the guy. When he walked closer to the throne and put his hand to his chest, Daze came forward and asked, "What does this mean?" The man replied that it had already been proven that Rayhan was an evil and cunning person. He imagined it as a snake that was caught in a hawk's trap. Carlson said that this monster plotted against his competitors to become the best merchant, but in the end he could not evade the hawkish gaze of the ruler. The king lowered his head and rubbed his chin thoughtfully, listening to the words that if Daze went this way and confiscated all of Rayhan's property, and then allocated a portion to compensate it for the victims, then people would praise him for centuries. Imagining in his head the image of a family burgundy flag with a golden coat of arms, the ruler thought that there was logic in this. If he took this chance, he could increase the prestige of the royal house. Clasping her hands on her chest, Reyna raised her eyebrows and smiled nervously when the king asked how much the compensation would cost. She replied that since that monster was dead, restoring the family's honor would be enough for her. Still kneeling, Albert looked up at Daze, who told him that in this case he should be given appropriate compensation. He asked the Marquis if he understood him. The king looked down at him with his dark, contemptuous look when the man asked why he was telling him this. The ruler asked if he really believed that he was not aware that he provided financial support to Rehan. The Marquis's fearful face slumped as the ruler noted that he probably did this because he wanted to be the best among the three lords. He asked what his next goal would be. Albert shouted that everything was completely wrong. All the people around him suddenly froze when the man shouted that he took this step for the sake of his son. Imagining the image of his son in his head, the Marquis lowered his darkened face when Days said that he knew that he had disappeared 2 years ago. Albert said that this is true, but the real circumstances are different. He sharply cast an angry glance at the guy. Curran stood with a grim face, expressing no emotion, as the man shouted that it was he who killed his son. When everyone suddenly looked at the blonde, the king asked, "What is this?" Zenitz put his hand to his chest and turned to the ruler when he asked the Marquis if he really wanted to say that Curran Steelguard was a murderer. The man asked to speak about this, imagining in his head the skirmish between the knights, which escalated into a confrontation between the two guys. Mad Dog said that 2 years ago the blonde was on his way to the capital to enter the academy, and then he had a conflict with the younger Albert. Imagining a farewell letter in his head, he added that a few days after that, the guy ran away and left a note. Watching the man in charge and recalling their conversation in the damp room, Curran noted that Zenitz later told everyone that he was being investigated for murder. Then the image of Dyraka appeared in his head, and he noted that it was later discovered that the case was a case of tampering with evidence from Dyraka, and the Marquis was furious at this result. Waving his arms, Duke Luther intervened in the conversation, and eventually, with his help, accusations of murder. Furrowing his brows, Albert screamed in anger as these accusations were summarized as an absurd statement from a man seeking revenge after the loss of his son. A few hours later, Thane was lying on the bed with his eyes closed, and his face was emaciated. Sitting on a chair and holding his hand, the blonde turned his head back and said that he tried his best to make things right, but at the moment this is his limit. Crossing his arms over his chest, Luther closed his eyes when the guy said that with good care he could live another 10 years. The man thanked him for his work. Darran looked at him with a puzzled face as he said that their deal was closed. 3 days ago, Javis walked behind the dissatisfied Darran with a smile on his face, asking why not look around a little more. Holding a leather mask in his hand, the blonde stood around the corner, watching his sister and comrade. The girl asked the knight why he behaved this way. Darran thought it was time to start the show. The guy with a mask in his hands and a white cloak looked puzzledly to the side when they approached him and asked for his time. Seeing Duke Luther with a serious face in front of him, the blonde was extremely surprised. Hiding the items on his back, he nervously asked why he was here. The man replied that he had a request. Gritting his teeth, he muttered his son's name. Curran stood with a stunned face as Luther knelt down in front of him and asked for help for Thane. He lowered his head and closed his eyes, noting that his son said that only he could cure him, but that he would not listen to him specifically. The blonde looked at the man with surprised, incomprehensible eyes while he said that that's why he was asking instead of his son. Rising from his chair, Curran looked at the weakened guy, thinking that his body was already destroyed, and therefore he would not be able to become a successor, but would not be able to do anything at all. He remembered his father's kind face, thinking that there was only one reason why the cold-blooded Duke was trying to save him at any cost. Seeing his sad look with pursed lips, he thought it was because he was the father of his child. Sitting down on a chair, the guy turned to Luther and asked him if Albert really took this step because he was sure that the disappearance of his son was because of him. The man replied that it was so. Remembering the Marquis's repressed face, the Duke explained that since he had no children yet, he did not know this, but any parent who has lost their child cannot remain sane. The guy looked down at him, frowning as Luther said that was why even the king said to cover up the matter. The full moon lit up the night sky. Curran walked along a wide path through dense trees. He stopped when he saw a man in front of him, who noted that the conversation seemed to be dragging on. Looking at bodyguard Chris, who was rubbing his chin while studying the papers, the blonde asked what the results of the study were. Looking at the white sheet with inscriptions and emblems, the guy replied that the prosecutor's team has begun to act, which means that they plan to use this opportunity to uncover illegal activities related to Rehan. With his eyes downcast, Chris spread his arms to the sides when Curran asked if he was expressing himself too distantly after 10 years of working with him. The guy replied that he was nothing more than a shadow, and only Albert and Rehan knew about his existence. The blonde grinned with a predatory look when the bodyguard noted that now only the Marquis knew about him. He thought that if there was one mistake the merchant had made, it was his existence. Thinking about the green larva in his brain, He mentally noted that this life was given to him only because of the larva in his head, but he, unlike Rehan, who could be resurrected, betrayed him in order to survive. Images of books and manuscripts appeared in his mind as he thought that in this way all the information, as well as the accounting and the letter of protest presented to Zirkle, had been provided by him. Putting one hand on his belt, Irun scratched his cheek with his finger and addressed the bodyguard with words, noting that he apparently had a big grudge against Rehan. The guy replied that it's as if you can do without discontent when you live for 10 years in a musty space under the ceiling. Raising the book in his hand, he closed his eyes and said that he thought it would be better than continuing to be a ceiling rung. When Chris put the book away by the collar, Irun put his hands in his pockets, noting that in this case they would see each other later. The guy agreed with the words. Pushing off with his feet, he jumped sharply into the air and said goodbye. Watching how the bodyguard cut through the dense crowns of trees, the blonde thought that he was a real talent. He mentally noted that he was skilled enough to serve as a rich man's bodyguard, and his sword skills were at least first class. He also thought that Albert would be very upset if he found out that he had taken it for himself. Opening the white system window, Irun thought that he was not at all happy with this ending. His left eye flashing, he grinned evilly, pointing his finger at the screen, thinking that no matter how worried a parent might be about a missing child, he said that this was completely different. Among the night forest, the question was raised that if Albert made such a bet, doesn't this mean that he has nothing to lose? The guy opened the massive door to his level 8 vault. A knock was heard from a huge glass flask with green liquid. When a thick fog rose around Irun, he put his hand on his belt and asked him to leave quickly. Seeing a human silhouette with burning eyes in the fog, he asked him if it was his first time outside. Downtown Theros, a bottle of wine flew to the floor amid loud curses, after which the scarlet liquid splashed in different directions. The commander of the nightly detachment, Harbert, clenching his hands into fists, ran to the Marquis Albert, who had already managed to get a new bottle. He grabbed the man, whose angry face was already flushed red, by the shoulders and began to hold him. He shouted that it was time for him to stop. In response to this, the indignant Marquis ordered his release. A blushing Albert tried to break free from the strong grip, and furrowed his brows when Harbert said that now was not the best time to act like that. Breaking into a scream, he asked why he couldn't allow himself to behave like that. Remembering how he fell to his knees in front of the king, the Marquis shouted that he could not take revenge. He was also disgraced, and Rehan lost his trading company. Albert continued to tug at the man holding him, shouting that even he was neglecting him now. The knight replied that this was not true at all. The Marquis suddenly froze, and his eyes widened in surprise when Harbert suddenly exclaimed that the young master had returned. Sharply throwing open the door of the room, he began shouting his son's name. Running into the room, the concerned man began to look around, asking where Kuntz was. Janet suddenly appeared in front of him and greeted Albert. The mad dog froze with his mouth slightly open, and a drop of sweat ran down his cheek, when the Marquis indignantly asked what he was doing to burn. Had Irun sent it? The man responded by asking what he meant. Turning around, he waved his hand and said that this was not so, noting that he considered this a matter of utmost importance. When an exhausted guy in torn cast-offs came out to them, Janet said that he contacted the guards and personally brought him here. Seeing his son, Albert extended his hand, and his whole body trembled. Looking at the guy, Mad Dog said that he claims his name is Kuntz Albert, and he believes that he decided to return to his father's house after experiencing what it was like to lead a wandering lifestyle. The man touched his son's emaciated, dirty face when he called to him. He asked if it was really Kuntz. Moving aside his brown hair, he saw a large scar on his neck and screamed loudly when he recognized it. Janet smiled contentedly when the Marquis hugged the guy to himself, saying that he was convinced that this was his son. The night enveloped the large mansion, but all its windows were lit with light. Irun walked slowly across the yard and pulled himself up, throwing his arms up. He yawned, saying that the last few days had been too crazy. He grinned, remembering the tattered copy of Kuntz, noting that now he would definitely not be suspected. A day earlier, a bright flash was heard in the forests. A man emerged from a large flask with green liquid running down his legs. A fair-haired guy in a loincloth sat down on one knee and asked the owner to voice his order. Looking down at him, the blonde crossed his arms over his chest, saying that he must begin to fulfill his duties right now, therefore he is required to behave in accordance with the stated guidelines. He replied that he accepted the order. Rising from the ground, Kuntz informally addressed Irun. Moving forward, he furrowed his brows and opened his mouth wide, sending curses at the blonde. Irun noted that even the details were superbly taken into account. Looking with a satisfied face at the guy in front of him, he reflected on the fact that while studying interdimensional exchange and working in a trading company, he was immediately attracted to the magical creature homunculus. Remembering the cloudy dark spot in the green liquid, he reasoned that it was an artificial life form created by wizards, and depending on the cultivation method, it could become anything. Remembering the stained handkerchief and headphones with memories, the blonde mentally noted that it was impossible to become a real person through simple cultivation. But he used the handkerchief stained with Kuntz's blood and the memories of the days spent with him in the academy and the night squad. Observing the dissatisfied face of the guy in front of him, Curran noted that he could not even think that his experiment would result in the most milking copy of Kuntz. When he, clenching his hands into fists, turned around and walked towards the forest, the blonde waved his hand, telling him to play his role well and cover his body with something. The guy, in his own way, told him not to order, noting that he would do as he wanted. Hanging with his hand in the air, Curran smiled wryly, muttering that he understood everything. Looking at the copy of Kuntz sitting on the ground, which was leaning against a bush, the blonde noted that even when expressed in this way, he regularly carried out all his orders. Walking on the stone tiles, he crossed his arms over his chest, saying that now he could only wait for the fruits to ripen. Frowning his brows, he grinned contentedly, imagining the mansion of the Marquis Albert in his head, and noted that it would ultimately be the one that would swallow him up. Entering the garden, Curran stopped when a male voice noted that he was late today. He saw Levaden, who was sitting on the street at a marble table, his hands clasped. The man told his son that he was glad to see him. The blonde raised his hand behind his head and ruffled his hair, asking his father why he hadn't gone to bed yet, noting that it was already past midnight. He replied that he needed to think about something. Bowing his head, Levaden looked away and asked his son if it was time to tell him everything. Rose with a puzzled face and, looking at his father, asked what he meant. Recalling the image of the sun god with his arms crossed on his chest and the ginseng root, the man said that when he thinks about what happened, it all barely remains unbelievable to him. He started talking about a warrior of mythical rank and strange medicinal plants, and also that his son had a heroic rank. Glancing at his child, Levaden asked him to explain how this happened. Curran's eyes widened in shock, and the image of his grandfather froze in his head when the man asked if this had anything to do with his father. Sweat began to run down the guy's cheek, and he opened his mouth and mumbled quietly. He thought that he was ready for such a conversation, but now the words are difficult to come out of his mouth. Levaden, holding his hands in lock, froze with round eyes when he heard that his son had a book of interdimensional trade. Curran began to move closer to his father when he asked again. He replied that he heard everything correctly. The man put his hand to his chin with a puzzled look and lowered his eyes when the blonde said that he believed that he had used her and with her help he became a hero of the country. Levaden muttered that he couldn't even think about it. Standing in front of the marble table, Curran, with a thoughtful face, reflected that this information could shake the common sense of people from System 0, who do not know about the existence of such transactions. He thought that the reason his father was still calm was probably due to the uniqueness of the Jayan continent. An image of a large dragon, a goblin with a weapon, and an elf archer appeared in his head. The blonde thought that this was due to the fact that on this continent, people are not the only form of life. He imagined many falling comets and the shadow of a huge monster hanging over the burning city. He thought that there were spiritual entities there, striving to penetrate here from the other world, starting from the incident with evil, which did not come to Earth and plunged the continent into chaos. Also in his head there was an image of a stern gray-haired man in a white cape and a staff in his hands, who was sitting on a throne. The guy mentally noted that ending with the existence of God, who influences the Earth in the form of miracles. Imagining planet Earth in front of him, he thought that even if no one told them, the inhabitants of Earth 1342 vaguely knew that they were not unique or special. Imagining a bright light in infinite space, Curran noted that there is a higher world and more perfect beings. He waved his hand as Levaden, holding his hand to his chin, asked if that sun god was also part of the deal. The guy replied that it was so. Rubbing his chin, the man, sweat flowing profusely down his face, lowered his eyes, saying that he would live to reach the mythical rank as just one of the cogs of the trade. He noted that it seemed like his son was saying that the place where he was called System 1. Watching his father closely, the blonde lowered his eyebrows when he suggested that there was System 2 and even higher ones. The guy replied that he knew for sure that System 3 and 4 existed, but there were probably even more of them. He thought that everything beyond was unknown territory for him. He watched Levaden's thoughtful face, thinking that accepting the truth the first time would be beyond his strength. Curran remembered how frightened the maid was when she entered his room and saw him sitting on the floor, his face white with shock. He thought that when he learned the truth in a past life, he was in prostration for several days. Looking at his father's gloomy face, the blonde waved his hand and said that they had nothing to worry about. And although in the upper world people like them were nothing more than fodder, they were in different dimensions, so there was no need to worry. Sitting at the marble table, the man hung his head and said in a sad voice that his father's fencing art, Curran, finished, noting that it was just a System 1 martial art. An image of a young businessman on a horse, fighting off enemies, and then their family mansion. The guy mentally noted that his grandfather was a hero who saved the country, as well as a loyalist, who remained in the family nest after the end of the war. He thought that up to this point everything had been stated correctly, imagining in his mind his sword with a black hilt and a red stone in the center, with many mouths around it. The blonde thought that the fact that his sword skills were close to those of the founding emperor was due to the ignorance of people. He thought that after all, his grandfather was too far from the great genius that the people of the continent praise. Pursing his lips, he looked at his father with some sadness, rubbing his hair. Darran thought that this must have come as a huge shock to Lebanon, who adored his grandfather immensely, and he had nothing to say about it. Suddenly the man's lips stretched into a smile. Covering his face, he burst into laughter, shouting that it was now clear to him what it was. The uncomprehending blonde called his father. With a sad look on his face, Lebanon lowered his eyes, holding his hand to his face. He said that he tried so many times to surpass him, but saw only an insurmountable wall in front of him. He added that that's why he decided to just stick to the martial arts that were in his arsenal. But now he realized what it was. The man raised his surprised eyes at his son when he said that if you look at the situation from the other side, then he is nobody, nothing short of a true genius. Opening his mouth slightly, Lebanon suddenly found himself with shock on his face and a question in his eyes. The guy waved his hand, and a blue object appeared in his hand, from which an aura emanated. Holding a blue shining book in his hands, Curran smiled and clarified that he was a genius of interdimensional trade. Lebanon, who was sitting at the table, repeated in amazement, and the guy said that after all, his grandfather came from a family of ordinary knights, but managed to reach the mythical rank. In a sense, this is truly an unimaginable achievement. The guy imagined Seakan standing in a stern pose. Behind him were huge piles of gold and white mansions. He thought that in his past life, having the Steelguard legacy behind him, he decided to challenge and failed. But his grandfather achieved great success even though he was empty-handed. Lebanon touched his beard thoughtfully and said that he understood when he heard that, of course. At first the guy was disappointed when he learned the true nature of fencing, but realizing that interdimensional trade is not easy, he began to pay more attention to it. The man sat at the table and, smiling, said that in any case he was grateful for revealing the truth as it was. The blonde sheepishly scratched the back of his head. He heard gratitude for the fact that although it was a little late, thank you for saving his life. Curran, with a book in his hands, looked at his father in surprise with a burning blue eye. He leaned over, hiding his gaze, and then he said that you're welcome. In the darkness of the evening there was a fountain running outside. The sun appeared above the roofs of the houses. The guy drank a drink from a white cup. With a satisfied smile, he put the cup on the saucer and said that he was in a wonderful mood today. Next to him, Sari was gnawing on some food. The guy remembered yesterday's dialogue with his father at the round table and said that he had told all his secrets and told him about the incident of the hero's disappearance. So now there was one less headache. Darran, with a cup in his hands and a wide, satisfied smile, opened his shopping list. In the list box, there was a list such as Spatial Pocket, Divine Sword, Armor, Magic Item, Magic Scroll, Top Quality Restoration Potion, Mana Restoration Medicine, this and that, good stuff and so on. He said that he even provided him with full equipment. Who now would even dare to harm the strongest in Navarro? The guy turned around when he heard a knock on the door, saying that now that he no longer had anything to worry about, it was time to work on his growth. The door opened and he saw Javis standing in the doorway and asked what business brought him to him so early. The guy replied that maybe the count told him where he went. The knight thoughtfully scratched his face when he heard that there was no, and the question was, what happened? Curran darkened, looking questioningly, when he heard that Lebanon had recently disappeared without a trace. There was a red carpet on the stairs. The blonde man was standing in the hall in a black suit when a man approached him and called out to him. Javis and several other people stood behind Kendall, and the brunette said that no traces of magic were found either in the Lord's room or anywhere else in the mansion, and the guy added that everything was clean in the forest around the mansion. Kendall turned to the knight and asked if the owner himself had left the mansion for some unknown reason, and said that in the current situation everything looked exactly like that. Javis heard the man say what, really, and asked, really what? With a smile, the brunette hit the excited guy on the back so that he bent over and said that could anything really happen? He was now of legendary rank. Javis replied that it was true, he would definitely be back soon, and the man confirmed. Curran looked at them silently and thought intently that the fact that the legendary rank had disappeared without a trace was even more worrying. They were all too carefree. He looked at the man who was poking the knight in the ear, asking him to stop, and thought that maybe he was overreacting to what had happened. He imagined his father's empty bed and thought that a feeling of anxiety was creeping in. But, on the other hand, another hope was emerging. As if to confirm that his worries were not unfounded, his father did not return. 2 days passed like this. There were glasses and a plate with round rolls on the table. Darran entered the room and told her brother sitting on the bed that Curran was worried about him, so she personally brought food. But he didn't even touch it. What kind of self-abuse is this? The guy replied that she didn't need to know, but thanks anyway. The girl came closer, saying that seriously, he was not okay. Wasn't he too exhausted to say that? She confidently shoved the bun into his mouth, holding him by the shoulder with the words that from a fool to an exemplary son, shouldn't you know the limit in everything, so let him eat it quickly. Curran indignantly asked what she was doing, and Darran confidently stated that he did not understand the words, and the food itself would not get into his mouth. In general, there is nothing wrong with worrying, but first let him eat, and then worry further. The guy squeezed the glass angrily. Afterwards he spread his hands and said that he had eaten and now she was happy. The sister said that he should eat all the buns. She sternly watched as the guy chewed a bun, thinking that he was really fine. This is how Curran could not get up from his seat until he had finished all the bread. Finally he wiped his mouth with his hand. Then he got up from the bed, and Darran looked at him in surprise. He turned to her and asked if she really thought that he would hide in the corner of his room and stop going out anywhere. The girl indignantly replied that no. The guy took his jacket, saying that if she really thought so, that he would just sit here until his father returned. Then who does she take him for? Darran looked at him in surprise. The blonde thought that it was not surprising, because if it had been him before he decided to completely change himself, he would have really tried to cope with anxiety by closing himself off from everyone. Heading towards the exit, he told his sister standing behind him that she herself already knew that he was no longer the same as before. A dark cloud appeared in the sky. The wheels were burning with fire. Sari turned into a red carriage with burning wheels. The guy sat and read the document saying that according to Zenith's 2-week investigation, there were no records of leaving or entering through the gates of the fortress, and there were no eyewitness accounts. Even Sari could not find any traces by smell. He squeezed the paper angrily and said that in the end it all started the same way. Darran looked at the sheet, imagining his father, and said that this is the disappearance of a hero. He was surprised to hear his pet say that there was something ahead. Dark purple fabric fluttered. Sierra stood in front in a confident pose, and the guy called out to her in surprise. A question was heard from the carriage flying ahead. For what business was she here and so unexpectedly left the banquet hall? The gray-haired girl spread her arms and ordered him to stop here. Curran looked out of the carriage window in surprise and asked what she was doing. He didn't have time to stop. Sierra said she knew everything. The blonde was surprised to hear the girl say that he was going to search for Lebanon, and he asked how she knew. Excitedly, she said that she had to do everything so that he could not find him. Gritting her teeth, she heard the question, "What else does this mean?" The blonde looked at her in surprise when he heard that she was the one who made Lebanon disappear. The leaf escaped from the guy's hand. He flew out of the carriage, which stopped in front of the floating girl, and the guy asked what she just said. He opened his mouth in shock, thinking that Sierra had made Lebanon disappear. He remembered how he stood in his armor, opposite the girl waving her arms, and remembered that 2 years ago their first meeting was not pleasant. They sat at the table, pointing at something with their fingers, and the guy thought that over time they began to understand each other better and better, and now he thought that she had become his closest friend. The portrait of the smiling girl was covered in cracks, and he thought that now she was saying that she was the one who was behind the disappearance of the hero. The carriage stopped among the trees. Sierra reached out to touch the guy's shoulder and said she was sorry. The guy smacked her hand away with his palm, preventing her from touching it. Looking angrily at her, he ordered her to stand still, or better yet, take a couple of steps back. The girl hastened to justify herself that if he reacts this way to the words spoken to her earlier, then the fact is that she needed to tell him something and she did not choose the means for this. The guy shouted that he told her not to approach him. Sierra's eyes glowed pink. She felt the object's emotions, mistrust, suspicion, and the desire to keep her distance. Having agreed, she took a step back, thinking that nothing could be done about this nuance. The blonde hurried her when she began to tell her that Levanon had disappeared. That is, they, had arranged everything this way. Darran looked at the girl in amazement, hearing that on the continent there is a secret society called Seven Eyes, which unites all archmages. The guy asked if these are archmages. That means they each have 7 rings. Are they striving for world domination? Sierra waved her hands and said that no, their goal is to exclude geniuses superior to them from the world. She introduced people. Some of them were in knight's armor, some in magician's hats or with staves, some with books. She said that they identify promising sword and magic talents throughout the continent, and Jane in real time and evaluate them. She presented a diagram in the form of a triangle, where at the base there was mature, higher gifted, talented, brilliant, and, at the very top, monstrous. She said that for his information, the guy occupies the 2nd level, being among the gifted. Sierra pointed her finger at the blonde and stated that if she had told the truth about him, he would have been considered a monster, and he would have taken the highest rank. In particular, at his 17 years old, having the heroic rank of possessing 5 rings is something unimaginable. Sierra presented Levanon standing surrounded by golden flashes and said that he occupies the 3rd level of talented, and among those at this level he is the leader, and even reached the legendary rank. In the current situation they decided to see if he has the potential for further growth. Curran, folding his arms across his chest, asked displeasedly, why do people who are at the head of magic towers and have outstanding skills do something like this? He thought that it seemed to him that the archmages were planning a sinister plan. Darran gloomily asked why when he heard that answering this question was a little difficult. Sierra became embarrassed when he asked if it was an important secret that couldn't be revealed, and she said that wasn't the point. It was all about keeping the balance of the world. The guy asked displeasedly, world balance. Looking down, the girl said excitedly, it may seem childish, but those old people take this seriously, and they also put enormous resources and effort into this matter. Curran looked down and said that they were really good at coming up with big phrases like balancing the world. He imagined a ruler wearing a blue crown framed in gold and thought that superhumans were truly capable of changing the world, just as the founding emperor, and at the same time a knight of superior rank brought an end to an era. He imagined Seakan holding a flaming sword and thought that his grandfather, a knight of mythical rank, had foiled an attempt to conquer the empire. With a wave of his hand, he told the girl standing in front of him that events that would change history should not be carried out by one person. But he could not agree with them. Sierra listened gloomily that not only were they from the empire, but also their homeland had not become a colony precisely because of his grandfather's actions. And now weren't they enjoying their status precisely because the founding emperor had established magic towers? She said that she had objections in this regard, but she did not want to get involved in an argument. Otherwise, why would she give him a bracelet and force him to hide her ring? Darran clenched his fist, and there was indeed a black bracelet on his hand. He remembered Sierra holding this bracelet in her hands and thought that this meant the reason for her such actions. Sierra closed her eyes when she heard that in any case, his father was considered a dangerous person and expelled, right? What exactly is this exclusion of them? The girl replied that it is usually death. She looked up at the guy. Curran looked at her in shock, asking that they killed their father. She waved her hands and said that this time everything is different, he is still alive, but for a while, let the guy not try to look for him. He asked gloomily. The girl raised her palm and said that she wanted to protect Levanon. But how could she do this when he was not in her hands? Sierra took out a blue ball. The guy asked what it was when she handed it to him and said it was a video recorded in a crystal ball. Looking at him with determination, she held out the crystal ball and said that she wanted him to know how hard she tried to protect them. Curran looked into the ball in which the image of the girl was reflected, and heard the words, what will we do with Levanon? And the answer, what a stupid question, of course he should be killed. Sierra screamed that it was impossible, to which the dark silhouette asked why. She stammered and said that it was because she loved him dearly, and suggested that it would be better to lock him in Requiem. The dark figures sitting around the round table, in which the blue flame glowed, looked at her in surprise. The girl asked what kind of reaction this was. She was just using her authority. Moreover, she didn't know where he was, so they had no reason to refuse. To this the man said that it was not that they intended to refuse, they were just a little surprised. The second silhouette added that she always looked only at Vimos, which means love changes too. The first silhouette said that Vimos has not been the same for a long time, so he supports her. The second silhouette said that he had no idea why she continued to give love to someone who would never be with her. They were called out by a cry calling for silence. The guy looked gloomily at the table reflected in the ball and heard that then there was no place for her. Did she agree with this? Sierra agreed. She looked at the guy and asked if he could see that Levatin was safe. He was just imprisoned for a while. Darran said that there are 6 magicians with 7 rings. Using her skill, the girl saw the emotions of the object, full of courage, determination and determination. She was surprised. The guy raised the ball to his face and said grimly that because of him, his father became the main target of 7 eyes. His gaze was uncertain. He thought that his father had reached the legendary rank on his own. Curran thought that it was because he had stepped forward in vain that something like this happened. Sierra looked at him excitedly, asking if he didn't intend to go there. The blonde clenched his fist resolutely, thinking that he therefore had to correct the mistake immediately. In the city there were small lighthouses with dark roofs. This was the state of Kaidon, neighboring Navarro to the east. A man stood near a door marked 302 and held a silver key, saying that he could use this room. The door to room 302 slammed shut. Curran, wearing a Ulaf mask and glasses, smiled, saying that if we are not talking about an empire, then infiltrating other countries is as easy as shelling pears. He remembered how he sat in the carriage, listening to Sierra's words about not attacking blindly, and if he thought that the operation had failed, then let him retreat, and said in response that he would look at the situation. She waved her hands and shouted that it couldn't be done that way. He wasn't the only one who owned the relic. The guy sitting in the carriage asked again, and she shouted that no matter how many archmages there are, let her not forget that Levatin is also a legendary rank. He wondered how he could disappear without a trace like that. The guy presented a small gray bag and thought that Sierra called the things he received through interdimensional transactions relics. He thought that in the collection of archmages called 7 Eyes there were also objects from another dimension. Could there really be interdimensional traders among them too? Darran thought that no, in that case, he could not help but cross paths with him. He was interrupted by the cry of Sari, who stood up, stretching, and the guy asked the pet, is he also excited about moving to a new place? The guy held a blue glowing ball in his hand and asked what to do. From now on they will have to take on the most boring work personally, and the pet made a questioning sound. Darran showed Sari a glowing ball, inside of which sat an old man with a beard. He said that his name is Demius. He is a member of the 7 Eyes organization. This is the head of the 11th magic tower located in this country, and the archmage of the 7 rings. The guy opened the purple menu, pointing his finger and said that they would watch this guy for a while, and should under no circumstances get into a fight with him. And Sar agreed with the owner. With his hands folded on his chest, Curran looked out the window under the guise, telling Demius to wait a little. He would visit him soon. The moon illuminated the high stone tower. Alphyskin, looking bored, leaning his head on his hand, sat at the table and spoke. So, the blonde read the message asking what the result was. He introduced a brunette with a scar on his cheek and glasses and said that, without a doubt, the people in this workshop possess 4th generation technologies. The message asked where he got such confidence. The blonde sat on the bed with his arms folded confidently and replied that they had finally accepted his investment, and also said that they were impressed that he was willing to open a window to the creation of the 4th generation of armor. The guy looked at the system window with a shining eye and thought that he was haunted by the question of why Alphyskin was looking for 4th generation technology. Considering the fact that he had to spy on him, there is a high probability that the reason is not at all noble. Curran smiled and thought, maybe throw some bait. He said that since he promised to make an investment, he was told something in confidence. Alphyskin closed his eyes with a smile and asked again, in confidence. He opened his eyes in surprise when the guy wrote him the truth about the 4th generation. The system reported that Alphyskin was very surprised. The guy thought with a slight smile that usually the interlocutor does not show his emotions. It seems that his words surprised him greatly. Alphyskin looked at the system window with a chuckle and said that this is great. Thanks to his assistance it will be easier to complete the assigned task. This is the promised reward. The system reported that Curran received 18,000 quest points from Alphyskin, leaving quest points for the next trading level of 50,000 out of 50,000. The red-haired man said goodbye. The system reported that he left the conversation. The blonde looked out the system window with a smile. They say he is such a simpleton. A message from Curran was opened there asking if they had prepared a secret hideout. Soon the other side will begin to act, so let him take care of himself. The guy said that if he had initially approached him with good intentions, he would hardly have become a spy. Curran looked back, noticing something. Sari stood on the other side of the window, resting his paws on the glass. The guy opened the window and the pet ran inside, saying what happened. Sari reported that they say that in a few days the enemy will go hunting. Night fell on the dense forest. The white hair fell pierced by an arrow. The head of the 11th magic tower, Damian Seldor, smiled contentedly, holding a bow in his hands. Suddenly he froze in surprise, noticing something. Looking at the white horse, surrounded by a light purple glow, with a huge horn on its forehead, he exclaimed in surprise, "Is this a unicorn?" Damian took aim and fired the arrow, saying that he also belongs to the illusory species. He is incredibly lucky. He cannot miss such heavenly luck. The unicorn dodged and the arrow bounced off his rump. The old man with a bow in his hands looked at the fleeing unicorn and shouted that his arrow simply bounced off, although it is true that the skin of unicorns is incredibly durable. Damian said that even if we are talking about an illusory appearance, this is some kind of complete nonsense. Suddenly he fell silent, clenching his teeth and closing his eyes, because his body was pierced by a sword. He stared forward in surprise and screamed loudly, holding the wound on his stomach with his hand. The old man turned around and shouted, asking, "What is this?" Curran calmly took off his hood and replied that if you change your point of view, then any nonsense can make sense. The guy stood holding out a bloody sword to the man and said that it was all because he was the prey. Damian thought about invading, but this forest was cast with a flawless protective magic. Why didn't it work? Curran threatened the grimacing old man with a sword and asked if he was curious why the defense did not react. The guy confidently held a yellow glowing cube in his hand and asked if he had ever heard of an anti-magic field. It was the Golden Anti-Magic Club. The system said that it could turn a certain place into an anti-magic field, negating all magic. Holding the cube in his hands, Curran calmly looked at the old man suffering from pain and said that in this space, any magic is nullified and cannot be used. The blonde hid the cube in the pocket of his cloak, hearing the angry question. Who was he, and how did the relic end up in his hands? He calmly replied that he had come all this way to talk anyway. Looking confidently at the man, he stated that they both had questions for each other. The old man gritted his teeth in pain when he heard that about making a deal. He pressed his hand to the wound and asked again, "Is it a deal?" To this, the guy standing in front of him replied that if he answered his 3 questions without hiding, he would dispel this anti-magic field. He continued that in return the magician would swear to him on mana that if he lies, his heart will break into pieces. Damian winced, saying that the guy was crazy. Why would he do this? Curran came closer, saying that if he didn't want to, then okay, and put his sword to him. And the old man shouted that he would swear, take an oath. A hand in a black glove with a magic ring was surrounded by a bright glow. Curran stood next to the man and asked his first question, "Where is the place called Requiem?" The old man, amazed, asked how he knew about this. He winced in pain when he heard himself answer the question of where it was, and said that he did not know. The guy calmly listened that only Areldo and several of the oldest members of the assembly knew about this. He thought that it didn't look like the old man was lying. Curran showed him 2 fingers and said that the second question is to tell about the existing relics in the 7 Eyes organization. The old man closed his eyes when he heard the question. What does he have in his arsenal? How was Levitin kidnapped so easily? Damian repeated the name and asked, did he come from Navarro? The guy folded his arms over his chest and asked, did anyone allow me to ask him questions? The old man coughed and said, as for the answer to this question, they used a subspace creator. He imagined a shining blue oval, towards which the power emanating from the people in cloaks standing around the frightened man was striving. He thought that this was a relic that created a new space within the original one. Once installed, the space would not only become the site of a battle between many and one, but would also allow all traces to be hidden, no matter how intense the battle was. Darran seriously asked, besides this, what about other relics? The old man fell on his back, leaning his hand on the ground, and said that this is all he knows. He is not part of the circle of the main members, and the guy replied that he understood. In the darkness of the night, words about the last question were heard. Damian extended his hand, asking what. Curran touched his chin with a smile and said that before this, there seemed to be nothing special. This was quite enough. Now he has no choice but to meet his promise. The old man felt orange flashes of magic and thought that he had succeeded, forming a fireball of power in his palm. Damian, holding his wound with his other hand, attacked the surprised guy. A huge explosion of inferno scattered patches of earth around. Damian smiled, holding out his palm, on the glove of which was a circle with a symbol inside. He said that the guy is stupid. Even if the magic circle is damaged, there is still protective magic engraved on the body. He said gloomily that now only ashes would remain of him, and then fell silent in surprise. Swirls of flame appeared ahead. The cloak of the confidently standing Curran caught fire. Damian asked in surprise, "What kind of magic is this? Is it also a relic?" And the guy smiled calmly, surrounded by fire. He, covered with his fiery mantle, grinned insidiously, saying that the man had guessed right. The man's boots walked confidently on the ground. People ran in different directions, their leader shouting at them to disperse and find a teacher. An old man came out to meet them, holding his left hand. The guys stood opposite Damian, asking about what happened. The men's faces contorted in horror when they heard about the sudden attack. The leader bowed to the old man who was frowning at him, asking for his forgiveness. Damian walked by as if nothing had happened, telling them to train harder, since he had already figured it out himself. The guy grabbed his head, perplexed by what happened. He understood that Damian was not one of those who would turn a blind eye to such things. The blue moon illuminated the 11th magic tower. The protagonist leaned back in his chair with his hands behind his head, declaring that the conquest without blood had begun and it was much easier than he thought. He introduced himself opposite Damian, saying that if he changed his appearance, he would be declassified, so he used the distortion technique as well as changing the skeleton and managed to get inside without being noticed. Sari looked contentedly at the owner, who praised him for transforming into a unicorn. He took the Damian ring with a bright blue stone. The ring in his hand suddenly glowed. The wall suddenly sparkled because of the ring, then the blonde offered to look around the room. He looked contentedly at the wall, saying that this was to be expected. In front of him were whole mountains of gold, as well as other chests with jewelry. He understood that this was the level of the head of the magic tower. The young man used the book to understand how many coins he would receive for this. Jiomhui sent him a notification asking how he was feeling. The blonde remembered his grandfather, that he was the Golden King, the king of trade, and his name was Junam. His grandson held the hilt of his sword, looking gloomily into the distance. He was called the support that would lead the next generation of Muram. The blonde looked at the notice, not understanding why he showed up 2 years later. Jiomhui wrote that the main character is the only person he can contact. The young man touched his chin with his hand. He had a bad feeling, because it was written that the user was in pain. The brunette grinned, having received a notification from a guy interested in exacting revenge. The blonde was surprised when his interlocutor said that he managed to take revenge on 2 of the 3 offenders and had recently found the 3rd. He imagined Lai Hansu furiously heading somewhere with a bloody sword in his hands. This is the greatest black swordsman, who is called the demonic dragon, who has killed thousands. The brunette added that his enemy is a master of the boundaries of divinity. The blonde repeated his last words in shock, not believing his eyes. In front of him was a notice with the inscription reaching the peak limit, border of divinity. He understood that this was a dream level, only for those who had overcome the peak limit wall. He looked at the panel seriously, clasping his hands as a warning that he should prepare carefully. His eyes opened wide with excitement when he read about how glad he would be if he had the same prudence as the main character. Jiomhui was badly wounded. He had no arms. His own blood was flowing from his mouth. 2 wounds were pierced through him. With glassy eyes, he said that he did not have much time left. The blonde wrote to him cautiously, asking about what had happened. He sat on a chair in the middle of the room, saying that he worked for him for 2 years to find an opportunity to kill him. He introduced the evil silhouette of Lai Hansu, regretfully revealing that he knew about his decision to take revenge. The blonde tensed, looking at the panel when he sent a notification asking if he wanted to make one last deal. He received a notification where all the martial arts he had been looking for were located. Jiomhui looked at the panel, declaring that he had given everything he had, asking him to kill his tormentor. The blonde shouted that he was talking nonsense and that he would immediately send him a teleportation scroll and a potion. He was furious hearing that his clan had been wiped off the face of the earth. He looked at the floor as if lost, saying that the only thing left for him was to impose his will on others. Jiomhui was alone. He asked to voice his last request. The blonde answered positively. The young man stood, frowning, reading how the brunette asked him not to forget. Tears flowed down his leg. He asked to remember him, even if not a trace remained. He was hysterical. Tears flowed from his eyes, asking one day to tell someone about his existence. The blonde remained silent when he stated that this was his last request. The young man understood that it was not proper for the Lord to show his affection, and besides, his interlocutor was a representative of another system. He clenched his teeth angrily, thinking that everything should be calculated with a cool head. The blonde man furiously pointed at his interlocutor, accusing him of dumping other people's worries on him. but he promised to kill the offender. Hope appeared in the eyes of the wounded Jo Jeomwi. Someone came to him while the young man angrily swore that everyone in the fifth world of Murama would know the whole truth about the incident. With tears in his eyes, he looked at the newcomer, thanking the main character. The last notice came from him, where he addressed the young man by name. The guy drooped, making the chat with him disappear. Sari looked at the owner, who was sighing heavily. The pet jumped on the owner, who was reflecting on the fact that he had unconsciously succumbed to emotions, imbued with this thirst for revenge. He pressed the absorb button, thinking that he would have to keep his word later. All the scrolls now belonged to the blonde, who resolutely clenched his hand into a fist while Sari sat on his shoulder, realizing that he must first complete his own revenge. The court tower was covered with snow in the winter cold. This is the northernmost part of the continent, the stronghold of the Seven Eyes. The blue flame burned brightly, illuminating everything around. Clark put his fist to his cheek, saying that he has nothing special, except that Caddis trains like crazy. He was the head of the first magic tower. Dwayne touched his beard, asking rather thoughtfully if he was the youngest warrior of legendary rank among the Empire's natives. He was the head of the third magic tower. Kylos crossed his arms over his chest, asking why they suddenly began to act if they had been quiet for a while. This is the head of the seventh magic tower. Jain, sitting next to the man, raised his finger up, stating that they were overcome with a sense of crisis because Levatin had reached legendary rank. She was the head of the ninth magic tower. Sierra Felgas looked at those present indifferently, which said that it was impossible to hide the disappearance of the head of the Steelguard family. She is the head of the 17th tower. Oreldo locked his fingers together, declaring that he was just training, so they didn't need to interfere. He was the head of the 5th magic tower. Demius sat hidden, dissatisfied with his arms crossed over his chest. Oreldo looked at him, asking if everything was okay, to which the man replied that he was considering who to kill first on his potential list. All the heads were sitting around a round table. The old man confidently answered the question that 5 need to be killed. Kylos pointed his finger at the head, asking if he was sure that the victims were not of legendary rank. Dwayne suggested that young geniuses had finally emerged. They cut off his head without even having time to finish his sentence. All the heads looked at this picture in shock. Demius cut off the head of the head, which rolled on the floor with splashes of blood. He stood holding a sword in his hand. He was clearly possessed by the blonde. He calmly said that there were 4 victims left. The heads of the towers jumped up sharply, shouting that the old man had gone mad. Kylos looked at his hand, noticing something. The old man rushed towards the blonde. He looked at the attacker in horror. Demius looked away. He stopped in front of something large that blocked his path to his victim. The blonde man sat on the floor in shock while the gray-haired man behind him yelled at him to get out immediately. Demius grinned, holding the sword in his hand. A huge iron golem stood in front of the old man, which he clarified. The golem began to attack the old man. However, the man managed to dodge the blow and was slammed into the ground. The golems appeared one after another. The leader was relieved that the magical blockade had no effect on them. The blonde thought, touching his chin with his hand, remembering that the old man had a heroic rank and without an aura shield. Plock crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the blonde indignantly, saying that even in his condition it would be difficult to cope with 5 golems. A group of these newfangled inventions stood menacingly while the redhead talked about all their advantages. Demius closed his eyes as he was surrounded among the golems. The blonde woman in the cloak looked at the red-haired man who was praising the new invention, thinking that it was impossible for a heroic rank to cope with so many golems. The man fell from the ground onto a huge golem. The gray head was shocked, observing the following picture. Demius managed to destroy the golem with one swing of his sword using a blue wave. The men were horrified to see the aura being released, which was incredible for a legendary rank. The leader touched the fallen golem with his hand, telling the others that it was not over yet. The red-haired man pointed his finger at some object in shock. The gray head took out an object from under his cloak that allowed him to create subspace. At this time, Demius was actively attacking the remaining golems. He killed 1 more and there were 3 left. 1 more was defeated, then there were 2 left. At this time the sphere began to grow. She created a powerful stream of magic that rushed to the floor. Demius attacked with a battle cry. He attacked another golem, getting ready to plunge the sword. The sphere has expired. The old man was surprised, not understanding where he was. He stood on the ruins that were in empty space. The feet of one of the heads left the ground. The blonde took off, looking at the offender. He scrunched his face, quite angry, realizing that now that he was out of reach, he could use magic. Being high above the old man, the blonde began to ask who he was. Demius's face darkened as the head of the tower asked what right he had to do this to them. He proudly said that he was a son who had come for his father. Next, the old man with a sword attacked the blonde. The head of the magic tower gasped in horror, anticipating what was about to happen. A fight began between them at the top until the gray-haired head of the tower declared that it was time to attack. The redhead shouted what would happen to the blonde. Clock conjured fire using his ability. The blonde girl also used magic. The long-haired man also tensed, trying to attack the offender. All three attacks rushed towards the old man, causing a large number of explosions. Clock stood with his arms outstretched, assuming that due to the efforts of the three archmages, he was probably already dead. Suddenly the blonde ominously asked Clock that he was empty, because he used more power than usual and is now empty. The flow of magic was directed directly at the red-haired man. The last surviving head shouted Clock's name in alarm. The blonde frowned, holding out her hand. Geraldo looked at the corpse in the distance, saying nothing. Then the long-haired man looked angrily at the offender. The girl flew up, clenching her hand into a fist, while Geraldo shouted that she was the traitor. The girl carelessly closed her eyes to all the old man's questions, who wondered where she had found someone who was ready to sacrifice for her. She called it bullshit. Clouds of smoke quickly rose into the air. Suddenly the girl's hair became shorter and her cloak changed. Hair turned from white to yellow. The main character stood in a robe, saying that if it were not for the void mode, he would have died. He suggested with a smile that the longer you live, the more magical power you have. Geraldo looked at the young man in shock, thinking that it was Leviathan. Noticing the blonde's confident gaze, he realized that this was Irun Steelguard. The blonde stood opposite the old man in the void, asking if he still had such a right. The old man called the situation sad with a smile. Everything around him sparkled. Sierra Felgas opened her eyes wide in surprise. The hand in armor surrendered into a fist. The blonde looked at what was happening in shock. An old man wearing 4th generation magic armor appeared before him. It was explained that this is armor that uses a mana reactor, an energy generator in other words. The mana stone glowed brightly and was used as a raw material. He imagined hands holding a mana stone over a magic circle that was at the very top of the tower. The development of the mana reactor was a new technology that would destroy the structure of the second system, which maintained an advantage due to patented technologies. The girl frowned, still wondering why this old man was hiding his true face. He sparkled while heavily armored, which was confirmed by the window notifying him that super powerful energy had been detected. He looked at the girl who said that the old man was unlucky. Her hands glowed, preparing to strike her opponent. She raised her hand to attack, shouting that this was not the first time she had encountered something like this. Sierra Felgas placed her hand on the mana stone, hitting it with a powerful stream of magic. The blonde looked at everything from below, saying that in a split second the otter rushed through the targets of the strong armor. The old man in the helmet looked into the distance, asking, was the fight with him useful? The next moment, the armor switched off. The girl replied with a grin that behind the strong armor was the flesh of a decrepit old man. She said that despite his status, he should have been nothing but a mess, but at that moment the armor suddenly attacked her. The blonde looked up in horror. An old man in armor attacked a girl who flew away, wounded. The blonde screamed the girl's name as the explosions and flashes continued. The old man in armor looked to the side. He clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at the girl, saying that the force barrier was a spell designed to absorb blows. Sierra Felgas was unconscious, her own blood flowing from her mouth. He looked away. The blonde clenched his hands into fists, looking rather downcast. A pet came out of the hood, which the young man asked to take care of the girl. He threatened that he must pray for Sierra Felgas to live. The old man looked at the young man in shock. His armored leg sank heavily to the ground. The guy used his armor, saying that only in this case would he be able to safely leave this world. The old man looked at him dumbfounded, because it was divine armor. The rivals looked at each other. The old man did not understand what his family did for a living. The blonde abruptly jumped off the ground. They met in a fierce battle. The guy's fist tried to strike. However, the old man managed to kick him right in the helmet. The guy's leg quickly flew up. However, he also managed to hit his opponent rather hard. The old man with a blow on his right cheek looked at his opponent with displeasure. The young man with exactly the same blow also watched him. The battle in the air was accompanied by many bright flashes. The old man raised his hand to strike. He attacked the guy who flew away from him. He managed to land successfully and sit down on the ground. He frowned angrily. The old man looked at him while his opponent asked how he got the 4th generation magic armor. The guy's armor was smoking a little. He looked at the enemy, asking if he knew the concept of magic armor. Geraldo looked at the enemy from afar, declaring that one great person had predicted such a turn and bestowed these relics. He began to attack the young man again, swooping down from above. Suddenly someone's foot appeared near the old man. Someone in orange armor punched the enemy in the face. He stood in front of the youth as Areldo fell to the ground. He looked at him, saying that he hit him well. The man in armor turned out to be Sari, who took a fighting stance, asking if he was doing well. The blonde thought contently that the Bulgasari's ability was to transform into what was eaten. Magical armor was no exception. The old man stood up, cursing them, realizing that his strength was running out. The mana stone in his chest sparkled. He understood that if the end awaited him, then he had one way out. He again attacked his partners, realizing that he had to complete the mission to the end. Sari stood in front of the owner, shouting that he would block him. However, he flew away immediately as the old man flew at him. He attacked the blonde with a death wish. The blonde sat holding the old man's mana stone in his hand. The place reserved for it on the old man's chest was empty. He sat holding a mana stone. The old man was slammed into the wall. He received notifications about entering the inventory, that it was damaged and needed repairs. The guy looked, not believing his eyes, joyfully declaring that he was thinking about his death. Sierra looked at the main character with concern, asking him what was going on. Hearing her, the guy realized that she had come to her senses. The girl remembered how Sari opened her mouth wide, trying to push the life pill into her. The girl asked what medicine the protagonist's friend fed her, but he decided not to tell her, citing company secrets. Meanwhile, a wounded creature in an iron suit sat near the wall. Seeing him, Curran was glad that Sari was also okay. He looked intently at something. Looking at the Iron Man with ears, the guy decided that he should try to eliminate him. A bead of sweat ran down the man's face as he decided to talk about the magical armor that had been sent. Taking off the mask from his head, the man, holding the frame of his glasses, asked where the guy got this junk. He suggested that it was an exhibit from a museum collection. Pressing his finger on the system screen, the guy ended the conversation, thanking the interlocutor for the information provided. Darran lowered his head. He believes that the first-generation armor demonstrated tremendous performance. On his arm lay a pink rank B mana reactor. He thinks that thanks to this little thing he succeeded. The main character looked around him seriously. He understands that he needs to be careful, because the main source of energy for the 4th generation magic armor is in his hands. That is why he does not understand what next step Alphaskin will take, acting in concert with the forces that are holding back the manifestation of the 4th generation magic armor. Curran has no idea who gave this mana generator to the Seven Eyes organization. A sly smile appeared on his face as he realized what he needed to do. In front of the main character stood a man entwined with stems. He decided he might as well ask Alphaskin himself. Drops of sweat ran down the man's haggard face when he saw Curran standing in front of him. The main character became uncomfortable when Alphaskin accused him of making a terrible mistake by not knowing what the Seven Eyes organization was. At that moment, the guy realized that he still had not come to his senses. Looking down at the floor, Alphaskin admitted that Sierra had told him that he planned to find out the location of Requiem. Curran looked up at the man when he agreed that he would tell where his father was. The guy asked him what he was talking about. Looking at the man captivated by the stems, the blonde realized what kind of thought he had. He believes that Alphaskin is unlikely to do this for free, so he asked him what his conditions were. The man looked at Curran menacingly. The main character clenched his hands into fists when Alphaskin said that he would be the next owner of the Great Relic after Lebanon, since he is a knight of legendary rank and a magician of 6 rings, adding that he is only 18 years old. As Alphaskin remembered the man's broad back, a bead of sweat ran down his face. He disappears that Curran has gone further than his grandfather, which is why he is taller than him. The man's entire face was riddled with abrasions, from which blood oozed. He decided, bowing his head, to turn to the main character with a request. The blonde's eyes widened in surprise as Alphaskin suggested he commit suicide. Staring intently at the floor, the angry man said that the guy would have a strong impact on the continent. Hearing this, Sierra assumed he was crazy. Curran raised his head when Alphaskin told him that the continent would face terrible destruction when he reached superior rank. The main character does not understand who he is talking about. Sierra, who was wearing a gray cloak, looked menacingly at the captive. Alphaskin reminded Curran that he received magical armor from those whom everyone calls they. Having heard this, the girl still does not understand who he is talking about. A drop of sweat ran down the bearded man's face in fear as he said that these were gods. While Sari was sitting on the girl's shoulder, the man said that he was talking about the deities that rule this world. The main character, clenching his fists, looked seriously at the man. Alphaskin believes that this fact will not change depending on whether Curran believes it. Introducing 3 divine beings in black cloaks, the man said that they do not interfere with the world directly. He said that it was they who bestowed relics to control people. The protagonist frowned when he realized that by relics the man meant items obtained through interdimensional trade. Looking at the man with a dissatisfied face, the guy realized that he was talking about some other interdimensional merchant. He asked him where he needed to go in order to meet the gods. Alphaskan closed his eyes as he reported that even a simple audience with them was not easy to achieve. The man imagined the sky starting to become covered with black fog when Curran reached the superior rank. The thorny stems squeezed Alphaskan's body even tighter so that he screamed at the top of his voice. Seeing that the man's body was beginning to become covered with something black, the guy assumed that it was a spiritual body. But, in fact, it turned out to be mana. The exhausted man raised his head, saying that this was the price for revealing the secret. He said that he would still pay for his oath, even though there was no mana left in his body. Alphaskan was suspended between two pillars in a stone room. Realizing that his life would soon end in any case, he asked the guy to swear to him as soon as possible. He wants Curran, as payment for revealing Levadan's location, to commit suicide. Sierra opened her mouth in surprise when the main character agreed with the man's proposal. A bead of sweat ran down the worried girl's face as she asked the blonde what he was talking about. He believes that they do not have time, because if Geraldo dies, everything will be over. Hearing this, the girl thought about since when he became a person who sacrifices his life. A huge amount of mana began to emanate from the guy. He thinks that perhaps there is some other way. Reaching his hand to his heart, the guy said seriously that he vowed to fulfill the Alphaskan agreement. Watching a huge amount of mana emanate from Curran, the girl began to sob. After all, he said that, otherwise, his heart would explode. Seeing a huge amount of mana emanating from the main character, the man laughed. Curran asked him where Requiem was. Sari remained behind while the main character began to approach the captive man, who asked him to come closer. As the boy hung his head, he thanked the man for joining his cause, saying that Jayan would remember his sacrifice. Sierra looked at him from the side, confused. Curran does not understand why he should sacrifice himself to save his father if he can save him without the help of this man. Alphaskan, while in captivity, frowned when Curran agreed with him that breaking the mana oath would lead to his death. But at the same time, he knows that people in other worlds do not care too much about her. The main character took something tightly in his hand. In the hands of the blonde lay a doll that looked like him, which would help him pay off curses, oaths, and covenants. The blonde said that he knows a way to bypass the death oath. Alphaskan looked in surprise as the toy began to glow with a bright light. The guy said that he now knows the location of Requiem. The man was so angry that he angrily shouted the name of the main character. The sky is completely covered with black fog over Mount Pathes. Curran knows that it is the southernmost part of the Jayan continent. Among the rocks, an unknown passage into the darkness could be seen. Seeing him, the blonde furrowed his brows. He became interested in what was inside this cave. Together with Sierra, they went into the dungeon, which was filled with various capsules. Each device contained a human body. The girl told the main character that they were in the Hall of Eternal Life, in which former members of Seven Eyes were imprisoned. She knows that these people will sleep until the day the reverse aging magic is completed. Curran looked closely at everything in the room. Sierra admitted to him that even she had never been to the Hall of Eternal Life. The girl opened her mouth in surprise while the blonde looked displeased at something. A devilish smile appeared on his face. He apologized for being late. In the capsule in front of them was the muscular Levadan, who is Curran's father. The main character caught the man falling on him. Levadan, frowning, looked at his son, who asked him if he was okay. Looking back at the capsule filled with mana, the man asked where he was. The guy said that they were in the secret place Seven Eyes. In the Hall of Eternal Life, people in various poses are enveloped in a huge amount of mana. Curran reported that former guild members continue to wait for their moment of glory in this hall. After all, they were guaranteed eternal life in exchange for their service, but this idea has not yet been realized. The main character approached his father, who hugged him by the elbows. Levadan had no idea that so many things had happened in his absence. The guy told his father that now they can calm down. A smile appeared on the man's face when his son said that everyone would pay for what they had done with death. Levadan called Curran great because he was able to eliminate the archmages. The man hugged the embarrassed blonde tightly, asking him to do so. The main character looked at his father with a loving gaze. He felt a sense of relief as he realized that all the hardships he had experienced began to disappear. As the family hugged tightly in the Hall of Eternal Life, a man in a gray cloak approached them. He, laughing at them, said that he almost burst into tears at the sight of them. Behind Sierra stood a serious man who was intently examining what was happening. Levadan recognized this girl, who reminded him that they had not seen each other for a long time. A bead of sweat ran down the frowning man's face. He felt that his son was not done with everyone yet. But Curran explained to him that Sierra, who found the teacher, was on their side. The blonde's eyes widened as he looked at the man standing next to the girl. He raised his finger in surprise when Levitin suggested that he was Mr. Vimos, who is the previous head of the 14th Magic Tower. In turn, the man did not expect that he knew him. Putting his hand on his heart, Levitin admitted that he had crossed paths with Sierra's teacher as a child. Hearing this, the man realized that he had been in the Hall of Eternal Life for a long time, because the child of the Steelguard family had grown up. Looking back at his saddened father, Curran suggested leaving quickly, fearing that the henchmen might still remain. Pink mana began to burst out of Sierra's hand when the main character asked her to deal with the Hall of Eternal Life. The girl said that he could leave it to her. Meanwhile, Vimos was attracted to something. He, believing that others deserved to die, told the guys that they should take the girl with them. Curran's golden pupils widened at what they saw. In front of him was a capsule with an embarrassed blonde. He assumed it was an elf. With his hands folded, the man looked at her intently as he revealed that she had been captured by members of Seven Eyes. The main character admitted to him that it was the first time he had seen such a creature. The blonde man, supporting her by the shoulders, looked at the girl intently. Curran's face turned red as he looked at the elf and realized why they were icons of beauty. The blue-eyed girl reluctantly opened her eyes. The guy suggested that he would feel a sense of danger if she were a man. He looked down at the elf, who asked him if he was human. Hearing this, Curran realized that she had come to her senses. Meanwhile, the girl's towel fell on the floor, making her all flushed. While a blush appeared on the protagonist's face, they were interrupted by Vimos standing behind them. The remaining mana drained from the capsule in which the creature was located. The blonde asked her to listen to him. The blue-eyed elf was so upset that a tear ran down her face. She asked if all the members of Seven Eyes had been killed. The girl began to tremble when, standing in front of her, Curran said that this happened during the rescue of kidnapped people, thanks to which they were able to pull her out. Alpha, clutching her chin, looked at the guys in confusion. The guy asked her if there was any problem because of this. Hearing this, the girl was surprised that they tore up Seven Eyes without knowing anything. Trembling all over, the elf said loudly that it was dangerous to be in the Hall of Eternal Life. The sky above the cliffs was shrouded in black fog. The girl said that the manager would come soon. Hearing this, the guys ran out of the dungeon. The elf, raising her head, was very shocked by what she saw. Bright scarlet hair emitted red clots of mana. Leaning on a stick, the manager looked menacingly at the guys. Soaring over a deep gorge, the man said that he had come to them because the report was delayed. He wondered if there were rats hiding in his dungeon. A bead of sweat ran down Levitin's frowning face. The elf loudly announced that the manager had already managed to get to them. The man didn't expect this man to be so strong. Holding the cane in one hand, the red-haired boy created a whirlpool of scarlet mana around himself. The girl was surprised that, while fighting against Seven Eyes, the guys did not know about the existence of the manager. The man decided to attack them when the elf reported that he was a magician of 8 rings. Meanwhile, the mountain was shattered into fragments. The main character grabbed the hilt of his sword when he asked whether the manager was a magician of 8 rings. A devilish smile appeared on the armed Curran's face as the mages standing behind him began to protect him. He thinks the red-haired guy is a worthy opponent. The sky was covered in black fog as battle broke out among the mountains. Levitin confidently, holding the sword in his hand, rushed at the enemy. He was able to approach and attack the angry manager. Sierra, standing next to her teacher, created a protective dome around them. Vimos asked the girl to focus on the barrier and use cover magic from time to time. Standing behind them, the elf was all worried, not understanding who these magicians were. When Levitin was able to attack the manager, he turned around, demanding that they act now. At that moment, Curran began to rapidly approach them, holding his sword tightly. The main character, using the star's sword, was able to knock down the red-haired guy. The sword blade was completely absorbed by blue mana. There was an explosion in the sky. Pointing her finger at him, Sierra said that the elf shouldn't have worried. A bead of sweat ran down the girl's worried face as she laughed nervously. The head of the 14th Magic Tower told her that Curran was not thinking straight at all. The main character landed sharply on the ground so that he hit his shoe. Holding the sword in his hand, the blonde began to approach his opponent, calling him unlucky. A rock was pierced into the manager's heart so that his whole body bled. Curran asked him why he fell in this particular place. Hearing this, the guy demanded that he shut up, while the manager, frightened, pressed himself against the stone. The blonde said that it was his side that was behaving cowardly, attacking one with 7. When the main character pointed a mana reactor at the red-haired guy, He noticed that this thing was on the new Areldo armor. Hearing this, Arun said that he was a quick thinker. The blonde's drooping pupils widened as he realized who was in front of him. As the frowning manager continued to bleed, the protagonist assumed that he was an interdimensional traitor. But the guy admitted that he didn't understand what Arun was talking about. Holding the sword in his hands, the blonde looked down at the red-haired guy. He told the main character that he had in his hands a relic passed down from generation to generation by the gods, warning that he could not do anything with this item. The manager tried to pull the stone out of his body. The main character realized that he was continuing to talk about the gods. Meanwhile, worried guys began to run towards them, calling the blonde by name. Darran, realizing that the guy didn't know anything, asked him if there were any more managers. The red-haired man was so angry that he showed his fangs when he said that the other managers would find the main character if he killed him. Curran at that very second cut off the manager's head with his sword. Seeing the fallen part of the body, the guys felt uneasy. The blonde thinks that everything is in order because there is still someone who can answer his questions. The blade of the sword was covered in dark scarlet blood. Curran said that he needed to catch and kill every manager. A concerned Leviathan began to approach his son when he asked him if he was okay, to which he received a positive response. Vimos looked closely at the shocked girl. He remembered that she introduced herself to him as Ariel. But the elf does not understand what the man is talking about. Holding the bloody sword in his hand, Curran approached the girl. He said she had a lot of things to explain to him. Ariel, lowering her head, took hold of the collar of her snow-white cloak. The main character asked her about the managers, and he is also interested in finding out what the gods are like. Meanwhile, the sea around the uninhabited island was illuminated by sunlight. It is hundreds of kilometers from the island of Alta, which surrounds Requiem. Sari, smiling, began to splash in the water. Seeing the cat playing, Curran asked him if he was having fun, after which Sari invited the owner to frolic together. Having pulled the satisfied cat out of the water, the main character said that they should not flirt, because it was time for them to return. On a desert island there was a two-story wooden house surrounded by greenery. The victorious Seven Eyes prepared a temporary shelter for themselves in advance, preparing for the possible arrival of enemy reinforcements. Curran, on whose shoulder Sari sat, looked attentively at the house. He believes that making the hut was as easy as shelling pears, since among his partners there are two archmages. Taking hold of the ring of the wooden door, the guy heard that someone inside was indignant. The main character, having opened the gate a little, saw Sierra asking the man why he, knowing everything, continued to pretend that he knew nothing. Vimos reminded her that he was her teacher after all. The man held his chin, closing his eyes, and admitted that he did not understand Sierra's feelings. He told her that he had a taboo. The flushed girl pressed her hand to her chest. She reminded Vimos that there isn't much of an age difference between them. Sierra admitted that she was already 60 years old, which surprised the teacher. The girl clutched her cheek in embarrassment when the man did not believe that she was so old, calling her a beauty. Meanwhile, a blushing Sierra saw that Curran had been watching them all this time. At the same second, they sharply moved away from the door. The girl brutally ran out of the room, where the embarrassed teacher remained. She said loudly that he had misunderstood everything. At that moment, the blonde realized that there was a good reason why she was so persistent in practicing the reverse aging spell. A bead of sweat ran down the angry Sierra's face as the protagonist began to walk past them. He asked them not to pay attention to him, explaining to them that he had no prejudices in such matters. The girl's pink pupils widened when the guy admitted that he wanted to push them into each other's arms, given that Sierra had sincerely loved the teacher for 20 years. Curran, who had Sari hanging from his shoulder, turned to look at the magician when she admitted that she wanted to tell him something. Sierra bowed before him, thanking him. A smile appeared on the blonde's face. The girl thanked him for being able to defeat Seven Eyes and also save her teacher, after which she admitted that she could not have resolved any of these issues without his help. Smiling, Curran told her that during his absence, the two of them could discuss everything. Sierra said loudly that they were already done. A bead of sweat ran down Ariel's face. She admitted that, having taken an oath on Mana, she could not answer all the guy's questions. But at the same time, she understands that they deserve to hear about everything. The girl looked blankly at the main character, who, upon hearing her confession, was delighted. The guy, pointing his finger at himself, said that this area is his specialization. Meanwhile, a doll similar to Curran appeared on the table. He said that the girl can safely answer all questions, because this guy will fulfill this oath on her behalf. Everyone gathered around the round party when the main character inquired about Ariel's place of birth, as well as her age. She admitted that she was born in the Great Forest more than 300 years ago. Hearing this, Sierra opened her mouth wide in surprise. Vimos explained to everyone that around this time the era of the elves ended, after which people appeared in the world. Ariel's blue-eyed pupils sparkled in the light. She said that it was then that she rejected the offer to become a balance holder, which is why she was imprisoned in the Hall of Eternal Life. Darran bowed his head and, looking closely at the elf, clarified why she was placed in the hall for rejecting the offer and not simply killed. The flushed Ariel looked away from the surprised guys when she admitted to them that at that time the manager was in love with her. Hearing this, the ransom doll's pupils twirled around. Even he thinks it's complete nonsense. At that moment, the toy's hand came off, causing Curran to feel uneasy. Ariel lowered her head in embarrassment as Sierra angrily asked her if she was telling the truth. Vimos couldn't believe that the elf was forced to take an oath on Mana because of something like that. The main character scratched his cheek and looked at the girl with a grin. He doesn't understand why she was offered to be the balance holder when she doesn't even reach the heroic rank. The blonde spread his arms in confusion when Ariel, jumping up from her chair, loudly said that she had not yet fully recovered her strength. She informed him that she was originally of approximately legendary rank. The girl, clenching her fists, looked angrily at Curran, who asked her to tell about the managers. But Ariel said that she would definitely fight him later. Exhaling heavily, the girl admitted that even she did not know the true nature of the managers. Looking at the protagonist folding his hands, Ariel said that there were at least 10 of them. She believes that the manager who was killed by the main character had average skills. The guy lowered his head and became more serious. He thinks that an organization with 8 rings as the average could conquer the continent. That's why he doesn't understand why they created 7 eyes. Curran imagined the manager being pulled by strings like a puppet when Ariel reported that they were afraid of something. She said that was why they acted through their agents. A bead of sweat ran down Lebanon's face. The girl said that, basically, managers work separately from each other. She believes that it will be difficult for them to remain safe once they understand the situation. Hearing this, Sierra, drooping, looked into space. Ariel said that the managers will seek revenge since their comrade is dead. The main character lowered his head. He realized the girl's words, realizing that they would have already been buried if the 2 managers had arrived then. The girl in the snow-white cloak looked in shock at Curran, who asked her about the race of the gods. A bead of sweat ran down the guy's face as Ariel apologized to him. Curran imagined the god of death threatening the girl, holding his sword at her throat. She told him she couldn't answer that question. Meanwhile, a sunny day has arrived on the uninhabited island. From the very morning, Sari began to touch the blonde's cheek. He told the owner that it was already morning. The cat jumped off the bed, on which the main character began to stretch. He remembered that he needed to return to the Steelguard residence today. But at the same time, Curran managed to collect enough information and also draw up a plan. The guy exhaled heavily, not realizing how many contracts were hung on Ariel. He didn't expect that there was a contract higher in rank than the Mana contract. Meanwhile, something caught the main character's attention. Ariel entered his room smiling. She admitted that she watched him sleep. The girl winked and held her chin as she said she was joking. She said that Curran was calling Levatin, who needed to tell him something. In an empty room stood a man in a black cloak, who was glad that his son had come after all. The head of the family lowered his head in embarrassment when the protagonist suggested that he was about to make some important announcement. Levatin laughed at him and said that this could well be called an important announcement. A bead of sweat ran down the shocked Curran's face as the man admitted that he would not be returning to the Steelguard residence. The room was illuminated by sunlight. The man suggested that the next target of the managers would be him, expelled from society by the 7 Eyes organization. He believes that it is better for him to remain in hiding for a while, continuing to remain missing. A smile appeared on Levin's face when his son stated that Steelguard could not exist without him. The main character looked closely at his father, who reminded him that they had him. Placing his hand on his son's shoulder, the man admitted that he was proud of him. Levatin looked confidently at his son. He admitted that he wanted Curran to manage everything in his absence, as the master of the Steelguard holdings. The coachman slowly drives the cart across the night field, the young master resting his head on his fist, wondering what was on his father's mind. He is wearing an expensive, beautiful jacket. He began to remember his conversation with him. They stood opposite each other. The hero said that he is the youngest of all his children, even to say such words as a joke. But his father looked at him with persistent confidence, and he told him that the Steelguard family from generation to generation valued abilities beyond the right to inheritance by seniority, indomitable will, quick judgment, and a determination that can sometimes seem ruthless. These are all qualities of a lord. Nick opened his eyes wide and looked at him. They continued to look at each other intently, and the elder said that, of course, the question of officially granting him the right to inherit the title was still open. But still, he did not think that his thoughts on this matter would change in the future. The blonde looked at him carefully and thought that this was completely different from the past. There was also a time in his past life when he took the place of a lord, but this happened because his father disappeared and his brothers died. He imagined himself in the head of his departing father and dead brother. At the same moment, he furrowed his eyebrows, and I thought that now he received his father's recognition. Curran spread his arms and said that even if this is the case, he cannot leave his father alone. But he, in turn, answered about what concerns this. But from the same side, two personalities appeared. He spotted them, Vimo standing nearby and Sierra standing next to him. She said that they decided to stay with him. He noticed them and greeted them. The girl crossed her arms and said that they planned to stay here and devote all their time to training, avoiding the eyes of the managers, so that he and the teacher can reach the level of 8 rings. And they immediately imagined great magicians and warriors, and Levitin is of mythical rank. But then the blonde noticed something else. He saw that his father had a serious expression on his face. He really stood motionless. Therefore, he gathered his strength and said that he saw that they had already made a firm decision, and in this case he would follow their will. If they changed their mind one day, they could inform him about it at any time. And raising his head up, he said enthusiastically that until then he was going to protect the Steelguard family. He quietly pets the cat on his lap, and thinks that he needs to become stronger than now. He needs to have such skills with which he can crush the managers and return his father to Steelguard. He looks at the cat carefully and continues to gently stroke it. He looks carefully in front of him and thinks that if there is one variable, then it is. Ariel sits in front of him, and she asks him about what he is thinking so deeply about. He thought again, and it sounded in his thoughts that this was Ariel. She sat before him like a beautiful statue. He immediately seriously decided to ask her why she decided that she would follow him, and she, covering her eyes with displeasure, said that she had already said that she had one business in the outside world. But then the protagonist decided to spoil her illusion and tell her that the outside world is incredibly dangerous and it will be difficult for her to survive with skills that barely reach heroic levels. She was quite alarmed by this, and she got scared. She screamed loudly that she was not as weak as he thought, and invited him to check it out. He just started rubbing his ear because of the loud noise, and he asked her again about the moment with the check. She said with little alarm that this was exactly the case, and if they fought, then he could be convinced of the veracity of her words. She put her palm forward, and with a serious look asked him why he was delaying, and she asked if he was going to stop the carriage. They stood opposite each other in the night forest. He picked up the sword and asked her if she had to go that far, and she just asked him to take a stance. She brought the weapon closer to herself and clearly said that she was not going to give in. The protagonist looks at her seriously and thinks about whether he hurt her pride too much, and also about the fact that he sent the coachman away for a while, so he thinks that everything will be okay. She immediately rushed into battle, waving her blades and shouting that she was coming. They stood in a clinch and held the defense. She uses sword attacks filled with silver light against him. Her movements are fast and smooth. This is the fencing art of the elves. After the next swing there is a flash. Her blows are very heavy. She holds his sword again with both of her blades. The blonde is still cool and he watches her. He thinks that her abilities put her at the top of the heroic rank. When she first opened her eyes in the Hall of Eternal Life, he wondered if he sensed such power in her. They continue to strike each other over and over again, but the Lord can push her back. He immediately begins to smile softly, and the thought flashes through his head that if she is at a similar level, then in a fight with her he will be able to test the knowledge received from Jojiomui. He was immediately covered in a golden fiery aura. This scared the elf. She immediately panicked and wondered what this strange energy was. He was all burning and slowly getting closer to her. In his hands he now has the knowledge received from the legendary warriors. This knowledge is the key to mythic rank. The silhouette of Jojiomui appeared behind the protagonist. His sword was blazing, and he took the same stance as him. And then the hero began to triple. It flashed with a bright flash, and Ariel was terribly puzzled by this. She thought that he had disappeared and wanted to relax, but streaks of fire began to approach her. She noticed something out of the corner of her eye, and somehow she managed to repel an almost invisible attack. She doesn't understand what's happening. She thinks that this is some kind of nonsense, and she thought about what even if he has a legendary rank. Flashes of light reach for a run and he continues to attack. He again begins to push her. There is a sharp flash of light, flying like a whole wall. Dust flies around, and the Lord looms over the beautiful elf and she looks at him without taking her eyes off. He stuck the sword above her head, and he was on top, pressing her to the ground and placing his hand near her head. He slowly pulled the blade out of the ground, and she immediately screamed at him to move away, and asked him what he was allowing himself to do. He told her not to misunderstand him, but in the middle of the battle she found herself at the epicenter of the internal energy of Kai, so he had to shield her. He stood over the elf sitting on her knees and continued to say that if the blow had reached its target, her whole body would have turned into a sieve. And she got nervous. She said with an upset look that she lost, and he was a real monster. But he immediately became indignant and asked how one could call a person a monster. He leaned on his sword and asked her about what principle underlies her silver sword. He believes that it is not an aura. This question silenced her, and she only looked down. She put her hand to her chest and told him that since she lost, she would answer his question. She was one of the few representatives of the Moon Clan from the Great Forest, and against her background appeared a strange elf in a robe. Ariel continued speaking with her hand on her heart and said that among her relatives, she was chosen as the master of the moon spirits. The hero, putting his hand to his chin, began to pronounce phrases about the clan of the moon, the master of the moon spirits. He asked her with a grin what that meant, and she, exhaling heavily, said that, as expected, he did not believe her. She suggested that he consider this an extremely rare talent. She began to gather energy into a sphere and told him that if he saw for himself, he would have no choice but to believe her. She extended her fist forward. The ball remained in place. This performance shocked MC, and he immediately blushed. He thought about what an incredibly cute creature was in front of him. Ariel took the form of a little fairy with blue hair. The elf with green hair and eyes explains that the image of the spirit is determined by abstract thinking and the level of consciousness of living beings. But our protagonist asked for a simpler explanation. And to put it simply, this means that the spirit appears in the most friendly form for the beholder. We see a lizard similar to a salamander and a snowman. For this reason, the fire spirit usually looks like a lizard, and the ice spirit looks like a snowman. Already blushing, Curran thought that this is exactly what the spirits of the moon look like in the elves' minds. He holds it in his two palms. Her hair turned blue. He looks at it in his hands and is surprised. He thinks that this can be understood, because the moon is often described as the younger sister or child of the sun. The tiny creature begins to slowly crawl up it. Our guy's cheeks turn pink from this surge of cuteness and he was speechless. She crawls over his arms, and he asks her if this is playing against the rules, to which she answers him positively, perhaps due to the fact that he did not see so many beautiful men and women in his past life. He has developed an immunity to beauty, and he imagined his sisters Sputnitsa and Selena. Therefore, even the appearance of Ariel did not unsettle him. The elf stands in shock and does not understand why her mood suddenly deteriorated. But as it turned out, what was particularly cute was the exception. The young master, who died in a previous life without having time to have children, had zero immunity to any manifestation of cuteness. Curran cannot take his eyes off the little spirit, and the woman remains meaningfully silent. The cat growls at the spirit, and he exclaims joyfully. She sharply extended her hand forward in front of the beast's muzzle, which stunned him, and then she began to gently stroke him. They immediately found contact with each other. When the Lord awoke from his trance, he asked if moon spirits were hostile to strangers, putting his hand to his chin. And the elf, smiling, replied that the spirit likes something that is particularly beautiful, and she thinks that she liked it. The protagonist folded his hands smugly, and he said that his beautiful appearance, which was recognized even by the spirit of the moon. It turns out that he is a man who has committed many sins, to which the elf was embarrassed to answer and remained significantly silent. She dozed off leaning against the wall. The Lord examined her and thought that, as expected, she had overexerted herself and was now sleeping like the dead. Afterwards, the hero receives a notification that Numi Zitron has requested a conversation. He looked at it with a serious face. He immediately happily reported that he had found everything the protagonist asked for and asked to check it. The list included an introduction to magical engineering, applications of magical engineering, advanced engineering, basic magical mechanics, design and manufacture of magical machines, and understanding of metal benders. Darran's face changed, and he thought with joy that this was the same knowledge about magical engineering that he had asked for earlier. He immediately spread his hands and thanked him, and he asked if he, with such a store of knowledge, could join their conversation. He said that he could even take an active part in the production. Adjusting his glasses, the elf said that as an investor, there is no need to have such knowledge. But he only replied that it is not enough for those who are called investors to simply invest money. You also need to have at least basic knowledge. He also added that he also wants to help in any way he can. These words greatly surprised the man with glasses. He was a little touched because he thought that he only cared about the money of the reality in front of him. an investor with a deeper approach to business. The hero touches his chin in thought, and he thinks that in fact he is delving into this issue not for their sake, but for the sake of analyzing the Mana reactor he recently discovered. Namely, the Romana reactor, which is the heart of the 4th generation magic armor. It is a pink octagon, and, of course, if he gave it to them, they would instantly create a copy. But the protagonist abandoned this idea. He spread his legs a little wider and went deeper into his thoughts. He thought that it would be better to try to understand the technology himself and slowly study it. He selected the swallow option from the menu. I received a notification that absorption was beginning and the sponge effect was being applied in my head. The book began to quickly turn over directly above him. He lit up with a glowing flame. He thought that in a couple more days he would be able to absorb all this knowledge. He looks out the window with a satisfied face, and they think that they are just approaching their destination. A soft smile appeared on his face, and he thought that he had finally returned to these lands as a master. They arrived in Steelguard County. After the road, residential buildings are visible behind the carriage. Some girl is running in heels. The 3 of them stand together with the slightly enlarged spirit. The hero slightly pushes the elf on the shoulder. He says that now, when you look from this angle, it seems as if in front of him is a mother and daughter. But the woman complements this with the fact that she herself sees her for the first time in this form. Yana also notes that perhaps she wants to stay with him and Sari longer. Luna Girl continues to pull the animal by the cheeks. The young master crossed his arms, and he said that it was a good distance from here to the mansion, so he suggested walking slowly. This surprised the elf, and she asked why he didn't go straight to the mansion. The 3 of them appeared in front of the gate, and he explained that the territory of the county begins here. Pulling his hood over himself, he said that he had not been here for a long time, so the first thing he should do was figure out how things were going in the feud at the moment. On the sides you can see small houses. Most of the residents are in a dim state of mind. While the long-eared one was looking around, she decided to inquire about what kind of strange atmosphere was in the city. Curran, looking somewhere into the distance, said that it was the height of the agricultural season, but something was clearly wrong. He looked away and, imagining his family's coat of arms, remembered that they were a tax-free territory. There is no tax to pay to the king, meaning less burden on the inhabitants of the fief. He reflected that even in his past life, it was rare to find a village with such a neglected association. Residents of the city always turned to look at our characters. Since they came here, they should eat something. They went to some kind of bar. The elf praised her spirit for eating so well. The protagonist was speechless from so much food. I watched this from the sidelines in horror. The 3 of them were sitting at the table, and after the hero he added that the spirit's digestive system does not work. But that woman said that if her spirit became a person, then it does not lend itself to the laws of logic, and there is no need to try to explain and understand it. The young master asks her why she left the meat. He assumed that she does not eat food of animal origin because she belongs to the forest race. At the same time, he watched the next table, and she answered him in such a way that she said that she couldn't because they couldn't digest fat. This surprised him very much, and he asked that it had not been a matter of beliefs all this time. And the elf said that this is a common misconception among people. How can one survive by eating only grass? But then a tall man with a bandage on his forehead approached them, and he said to pay. The bill was 3 gold and 30 silver. This surprised our adventurers. The protagonist immediately asked why he added, because there were 33 silver coins. But the man with the bandage sternly said that he was not in the mood to joke and demanded full payment. And then he threatened that otherwise. Warriors began to stand up from behind. Immediately the hero smiled and said that he kept wondering how there could be so many visitors in such a dilapidated house. And despite the bandits approaching from behind, he asked if he always conducts business this way. He also mentioned that something seemed to have happened in the county since the situation had descended to such a level. The man with the bandage asked in bewilderment, looking at the boy. But then a fiery whirlwind began to appear under the Lord's feet, and it immediately enveloped his body after he took off his cloak. The elf was terribly surprised by this. He immediately loudly told the tavern owner to stand back up. The soldiers were stunned, and the owner was scared. The hero extended his hand in front of him and said that he had many questions for him. We again see many houses and hear someone quietly moaning. His entire cohort lies beaten on the ground, and the master himself is on his knees in front of the youngest of the Steelguard, and the young master just knocks hand in hand. The owner immediately began to apologize to him with a frightened look, and said that he would not charge him for food. But Curran, not paying attention to this, holding his hand on his chin, looked at him and asked the question why Steelguard had changed so much. This greatly puzzled the man in the blindfold, and he just tried to ask again. but then he tried to take a closer look and realized that with blonde hair and golden eyes, anyone who sees him will say that he is the owner of this pretty appearance. Immediately the hero looked at him, and he immediately realized that it was the young master Curran. He only responded by saying that he recognized him quite quickly, and then the innkeeper, sitting on his knees, said that everyone was waiting for his return. These words puzzled the lord. He immediately asked if he had changed his shoes too quickly while standing over him, but he, with a surprised face, said that they had stooped to such actions not because they liked it. The Deccan's gang was to blame. The protagonist was very surprised by these words, and he even asked again. And he thought in his head that he didn't want to hear that we were talking about Deccan's Steelguard. He imagined him standing in the flames. The owner continued his story with alarm and said that this happened about a month ago. Young Master Curran announced that the head of the family had disappeared. He extended his hand forward, throwing the scroll with the seal. Then he sent an appeal to the lords of Navarro and His Majesty the King with a request to conduct a national search. The lord was seriously angry and thought about what a fool he was, because he had to delay with the official announcement until others began to have suspicions, and that Curran, most likely, could not keep his mouth shut, because he wanted to quickly take advantage of the chance to become the owner of the county, which appeared earlier than he thought. The owner was still sitting on his knees in front of him in fear. He thought about how best to deal with this stupid brother. He exhaled heavily, but the elf did not understand anything. The man with a bandaged forehead continued to talk about how the knights also supported the young master, and as a result he became the new face of the clan. But soon after that, Deccans appeared with his knights. There were only 4 of them. One had red hair, another green, the third silver and a slick hairstyle, and at the head was the bearded man himself. The main character looked down. He thought that this man was his uncle. From his very young years, he created all sorts of problems every now and then. As a result, he was expelled from the academy. He drank alcohol and beat the weak. After that, he hid so as not to catch the eye of his grandfather. Then he became an ignorant, impudent man. But as soon as he died, he came to his father and demanded part of the inheritance from him. But just 4 years ago, rumors reached him that he had wasted all his considerable fortune on alcohol and gambling. The protagonist towers over the innkeeper sitting on the floor, and they ask him what he hopes for since he decided to take this step. The moon spirit points a finger at the unconscious man, and in response he heard what he had heard in a foreign land, that he had achieved great success. But what he knows for sure is that he brought with him a bunch of escorts that even the knights couldn't handle. The narrator immediately sank a little lower and became nervous, saying that he would replace the empty place of his older brother. He began to help the young Mr. Curran. The lord nodded and said that in words he was going to help, but in reality he took control of him and simply began to fill his pockets with hard coin. In response, he only heard confirmation, and also that the bearded man is out of his mind. They imagined him as someone who takes money from ordinary residents, and we are talking about the protection fee, but they are mercilessly collecting it, and they are not even able to pay the requested amount. The narrator lowered his head and said that he would gladly accept any punishment. The protagonist folded his hands, and he again shouted even louder that he should save their city and save the feud. And then the hero decided to ask, what is the amount of additional tax in this city? He answered him with alarm that the tax was 3,000 gold coins. The young master immediately realized the situation and wondered where such money would come from in a small town on the outskirts. So he immediately realized that his uncle was clearly out of his mind. The elf asked him what he meant with a confused look. He lagged behind, gritting his teeth, and said that it looked like a parasite had made its way into the feudal territory. Curran was very angry. He looked up and said that he had returned home after so long, and it looked like the first thing he would have to do was start cleaning. The sun covers the walls of the family's mansion. It reaches high to the sky. Curran sat on the bed and thought about how the situation could only continue to get worse. After all, Curran was the youngest student to receive Karsam. Father reached legendary rank. She imagined the two of them with weapons in their hands. Just 3 months ago, the Steelguard clan became the star of a royal banquet. There was a knock on the door and a phrase was heard that addressed the lady. Curran held her face. Ezel knocked on the door again and said that it was time for the evening meal. But in response she only heard that she didn't care. But the maid continued and said that Mr. Deccan said that everyone should gather for dinner. But after a short pause, she said that she would say that she would not have dinner. But then the lady came to her senses and stopped Ezel. She immediately asked her why she didn't go inside, and she, shedding a tear, wanted to evade the answer. But then the mistress ordered her to go into the room. The door to the room opened and she saw her and addressed her by name. She very aggressively mentioned the fact that the maid was hit because of her, and the maid stood in a state where she was about to cry. At the same moment she said that this was not so and it was all just because she behaved rudely. But she was immediately interrupted by the eldest of the sisters and said that this could not be. She turned her gaze to the floor and immediately thought that her uncle had always been a vile person. He uses everything that surrounds him to get what he wants. In the end, she gathered her strength and said to tell him that he would come down now. We see precious chandeliers in the castle, and we hear words of praise about how wonderful it is that everyone has gathered. And then the bearded man, sitting at the table with all the members of the remaining family, exclaimed that this was a family. The sisters looked at him with extreme contempt. Curran looked down, and then this man turned to him and asked why he looked so bad, and immediately after asked if the reason was that he sat at the head of the table, holding a glass in his hand. But the boy immediately smiled artificially and told him that even though he was temporarily the lord of the feud, he was, after all, the eldest in the family. And he immediately said that since his nephew said so, then he really could not help but take this place. He held the glass forward and said that his glass was still empty and asked his niece to fill it. But Darran crossed her arms and asked why on earth she should do this, let him pour himself. He just laughed at this and said that her niece had a sharp tongue. But immediately he changed his face and frowned. He said that he would not repeat it twice and ordered to do what he was told. But she continued to stand in the same position and said that she didn't want to, and wanted to ask why on earth she should do this. But she was immediately interrupted by the bearded man who threw a glass into the middle of the table and broke it. He started rolling up his sleeves and said that she seemed to believe that his older brother was still alive. A knight with unkempt hair intervened and said that he was speaking too harshly, but he was immediately pulled aside with his hand. And the red-haired Deccan's escort stood in front of him and told him not to interfere in family affairs. The bearded man slowly began to walk towards Darran and said that all the girls in this family lack any manners, and in this case he needs to take this chance to beat the crap out of them forever. These words shocked the red-haired girl. But then a voice was heard behind him and he said that for the first time he saw dishes flying and fists waving at dinner. Her eyes opened wider. Darran stood in the doorway, and he said that thanks to his uncle, he didn't see anything. The bearded man was very surprised that his nephew had come, and he extended his hand a little forward. The protagonist was as calm as possible and he said that they were seeing each other for the first time after 10 years. However, he was touched by the fact that he was recognized. He began to talk about what his response gesture should be and he suggested that perhaps it was worth leaving him alive. These words tensed Deccan's. At the same moment, the Lord covered his body with a glowing flame and with a crazy smile told him to take his bad people that he brought here and get out. Unless of course they want to die. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.